The surface of the seas in the New World seemed utterly out of control, with wave after wave crashing in with relentless fury. Amidst this raging tumult, a gigantic pirate ship tore across the waters like a rampaging whale, carving through the swell at breakneck speed. The foam churned up in its wake soared so high it nearly flooded the deck. Atop the ship, the main mast stood tall and proud, the pirate flag whipping fiercely in the wind. If one looked closely, they'd see emblazoned on it a massive skull with a white mustache, the unmistakable emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates, the mightiest crew in the world, notorious and conspicuous wherever they sailed. I stood at the center of the deck, surrounded by the captains of all the divisions, a heavy, stifling tension hanging in the air. Addressing these sons of mine, I said, "Listen up, everyone. I've just received definite news. Ace is alive, but that traitor Blackbeard has handed him over to the Navy." No sooner had I spoken than the captains erupted into heated discussion. Blackbeard teaming up with the Navy? That's despicable. We seriously underestimated him before. First he killed Thatch, now he's betrayed Ace. It's unforgivable. He's completely broken the Whitebeard Pirates Code. Pops, let me be the one to settle. No, let me go. I'll bring back his head myself. I swear I won't let him cause any more harm. I shook my head and clenched my fist in frustration. Failing to stop Ace from seeking revenge against Blackbeard had led to his capture, an error that must never be repeated. As the thought gripped me, emotion overwhelmed me, and I broke into a fit of violent coughing. The captains rushed over with worried faces. "Pops, are you all right? Pops, how are you holding up?" After a few coughs, I steadied myself and spoke slowly. "My sons, Blackbeard is an incredibly cunning man, full of hidden tricks. No matter which of you volunteers, I can't let you go, not when Ace's situation is so extraordinary. He's the son of the Pirate King, Roger. I'm certain Sengoku will try to execute Ace in front of the world. Our conflict with the Navy is now inevitable. We cannot afford the slightest distraction." Hearing my words, the captain's anger eased just a little. With Thatch gone, and now Ace as well, the Whitebeard Pirates could not weather any more losses. It was a crushing blow to me, too, but with my health failing, I simply could not be shaken any further. Fighting back the pain, I burst out laughing. "Look at you lot, all wound up. Relax. Blackbeard will get what's coming to him sooner or later. But right now, our focus must be the war that's coming. Before it begins, I'm going somewhere in secret to recover from my wounds. Until I return, Vice Captain Wong, you will be in charge aboard the ship. Treat him with the same trust and respect you've always shown." The captains listened to me in stunned silence, each one wearing an expression of utter shock. Clearly, none of them had expected me to bring up our Vice Captain, Wong Yu. I had mentioned him a few times in the past, casually noting that Wong Yu was incredibly powerful, but the others always thought I was joking. Now, seeing me mention him again, they were finally starting to realize that our pirate crew truly did have such a mysterious Vice Captain. Their curiosity was instantly ignited. "Old man, are you serious about all this? Hurry, let us meet Vice Captain Wong Yu." "Yeah, I can't wait. Is he, by any chance, as imposing and authoritative as a guy like that? Must be a showstopper. Maybe he's a Conqueror's hockey user as well." "Old man, you said he's been training in the Forbidden Zone for 10 years. Does that mean he's even stronger than you now?" "Ha ha ha." I chuckled and pointed toward a small boat slowly rowing in from the distance. "Don't be impatient. He'll be here any minute now. As for what kind of person he is, you'll see for yourselves very soon." I made a show of keeping them in suspense. Wong Yu rowed ashore in his little boat, coming into view before everyone. All the captains, who had expected to see an elderly man, stood frozen in disbelief. Wong Yu looked no more than 16 or 17 years old, tall and slender, wearing a loose pair of slippers, his clothes and face smeared with dirt, a hoe slung over his shoulder, and an iron hammer in hand. The way he moved was casual and unhurried, completely lacking the aura of a fearsome warrior. The vice captain is that young. He doesn't look powerful at all. What's with those clothes? Is the hoe and hammer his weapon, or does he really just love farming? A wave of nostalgia swept over me as I thought back to my 10 years in this world. I did have a system, but its functions were incomplete. When I first arrived, all the system gave me was a tree seed and an iron hammer. How to actually use them was something I had to figure out by trial and error. The hammer was incredibly sturdy, but to this day, I still haven't figured out exactly what it's for. After planting the seed, the tree grew a little every day and gradually improved my basic attributes, but the progress was frustratingly slow. For the past 10 years, I'd spent my days weeding and driving off pests, just barely managing to reach the level of a top-tier powerhouse in this world. As for how I ended up as the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, when I first arrived, I'd awakened on a mountainside within Whitebeard's territory. At first, no one paid much attention to this place, so I quietly cultivated my tree and trained in peace. Then, one day, Whitebeard himself stumbled up the mountain drunk and found me there. True to his nature, he insisted on making me his son. Me, being a time traveler with a shred of pride, of course, refused his offer. So that day, we ended up in a fight. To be honest, my skills were pretty average at the time, but the iron hammer I wielded was incredibly tough, and as luck would have it, he was a bit drunk and couldn't muster his full strength. When my hammer struck his weapon, it left a deep gash right in the middle. Seeing how fiercely I fought, Whitebeard was as thrilled as if he'd stumbled on a hidden treasure. From then on, he treated me to the best food and drink every day, refusing to let anyone disturb me. And that's how I became his right-hand man, his sworn brother and vice captain. For 10 years, I lived in seclusion in the Forbidden Hills behind our stronghold, just tending crops, catching bugs, quietly honing my skills day after day. Today, Whitebeard came to me and said that Ace had been captured and that he needed me to return. Only then did I realize how grave the situation had become. The Great War was on the verge of breaking out, but even now, my strength only reaches the Emperor's tier. I'm still far from being the kind of powerhouse who could change the course of a war. Frankly, today's news is truly troubling. While I was lost in these memories, the noisy voices of Whitebeard's division commanders jolted me back to reality. Pops, is this really the mysterious and powerful vice captain you told us about? Flowers Sword Vista eyed me with open skepticism. He looks too young to be a fighter. There's just nothing about him that says strong, Joza muttered, squinting doubtfully. Pops, don't tell me you've been tricked. I heard Wang Yu's been living off us for years. Marco glanced me up and down. That's right. He doesn't look like he has much power at all. If he wants to earn our respect, he should at least prove himself. Defeat some of us. The other captains chimed in, making it clear they doubted me. Facing whispers about being weak or just mooching, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. But I could hardly blame them. In this era, respect is reserved for the strong. Without strength, nobody will acknowledge you. Listening to their grumbling, Whitebeard only grinned and wasn't the least bit annoyed. He deliberately walked over to me and laughed. Kurorara, Wang Yu, it's been so many years. Why don't you show them what you can do? Otherwise, how will you win their respect in the future? Rolling my eyes, I instantly understood. This wasn't any sort of appointment ceremony. This was Whitebeard's way of testing me on purpose. All right then, I replied with a wry smile, thinking it was high time I demonstrated the fruits of my years of training. Sure, I might not be a living legend like Garp or Roger, but against these division captains, I'd be more than enough. Come on, kid, let me see just how tough you are. Water Buffalo Atmos hoisted his massive blade and strode forward, his tone half-mock. The other division commanders all stared at, waiting for Atmos to reveal my supposed weakness. I rubbed my forehead, exasperated. Do I truly look that feeble? Even Atmos, who'd been thoroughly outplayed by Doflamingo, felt bold enough to challenge me head-on? You'd better forget it. I'm in a hurry. Let Marco take the challenge, I said calmly, pointing at Marco. As soon as the words left my lips, the whole place erupted. After all, Marco was a powerhouse just short of Emperor rank, someone who could stand up to a general head-on. And here I was, naming him as my opponent right off the bat. Young man, you're way too arrogant. You think you can take on Marco at your age? Who do you think you are? Yeah, maybe you just picked the toughest guy because you know you're gonna lose anyway. That way, you'll have an excuse when you fail. Honestly, it's just not impressive. That's right, he's nothing but a scammer who lives by his glib tongue. Dad's good at everything, except he trusts people too easily. Marco even stepped out from the crowd. Kid, I'm Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix. Are you sure you want to take me on? Marco narrowed his eyes, giving Wang Yu a thorough once-over. Wang Yu smiled gently. Do I have any other choice? You can't seriously expect me to keep fighting one after another after defeating Atmos, can you? Wouldn't it be much more efficient to challenge the strongest from the start? Wang Yu shrugged, his expression relaxed and unconcerned. Efficient? Marco's lips twitched ever so slightly. He was the Phoenix Marco, for heaven's sake. Getting associated with words like efficiency left him feeling awkward. Kid, if you can actually defeat me, we'll make you our vice captain. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pair of enormous wings, ablaze with blue flames, unfurled behind Marco. He's even brought out the Phoenix Flames. Marco's really taking this seriously for once. Aizu exclaimed in astonishment. Shall we make a bet to see how many seconds the kid can last? Atmos suggested, a sly smile curling his lips. I'll put up 1,000,000 berries. This kid won't even last 2 seconds. Jozu shouted with excitement. Jozu, that's far too generous. I'll bet 2,000,000 berries he gets wiped out in 1 second. If Marco finishes him off in under a second, I'll split my winnings with Vista Kaimed Inigib. The other commanders soon joined the betting frenzy, making the whole scene buzz with energy. Hearing all the wagers, Wang Yu's interest was piqued as well. Then I'll put up 1,000,000 berries too. If Marco loses, I take the whole pot, agreed. Wang Yu said confidently, the corners of his mouth lifting in a self-assured smile. His proposal left the commanders momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, they agreed to his terms. That's some big talk for a greenhorn. All right, you're on. Marco, it's all on you. We're counting on you. Don't let us down. The shouts of encouragement rang out one after another. Marco's eyes brimmed with disdain. You've got some nerve. Old man, just keep an eye out so I don't accidentally kill him. Though Wang Yu was a swindler, Marco had no intention of taking his life. Karaha, Marco, go all out and show him what you've got. Whitebeard rumbled with a hearty laugh. With Whitebeard's approval, Marco shook off any hesitation. All right, kid, looks like luck really isn't on your side. All eyes fixed on the two of them as Marco suddenly sprang into action, his massive blue-flamed wings sweeping forward in a blazing arc. In the next instant, Marco's body shot out like an arrow loose from the bowstring, slicing through the air and racing straight toward Wang Yu with incredible speed. At such a terrifying pace, it felt as if even space itself was being torn asunder, and a strange shockwave rippled through the sky. Zulfas, the captains all gasped in astonishment. His speed was so astounding that the naked eye could no longer follow his moves. Only those who possess hockey for advanced observation could just barely sense Marco's trajectory. This is perfect. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Marco will surely defeat Wang Yu in less than a second. Vista, the swordsman known as Flowerblade, was barely able to contain his excitement. Almost in the blink of an eye, Marco appeared before Wang Yu, his phoenix talons raised high, then swung a fierce kick toward his opponent. Facing Marco's thunderous assault, Wang Yu remained utterly calm, his eyes narrowing slightly, as though he was in complete command of the situation. In a flash, his arm was sheathed in a dense coating of armament hockey, a shadowy armor gleaming strangely in the sunlight. He raised his hand only slightly, preparing to take Marco's fearsome blow head on. The next second, fist and talon collided with overwhelming force. A deafening boom resounded, shaking everyone to their core. Two formidable powers crashed together, sending violent shockwaves spreading in all directions. The massive ship itself shuddered as if caught in a raging tempest. The captains nearby were left utterly speechless in their shock. No way, he actually stopped it. Marco's full force strike, and that kid managed to block it. Am I seeing things? The previously unruffled Vista was now staring in disbelief. This is the collision of top-tier Ryuo armament hockey. That brat has already mastered advanced hockey. Aizo's eyes went wide in wonder. Could it be that Pops was right? Is he truly a master fighter? Suspicion and amazement warred on Jozu's face. Marco, too, was visibly shaken. A complicated mix of emotions played across his face. He never expected to have misjudged so badly. The youth before him was far more more than an ordinary person. Just as the crowd remained caught in their astonishment, Wang Yu moved again. This time, Conqueror's Haki burst from him in a mighty wave. The Moby Dick, which had just regained its balance, shuddered violently once more as Conqueror's Haki swept across the deck like a storm. The captains of the White-Beard pirates, having followed the old man for years, understood well the might of one with Conqueror's spirit. But as Wang Yu's Haki pressed down on them, shock was writ large on every face. Conqueror's Haki, the one-in-a-million gift, yet it's awakened in this seemingly ordinary kid. Unbelievable, a teenager, and he already possesses Conqueror's Haki. What's even crazier is how powerful his Haki is. Even I, Atmos, feel dizzy just being near him. Marco felt the overwhelming, terrifying aura radiating from Wang, and his heart filled with shock. Panic. He beat his wings, trying desperately to escape. But how could Wang Yu possibly let him leave so easily? Before the eyes of the entire crew, an aura of pure dominance gathered around Wang Yu's fist, coiling with irresistible force. What once was invisible now took on form. Those with advanced Haki could actually sense it. Waves of kingly might condensed into winding wooden dragons, swirling and spiraling tightly around Wang Yu's fist. Marco stood frozen in disbelief. Wasn't this the Royal Conqueror's Haki infusion? Something only the old man could wield? This was a power only the very strongest could hope to master. And yet, here was a boy of 16 or 17 performing it with ease. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who could ever believe it? With a thunderous blow, Wang Yu struck out. The very air seemed to shudder. Even the deck beneath their feet cracked and shattered under the weight of his attack. Marco called forth the full might of his phoenix form, flames blazing at their peak as he instinctively crossed his arms to shield his chest. But even with such desperate defense, the force of the blow sent him crashing across the deck, punching hole after hole in the planks like a kite with its string snapped. Only after leaving a trail of destruction did he finally come to rest. The entire deck fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. It felt as if even the air had solidified. The captains of the White-Beard pirates exchanged blank stares, each one stunned, their Adam's apples bobbing as they tried to swallow their shock. At last, Jozu was the first to break the heavy silence, his voice trembling. That was Conqueror's Haki infusion. A teenager, actually able to wield Conqueror's Haki infusion. There's no doubt about it. A new emperor has emerged, one even younger than Shanks. Jozu's voice was laced with utter disbelief. A boy in his teens, already at an emperor's level. That kind of talent is almost unbelievable. Vistas swallowed hard, murmuring in awe. We've always understood the power of Marco and the old man, but Wang Yu's gift is completely outside anything we could have imagined. At that moment, Marco staggered to his feet, only now realizing a cold sweat had broken out across his brow. It was only thanks to his phoenix flames that he had minimized the damage at the last second. Otherwise, that single blow just now could have shattered his ribs completely. I give up. I can see. Marco managed a wry smile, waving his hand. I'm confident I could hold on for a few minutes longer with my phoenix flames, but it's pointless. No matter how much time passes, I have no chance of winning. Marco understood his own abilities clearly. Although he was already a half step in an emperor level, when facing a true emperor class opponent, victory was simply out of reach. The other captains were a little surprised to see Marco admit defeat, but they also understood. After all, everyone knew the gap in strength between Marco and Wang. Since they were all part of the same crew and the outcome was now beyond doubt, there was no point in continuing the fight. Against someone like Wang Yu, a king-level fighter, surrendering was undoubtedly the wisest choice. A booming laugh echoed across the Moby Dick as White-Beard strode over, his hearty voice filling the air. Kurura. Well now, I trust no one doubts Wang Yu's strength anymore. Only then did the captains snap out of their shock, each rubbing their foreheads and giving Wang Yu apologetic looks. Sorry about before. Honestly, you're more than qualified to be our vice captain. We were just overthinking. Yeah, it's just that you've got such a powerful presence. Yet we can't sense a thing using observation Haki. You really are a master at hiding your strength. Wang Yu didn't take any offense. He was well aware of the personalities of these caps, straightforward and forthright, never one to mince words. This open, candid atmosphere was something Wang Yu genuinely appreciated. It's all right, Wang Yu replied calmly. Then, with a faint smile, he switched gears. By the way, don't forget this little wager. We made some bets, and I won quite a bit off you today. Guess I'll be collecting my winnings now. He laughed as he spoke. After all, money is indispensable, no matter what world you're in. Wang Yu would never turn his nose up at it. With that, he bent down to scoop up the pile of berry on the ground, ready to pocket it, only to find his way blocked by a pair of massive, calloused hands. Kurura. Wang Yu, I can't let you take that money. White-Beard rumbled, laughing heartily. You and Marco broke quite a few things during your bout. That pile's going toward repairs, and I'm keeping it. Wang Yu couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking this old man really knows how to block a payday. As the laughter faded, the other captains began firing off questions. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're so young and already so powerful. Do you have some secret to your training? Yeah. Vice Captain, you must have some special method, right? Care to share a few tips? Even if your personal techniques are off limits, just some pointers would help us up our game. Clearly, everyone thought Wang Yu's immense strength at such a young age couldn't be due to talent alone. There had to be a special approach behind it. The truth was, the captains had been hoping to boost their own abilities for a long time. In the past, they'd sought advice from White-Beard, but the old man was really only an expert on drinking. As for improving combat skills, that was never really his special. Only after seeing Wang Yu's performance today did everyone finally feel they'd found a new ray of hope. All these questions gave Wang Yu a splitting headache. Helplessly, he looked over to White-Beard, eyes full of pleading for help. But White-Beard had no intention of helping him out. On the contrary, he stood by, adding fuel to the fire. Kuahaha. Looks like today's first meet and greet is off to a lively start. You should all take the chance to learn from Deputy Captain Wang Yu. The kid really has a knack for teaching others. Let him help you sharpen your skills and get ready for the great battle ahead. I trust Deputy Captain Wang Yu can take good care of you all while I'm gone. It's getting getting late. Time for me to set off. In truth, the first time Whitebeard met Wang Yu, he had a faint sense that this young man, tree-planting hammer in hand, possessed some special talent, perhaps the very one to lead the Whitebeard pirates to even greater heights. Now that his plan was complete, Whitebeard waved his hand, leapt onto a small boat, and slipped away with a smile, leaving quiet. Wang Yu was left standing alone in the wind, a look of grievance in his eyes, able only to watch as Whitebeard's ship sailed further and further away, his lips twitching in frustration. Whitebeard, you old scoundrel. You set me up again. When you first asked for my help, you only mentioned sharing some minor responsibilities. Never once did you say I'd have to teach the division commanders. All my power comes from tree planting. I've got no experience as a teacher. Did you really think I was Kaido or something? Old man, you've really thrown me into the deep end this time. Just wait and see. The division commanders, hearing Whitebeard's instructions, grew all the more enthusiastic toward Wang Yu, quickly surrounding him. After all, the Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of the toughest war in their history, and everyone desperately wanted to grow stronger in the time they had left. They crowded around Wang Yu, eager for guidance. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, I feel like I'm doing pretty well in every aspect, but I just can't break through to Emperor level. Where am I going wrong? Marco was the first to ask, anxiety plain in his voice. Do you think I have a chance of advancing before the battle? Wang Yu gave an exasperated shrug. Advance to Emperor level? I barely managed to break through myself, and that was only thanks to tree planting. How am I supposed to teach you? Deputy Captain Wang Yu, my haki and stamina are good, but my devil fruit still hasn't awakened. Is there some trick you know for fruit awakening? Jaz asked with his typical honest grin. Wang Yu grumbled inwardly. I'm not even a devil fruit user. How could I possibly know how to awaken one? You're asking the wrong guy. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, my sword skills are nothing to scoff at, but I still can't reach the heights of the world's greatest swordsman. Can you give me any pointers? Vista squeezed his way forward, eyes full of expectation. Heavens, these questions are getting more and more outrageous. To think everyone is actually asking me to teach them swordsmanship. Come on, if you really want to learn the sword, shouldn't you at least find a real sword master? My weapon is a hammer. A hammer. Do you understand? Wang Yu felt thoroughly helpless, and at the same time, a flood of questions about cultivation came rushing at him. I really need to find a way out of this. If things go on like this every day, not only will none of you get stronger, but I won't even be able to train in peace myself. As he pondered the situation, Wang Yu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of inspiration. If I just flat out tell them I know nothing about cultivation, who on earth would believe me now? Besides, as the vice captain, I'd lose all authority in an instant. After all, I have my reputation to think of. As a man, how could I ever admit that I don't measure up? Wang Yu decided to zero in on the most gullible-looking one in the group, planning to bluff his way through and keep everyone calm for the time. Ahem, the questions you're asking aren't really that difficult, Wang Yu said, trying his best to sound composed. Hearing his reply, those around him suddenly broke into eager grins. Though they trusted what the old man said about Wang Yu being an expert guide for cultivation, none of their questions were things any ordinary cultivator could answer. Yet now, Wang Yu was calling them not that difficult. Everyone was gazing at him with eyes full of hope and admiration. A true master. This young man before them had to be the real thing. No wonder he bested Marco at such a young age and become the vice captain of the most powerful pirate crew. Vice captain, could you help me take a look? Yes. Vice captain, please give us some pointers. Wang Yu coughed a couple more times for effect. Of course I can help, he said carefully. But the things you're asking, reaching the emperor level, becoming the world's greatest swordsman, or awakening your devil fruit, none of these are easy tasks. I'll have to answer each question one by one. With his words, the surrounding commanders immediately quieted down. Vice Captain Wang Yu was right. They had indeed gotten way ahead of themselves. After all, these were questions that had stumped even the greatest experts on the seas. Any one of them was enough to baffle countless powerful warriors. The fact that Vice Captain Wang Yu was willing to give them guidance was already an extraordinary opportunity. No one dared hope he could solve everything for them once. The commanders looked at Wang Yu with renewed hope in their eyes. Whoever the vice captain chose to help first would undoubtedly have the best chance to break through their limits. Vice Captain Wang Yu, please guide me first. That way the Whitebeard pirates will have one more emperor-level fight. Marco was the first to speak up. Hold on. Why should you go first? Vista argued without backing down. I think the vice captain should consider me first. Who knows? Maybe I'll be the one to become the world's greatest swordsman. The other commanders chimed in too, everyone speaking over each other, each hoping that Vice Captain Wang Yu would pick them first. Wang Yu glanced around the room, only relaxing when his eyes settled on Jozu. Let's take care of your problem first. Jozu, he said aloud. Jozu was both surprised and delighted, a broad, excited grin spreading across his face. Fantastique. It must be because I, Jozu, have extraordinary talent. That's why Vice Captain Wang Yu chose me first. Hearing Jozu's words, Wang Yu silently chuckled to himself. He thought, you're overthinking it. The real reason I picked you is simply because you seem honest and easy to persuade. Guys as sharp as Marco aren't nearly as easy to fool. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken. Talent aside, everyone here is strong in their own way. But we have to go one at a time, so don't lose heart if you weren't picked now, Wang Yu said with a smile, offering some consolation to the others. With that, he swiftly led Jozu toward his own restricted training zone, worried that if he dawdled, the rest would change their minds and cling to him relentlessly. I'll take Jozu to the restricted area for some training first. Once his issues sorted, I'll be back to guide the rest of you. Wang Yu called out as he hurried away from the crowd. The ones left behind shot Jozu envious and jealous glances. Who would have thought that this big, straightforward guy would be the first to get Vice Captain Wang Yu's personal guidance? It's downright unfair. Vista Grambos. Seriously, the Vice Captain should have picked me. Aizo muttered, a bit frustrated. If Jozu gets stronger than me under Vice Captain Wang Yu's tutelage, that would be a disaster. No way. I need to train harder too, Marco said, and with that, he trotted off at once. The other commanders weren't about to fall behind either. They all remembered what Pops had said. A huge battle was on the horizon. Even without the Vice Captain's direct guidance, they couldn't let their guard down, so they hurried to the Whitebeard pirates' training grounds to throw themselves into practice. Elsewhere, in a small boat note, Whitebeard himself sat with a gentle smile on his face. Ever since that first encounter with a peculiar Yiyu, Whitebeard had sensed there was something special and rare about this young man. Planting trees, forging steel, weeding, and catching bugs. What an interesting kid. Maybe, when I come back, he really will surprise me. Whitebeard mused, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, back in the restricted area, the special training Wang Yu had planned for Zhou was about to begin. From Ja's expression, it was clear that being chosen by Deputy Captain Wang Yu had left him unable to hide his excitement. Brimming with enthusiasm, Zhaz began to take a serious look at Wang Yu's domain for the very first time. The place resembled a sprawling courtyard, like an enormous open field. In its midst, apart from the lush green grass, there was only a single, towering and peculiar fruit tree rising from the center, imposing and spectacular. Zhaz glanced around, rubbed his hands together, and flashed an eager, ingratiating smile at Wang Yu. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, he asked in his honest, earnest voice, "Do you think I can start training now? How should I proceed to better control my fruit abilities?" Well, Wang Yu paused and thought. He had just managed to shake off a crowd of people pestering him, but now had Zhaz as his next potential headache. Deciding to handle him quickly, an idea sparked in Wang Yu's mind. That's it. His eyes lit up with inspiration. After all, the awakening of fruit powers was an incredibly difficult subject. Who could fault him for giving any plausible explanation? He might as well spout a credible-sounding reason and let Zhaz work at it on his own. "Zhaz, do you know what the most crucial challenge is in awakening your fruit's potential?" Wang Yu asked, suddenly putting on a stern face. A vital point? Zhaz stared in confusion. How could he possibly know? If he did, he wouldn't have been searching for guidance all this time. Yet his heart leapt with hope. He had asked many, including formidable figures like Whitebeard himself, but no one could give a concrete method. Everyone simply insisted that insight must come from within. Now, to his delight, Wang Yu was about to reveal the key answer. Zhaz's expectations soared. "I'm not too bright," Zhaz responded eagerly. "So please just tell me directly, Mr. Wang Yu." Wang was pleased by this. If Zhaz didn't understand anything to begin with, all the easier to muddle things along. "Listen closely, Zhaz." Wang Yu's expression suddenly grew grave and authoritative. Zhaz immediately straightened up, attentive like a schoolboy awaiting instruction. "In my years of experience," Wang Yu declared with perfect seriousness, though his tone carried a casual note, "if you want to enhance your fruit abilities, you must first build up your own physique, constantly pushing past your limits. Only then can you truly develop the potential of your fruit." At these words, Zhaz was left standing there, utterly stunned. Wang Yu watched Zhaz's reaction with some unease. Had he been too perfunctory? Would Zhaz see through the flimsy advice? After all, there was no direct link between brute strength and fruit ability. Zhaz might be honest, but he wasn't a fool. Yet in the next second, Zhaz's eyes filled with tears of emotion. "Deputy Captain Wang Yu, understand now. I finally understand. So the greatest secret of fruit awakening, it lies not in the fruit itself, but in honing one's own body. Think about those powerful individuals who have awakened the abilities of their devil fruits. Their own physical strength is already extraordinary. Only when your body is strong enough can your mental fortitude rise as well, giving you a chance to break through the limits of the fruit and achieve true awakening. The greatest truths are often simple. So that's how it is. How could I not have thought of this?" Zhou exclaimed, patting his head in excitement. Wang Yu was left standing there, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that a sentence he just made up on a whim would actually sound so reasonable. He started to wonder if he'd accidentally stumbled upon the truth, or if Zhou's way of understanding things was simply a bit off. But in the end, none of that really mattered. As long as he could convince Zhou, no one would bother him for the next few days. Wang Yu thought happily of how he could finally enjoy a good sleep, tend to his trees, and get back to his peaceful routine. What a relief. "So, Zhou, just keep running laps in the courtyard. Push yourself until you reach your physical limit. I'm heading back to the dorm for a nap." With that, Wang Yu turned around and walked off without a backward glance. Watching Wang Yu's departing figure, Zhou felt as if he were looking up at a towering mountain. He bowed deeply, his heart brimming with respect. Vice Captain Wang Yu truly is a master among men. This question had troubled Zhou for ages. He'd agonized over it, even consulted many seasoned fighters, yet no one had ever given him a real answer. Who would have thought Wang Yu could point out the solution with just a glance? No wonder, despite his youth, this man had already attained the fearsome power of an emperor of the sea at 16, a level others could only dream of reaching. With a hidden master like Wang Yu by their side, Zhou was confident that the Whitebeard pirates would surely claim victory in the coming battles. Not willing to waste another moment, Zhou immediately started running around the courtyard. Though his build was massive, his strength pushed him forward at incredible speed. He moved through the yard almost like a bolt of light, running flat out for a full hour. At last, having spent every ounce of his energy, Zhou collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He took in deep, ragged breaths, every inhale burning in his chest. So this is what it feels like to push your endurance to the edge. It's definitely rough. With his mouth dry and his tongue parched, Zhou happened to glance up at the huge fruit tree overhead. "My throat's completely dry. I'll grab a fruit and have a taste. Vice Captain Wang Yu probably won't mind." With that thought, he reached up and plucked a fruit from the branch above. It looked odd, almost like a rock, but Zhou didn't think much of it and took a hearty bite. Vice Captain Wang Yu may be a formidable fighter, but his taste in food is fairly plain. And this fruit, it's tough as nails. But before he could finish the thought, a strange, vibrant energy began to flow inside him, wiping away all his exhaustion in an instant. Don't be fooled by how tough these fruits look. After eating one, I really do feel a lot more energized. Zhaz couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, as Nightfeather was taking his afternoon nap, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected. Zhaz has consumed the Magmatite Thunder Slam skill fruit and acquired Thunder Slam, level 1, along with the Granite Shield skill. The host synchronously acquires a higher tier skill, level 2, Granite Shield. System upgrade in progress. Shop now unlocked. Basic Forge acquired. The host can now craft and equip items. As the system upgrades upgrades further, additional features will become available. A reward of 100,000 system coins has been granted. Upon hearing all this, Wang Yu couldn't suppress his own shout of surprise. So this whole time, the reason the system couldn't upgrade was because the fruit born by the skill tree was actually meant for someone else to eat. 10 years he'd spent racking his brains over and over again, never managing to perfect the system. Only now did he understand. The skill fruits weren't meant for him at all, but for others. Only after someone else ate one could his own system be advanced. Isn't this just a system devoted to helping others? All along, he had guarded that skill tree with utmost care, not even allowing Whitebeard to come close. In the end, he himself had eaten all the fruits from the tree. But looking back now, those fruits never really made much difference. They had simply gone to waste. Only by letting others eat the fruit could he synchronize and acquire more advanced skills for himself. So that's how it works. Host Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 8,961 points. Armament Haki, 7,511 points. Observation Haki, 7,640 points. Swordsmanship, 0. Skills, Granite Shield, passive. Thunder Slam, level 2. Items, none. Gold coins, 100,000. Devil fruits, none. Forge, basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, none. Divine artifacts, none. Wang Yu opened up his system interface, finding most of his equipment slots and function tabs still empty. He checked the description of his newly acquired skills first. Granite Shield provides the user with a protective shield, absorbing up to 10% of their maximum health and damage. Thunder Slam increases user's armor by 10/15/20/25/30%. When Granite Shield is active, this bonus is tripled. Active effect. For the next 5 seconds, normal attacks trigger a splash effect, dealing an extra 30/45/60/75/9 plus 0.1 magic power plus 0.15 armor value. Physical damage in a conical area. Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this exactly the kind of skill his old game characters used to have? If such an ability were given to Jaws, it would undoubtedly boost Jaws' diamond defense tremendously. In the anime's Marineford War, Jaws was already able to confront Hawkeye head-on thanks to his glint fruit powers. If Granite Shield and armor enhancement were added to the mix, Jaws' defense could easily increase by at least half again. Moreover, this skill could also enhance Jaws' basic attacks. There was no denying it. Jaws was incredibly lucky to have obtained a devil fruit that matched his abilities so perfectly. Wang Yu also noticed that these skills would automatically level up as his own level increased. In other words, the more times others consumed this fruit, the stronger he himself would become. Wang Yu continued to explore the system functions, feeling more and more astounded. The shop actually offered all sorts of equipment, skill fruits, fertilizers, and weapons for purchase. The basic forge could craft 1 piece of equipment each day. The intermediate forge could create 3 pieces of equipment or 1 weapon daily. The advanced forge had no time limit. It could even forge artifacts, but only once. After producing an artifact, the forge would self-destruct. Even more surprising was the fact that the cost of creating equipment through forging was only half of what it cost to purchase the same item directly from the shop. Wang Yu then carefully studied the differences between equipment, weapons, and artifacts. The materials required went up with each tier, and so did the level of difficulty. Equipment could include items like Thornmail, which boosted physical resistance and reflected physical damage. Liandry's Torment, which increased devil fruit power and inflicted burn effects. Bloodthirster, which improved slash damage and granted lifesteal. And Heart of Steel, which raised maximum health and continuously improved. For example, if Wang Yu forged a set of Thornmail for Jaws, not only would Jaws' defensive ability rise sharply, even more intimidating, opponents would suffer from the reflected damage effect, whether or not Jaws chose to attack proactively. When it came to weapons, the range of choices was even wider. The Sheathless Blade, Trident, Thor's Hammer, Captain America's Shield, and more. Take the Sheathless Blade. Once claimed, not only would you wield a weapon mightier than the finest blade, but you'd also gain all of Yasuo's skills. As for artifacts, their power was overwhelming. The compliant Golden Hooped Rod, the Tri-Point Double-Edged Sword, the Purple Gold Calabash, the Vajra Bracelet, each endowed with game-changing abilities. For this reason, the Advanced Forge was programmed to self-destruct after crafting any one artifact, a system-enforced limit to their power. Right now, Wang Yu's face was filled with excitement. He thought to himself, as long as he could upgrade the forge even once, even if he forged only a single artifact, he'd be able to secure an invincible position in this world with ease. However, as soon as Wang Yu saw the upgrade price for the Advanced Forging Furnace, his excitement quickly faded. The cost was a staggering 100 million system coins. He realized he would have to take things slow after all. In truth, the basic forging furnace was already quite impressive. Even the intermediate furnace would take a hefty 10 million system coins just to unlock. Despite the steep prices, today was still the happiest day since Wang Yu had traveled to this world. The incomplete system that had plagued him for over a decade had finally evolved. With just the fruit trees and the basic forging furnace he currently possessed, cultivating a few powerful subordinates for the upcoming battle would not be difficult. Since Jaws had helped him complete the system upgrade, Wang Yu felt he should reward the man appropriately. With this in mind, he burst out laughing, got to his feet, and prepared to go out and personally supervise Jaws' training. His view on training the crew had taken a complete turn, from initial reluctance to the genuine excitement he felt now. As he pushed open the door to the dormitory, he saw, just as expected, the sturdy and honest giant Jaws. The big man was still running laps indoors at lightning speed, drenched in sweat as per Wang Yu's instructions. A trace of smile appeared on Wang Yu's lips as he waved Jaws over. Seeing the gesture, Jaws hurried over immediately. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're finally awake. I kept running just like you told me, and I even managed to push past my physical limits, Jaws exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. Wang Yu nodded his approval. How's your mastery over your fruit ability coming along? Wang Yu asked with a gentle smile. This question caught Jaws off guard for a moment. He had just spent the hour running as Wang Yu instructed. He hadn't even tried to use his diamond fruit ability yet. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I've just been running for an hour. I'm not sure if there's been any effect yet, Jaws replied, sounding a bit confused. Wang Yu gave a knowing smile, thinking to himself, you already ate the fruit I brought. There's no way you wouldn't feel something. 1 hour is plenty. Listen closely, Jaws. When you use your ability in a moment, try imagining granite, Wang Yu instructed calmly. Jaws looked baffled. Granite? What could that have to do with awakening his fruit ability? Was he about to turn into a walking block of granite? Nevertheless, being the straightforward man he was, Jaws did as Wang Yu said. He activated the power of the devil fruit, and immediately, a layer of diamond-like crystals began to cover his body, spreading from head to toe and leaving only one eye exposed. He looked very much like an armored warrior. As he glanced down at the diamonds enveloping his forearms, Jaws froze in astonishment. What's going on? Why have the diamonds on my body turned dark red? Jaws stared at his arms in disbelief. The crystalline surface was now the color of granite, reflecting a deep crimson glow under the sunlight. I can't believe it. Just by thinking about granite, I actually turned into granite? Jaws exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Yu smiled. This shows you have quite a gift. Keep working hard using the method I taught you. I'm confident you'll become much stronger. While the devil fruit ability had indeed evolved in a new direction, Jaws couldn't shake the feeling that something about it was a little odd. But regardless, any progress was better than being stuck in a rut. But Vice Captain Wang Yu, my devil fruit ability only changed the color. Can that really be considered an improvement? Jaws scratched his head awkwardly. Wang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Jaws seemed entirely unaware of how much stronger he'd become and needed reminding at every turn. At times like this, Wang Yu truly felt like a personal coach, attentive to every detail. From what I've seen, this level of diamond hardness is at least several times greater than the plain, transparent diamond from before. Plus, as long as you don't launch an attack, the granite diamond within you can automatically form a shield of its own. Wang Yu patiently explained everything to Jaws. Once he heard the explanation, Jaws tried to withdraw his devil fruit power and quickly discovered there really was a layer of granite shielding his body now. It was as if an invisible suit of armor had appeared, a protection that filled him with an extra sense of security. It's really here, Vice Captain Wang Yu, Jaws shouted with delight. The best part is this shield doesn't drain any of my devil fruit power. It feels like it's materialized out of thin air. Looking at it that way, my defense has definitely reached a whole new tier. Jaws could barely contain his excitement. He never would have imagined that the bottleneck, which had troubled him for 10 years, could be shattered so effortlessly, simply by jogging in Wang Yu's training ground for an hour. Though his devil fruit had not yet awakened, hope had been rekindled. If he kept pushing the limits of his power, he was sure he'd achieve awakening someday. With that thought, it all felt like a dream. And the reason for all this transformation was none other than the unremarkable yet extraordinary vice captain standing before him. Jaws understood. Without Wang Yu's guidance, relying on his old way of thinking and his former skills, he never would have broken through in developing his devil fruit. Just a few well-placed words had pierced right to the heart of the problem. At this moment, Jaws was utterly convinced that Wang Yu's gift for teaching was unmatched in the entire pirate world, and that he truly deserved the title of strongest teacher. If it weren't for your guidance, I might never have made any progress for the rest of my life, Jaws said, filled with gratitude. Thank you so much, Teacher Wang Yu. Overcome with emotion, he gave Wang Yu a deep bow, expressing his respect and heartfelt thanks in the sincerest way possible. Wang Yu was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had only offered a casual bit of advice, never expecting that Jaws would now see him as a mentor. Yet, since he wasn't planning on letting the rest of the Whitebeard pirates know about his system, Wang Yu simply went along with the role, putting on a facade of profound wisdom as he watched Jaws. Deep inside, he couldn't help but complain to himself that this guy hadn't even noticed that his own strength had grown. He needed Wang Yu to point it out for him. He really was acting as Jaws' personal tutor in every sense. From what I've observed, Wang Yu explained patiently, your new granite diamond is much tougher than your previous clear diamond. And as long as you're not actively fighting, your ability now automatically generates a granite shield around it. After hearing the explanation, Jaws tried suppressing the power of his devil fruit within him. To his surprise, he really did find that a layer of granite armor covered his body. It was as if he'd suddenly donned an impenetrable suit of armor. It's true, Vice Captain Wang Yu, Jaws called out, brimming with excitement. And more importantly, this shield doesn't consume any of my devil fruit's power at all. It's produced automatically. That means my defense has really risen to a whole new level. Jaws' face lit up with exhilaration. The barrier that had hindered him for a decade had been shattered simply by running with Wang Yu in the Forbidden Zone for an hour. It was something he'd never imagined. Though his fruit power was still a step away from full awakening, a new hope was rekindled in Jaws' heart. As long as he kept pushing to develop his devil fruit abilities, he believed he would one day achieve that awakening. The thought that his dream was now within reach made Jaws feel as if he were living in a dream. All of this was proof that Vice Captain Wang Yu was no ordinary man. Without his guidance, with Jaws' temperament, it wouldn't have mattered how hard he trained, even before the Great War at Marineford. His fruit's evolution would have remained stagnant. Wang Yu's few simple words had pointed out the crucial flaw, granting Jaws full understanding of his prediction. Jaws was convinced that Wang Yu's skill as a teacher was unrivaled throughout the pirate world. He could only be described as the greatest instructor. If it weren't for your guidance, Vice Captain Wang Yu, I fear my devil fruit's development would have remained forever at a standstill. Jaws exclaimed, eyes shining with emotion. He bowed deeply to Wang Yu, expressing sincere gratitude and the highest respect. Wang Yu was briefly stunned, then let out another wry smile, marveling at the unexpected consequence of his offhand coaching. He'd been respectfully enshrined as a teacher. Nevertheless, Wang Yu had no intention of letting the rest of the Whitebeard pirates know his true capabilities, so he kept his composure and nodded solemnly. Yes, you have great potential. While I offered you guidance, it's your own effort that made this possible. possible. This achievement is just as much your own, Wang Yu said gently. Hearing these words, Ja's respect for Wang Yu deepened even further. The first mate was not only powerful, but also willing to selflessly guide him, a gesture that moved Ja's profoundly. What mattered most was that first mate Wang Yu had achieved such remarkable feats, credit that should rightfully belong to him alone. Yet he was still willing to share half that honor with others. A man like this was, without doubt, truly worthy of everyone's respect. It seemed that the captain's speculations before meeting Wang Yu in person had been correct. Yet only after seeing him with their own eyes did they realize how laughable their previous arrogance had been. Those who are truly formidable rarely flaunt their strength. Only in meeting them in person does one realize their extraordinary nature. Ja's heart surged with excitement and deep emotion. Let's set all that aside for now. From this moment onward, your ability development should focus on the granite aspect, Wang Yu said. For instance, you can concentrate your granite power into your fists, forming natural gauntlets. I believe with this kind of attack, every single punch will inflict area damage. Ja's committed this advice to memory at once. For him now, every word from Wang Yu was incredibly valuable. Perhaps just a single suggestion could lead him to his next breakthrough. Understood, first mate. Ja's responded earnestly. Remember what I've told you. I've already covered the theory. The rest is up to you to practice. There's really nothing more I can teach you now, Wang Yu said with quiet finality. It was the truth. He truly passed on everything he could to Ja's. Even if he wanted to teach something else, it would just be trivial skills like weeding or catching bugs. Once more, Ja's bowed deeply to first mate Wang Yu, then quietly left the restricted area. After Ja's departed, Wang Yu opened the system's marketplace and found that a set of armor with a thorn's effect shockingly cost over 20,000 coins, an exorbitant price. As he browsed further, however, he discovered an iron ore for just 10,000 coins. With this iron ore, he would be able to forge defensive equipment, including the thorn armor, in the foundry. This would instantly save him over 10,000 coins. With that in mind, Wang Yu made the purchase without hesitation. After all, he had no pressing matters at the moment. Why not spend a day personally crafting a set of thorn armor for Ja's? Thorn armor, plus 350 health, plus 60 armor. Thorn's effect. Whenever you are attacked, the attacker suffers counterattack damage equal to 10 plus 10% bonus armor, and is afflicted with a grievous wound effect, reducing healing by 25%. If this piece of equipment could be combined with Ja's granite abilities, the results would be phenomenal. Once it was forged, the passive skill, Thorns, alone would allow Ja's to easily overpower most of the swordsmen in this world. Just imagine, when a sword master unleashes their full power against Ja's granite body, he remains absolutely unyielding, as solid as a rock, completely unmoved. Even more astonishing, the opponent's attack not only fails to leave a scratch, but is reflected entirely back upon them by Ja's. Such a counterattack would surely drive any swordsman to despair. In truth, once Ja's reached his potential, calling him the Bane of Sword Masters would be no exaggeration. That's why, even though funds were tight at the moment, forging a suit of thorn armor for Ja's was a necessity. With that thought, Wang Yu took up the massive iron hammer he'd once used as a weapon, walked to the forge, lit the fire, and started working the bellows until the flames burned brighter and hotter. Soon, the rhythmic clang of the hammer rang out, echoing through the smithy. We workers have power, hey, Wang Yu sang cheerfully, his spirits high as he worked. Meanwhile, Ja's headed off alone toward the Whitebeard Pirates arena, intent on testing the granite power he'd just mastered. At that moment, he caught sight of Vista, Fasa, and Buffalo Atmos sparring on stage with their swords. Fasa's flaming blade and Atmos's broadsword whirled with fierce momentum, but Vista was clearly a cut above the rest. With his masterful floral swordsmanship, Vista fought two opponents at once and thoroughly kept Fasa and Atmos on the defense. The small fry in the audience cheered and applauded from the stands. Incredible, Captain Vista, your floral sword style is unmatched. You really are Whitebeard's top swordsman. Soaking up the praise, Vista moved gracefully, handily defeating Fasa and Atmos with you still have a long way to go with your swordsmanship. You'll need a lot more practice, Vista said lightheartedly. Though Fasa and Atmos were reluctant to admit it, they both knew that even together they were no match for Vista. Seeing how pleased Vista was with himself, they could only resent inwardly that their own skills weren't enough. Noticing the two fall silent, Vista grew even more smug. All of this happened just as Ja's walked in and caught the scene. Vista, what are you so pleased with over there? If you're so confident, why don't you come and challenge me? Ja's called out with a smile. Fresh off his breakthrough with Wang Yu's help, Ja's was eager for a chance to show off his new Devil Fruit mastery. In fact, the two of them had faced off before, and their skills were usually evenly matched, always too close to call a win. But neither man was willing to concede defeat. At heart, each wanted to prove they were the true champ. Now, upon hearing Ja's taunt, Vista was instantly enraged. Ja's, just you wait. This time, I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his weapon, ready to challenge Ja's then and there. But Ja's only responded with a faint smile. No need to rush, no need to rush. You just went through a battle. If I were to defeat you now, it would hardly be fair. Take half an hour to rest, regain your strength, and then we'll do this properly. I want to beat you fair and square. Ja's replied with confidence, an unmistakable look of certainty on his face. Vista grew even more dissatisfied after hearing this. He felt Ja's was looking down on him. No matter how much Vista insisted, Ja's stood firm, refusing to fight immediately. After all, this was perhaps his rare chance to win against Vista. If others thought his victory was undeserved, he certainly wouldn't be happy about that. So, before they knew it, the half hour slipped by, and Ja's finally agreed to the match. Ja's, do you think you're unstoppable now? You even made me rest half an hour. This time, we're settling this once and for all. With anger burning in his eyes, Vista leapt onto the dueling stage, urging Ja's to begin. Despite Vista's aggressive stance, Ja's remained unflustered. He grinned and said, Vista, aren't you a little too confident in your own abilities? If I couldn't guarantee a win against you before, don't forget, earlier today, I had some special training with Vice Captain Wang. Beating Defeating you now is no longer a problem, Jaws declared, brimming with self-assurance. Of course, Vista was well aware of this, but he simply didn't believe that a mere half-day of special training could give Jaws the edge to surpass him. Vice Captain Wang Yu is indeed formidable, but I doubt even he could turn you into someone who can beat me after just half a day. With your talent, I bet you gave him quite a headache, didn't you? Vista teased, poking fun at Jaws on purpose. Jaws bristled at this. Vista, are you looking down on me? Today I'll show you whether Vice Captain Wang Yu really taught me any true skills. With those words, Jaws took out a rope he'd prepared in advance from his belt and handed it to Atmos and the others standing nearby. Tie up my right arm. I want to defeat Vista with just one hand, Jaws declared with determination. Atmos and Fasa were dumbstruck for a moment. Jaws, are you sure you want to fight Vista with your arm tied up? They asked hesitantly, their faces full of astonishment. They had watched Jaws and Vista duel many times before, and every bout had always ended in a draw. Now, seeing Jaws declare that he'd take on Vista using only one arm left Atmos, and the others both baffled and intrigued. As a result, they decided to confirm Jaws' intentions once more, asking him if he truly had no regrets. Of course not. Stop wasting time. Just watch how I take down Vista with one arm. Jaws pressed them impatiently. Hearing this, and seeing how determined Jaws was, the others no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, they could only shake their heads in resignation and helped him bind one of his arms. Nearby, a group of young pirates noticed the commotion and were quickly drawn in, chattering excitedly about the upcoming showdown. This is wild. Captain Jaws is actually going to fight Vista with just one arm? Isn't he just asking for trouble? What do you think? Could it be that Jaws actually learned some secret technique from Vice Captain Wang Yu? No way. I'd bet 100,000 berries that there's no way Vice Captain Wang Yu could have taught Jaws anything new in such a short time. Jaws is totally bluffing. The pirates around the duel circle buzzed with heated arguments, each voicing their own theories about the battle to come. With his arm tightly bound, Jaws strode confidently onto the dueling field, pointed his remaining free hand at Vista, and flashed a self-assured smile. Come on, Vista, Jaws called out in a steady, unwavering voice. Vista's expression twitched ever so slightly at Jaws' provocation. Jaws, you brought this on yourself. Don't forget to have some medicine ready in case you get hurt. Vista retorted, his voice tinged with anger. Their strength had always been evenly matched, and now Jaws dared to challenge him single-handedly, which Vista took as a slight. Resolved to teach Jaws a lesson with his swordsmanship, he swore to make sure Jaws would never look down on anyone again. Without another word, Vista gripped his sword with both hands and launched into the attack. His body blurred into motion, dashing forward with uncanny speed, almost as if he vanished and reappeared like a streak of light. He closed the distance between them in a flash. Flower sword, falling petal slash. His blade was drawn and swung in one seamless, fluid motion. A razor-sharp crescent of sword energy shot out, hurtling toward Jaws. Yet, faced with Vista's assault, Jaws remained remarkably calm. He stood his ground, adopting no stance of defense, not even channeling the power of armament hockey. Seeing Jaws so nonchalant, Vista's own nerves tightened. After all, they sailed the same ship, and while they often bickered, their bond ran deep beneath the surface. Jaws had irritated him beyond measure just moments ago, and Vista's impulse now was to give him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget, but he never truly intended to harm Jaws. As the slash hurtled closer and closer, and Jaws still refused to budge, Vista grew increasingly anxious. Oh no, has Jozu always relied on his right hand to block sword strikes? Now that his right hand is restrained, he's not used to it, and in that moment of hesitation, he even forgot to defend with his left. No, it's more than just forgetting to use his left hand. He didn't activate armament hockey at all, nor did he show any sign of using his diamond fruit ability. Vista had fought side by side with Jozu countless times, and he knew exactly what Jozu was capable of, as long as Jozu activated his diamond defense and combined it with armament hockey, even if he had to face a swordsman of Mihawk's caliber. Crossing his arms would be enough to withstand the blow. That's exactly why Vista dared to strike at Jozu with everything he had. But nothing could have prepared him for what he saw, Jozu standing still, utterly unguarded. If Jozu took a direct hit like this, without his diamond power or hockey, relying only on his bare body to meet Vista's full force, his chest would surely be left with a deep, gruesome scar. Jozu, don't just stand there. Defend yourself, Vista shouted urgently. But there was no time to pull back. After all, he'd been truly provoked by Jozu just now, and had put all his might into this swing. Stopping now was no longer an option. Nearby, Atmos and the other crew members watched Jozu anxiously, suspicion written all over their faces. What on earth had happened to Jozu? Why was he suddenly frozen in place, as if he'd lost all his battle instincts? Was his mind wandering in the middle of a fight? No one could have expected this. Just when everyone thought Jozu would suffer a disastrous blow, the next instant, a tremendous clang echoed through the air. Vista's sword strike stopped dead, less than a centimeter from Jozu's chest, unable to close the final gap. Sparks flew, making it perfectly clear Vista's attack had collided with some invisible wall of iron. The entire audience erupted into stunned commotion. Vista stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his mouth hanging slightly open. No way. How is this possible? He murmured in shock. He'd given everything he had just now, even activating observation hockey. He was certain Jozu hadn't used armament hockey, nor had he unleashed his diamond ability. By all rights, Jozu should have taken this lethal blow head-on. Yet the feedback that reverberated through Vista's blade told him the opposite. He had struck something absolutely unbreakable. In that moment, Vista found himself deeply confused. Aside from devil fruits and hockey, could there really be some other mysterious power in this world? Beside him, Atmos, Fasa, and the others tensed up, swallowing hard. Disbelief etched across every face. In their eyes, Jozu had actually stopped Vista's attack head-on, relying solely on his own body. Vista was shocked, but they were even more astonished. How is that possible? Jozu didn't move at all, and he didn't use any armament hockey, yet he somehow blocked block the strike with just his body? Water Buffalo Atmos stared wide-eyed, disbelief written all over his face. But there were clearly sparks just now. It didn't look like he blocked it with his bare flesh. Could Jozu really have trained his body to be that invulnerable? Fasa looked completely puzzled. All around them, the pirates stood frozen in shock, as if they'd turned to stone. Even the division captains couldn't make sense of it. So how could these ordinary crew members hope to understand? Meanwhile, one pirate who had bet 100,000 berries that Jozu would lose war in a especially conflicted expression. A sinking feeling crept into his heart. He suspected those 100,000 berries were as good as gone. On the battlefield, feeling all those astonished gazes, Jozu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha! Vice Captain Wong, you really didn't lie to me. This granite shield works like a dream. Vista, let's keep going. Jozu shouted, excitement in his voice. Vista was a little taken aback, curiosity flashing through his mind. What's this about a granite shield? But before he could ask more, Jozu revealed his new ability. Suddenly, a dark red armor manifested around Jozu, encasing his entire body. The armor glinted with a deep red sheen under the sunlight, looking utterly indestructible. All those pirates who had just been stunned by Jozu's mysterious defense now unconsciously shifted their gazes to him again. What kind of power is this? Did Captain Jozu really awaken his devil fruit under Vice Captain Wong Yu's special training? But that doesn't look like an awakening. If it were, anything he touched should turn into diamond. This seems more like some sort of mutation in his devil fruit ability. Mutation? A wave of confusion washed over the shocked crowd. Inside the dueling arena, Jozu, now fully transformed, grinned at the still stunned Vista. Vista, my brother, now the real fight begins. Jozu called out, brimming with energy. The corner of Vista's mouth twitched. He could only smile wryly in his mind. Was that earlier slash not even a warm-up for Jozu? Jozu gave him no time to think as he swung a heavy fist straight at Vista. Boom! Vista instantly drew both his swords, infusing them with armament haki, and managed to block the tremendous punch. The force of it rattled him, making him stumble back 2 whole steps. Relying on the momentum from Jozu's charge, Vista pushed off the ground and once again leapt into the air. His figure twisted nimbly against the sky, and the rapier in his hand shimmered with a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. In the next instant, Vista's sword traced a series of strange arcs in the air. Those watching the fight, Atmos and the others, showed clear surprise on their faces. Vista's going to unleash his ultimate move. Atmos cried out, his voice trembling with excitement. This is the first time I've seen Vista going all out in the dueling arena. Did Jozu really force him this far? Fasa narrowed his eyes as he spoke. The other pirates watched the battle with rapt attention. It had been a long time since the arena had seen such an intense clash. Roaring Rose Waltz. Brother Jozu, you'd better be careful. Vista shouted the warning from Adair, from the faint smile that curled at the corner of Vista's mouth. It was clear he was fully confident in this technique, so much so that he could afford to call out a warning. As his dual swords swept through the air, a storm of crimson rose petals drifted down from above. Anyone might have mistaken these for simple flower petals, but that would have been a grave error. This was the ultimate secret of the flower sword art, hiding razor-sharp strikes among the graceful petals, making it impossible for the enemy to dodge beneath the rain of flowers. It was swordsmanship of the highest order. At Vista's warning, Jozu showed no concern. Instead, excitement lit up his face. A bold thought flashed through his mind. What if he didn't use his haki for defense and relied solely on his devil fruit powers? Could he block Vista's ultimate technique? Jozu was never one to hesitate. He acted on his thought at once, withdrawing his haki and sheathing himself from head to toe in a shell of dark red granite diamond. A shower of slashing strikes erupted from within the falling rose petals, hammering down upon the armor, encasing Jozu's body. Some of the aftershocks struck the dueling arena's floor, shattering the hard marble into rubble and leaving earth exposed amidst clouds of dust. Jozu was elated. Despite the terrifying power of the onslaught, when the strikes landed on his granite diamonds, they did nothing but resound sharply, leaving his true body unharmed. He flashed a wide grin, his teeth gleaming. Ha! Vice Captain Wong, you wasn't lying. My defense really has leapt to another level. To think I can withstand Vista's ultimate move without even using haki. Does that mean I could even take down Hawkeye? Jozu said, barely able to contain his excitement. Jaws' face was alight with excitement. While up in the sky, Vista looked thoroughly dejected. The words Jaws had just spoken rang clearly in Vista's ears, stoking his frustration even further. What stung the most was Jaws' clear refusal to even bother using armament haki to face Vista's most powerful strike. Did Jaws truly believe he deserved so little respect? Was his ultimate move nothing more than a convenient test for Jaws' defense? Thinking back, he even found himself, just moments ago, giving Jaws a friendly warning in midair to watch out for the attack, only for Jaws to withstand everything without once relying on haki. Now, his face burned with embarrassment. The awkwardness was unbearable. On the sidelines, Atmos and Fasa could only look on in shock. So this is the strength Jaws gained after his devil fruit powers mutated? It's really unbelievable. Vista's final move is so strong, yet Jaws took it head on without even a hint of armament haki. Eyes wide, Atmos spoke in disbelief. He had always recognized Vista's power. After all, Vista alone could suppress both him and Fasa at the same time. Yet now, with Vista's ultimate strike so effortlessly repelled, even he was left stunned. If it were the two of us facing Jaws, I doubt we'd even have a chance to hurt him. Fasa could hardly conceal his astonishment. Atmos replied with a bitter smile. Hurt him? That's just wishful thinking. It's not just us. Even if every swordsman and the Whitebeard pirates joined forces, I doubt we could break through the defense Jaws has now. Atmos swallowed hard and spoke with resigned amazement. At that moment, Vista finally found his voice. Jaws, I'll admit your defense has improved dramatically, but defense alone, without enough offensive power, still won't be enough to defeat. Let's call this match a draw. Looking at how how even his strongest move failed to breach Jaws' guard. Vista thought for a moment, then chose to propose a tie. But Jaws, not content with leaving his new ability unexplored, had no intention of letting Vista off so easily. No way, Vista. After waiting this long for a real bout with you, do you really think I'd just let you go? Besides, after all these years trading blows in this arena, I think it's finally time we settled who's truly stronger. Vista could only sigh inwardly at this, thinking, this guy really won't rest until he's beaten me? Am I really going to lose this time? Before Vista could respond, Jaws was already surging forward, launching himself with explosive force off the ground, hurtling straight at Vista with all his momentum. Jaws recalled what Vice Captain Wang Yu once told him. If he could channel both his armament haki and the power of Granite Diamond into his hands, the effect would be like equipping himself with a pair of indestructible, gigantic magma gauntlets. With a sudden burst of force, he swung both fists, smashing them straight towards Vista. Vista hurriedly crossed both his weapons in front of his chest to defend himself. Jaws' first punch came crashing down. Fist collided with blade. A deafening explosion erupted. Brilliant sparks burst and scattered in every direction. Before Jaws' overwhelming strength, Vista could barely hold onto his twin swords, which were jolted apart by the impact, forcing him to take a step back. That single blow left Vista utterly shocked. Not only was Jaws' defense astounding, his attacks had become monstrously powerful as well. Before Vista could catch his breath, Jaws' second punch was already on its way. Vista's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is Jaws really trying to smash me into the ground? With no other choice, he poured all his armament haki into his chest and braced himself to take the hit head on. The blow sent Vista flying right out of the arena. Atmos and Fasa, standing by the sidelines, rushed forward to catch him, but the tremendous force knocked all three of them down in a heap. Even Jaws hadn't anticipated just how terrifying his strength would become with the granite gauntlets. Alarmed, he hurried off the field to check on Vista. Vista, are you alright? Jaws asked anxiously. Vista shot him an exasperated glare. Good thing I used all my haki to guard myself. If I hadn't, your punch would have left me coughing up blood. Jaws, what the heck were you thinking? What even was that move? It felt like being hit by a mountain. Vista grumbled, still frustrated. Seeing that Vista was unharmed, Jaws finally let out a sigh of relief, and his tense expression softened. This move was taught to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu. If you concentrate the power of granite in both hands, you end up with granite gauntlets, and their explosive force is off the charts. Jaws explained, excitement shining in his eyes. Jaws was overflowing with enthusiasm, but the other crew members looked utterly baffled. Jaws, what exactly do you mean by the power of granite? Atmos asked, full of confusion. Jaws was suddenly a loss for words. Truth be told, even he didn't fully grasp what the power of granite really meant. He'd simply followed Vice Captain Wang Yu's instructions to achieve this special ability. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I can't quite explain it either. Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me all this. According to him, the power of granite is a type of awakening for my devil fruit. Jaws answered with honest simplicity. Wait a second. Vista suddenly became aware of some new issues. You're telling me that Vice Captain Wang Yu only spent half a day teaching you, and that's how you mastered all those moves you just used against me? Vista's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned. Jaws retained his characteristic, honest expression. Yeah, that's right. What else could it be? And Vice Captain said he want me to go see him again after lunch this afternoon. He's planning to give me a gift. Jaws added earnestly. At Jaws' words, all three squad captains swallowed hard. They knew very well that in less than half a day, Jaws' combat strength had improved dramatically, and there would be more special training this afternoon. At this rate, in just a few more days, Jaws' abilities could leap to a whole new level, perhaps even break through former limits. Vista's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If even someone like Jaws could improve so much, then perhaps with guidance from the Vice Captain, his own dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman might no longer be out of reach. That's fantastic. With Vice Captain Wang Yu's help, maybe our Whitebeard pirates won't lose in the coming Great War against the Navy. Atmos exclaimed, his voice full of excitement. We should spread this good news to the other captains right away. Everyone's been on edge lately because of the upcoming battle. This will definitely lift everyone's spirits, Vista suggested with a laugh. Soon after, everyone started to go their separate ways, but Vista quietly trailed after Jaws. Brother Jaws, lunch is on me this afternoon. Do you think you could take me along to have a look at the restricted zone? Vista said with a cheerful grin, offering Jaws a bottle of premium prong wine. Well, Jaws hesitated for a moment. I can bring you to the edge of the restricted forest, but you'll have to talk to Vice Captain Wang Yu and get his permission to actually enter. Despite wanting the fine wine, Jaws understood all too well that it wouldn't be worth angering the Vice Captain and losing his guidance over a single bottle. Vista pondered for a moment and then nodded. No problem. Just bring me to the outside. That's all I need. Meanwhile, inside the restricted zone, Wang Yu was forging weapons with a large iron hammer when a system notification suddenly chimed in his ear. A clear tone resounded. Detected. Host-bound character Jaws has defeated Vista. Reward. 1 golden tenfold draw. A golden tenfold draw? Wang Yu's interest was piqued immediately. He hadn't expected that simply binding himself to someone who had eaten a devil fruit and then winning battles would bring him such rewards. This was very intriguing. If the rewards were substantial enough, then once his bound characters went out to fight, wouldn't he be able to earn a variety of prizes every single day? Wang Yu, who had been worrying about his dwindling mall credits, now found hope rekindling in his heart. Next, he was eager to see just what kinds of rewards this golden tin draw might yield. System, initiate the golden tin draw, he commanded decisively. A crisp alert echoed in response. Golden tin draw initiated. Congratulations, host. You have received 200 points of Conqueror's Aura. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points of Armament Aura. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points of Observation Aura. Congratulations, host. You have received a bundle of medium-grade fertilizer. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 pieces of high-quality Iron Ore. door. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10,000 mall credits. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 10,000 mall credits. Unfortunately, this draw is a miss. No prize. No prize. Wang Yu checked the description and confirmed that the golden 10 draw did indeed carry a chance of yielding no prize. However, once he advanced to the diamond or crown 10 draws, the probability of landing a prize would increase dramatically. Even though a few draws had come up empty, overall, the rewards were more than enticing. The points for Conqueror's Aura were especially valuable. In the past, he would have had to spend months laboriously cultivating trees just to accumulate that many points. Now, with just a character binding and a single battle, the system's rewards multiplied several times over. Had he known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have struggled so desperately with the skill tree in the beginning. Maybe on his very first day in this world, he should have thrown a fruit feast for Whitebeard. Now, thinking back to the thousands of fruits he consumed before the system upgrade, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Still, luck had brought Jaws the crucial fruit. If it hadn't, Wang Yu might not have survived the legendary summit war at all. Scrolling further, he spotted the bundle of medium-grade fertilizer. Using it would help skill fruit trees bear mature fruit at a faster pace. And considering a bag like this cost 20,000 mall credits at the shop, it was certainly not cheap. The two high-quality iron ores, essential materials for crafting equipment and weapons, would save him a fortune in forging costs. And with the system dropping 30,000 mall credits right into his account, this luck streak was an absolute windfall. With newfound determination, Wang Yu set himself a small goal to bind 10 characters to the system. By doing so, his future rewards would skyrocket, bringing even greater harvests. So long as he kept at it, upgrading the forging furnace was just on the horizon. Riding this wave of excitement, Wang Yu immediately used the bundle of medium-grade fertilizer. Just as he'd hoped, under its effect, the two immature skill fruits on the tree began ripening right before his eyes at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this, Wang Yu was filled with delight. There was no doubt a bag that could fetch 20,000 mall credits truly delivered extraordinary results. In excellent spirits, Wang Yu busied himself repairing his weapons, while pondering seriously about the path ahead. Once, out of fear for danger, he had hidden himself in the Forbidden Zone for 10 years, too afraid to set foot beyond its borders. But now, he had resolved that his future lay across the open seas. He was determined to become the most powerful figure throughout the entire pirate world. In fact, it might not even be necessary for him to take action himself. With these disciples now bound to him, they alone could stir up chaos across the whole ocean. Pleased with the spoils gained from his 10 rounds of golden draws, Wang Yu picked up his hammer again and threw himself wholeheartedly into a new round of forging. After lunch, Vista and Jozu arrived punctually at the door of Vice Captain Wang Yu's quarters. Ding dong. The bell at the entrance to the Forbidden Zone rang out. Instantly, the surveillance Den Mushi displayed the images of Jozu and Vista on its screen. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I brought this especially for you, a bottle of the finest wine from Dressrosa. May I come in and personally present this gift to you? Vista removed his top hat, bowing low before Wang Yu, his tone infused with humility and deep respect. In Vista's mind, people of Wang Yu's stature generally preferred not to be disturbed. He worried that Wang Yu would simply turn them away at the door. Moreover, since Vice Captain Wang Yu had previously insisted on instructing each person individually, bursting in unannounced seemed all the more inappropriate. This made Vista feel especially tense at that moment. In truth, Vista's worries were completely unfounded. The so-called secret technique lessons were simply a fiction Wang Yu had invented on the spot after his disciples consumed their devil fruits. As for insisting that they enter one at a time, at the time, Wang Yu hadn't actually been able to boost these captains' combat powers. But with the system now upgraded, those restrictions had vanished. Having more than one visitor at once was no issue. Besides, Wang Yu was genuinely eager to taste Dressrosa's famous wine. He recalled that, in the animation, even Doflamingo had greatly enjoyed this drink. Come in, Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Vista hadn't expected Wang Yu to be so easygoing, and his surprise quickly turned to delight. In his imagination, someone as powerful as Wang Yu would be highly unapproachable. Yet here was a man both warm and welcoming. Together with Jozu, he stepped into the Forbidden Zone, just as Jozu had on his first visit. Vista was filled with curiosity about everything within. Perfect timing, Jozu, said Wang Yu evenly. Your gift is already prepared and waiting for you. Jozu could barely contain his excitement at these words. Really, Vice Captain Wang Yu? That's wonderful news. Though Jozu had no idea what kind of gift Wang Yu had prepared, he was certain it had something to do with enhancing his combat abilities, and from the looks of it, the results would be impressive. The thought alone was enough to bring a flush of excitement to Jozu's cheeks. Nearby, Vista watched with eager curiosity. Since Wang Yu hadn't told him to leave, he decided he might as well stay put, at least until Wang Yu personally kicked him out. It's absolutely real. Come on, Jozu. Wang Yu called out. Fire up the forge. Let's get started. Jozu replied, unable to hide his anticipation. And so, Wang Yu led the two men to a forge not far away. The outside of the furnace seemed rather crude and ordinary, but as they drew near, the air grew suddenly, noticeably hotter. The temperature around the forge had climbed by more than 10 degrees, an unmistakable sign that this was no ordinary piece of equipment. Once the flames were extinguished, Wang Yu retrieved a suit of armor from the heart of the furnace. Glowing a fierce, molten red, the armor was swiftly plunged into a vat of cold water, sending up great clouds of steam as the metal sizzled and cooled. Only when the temperature of the armor had returned to normal did Wang Yu finally lift it out. This is something I made for you with my own hands, Jozu, a steel battle vest. Try it on, Wang Yu said in a low, deliberate tone. A steel battle vest? And it's covered with spikes? Is he really expecting me to wear this thing? Jozu looked at the spiked steel vest, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. He had expected Vice Captain Wang Yu's gift to be a rare treasure, something that would dramatically boost his strength in a fight. Instead, it seemed he was being presented presented with this heavy, cumbersome suit of iron. In this world, it had to be said, even on the Grand Line, let alone among the top powerhouses of the New World, any run-of-the-mill pirate with a few million berries on his head could smash steel to pieces with ease. To Jozu, this vest felt all but useless. The only function it might serve was the quirky, hedgehog-like protrusions on its surface. Maybe, just maybe, they'd give his diamond-hard body a bit of scratch during battle, if he was lucky. Vista, standing to the side, could barely contain his laughter when he saw what happened. Jozu, brother, why are you still standing there in a daze? Hurry up and put it on. This is a special gift for you from Vice Captain Wang Yu. Slip this on, and you'll look incredibly cool in battle from now on, Vista said gleefully, relishing the moment. Jozu shot Vista a glare, but still quietly accepted the little steel vest that Wang Yu handed him. There was no way he dared let it show if he didn't like the gift from the vice captain. Some things, after all, just had to be endured. So Jozu forced a smile that looked more like he was about to burst into tears, holding the armored vest in his hands as he mourned silently inside. But just as Jozu was swallowed by his gloom, something miraculous happened. The steel vest, the moment it touched him, slipped onto his body all on its own, then instantly vanished, merging seamlessly with his skin as if it had never existed. What the? Gone? Jozu and Vista both almost cried out in shock at the exact same moment. The next instant, a mysterious power began to flow ceaselessly through Jozu's veins and arteries. He clenched his fists and was overwhelmed by a powerful sensation. His granite strength had grown even more formidable. And there was something else as well, a brand new ability awakening within him. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what is this thing? How can it be so unbelievable? My granite power feels stronger than ever, Jozu exclaimed, unable to hide both his astonishment and excitement. Vista, eyes fixed on the spot where the vest had disappeared, wore an exaggerated look of shock. Over the years, he'd seen his fair share of incredible weapons, even wielded some supreme-grade swords himself. But a weapon that just vanished into thin air? That was a first. Yeah, Vice Captain, what's this weapon really? It seems seriously impressive. All the teasing he'd aimed at Jozu for receiving that spiked vest had completely vanished now. This, Wang Yu replied calmly, is called the Thorned Carapace. It not only gives the wearer a massive boost to their defense against physical attacks, but it's also got a critical extra ability. Jozu and Vista hung on every word, swallowing hard like eager schoolboys, their minds reeling with excitement. An ability? This was the first time they'd ever heard of a weapon possessing a special ability. Even their old man supreme grade sword, Cloud Cutter, was famous only for its sheer toughness. As for this special ability, Wang Yu explained, keeping his tone simple for them, if anyone tries to hit you with a physical strike, the attack will bounce back onto them. Not only will they be injured, but the wounds won't heal easily either. With that, Wang Yu finished his introduction of the Thorn Carapace, leaving Jozu and Vista completely awestruck. Jaz and Vista finally understood. When someone strikes him, regardless of whether he's hurt or not, the attacker will suffer a counterattack in return, and on top of that, their wounds will heal much more slowly. Vista was well aware of Jaz's defensive abilities. Now, if they're up against a group of swordmasters, does this mean that with every slash they land on Jaz, even if he stands perfectly still, the attack will bounce back and injure them instead? The sheer power of this ability made Vista green with envy. If Jaz ever challenged him to spar again, never mind asking for a handicap. With this, even if Jaz gave him both hands for free, Vista would never agree to fight. The mere thought of attacking an unmoving opponent, only to end up dying from the backlash of his own sword, was enough to make anyone feel wretched. Was Vice Captain Wang Yu even human? To have the skill to forge such a divine artifact? No wonder even someone like Jaz could be hammered into such a powerhouse now. Jaz's face was lit with excitement after hearing about this new ability. Before, he'd even looked down a little on the grand gift Vice Captain Wang Yu had given him. Thinking back now, he realized just how short-sighted he'd been. Faced with such an incredible present, how could he have been so blind to its value? Vice Captain Wang Yu, thank you so much. I had no idea you were a master craftsman as well, Jaz said, overflowing with gratitude. With this new vest and the power of granite you've taught me, I'm feeling absolutely confident that I can crush Vista. While sitting down, he added triumphantly. Hearing this, Vista was left fuming on the sidelines, quietly weeping inside. Still, he was deeply curious about Wang Yu's ability to create such miraculous gear. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're so young. How on earth can you forge such fearsome artifacts? May I ask, are you from some renowned blacksmithing clan? Now, all Vista could do was guess. Maybe Wang Yu belonged to a legendary smithing family and had somehow inherited an ancient forging art, enabling him to craft weapons on par with the supreme grade blades. A smithing family? I made it myself. Really, it's not that hard, Wang Yu replied nonchalantly. He hadn't expected there to be legendary blacksmithing clans in the pirate world. But then again, that would make sense. After all, without a lifetime steeped in the craft, how else could anyone forge something as mighty as a supreme greatsword? Wang Yu's casual response left both Vista and Jaws momentarily stunned, frozen in disbelief. The vice captain just said, "It's not that hard." It had always been understood that, as far as they knew, no swordsmith alive could create a supreme grade blade anymore. Yet here was Wang Yu, unaffiliated with any smithing dynasty, relying solely on his own talent, who had managed to craft a weapon of supreme quality. There was no doubt now about the extraordinary strength of Vice Captain Wang Yu's forging talent. Deputy Captain Wang Yu was probably already at the pinnacle of the world's forging scene, miles ahead of the runner-up. Ha ha ha, with your skills, even those old masters from centuries ago would hardly measure up. Yet, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, you say it's not even that hard. If the 12 legendary swordsmiths who forged the supreme great blade heard this, I bet they'd be so furious they'd climb out of their graves. Jaws laughed, his voice brimming with excitement. A faint smile played at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. Wasn't this just comparing the world's forging standards to his own system? How could they possibly compete? But let's set that aside for now. Jaws, I've given you the gifts, but now I need you to take care of something for me, Wang Yu said, his tone suddenly solemn. The moment Jaws realized there was a task, his face turned serious at once. Deputy Captain, just say the word. Even if it means charging through fire or braving blades, I, Jaws, won't hesitate, he declared, pounding his shoulder with enthusiasm. Wang Yu smiled inwardly. Truth be told, it wasn't an urgent mission. More like, now that Jaws was bound to him, he was, in a way, Wang Yu's own laborer. And as the boss, if Jaws went a whole day without earning him some rewards, Wang Yu felt downright uncomfortable. So Wang Yu resolved to get Jaws fighting, but this time, he wouldn't have Jaws sparring with someone like Vista anymore. At Vista's level, the best reward he could hope for was a golden 10-pull. No, what Wang Yu wanted now were diamond 10-pulls, maybe even the rare crown tier ones. And after thinking it over, there was only one man who'd make the perfect experienced dummy for Jaws. I've heard some of the Shichibukai are thinking about teaming up with the Navy against us. I wanted to go teach that Mihawk a lesson. Let him know, if he dares back the Navy against us, he won't get off easy. Wang Yu said, a hint of a grin tugging at his lips as he spoke. At these words, Vista's eyes widened in shock, his expression twisted in disbelief. Mihawk of the Shichibukai, the world's greatest swordsman, and the deputy captain was sending Jaws to deal with him? If Jaws managed to defeat Mihawk, wouldn't he instantly become top tier? But then again, considering Jaws' strength, maybe, just maybe, he really could pull it off. Vista hadn't expected that the rival he'd dreamed of surpassing all his life, his lifelong ambition, would now be eclipsed by their own ship's silly brute, Jaws. Vista could only stew in his silent frustration. Jaws, for his part, was momentarily stunned to hear Mihawk's name, but in the end, he nodded resolutely. Don't worry, Deputy Captain. Whoever you want to take down, I'll take down. And I, Jaws, might just surprise you, he said, nodding with confidence. Wang Yu just rolled his eyes at him. I can't say I'm satisfied with that answer of yours. You're my own hand-trained swordsman slayer, Jaws. If you can't even defeat the world's #1 swordsman, you'll really make me lose face, Wang Yu said with clear disdain. During this exchange, Jaws and Vista for a moment thought they might have misheard. Maybe their ears were playing tricks on them. Everyone else takes pride in simply crossing swords with Dracula Mihawk and surviving the encounter. That alone is a badge of honor. But over here with Wang Yu, unbelievable. Not being able to beat the world's greatest swordsman is, in the eyes of Vice Captain Wang Yu, something shameful. It wasn't until Jaws and Vista exchanged astonished glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes that they realized they had heard him correctly. Seeing their expressions, Wang Yu just chuckled softly. You're the swordsman slayer I've trained, he said. From now on, just focus on taking on all the swordsmen in this world one by one. That's your goal. Don't worry, Jaws. Right now I'll teach you another move. I know you won't let me down. Wang Yu clapped Jaws on the shoulder as he spoke. The moment Jaws heard that Vice Captain Wang Yu was personally going to teach him another technique, he was overjoyed. Even if he couldn't defeat all the swordsmen in the world, the Vice Captain's guidance was sure to take his strength to a whole new level. That's incredible, Vice Captain Wang Yu, Jaws exclaimed excitedly. Vista, too, snapped out of shock at Wang Yu's bold declaration. Realizing this was a rare chance to witness Wang Yu mentor Jaws, he was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Right then, Wang Yu plucked a fruit from a tree and handed it to Jaws. Don't be so tense. Have a fruit to calm your nerves first. Relax, take it easy. We'll get right to the point in a moment, Wang Yu said, his lips curving into a faint, relaxed smile. Only then did Jaws realize how worked up he'd gotten. A sheen of sweat covered his forehead. Embarrassed, he quickly wiped it away, took the fruit from Wang Yu, and gulped it down in one bite. This experience felt much the same as last time. The fruit was as tough to chew as stone, but rough and tumbled jaws managed to swallow it all in the end. Once he had eaten it, his nerves seemed to melt away, just as expected. Right on cue, Wang Yu heard the familiar chime of his system. Ding! Detected. Jaws has consumed the Earthshaker skill fruit. Host synchronously acquires advanced skill. Earthshaker skill fruit. Slam the ground. Dealing 60/95/130/165/200 plus 0.4 armor, plus 0.6 demon might. Magic damage to all nearby enemies and reducing their attack speed by 30/35/40/45/50% for 3 seconds. Increasing armor boosts this skill's damage. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9,161 points. Armament Haki, 8,011 points. Observation Haki, 8,140 points. Swordsmanship, 0. Skills, Granite Shield, Passive, Thunderous Slam, Level 2, Earthquake Tremor, Level 2. Items, 2 pieces of high-grade iron ore. Gold coins, 120,000. Devil Fruit, none. Forge, Basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, none. Legendary artifacts, none. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. He had to admit, Jaws was truly lucky. He'd just acquired another skill that seemed tailor-made to countersword masters. Now, with his reflective armor equipped and the passive effects of Thunderous Slam, Jaws' armor had nearly doubled since the last time he was coached, boasting a robust 300 points. With these armor-boosting skills, Jaws' combat strength had effectively doubled, and now, he'd even gained a powerful ability that not only dealt area damage, but also slowed his enemy's attack speed. There was no doubt, this time, they were more than ready for Hawkeye. With that thought, Wang Yu began to coach Jaws in earnest. Jaws, when you're fighting in close quarters, try using your granite fist to smash the ground. Not only will you damage your enemies with the blow itself, but the shockwaves from your strike will send tremors through the earth, disrupting their reflexes and slowing their attack speed. Wang Yu intoned solemnly, his face full of conviction. Standing nearby, Vista was utterly baffled. What on earth was all this? Smashing the ground and hurting the enemy with tremors that he could almost believe, but interfering with someone's nervous system and slowing their attack speed? He wasn't sure he followed that part. After all, it was just pounding the earth with brute force. It wasn't like Jaws had some special devil fruit power. How could he possibly slow down an opponent just by doing that? Jaws wasn't a fool. There was no way he'd buy into this nonsense. At least, that's what Vista thought, until the next moment, when Jaws' actions instantly proved him wrong. Jaws slapped his forehead with gusto, as if struck by sudden enlightenment. So that's how it works, Vice Captain Wang Yu. I get it. I finally understand. Vista felt his worldview crumble. Was this some kind of joke? It was clearly a load of nonsense. Yet here was Jaws, claiming to have had a revelation. Was Jaws just incredibly gullible? Or was Vista himself simply lacking in perception? But soon enough, Vista found his answer. Wang Yu pointed straight at him. Hawkeye Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman. Before you face him in battle, you really need to master this earthquake tremor move I just taught you, Wang Yu declared with a smile. Why don't you try it out on Vista first? Vista agreed on the spot. He was more than happy to see whether Jaws could ever master this earthquake tremor technique. Something so unfounded, he'd never believe it even if his life depended on it. All right, Vista, will be your first challenger. Haha, Vista, you'd better watch out, Jozu said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jozu sprang forward with explosive force, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. In a flash, he barreled down toward Vista with tremendous weight and power. Standing on the ground, Vista looked up to see the massive, looming shadow of Jozu descending from the sky, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. The vice captain, Wang Yu, did tell you to slam the ground and let the shockwaves hit me, not to aim right at my head. Feeling helpless, Vista quickly raised both of his swords to block. The twin blades were coated in a deep black haki, transforming into layers of thick armor. But this time, Jozu's strength was even more terrifying. With a single strike, he shattered Vista's defense. The swords were thrown wide, unable to withstand the blow. Vista was utterly astonished. What's going on? How did Jozu's power increase so drastically? Just moments ago, he'd clashed with Jozu, and his punches were nothing like this. The difference was like night and day. Confusion clouded Vista's mind. At that very instant, Jozu's mighty fist crashed into the ground with a resounding impact. Thunderous rumbles shook the earth. The solid ground trembled violently beneath their feet. Ripples of strange energy burst outward from where Jozu's granite-like fist had landed, scattering in all directions. Struck by this mysterious wave, Bista's insides felt as though they'd been turned upside down. His mind spun, and his vision danced. All he could see was an enormous fist coming straight for his forehead. It was Josu's second blow. Bista instinctively tried to raise his sword in defense, only to find, shockingly, that his movements had slowed to a crawl. Before he could even lift his blade, the giant stone fist was already upon him. Ah! It worked. It really worked. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I'm heading out. This time, I swear my hawk's going to lose to me. With that, Josu gave Bista's shoulder a hearty pat, bowed deeply to Wang Yu, and strode out of the restricted zone. Only Bista remained, still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. He'd done it. Josu really had succeeded. It wasn't that Josu was a fool. It was Bista himself who'd been blind. He had always wondered why his swordsmanship could never reach the heights of the world's greatest swordsman. He thought it was simply a lack of opportunity. Now he realized, bluntly, it was his own mediocrity that held him back. Looking back now, all those years thinking himself a peerless swordsman, born with special gifts, it was laughable, nothing more than a clown's delusion. Bista. Wang Yu, watching from the side, quickly called out when he saw Bista in a daze. Snapping out of it, Bista turned to Wang Yu and bowed deeply, a full 90 degrees. Vice Captain Wang Yu, now that Josu has left, would you also teach me? I came across a batch of top-tier wine back in Dressrosa. From now on, let me take care of your drinks. These are truly some of the finest in the world. Bista bowed his head in respect as he spoke. Although this felt rather shameless, stealing the opportunity from his fellow crewmates, he couldn't help it. His desire to become the world's greatest swordsman was overwhelming. Without Vice Captain Wang Yu's help, it would be impossible. If shamelessness was the price, so be it. The sudden bow startled Wang Yu. Still, he didn't mind guiding a few more people. After all, the more workers he had, the greater the rewards for himself. There was still a piece of fruit left on the tree. If Bista wouldn't take it, Wang Yu would find a way to make him eat it anyway. All right, since you show such filial respect, I'll give you some pointers. Wang Yu nodded with a master's poise. Hearing Wang Yu's promise, Bista could hardly contain his excitement. This was the man who could, with just a bit of casual guidance, enable Josu to defeat him, and who could so offhandedly create a supreme grade greatsword. Now, at last, Wang Yu had agreed to teach him. Without a doubt, his fighting strength was about to skyrocket. The dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, a lifelong aspiration, was suddenly within reach. Wang Yu then picked a fruit and handed it to Bista, silently thinking. Whether or not you unlock a swordsman skill comes down to your own luck now. Josu already ate one, so don't be shy. This one just ripened. Bista looked at the fruit in front of him, a little surprised, but didn't hesitate, and ate it in one bite. A soft chime rang out. System notification. Bista has consumed the sword's soul-type skill fruit, Jade Fault Cut. He acquires the Jade Fault Cut skill, level 1, and the host synchronously obtains Advanced Jade Fault Cut, level 2. Reward. Passive skill. Hunter's Way. Twin Swords of Mortal Spirit. Life from Death. Bonus. 1,000 swordsmanship points to the host. Bonus skill. Twin Swords of Mortal Spirit. When wielding two swords, every second attack deals 50% magic damage. Hunter's Way. Life from Death. Increases the user's critical strike chance by double, but critical hit damage is reduced by 10%. Jade Fault Cut. /forward. Dealing 20/40/60/80/100 plus 105% AD. Physical damage. Upon a successful hit, Jade Fault Cut gains a stacking effect. After 2 stacks, Jade Fault Cut allows the user to dash forward, unleashing a whirlwind that knocks enemies airborne for 0.75 seconds and dealing 20/40/60/80/100 plus 100% AD. Physical damage. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9,161 points. Armament Haki, 8,011 points. Observation Haki, 8,140 points. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, level 2, Earth Shatter, level 2, Jade Fault Cut, level 2, Hunter's Way, passive. Items, 2 pieces of high-grade iron ore. Gold coins, 120,000. Devil Fruit, none. Forged, basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, Thornmail. Divine Artifact, none. As he opened the system again, a wave of unexpected delight washed over him. Not only could he unlock the advanced skills of the bound character, but he could also receive the effects of special equipment. For example, the Thornmail crafted for Jaws now bestowed its protective power on himself as well. Turning his attention back to the newly acquired skill, Slashing Jade. This was Yon's signature offensive move. Wang Yu had to exclaim. What a stroke of luck for Vista! This was a true swordsman's technique, enhancing both the speed and damage of the blade, with the added abilities of instantaneous movement and stunning control. If anyone got hit by the stun effect, in those 0.75 seconds, Vista could probably unleash dozens of strikes. Against anyone without sturdy defenses, it would be an instant defeat. If only someone could unlock Yasuo's skills one day. Imagine the two of them fighting side by side. The spectacle would be nothing short of breathtaking. A slight smile traced Wang Yu's lips as he muttered to Vista. Go on, tell me what's on your mind. Wang Yu prompted thoughtfully. Vista straightened up, sitting at attention like a schoolboy, hurrying to respond. It's like this, Deputy Captain Wang Yu. I believe my flower sword technique is quite decent, but no matter what I do, my slashing power just never reaches the level of Hawkeye Mihawk. Do you know of any way I could strengthen the force behind my strikes? If I could wield Mihawk's level of slashing power with my elegant flower sword technique, defeating Hawkeye would be within reach. Vista blurted this out almost reflexively, but the moment he said it, regret followed instantly. Why did I even ask such a foolish question? Of course, greater force means greater strength, but you can't just expect Deputy Captain Wang Yu to hand you that with a few words. Sure, Wang Yu was certainly impressive, but he wasn't a miracle worker. Everybody knew that a true swordsman only gains control and power over his blade after relentless daily training. Trying to shortcut the process and gain power overnight is nothing but wishful thinking. Asking such an obvious question, Vista thought, is bound to make Deputy Captain Wang Yu laugh at me. But to his surprise, Wang Yu didn't look the least bit annoyed. Instead, he smiled warmly, walked over to Vista, gave his shoulder a firm, encouraging pat, and nodded in approval. Good, very good. That's an excellent answer. You're much sharper than Jaws. You went straight to the heart of the matter. I'll teach you exactly how to increase the force behind your blade. Inwardly, Wang Yu was secretly thrilled. Vista, you genius. You practically set yourself up for this lesson. I was just worrying about how to lead you into slashing Jade. And here you are, bringing it up on your own. Now I don't have to waste any time with hints or detours. I can teach you directly. Vista was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? I asked such a ridiculous question, yet instead of laughing at me, Vice Captain Wang Yu encouraged me, and now he even claims he'll help me improve the power of my sword strikes. Is this for real? Happiness arrived so unexpectedly that Vista was left speechless, unable to process what was happening. Vice Captain Wang Yu, do you mean you'll teach me techniques in this area? Is that really something that could be improved in such a short time? Vista asked, still full of doubt. Wang Yu's expression remained warmly reassuring. Of course. Weren't you just saying you wanted to strengthen your sword strikes? As for how long it'll take, why not make some progress today? Would that count as quick enough? Wang Yu said calmly. Once again, Vista's worldview was shattered. He'd heard of skills improving quickly in swordsmanship, but to increase sheer striking power in a single day. This was unheard of. It was the kind of thing he'd never even dared to imagine. No, not too slow at all. That's already more than quick. If you truly know such a method, please, Vice Captain Wang Yu, don't hold back. Teach me. Vista replied, barely able to contain his excitement. Wang Yu remained composed and began to speak slowly. I've noticed that the reason your sword strikes lack force is actually down to your technique. Wang Yu said, feigning a stern tone. Vista was caught off guard. His swordsmanship had always been a source of pride. How could it now be the very thing holding him back? Your flowery sword style may have made your movements and attacks far more elegant and skillful, but you've overlooked the most essential aspect of sword technique. What is true swordsmanship? There's no need for unnecessary embellishments. True mastery is about cutting straight to the heart, embracing death without fear. That's the spirit of the sword. Just look at the famed sword masters of today, Mihawk, Big Mom. Aren't their strikes straightforward and lethal? Who among them relies on fanciful swordplay? Wang Yu continued, spinning his tail enthusiastically. No extra flourishes. Embrace death and face your truth head-on. Vista's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, he felt as if he'd glimpsed a secret of swordsmanship itself. It was well known that Hawkeye Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was always direct and decisive in his attacks. Never a hint of excess or showiness. Perhaps, the true reason for such a gap between himself and Mihawk was this dependence on his ornate, ceremonial sword techniques. As he pondered this revelation, Wang Yu's voice rang out again. I'll now teach you the demon-sealing sword technique, a method forged by facing death, guided by your innermost truth. You'll need to forget your flowery sword style for the moment. Imagine yourself as a spirit who has already passed from life. Only by letting go of the fear of life and death can you become truly fearless, reborn in battle. Focus all the energy within your body into both swords, then go straight for your target. Imagine a pure sword intent, that very essence, exploding from you in a single, decisive strike. In this way, I believe you'll be able to unleash sword strikes that are several times more powerful than before. Wang Yu spoke. Hearing this, Vista instinctively swallowed hard, his face filled with astonishment. If, under Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance before, he'd only managed to glimpse a faint trace of swordsmanship's true mysteries, now Vista suddenly felt a rush of enlightenment. Like a heavy fog had been swept away all at once. Imagining himself as a soul that had already died, using that to summon the courage to face death and be reborn, such a sword style, only a genius could conceive something like that. Overwhelmed with excitement, Vista grabbed Wang Yu's arm. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what you said is absolutely right. How could I not have thought of this? How could I not have seen it? Ha ha ha. I used to chase after flashy sword techniques, but in doing so, I'd forgotten the true essence of a sword. To imagine oneself as a departed soul, to be unafraid of death, to face death and be reborn, to return to one's original intent. This demon-sealing sword style truly aims for the ultimate goal of swordsmanship. I've grasped it, I've understood. Ha ha ha. Vista bowed to Wang Yu, his face brimming with emotion. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was a bit at a loss for words. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I just made up a few fancy lines, and look how moved you are. You actually found enlightenment from that. Honestly, with how fired up you look, you almost have me believing my own nonsense. Of course, Vista knew none of this. After pouring out his excitement, Vista drew his twin swords. Following Wang Yu's instructions, he closed his eyes and pictured himself as nothing but a spirit. One slash to vanquish demons, one slash to soothe restless souls. The phrase surfaced in his mind almost instinctively. In that moment, his twin swords seemed to come alive, as if awakened, and lashed out on their own. A mighty stroke burst forth, forming a stretching arc of sword energy. Like a flash of lightning, the force was so overwhelming that the very air around it began to ripple and distort. A piercing sonic boom erupted and split the sky. In a blinding instant, a peak of the distant mountain in front of Vista was utterly pulverized. It crumbled to dust and scattered with the wind, as if stars were falling from the heavens. Staring at the aftermath of his strike, Vista stood frozen in place. After all, he hadn't even activated his armament haki. This was pure sword intent. And yet, the power displayed was already on par with what he could do when using armament haki. Imagine how devastating his attack would be if he combined the two. Holy amazing. I did it. I really did it. Demon sealing sword style. Demon sealing sword style. Ha ha ha. Staring at his own achievement, Vista was giddy with joy, shouting in pure excitement like a child. After being stuck at a plateau in his swordsmanship for 10 long years, treading water and making no progress, one can only imagine the burning frustration he'd felt inside. Now, not only has Vista broken through his own limits, but with the demon-sealing sword techniques taught by Vice Captain Wang Yu, he might even surpass Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. How could he not be thrilled? Standing nearby, Wang Yu saw Vista's reaction and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Wiping his brow, he thought to himself, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates really do all wear their hearts on their sleeves. Only then did Vista realize he had lost his composure a bit. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and bowed to Wang Yu once more. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I truly never expected you to be a master swordsman. Thank you so much for your generous guidance. A master swordsman? Good grief. Wang Yu couldn't help but find it amusing. He didn't even have a sword himself, yet somehow he'd mysteriously become a sword master. Still, now that he'd been given such a dramatic title, there was no way he'd reject it either. In that moment, he continued to play the role of the aloof expert. That's right. Beyond what you've achieved so far, you should aim even higher. After you've unleashed the demon-sealing / mistaken jade cut multiple times, you can try channeling a more subtle sword intent into it. This could unleash a strike that not only knocks enemies away, but stuns them as well. Wang Yu said earnestly, so that move is called mistaken jade cut, But knockback plus stun? Vista had mingled among sword masters for years, and he'd never heard of such a strike before. Still, after witnessing with his own eyes the power of the demon-sealing sword art that Wang Yu shared, Vista no longer dared to harbor the slightest doubt toward the vice captain. In his heart, Wang Yu was now elevated to the status of a sword deity. That so-called world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, only had the title because Vice Captain Wang Yu had secluded himself in training for a decade. That honor was simply up for grabs in Wang Yu's absence. If Vice Captain Wang Yu ever set his mind to become the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk wouldn't even get a look in. I understand, Vice Captain Wang Yu. From now on, I will strive to take my swordsmanship to another level, just as you have instructed. Vista responded with sincere respect. Good. Wang Yu nodded, pleased. As for the advanced Mistaken Jade Cut, you should spar with the other captains. That's the fastest way to master it. Wang Yu reminded him, not wanting Vista to idle around. After all, the more effort Vista put in, the greater the rewards Wang Yu himself would reap. So rather than offer more direct guidance, he encouraged Vista to learn through combat. Vista's face lit up with excitement at these words. I understand, Vice Captain Wang Yu. From now on, I'll have someone deliver you the finest wine every day. This advanced Mistaken Jade Cut, I need to find someone to spar with right away. If you'll excuse me. With a respectful bow, Vista took his leave. After all, a master's time is too precious to be squandered. Lingering here and wasting so much of Master Wang Yu's time. Even Vista couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. All right, you may go now. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively. This is the kind of awareness a laborer should have, so eager to earn himself a big reward. In such a good mood, Wang Yu began humming a little tune as he made his way to the forge. Vista's living on the edge passive ability could actually double his critical strike chance, but he didn't even have any critical strike gear. What a waste. Today's equipment forging quota had already been reached, but Wang Yu silently resolved that tomorrow he'd craft Vista a piece of critical strike gear. Now, which piece of critical gear would suit him best? Wang Yu started searching through his own system. The Infinity Edge, perhaps. Too bad, in this version, the Infinity Edge requires at least a 60% critical strike chance to activate its extra critical damage. And even then, the damage isn't what it used to be. He kept searching when suddenly something caught his eye. No way. He didn't expect to still find the Static Shiv, a legendary blade that had already been removed from the game, in his system's arsenal. Static Shiv. Attack speed, plus 40%. Critical strike chance, plus 25%. Movement speed, plus 7%. Unique passive, energized, moving and attacking build-up and energized strike. Unique passive, Chain Lightning. Your energized strike unleashes 120 bonus magic damage, bouncing to up to 7 targets. The Chain Lightning skill is truly the heart and soul of this weapon. Not only does it deal 120 bonus magic damage, the most frightening part is that the magic damage itself can trigger a critical strike. Just imagine, in the heat of battle, Vista suddenly unleashes a flurry of lightning, sweeping across the enemy ranks with massive area of effect magic criticals. What a stunning spectacle that would be. Even someone at 4 Emperor's level would find it impossible to defend completely against the electrical fury of a magic critical. On top of that, this weapon would greatly enhance Vista's attack speed, critical hit chance, and mobility. For a sword master like Vista, nothing could be more perfect. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction, already making plans to forge a Static Shiv for Vista tomorrow. All in all, Wang Yu felt pretty pleased with his day. From here on out, he'd just have to wait for the characters he'd bound to himself to storm through challenges and bring him more rewards. So, humming a light-hearted tune, Wang Yu strolled back to his dorm room. Elsewhere, after receiving guidance from Wang Yu, Vista's face was flushed with excitement. With his combat power now greatly increased, he absolutely had to find someone to show off to, or he would simply not be able to contain himself. After some thought, there was really only one choice, Marco. Among all the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco was the only one who could truly spark Vista's competitive spirit. Sparring with Marco might just help me truly grasp the inner mysteries of cleaving jade. Who knows? With this thought, Vista, quite excited, made his way over to Marco's quarters and began pounding on the door with a thunderous impatience. The door cracked open, revealing half of Marco's head. Upon recognizing Vista, Marco's brows knit together in mild annoyance. Vista, what is it you want at this hour? Seriously, I had just taken off my pants, and then you come barging in. Marco complained with clear irritation. But Vista's face was all smiles. Yeah, Marco, my brother. I've just learned a new move. Come on, let's spar a bit. At this, Marco's expression grew comically odd in an instant. Are you crazy? You come to spar at this time of night, catching me half undressed? People would get the wrong idea about what kind of sparring we're doing. Then Marco made to close the door, but Vista's hand shot out to stop it from shutting. Now Marco started to panic. For a split second, he wondered, is Vista actually serious? Is he going to force his way in? Resolving himself, Marco vowed, if Vista really tries something, then no matter how many years we've been friends, I'll leave him with a phoenix mark on his face. I simply can't let my reputation be ruined like this. Marco, listen, I genuinely came here just to spar with you. I picked up a new technique today from Vice Captain Wang Yu, and I really feel like I'm on the verge of becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Vista declared with pride. Hearing this, Marco let out a relieved sigh, but then couldn't help but launch into a bit of mockery. Haha, Bista. Honestly, with your skills you might manage a few moves against my hawk but surpass him? Dream on. That's just never going to happen. So really, brother, why not call a night and get some sleep? Anything can happen in your dreams, after all. Marco patted Bista consolingly on the shoulder. But Bista wasn't having it. He just said he learned a killer move from Vice Captain Wang Yu and gotten stronger. But Marco still didn't believe him. Looking down on me is one thing. Insulting Vice Captain Wang Yu's reputation is something I can't stand. Marco, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying Vice Captain Wang Yu's teachings aren't up to snuff? I'm telling you, with a few tips from him, even a pig could soar into the clouds. Tonight, you're going to spar with me, or else I'll make sure you can't sleep a wink. Bista fumed. This left Marco completely dumbfounded. What's gotten into him? Did Bista have gunpowder for dinner tonight, or something? Now, Bista was outright pestering him, insisting on keeping him from sleep. Well, if that's how it's going to be, don't blame me for making you look bad, Bista. All right, I'll spar with you. But since you're so confident you've grown stronger, why don't we make a little wager on this match? If any of us loses, the price is a year's worth of drinks, plus 10 million berries. Marco's lips curled up in a sly grin as he spoke. As the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, there was no doubt Marco was the toughest fighter among all the commanders. Since Vista was so eager for a sparring match, going as far as to brag about being the world's greatest swordsman, Marco figured, all right, let's settle this. But if you lose, you owe me drinks and treasure. Let's see what you have to say for yourself then, Vista. He expected Vista to hesitate at having to pay up if he lost. To his surprise, Vista simply thumped his chest in reply. Deal. It's a promise. See you in the arena. Vista replied with brimming confidence. That took Marco a little aback. Had Vista had too much to drink, thinking he stood a chance against Marco? Still, never look a gift horse in the mouth. Marco put on his trousers and followed Vista into the dueling arena without a second thought. Once in the arena, Marco wore a relaxed smile, full of mischief, a picture of nonchalance. Vista, the stakes are set. Whoever doesn't honor the bet is a turtle. Marco teased, clearly enjoying himself. Cut the chatter, Marco. Let's get started. Vista said, oozing confidence. Marco didn't take him lightly, though. He might be the strongest among the commanders, but Vista was no pushover. Not wasting a moment, Marco called forth his phoenix flames, blue wings blazing into existence behind him. With a burst of power, Marco swept into the sky, using his wings to maneuver swiftly and unpredictably above the arena. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Vista, raising his leg high. With tremendous force and momentum, he launched a powerful kick straight at Vista. The strength of Marco's crane talon expanded rapidly in Vista's vision as he instinctively swung up his twin swords, coating them with armament hockey and bracing for the strike. A massive crash rang out, sparks erupting everywhere. Under Marco's thunderous kick, Vista was forced to stagger backward several steps. Ha! Vista, I thought you'd have improved by now, but it seems you're just the same as always. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to beat me. Marco called down, still hovering above with a mocking grin. But Vista didn't reply. This puzzled Marco, who glanced over at his opponent and noticed something was different about Vista this time. To conquer death, one must embrace it. Muttering under his breath, Vista's lips moved in a rhythm. The next instant, blades in hand, he dashed toward Marco at breakneck speed, leaving a flurry of afterimages trailing behind him. Marco was left in utter confusion, unable to make sense of Vista's sudden transformation. Hey, Vista, you're not seriously thinking of taking me head-on, are you? Don't forget, my dual-color hockey is stronger than yours, and I've got the powers of the mythical Zone Phoenix. Are you sure you want to go at it the hard way? Well, if you're so eager to lose, then I won't hold back. Marco replied with a smile. After so many years on the same ship, both men understood each other's strength inside out. For Vista, whose overall strength was just a bit below Marco's, the only way to win was to avoid direct confrontation. He would have to rely on his exceptional swordsmanship, waiting for his moment, using suppleness to overcome force, skillfully redirecting Marco's power against him. That had almost become a tacit agreement between them. So Marco was genuinely puzzled when Vista chose a head-on battle instead. Still, despite the confusion, Marco was in no mood to go easy. He wanted to claim the reward as quickly as possible. Hovering in the sky, Marco transformed instantly into his most powerful human beast form. Undying blue flames coiled around his feet, distorting the very air around him. Brother Vista, forgive me, but this wager is as good as mine. Watch yourself, Phoenix Seal. Marco let out a resounding shout. A surge of force, carried at supersonic speed, blasted straight towards Bista. The air howled, and the space itself trembled beneath its might, leaving an explosive trail in its wake. For context, in the anime, Marco used this very move to overturn Big Mom's vessel, a testament to its sheer destructive power. As the move was unleashed, the corner of Marco's lips curled upward in confidence. This fight was all but decided. Victory was his. Usually, Bista's evasive tactics would have dragged things out, but charging ahead for a head-on clash like this, wasn't he just looking to lose more quickly? Yet, as Marco's overwhelming attack bore down on him, Bista showed not a hint of fear. On the contrary, he gave Marco a smile, just as bold. To be born anew through the face of death, fighting with no fear for life or death. Damn, this is exhilarating. This is what swordsmanship is all about. All those years I spent honing my blade. Was it for nothing after all? The next instant, Bista planted his feet, stood tall before the incoming Phoenix Seal, and gathered all his energy into his twin swords. With a mighty swing, he unleashed his signature move, Steel Gale. In a flash, a fierce wave of sword energy surged upwards, meeting the Phoenix Seal head-on. The forces collided above Bista's head, the explosion unleashing a shockwave that swept out in all directions. For a brief moment, they were locked in a dead heat. Then, Bista's blade technique shattered Marco's Phoenix Seal and continued streaking toward Marco in the sky. Watching from above, Marco's eyes went wide as disbelief washed over him. His most prized attack, broken by a single slash from Bista, he was utterly stunned. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? When did Bista's swordsmanship become this powerful? Marco exclaimed, his face full of shock. A terrifying slash hurtled toward Marco in an instant. Realizing he had no time to dodge, Marco immediately activated his armament haki. With a jarring crash, the overwhelming force of the sword intent scattered Marco's Phoenix flames and crashed heavily onto his shoulder. Marco was knocked from the sky. A wound slashed across his body as he was forced down to the ground. Fortunately, thanks to his Phoenix powers, the injury began to heal visibly fast, knitting back together right before his eyes. Although Marco wasn't seriously hurt, he was completely caught off guard by Bista's attack. What the hell? He actually broke through my Phoenix ability? Not even most admirals could disperse my flames so easily. What's up with Bista? That terrifying aura he unleashed just now, what was that? It doesn't feel like the usual flower sword style at all. While Marco was still puzzling over it, Bista was already charging at him, swords flashing in a whirlwind of motion. One blade to vanquish evil, one blade to guard the soul. In a mere second, countless afterimages appeared before Marco's eyes. He braced himself, put up his armament haki, and the two of them clashed at close quarters. Fists and blades collided, sending showers of sparks scattering into the sky. Even the air itself seemed to crackle with bursts of flame from the furious exchange. Marco couldn't help but notice Bista's attacks really were different now. Every second strike seemed to carry an almost supernatural force, strangely reminiscent of the effects of a devil fruit. Bista, just what exactly did you and Vice Captain Wang Yu learn? Marco called out in confusion. But Bista was too caught up in the moment, mumbling to himself in a cryptic chant. To die and be reborn. Knock up stun. Knock up stun. Suddenly, Bista let out a fierce battle cry. Tekai Gale Slash. He brought his blades down in a precise, devastating arc, slashing straight at Marco. Marco winced, cursing under his breath. Seriously? Again? Luckily, his devil fruit provided a strong defense. Otherwise, Bista's attacks might really have been the death of him. Muttering and grumbling, Marco hurried to shield himself. Strange blue flames roared up, swirling protectively around him. Blue fire thistle. Marcos Chautif. Just as Bista's blade was about to connect, a circular shield of flame formed right in front of him. Back in the comics, this move was even able to block Kaido's blazing breath. As the flaming shield solidified, Marco couldn't help but grin with pride. Kid, I'll admit your swordsmanship has become impressive, Marco called out confidently. But my blue fire thistle isn't something you can break so easily. However, the words had barely left his mouth. A terrifying sword aura sliced right through Marco's blue flame shield. The flames clinging to the shield were instantly scattered and unraveled under the pressure of that sword intent. It was a complete slap in the face on the spot. If Bista's strike had been a straightforward attack, fueled only by raw force, that would have been one thing. But his blade carried the refined will of a master swordsman. Cut Jade, a move that effortlessly shattered Marco's defenses. So, another fresh wound opened on Marco's shoulder, forcing him to once again summon the healing flames of the Phoenix to stitch himself back together. As Marco pondered how his fabled regenerative prowess had become so unimpressive, boasting just moments before, only to be utterly humiliated. Frustration swelled in his chest. And then, Vista's next comment almost made Marco faint with fury. No, this still isn't good enough. We're still a long way off for what Vice Captain Wang Yu called the advanced knockback version. Vista muttered to himself. Marco could feel despair closing in. His lips twitched uncontrollably, and there was a murderous look in his eyes as he glared at Vista. What the hell? Look at what you've done to me, and you're still saying it's not enough. Still not satisfied, are you? Will nothing please you except beating me to death? All of a sudden, Marco lost the heart to continue. Just as he was about to admit defeat, Vista prepared to unleash Cut Jade for the third time, sending it right at Marco. May the spirits of Ionia guide you. For some reason, those words tumbled out of Vista's mouth without thinking. Spirits of what? Question marks practically hovered above Marco's head. Right after that, he caught a glimpse of Vista's form flickering. A flash, and a terrifying sword gale was upon him. What the? Teleportation? Marco blurted out in shock. In the instant he saw Vista, before he could even process what was happening, the slice of wind hurled Marco straight into the sky. His mind suddenly went blank. When Marco finally came to, he realized he was plummeting to the ground, and Vista's twin blades were already crossed at his throat. Vista looked down on him with a triumphant grin. Marco, this round is mine. Vista smirked, pride glinting in his eyes. I lost. It was only then that Marco comprehended. He'd blacked out for a split second, and it was in that blink that Vista took him down. What kind of crazy move was that, making him lose consciousness? Why had he never seen anything like it before? Vista, brother, what was that last move of yours? I swear, I really lost consciousness just now. Marco was bewildered, his curiosity piqued. Haha, that's my new sword technique. The reason you lost consciousness is because you fell victim to my Ms. Blade Cut. Ha! Vista exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. Ms. Blade Cut, is this that new move you mentioned, the one you learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu? Marco muttered, surprised. He'd never heard of such an attack technique before. Vista wore an expression of pure pride. That's right, it is the Ms. Blade Cut. It's part of the demon-sealing swordsmanship that Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me. Swordplay that aims straight at the target, a style that finds life in facing death. It's not just a little stronger than my old flower blade. It's several times more powerful. Vista could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Now that even Marco had fallen to him, Vista was certain he was closing in on the level of the world's greatest swordsman. And tomorrow, Vice Captain Wang Yu had promised him a special gift. Once he received it, Vista felt sure his combat power would surpass even Mihawk's without question. He would become the undisputed world's greatest swordsman, demon-sealing Vista. Hearing this, Marco was at a loss for words. Who would have thought Vice Captain Wang Yu knew swordsmanship? And with just half a day, he was able to teach Vista enough to defeat Marco himself? Damn, Vista, if that's the case, then Vice Captain Wang Yu is something else. In just half a day, he's boosted your fighting strength way more than just a little, Marco said in shock. Vista waved a hand dismissively. This isn't even my best yet. Do you know Jozu? Vista asked. Only now did Marco realize he hadn't seen Jozu at all that afternoon. What about Jozu? Marco asked, his curiosity piqued. That guy, Vice Captain Wang Yu, sent him straight off to go after Mihawk. Vista replied with a rueful smile. Marco's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Mihawk? You mean that Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman? Marco said in disbelief. In Marco's mind, even though Jozu's diamond powers could counter Mihawk to an extent, actually defeating Mihawk was another matter entirely. Next to impossible. The title of world's greatest swordsman was no empty honor. Mihawk likely wielded the power of an emperor. Marco pressed further, doubting his own ears. Vista now looked utterly smug. You didn't mishear. It's that Mihawk. And not only that, I've already sparred with Jozu. I'm certain that guy can defeat Mihawk. Honestly, I'm a little envious. Someone like Mihawk. Really, I should have had the chance to take him down first, but Jozu beat me to the punch. Vista sighed, a touch resentful. At that, Marco felt his entire worldview shatter. Since when did the world's greatest swordsman become the training dummy that everyone dreams of stepping over on their way up? So Jozu, he's strong now because he got guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu, right? Marco narrowed his eyes, asking the question with a serious tone. Vista flesh a knowing Gizmide. Isn't that obvious? With Jozu's thick skull, if it weren't for Wang Yu's coaching, I doubt he'd have ever made any real progress in his life. Huh? Vista erupted in laughter as he spoke. Marco swallowed hard. If what Vista said was true, that would mean Vice Captain Wang Yu managed, in just a single day, to nurture one Emperor class and another top-tier Vice Emperor class fighter. And that's assuming he's being modest, lumping Vista in with the Vice Emperors instead of calling him one of the 4 Emperors outright. For all he knows, maybe Vista already has the strength of an emperor by now. This is terrifying. Having followed Pop's Whitebeard for so many years, Marco knew all too well how hard it was to reach emperor status. Across this vast sea, after so many years of fierce battles, only 4 emperors emerged. Each one is a ruler over their own sea. And yet, their own vice-captain Wang Yu, managed in a single day to produce half an emperor. At this rate, he's basically a factory for emperors. With this kind of talent for making emperors, all those so-called devil fruits and advanced technologies don't even come close. Marco sprang to his feet. No, this wouldn't do. He had to find Vice-Captain Wang Yu and ask for his guidance, no matter what. He used to be the strongest among all Whitebeard's team captains, but after a single lesson from Vice-Captain Wang Yu, suddenly he dropped 2 spots in the rankings. If he didn't get some coaching soon, at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he'd find himself at the very bottom of the captain's pecking order. Seeing Marco's agitation, Vista quickly reached out and grabbed his arm. Hey Marco, what's the rush? Don't tell me you're thinking about running off without paying up, are you? Remember what you said. Anyone who welshes on a bet is a turtle. Vista added with mock sternness. Oh, get lost. I keep my word. Marco's as good as a spit. When did I ever owe you on a bet? I'm just going to find Vice-Captain Wang Yu for some much-needed advice. If I don't, I might not hold on to my spot as Vice-Emperor for long. Marco replied, not bothering to hide his irritation. Vista couldn't help but laugh at Marco's disgruntled expression. He remembered when he himself lost to Zhou and had been eaten up with jealousy, that anxious, desperate feeling. At last, someone else was suffering just like he did. Huh. Still, Vista kept his grip firm. Marco, you can't go barging in now. Have you even looked at the time? If you wake Vice-Captain Wang Yu from his sleep, you'll have to answer for it. Vista cautioned. After all, it was only because Marco found out about Vice-Captain Wang Yu's strength from him that he'd become so anxious to seek out Wang Yu in the first place. Marco himself didn't really mind having offended Wang Yu, but what Vista truly feared was that if he got dragged into this mess, it would be a tremendous loss for him. Vista's reminder snapped Marco back to his senses. He smacked his forehead hard in realization. Yes. If you hadn't pointed it out, I would have made a terrible mistake. You always think things through. Tomorrow morning, I'll pay my respects to Vice-Captain Wang Yu. Marco said with an embarrassed grin. He'd been so eager to receive guidance from Wang Yu that he'd completely forgotten this crucial detail. If Vista hadn't stopped him, and he ended up upsetting Wang Yu, he might truly become the weakest among all the captains in the future. So, let's just head back to the dorm now. By the way, give me what you owe from our bet. Vista said with a hearty laugh. Even amongst brothers, debts should be settled. Finally having a rare opportunity to take something from Marco, Vista certainly wasn't about to let it slide. Marco could only respond with helpless resignation. And so, the two of them returned to their quarters, where Marco handed over his lost wager to Vista. After seeing Vista off, Marco still found it impossible to fall asleep. He was just too excited. If Vice-Captain Wang Yu truly possessed such fearsome teaching ability, then the entire Navy wouldn't stand a chance against the Whitebeard pirates. No matter what, even if it meant swallowing my pride tomorrow, I've got to win Vice-Captain Wang Yu over and let him train me. I'm just one step away from Emperor level myself, and my talent isn't any less than Zhou's or Vista's. I believe that, with a final push from Wang Yu, I'll absolutely become Emperor class as well. With that thought, Marco couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, his face glowing with excitement. Emperor class. That's Emperor class. And so, Marco spent the entire night caught up in his excitement and didn't sleep a wink. The next morning, as golden sunlight streamed into Wang Yu's dormitory, Wang Yu stretched lazily and opened the window, letting a gust of fresh air wash over him. At that moment, a crisp notification from the system chimed in his mind. You have an unread message. Ding! Host-bound character Vista has defeated Marco. Reward, 5 golden draws. Oh, this fellow Vista is really quite efficient. He's got a solid work ethic. Not bad at all. Now that the rewards have arrived, there's no reason to hesitate. System, start the draw. Ding! Ding! The 10 golden draws begin. Congratulations, host. You have received 400 points of Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 points of Armament Hockey. Congratulations, host. You have received 200 points of Observation Hockey. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the item Liandry's Torment. Congratulations, host. You have received a medium fertilizer pack. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Gura fruit, Quake fruit, with immunity to ocean side effects. Congratulations, host. You've won 20,000 credits from a shop. Congratulations, host. You won another 20,000 credits from a shop. Regrettably, this draw is empty. Empty draw. This time, The Golden Tindraw brought with it several unexpected surprises. For instance, Liandry's Torment. Whoever equips it will dramatically enhance their Devil Fruit power and also greatly increase sustained damage. It's honestly quite a decent reward. But what truly thrilled Wang Yu was that he'd drawn a Devil Fruit this round. And not just any fruit, but the very power of Whitebeard himself, the most destructive Paramecia type, the Quake Fruit. Once again, his own strength soared by leaps and bounds. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9,563. Armament Haki, 8,314. Observation Haki, 8,342. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, level 2, Earthquake, level 2, Crystal Cut, level 2, Way of the Hunt, passive. Items, 2 pieces of high-grade iron ore, Liandry's Torment, 1 medium fertilizer pack. Gold, 120,000. Devil Fruit, Quake Fruit. Forge, basic. Weapon, none. Gear, Thornmail. Legendary artifact, none. Woken by such happy surprises at first light, Wang Yu was in a splendid mood. He even hummed a tune of his own as he got out of bed. Meanwhile, just outside the Forbidden Zone, Vista and Marco had already been waiting for some time. As soon as Wang Yu opened the door, he was startled by what he saw. A face shadowed with dark circles, hair wild and unkempt. If you didn't know better, you'd think some wanderer was slinking about outside the gate. A beggar. I've got a couple of buns left. I can fetch them for you. Marco, hearing Wang Yu's words, was completely at a loss. Wait, am I mistaken for a beggar? No, Vice Captain Wang Yu, it's me. Marco. Marco quickly spoke up. Taking a closer look, Wang Yu finally realized it really was Marco himself. Marco, what's happened to you? You look like a ghost, Wang Yu said, giving Marco a puzzled once-over. Marco could only sigh in resignation. After Marco explained, Wang Yu finally understood. It turned out that ever since Marco heard from Vista about Wang Yu's formidable teaching skills the day before, he hadn't slept a wink. He was so keyed up he couldn't settle down, so he simply came over and had waited at Wang Yu's door all night. So, you see, is it alright if I come in, Vice Captain Wang Yu? I even brought a gift especially for you. This is all the private cash I have, Marco said with an ingratiating grin. Behind Marco, Wang Yu could see there was an entire chest filled to the brim with gold and silver treasures, all brought to him by Marco himself. This Marco, he's actually bringing me money straight to my door. If others were to find out about this, what would they think? Wang Yu stretched his neck out to take a careful look outside. Only after he was sure there was no one around did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no one else knows, I have to admit I rather enjoy these sorts of things. Gomein, Wang Yu said, clearly quite satisfied. Once he had stashed away the gifts Marco had given him into his own little treasure vault, Wang Yu came out, feeling content. So Marco, what brings you here? Do you need my help with something? Wang Yu asked. Marco hurried to explain himself. It's like this, Vice Captain Wang Yu. I was wondering, would you be willing to teach me as well? I promise I'll do everything I can to show my gratitude in the days to come. Marco said, his face lit up with a flattering smile. So that's what this was about. It seemed Marco had already caught wind of his skill as a teacher. Wang Yu wondered whether the other captains had heard yet. Either way, Wang Yu still had a pack of intermediate fertilizer left. He certainly didn't mind offering Marco a fruit or two. The more people bound to him, the more rewards he received. Wang Yu had already savored the benefits. Still, Wang Yu feigned a troubled look. You're putting me in an awkward spot. I did say I'd mentor you all one at a time, he said. But since you're so sincerely respectful, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give you a few pointers. The news made Marco's heart leap with joy. Spending one day cultivating a half-emperor, even receiving just a few words of guidance, could give him immense benefit. Thank you so much, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Thank you, Marco said, barely able to contain his excitement. Wang Yu wasted no time and activated the intermediate fertilizer within his system. Instantly, 2 large fruits appeared on his skill tree. Intermediate fertilizer really is a marvelous thing, Wang Yu thought to himself in genuine appreciation. He even wondered if he should buy a few more packs to grow more skill fruits and bind all the captains to him. After all, the more seeds you sow, the greater the harvest. That idea was worth considering, but for now, Marco's instruction came first. All right, tell me about the issues you've had with your training, Wang Yu said gravely. Marco's excitement showed as he swallowed hard before speaking earnestly. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you see, my Haki, my Devil Fruit powers, and my combat skills. None of them are weak. But for some reason, I just can't seem to break through to Emperor level. What am I missing? Where exactly did I go wrong? Marco asked, troubled. Wang Yu pretended to ponder, then took a fruit from the tree. Don't be nervous. The issue you mentioned really isn't so complicated. Here, have a fruit to calm your nerves, Wang Yu said, utterly nonchalant. Just kidding. Even someone as dense as Jozu turned into an Emperor-class powerhouse under my guidance. And that was with my hands casually in my pockets. With just a little effort, I made it happen. For Marco, who's already at the half-step Emperor level, it should be even less of a problem. Hearing that there was hope, Marco grew visibly excited. He grabbed the fruit and started devouring it in big bites, barely even tasting what it was like. After finishing the fruit, Marco looked eagerly at Wang Yu. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what exactly do I need to do? I've been stuck at this bottleneck for over 10 years. If you can help me ascend to Emperor status, I'll call you my second father from now on, Marco said, his face beaming with anticipation. Wang Yu rolled his eyes at that. Second father? I think I'll pass on that title. Vice Captain suits me much better, Wang Yu replied, feigning annoyance. With that, he opened up his system interface. Sure enough, the details on the fruit Marco had eaten appeared right away. Detected. Marco has consumed the Glacial Storm Skill Fruit. Bound user. Marco. Glacial Storm Skill Fruit. Summons a torrential downpour mixed with icy winds and hailstorms in a target area. The affected zone expands continuously for 1.5 seconds, dealing 40/60/80 plus 0.125 AP magic damage per second to all enemies inside. It also imbues a freezing effect, slowing movement and attack speed by 20/30/40%. Glacial Storm, Ice Phoenix's ultimate move. Honestly, Marco's luck truly is something else. This skill can deal continuous area damage directly to enemies, a real powerhouse ability in team battles. Just imagine, say Kaido's army of gifters is marching along, when suddenly the skies turn dark and hail starts to pour down. In an instant, the whole group is frozen and wiped out. The look on Kaido's face then would be priceless. But the key here is that I also have Landry's Torment, a system reward, right in my hands. Landry's Torment, plus 300 health, plus 75 ability power. This greatly boosts the user's defenses and enhances control over Devil Fruit powers. The skill burns the target for 3 seconds, dealing magic damage each second equal to 1.5% of their maximum health. Against slowed or immobilized enemies, this extra damage jumps to 2.5%. Pair this item with Marco's Glacial Storm, and the combination is absolutely devastating. The continuous damage ramps up to the maximum, plus that max health burn effect. It's highly effective against beefy opponents. This instantly reminded Wang Yu of Kaido, the Four Emperors' powerhouse. He stormed Marine headquarters many times and survived just because Kaido is unbelievably tough. He's all muscle and endless life bars. But with Landry's Torment, I finally have just the way to deal with him. When maximum health is decreased, the more health you have, the more damage I deal to you. Even someone as mighty as Kaido, one of the Four Emperors, if trapped within this glacial storm and subjected to Landry's Torment, might not last very long. Excited, Wang Yu immediately took out Landry's Torment mask from the system. He handed it straight to Marco. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 9,563 points. Armament Haki, 8,314 points. Observation Haki, 8,342 points. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, Passive, Thunderstrike, Level 2, Earthquake, Level 2, Jade Cutter, Level 2, Hunter's Path, Passive, Glacial Storm, Level 2. Items, 2 pieces of refined iron ore. Gold, 120,000. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit. Forged, Beginner. Weapon, none. Armor, Thorn Mail, Landry's Torment. Divine Artifact, none. Marco looked utterly puzzled, clearly intrigued as he asked. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what's the purpose of this mask? Wang Yu responded with a knowing chuckle, putting on the air of a seasoned expert. Apparently, you haven't heard of my forging skills yet. This is equipment I crafted specifically for you. Put on. I'm sure it will take your control over your Devil Fruit powers to the next level, Wang Yu said calmly. Marco was taken aback. He was being asked to wear a mask? Wearing something on his face didn't sound very convenient for battle. And, somehow, this mask could even enhance his control over the Devil Fruit. Marco was even more skeptical now. Sure, he fully believed that, Vice Captain Wang, you could help someone improve their fighting skills. But that just one mask could boost a Devil Fruit user's abilities? Marco could hardly believe it, no matter what. In the world of pirates, there was no question. The only way to strengthen one's Devil Fruit powers was through relentless training. If an item could simply grant that, wouldn't whoever could forge such equipment become unbeatable? Even though Marco doubted all this, since it was a gift from Vice Captain Wang Yu, he decided to follow instructions and put the mask on his face. And then, something extraordinary happened. The mask on Marco's face fused seamlessly with him and vanished in an instant. In its place, a wave of invigorating energy flowed through his body. Marco, having never encountered such a rare item before, curiously touched his cheek, full of wonder. Vice Captain Wang Yu, the mask just disappeared by itself. Marco exclaimed, completely surprised. Wang Yu shot him a sidelong glance. That's not disappearing. It's the mask automatically merging with your body. When Marco heard this, it all suddenly made sense to him. Equipment that could merge seamlessly with its user was nothing short of a legendary artifact. This was the first time he had ever heard of something like this. Marco couldn't help but wonder, had Wang Yu eaten some kind of devil fruit that allowed him to forge such weapons? Otherwise, how could anyone create something so extraordinary? Just the thought of a weapon automatically fusing with a body sounded incredible. Yet, before he could even try out his own devil fruit powers, Wang Yu spoke again. As for your struggle to rise to Emperor, Wang Yu said, I've already found the answer. The problem is, while you're very balanced in all areas, there's nothing about you that truly makes you stand out. So, I think it's time for you to focus your efforts on your devil fruit and develop a truly formidable signature move. For example, you could try adding the power of ice to your Phoenix Flames. Let ice do the main attacking, and your immortal fire provide continuous damage. Your frost fire would then rain down from above, blanketing the battlefield in sustained devastation. Wang Yu began to weave his suggestion with a totally serious expression. Marco's eyes narrowed in skepticism. What in the world was this? Had he heard wrong? Was Vice Captain Wang Yu really suggesting that his Phoenix Flame should include the power of ice, as if he were Admiral Aokiji himself? It all sounded rather far-fetched. Marco's face was clouded with confusion. Vice Captain Wang Yu, your idea isn't bad, but as we all know, a person can only eat one devil fruit. How could I possibly possess the powers of Admiral Aokiji? Marco asked in puzzlement. Wang Yu glanced at Marco, shaking his head to himself. Of all the commanders, Marco really was the hardest one to fool. Why did he have to ask so many questions? When a teacher tells you to learn something, shouldn't you just do as you're told, instead of raising objections? Still, he had no choice but to keep up the act. Marco, you're missing the point. The power of ice doesn't only come from eating the ice fruit. You know Ace, right? He ate the flame fruit and gained his fire abilities, but does that mean no one else can wield the power of fire? Wang Yu coaxed. Marco thought about it. It was true. There were plenty of people with fire abilities. Big Mom, Kaido, King the Wildfire, and even Fasa aboard their own ship. All could control fire. Clearly, one would need the flame fruit to wield fire. Still, something about this logic felt off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it, so he turned to Wang Yu for help. But, Vice Captain Wang Yu, isn't it a bit of a stretch to gain the power of ice without eating a devil fruit? Marco asked, scratching his head. Challenging, is it? Did you even try before saying it's too hard? Wang Yu frowned and asked. Marco was startled. If he upset Vice Captain Wang Yu, there would be no one left to guide him. Embarrassed, he replied, to be honest, no, I haven't actually tried. But since you're giving me such valuable guidance, Vice Captain Wang Yu, I'll definitely put my efforts in that direction. Marco answered, doing his best to appear eager and grateful. That's the spirit. You don't need to worry. I've looked into your Phoenix powers, and I know why you've hit a plateau. It's because you haven't unlocked the next level of your devil fruit. You're stuck at developing the element of freezing flames. You need to make that your goal, and I believe you're capable of it. Wang Yu patted Marco encouragingly on the shoulder. Marco was still a little doubtful, but with Wang Yu's words, he had no reason to object. He simply chose to pursue the path laid out for him. Understand, Vice Captain Wang Yu. In that case, I'll take my leave. With that, Marco exited the restricted area. He had only gone a short way when he saw Vista coming toward him, visibly in high spirits. The moment Vista spotted Marco, he immediately realized Marco must have beaten him to the punch and gotten advice for Wang Yu first. Hey Marco, you sly fox. Did you sneak off early to get tips from Vice Captain Wang Yu? Come on, spill it. What did you learn from him? Out with it. Vista joked, only half serious. But to his surprise, Marco did not look amused. Instead, he seemed deep in thought. Just now, Vice Captain Wang Yu told me to find a way to gain Aokiji's power. Don't you think that sounds like a total fantasy? Marco replied, looking rather helpless. Marco had expected Vista to agree, but Vista didn't hesitate at all. He launched straight into a lecture. Marco, you really are a fool, you know? What's there to doubt? It makes perfect sense. Vista said, clearly exasperated. Huh? Marco was utterly bewildered, with questions swirling in his mind. Did Vista just call him a fool? How is it reasonable to expect someone to acquire a second devil fruit ability? How is that supposed to be reasonable, Vista? My Phoenix fruit is a mythical Zoan, and it has nothing to do with Aokiji's freezing powers. How am I supposed to make that happen? Marco protested, Frustrative. That's exactly why you're a fool. You're completely missing the point. Vice Captain Wang Yu said to focus your efforts in a certain direction. So just do that. If you actually understood how to train your devil fruit, would you have been stuck at this same level for more than a decade? Vista retorted, not holding back. Hearing this, Marco was left speechless. When it came to cultivation guidance, he really was out of his depth. Vista continued speaking. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what kind of person is he? He's practically a legend, like someone out of fairy tale. There's no way the path he set for you could be wrong. That you don't understand him? Of course. If you could wrap your head around what Vice Captain Wang Yu told you, you'd be an emperor by now. Look at me in Jozu. I gained the power to knock things away. Jozu got the ability to rebound attacks. All these strange abilities, we made them happen, didn't we? If in the end you still can't succeed, that only means you're too lacking in talent. It has nothing to do with Vice Captain Wang Yu. Vice Captain Wang Yu took the trouble to guide you, and you're still here second-guessing him? Makes me want to smack some sense into you. Vista retorted sharply. Hearing Vista's blunt rebuke, Marco stood rooted to the spot. The words stung, but there was truth in them. What kind of man was Vice Captain Wang Yu? For Marco to actually understand him straight away would be more suspicious. Now that he thought about how he had doubted Wang Yu before, Marco's cheeks burned with embarrassment. Thankfully, Vista's scolding had snapped him back. Vista, brother, I get it. I really do. Vice Captain Wang Yu has been nothing but sincere, teaching me with his whole heart, and I actually doubted him. That was wrong of me. Enough talk. I'll give it a try right now. See if I can let the immortal flames develop a freezing property. Marco hurried to admit his mistake. With those words, Marco did just as Vice Captain Wang Yu had instructed, summoning vast quantities of blue fire, gathering them high in the sky. Then, picturing himself wielding the power of frost, he willed those freezing flames to pour downwards. Under Marco's control, the whole sky suddenly erupted with crackling thunderbolts as the blue flames radiated an overwhelming chill, instantly freezing the air. The temperature in the area dropped by dozens of degrees in a heartbeat as a torrential hailstorm formed and came crashing down from above. A wild, howling gale tore through, mingled with sheets of rain and ice. That biting cold swept from sky to earth, and hailstones cascaded endlessly, pummeling everything within a kilometer's radius. Within that hailstorm, the corrosive power of Landry's torment was interlaced, and the once proud mountains were ravaged, gouged into deep ravines by the terrifying cold. The vista was transformed. Snow drifted in dense flurries, glaciers stretched farther than the eye could see, a frozen world to rival even Akiji's Ice Age. Staring at the cataclysmic hailstorm before him, Vista's eyes widened in amazement. He never would have imagined that the ability Vice Captain Wang Yu had imparted to Marco would prove this powerful. The power to directly alter the weather, combined with a level of destructive force that rivals even a legendary Tremor fruit and an attack range of this magnitude. Hail raining down ceaselessly. This is the ultimate weapon in a team battle. If anyone finds themselves facing Marco's technique in the middle of a fight, they'll have no choice but to be drowned in this torrential storm of ice. Jealousy. In this moment, Vista's eyes were filled to the brim with envy. And this was just Marco testing the waters, barely even tapping into the true power of his devil fruit. If Marco were to unleash this move in a real war, its effect would be 10 times more terrifying than what they witness now. The chilling, corrosive force of that ice storm was relentless, unstoppable, and ever-growing. Even a Navy vice admiral, if caught in this hailstorm for just a minute, would fall forever, never to rise again. Even escaping the range of the ice storm would require running at least a kilometer, and Vista could clearly sense that the deathly hail, born from the immortal freezing flames, carried a slowing effect, making a quick escape virtually impossible. Even for a vice admiral, being caught inside for even a second would deal significant damage. There's no doubt, Marco alone could seize the throne with this very move. It seemed that, among all those whom Vice Captain Wang Yu had trained, he himself was now trailing the farthest behind. Vista could only feel the sting of envy. Even Marco hadn't expected that the thing he doubted all along would succeed on the very first attempt. This was nothing short of a shock, wrapped in boundless delight. Gazing at the glacier storm he'd summoned with his blazing, immortal flames, Marco couldn't stop swallowing in excitement, his eyes alight with elation. Vista, brother, I did it. I actually did it. First try, and it worked. Vice Captain Wang, you did not deceive me. This is a real killer move. Navy, you're always looking to deal with the white-beard pirates, aren't you? Fine, I'll show you a taste of a deathly glacier. Marco's voice quaked with anticipation. Until now, Marco had always harbored a sliver of doubt towards Vice Captain Wang Yu. But now, having gained the glacier storm just as Wang Yu described. Marco, like Bista, saw the vice captain with the reverence reserved for a god. This is amazing, Bista. If you hadn't snapped me out of it, who knows where I'd be. This feeling, the glacier storm, nothing could be more exhilarating. I'm actually looking forward to clashing with the Navy now. Not to brag, but I'm pretty sure this storm of mine could freeze thousands of Marines at once without breaking a sweat. Marco said, patting Bista's shoulder, unable to hide his excitement. Watching Marco gain such a terrifying power and seeing his enthusiasm, Bista's heart burned with nothing but envy. No, I have to hurry and find Vice Captain Wang Yu, otherwise I'll fall behind. With that thought, Bista immediately shrugged off Marco's arm and sped off toward the restricted area. Seeing Bista's reaction only made Marco even more delighted, a broad grin spreading across his face. Huh, even Bista is getting jealous of my abilities now. No, I can't keep this to myself. I'm on such a roll, I have to share this good news with the other guys, let them get a little envious too. With that, Marco quickened his own pace, heading straight for the Moby Dick. If he couldn't make those captains feel a hint of jealousy, Marco would feel thoroughly unsettled. And so, Marco and Bista set off in opposite directions, each to their own destination. Bista was the first to arrive at Wang Yu's restricted area. As soon as he entered, he put on his broadest smile for Wang Yu, carrying with him a bottle of fine sake from Wano country and a freshly prepared bear paw. Vice Captain Wang Yu, this sake is known in Wano as Heaven Sake. It's their national spirit, served only to honored guests. Only 10 bottles are produced each year. This bottle was a gift from Odin Kazuki himself when he sailed with us. All these years, I haven't had the heart to open it. But today, I'm bringing it as a special tribute to you. And this bear paw, it's as fresh as they come, the perfect companion for a good drink. Bista beamed broadly as he spoke. Wang Yu accepted the sake with satisfaction. The packaging, so reminiscent of Mao Dai from his previous life, instantly put him in a great mood. But since he didn't have the habit of drinking so early, Wang Yu simply stored Bista's gifts away in his vault. Very nice, very nice. This sake is quite the treat. Wang Yu nodded his approval. Seeing Wang Yu's reaction, Bista breathed a sigh of relief, then shamelessly pressed on with his real request. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I was wondering, would you be willing to coach me a little? Help me reach a new level so I, too, can become an Emperor class. Bista scratched his head, flashing a hopeful grin. Well, that's not difficult, Wang Yu replied casually. In truth, he had already been working all morning on Bista's new piece of gear, a Thunderblade, but it just wasn't ready to be unveiled yet. Hearing this, Bista nodded enthusiastically, an overwhelming excitement bubbling inside him. Once he'd become an Emperor class, he was determined to challenge Dracul Mihawk for the title of world's greatest swordsman. But Wang Yu spoke up again. However, for the sake of your path to the throne, I'll probably be forging equipment all day today. I won't even have time to tidy up the place. Besides, it's actually quite exhausting, Wang Yu said, giving it some thought. As soon as Bista heard this, he was ecstatic. The vice captain was personally going to craft equipment for him. Just thinking about the time Jozu had worn that steel vest and gained the ability to reflect attacks, Bista could hardly contain his excitement. Who knows, perhaps the only thing standing between me and becoming an emperor is a piece of gear, something akin to an ironclad little vest. Of course, I can't let Deputy Captain Wang Yu wear himself out because of me. After all the trouble Deputy Captain Wang Yu has gone through for my sake, for me to just stand here clueless, I'd be downright ungrateful. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, don't worry. I'll take care of the cleaning here, all of it. No, not just the cleaning, cooking too, everything. You don't have to bother about a thing except crafting weapons for me. Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Bista responded with an obedient and considerate tone. With that, Bista immediately grabbed a broom and started sweeping the forbidden area. He worked with meticulous care, picking up even the smallest stones scattered about, leaving nothing behind. Before long, the entire forbidden area was spotless, shining with cleanliness under the light. Meanwhile, over by the forge, Wang Yu had propped his feet up on a grand old chair, basking in the sun, looking completely relaxed. Bista dared not disturb or question him. He simply jogged over, eager to help. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, you've worked so hard for me. Let me give you a shoulder massage, Bista said respectfully. And so Bista assumed the role of the ever-dutiful masseur. Wang Yu enjoyed the massage beneath the sunlight, feeling utterly at ease. Never mind that Bista was a man. If only his daily masseuse were a young woman. But as Bista watched Wang Yu's delighted expression, a thought crossed his mind. Clearly, Deputy Captain Wang Yu relished this kind of treatment. Maybe one day, I should arrange for a few pretty girls to give Deputy Captain Wang Yu massages and foot baths. Every man enjoys a little pampering like this, don't they? I've been racking my brain for a fitting gift for Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Perhaps this is the direction I should explore. Eventually, as they carried on, the long-awaited chime echoed within Wang Yu's system. Ding! System notification. Electro Blade has been fully crafted. With a pleasant sound ringing in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on Wang Yu's lips. That's enough, Vista! Wang Yu waved his hand, and Vista promptly stopped his massage, trailing after him to the forge. Deputy Captain Wang Yu, if I'm not mistaken, does this mean the equipment is ready? Vista asked curiously. Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint grin. Open the forge. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marco had arrived aboard the Moby Dick, searching one by one for his targets to show off to. Izo, brother, come out. There's something big, something truly important I need to announce. Cleo, brother, come over here. Big announcement coming in just a moment. Flamenco, Atmos, the two of you together weigh over 1,000 pounds. Two burly men hugging each other and still not getting up. Don't you find it crowded and uncomfortable? Hurry up, get up. Something big's happened. Marco reached out one by one to his chosen targets for showing off. By doing this, Marco managed to summon every single captain on the ship who was worth calling. Izo wore an anxious expression. Marco, what on earth is going on? You called all of us here. Don't tell me the Navy is about to make a move. Izo asked in a worried tone. Yeah, Marco, what's the matter? Come on, just tell us already. Buffalo Atmos also chimed in, looking deadly serious. The rest of the captains echoed the question, each brimming with curiosity about what Marco was up to. But Marco simply beamed. Ha, relax, brothers. This time I called you here to share some very good news. Marco announced, brimming with pride. Good news? Given how turbulent things were for the Whitebeard pirates these days, to hear even a whisper of good news was a rare treat. What is it? Stop keeping us in suspense, Marco. Izo urged impatiently. Now that he'd built up the anticipation to its peak, Marco ran a hand proudly over his pineapple-styled hair and declared with flourish. I, Marco, have ascended to Emperor. What? Since the other captains hadn't yet heard of the miraculous feat performed by Jozu and the others, they were all utterly baffled. After all, for over a decade, Marco had dreamed of becoming an emperor every single year, without ever even coming close. And now, suddenly, he claims he's made it? The rest of the captains found it hard to believe. Hey, Marco, have you daydreamed yourself silly about being emperor? Yeah, Marco, so you called us all here just to sit through your bragging? How boring. I really thought this was serious, but turns out you just want an audience for your tall tales. What a waste of our time. A chorus of complaints burst out from the captains, directed straight at Marco. Hearing their groans, Marco didn't lose his temper. Instead, a sly grin played about his lips. You don't believe me? Well, that just makes showing off all the sweeter. If you don't believe me, fine. Let me show you the new ultimate move that Deputy Captain Wang Yu taught me. Marco said, bursting into laughter. Since Marco had handpicked the place for his grand performance, the captains weren't gathered aboard the Moby Dick. Instead, they stood on a small island nearby. This island spanned at least 10 square kilometers, wide enough for Marco to go all out in his display of power. Marco snapped his fingers, and in the next instant, the immortal, freezing flames within his body erupted, engulfing the entire sky. Because these undying phoenix flames carried a chilling power, the once blue fire had now turned white, casting a strangely cold and shadowy aura across the heavens. Whoa, white flames. What's going on here? Marco, is this your new signature move? Yeah. Marco, when did your fire change color? Don't tell me you've awakened some new power. A chorus of astonished exclamations came from the surrounding captains. Marco said nothing. He simply held his silence, channeling his undying, freezing flames with grave concentration, adding to the aura of mystique and awe that now surrounded him. Soon, more and more white flames gathered in the sky, and suddenly, bolts of lightning began to streak through the clouds, bathing the heavens in thunder and brilliance. Thunder rolled across the sky in a relentless cacophony, rattling the air with its raw force. From the heart of the storm, crackling white lightning split the sky, leaving everyone below utterly dumbfounded. None of these captains had ever seen lightning of such a color. Eyes wide with disbelief, they realized Marco now wielded the terrifying power to alter even the fabric of weather itself. Suddenly, sheets of freezing rain began to fall, giant hailstones drumming relentlessly from above. Under the howling fury of fierce winds, this icy deluge swept over the entire island, shrouding all in white. Visibility shrank to less than 2 meters, and everywhere the hailstorm touched, trees and plants shriveled instantly, locked in a vice of Arctic cold. The chill seeped into every corner of the island, icy and merciless. Marco, through sheer force of will, kept the hail from falling within 100 meters around him. Yet even so, the captains nearby were left shivering uncontrollably, the frigid cold gnawing at their bones. What kind of insane power is this? Even with my hockey defense up, I feel chilled to the bone. Atmos gritted his teeth, shuddering as he spoke. And this is just the aftermath. Honestly, it feels as powerful as one of Old Man Whitebeard's tremor fruit attacks, Izo added with a tone of awe. Everyone else shared the same experience. Even those untouched by the hail found a wind biting at their faces like 1,000 knives, making them wince just imagining the suffering within the storm's reach. When the torrent finally faded and the hailstorm dispersed, the captains could at last take in their surroundings. Everywhere they looked, the land was frozen as far as the eye could see. Save for the ground just beneath their feet, the entire island had been transformed into a solid expanse of ice. The island was now a frozen fortress, completely sealed in ice. This looks just like Admiral Akiji's ultimate attack, the Ice Age. Atmos gasped, his mouth agape in wonder. No, this terror is even greater than Akiji's Ice Age. Izo suddenly exclaimed. Haven't you noticed? The whole island is being corroded. Izo swallowed hard, his voice trembling with shock. With Izo's warning, the other captains finally realized that every trace of grass, flowers, and trees on the island had vanished. The entire landmass had been eroded away by several meters. Anyone could see it clearly, just by comparing the sea level with the ground beneath their feet. This is just horrifying. Frozen in place, the captains summoned by Marco were left speechless. Apart from their father, this was their first encounter with a devil fruit ability that could wreak such terrifying destruction. When Marco saw their astonished faces, his pride swelled with satisfaction. Didn't you all mock me before, saying I'd never become an emperor? Well, take a good look. This is my trump card for claiming the throne. Jealous yet? Marco was all but bursting with joy. Huh, who was it that said I was bragging just now? You believe me now, don't you? Marco declared smugly. The captains recovered from their shock, only to look thoroughly embarrassed. None of them had truly believed Marco had made such a breakthrough. Until now. Wait, I seem to remember you saying this move was taught to you by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Izo suddenly caught on, asking urgently. Yeah, that's right. Vice Captain Wang Yu taught it to me, Marco replied with a bright grin. I never would have figured it out myself. As soon as they heard that, the captains' expressions changed. They all recalled that father had once said Vice Captain Wang, you just might be able to raise all their fighting power. But none of them imagined his teaching ability was this formidable. Wang Yu had only just begun helping, and already Marco had reached emperor-level strength. He's practically the world's strongest instructor. Wait a second, wasn't Vice Captain Wang Yu supposed to mentor each of us, one at a time? Didn't he pick Jozu first? How did Marco end up getting trained before us? Yeah, we didn't hear a thing about this. This won't do. Vice Captain Wang Yu's being way too partial. We all need his guidance. Come on, there's no way we're leaving today unless Vice Captain Wang Yu teaches me a move too. One after another, the captains began talking heatedly, and without a second thought, marched straight for the forbidden training grounds. If Wang Yu was giving Marco special lessons on the side, then he had better teach the rest of them a thing or two before they'd agree to leave. Seeing each captain so fired up, Marco grew anxious, for it was his own boasting that had sparked the whole commotion. It was all his own fault for having a big mouth, always showing off. Now his bragging had landed him in trouble. If this reached Vice Captain Wang Yu and disturbed his rest, making him unhappy, what would he do if Wang Yu refused to teach him any more in the future? With this thought, Marco hurried out to stop them. Brothers, listen to me. Let's take turns. The only reason I received Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance was because Jozu went out on a mission. You didn't know that. Please don't all go together. Just send a representative. If you all go in at once, you'll end up disturbing Vice Captain Wang Yu's rest. Marco said anxiously. But at this point, how could the other captains possibly listen and pick a representative? It sounded simple enough, but every single one of them wanted to be that representative. How could anyone choose? With Vice Captain Wang Yu's incredible ability as a teacher, even hearing a single word of his advice was a huge win. Oh, come off it, Marco. You already got Vice Captain Wang Yu's teaching. Now you want to keep us from it. Yeah, we haven't had a chance to learn from him yet. The captains had no intention of listening to Marco at all. A crowd of people promptly brushed him aside, surging forward as one toward the restricted area. There was no other way. Being even a step behind, missing out on even one word, could mean a huge loss. Marco could only stand there alone, hugging his head in confusion and distress. This was it, he was doomed. This time, he'd really made a mess of things. Elsewhere, Jozu had finally set foot on the soil of Crike Island. This island had once been a kingdom, but years of war had left the nation in ruins, and the island itself had become a desolate outcast. All around, nothing could be seen but human graves. The air was heavy with dampness, a thick fog that seemed to blanket the entire sky, shrouding everything in a gloomy, low-visibility haze. As Jozu stepped onto the wet ground, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. At last I've arrived. To think that Hawkeye Mihawk actually enjoys living in a place like this. What a truly peculiar man. Jozu sighed. Meanwhile, in the heart of Krikar Island, inside the ancient castle, Hawkeye Mihawk was swirling his glass of crimson wine, reading the latest news from the world outside. Suddenly, a strange-looking ghostly girl drifted into the room, floating through the air with an umbrella in her hand. She was none other than Ghost Princess Perona. Mihawk, you really are the most boring person. Do you just not talk the entire day? The Navy sent you a message, whether you'll join them to face the Whitebeard pirates, but you don't even bother to reply. Aren't you worried about offending them? Perona's words might have been sharp, but it was clear she was genuinely concerned about Mihawk. Upon hearing Perona's words, Mihawk responded with a derisive smile. So what if I don't go to the Navy? Do you really think I became one of the warlords of the sea because the Navy granted me the title, and not because of my own strength? What Mihawk said wasn't without reason. The Navy's decision to appoint certain pirates as warlords was partly for their own strategic use, but also out of an inability to fully deal with these formidable pirates. After all, in a world teeming with pirates, especially those of extraordinary power, if the Navy only focused on suppressing them and never sought to appease, the high-ranking forces of Navy headquarters would be stretched far too thin. So, you're not going to go? Perona inquired with great curiosity. Hawkeye Mihawk offered a mysterious smile once again. To be honest, I had no intention of getting involved with the Navy's affairs. But this time, the great conflict on the horizon. It's a rare chance to cross swords with the world's strongest man. With temptation like that, how could I stay away? Mihawk's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke, clearly exhilarated. Still, I think I'll let them wait a few days before I reply. Otherwise, the Navy might start imagining that I'm scared of them. Mihawk swirled his wine and smiled softly. Perona, standing to the side, shook her head with a sigh. She had to admit, Hawkeye Mihawk's personality was truly eccentric. Here he was, already agreeing to help the Navy, yet still insisting on antagonizing them. If not for his overwhelming strength, a man with such an imperious attitude would have been killed 100 times over by now. Mihawk, you really are the strangest guy out there. Don't you realize that with a personality like yours, nobody wants to talk to you? Perona floated in the air, pouting and grumbling her complaint. But Mihawk didn't respond this time. Suddenly, he set his wine aside, even putting down the newspaper. What is it? Noticing his unusual behavior, Perona's curiosity was piqued. Well, this is rare. We have visitors. Mihawk's eyes gleamed briefly as he narrowed his gaze. Using his keen observation, he couldn't quite sense who exactly was approaching, but he was certain of one thing. The newcomer was no ordinary opponent. This promised to be an entertaining encounter. Perona, upon hearing this, was just as excited. She flew out of the castle in a rush, her spirits lifted. Finally, someone new to chat with. This is great. Ever the quirky spirit, Perona hurried out ahead of Mihawk, bursting with enthusiasm. Elsewhere, Jozu had covered about 4 or 5 kilometers through the forest when suddenly a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the trees. Unbeknownst to him, a large number of baboons had gathered all around. These baboons possessed exceptional mimicking abilities, so much so that they were known as the imitators of mankind. The baboons, imitating the fashion of humans during the wartime in this country, had donned armor piece by piece, picked up weapons, and now each one seemed thoroughly irritable. At this moment, they stood gripping their weapons, glaring furiously at Diamond Jaws, brandishing their arms and legs in wild, menacing displays, their howls echoing ceaselessly through the air. Their ominous wails made it plain. They had no intention of welcoming Jaws. Jaws surveyed the scene, letting a hint of surprise flicker across his face. So these must be the infamous human imitators I've heard about. I have to admit, they've really outdone themselves, especially that massive baboon over there, swinging a sword that's the spitting image of Hawkeye Mihawk's blade. How amusing, Jaws teased, unable to hold back a mocking chuckle. With laughter trailing behind him, Jaws continued forward, not taking the baboons seriously in the slightest. But his utter disregard for them only served to enrage the baboons even further. The enormous baboon king, towering above the rest, unleashed a thunderous roar at Jaws, demanding attention. One by one, as if acting on command, the other baboons gripped their weapons and charged at Jaws. A bizarre arsenal, long swords, knives and forks, clubs, massive iron hammers, scythes, rushed down upon Jaws, aiming right for his head. Most people would have scattered in terror at the sight of this onslaught, but Jaws didn't even flinch. He watched calmly as the barrage of weapons came crashing towards his head. Honestly, he thought, I'm Jaws, the man meant to take down my hawk. If I actually had to break a sweat dealing with some baboons, wouldn't that be the world's greatest joke? Just then, Perona happened to pass by and caught sight of Diamond Jaws being swarmed by the raging baboons, his head the target of their furious assault. Seeing Jaws completely unfazed, she quickly sounded the alarm. Hey, be careful, Perona shouted anxiously. Only she and Mihawk lived on this island, and Mihawk was insufferably dull. Now, finally, there was a third person on the island. If he were finished off this quickly, it would be absolutely unbearable. Worried, Perona called out again, but with Jaws completely absorbed in his stride and her being too far away, her warning was lost on him. Oh no, this is bad. She pressed a hand to her forehead, utterly exasperated. She had thought the man before her would be finished then and there. But what she saw next stunned her. The man's defense was like a fortress. Weapon after weapon rained down upon Jaws, ringing out across the forest like thunder on stone. Sparks and flashes of light danced across Jaws' head with each blow, as though the very air were crackling with energy. The wind whipped up by the collision alone sent dust billowing through the air. Yet the man standing there hadn't even activated armament hockey, and not a scratch could be seen on him. These beasts really are nothing but weaklings. They couldn't even break through my granite shield. Jozu shook his head and kept walking. Who is this dark-skinned guy, anyway? How can he stand up to such a terrifying attack? Perona shouted in disbelief. It was only then that Jozu noticed, off in the distance, a little girl with an umbrella who seemed to be calling out to him. Dark-skinned guy. Was she talking about me? Jozu glanced around. He was clearly the only man nearby. It had to be him. Healthy tan, that's all I have. Dark-skinned? Seriously? He shot an angry look at Perona, the corners of his mouth twitching in frustration. The baboons all looked on in utter confusion, shocked that their attacks hadn't worked in the slightest. The baboon king was even more astonished, staring intently at Jozu, unable to sense any aura of strength from him. The king let out another fierce roar. A guttural, thundering bellow rattled the air. In the next moment, the baboon king hefted his massive sword, spun it through a full circle overhead, and then brought it crashing down toward Jozu's head. The blade whistled through the air with a crackling brilliance, throwing off a surge of sword energy. Anyone who hadn't witnessed it would scarcely believe a baboon could comprehend human swordsmanship, let alone unleash a strike infused with sword intent. Seeing the baboon king's attack, Perona began frantically calling out to Jozu again. I'm talking to you. Dark-skinned guy, watch out, look out. Perona called out yet again. This wasn't your average baboon, especially not this hulking baboon king. His role model was none other than Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. This meant the baboon king's combat strength was truly exceptional. He could easily overpower 100 ordinary baboons, and even pirate captains with bounties of over 100 million berries would scarcely last a few moves against him. Even Perona herself didn't dare provoke the baboon king, so she couldn't imagine how Jozu could possibly withstand that lightning strike. Jozu's forehead throbbed with a vein of irritation at Perona's words. He clenched his fists tight, his mouth twitching in suppressed rage, unable to come up with a retort. I told her it's a healthy tan. Is this strange little girl colorblind or what? At that moment, the baboon king's thunderous strike came crashing down on Jozu's neck. With an explosive impact, the earth under Jozu's feet erupted, sending dust shooting several meters high. Jaws took the blow head-on, solidly and without hesitation. Yet, it wasn't Jaws who was hurt. Astonishingly, it was the baboon king's massive broadsword that suffered the most. Incredibly, a huge, jagged notch was gouged right into the blade. Perona watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's insanely tough." Clapping a hand over her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man standing before her. Who on earth was this man? She knew full well that the baboon king had mastered part of Dracul Mihawk's sword technique. Even if it was only the basics, it was enough for him to easily take down infamous pirates with bounties over 100 million. But the man in front of her, he hadn't even bothered to defend himself. He just took the attack head-on and stood there, unfazed. A pirate of such strength couldn't possibly be anyone insignificant. No, he had to be a legendary figure, someone whose name she should have heard before. Perona's mind raced furiously, and suddenly she remembered. Her former boss, Gecko Moria, had once mentioned a captain from the Whitebeard Pirates, dark-skinned, powerfully built, renowned for his monstrous defense. She'd even seen his picture. Now that she thought about it, the man before her matched that description exactly. Diamond Jaws. Meanwhile, realizing the man before him bore not a scratch, the baboon king finally understood. This was no ordinary pirate. A primal, Instinctive fear of the powerful welled up inside him, and terror flashed across his eyes as he uttered a series of strange, fearful cries. The Baboon King, his voice trembling in fright, began to wail. His once mighty sword, now split and broken, clattered to the ground with a clang. Without warning, it snapped clean in two. At that moment, Jaws, dubbed the Dark Man by some, was seething with anger, itching for an outlet. The foolish Baboon King had stumbled right into his path. Beating him senseless seemed only appropriate, a fitting way to vent his frustration. So Jaws raised his powerful, iron-like fist, thick as a cauldron, and swung it straight at the Baboon King. With a thunderous roar, his iron fist sliced through the air, howling with force as it closed in. The blow landed squarely on the Baboon King's head with crushing force. The poor creature's eyes shot wide, and then rolled back, his body lifting off the ground under the sheer impact. Helpless and limp, he rocketed skyward before crashing heavily back to Earth, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. After enduring Jaws' brutal blow, the Baboon King lost consciousness, completely knocked out cold. The other baboons, witnessing Jaws' fearsome display, were thrown into utter panic. Each one, struck by the primal terror that weaker creatures feel in the presence of true strength, dropped their weapons and scattered in a mad dash to escape. In the blink of an eye, weapons littered the forest floor. As they bolted through the undergrowth, all the baboons wailed in dread, as if they'd witnessed the face of a true demon. But just as they tried to flee, barely 2 steps away, all sorts of counterattacks suddenly shot toward them. In an instant, the entire troop of baboons collapsed to the ground, one after another, until they fell into a complete stupor. Even as they faded into unconsciousness, they never truly understood how those attacks found their mark or what methods delivered such force upon their bodies. The fallen baboons wore looks of shock, fear, and bewilderment. A kaleidoscope of complex emotions played across their faces. In a heartbeat, every single baboon that had come to assault Jaws had been dealt with. Gazing upon the toppled baboons, Jaws felt wholly satisfied. This reflective armor really is a marvelous thing. He didn't need to lift a finger. Whether those baboons were dead or alive was no longer his concern. After all, however they had struck him moments ago, his armor returned every blow in kind. In a strange sense, these baboons were, in effect, fighting themselves. With that matter settled, Jaws lifted his gaze skyward, eyes fixed on Ghost Princess Perona. "Jaws, you're Jaws!" Perona exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. "What was that power just now? How did all those baboons suddenly fall?" "That's not something you need to worry about," Jaws replied, his expression skeptical. "But the owner of this island, do you know Mihawk?" A thought occurred to Jaws, a bold suspicion taking root in his mind. Could that Hawkeye Mihawk fellow be all talk, putting on a show of preferring solitude, while actually hiding some secret companion here? Before Perona could answer, a voice brimful of presence rang out unexpectedly. "So it's you, Diamond Jaws, the famous one. Mihawk, you finally made it." "This Jaws is powerful. His abilities," Perona began, but Mihawk paid her not the slightest heed. Step by measured step, each one radiating an unspoken pressure, Hawkeye Mihawk strode steadily toward Jaws. Before she could finish, Mihawk interrupted Perona and spoke, locking eyes with Jaws. "If you've come here to dissuade me from taking action against the Whitebeard pirates, I suggest you turn back now," Mihawk said. "A man like Whitebeard, I am bound to challenge him." His hawk's gaze bore into Jaws, brooking no argument. Perona was completely ignored. Fuming, she puffed her cheeks in outrage. Damn Mihawk, how dare he disregard her? And to think she'd been about to reveal Jaws' strange new ability. "Oomph. So arrogant, Hawkeye Mihawk. If you're going to act like this, I won't bother with you anymore." And yet, upon hearing Mihawk's commanding words, Jaws didn't show a hint of anger. On the contrary, a faint smile appeared upon his lips. "Ha ha, if you don't agree, then I'm afraid you're in for a rough time. Our vice captain said that if you refuse, I should give you a proper beating. If I give you a beating and you're still not obedient, I might just have to drag you away with me. Let you have some tea aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship," Jozu said, grinning mischievously. Hearing Jozu's carefree words, Dracula Mihawk's brows furrowed into a deep frown. "Vice captain? Could it be Marco? When did he become so audacious? He's not even certain he could defeat me. And yet he sends Jozu to teach me a lesson. Utterly presumptuous. And this Jozu, does he not realize what it means to stand before the world's greatest swordsman?" Not far off, Perona stared at Jozu in disbelief. Ever since she'd ended up in this bizarre place, plenty of challengers had shown up, but never once had she seen someone so openly underestimate Hawkeye's Mihawk. Among the notorious pirates who made their names on these seas, wasn't every last one of them respectful to Mihawk? Even the four emperors in the navy, hoping to win Mihawk's favor, would often speak to him in flattering tones. But Jozu, speaking to Mihawk in such a playful, teasing way, this was the first time she'd seen anything like it. Granted, Jozu's strength in that earlier scuffle had been astonishing, but that was only in comparison to ordinary pirates. Against the strongest swordsman in the world today, Perona didn't believe Jozu stood a chance. Jozu, if you dare spout such nonsense again, I don't care if you're a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. I'll cut you in half. Hawkeye's Mihawk's gaze grew chilly, his voice carrying an icy edge. A cold wind swept in from the forest, unmistakably carrying Mihawk's immense aura, his intimidating sword intent. Under that oppressive presence, the baboons across a 10-kilometer radius all wore masks of terror, unleashing desperate wails. There was no question. This time, Mihawk was serious. Seeing Mihawk's reaction, Jozu showed not a hint of fear. Instead, a wicked grin crept onto his face. Haha, who would have thought you'd lose your temper so easily, Mihawk? Perfect. Now you get to feel what it's like to be powerless. Come on, I'm in a hurry. Let me savor what it feels like to beat the world's greatest swordsman, Jozu said with a playful smile. Perona could hardly believe what she was hearing. Was that dark-skinned man out of his mind? He could clearly feel Mihawk's terrifying sword intent, yet he still went charging toward his doom. She could only mourn silently for Jozu at this point. Dracul Mihawk narrowed his eyes, a mocking smirk curving his lips. If you truly have the skill to defeat me, do with me as you will. But if you cannot, beware, your life may end here. With those words, the weapon in his hand suddenly flickered, and the supreme great blade was aimed straight at Jaws. The weapon was wrapped in a thick haze of armament haki, shrouding the blade in a sheen like obsidian. So be it. I've already warned this Jaws, and since he refused to listen, he can't blame me for showing no mercy. After all, I'm helping the Navy hunt down the Whitebeard Pirates. Sooner or later we'll be enemies, and there's no need to hold back. A deep, resonant vibration echoed through the air. Suddenly, high above, a massive crescent-shaped slash appeared in the sky, so dark it blotted out the sun. It hurtled toward Jaws with the speed of a thunderclap. This was the casual slash of the world's greatest swordsman. Though it was merely a basic swing, in the hands of Dracul Mihawk, it radiated the brilliance of an ultimate technique, unmatched by any other swordsman. The entire forest was swept by a terrifying gale. The thick mist above was instantly dispersed by the force of the attack. Perona's eyes widened in disbelief as she swallowed hard. It's here, the world's greatest swordsman's slash, one so powerful it could cleave through mountain ranges. Although Mihawk is an insufferably boring guy, I have to admit, his swordsmanship is second to none in this world. I doubt Jaws can withstand this. It's over, Perona exclaimed in shock. The terrible slash swept across the sky, uprooting trees in its path and leaving devastation behind. The very earth cracked and splintered under the oppressive force, spiderwebbing out in all directions, enough to make anyone's skin crawl at the sight. Such is the might of the world's greatest swordsman. One casual swing, and it could bring doom to all in its wake. Jaws' eyes blazed with a frenzied excitement as he witnessed Mihawk's spectacular, earth-shattering blow. Haha, marvelous, marvelous. The stronger you are, the happier I'll be when I defeat you, Jaws shouted, brimming with fighting spirit. A thunderous explosion echoed through the battlefield. In an instant, the enormous black slash crashed directly onto Jaws. The violent collision produced a deafening sound that shook heaven and earth. Even the entire island of Cricana seemed to tremble from the impact. Birds all across the island took flight in panic, their cries piercing the air as they fled from this terrifying clash. Around Jaws, clouds of dust surged up, reaching dozens of meters high and swallowing his figure completely. Watching all this unfold, Perona pressed a hand to her forehead and shook her head in resignation. As expected, it's over. That Jaws didn't even try to dodge. Mihawk, you really messed things up this time. You've completely provoked the Whitebeard Pirates. Perona spoke with a wry smile. The man before her had always acted on his own whims, never sparing a thought for the consequences. But to Perona's surprise, Hawkeye Mihawk didn't lower the supreme-grade black blade, Yoru, in his hand. For once, even a normally stoic Mihawk showed a look of genuine astonishment. Perona's curiosity piqued. Why hadn't Mihawk lowered his sword? And what could possibly make this expressionless man reveal a trace of surprise? What on earth had happened? Instinctively, Perona glanced toward where Jozu had been standing earlier. She watched as Jozu slowly emerged from the swirling dust and fog, still wearing that easygoing grin. Except now, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Well, The world's greatest swordsman truly lives up to his reputation. Jozu joked, his tone light, but edged with sarcasm. Looks like I'll have to use Haki to fight you. My granite shield almost couldn't take that last attack. Jozu laughed, acting as if nothing serious had happened. Perona stared in disbelief. Was it possible that, after taking Mihawk's full-strength blow, Jozu was completely unharmed? And not only that, Jozu just admitted he hadn't even activated armament Haki. How could that be? Even Mihawk allowed his surprise to show. Those hawk-like eyes of his were locked intently on Jozu. To think you could withstand my attack, is it your devil fruit power? As expected, you're quite a tricky opponent, Mihawk murmured, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Mihawk had heard of Jozu, the Whitebeard pirate's captain famed for his diamond body, an ability that could neutralize physical attacks, a real headache for any swordsman. Yet Mihawk showed no sign of panic. Instead, his lips curled into a faint smile. Oomph. You don't honestly believe your devil fruit power makes you invincible against me, do you? Under my black blade, Yoru, no defense is unbreakable. You're worthy of my full strength, Mihawk declared confidently. At those words, Perona's gaze shifted back to Mihawk. Was that previous strike really not his full power? No wonder this was the man who could best even the pirate emperors in a duel of swordsmanship. His true strength was simply unfathomable. Poor Jozu, aside from Mihawk, he could probably outlast any other swordsman in the world. But alas, fate had set him against Hawkeye, Mihawk himself. Hearing Mihawk admit he hadn't been fighting at full strength, Jozu paused for an instant. Ha ha ha, interesting. Very interesting. Well then, show me what you can really do. Jozu replied, anticipation glinting in his eyes. Hawkeye Mihawk showed no hesitation. Simply by witnessing how Jozu withstood his previous strike, Mihawk had already acknowledged the man before him. Gone was the scorn that once lingered in Mihawk's eyes, replaced now by a heavy seriousness. Very well, Mihawk said gravely. In the next instant, under Jozu's watchful gaze, Mihawk made his move. His body shot forward like an arrow loose from a mystical bow, tearing through the air at a blinding pace. A shadowy specter racing toward his foe. Zulfust! Jozu blurted it out almost instinctively. It had to be said, Mihawk's prowess was not limited to his unparalleled swordsmanship. His agility was truly extraordinary as well. Jozu was forced to admit that even his own Kin Bunchiko Haki struggled to keep track of Mihawk's movements. If not for the granite power instilled in him by Wang Yu, even he would find this onslaught overwhelming. Now was no time for carelessness. Summoning all his strength, Jozu shrouded himself in a layer of dark red granite armor, reinforced with armament Haki, a defense as strong as a fortress. Mihawk, realizing that ranged slashes would be wasted against such a heavily armored opponent, had instead decided to engage in close combat. No sooner had Jozu finished fortifying his defenses than Mihawk's figure materialized right before his eyes. Without pause, Mihawk unleashed a fierce strike. A tremendous clang. The black blade, Yoru, swept past Jozu, sparking a shower of fiery embers in its wake. Across the granite armor encasing Jozu, Mihawk's blade carved a massive gash, the force so fearsome it drove Jozu back a full step. The tremendous energy of the slash surged beyond Jozu, racing skyward, so powerful that it cleaved the very clouds above, splitting the heavens in two as if the sky itself had been divided by a blade. Jozu could not help but marvel inwardly. Mihawk's full strength, close-range attack far surpassed even Vista's prowess, his granite armor now marked with a crack. But what Jozu did not know was that Mihawk, in this moment, was even more astonished by 100-fold. This was no ordinary strike. He had infused it with his secret technique, Jingang Loro, allowing his muscles to erupt with explosive power, the resulting blow at least twice as forceful as normal. It had been this very move that once gave him the edge over the red-haired Shanks during their legendary sword duels. Ever since Shanks lost his arm, Mihawk hadn't had cause to wield it. Until now. At peak condition, he could manage at most 10 of these secret strikes. After that, the searing pain in his muscles would leave him unable to raise his blade. Yet even after landing a blow like this, full force right on Jozu's chest, not a scratch had been left behind. As their gazes locked, the fighting spirit in both men soared to its peak. Neither dared hold back any longer. This contest had become deadly serious. I never expected your defense to be this monstrous. Ever since that red-haired guy lost his arm, it's been a long time since I felt this thrill. This time, I swear I'll defeat you. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes gleamed, his voice brimming with excitement. I'm just as surprised, Jaws muttered. Even the granite armor that Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me has cracks after your strike. You truly deserve the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Looks like I absolutely must follow Vice Captain Wang Yu's order and defeat you completely. Hearing the mention of Vice Captain Wang Yu, Hawkeye Mihawk was slightly taken aback, but quickly dismissed it. In the entire Whitebeard pirates, the only one he could truly respect was Whitebeard himself. Without further ado, Hawkeye Mihawk increased the speed of his sword swings. If one slash couldn't shatter Jaw's defense, then he'd cut again and again. Each strike landed with uncanny precision, targeting the cracks he had just carved into the granite shield protecting Jaws. Instinctively, Jaws tried to block with his arms, but Mihawk, with his extraordinary swordsmanship and nimble movements, deftly evaded every attempt at defense. Clang! 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 3 strikes in rapid succession, each one hitting the mark. Under the onslaught of these fearsome attacks, Jaws was forced backward, stumbling several paces. The ground behind him, unable to endure the shockwaves from their clash, split and fractured like soft tofu, shattering into countless fragments. At this rate, Jaws' defense would surely be breached. Attack as a form of defense. With no time to think, Jaws concentrated the granite around his fist and hurled a powerful punch directly at Mihawk. On instinct, Mihawk raised his sword to block, boom. Fist met blade, and for a brief moment, the two were perfectly matched, neither yielding an inch. Beneath their feet, the earth gave way, exploding into chunks of stone that rained down all around them. Mihawk was stunned once again. He could accept that Jaws possessed such formidable defense, but when had Jaws' offensive power become this overwhelming? That punch had nearly matched the force of his own sword slash. Even a 3rd Division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates was this strong? Nearby, Perona's eyes went wide with disbelief. Many had come here to challenge Hawkeye Mihawk, but aside from the red-haired Emperor, Jaws was the first to ever match Mihawk's blows head-on. You're not only strong in defense, but your power is terrifying too. Hawkeye Mihawk exclaimed, surprise clear in his voice. Ha ha ha, this technique is called Thunderclap Strike, and it's something the Vice Captain taught me. Jaws replied with pride. Vice Captain? That Vice Captain again? For someone to train Jaws to wield such incredible power, this Wang you mentioned by Jaws must be far from ordinary. As Hawkeye Mihawk pondered this, he felt his curiosity towards Wang Yu grow even deeper. Boom! Jaws hurled his second punch, but this time it missed its mark. The massive blow didn't hit Dracula Mihawk. Instead, it crashed down upon the rocky ground beneath. The sheer force of the impact shattered the rocks in front of him, causing a wide swath of earth to collapse in on itself. A gigantic crater, hundreds of meters deep, was blasted into existence by Jaws' unstoppable strength. Perona, who was standing nearby, stared in open-mouthed shock. She kept swallowing nervously, struggling to find her words as her lips trembled. So this is what it's like when titans clash. No wonder Jaws dares to go toe-to-toe with Mihawk's sword strikes with his bare fists. This strength is just monstrous. Mihawk, on the other hand, allowed himself a small, knowing smile. Unfortunately, while your Vice Captain has enhanced your power, he hasn't improved your agility. This round is mine. I'm not interested in trading blows with you. My objective is simple: gather my strength and shatter your defenses. With remarkable agility, Mihawk's form flickered ghost-like, repositioning in the blink of an eye. He slashed again, aiming for the granite cracks he'd already made in Jaws' body. Jaws tried to stop him, but Mihawk refused to engage head-on. Crash! 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 With lightning-fast swordplay, Mihawk landed 3 heavy blows in the space of a single heartbeat. The cracks in the granite armor across Jaws' body spiderwebbed into even larger fissures. It was plain to see. If Mihawk landed just 2 more strikes, he would almost certainly break through Jaws' mighty defense. Jaws staggered back several steps, but didn't seem bothered. Instead, a confident grin spread across his face. Impressive as always, Mihawk. If I don't go all out, you'll break through my defense. So now, it's my turn to show you everything I've got. Who cares about agility? Even though Vice Captain Wang, you didn't teach me how to be light on my feet, he did show me a special move that counters even the most agile opponents. Jaws said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a sly smile. Mihawk, caught off guard, eyed him suspiciously. Jaws hadn't been fighting at full strength? Could he be serious? Just as Mihawk hesitated, countless invisible sword slashes suddenly materialized in the sky above. With his extraordinary observation skills, Mihawk sensed immediately that these were all sword strikes, each as sharp and precise as his own recent attacks. The only difference was in power. They didn't quite match his full force. Clang! Clang! Mihawk hastily drew his obsidian blade, Yoru, deflecting attacks from every direction as they whistled through the air. This is the move, Perona reminded him, still stunned. Just a moment ago, Jaws stood perfectly still and used this technique to wipe out all those baboons. He didn't even have to move, yet he took down every single one of them? Hawkeye Mihawk narrowed his eyes in contemplation. If his guess was correct, this must be Jozu reflecting his own attack back at him. This was an absolutely monstrous skill. Even Mihawk's own world-class sword strikes were copied almost perfectly. This was like getting an extra champion swordsman on his opponent's side for free, trying to withstand one's own rebounded sword strikes on one side, while also facing Jozu directly on the other. Without a doubt, no matter how formidable a swordsman you were, this would be overwhelming. What's more, this counterattack was invisible and colorless. If it were an ordinary swordsman, they might not even notice the force being reflected back before being cut down on the spot. But how did Jozu acquire this ability? Mihawk had never heard of it before. Could this be a new technique developed from the Diamond Fruit, something Jozu had never used in previous battles? Hawkeye Mihawk remained perplexed. If that were the case, it only proved how skilled Jozu was at hiding his true strength. Before Mihawk could finish his thoughts, Jozu seized the moment during Mihawk's attack and leapt skyward with remarkable agility. Let me show you a killer move that Vice Captain Wong Yu taught me. Earth Shatter. Get down. Jozu's shout thundered from above. Mihawk felt an involuntary tingling at the back of his neck. Was this reflected attack not even Jozu's trump card? Were there even more tricks up his sleeve? Just as that thought passed, Jozu's granite-powered fist hurtled down toward Mihawk. A tremendous crash exploded. The ground in front of Mihawk caved in from Jozu's raw force, sending chunks of rock flying everywhere and leaving behind a massive crater. Perona stood to the side, her face a picture of astonishment and uncertainty. Was that a miss? Normally, a master like Jozu wouldn't possibly miss such a strike. Mihawk, too, was a bit surprised. If Jozu had managed to land a blow on him while he was occupied defending against the rebounded attack, even he might not have been able to defend himself in time. Now that Jozu had apparently missed, Mihawk had a precious moment to catch his breath. Once he dispelled these rebounded slashes, he could focus his attacks back on Jozu. Mihawk swiftly formed his new plan. Yet, as if reading Hawkeye's mind, Jozu looked at him and flashed a wide, knowing grin, his teeth gleaming brightly. Did you really think my attack was meant to strike you directly? Jozu said, grinning slyly. Seeing that infuriating look on Jozu's face, Mihawk instantly sensed trouble. Bad news indeed. Sure enough, after Jozu's stone-crushing punch landed, a shockwave rippled out from the impact. That shockwave surged straight toward Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk immediately felt a violent churning in his chest. His organs seemed to tumble inside him. He tried to press on with another counterslash to parry the attack in front of him. But to his astonishment, Mihawk realized that his movements had slowed. Shock and disbelief spread across his face. How could this be possible? Jozu, however, gave Mihawk no time to gather his thoughts, muttering softly to himself. As solid as a rock. Even more granite-like power gathered around Jozu's fist, combined with armament hockey, making his hand resemble an enormous steel gauntlet. He struck out at Mihawk with a devastating punch. This time, let's see how you dodge my thunderous blow. Jozu's lips curled into a grin as he spoke, his tone brimming with confidence. With all of Jozu's abilities working against him, Mihawk was forced to defend himself on all fronts, trying desperately to block the rebound from his own attack. The backlash instantly became a barrage of small slashes that flocked back toward Hawkeye Mihawk. Even if these didn't kill him, to take them head-on meant certain injury. At the same time, Jozu's thunderous smash landed hard upon him. Mihawk found himself in an impossible predicament. Fending off one attack left him completely open to another. And that wasn't all. Jozu's earth-shaking shockwave had already battered Mihawk, its effects lingering for several seconds. Under its side effects, Mihawk's speed was drastically impeded. With his attack speed curtailed, even defending himself on a single front became a monumental task. Now, Mihawk faced one relentless assault after another. It had become a scenario with almost no way out. Mihawk could do nothing but stare helplessly as Jozu's blow came crashing down. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Mihawk finally managed to deflect all the returning slashes, the backlash from his own armor. But then Jozu's thunderous punch landed squarely. A deafening impact shook the air. The punch struck Mihawk's chest directly. Under that immense force, it felt as if a mountain had crashed into him. Stars danced before his eyes as he staggered backward, forced to retreat dozens of paces. Desperately, Mihawk thrust his famed black blade, Yuru, into the ground to slow himself, finally coming to a halt. But though his body stopped, the turmoil inside raged on. His organs roiled violently, and at last, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood that trickled down the corner of his lips. Nearby, Perona witnessed Mihawk spitting blood. She froze where she stood, stunned like a statue, her eyes wide in shock and amazement, swallowing hard in disbelief. She had admitted that this mysterious man was powerful, but to actually force Mihawk back, to make Mihawk spit blood in defeat. She had never seen anyone as fierce as this brawny titan. For so many years, countless champions had challenged Hawkeye Mihawk, and without exception, all of them ended up coughing blood at his hands. Even the current Emperor of the Seas, the youngest of the four emperors, red-haired Shanks, has never gotten the upper hand against Dracula Mihawk. It's no wonder, then, that Mihawk has developed such an arrogant demeanor. He looks down on all beneath the heavens, as if the world itself exists for him alone. After all, who could challenge the world's greatest swordsman? Yet now, he truly hadn't anticipated it. Jozu had actually forced Mihawk to cough up blood. Could it be that Jozu himself possesses the power of a four-emperor? Good heavens, if even the captain of the 3rd Division harbors such strength, then how terrifying must the entire Whitebeard pirates be? Perona couldn't help but gasp in utter shock. Mihawk's own heart was just as troubled. Ever since he became the world's greatest swordsman, this was the very first time he had encountered such a formidable foe. He couldn't help but wonder whether Jozu existed solely to counter swordmasters like himself. That impenetrable defense was already a major headache. But Jozu wasn't just a wall. His attacks were relentless. And if that wasn't enough, even Mihawk's most powerful strikes were being sent back at him. Wasn't this ability a bit unfair? The Diamond Fruit was proving to be more devious than Mihawk had imagined. To make matters worse, Mihawk had no idea what trick Jozu had used to slow his sword arm. His slashing speed dropped, and for a swordsman, that loss in momentum was a critical blow. Each and every one of Jozu's powers was a thorn in Mihawk's side. If it had been an ordinary swordsman, they'd probably be suffering 100 times more. Mihawk could only offer a wry, helpless smile. Ha ha ha, Mihawk. Looks like I made you cough up blood, didn't I? It was your own words that if you lost, I could do whatever I wanted. So, forget about lending the Navy a hand. Jozu said with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Mihawk struggled to his feet, and unexpectedly, a look of excitement flashed across his face. Ha! So this is what true desperation feels like. This is my first time experiencing it. Jozu, thank you. You've restored the fighting spirit I had before I became the greatest swordsman, a feeling I've yearned for all these years. I won't back down. As a gift, I'm going to give you my strongest attack. Back then, this very move was how I bested red-haired Shanks in swordsmanship. For once, Mihawk's face was lit up with excitement as he gazed at Jozu, anticipation burning in his eyes. Whether you can withstand this next strike, all depends on your fate. One sword-style secret technique. World of 1,000 realms, where 9 mountains and 8 seas converge. There is nothing my blade cannot cut. It was a rare sight. Hawkeye Mihawk, who usually dispatched his opponents with effortless, straightforward sword swings, was now chanting softly under his breath, gathering strength for this single strike for dozens of seconds. At this moment, it was as if all the sword energy in the heavens and earth had been summoned by Mihawk. The thick fog that shrouded the entire island of Kurigano was swept away, dispersed entirely by that overwhelming sword intent. Every creature on the island, be it baboon or any other vicious beasts, seemed to have glimpsed some unfathomable terror. One by one, they dashed for cover, cowering in their caves, letting out tremulous, wailing cries. Even the creatures of the sea fled into hiding. The ocean around the island turned wild and turbulent as towering waves rose and rolled, pouring tons of seawater directly onto the island. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky overhead, while a raging gale of hurricane strength tore across the island. Perona, caught in the sudden gust, was sent hurtling several hundred meters before landing, battered and breathless, in a stone pit. Peering out from her hiding place, she took in the chaotic scene around her. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, her hands and feet turning cold with dread. So this is Hawkeye Mihawk's strongest attack? Even the weather over the whole island has transformed. This is terrifying. The mightiest offense, crashing into the mightiest defense. I'm actually here to witness it with my own eyes. What happens next is anyone's guess. Perona's voice was barely a whisper, her lips quivering as she spoke. Jozu, too, gazed around at the drastic shift in climate, his expression frozen in astonishment. Hawkeye Mihawk truly lived up to his reputation as the world's greatest swordsman. This strike of his exuded such pressure, it was easily on par with the strongest tremors unleashed by the old man's Paramecia Quake fruit. Fascinating. You are formidable indeed, Mihawk. To think, I once believed I could hold you back. Now, it's clear, without Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, relying on just my diamond fruit powers, I wouldn't stand a chance. I accept your challenge. and in return, I will show you my ultimate defensive form," Jozu declared, brimming with excitement. In the next instant, Jozu's body was enveloped in a granite shield that grew several meters high, blanketing him from head to toe. The pitch-black armament Haki covered him completely, sharp and unyielding. His dark crimson armor gave off an eerie, shifting glow. Standing tall and unmovable like a stone giant, Jozu appeared unstoppable, his presence overwhelming. As solid as bedrock. "Victory will be ours," Jozu shouted, his voice ringing out with fierce determination. At the same time, Hawkeye Mihawk completed his charge. The tremendous force of his sword intent condensed entirely into the blade of Yoru, the supreme black blade, to the point it seemed it might burst forth at any second. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. Finally, Mihawk's overwhelming sword aura erupted, unleashing a colossal, terrifying slash that tore through the sky. A slash that blotted out the sky and sun, transformed midair into a black eastern dragon, majestic and fearsome. Jozu stared wide-eyed at the colossal dragon shaped from sword intent before him. The dragon unleashed a terrifying roar at Jozu, and in that instant, the overwhelming force of the swords will surge forth. In the blink of an eye, less than a heartbeat, the apparition vanished from Jozu's sight. A tendre explosion érupted. Lightning crackled, thunder rumbled, and before anyone could react, the black dragon crashed directly into Jozu's body. The immense sword force struck him, and Jozu felt the granite armor enveloping his body shatter and fall away bit by bit. Behind him, the earth itself was split asunder by the terrifying power of the blow, the land collapsing and fracturing along the wound. Is this the true strength of the world's greatest swordsman? It seemed he had underestimated Vista before this. But what Jozu didn't know was that the technique just unleashed had been the culmination of Hawkeye Mihawk's lifelong pursuit, a move only mastered within the past 2 years, his ultimate strike. He had compressed the entirety of his sword spirit into a single point, unleashing it all in one explosive instant. The sword intent becoming a dragon, forging the most devastating slash imaginable. Jozu's granite armor dimmed, the monstrous sword energy slicing at him like 1,000 knives. Another second, and his defenses would be torn apart. Damn it, am I really going to lose? There was such unwillingness in his heart. Get down. Overwhelmed by frustration and unwillingness to accept defeat, Jozu suddenly let out a furious roar at Mihawk. In the next instant, the granite armor upon his body blazed with new life, shifting from a dull red to a brilliant, gleaming crimson. Layer upon layer, the armor reformed around him. The pain that once cut at him like blades vanished completely. The impact of Hawkeye Mihawk's sword intent now felt like nothing more than a breeze caressing his face, a gentle tickle. That feels incredible. Jozu couldn't help but exclaim in delight, though the deafening roar from Mihawk's strike drowned out his words, so no one else heard him. Had Mihawk heard, the world's greatest swordsman would surely have burst with fury on the spot. All his strength, his ultimate move, the pinnacle of his swordsmanship, reduced to a gentle breeze, a mere tickle. The aftermath of Mihawk's strike sent dust swirling over half the island, completely obscuring Jozu's figure in the billowing cloud. Both Perona and Hawkeye Mihawk assumed that Jozu had perished in the attack. Staring at the devastated land before her, Perona swallowed hard before speaking, her voice solemn. "Mihawk, how on earth did you learn such a terrifying slash? Even the entire second half of the island has been completely split in two by your attack. I bet that guy Jozu has been utterly obliterated by your sword's will. Not even a trace left, right?" Perona exclaimed in utter shock. Hearing Perona's words, Hawkeye Mihawk, for once, allowed himself a wry smile. "I had no choice. If I didn't go all out, I'd probably be the one lying in ruins at the end. For that single blow, I poured every ounce of my sword intent into it. I don't even know if I can withstand Jozu's counterattack when it comes. Jozu, he's truly a formidable adversary. Ever since I became a swordsman, he's the first to push me this far," Mihawk admitted in a grave tone. No sooner had he finished speaking than another fierce slash burst forth. Again, it manifested as a dragon-shaped wave of sword energy, though this one was several times smaller than Mihawk's. Fortunately, though Mihawk's sword intent had been utterly spent, his observation haki remained sharp and unclouded. In an instant, he adopted a flawless defensive stance, channeling the entire force of the blow onto the black blade. Yoru. A thunderous impact shook the land once again. The sheer force of the rebound knocked Yoru from Mihawk's grasp, and a massive wound split open across his chest, blood gushing forth. An awful sight. Little Perona, witnessing this, cried out in alarm and rushed over, hastily tending to Mihawk's wound. This Jozu guy can actually reflect his opponent's slashes? That's just insane. He even managed to bounce back your most powerful attack. Honestly, that guy's a monster just like you. Perona said, her eyes fixed on the gash across Mihawk's chest, her voice trembling. If I hadn't used that move, I doubt there'd be any chance of defeating Jozu at all. Just as he was saying this, Mihawk's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, snapping to the spot where Jozu had been just moments before. No, that's not possible. I didn't defeat Jozu. After taking that monstrous attack head-on, he's completely fine. Mihawk's face filled with uncertainty and his lips quivered as he spoke. Hearing Mihawk's words, Perona's mind went blank with confusion. What did you say? Mihawk, no matter how tough Jozu is, there's no way anyone could survive your island-splitting slash, right? You got to be kidding, right? Perona said, her expression exaggerated with disbelief. The situation was so beyond belief, Perona couldn't help but suspect that Mihawk was pulling her leg. But Mihawk, that man called Hawkeye, was never one for jokes. Could it really be true? Did Jozu survive that blow? Perona fixed her gaze ahead as well. Then she saw a sturdy figure stride out of the billowing dust. It was Jozu himself, without a scratch on him. Perona was frozen in disbelief, unable to move, her mind struggling to comprehend. How could someone take such a fearsome attack and emerge completely unharmed? At this point, it was no longer accurate to call Jozu a monster. Jozu was beyond that. He was an outright anomaly. His defenses were so unmatched, it was downright freakish. How did you withstand my strongest attack? Mihawk stared at Jozu, his eyes filled with incredulity. Even someone on the level of the four emperors like Shanks couldn't take a strike like that. Are you saying your defense is stronger than theirs? Jozu looked immensely pleased with himself and thumped his chest. That's all thanks to Deputy Captain Wang Yu. He taught me the power of granite. Of course it's stronger than a Yonko's defense. Jozu replied with rock-solid confidence. Wang Yu's granite technique? Mihawk narrowed his eyes, murmuring as he fell deep in thought. Jozu, seeing Mihawk gravely injured, simply broke into playful laughter. So, Mihawk, you still want to fight? To be honest, I barely even got started in the last round. Jozu said with a broad grin, locking eyes with Mihawk. Upon hearing that, Mihawk's lips twitched involuntarily. What's the point of fighting now? His sword spirit was utterly spent. His body had suffered severe backlash from the reflected strike. A massive sword wound gaped across his chest, a scar perhaps that would never fade. If this went on, defeat was inevitable. Mihawk let out a bitter laugh and finally waved his hand at Jozu. I'm done. I Dracul Mihawk. Always keep my word. Do with me as you will, he declared without hesitation. Even as the world's greatest swordsman, though he had lost, his dignity remained intact. Haha, it's nothing really. Just promise me one thing. When the Navy comes knocking, try to recruit you for their campaign against the Whitebeard pirates. Don't accept their invitation. Jozu said, Deal. Mihawk answered, his voice sincere. He had lost, and he would honor the terms. Well then, I'm off. Ha ha ha. I have to say, the granite power Deputy Captain Wang Yu gave me is an absolute blast in a fight. Not a scratch on me, and I could just stand there while the enemy's own strength bounces back and injures them. Incredible. Feels amazing. Laughing heartily, Jozu turned his back on Mihawk and strode away. At that moment, however, Dracul Mihawk suddenly called out to Jozu, who was about to leave. Wait, don't go just yet, Mihawk said hastily. Jozu turned his head, utterly bewildered. He thought, I've already helped Mihawk make a fortune with this fight, and he agreed to my request without any fuss. Now that it's all done, what's the point in holding me back? What's the matter? Are you not satisfied and want to go another round? Jozu looked at Mihawk, puzzled. Inwardly, Mihawk couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wasn't foolish. If his strongest attack couldn't break through Jozu's granite force, then no matter how hard he tried, the result would be exactly the same. Mihawk gave a couple of awkward coughs to mask his embarrassment. Let's not fight, at least for now. I actually want to ask you for something. Mihawk's cheeks took on a hint of red as he spoke. Nearby, Perona, whose face had just been blank with confusion, now looked even more mystified. This was a notoriously proud Mihawk. When had he ever reached out to anyone for a favor? Today's events are getting stranger by the minute, each one more unbelievable than the last. Jozu, too, was utterly perplexed. A favor? From me? What on earth could Mihawk possibly want from me? Could it be that Mihawk really is some kind of masochist and wants me to beat him up again? So what is it, Mihawk? Jozu asked, still blankly confused. Mihawk paused for a moment, and then turned to Jozu and said, Well, I was wondering, would it be possible for you to take me to see the Whitebeard pirates? I'd like to meet your vice captain, Wang Yu. Mihawk said awkwardly. What? You want to meet our vice captain Wang Yu? What do you want with our vice captain Wang Yu? Jozu blurted out in complete shock. A sense of foreboding crept into Jozu's heart. He suspected that Mihawk might be coming to compete with them, the group of captains. Our Vice Captain Wong, you barely has time to train us captains as it is. There are more disciples than there is time and attention. There's no way we can let an outsider like Mihawk get in line now. Jozu eyed Mihawk warily, desperately hoping Mihawk wouldn't ask him to make an introduction and seek Wong Yu's guidance. I've been thinking, Mihawk said, since your Vice Captain Wong you managed to train you to an Emperor's level, surely helping me break through my own swordsmanship bottleneck shouldn't be too difficult, right? So, do you think maybe... Before Mihawk could finish his sentence, Jozu turned and bolted. Say no more. Absolutely not. There's already a line of crewmates waiting for Vice Captain Wong Yu's guidance. If I recommended an outsider like you, they'd string me up for sure. Jozu shouted back as he ran. In the blink of an eye, he vanished completely from everyone's sight. Left behind, only Mihawk and Perona stared at each other in confusion. What had gotten into Jozu just now? A moment ago, he'd faced off against that terrifying sword energy, a dragon made of pure intent, without the slightest hint of fear. Yet now, simply being asked to introduce someone had him so spooked that he'd run off like this. But Hawkeye Mihawk didn't give up so easily. Clutching his wound, he slowly stood up. No matter what, I have to meet this deputy captain, Wong Yu, who's never once shown his face. Perona, you'll have to take care of yourself for a while. I have more important matters to attend to. With that, Hawkeye Mihawk pressed a hand to his injury and strode toward the coast and port, determination in every step. Perona was left utterly speechless and frozen where she stood. Hey, Mihawk, you idiot, your wound's not even healed yet. Everyone's gone mad, completely mad. Perona's mood plummeted. Mihawk might be a man of few words, but at least he exchanged a sentence or two with her each day. Now, with Mihawk gone, talking to empty air was all she'd be left with. How was she supposed to endure those lonely days ahead? So, she kept calling after Mihawk to stop, but Mihawk, single-minded in his pursuit of strength, paid her no attention and pressed on, ignoring all her pleas. When he reached the shoreline, Hawkeye Mihawk leapt into a small wooden raft and sped straight after Jozu's ship. On the other side, within the forbidden area, the entire forge was ablaze with radiant light. From inside, a long blade was pulled, lightning crackling and dancing around its edge, filling the chamber with the wild sound of thunder. Bista, watching from the side, couldn't help but gasp in amazement. As a swordsman himself, he knew plenty about quick blades and their properties. Even Big Mom's famous Napoleon only gained its flame abilities after merging with Prometheus, and King the Conflagration's weapon was powered through the unique traits of his lineage, granting it fire. But a weapon with its own magical attributes. This was the first time he'd ever seen such a thing. Just as Wong Yu drew forth the electric blade, a clear and crisp alert rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Jozu's Thunderclap has leveled up to Tier 2, and the host synchronizes with the advanced skill. Thunderclap, Tier 3. Rewards: 1,000 points in armament hockey, 1 intermediate fertilizer pack, 20,000 gold coins. Ding dong, congratulations. Jozu defeated Mihawk. Reward: 1 10-fold diamond draw. Level up. Damn, Jozu leveled up on his own? So, it turned out that these bound characters, when fighting others, could not only generate rewards, but also gain experience and upgrade their skills in battle. This was simply wonderful. At the very least, he wouldn't have to keep a constant eye on things or supervise every day. He could just let those bound characters automatically collect rewards and level up, while he lounged at home, basking in the sun, waiting for the prizes to roll in. It couldn't be more satisfying. At the same time, Wong Yu wasted no time and immediately activated the Diamond 10-fold draw. A crisp alert sounded. Ding, Diamond 10-fold draw, starting now. Congratulations, host. You've received 1,000 points of Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations, host. You've received 500 points of Armament Hockey. Congratulations, host. You've received 1,000 points of Observation Hockey. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the equipment, Heart of Steel. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a pack of Advanced Fertilizer. Congratulations, host. You've received the Gleaming Fruit, immune to all drawbacks from the ocean. Congratulations, host. You've drawn 100,000 store credits. Congratulations, host. You've drawn another 100,000 store credits. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a skill fruit, Foresight. Congratulations, host. You've obtained another skill fruit, Foresight. Then, another chiming alert rang out. Detection complete. You've surpassed 10,000 points in Conqueror's Hockey and reached the pinnacle, unlocking the skill, Killer Instinct. Killer Instinct allows you to regulate your aura so that opponents are unable to use Observation Hockey to foresee your moves. This is a derivative ability granted upon mastering Conqueror's Haki at the highest level. Wang Yu was practically trembling with excitement, licking his lips unconsciously. Not only had his captains grown much stronger, but his own combat abilities had now taken a qualitative leap. As expected, the Diamond Tenfold draw didn't just deliver higher-tier rewards. Every draw was a win, and the bounties kept piling up. Glancing at his system panel, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel like a mighty landlord. Just the gold coins alone had already topped 300,000, a windfall. With that new rich euphoria bubbling inside, Wang Yu wasted no time and bought some borax, coolant, and rare ores from the shop. Now that money was no longer an issue, he could finally spare no expense in arming his captains, giving them the best equipment and boosting their combat prowess. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 10,563 points. Armament Haki, 9,814 points. Observation Haki, 9,342 points. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, Passive, Thunder Strike, Level 3. Earthquake, Level 2. Jade Mist Slash, Level 2. Hunter's Path, Passive, Glacial Storm, Level 2. Items, 5 refined iron ores coolant, a sack of forging borax, 1 intermediate fertilizer pack, 1 advanced fertilizer pack, Heart of Steel, 2 foresight skill fruits. Gold, 312,800. Devil Fruit, Clément Fruit, Gleaming Fruit. Forge, Basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, Thorn Mail, Lindry's Torment, Static Shiv. Artifacts, none. Afterward, Wang Yu took a closer look at the new rewards, especially the Foresight Skill Fruit and Heart of Steel. Heart of Steel could greatly boost the user's vitality and recovery rate, which immediately made Wang Yu think of Kaido. More importantly, the Steel Heart skill comes with an incredibly powerful ability, Colossal Devour. If you manage to fight for 3 consecutive seconds in battle, you gain a passive boost to your health each time. The terrifying part is, this passive boost keeps stacking, with absolutely no limit. In other words, as long as the battle drags on, the user's health will continue to skyrocket without end. Just think of Kaido, a force of destruction at Navy headquarters, crushed and battered time after time, but never dying. Wasn't his secret that monstrous health bar of his? With this Steel Heart's passive ability piling up, it's only a matter of time before someone's health far surpasses even Kaido's. Then there's the Foresight Skill Fruit, a fruit that can instantly ripen any skill, allowing you to immediately claim it as your own. Reading through this description, Wang Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. Soon, he'd get to try out the Foresight Skill Fruit himself. But just as Wang Yu was buzzing with anticipation, Vista, standing nearby, couldn't have been feeling more different. He watched Wang Yu holding the very Electro Blade he'd been longing for, but Wang Yu just wouldn't hand it over. Vista was agonizing inside. Vice Captain Wang Yu? Vice Captain Wang Yu. At last, Vista couldn't take it anymore. He forced a smile and gently reminded Wang Yu. Wang Yu snapped out of his daze and looked at Vista, who was practically drooling with anticipation, and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Vista, here you go. This piece of equipment is yours, Wang Yu said. I call it the Electric Blade. Whoever wields this weapon, their attack speed will dramatically increase, and they'll have a much higher chance to land critical strikes. There's even a chance to unleash lightning energy with each slash. Wang Yu explained solemnly. Listening to the Vice Captain's introduction, Vista couldn't help but swallow in excitement. To be able to summon lightning. Wasn't that the same as having not only superior swordsmanship, but also the power of a top-tier devil fruit? Vista hurriedly grabbed the blade. Just like Ja's new armor, as soon as the weapon touched his hand, it instantly fused with his body in the most fantastical way. Right away, Vista felt lighter on his feet, and a surge of electric energy surged through him, bringing a crisp, invigorating sensation. Still, there was one thing Vista wasn't quite sure about. Vice Captain Wang Yu, if you don't mind me asking, what does critical strike mean? He sounded almost like a schoolboy, his tone full of genuine curiosity. Wang Yu realized he'd forgotten to explain and quickly cleared his throat. Listen carefully, Vista. Critical strike means your attack can deliver double the usual damage. Wang Yu said, his tone serious. Double damage with a single strike? Vista was stunned. Wasn't that the dream of every sword master? This time, he really felt like he was about to soar. Even if Mihawk is incredibly strong, could he really withstand the full force of my critical strikes? And even if Hawkeye Mihawk somehow managed to fend off my critical hits, besides my deadly blows, my speed and the power of lightning would still be far beyond what Hawkeye Mihawk could defend against. That's fantastic, Vice Captain Wang Yu. If that's the case, then the title of the world's greatest swordsman will soon be mine. Vice Captain Wang Yu, could you tell me, how do I unleash this lightning power and the critical strikes? Bista asked eagerly. That's nothing you need to worry about, Bista. With the Electroblade in your hands, those abilities trigger automatically. Of course, there's still an element of chance. Wang Yu replied thoughtfully. Automatic activation. Did that mean he no longer needed to practice and refine these skills himself? Bista felt as if fortune had blessed him beyond measure and all at once. But now, the key question was just how likely these effects were to trigger. Then, Vice Captain Wang Yu, exactly what is the probability of these critical strikes happening? Bista pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. 25%, Wang Yu answered plainly. Bista nodded vigorously. That meant the critical strikes alone would boost his combat ability by a full quarter, without him having to lift a finger. And that was without even counting his increased attack speed and enhancement from the lightning power. With all these advantages stacked together, it was clear that their effects were more than just the sum of their parts. In fact, the improvements multiplied each other. Conservatively, Bista reckoned that with this new weapon, his strength would nearly double. And with his own signature skill, QOU Cut, added in, his current fighting ability was at least 3 times higher than before Wang Yu had guided him. Ha ha ha! This is incredible, Vice Captain Wang Yu. With equipment like this, next time we clash with the Navy, I'll definitely be able to keep a Navy Admiral occupied. Bista declared, barely able to contain his excitement. But to his surprise, Wang Yu only frowned. To keep an Admiral busy? That's not enough, Bista. You have to become even stronger. At the very least, you need to be able to defeat one outright. I have a few more things to teach you. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Bista swallowed hard once more. Was he truly spending all the luck he'd gathered over decades in this single day? Just getting his hands on the electric blade was already a stroke of unbelievable fortune. And now Vice Captain Wang Yu wanted to coach him even further? No, Bista decided he absolutely had to find some way to repay Wang Yu's kindness. Maybe he could arrange for a few pretty girls to give Vice Captain Wang Yu a nice foot bath sometime. Surely, that would put Vice Captain Wang Yu in a great mood. Oblivious to Bista's frantic inner scheming, Wang Yu simply focused on how to push Bista to even greater heights. Wang Yu immediately used a predictive skill fruit. Since your focus is on the Demon Sealing Sword technique, very well, let me grant you one of its ultimate moves, the Dust Sealing Severance. System, use the predictive skill fruit to expedite the growth of Dust Sealing Severance. Dust Sealing Severance strikes all enemies in a straight path, dealing 100/200/300 plus 40% AD, physical damage, and 100/200/300 plus 40% AD, magical damage, instantly teleporting behind the last enemy hero struck, and launching every enemy hit into the air. With that, Wang Yu handed Bista a fruit without hesitation. As Bista munched on the fruit, his face lit up with anticipation, unable to contain his excitement. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what kind of mysterious move is this? Don't keep me guessing. Hurry and teach me, Bista said, bursting with eagerness. This technique is called Dust Sealing Severance. It is the most formidable move within the Demon Sealing Sword art. The moment he began his explanation, Wang Yu exuded an impressive aura, brimming with confidence. When Bista heard this, he nearly drooled in excitement. The most powerful move, meaning it was even stronger than the flawed Jade Slice Vice Captain Wang Yu had taught him before. Even the name itself, Dust Sealing Severance, rang with tremendous power, far surpassing his previous Flower Blade's ultimate move by leagues. Think of it as the airborne version of flawed Jade Slice. But rest assured, this ultimate move surpasses flawed Jade Slice in every way. Damage, range, distance, all reaching a whole new level. Wang Yu continued reassuringly. This is fantastic. I have to give it a try right now. Bista exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. He finished speaking, then gripped his twin blades, summoning the memory of performing the airborne flawed Jade Slice, and unleashed the move skyward. Dust Sealing Severance. Just then, the earth beneath them began to rumble. Little Oz had arrived. And upon Oz's broad shoulders, nearly every captain from the main ship who could come had shown up. Flamenco, Atmos, Aizu, Haruda, Kiriel. Naturally, they all came searching for Vice Captain Wang Yu, hoping he would offer them some expert guidance. However, as they dismounted, they immediately caught sight of a scene unfolding atop Jozu's towering frame, visible even over the Academy's forbidden wall. Suddenly, fierce winds whipped through the forbidden ground, thunder raged, and to their amazement, Bista was soaring through the air, unleashing a flurry of devastating sword strikes skyward. But these were no ordinary sword strikes. They burst forth as wind elements, echoing in the sky with a piercing sonic boom. The elemental force of wind from each slash shattered the very air itself, as if the space above was being sliced into pieces. Under countless slashing attacks, the air itself twisted, ripples spreading out as the space was sliced apart. In an instant, Vista swapped positions in the blink of an eye. The captains who had been standing on Jozu gaped in astonishment at the scene before them. Marco wasn't exaggerating. Vista's move really is that spectacular. Did I see that right just now? Vista actually completed that movement in a split second. The very space was split open. What kind of slash is this, to have such overwhelming destructive power? This is all thanks to Deputy Captain Wang Yu. We really need to ask for his guidance and learn some epic skills ourselves. One by one, the captains found themselves completely taken in by Vista's impressive technique. Sensing the commotion around him, Wang Yu looked up at the sky. Little Or's massive form towered above like a skyscraper. It was no wonder they could see everything happening in Wang Yu's yard, even from so far away. The captain spotted Deputy Captain Wang Yu and immediately started calling out greetings to him. "Hey, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, let us in too." Just like that, with Wang Yu's approval, everyone stepped directly into the restricted area. As soon as the captains entered, they surrounded Wang Yu at the center. "Deputy Captain Wang Yu, that's just playing favorites. Why are you only teaching Marco and the others?" "That's right, we're Whitebeard Pirates captains too. You should teach us as well." The captains closed in around Wang Yu, each one eager to learn from him. Wang Yu glanced over to Vista, who quickly waved his hands in protest. "It wasn't my idea, really. It must have been Marco. He's got such a big mouth, he must have told everyone about you." Vista hurried to explain, worried he might offend Wang Yu and lose his chance for guidance if there was any misunderstanding. So it was Marco. Wang Yu patted his forehead, realizing he hadn't heard a peep from Marco in the crowd. That kid was probably too scared to show his face. Looking at the sea of captains crowding around him, Wang Yu felt a bit overwhelmed, but it didn't matter. Thanks to the pile of gifts from his system, even if Marco hadn't spread the word, he would have ended up teaching everyone eventually anyway. So be it. Why not take this chance to make everyone happy? "Everyone, quiet down." Wang Yu gestured firmly. At his signal, the captains fell gradually silent. "I understand how everyone feels," Wang Yu said with a faint smile. "I've neglected you all these last few days. Here's what I'll do. Everyone present today gets my guidance." What? He was going to teach everyone. Although these people had come seeking guidance, none of them expected advice. Captain Wang Yu would agree so readily. This was beyond everyone's expectations. After a brief silence, the captains nearby erupted into an excited commotion. "Did I hear that right? Everyone gets a chance? I'm about to reach new heights." Bramik's eyes gleamed, his face alight with excitement. "This is fantastic, truly unbelievable. I never imagined I'd be getting Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance so soon." Buffalo Atmos beamed with pure joy. Once we've all been coached, who'll care about those so-called Sea Emperors? If they dare provoke our Whitebeard pirates, they'll regret it." Izo echoed the enthusiasm, laughter bubbling from his lips. Seeing this, Vista felt the pride he'd enjoyed just moments ago melt away. If all the captains were to learn from Vice Captain Wang Yu, he actually worried they might catch up to him. No, he'd have to double his training efforts. As Wang Yu observed the captains' delighted reactions, he smiled slyly to himself. "The happier you all are, the better it is for me." Now that he'd bonded with these captains, he could access all their skills and gear. What's more, they'd shower him with a wealth of rewards. It was as if he had become a grand landowner, reaping benefits from every direction. "Vista, go grab a table from my quarters, will you? Let's eat and talk at the same time." Wang Yu called out. With that, he opened up his system menu. Right now, he still had 2 bags of fertilizer remaining. One was a pack of intermediate-grade fertilizer containing 2 fruits, while the other was an advanced-grade pack with 10 fruits. These 2 packs would yield exactly 12 fruits, just enough for each of the 12 captains present. Wasting no time, Wang Yu fertilized his system's skill tree. Without a sound, 12 large, succulent fruits blossomed on its branches. All the captains soon gathered around the table. Though a little puzzled, each took a fruit and ate it without hesitation. "Vice Captain Wang Yu, what kind of fruit tree is this? Why does the fruit taste like mushroom?" Hardhead chewed thoughtfully, a look of confusion on his face. Could it be that what Wang Yu grew wasn't actually a fruit tree? Mushroom? That can't be right. Mine tastes a bit like seafood. That chimed in. "I think it chews like rubber. Honestly, it's not tasty at all." Little Ors added his own critique. One by one, the captains shared their thoughts on the fruit. And all the while, the alert chime of Wang Yu's system jingled incessantly. "Congratulations, host, on bonding with Bramik, the Merman Namuel, and Curiel. You have gained the following skills: Heroic Charge, Prankster, Bio Barrage, Mushroom Planting. Bramik skill, Fruit of Heroic Charge. Seize and grapple an enemy. dealing 60/80/100/120/140, plus 50% bonus AD, physical damage, and hurling the target forward. If the target is slammed into terrain, they receive an extra 60/80/100/120/140, plus 50% bonus AD, physical damage, and are stunned for 1.6/1.7/1.8/1.9/2 seconds. Namuel the Merman, after taking the prankster fruit of the little fishman, can leap high and become untargetable for a moment, then slam to the ground, dealing magic damage to all nearby enemies. Curiel, with the cannon on his back, ate the skill fruit of the infamous Big Mouth, the Bio Barrage fruit. For the next 8 seconds, his normal attacks gain 130/150/170/190/210 extra range and deal bonus damage to targets equal to 3/3.75/4.5/5.25/6%, plus 0.01 AP%. Other maximum health. With this skill, Curiel has basically become the living cannon of the Whitebeard pirates. Then there's Izo, who has obtained the captain's powder keg, and Halta, who, to everyone's surprise, drew Teemo's ultimate. Mushroom planting. Little Oars ate Zack's skill, the elastic slingshot. Zack can launch himself out and crash down, knocking up enemies on landing and dealing magic damage along with a knock-up effect. One by one, the captains gained incredible powers in the midst of this relaxed conversation. Haha, this tree of mine is from a peculiar fruit species brought in from the North Sea. Each fruit on it tastes completely different. No two are ever the same. Wang Yu said with a smile. When Wang Yu said this, the surrounding captains finally understood. It really is a marvelous tree. Atmos exclaimed in wonder. Forget the tree, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Please guide us. How should we improve with these new powers? Izo urged eagerly. Yes, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Please instruct us quickly. Bramink echoed, equally enthusiastic. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, these captains were eager to learn. All right, I will guide each of you, one by one, Wang Yu declared solemnly. The moment his words fell, all the captains sat upright, as if they were students waiting intently for a lesson. First up, Little Oars. Wang Yu started by choosing Little Oars because he intended to give another gift to Little Oars afterward. How far can you jump? Wang Yu asked directly. Jump? Vice Captain Wang Yu. I can jump 500 meters. Little Oars answered without hesitation. A chorus of astonished gasps rose up from the onlookers. As expected of Little Oars, his massive body truly is something else. With a single leap, he could cover half a kilometer. No wonder he's a descendant of the ancient ruler demon clan. But to everyone's surprise, Wang Yu merely shook his head. That distance won't cut it, Little Oars. Just look at your size. You can manage more. I think you need to be able to jump at least several kilometers. Wang Yu instructed, not mincing his words. What? Several kilometers? The other captains were all left speechless. Even if you say that boosting one's jumping ability by so much is no easy feat, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. Is Vice Captain Wang Yu always this bold when it comes to teaching others? The captains turned to Bista, their tone brimming with shock. Bista scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. Vice Captain Wang Yu's standards have always been this demanding. It's just that you guys are only now realizing it. As everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Little Oars acted on Vice Captain Wang Yu's instructions and bounded out into the open. Remember, Little Oars, picture yourself as a giant rubber band. Only then can you leap even further. Wang Yu called out. Just as Wang Yu finished speaking, Little Oars' massive frame shot out of the restricted zone and into the air. Boom! Such a powerful recoil shook the entire ground within the Forbidden Zone. His huge figure soared across the sky, blocking out the sun, plunging the land below into shadow as he leapt. Holy, Little Oars is flying? The captains below stared wide-eyed. They could hardly believe it. How could something as titanic as Little Oars actually take flight? How is this even possible? For a moment, it all seemed beyond comprehension. A deep, rumbling tremor spread through the earth once again. At last, Little Oars, pushing his leap to the limit, had jumped from one mountain at the edge of the Forbidden Zone all the way to another peak. Upon landing and seeing what he'd accomplished, Little Oars bounced about in place, elated, causing the ground to quake all over again. Ha! A rubber band. Just imagine yourself as a rubber band. I really did it. I can't believe I jumped that far. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're amazing. Though Little Oars possessed a massive body, his mind was still as innocent as a child's. He hopped about, unable to contain his excitement. The captain standing nearby all wore looks of bafflement. Yes, Vice Captain Wang Yu. How exactly did you manage it? Just a few words, and little Ors gained such immense power. Aizu asked, perplexed. Wang Yu could only roll his eyes inwardly. He couldn't very well tell them he was a traveler from another world, or that little Ors had eaten a fruit containing his skills. Could he? Luckily, Vista hurried over at that moment and spoke up on Wang Yu's behalf, turning to Aizu. Best not to ask, Vista said. With our intelligence, even if we spent a lifetime pondering, we'd never grasp the true secret. And if you really understood it, you'd have surpassed yourself long ago. Instead of coming to Vice Captain Wang Yu for guidance, wouldn't you? The captains standing around all nodded in agreement. Exactly. If they truly understood Vice Captain Wang Yu's way of thinking, they'd be masters themselves. Why would they still seek him out for advice? Some mysteries are so profound that even if Vice Captain Wang Yu spelled them out, they doubted they'd understand a word. All they could really do was listen carefully to his teachings and grow stronger. Just then, little Ors returned. Ha ha ha, that felt incredible. My strength feels like it is broken through all at once. Vice Captain Wang Yu, do you have anything else you could teach me? I want to get even stronger. As soon as he came back, little Ors latched onto Wang Yu, brimming with anticipation. Wang Yu continued to present himself as the wise, enigmatic mentor. Remember this, little Ors. When you're falling, use your massive size. Just crash down onto your enemies. They'll probably be knocked out cold before they know what hit them. Little Ors nodded vigorously, fully convinced. And one more thing. I have a piece of equipment to give you, Wang Yu said lightly. The captains new to the crew, never having seen Wang Yu's handiwork, were thoroughly baffled. Equipment. Didn't little Ors already wield his giant blade with ease? And wasn't Wang Yu's gear supposed to be a completely different make? Surely it wouldn't fit little Ors at all? Some captains couldn't help voicing their doubts. Vista, however, knew better. He had seen firsthand the things Wang Yu had bestowed. You really have no idea, Vista said, shaking his head. Vice Captain Wang Yu's gifts aren't the sort of equipment ordinary people could imagine. Do you realize? The gear Vice Captain Wang Yu gives doesn't just boost your fighting power. It comes with all sorts of special abilities as well. With that, Vista gazed jealously at little Ors. You lucky devil, little Ors. You've really struck it rich this time. Little Ors was beside himself with excitement. The other captains, though, were left scratching their heads. Boost your strength and grant extra abilities, too? Could it be that a single piece of equipment really carried power like a devil fruit? Vista, when did you start learning from Marco? Go on, keep bragging. We'll believe it if you say Vice Captain Wang you can guide us to improve our fighting prowess. But just relying on some weapon to boost our strength and even gain devil fruit abilities? That we definitely can't believe. The captains all waved their hands dismissively as they spoke. Marco, I can brag all I want, and if you don't buy it, just see for yourselves. Honestly, a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world, Vista said gleefully, full of self-satisfaction. Under the watchful eyes of the captains, Wang Yu walked straight out of the dormitory, carrying a peculiar object. It looked just like a pulsing metallic heart. This was the steel heart equipment. This artifact could increase the user's health by 800 points, boost regeneration by 200%, and, in battle, endlessly amplify the user's life force, bestowing a body as mighty as Kaido's. Little Ors, this is for you. Take it, Wang Yu said with a gentle smile. Since Little Ors had drawn the Zack template, he was, out of all of them, the most suited to this gear. That was why Wang Yu decided to hand Little Ors a steel heart, turning him into the Whitebeard Pirate's ultimate shield. In the anime's Paramount War, Little Ors always charged at the front, taking the brunt of the enemy's attacks. But simply because his defenses were lacking, unable even to withstand an onslaught from Gekko Moria, he fell, slaughtered by the Shichibukai. If Little Ors possessed a physique even more formidable than Kaido's, the idea of him being unkillable in war would be a nightmare for the Navy's top brass. With Little Ors' giant frame blocking the field, it would be impossible not to attack him. And yet, if you focused on Little Ors, you couldn't target the others attacking from behind. Worse still, no matter how hard you hit, you wouldn't even scratch his incredible defenses. All you could do was grind your teeth in frustration. Tell me, wouldn't that drive you mad? Little Ors, with his towering form, crouched down and picked up the equipment. Vice Captain Wang Yu, this gear is so small. How am I even supposed to use it? Little Ors asked uncertainly. The moment Little Ors finished speaking, a sudden burst of light flashed, and in the next instant, the steel heart vanished completely. Little Ors stared blankly at his own hands, where just seconds ago he'd been holding the gear. Then, unbelievably, he felt himself start to grow even larger. One after another, the captains widened their eyes, utterly stunned at the spectacle before them. What on earth? Little Ors is getting even bigger. And the equipment, where did it go? Did it just disappear in a flash of light? Even Wang Yu himself was a little surprised at first, but after some thought, he realized that when Little Oars received his new skill, he also became directly bound to the Zack template. That meant as Little Oar's maximum health increased, his body would grow larger in tandem. Standing nearby, Vista beamed with smug satisfaction as he watched Little Oar's transformation. "I told you long ago, didn't I?" Vista declared proudly. "The weapon made by Vice Captain Wang Yu is nothing like your ordinary weapons." "Vice Captain Wang Yu is the only top-class forger in the world today," he continued. "So, of course, the things he crafts can't be judged with common sense." Speaking from experience, Vista addressed the crowd of onlookers. After hearing Vista's explanation, the captains were finally thoroughly convinced. "Since you know so much, Vista, why don't you tell us about this equipment?" said Aizu, curiosity lighting up his features. "What exactly does it do? And how did Little Oars suddenly become so huge?" "Yeah, what's the secret?" chimed in Atmos and the others, unable to restrain their curiosity. However, the captain's questions left Vista totally stumped. He knew full well that Vice Captain Wang Yu's gear was extraordinary, but when it came to the actual abilities, he had no clue. Suddenly awkward, Vista scratched his head and confessed. "About that, you'll have to ask Vice Captain Wang Yu himself." All eyes turned back toward Wang Yu. He chuckled lightly and began to explain. "Little Oars, the gift I've given you is called the Heart of Steel. When you use it, it tremendously increases your vitality and speeds up your healing." Then, right before everyone's eyes, Wang Yu demonstrated. He used a small knife to slice Little Oar's toe. The wound, almost a full centimeter long, closed up in just a few seconds, so quickly you could see the change with the naked eye. Not even the faintest scar remained. A hush fell over the group as everyone drew in a long, astonished breath. Just the power to heal wounds at that speed. Why, it was on par with the most formidable Zoan-type devil fruits. Remarkable. Even Vista cast an envious glance toward Little Oars. As for Little Oars himself, his face shone with excitement. With this ability, he truly could charge at the very front. "This is amazing. Ace, just wait for me. I swear I'll rescue you." Little Oars exclaimed, full of emotion. "And one more thing," Wang Yu added, "this is the most powerful feature of all. From now on, your vitality will continue to grow stronger in every battle. So make sure you keep up your training." Little Oars nodded vigorously. Just this one piece of equipment had pushed his combat strength to unprecedented new heights. He might even be able to withstand the full force of the calamities now. Afterward, Wang Yu proceeded to introduce the unique abilities he'd prepared for the rest of the crew. Brandmake, you can make use of your charging momentum in battle and knock out your enemies directly. As for you, Mo, as a merman, you need to be even more agile. Hone your skin until it's supremely smooth, and try to dodge every attack in combat. Harda, you should add some poison to your weapons to increase their power. And you ought to develop yourself further in the art of setting traps. Also, since you're on the shorter side, you're well suited for ambushes. Try hiding yourself in the grass to become nearly invisible. Wang Yu went over the unique skills and abilities of each captain, one by one. Having witnessed Wang Yu's power firsthand, the captains were completely convinced by their vice captain's advice, treating every word as a command. "All right, I've now explained the directions you should take in your training. The rest is up to you, how well you can put it into practice." With his instructions finished, Wang Yu politely but firmly excused them. He was exhausted by the day's efforts, but at least now, all the captains he could bond with had been bound under his command. From here on out, all he needed to do was relax at home and wait for these captains to bring rewards back to him. Examining his own personal panel, he saw there was still one prediction skill fruit left. Wang Yu decided to save this fruit for Jaws. Jaws would then be able to learn the Stone Giant's ultimate move, an unstoppable, powerful control technique. With this, Jaws could take on all sorts of incredible missions in the future. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 10,563. Armament Haki, 9,814. Observation Haki, 9,342. Swordsmanship, 1,000. Skills, Granite Shield, Passive, Thunderous Slap, Level 3. Earthquake, Level 2. Jade Mistake Slash, Level 2. Hunter's Path, Passive. Glacial Storm, Level 2. Dust Sealing Absolute, Slash, Level 2. Heroic Charge, Level 2. Quirky Genius, Level 2. Biochemical Barrage, Level 2. Mushroom Planting, Level 2. Rubber Slingshot, Level 2. Items, 5 pieces of Superior Iron or Coolant, a bag of Forge Borax, Prediction Skill Fruit 1. Gold, 312,800. Devil Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Glint Fruit. Forge, Basic. Weapon, none. Equipment, Thorn Mail, Liandry's Torment, Static Shiv, Heart of Steel. Relics, none. After leaving Vice Captain Wang Yu's restricted zone one by one, the captains all headed off to begin their own training. Vista, thrilled to have received the Electro Blade as a gift from Wang Yu, was eager to spar with Marco again. As he walked, he just happened to bump into Marco coming from the other direction. Ha! Marco, let me show you the new skills I learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu. How about we spar for a bit? It'll be the perfect chance for me to test how well your new abilities hold up in a real fight. As soon as Vista spotted Marco, he started showing off in front of him. But to Vista's surprise, Marco looked utterly dejected and didn't react to his challenge at all. Marco's mind was entirely preoccupied with figuring out how to give Vice Captain Wang Yu a proper explanation, how to keep Wang Yu from blaming him. Vista, tell me, is there any way to cheer up Vice Captain Wang Yu? Marco finally asked. Cheer up Vice Captain Wang Yu? Vista patted his own head, suddenly realizing he'd completely forgotten about that issue. If he could find a way to make Vice Captain Wang Yu happy, maybe Wang Yu would spend a little more time guiding him. Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for him to get ahead? How about we go and fetch the Poneglyph? A powerhouse like Vice Captain Wang Yu is bound to be fascinated by something like that. Marco suddenly proposed. On hearing this, Vista slapped his head again. Of course, why didn't I think of that before? We're mortal enemies with the Beast Pirates anyway, so why don't we head over to Kaido's territory, snatch the Poneglyph, and bring it back? Vice Captain Wang Yu is sure to be thrilled. And while we're at it, we could even capture a couple of the ladies. I've got my eye on Altai and Black Maria. They both seem pretty amazing, don't they? Vista added with a gleeful laugh, already feeling that his own strength was about to soar even higher. I get why you like Altai, but Black Maria, she's huge. Isn't that a bit much? Marco questioned, a bit baffled. You don't get it. That's what makes it interesting. Imagine lying on the chest of a gorgeous giantess, sipping fine wine, basking in the sun. Doesn't that sound divine? Vista flashed a mischievous grin, eyes sparkling with mischief. Marco immediately caught his drift, and the two of them slapped hands in instant agreement. Without another word, they packed up and set off for Wano. In the following 2 days, all the captains threw themselves into honing their abilities. On the remote outskirts of Whitebeard Pirates territory, on the island of Bobby, Haruda was practically bursting with excitement. The power Vice Captain Wang Yu taught me is just incredible. Let's see if anyone out there still dares to mess with the Whitebeard Pirates from now on. On Bobby Island, Haruda held his weapon aloft and cheered, elated. But just then, a colossal pirate ship suddenly appeared on the horizon, looming into Haruda's view. The bow of the vessel resembled an enormous mammoth. At the top of its flag, a pair of mammoth tusks swayed in the sea breeze. This massive pirate ship was now surging directly toward the heart of Whitebeard Pirates territory. Could it be the mammoth? Damn it, I just said no one would dare mess with the Whitebeard Pirates. Yet here come some fools with a death wish already? Haruda raised his binoculars once again, now observing their foes from close range, picking out every detail with greater clarity. Jinrami, Sheepshead, and Drought Jack. These bastards are here again, trying to steal mineral resources from Whitebeard's territory for their artificial devil fruit ingredients. Haruda said angrily. Things like this had happened before. But the Whitebeard Pirates couldn't possibly station a captain in every region, so most of the time, aside from killing a handful of petty pirates, those from the Beast Pirates still managed to get away with a lot. Whitebeard had even thought of attacking Kaido, but Kaido's fortress was nearly impossible to breach, so the whole situation was extremely frustrating. Today, it's payback time. You want to steal our raw materials? Fine. I'll seize everything you've got on that ship. Haruda's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, out across the open sea, giant mushroom-shaped shadows began popping up one after another. In just minutes, the entire giant mushroom array was in place. Meanwhile, aboard the Mammoth, Drought Jack wore a wicked grin. I've heard Whitebeard has gone into seclusion. That means it's time for us to ramp up our raids on the Whitebeard Pirates. Once we grab those raw materials, let's really turn this area upside down before we leave. Jack declared, his metallic jaws chomping open and shut in anticipation. Jinrami and Sheepshead, standing nearby, chimed in with over-the-top praise. Lord Jack, you're truly brilliant. While Whitebeard's away, we'll make sure the Beast Pirate's reputation soars. Jinrami beamed. Hope we get a fight out of this. My ramhorn blade's been thirsty for blood for too long, Sheepshead added, his tone chilling. The appearance of the Mammoth had also triggered an alarm from the Whitebeard Pirates. But this area's captain was far off, making an immediate response difficult. Only Little Oars was close enough to help. That meant Haruda and Little Oars would have to hold out against every pirate aboard the Mammoth if they hoped to protect the Whitebeard Pirates' vital mineral resources. For now, Haruda stood alone, but he'd steeled himself. There was no way he would let the Beast Pirates have their way. With the giant mushroom formation set, he steered his small boat straight at the mammoth. Elsewhere, Little Oars received a call from the intelligence unit. I've got it. Those damn beast pirates. I'll get there as fast as I can. Waiting for reinforcements? Don't worry, it's fine. The skills Vice Captain Wong Yu taught me. I've been dying to put them to good use. With that, Little Oz hung up the phone without hesitation. When the intelligence organization tried to call again, all they got was a busy signal. The intelligence officer could only shake his head with resignation. What's going on lately? Why does it feel like the tempers of captains like Halta and Little Oz are flaring hotter than ever? Those two don't stand a chance against Jack the Drought. Send backup, quick. We need backup. Aboard the Mammoth, Sheepshead spotted Halta's small boat through his spyglass. Lord Jack reporting in. There's a small boat heading straight for us. Judging by the pirate flag, it's someone from the Whitebeard Pirates. Jack the Drought's eyes glinted with ferocity as his brow arched. Oh, how many are there? Who's on board? He demanded. Sheepshead peered through the telescope, a mocking smile spreading across his face after another look. There's only Halta, just him alone. Huh, he must be coming here to die. Sheepshead jeered. When the beast pirates aboard heard it was only Halta, the whole crew erupted in raucous laughter. Halta, just a captain of the 12th Division, dares to challenge me? Bring us closer. I'll skin that runt alive myself and avenge our fallen brothers. Jack bellowed, his rage barely contained. After all, a 12th Division captain's strength was about the same as one of the Flying Six, and for him to come alone was nothing short of an insult to Jack. Yes, Lord Jack, the helmsman answered, and quickly accelerated the ship toward Halta. Pirates all over the Mammoth drew their weapons, shouting boisterously and thirsting for blood. Kill him! Kill him! That's Halta over there. A mere bug, and he dares act like Whitebeard himself? If you're so eager to die, don't blame us for showing no mercy. What a fool. Loves throwing his life away, doesn't he? Standing on his own small boat, Halta watched the commotion on the Mammoth and smirked with a hint of disdain. Umph. Do you really think I'm the same Halta as before? This time, none of you are getting out of here alive. A faint, confident smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. These past couple of days, he'd trained relentlessly under Vice Captain Wong Yu's guidance. Now, he'd truly mastered his powers. Very soon, this pack of fools would see what he was capable of. The gigantic mammoth roared across the waves like a savage beast, while Halta's small boat looked as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Still not getting out of my way, idiots? Drought Jack's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Halta's tiny boat. To his great surprise, Halta showed no intention of dodging the colossal mammoth, even as it bore down on him. Full speed ahead, Jack bellowed, and the mammoth surged forward with even greater force. A deafening crash resounded as the massive mammoth collided head-on with the small boat. With that thunderous blast, Halta's boat was instantly smashed to pieces, wooden planks splintering and soaring through the air. As they watched the boat reduced to fragments, the pirates aboard the beast pirate ship erupted in roaring laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! What a fool! Facing our mammoth, and he didn't even try to dodge. Jack strode to the bow, sneering at the pile of debris left from the wrecked boat. A mere 12th Division captain dares stand in my way? Tell your first mate Marco to come see me himself. No sooner had he finished speaking than, to everyone's shock, Halta suddenly appeared at the stern of the mammoth. In a flash, his sword swept out, felling 20 pirates on the spot. Blood pooled rapidly at the ship's stern, the cries of the beast pirates' underlings echoing in the air, mingling with their terror and agony. Hearing the screams from the stern, Jack whipped his head around, immediately spotting several of his gifters, his hard-trained artificial devil fruit users, slain by Halta's blade. Jack's veins bulged with rage, his face twisting in fury. In that instant, Jack morphed into a giant mammoth. His sheer bulk made the whole ship drop deeper into the sea. With a thundering rumble, the enraged Jack charged straight at Halta, causing the entire mammoth ship to tremble from his furious stampede. The pirates on board stared in shock, their eyes wide with fear. Lord Jack is furious. Looks like Halta is done for this time. He dared ambush us and anger the Drought himself. There's no way he'll escape alive. Sheepshead and Jinrami both turned their gaze on Halta, looking at him as if they were watching a dead man walking. That Halta is finished, Sheepshead murmured, eyeing Halta with a twinge of sympathy. I bet Lord Jack will stomp him into a bloody pulp. Just you watch. No, that can't be right. The furious Lord Jack will certainly use his tusks. I bet that Harda will be impaled by Jack's ivory and bleed out to death. Kinrami licked his lips and made his prediction with a mocking tone. Without the slightest hesitation, the two began to speculate about the manner of Harda's demise. Yet, just as Jack was about to crash into Harda, something bizarre unfolded. a most uncanny sight. Harda vanished into thin air, disappearing so completely that not even observation hockey could sense him. Jack, who had witnessed Harda's disappearance, was left utterly dumbfounded. He slammed his massive feet down in a desperate attempt to stop himself. But with such an enormous body, bringing himself to a sudden halt was nearly impossible. Like a runaway locomotive, Drought Jack barreled uncontrollably toward the deck railing at the ship's stern. With a deafening crash, the gigantic mammoth that Jack had become went hurtling straight into the ocean. Lord Jack! Lord Jack! This spectacle left the surrounding Beast Pirates crew in a state of utter shock. They simply couldn't understand. It was clear Harda hadn't moved from his spot, so how could he have disappeared in a blink? In a panic, one after another, they rushed to the stern to check if something had happened to Lord Jack. But in that very moment, Harda reappeared in the spot where he had stood before. "It's Harda! It's Harda! Watch out!" Sheephead quickly shouted to warn the pirates gathered at the stern. But it was already too late. With a slight, sly smile at the corner of his lips, Harda swept his gaze over his foes, short blade in hand. Swift and deadly strikes hissed through the air. In an instant, dozens of pirates fell where they stood, the rear deck of the mammoth drenched in crimson. "You bastard! What'd you do to us? How did you vanish just now?" Sheephead demanded, his brow furrowed in confusion. As he spoke, his arms morphed into massive ram's horns, coated with armament hockey, and he swung them fiercely at Harda. A sharp clang rang out as the two weapons collided, sparks bursting in all directions. But after all, Harda was a division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Dealing with someone like Sheephead was nothing to him. With a single well-placed kick, he sent Sheephead flying across the deck. "Ha ha ha! Are all you Beast Pirates just a pack of worthless drunks and loafers?" Harda shot the pirates a cheeky, derisive grin. Meanwhile, Jack, who'd crashed into the sea, had shifted back into human form. Though a devil fruit user, his fisherman bloodline let him swim back up from the depths. "Damn you, Harda! Catch him for me. I want his hide. I'll skin him myself." Jack stormed to the stern, gripping his scimitars in both hands, his voice thunderous with rage. Harda spotted Jack's arrival and gave a sly chuckle. With a swift motion, his blade flashed, and yet another fearsome cleave swept through the ranks, sending the heads of many beast pirates rolling. "The big elephant is here. I'm no reckless brute. See you around." A mischievous laugh burst from Harda again. Without hesitation, he leapt overboard. Since Harda wasn't a devil fruit user, he easily landed on a plank in the water and began paddling toward a nearby island swarming with people. Harda's target was this particular island for a reason. He'd recently discovered that, among the tall grass, his stealth ability let him remain invisible even while moving. It wasn't like on open ground, where he had to stand still to stay hidden. Just moments ago, the Beast Pirates had already pinpointed the spot he'd vanished from. They might attack that very spot, something Harda couldn't afford to ignore. But in the cover of the grass, he could sprint invisibly, and, with his hidden mushroom traps layered about, this was his home turf. Sure enough, when Drought Jack saw Harda making for the island, his fury spiked. Face flushed, veins bulging, he was determined to catch Harda and tear him apart. "That bastard Harda! Helmsman, bring us over now. I will not let him escape." Jack roared. At his command, the mammoth sailed straight to the island's shore, and the entire crew charged after in a tidal wave of rage. "After him! Kill Harda! He butchered so many of our brothers. He must pay." In a heartbeat, the island erupted with the deafening roar of battle. Leading the charge was Jack himself, transforming once more into his colossal mammoth form. For all his size, he moved with surprising speed. The earth itself trembled beneath his feet, ominous and relentless. Jack surged ahead, thundering deep into the forest, only to find Harda gone, vanished into thin air. He stared in disbelief, his mind blank with confusion. "This makes no sense. Where did he go? I swear I saw him just now. It's impossible for someone to just disappear." Jack was utterly baffled. Beside him, Jinnermy quickly spoke up. "Lord Jack, I've heard there's a kind of devil fruit that can turn people invisible. Maybe Harda ate the invisibility fruit?" Jinnermy offered, pondering aloud. Invisibility fruit? Jack the Drought frowned deeply. It sounded plausible. But who was he, after all? He was Jack of the Beasts, the infamous Calamity. Wherever he went, nothing but wasteland remained. If word got out that he'd been outwitted by a mere 12th Division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates, how would he ever live it down? No matter what kind of devil fruit he ate, even if we have to dig up this entire island down to its roots, you'd better find him for me. Jack spat out these words through gritted teeth, his hand tightening angrily around his scimitar. The group split into 3 squads, each surging forward, pushing their charge deeper into the chaos. Just then, a young pirate stepped on something beneath his feet. Suddenly, A mushroom cloud blossomed amid the beast pirates' ranks, followed by a wave of poisonous gas that swept through the crowd. In an instant, 10 pirates collapsed from the blast, succumbing to the poison. Zipes Head, who happened to be close by, was caught in the toxic fumes as well. Who the hell planted a poison gas bomb here? Fury and disbelief welled up inside Zipes' head. He wanted to curse out loud. The poison dulled his mind and made even walking unbearable. The blast was so fierce that it tore his arm open, blood streaming down and soaking what was left of it. On the other side, leading his squad, Jack caught sight of Zipes' head injured in the explosion. He showed not an ounce of sympathy. Instead, a savage, violent gleam fired in his eyes. Zipes' Head, you idiot! Ever heard of using your observation haki? Even a simple trap like this, and you still step on it. Jack's roar echoed over the chaos. If it had just been some nameless pirates getting blown up, it might not matter. But this time, Jack's army, painstakingly built over years with Doflamingo's help, was being decimated. Losing them hurt like slashing into his own flesh. Faced with Jack's fury, Zipes' Head dared not utter a word of protest. He knew full well what would happen if he upset Jack. He might be strung up and whipped for 3 days straight, or worse, lose his life altogether. I'm sorry, Lord Jack. It was my oversight. Zipes' Head stammered, desperate to mollify him. Only then did Jack, still simmering with anger, press forward. But he'd barely taken 2 steps before another mushroom bomb detonated. A fresh cloud of poison swept through. This time, dozens more pirates died on the spot. The victims now were part of Jinnerme's team. Veins bulged high on Jack's forehead, his bloodshot eyes nearly feral with rage. I just told you all to use your observation haki. Jinnerme, are you deaf? When I get back, I'll hang you up for 3 days and beat you until you beg for mercy. Jack bellowed in a thunderous, wrathful voice. Having just been made a fool of by Harda, Jack was already boiling, his recent humiliation fueling his rage. Now, watching 2 of his trusted fighters blunder so idiotically, the storm inside Jack reached a fever pitch. Lord Jack, Jinnerme stammered. She wanted to explain that she'd been using observation haki, but it had made no difference. Then again, she realized saying that might only enrage Jack further, and very possibly get her beaten to a pulp. So, in the end, she bit her tongue and dared not utter another word. I'm sorry, Lord Jack. I'll be more careful next time. Jinrami hastily admitted his mistake. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. You can't even use observation haki yet? Watch me. See how I managed to walk this far without stepping on a trap? Jack scolded them harshly. But just as Jack finished his sentence, he himself stepped squarely on a mushroom bomb. The explosion was wide-reaching, and the 10 men closest to Jack all twisted their faces in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. This bomb is poison, it's poisoned. In a panic, the hapless pirates scratched at their skin desperately, until at last they fell still, dead without the slightest movement. Luckily for Jack, his thick skin kept him alive. Though he was bloodied and his wounds ran shallow, the dizziness from the blast lingered, leaving him so unsteady that he could barely walk. Jinrami and Sheep's Head, who stood nearby, were dumbfounded by the scene. Even Lord Jack's observation, haki, can't sense the mushroom bombs? How? Is it possible that these things are invisible even haki? Jinrami exclaimed in disbelief. Sheep's Head was left completely rattled. He had never imagined that someone as powerful as Drought Jack could also fall victim to a poisonous mushroom. Perhaps, on second thought, stepping on a mushroom himself wasn't so unforgivable after all. Sheep's Head fervently embraced the spirit of self-justification. Lost in his thoughts, Sheep's Head failed to notice as Halta's elusive figure appeared once again. His arm had been blown off by the mushroom bomb, so Sheep's Head could only clutch at his gaping wound, paying no attention to anything else, least of all Halta's presence. After reappearing, Halta crept up and drove his sword straight into Sheep's Head's backside. With no chance to defend himself, Sheep's Head was pierced right through by the blade. The sudden flare of pain sent Sheep's Head leaping to his feet. Youch! That hurts! A scream, raw and desperate, burst forth like the shriek of a slaughtered pig. All around, the Jack pirates turned toward the commotion, finally catching sight of Halta's figure. It's Halta! He ambushed Lord Sheep's Head. Get him! We can't let him escape this time. The pirates raised their weapons and roared with anger. Jack too now spotted Halta. The memory of that mushroom bomb he stumbled into, the dizzying shock, and Halta's endless provocations, all these fueled his rage. Jack's cold, bulging eyes widened as he exploded in fury. Catch him! I want him carved up in pieces. Jack bellowed, his voice booming with violent intent. The surrounding petty pirates surged forward all at once, but none of them were a match for Harda. With swift, merciless strokes, Harda's poisoned dagger struck again and again, each time sinking deep into the chests of his foes. As the venom coursed through their veins, the pirates were plunged into agony, their dying cries echoing through the air as every last one of them perished in excruciating torment. "Ha ha, what a bunch of fools!" Harda mocked with a derisive laugh. "If you lot really think you can catch me, then come on, try your luck." On the other side, Jack the Drought couldn't believe Harda dared to taunt him so brazenly. Gripping his supreme-grade great blade, Jack charged straight at Harda. "You miserable wretch! Do you even know who I am? I'm Jack the Drought. I'll cut you down." Jack's metal jaws gleamed as he swung his scimitar in a deadly arc at Harda. At Jack's attack, Harda merely sneered and once again melted away into the depths of the forest. Jack's blade sliced through nothing but empty air, leaving him staggering forward. A deafening roar exploded around them. He'd stumbled right into another patch of venomous mushrooms. In an instant, a fresh torrent of deadly toxins descended. Jack's face contorted in fury and pain, his head reeling with dizziness as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The pirates gathered around him didn't stand a chance. Caught in the blast, they were slain outright, their anguished screams resounding once more. When Jack finally managed to steady himself, he saw that most of his underlings had died on the spot, and Harda's shadow had utterly vanished. "Damn it!" Jack bellowed in rage, forcing himself up to his feet. How could he, one of the Beast Pirate's 3 calamities, have suffered such humiliation? "Harda, this is unforgivable. If you got any guts, come out and face me." Jack snarled, gripping his scimitar so tightly his knuckles turned white. At that moment, Harda slipped back into view, launching a sneak attack right at Jack's back. Nearby, Jinrami and Sheepshead spotted Harda and hurriedly shouted to warn Jack. "Sir Jack, Harda's back! Behind you! Behind you!" they cried out frantically. Heeding their warning, Jack swung his scimitar in a vicious arc behind him. The fierce slash tore through the forest, felling the ancient trees in a single, thunderous sweep. Yet there was still no sign of Harda. Jack's fury only grew. "You idiots! Are you trying to mess with me? Want to die?" His unblinking, deadfish eyes glared menacingly at Jinrami and Sheepshead. The two of them were petrified, struck dumb with terror. I have no idea what's going on either." Harda just vanished out of nowhere, and even observation Haki couldn't sense him at all. Sheepshead explained in a flustered voice. But Jinrami's expression shifted even further, her face twisting in utter astonishment. "There he is again. Harda's back. Right in front of you, Master Jack," she shouted, her voice brimming with urgency. Jack had been planning to give the two of them a harsh scolding, but as he heard Jinrami's anxious cries, her tone sounded far too desperate to be a lie. "Forget it. I'll trust these fools just this once," he decided. With that, Jack gripped his scimitar and swung it fiercely at the space before him. A sharp whistle cut through the air as his blade swept forward. Trees fell in droves, sliced clean in half by his merciless strike. But, once again, Harda was nowhere to be seen. Jack's veins bulged on his forehead as he realized his blow had found nothing but empty air. He gripped his scimitar tighter, dark fury clouding his every feature. "Jinrami, what'd I just tell you? Didn't you hear me? Do you have a death wish? Fine, let me grant it for you right now." Jack's rage hit its peak. He squinted his eyes, his voice low and seething, stepping threateningly toward Jinrami. Jinrami was terrified, her red lips trembling and her legs shaking uncontrollably. "Jack, Master Jack, I swear I'm not lying. I'm not lying to you. Just now Harda really was there," she stammered, swallowing hard, fear written all over her face. But Jack, blinded by rage, wasn't listening to a word Jinrami said. He lifted his scimitar high, pointing the blade directly at her. Hidden in plain sight, Harda watched the scene unfold, seeing everything with perfect clarity. He cursed Jack for a fool under his breath, then crept closer, silent as a shadow, gripping his dagger tight. With a quick motion, he lunged at Jack, striking from behind. As Harda's form flickered back into view, Sheepshead spotted him instantly. "Master Jack, Jinrami's telling the truth," he cried out in panic. "He's here. He's right behind you." Jack exploded in fury. "What? Do you all take me for a naive child?" he roared. Without waiting for another word, Jack swung his blade at the two of them in a wild, wrathful arc. Sheepshead and Jinrami cowered, convinced that this was the end for both of them. But in that moment, Harda's dagger plunged straight into Jack the Drought's lower back. There was a sickening, wet sound as the blade struck true. A splash of fresh blood scattered into the air. Drought Jack was stabbed in the back, his eyes widened in utter disbelief. The Shotel sword in his hand finally came to a halt. It turned out he'd been wrong all along about Jinrami and Sheepshead. "Lord Jack, you see, what did we tell you? We never lied to you." Jinrami and Sheepshead hurried to explain themselves. "Ha ha, Jack, you're such a fool." Their laughter rang out, taunting and unrestrained. Harda laughed at Jack, then vanished once more, slipping away as if he had never been there. This string of maneuvers left Jack utterly dumbfounded. Even his famously stubborn nature seemed a little subdued. Harda, what sort of technology is this? Why is it so tricky to handle? Looking around again, he suddenly noticed that, ever since they entered the forest, in less than 5 minutes, more than half of the pirates had already fallen. Something's not right about this place. Stop advancing for now. Harda has to be nearby. We don't need to go any deeper. Usually slow-witted, Drought Jack seemed to have a rare moment of clarity and issued a loud order to the pirates around him. The surrounding pirates, upon hearing Jack's command, immediately halted and formed up into tight ranks. Each person made sure they could clearly see the next, preventing any more ambushes. Together, they shaped a ring, encircling Harda in the tall grass. Brilliant, Lord Jack. Truly ingenious. We'll just keep Harda surrounded and shrink our circle bit by bit. For what I can see, Harda may be able to turn invisible, but he can't teleport. We'll have him caught before long. Jin Rummy quickly added. Sheepshead put on a fawning expression, eager to show his support. That's right, Lord Jack, you're too clever. We'll just keep tightening the net. Jack smacked his own head in sudden realization. He had considered boxing Harda in, but it hadn't occurred to him to gradually tighten the circle like this. At last, some ease returned to Jack's grim face. Maybe these two flunkies weren't entirely useless after all. Closing on him bit by bit. Today, I'll carve that brat up with my own hands. Jack roared in fury, determined to pay Harda back for making a fool of him. Meanwhile, Harda, hidden and invisible, couldn't help the faint shadow of worry creeping over his face. His invisibility ability, though formidable, had its limits. Once surrounded and searched for methodically, he would have a hard time breaking free. If discovered and his invisibility faded, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the mushroom formation scattered throughout the forest could at least slow down the enemy's search. Thunderous explosions echoed through the woods. As the pirates steadily closed in, tightening their encirclement, some of them accidentally stepped on mushroom mines. Half of them were blasted apart on the spot. Now, as the encirclement shrank further, there was less than 100 square meters left to move within. In such a narrowed space, pirates of every stripe began swinging their blades wildly into the center. Even with his invisibility, it would be hard for Harda to avoid taking a hit. But what choice did he have? In his current situation, all Harda could do was dodge, weaving frantically through the hail of attacks. At last, as the relentless search dragged on, the ring shrank once more, leaving Harda with scarcely 10 square meters of space to maneuver. Noticing this, Jack the Drought burst out laughing at the edge of the circle. Ah, Harda, I know you're in there. I advise you to just give up now. Otherwise, my Khopesh will make you suffer. Jack laughed thunderously as he spoke. With those words, Jack swung his massive blade, slicing down with a colossal, sweeping strike at the area in front of him. The razor-sharp attack slashed mercilessly across the confined clearing. Facing the oncoming wave of deadly force, Harda's expression grew grim. All along, he'd only been able to contend with Jack thanks to his invisibility and his poison mushroom traps. If it came to a direct confrontation, he knew he simply didn't stand a chance. As the lethal strike crashed down, Harda quickly activated his observation hockey, leapt aside, and managed to evade the blow. In an instant, every tree and blade of grass inside that 10 square meter space was leveled by Jack's assault. Sweat beaded on Harda's brow. If that had struck him head-on, he would have been grievously wounded, perhaps even killed. But Jack wasn't satisfied with just one attack. Without pausing, he raised his Khopesh again and unleashed a barrage of strikes into the cramped space. Suddenly, the air above Harda shimmered with slashing blades, each one blisteringly fast, tearing through the air and zeroing in on his position. No good. There was nowhere left to hide. Harda's face turned pale with shock. In a panic, he hurriedly picked up his short sword to defend himself. A loud clash echoed through the sky, each strike ringing out with a burst, metal against metal, sparks raining down from every vicious collision. Although Harda managed to parry every slash directed at him, he had given away his position completely. The moment the others spotted Harda, Jack the Drought and his men all grinned with excitement. Huh, we've finally flushed out that bastard. Boys all together. He's surrounded now. There's nowhere to run. Finish him off, right here. Jack shouted, exhilarated. The other pirates looked equally furious. Harda's poisonous mushrooms had caused them plenty of trouble earlier, yet they hadn't been able to touch him. Now, with a real chance to attack, they threw all caution aside, each one wildly swinging their weapons at Harda, desperate to take him down. Charge! Kill him! For our fallen comrades, avenge them. Don't let this guy leave here alive. In him now. I'll skin that brat myself. He made us all suffer so much. One bitter, vengeful gaze after another turned toward Harda, each pirate resolved to cut him down on the spot. Only then would their anger be fully unleashed. The ring of steel filled the air again as Harda fought back, his blade flashing as he dueled the swarm of pirate grunts. Could he be from the giant race? Wait a minute. No, it doesn't matter what race the Whitebeard Pirates vice captain is. I really can't go. After all, I'm Kaido's beloved. If I get caught and handed over to a rival emperor's crew, serving as some vice captain's maid, what would happen to Kaido's reputation? Marco, you bastard, I won't go with you. Black Maria snapped, her elegant brows creasing in outrage. But Marco didn't seem the least bit angered. I'm afraid you're not given a choice. With that, Marco's wings burst into flames, the mythical phoenix spreading as he soared straight for Black Maria. Watching Marco close in, Black Maria swallowed hard, panic rising, until at last she broke down completely. Help! Somebody save me. I won't be anyone's maid. I won't. Completely abandoning the fight, Black Maria turned and dashed away, her giant form lumbering desperately in retreat. In her mind, Marco no longer seemed like the captain of a rival force. He now looked exactly like a human trafficker, and she was about to be carted off. Where was there any desire left to fight? At the same time, a cold sweat broke out across Sasaki's forehead. The battle had barely even begun. Less than a minute had passed. Yet one of them was frozen into an icicle and tossed into a sack. The gap between us and our enemies was simply overwhelming. This isn't a battle. It's a slaughter. Lord Kaido, when will you finally arrive? As Black Maria desperately tried to flee, a sudden dark cloud appeared in the southeastern skies above Bakura town. Thunder and lightning crackled everywhere, painting the sky in fierce turmoil. Behind the massive thunderclouds, a colossal dragon soared through the mists, suddenly thrusting its enormous head out from the storm. Its eyes blazed with menace as it stared toward the direction of Bakura town. Bakura town, finally, I'm almost there. Just you wait, Marco Vista. I'll tear your hides right off with my own claws. The dragon opened its jaws wide, baring its fangs and roaring out these words with fury. Without warning, a pterosaur swooped down from above, circling the dragon's side. Lord Kaido, King the Wildfire, saluted Kaido respectfully. Kaido's face lit up with a rare smile at King's arrival. You're just in time, King. Come, join me. Together, let's wipe out Marco and Vista. Show them the true might of the beast pirates. Otherwise, if just anyone can come and go from our territory as they please, where would that leave our pride? The mighty roar of the dragon shook the heavens and earth. For 1,000 kilometers around, every bird and beast sensed this overwhelming presence, scattering in terror from the area. Next to him, King's lips curled up slightly as he listened to Kaido's command. As you wish, Lord Kaido. This time, I'll make sure they beg for a fate worse than death. With that, the two picked up speed, racing toward Bakura town at a breakneck pace. Meanwhile, back on the battleground, Vista's fight with Queen was just beginning. Queen leveled his mechanical arms straight at Vista. So what if you've got some lightning power now? You think you can parade around in front of me? Try this on for size, Vista. Obsidian Blaze. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of laser beams erupted from Queen's mechanical arm. With the added speed of his electric blade, Vista moved at blinding speed. Coupled with his sharpened observation haki, he easily tracked every laser's path. Each beam brushed past him, missing by a hair. Vista was like a phantom, effortlessly dodging every projectile. When it was over, a sly grin played across Vista's lips. If it had been before he acquired the Electroblade, there was no way he could have moved like this. Confronted by the Epidemic Queen's laser beams, he'd have had no choice but to take some damage. But now, things were different. With the boost in his agility, his movements had improved drastically. He could now glide through a hail of attacks and come out untouched, weaving through danger as effortlessly as a leaf wafting through blossoms. After dodging the laser barrage, Vista raised his twin swords and leveled them at Queen. A brilliant arc of electricity suddenly crackled to life along the blade's edges. Sparks crackled and hissed, the surge of electricity wrapping around the electroblades. With this, Vista's swords had truly become electroblades. He felt a mighty power coursing through the blade, and with a determined shout, he slashed toward Queen. But Queen remained unimpressed by Vista's dazzling weapons. Lightning, is it? Queen sneered. I've got that too. With those words, arcs of electricity began to dance along Queen's own claws, and he thundered forward, smashing them into Vista's blade. Vista, you're just the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Did you really think that just by gaining the Rumble Rumble fruit, you could beat me? Queen scoffed, his voice brimming with disdain. Then, Queen's mechanical arm gleamed as it became coated in armament hockey. He met Vista's blow head-on. A tremendous crash echoed as their powers collided. A wave of force rippled outward from where Vista and Queen met, sending shockwaves surging in all directions. Gale-force winds howled as the ground trembled. Debris and rubble were swept up, swirling through the air. Chaos reigned in the aftermath of their clash. The lower-ranking pirates near Vista watched the fury of this clash with terror etched across their faces. So, this is what a battle between true titans looks like. It's terrifying, but surely our Lord Queen will come out on top, right? He's the all-star of the Beast Pirates, third in command. He must be way stronger than some mere division commander like Vista. The pirates scattered to make way, none of them seemingly doubting Queen's impending victory. By rank, Vista was considered on par with Fizufo, but in the eyes of the Beast Pirates, being a division commander, even from the world's strongest pirate crew, wasn't enough to challenge Queen. Even with his newfound lightning powers, at best, he might only match Jack the Drought. With this confidence, the pirates on the sidelines began to cheer for Queen, their voices rising in a chorus. "Go, Lord Queen! Finish Vista off!" One after another, the lower-ranking pirates shouted their support. Hearing their cheers, Queen's face broke into a smug grin. He looked over at Vista, his gaze mocking, ready to taunt his opponent. "Ha ha! Vista, I have to say I'm surprised. A guy like you actually got your hands on the Rumble fruit. But guess what? Thanks to the wonders of science, I too now command the power of thunder. Just you wait, I'm going to tear you apart." Honestly, what were you people thinking, picking a fight with the Beast Pirates just because you got your hands on one or two devil fruits? Isn't that just asking for death? Queen the Plague sneered, amping up the current in his mechanical arm while mocking Bista. Hearing Queen's words, Bista let a sly smile tug at the corners of his mouth. "Come on, Queen, do you really think my swordsmanship is only on this level?" Bista replied, his tone light and teasing. Queen was briefly taken aback. Is it not? For what Queen could tell, even with the powers of the Rumble fruit, Bista's sword strikes seemed only a match for the strength of his mechanical arm. Certainly not overwhelming. After all, Queen himself was no pushover like Who's Who. More than that, he hadn't even unleashed his deadliest moves or his arsenal of toxins yet. So, from Queen's perspective, the scales of victory were tipping decidedly in his favor. Isn't that the case? "Bista, if your sword skill can't break through my defenses, that means I've already won. You simply can't beat me. Running your mouth won't get you anywhere," Queen added mockingly. Bista just shook his head with a little laugh. "Invincible, are you? That's a good one. I wonder if you can even handle my next attack." No sooner had the words left his lips than the electricity surging along Bista's twin blades suddenly intensified, swelling to twice its previous strength. A split second later, bolts of lightning shot straight into Queen's body. The current hissed and crackled, writhing and twisting over Queen's form like a living electric serpent. Under the onslaught of this terrifying voltage, Queen's massive body lit up, momentarily revealing his skeleton beneath the skin in a ghostly flash. The pirates who'd been cheering for Queen just moments before stared in shock, eyes wide, completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Lord Queen's actually being overpowered. The low-ranking pirates had barely uttered these words when the surging electricity around Queen's body uncoiled like a giant python and snaked toward them at alarming speed. And as that sight registered, panic set in. They were petrified. After all, if that current could turn Queen himself into a charred pretzel, what chance did they stand if it hit them directly? It would roast them to a crisp on the spot. Run. Run for your lives. A wave of terror swept through the crowd of pirates. Their eyes filled with horror as they fled in a frenzy, as though pursued by some nightmarish creature. But no matter how desperately they ran, how could ordinary men possibly outrun lightning? The crackling current surged forward, sweeping over them all in an instant. Zzzt, crackle. As the sound of electricity filled the air, the bones of this group of pirates became visible. Then in the next instant, they were electrocuted on the spot, reduced to charred husks. This move, the critical strike that Vice Captain Wang Yu once described to me, I never expected it could also unleash electricity. That makes it downright terrifying. Bista exclaimed with excitement. Finally, the electric current running through Queen the Plague faded for the most part, and he glanced at Bista with great difficulty. Even Queen's speech was slurred from shock. Before he could finish, Bista's powerful slash suddenly grew even more forceful. Boom! If before, Queen's mechanical arm had just barely managed to withstand Bista's blows, now it was split cleanly in two by the strike. A cascade of mechanical parts clattered out of Queen's shattered arm. and the plague-ridden Queen himself was sent flying on the spot. His hefty body crashed to the ground, raising a burst of dust. With one arm severed, Queen staggered out of the crater, mouth full of dirt. He glared at Bista, his face twisted in a savage expression, unable to comprehend how Bista could now possess such overwhelming power. Confronting Bista, Queen wore a look of shock and confusion. If it were only electrical powers, he could chalk it up to Bista having eaten the Rumble fruit. But this level of swordsmanship was utterly monstrous. The force behind these slashes, no exaggeration, was leagues beyond what King could muster. He and King quarreled and sparred often. Even King the Wildfire couldn't have cut through his mechanical arm with a single blow. But this Bista, after just a month apart, had advanced his swordsmanship to a level even greater than King. It all seemed too fantastical to grasp. Swordsmanship is no simple thing. Even with immense talent, without years of accumulated fighting experience and relentless training, there's just no way to progress so dramatically. So, the only conclusion, Bista's swordsmanship hadn't improved by sheer effort alone, which was even more absurd. If not through hard work, could sword skills now be gained by simply eating a magical fruit? He couldn't make sense of it. None of it made sense at all. At this point, Queen the Plague felt as though his mind was in utter chaos. Bista, meanwhile, was thrilled by the destructive power of his slash, having just severed Queen's mechanical arm in a single, clean stroke. The electric blade crafted by Vice Captain Wong Yu truly was formidable. Without this critical hit, the moment that critical hit landed, it would absolutely knock the guts out of anyone standing across from me. Under the force of that strike, Bista was confident. Even the legendary Mihawk, the Hawkeye himself, might not have been able to unleash such power. Hey you, how did you suddenly get so strong? Is that slash some new technique of yours? Queen the Plague tilted his head, staring hard at Bista, confusion written all over his face. If he couldn't figure it out, the only solution was to ask the man himself. So Queen, driven by curiosity, pressed for an answer. So, about that, Bista answered with an easy grin. That's not some special technique, just a basic cut from my demon-sealing swordsmanship. If you really want to give it a name, let's just call it critical hit. Critical hit? What kind of sword technique is that? Queen felt completely at a loss. He'd never heard of such a thing before. With such a fearsome move, its fame should have spread far and wide. For him to have never even heard of it, that made no sense at all. Try as he might, Queen simply couldn't wrap his head around it. He had started with questions, but Bista's answer only left him more bewildered than before. Finally, Queen couldn't reason it out, so he decided that Bista must simply be lying to him. Curse Bista, if you don't want to tell me, so be it. But don't think you can scare me off that easily. With that, Queen began retreating, step after step, keeping his distance from Bista. Now that he had tasted the terrifying power of Bista's slash, there was no way he'd risk a direct confrontation. The only choice was to fight from afar. That thought put a sly smile back on Queen's face. Even if he'd lost his mechanical arm, his head and tail were still reinforced with machinery. As gears clicked and whirred inside his body, Queen's tail segmented, each part unfolding in turn. His head detached as well, metal eyes flickering with energy. Sparks! Suddenly, beams of red laser light shot out from Queen's eyes and all over his body. In an instant, a barrage of blazing beams cut through the air towards Bista, painting the entire sky crimson. Bista narrowed his eyes and activated his observation hockey. With nimble footwork, he wove between the attacks, sidestepping every beam Queen sent his way. Thanks to his current skill, none of Queen's attacks could even scratch Bista. Yet, evading these waves of deadly light forced him to halt his advance. Damn you, Bista. That was just a feint. You want to see my true power? It's poison. Now dot. Queen's lips, tinged purple, curled into a wicked smile. After speaking, Plague Queen drew a toxic machine gun and fired directly at Bista. One after another, bullets laced with viruses shot toward Bista again. Even if you managed to dodge these bullets, they would still create a massive plague zone on the ground. Just setting foot inside would mean instant infection. This was a new kind of toxin, hurriedly devised by Queen specifically for someone of Bista's caliber. In mere seconds, Queen's poison had completely taken over the ground beneath Bista's feet. Left with no other choice, Bista braced himself on the last untainted patch of ground. Planting his feet with immense force, he launched himself high into the air. Watching Bista take flight, a sly smirk curled on Plague Queen's lips. You fool. Let's see how you plan to block my bullets up in the sky. Queen laughed, his voice echoing with menace. He raised his Gatling virus gun, locking his aim onto the airborne Bista. This new round isn't just a virus, it's the virus. If you get hit by even a single bullet, not even Marco from your crew will be able to save you. Even if you do manage to deflect my shots, the moment you touch down, my toxins will finish the job. There's no escape. You're as good as dead now. Queen burst into wild laughter, the sound chilling in the air. A relentless burst of bullets tore through the sky, each one zeroing in on Vista. Staring down the swarm of bullets coming straight at him, Vista clenched his teeth in determination. Damn it, if even Queen is proving this tough, taking down that man will be nearly impossible. A dead end, huh? I refuse to accept a dead end. Jade Severance. With a thunderous shout, Vista unleashed a torrent of pure sword intent straight from his blade. A powerful slash burst forth, sending a giant arc of sword energy hundreds of meters across. Every single laser in Vista's path exploded in the sky ahead of time, ignited by the force of the attack. The heavens burned with thick flames, painting the sky a blazing red. Witnessing the spectacle of Vista's overwhelming assault, Plague Queen's eyes practically popped out in shock. One blow, just one, blew up all the laser rounds I worked so hard to prepare. Vista really has grown stronger since last time. If I don't finish him here and now, he'll become an even greater threat, Queen muttered gravely, gulping as determination hardened in his gaze. Not daring to let his guard down for even a moment, Queen whipped out another batch of his custom toxins and began firing them onto the ground below. Taking advantage of the moment when Bista was about to hit the ground, he planned to let the poison infect him. But as Bista continued his gradual descent, his eyes narrowed sharply. A death trap? I don't think so. In the very next instant, a mysterious aura, an energy like that of a fierce Azura, began to radiate from Bista's body. Out of death comes life. As Bista fell, this phrase echoed in his mind. Wasn't this exactly the situation he was in now? Since his swordsmanship had always been about embracing death to find life, what was there to fear at this moment? At worst, he would die. Just as Bista was about to crash into the ground and be consumed by the virus, a sudden, steely look flashed through his eyes. One strike to cleanse evil, one strike to calm the soul, he murmured, almost like chanting a spell. He could feel the powerful wind element coursing through his twin blades. In the blink of an eye, rather than plummeting straight down, Bista's body suddenly whirled and twisted in midair. Harnessing the formidable sword aura from his dual blades, he shot himself like a missile straight toward the Plaguebringer, Quinn. The transformation happened so fast, Quinn was utterly dumbfounded. Could Bista fly now? Quinn's eyes nearly popped out his head, his face frozen in shock. If Bista could actually fly, then the virus-laden Earth wouldn't threaten him at all. Fine then. If that's how you want to play it, I'll fight you with everything I've got. Quinn unleashed another furious volley of rocket-like firebombs, one after another, aiming them straight at Bista. But this time, Bista made no effort to dodge. Each shell was intercepted by an invisible force, detonating in midair, well before they could reach their target. Quinn felt cold sweat soaking the back of his head, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Why were all his explosives going off so early? Using his own heightened perception, Quinn strained his senses but saw nothing, only felt a wild and mysterious gale surging toward him. Could this be yet another bizarre piece of technology? Damn it! Seeing every one of his bombs triggered and rendered useless, Quinn's instinct screamed at him to flee, but it was too late. May the spirits of Ionia guide you, Bista chanted softly. There was a thunderous roar, like a tornado breaking free. A violent wind crashed into Plaguebringer Quinn, who coughed blood on the spot as his whole body was swept off the ground. What was going on? He was actually being lifted by the wind? Cold sweat dripped down Quinn's forehead as horror overtook his features. He tried, instinctively, to fight back against the wind, but discovered, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't reach the ground. It had to be some wretched technology again. Did something like this really exist? This level of technological trickery was, without a doubt, far above anything he could manage. Or was it? One could even say that he is more terrifying than that eccentric old Vegapunk. In the next instant, a tremendous sword aura flooded Quinn's entire body, and the searing pain coursing through him made him instinctively want to scream. Yet, before he could utter a sound, he suddenly lost consciousness. Vista floated in midair, both his swords wreathed in armament hockey, the tips aimed squarely at Quinn's head. This is where your journey ends. To die under my blades. Consider that an honor granted to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Marco was relentlessly pursuing Black Maria. Black Maria was overwhelmed by panic and fear. Stay away. Don't come any closer, she wailed in distress, knowing deep down that there was no one left who could save her now. Blazing Maria. As she fled, Black Maria interlaced her 10 fingers, weaving a web that shot straight out from her palms. At the same time, flames spewed from her spider mouth, setting the web alight with its flammable threads. The spider silk caught fire in an instant, consuming the web in roaring flames. A towering wall of fire sprang up before her, its intense heat causing the air to shimmer as the surrounding temperature soared. Looking at the inferno she'd conjured, Black Maria finally felt a sliver of safety. "This should at least slow you down a little, shouldn't it?" she stammered, fear in her voice. But what happened next drove her into utter despair. From within those blazing flames, an icy phoenix suddenly burst forth. Where the fire raged only a moment before, Marco now soared forward, and everywhere he passed, the flames froze solid in an instant. With an ear-splitting cry, the massive crystalline phoenix charged straight at Black Maria. Devastated, Black Maria could only lift her eyes and gaze into the distance, hope slipping away. "Lord Kaido! Lord Kaido! When will you arrive?" she prayed desperately toward the sky. Just then, thunder cracked and lightning split the sky, dark storm clouds rolling in. Gale-force winds howled as the weather instantly turned wild and fierce. Behind the roiling clouds, a gargantuan dragon's head suddenly emerged, jagged fangs glinting, its monstrous visage both menacing and awe-inspiring. High above, Kaido took in the chaos, the battered, desperate figures of Black Maria and Quinn. "That's Black Maria! Marco, stop right there!" Kaido bellowed, his roar echoing. At the same time, King also took flight, speeding toward Quinn's location. Marco glanced up to see Kaido's arrival, and in an instant unleashed a terrifying wave of Conqueror's Haki. A crushing aura swept over the battlefield. At that very moment, the lesser members of the Beast Pirates, rushing onto the scene, were struck by Kaido's overwhelming presence and collapsed to their knees in terror, unable to withstand the pressure. "Lord Kaido! What a terrifying Conqueror's Haki!" My head spinning. One by one, the pirates caught in the blast of Kaido's overwhelming presence simply collapsed on the spot, rendered unconscious by his Conqueror's Haki. When Black Maria saw her old flame arrive, the despair that had clouded her expression was suddenly swept away, and hope returned to her eyes. Her furrowed brow relaxed once more. "Lord Kaido! Lord Kaido! You've finally come." She burst out laughing, her voice tinged with a wild arrogance. "Ha ha! Marco, what did you say just now? Didn't you say you'd capture me and have me work as your deputy's maid? Well, now that Lord Kaido is here, do you still dare?" "Ha ha ha!" Mirth rang out as Black Maria's gaze toward Marco became openly mocking. From her perspective, no matter how powerful Marco was, before an emperor of the sea like Kaido, he was nothing but a junior. Her safety was secured. Now it was time for the Beast Pirates to launch their counterattack. Just moments before, Black Maria had been running for her life, hunted like prey. Now that the tables had turned and she was the one in control, she was eager to laugh at Marco's expense. She was already plotting with delight. Soon, that wretch Marco would have to kneel and apologize to her. Yet Marco showed no reaction to her jeers. In fact, his expression was the picture of indifference. If anything, he gazed at Black Maria as if she were a fool. "So what's this? You're not running anymore? Because if you aren't, I'm coming for you," he said, his tone light and playful, though an icy chill danced between his fingers. "Marco, you dare. Lord Kaido is already." Black Maria's red lips parted in shock, her words trailing off. She truly hadn't expected that even with Lord Kaido's grand arrival, Marco could still be so audacious. But before she could finish her thought, the biting cold radiating from Marco's hand shot toward her. It was only as the powerful chill overtook her that Black Maria finally comprehended. Marco wasn't the least bit afraid of Kaido. But why? How could this be? Marco was just a first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, while she belonged to the mighty Beast Pirates led by an emperor of the sea. Did Marco not fear death? Could he really not know about her connection to Lord Kaido and yet still dare, right in front of Kaido himself, to attack her? These questions filled her eyes with confusion, right up until the moment the frost consumed her. Even as she was frozen solid, turned into an icy statue by Marco's power, her expression remained one of utter disbelief. In the end, lost in this incomprehension, Black Maria became nothing more than a sculpture of ice. After finishing all this, Marco blew on his hands to chase away the lingering chill, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "You really are a fool. If you just kept running, you might have made it all the way to Kaido. And now, you actually stood there stupidly without even trying to escape. Honestly, I would have felt bad not to take action," Marco said with a cheerful laugh. Then, Marco looked up and caught sight of Kaido, a mischievous glint flashing across his eyes. "Oh, and here I was wondering who it might be." Isn't that Kaido himself? He chuckled, a light, easy sound. Yet his hands remained busy, effortlessly stuffing the massive Black Maria into a giant burlap sack he had prepared beforehand. This spectacle left Kaido utterly stupefied. What in the world does this mean? To bag up his own lover right before his eyes. What kind of message was that supposed to send? Kaido's confusion simmered quickly into a brooding anger. How dare Marco go this far, pulling off human trafficking right in front of him? And to make matters worse, the person being taken away was none other than his own lover. A thunderous roar tore out of Kaido, his fury echoing across the battlefield. "Marco, you bastard! Don't you dare underestimate us or the beast pirates!" Kaido's shout was rough with outrage. Without warning, he unleashed a tremendous blast of searing heat straight toward Marco. The air around them shimmered, the temperature soaring by dozens of degrees in an instant. Waves of heat rolled forward, pressing in on Marco from all sides like a burning tidal wave. Marco summoned the crystalline power of the Ice Phoenix within himself, blending it with the flames of the immortal bird. From his body burst forth streams of pure, white fire. The sight of those ghostly white flames made Kaido's brow furrow. What on earth is that? White flames. They may look like fire, but their temperature, it's so low. How strange, very strange, Kaido murmured, clearly wary. Just as the words left his mouth, the two blasts of power, one blazing red, one icy white, collided in midair with a cataclysmic force. Billowing clouds of steam erupted into the sky, shrouding the entire area in a sudden, chalky fog, as if a white mist had settled over everything. The two clashing energies hung in the air, locked in a fierce stalemate. Kaido felt confident. Nothing could rival the might of his dragon's breath. No ordinary flame could ever hope to match what he could unleash. Even Akiji's Ice Age, Kaido had melted through that frozen wasteland with a single blast of his heat breath. Oof. I refuse to believe you, Marco, can break through my heat breath. No matter how strong your ice powers are, can they really surpass an admiral like Akiji? Even the power of Akiji's devil fruit doesn't scare me. Do you really think I'd fear some petty technology? Kaido sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Clearly, Kaido had absolute faith in his own heat breath. Yet, just as his words hung in the air, he sensed something was very wrong. The energy of his heat breath had vanished. It felt as if the force he unleashed had plummeted straight into an icy abyss, smothered without a trace. Kaido's eyes widened in sudden shock. Before him, a torrent of crystalline Ice Phoenix shots materialized out of nowhere. They exploded wildly all around him, each detonation unleashing a dreadful, bone-chilling force of ice. It was this very freezing power that had so abruptly snuffed out his heat breath. Hundreds of these icy Phoenix bombs erupted simultaneously around Kaido, and a merciless cold swept in, crashing over him in an instant. The air all around became frozen solid. Even space itself seemed to distort and shimmer under the freezing assault. Under this terrifying cold, ice began to form across Kaido's scales. Scales famed for their resistance to fire and water, impervious to blades and bullets alike. To see even his legendary dragon scales iced overgave Kaido a rare prick of apprehension. What on earth was happening here? He could rule out devil fruit powers. After all, if someone ate 2 devil fruits, their body would be destroyed from within. So Marco definitely hadn't consumed another devil fruit. That left only science. But when, Kaido wondered, had the Whitebeard pirates gained access to such frightening technology? To think it was more powerful than anything Queen or Caesar could craft. Confusion churned in Kaido's mind. And something even more alarming followed. The ice didn't just slow his movements, it began to corrode. One by one, his scales, resistant as they were, started to slough off under the assault of this corrosive force. Recognizing the danger, Kaido dared not linger in this field of ice a moment longer. With a mighty surge, his massive body shot forward, crashing away from Marco's frozen trap. Blasting gale. The moment he broke free from the icy zone, Kaido unleashed fierce blades of wind across his form, one after another. The frozen shell encasing him shattered apart under the force of his attack. As the ice broke away, Kaido's dragon form was revealed, slivers of blood weeping from where his scales had been dissolved. Though his inhuman resilience soon sealed the wounds, healing him in mere seconds. Kaido's expression remained a picture of stunned disbelief. You have to understand, before these blocks of ice were shattered by his destructive force, the corrosive energy was inflicting relentless, continuous damage on him the entire time. Kaido found himself more and more intrigued by this power. Just what kind of extraordinary stroke of luck had Marco encountered to possess such a monstrous ability? To be honest, even he, the so-called strongest creature in the world, couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He was famed for his so-called immortality. But if someone were to restrain him with sea stone, cutting off his abilities, and then subject him to this freezing power, Kaido had no doubt that his legendary defenses would mean nothing. Over time, the remorseless cold would slowly, torturously, grind him down, right to his end. Kaido narrowed his eyes, lifting his lids ever so slightly, and spoke with a look of genuine confusion. "Hey Marco, you brat. What's the deal with these bizarre powers of yours?" Kaido asked, his voice thick with curiosity. Hearing Kaido's question, Marco didn't bother with deception. He simply told the truth. "Oh, this? The deputy captain of our pirate crew, Wang Yu, taught it to me." Marco replied with a cheerful grin. "Deputy Captain Wang Yu?" Kaido felt even more bewildered. Since when did the Whitebeard pirates have a deputy captain? That can't be right. He'd had reliable reports on the Whitebeard pirates just last month, and there was absolutely no mention of any deputy captain. When did this new deputy appear out of thin air? Could it have been in the past couple of days? But that didn't make sense either. How could someone just show up and instantly become the deputy captain of the Whitebeard pirates? As for Marco, Kaido felt sure of victory against him. He had the confidence of a Yonko, after all. But the truth was, if you took away his Yonko level might, besting someone with the troublesome Phoenix Devil Fruit wouldn't be a simple feat for anyone else. Therefore, if the Whitebeard pirates did have a deputy captain, that person would have to be someone on Rayleigh's level at the very least. Otherwise, he doubted anyone could command true respect. He just couldn't make sense of it. Maybe Marco was just making things up. Kaido gave his massive dragon head a shake, as if to clear away the confusing thoughts. But regardless of this so-called deputy Captain Wang Yu, the key issue here was this freezing power. To be able to wield such an ability without a devil fruit, just through training? Kaido's curiosity only deepened, and he asked again. "Taught by your deputy captain, huh? Alright, then tell me, what's the secret? How did you end up with an entirely new devil fruit-like power?" Kaido fixed Marco with a wary stare, his disbelief clear as day. Marco had no fear of letting Kaido in on the truth. In fact, he was eager to show off a little. He was just getting started. "Oh, this? Haha, it's not some new devil fruit power. This freezing ability is simply a new branch of my Phoenix Devil Fruit powers that I've been researching," Marco said with a grin. "A new branch of the Phoenix power?" Kaido exclaimed in surprise. Truth be told, he had no idea what Marco was talking about. The Phoenix Fruit and freezing powers. How could those two things possibly be connected? Seeing the bewilderment on Kaido's face, Marco felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Wasn't he just like Kaido once? A frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of the wider world. That's right, it's a brand new direction. And actually, it was our Vice Captain Wang Yu who pointed me down this research path. But, while our Vice Captain's guidance is a big part of it, what really made the difference was my remarkable intuition. Without a sharp mind, even the best mentor's advice would have gone to waste, Marco declared, cool and composed, as if nothing could rattle him. He had completely forgotten how, back when Wang Yu first mentioned this new path, Marco hadn't understood a single word. It was only after putting it into practice that he realized how viable this direction really was. Still, Kaido was far from convinced. "Who are you trying to fool? You expect me to believe you discovered this path all on your own? What a load of nonsense. The Whitebeard pirates must have some kind of secret technology. It's just like Germa's battle suits or Caesar's artificial devil fruit tech." Kaido narrowed his eyes, muttering suspiciously. Hearing this, Marco looked at Kaido as if he were an absolute fool. Then Marco shook his head with a sigh. No matter what he said, Kaido simply refused to believe it. His intuition was leagues apart from Marco's. With this kind of talent, even if Wang Yu himself guided him, Kaido probably wouldn't grasp a thing. You really are dense, Kaido. This is just a new frontier in artificial devil fruit research. Why can't you wrap your head around it? Think about your own fish fruit. It gave you the powers of a dragon. So why can't my Phoenix fruit gain control over Frost? How can you be so clueless? I'm almost embarrassed for your intelligence. Marco scolded Kaido, full of frustrated exasperation. Kaido's lips twitched with anger at Marco's words. Marco really could be vicious with his tongue. As the captain of the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World like an emperor of the seas, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? A formidable overlord, yet now people actually dare to call him a fool. Damn you, Marco. Are you looking for death? You dare talk to me like this when the end is near? Kaido roared furiously, cursing without restraint. Thunder rumbled overhead. Lightning cracked across the sky, with purple streaks as thick as ancient trees splitting the heavens and striking down one after another. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Marco showed not the slightest sign of backing down. He had just gained new strength and was eager to test it. Since Kaido wanted a clash, Marco was more than willing to oblige. Looking for death. I think the one courting death here is you, Kaido. So ignorant and lacking in insight, and now you're mad at me for pointing it out? Let's see, in the end, who's really looking to die. Marco shot back without hesitation. A heavy exhalation. Kaido was practically seething with anger. Marco had already come to the Beast's pirates and committed an unforgivable act, and Kaido's fury was already at its peak. Yet here was Marco, mocking him again and again, showing not an ounce of respect for Kaido and his crew. How had this Marco become so bold? Did he really think that gaining the power of ice put him on equal footing with a Four Emperor? Very well. Since this brat was so confident, Kaido would give him the battle he wanted. He'd show him precisely what it meant to challenge the might of Yonko. Without hesitation, Kaido transformed fully into his human form. Wielding his massive iron club, he struck directly at Marco with brutal force. Thunder Bagua, Kaido bellowed. The thunder rolled and the lightning danced. As his roar echoed, it was as if the very sky answered him. Bolts of lightning surged down to converge upon Kaido's black club, infusing it with even greater power. Armament haki mingled with crackling electricity, and the jet black club crashed down towards Marco, distorting the very air around it with its overwhelming might. Watching Kaido's assault, Marco's expression grew ever more grave. So this was the strength of a Four Emperor. Truly, it was fearsome beyond measure. Yet Marco felt not a trace of fear. Calling upon his own chilling power and the immortal flames of the Phoenix, he conjured a circular shield before him. This shield was no ordinary shield, but an undying thistle forged from the fire of the Phoenix itself. Among all this, Marco had now incorporated his newly acquired power, the power of ice. The formidable undying thistle, already renowned for its defense, was now mysteriously adorned with an icy armor. A freezing aura clung to his entire body, slowing down any assault that dared approach. Thunder rumbled in the air. In an instant, Kaido's Thunder Bagua smashed down directly onto Marco's undying thistle. But as he felt the impact through his hands, Kaido was incredulous. His spike club had met an invisible force. Even before striking the undying thistle, a strange resistance was already slowing it down. Despite swinging with full strength, his club lost much of its momentum, landing with only a fraction of its intended power. How could this be? This power of ice, it actually slows down my attack? Darkness clouded Kaido's face. If this is true, then the Whitebeard pirates have truly mastered a remarkable new technology. For the Beast pirates, their sworn enemies, this was anything but welcome news. Thunder pounded the skies once more. After a brief moment of confusion, Kaido's club finally forced its way through the barrier of ice, striking Marco's undying thistle at last. But the force of the blow, greatly weakened by the ice's power, embedded itself in Marco's shield, and then stopped altogether, unable to push forward a single inch. At the same time, a layer of ice armor emerged from within the undying thistle, creeping along Kaido's spike club and spreading all the way to his hands. What? For a moment, Kaido was caught off guard, feeling the dragon scales on his hand beginning to erode under the frost. His brow furrowed further. He hadn't expected the power of ice to be such a nuisance. Blocking his attack was bad enough, but now it even threatened to encroach upon his own body. A burst of energy erupted. Lightning coursed over Kaido's club, crackling with fury. The ice encasing his club and arm shattered into fragments under the onslaught. Marco, you've grown even stronger than before, haven't you? Kaido hissed, his voice low and menacing. Seems that unless I unleash my ultimate form and entwine my attacks with Conqueror's Haki, something only true champions can do, defeating you won't be easy at all. No sooner had he spoken than Kaido's body began to transform, contorting into a monstrous hybrid, half man, half beast, with a massive dragon's tail unfurling behind him. The sight alone struck terror into the heart. At the same time, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki radiated from Kaido's very core. This time, unlike before, it didn't manifest as a simple aura. It lashed out, wrapping itself around his club like writhing black dragons. The dark energy swirled and danced along the weapon, ready to be unleashed. A surge of powerful fighting spirit erupted, and for a moment, it felt as though the very air around them had frozen solid. The atmosphere of the scene grew thick and heavy with tension. Sensing the change in Kaido's presence, Marco narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. So this is what Pops once spoke of, the kind of attack that only the strongest warriors in the world can harness. Conqueror's Haki, infused into every strike. It looks like Kaido's finally getting serious after seeing my new abilities, Marco muttered to himself. Yet in the next instant, the hint of a smile appeared on Marco's lips. If Kaido was willing to acknowledge his strength, that was more than enough reason for him. He would give Kaido a proper fight. A duel as one of this world's true titans. At the very same time, Marco's own fighting spirit blazed to life, matching Kaido's in an instant. His body began to shift, taking on a form halfway between man and beast. A bone-chilling cold seemed to erupt from within Marco, radiating outward and dropping the temperature around them by dozens of degrees. Even the very air within a kilometer seemed to freeze at once. Above the battlefield, two overwhelming auras, one dark, one radiant, clashed like thunder in the sky, and the weather over Borutown itself bent and changed in the wake of their immense powers. It felt as though even the earth itself was trembling beneath the strain. All around, the beast pirates stood rooted in place, stunned by the spectacle unfolding before them. Is that really Marco's fighting spirit? Since when has he been able to stand on equal footing with Lord Kaido? Seriously, when did Marco become this powerful? This is a battle between legends. This is going to be spectacular. Get real. I don't care how strong Marco has gotten. He's nothing compared to an enraged Lord Kaido. Go, Lord Kaido. Kuroshi Marco. Show him who the true emperor is. One after another, members of the Beast Pirates began to shout and cheer for Kaido, urging him on. It was clear that, in their minds, no matter how much Marco had grown, and even with his new abilities, there was no way he could stand against Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, King flew towards Vista. He couldn't quite understand why Queen, usually so cautious, hadn't even tried to dodge Vista's attack. Regardless, King dove straight into the fray, brandishing his jet black blade and clashing fiercely against Vista's twin swords. A violent clash rang out, sending showers of sparks cascading down atop Queen's head, illuminating the chaos with bursts of fiery light. Vista looked up, lifting his gaze slightly. The one in front of him wasn't this king, the so-called calamity of wildfire. Even Kaido himself had entered the fight. Things here were about to get even more interesting. Jin also glanced over at Vista, but from the look in Jin's eyes, there was a trace of disdain that could not be missed. If it's just Vista. I, too, am a swordsman, but I hold the title of right-hand man to the Beast Pirates King. What does a mere Vista amount to, anyway? Come to think of it, Queen really is a fool. To think that someone like Vista could leave him in this sorry state. How humiliating for the Beast Pirates. Sparks were flying everywhere, some landing right on Queen's cheeks. That face, which was gleaming with fat just moments before, was now covered in fresh wounds in an instant. As the force that had sent him flying faded, Plague Queen slowly regained consciousness, only to be struck by a searing pain across his face the moment he came to. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Queen howled at the top of his lungs. He always kept himself this chubby because he thought his cheeks were just too adorable. If he were to slim down, he'd be too handsome, and who knows how many hearts he'd break. But now his truly adorable face had been ruined by both Vista and Jin, and Queen was absolutely furious. You bastards! What do you think you're doing, fighting right on my face? Don't you see all those sparks from your clashing swords landed on me? Queen shouted angrily. On hearing Queen's complaints, Jin shot him a look of utter disdain. You've got no one to blame but yourself, Queen. The truth is, you're just too weak to be the poster boy for the Beast Pirates. If I hadn't blocked Vista's sword just now, you would have been chopped in half already. I just saved your life, and you're still screaming at me? Idiot! Jin scolded Queen sharply. But Queen didn't respect the king's right-hand man in the slightest. You torture-loving freak, shut the hell up. You think I'm weak? Why don't you try taking on this Vista now? Easy to talk big when you're not the one getting hit. Queen spat back. After hearing Queen's retort, Jin turned his gaze squarely on Vista. Bring it on. Just don't steal my moment. Jin sneered. With that, Jin raised his black blade and launched a strike straight at Vista. His slash cut through the air like a bolt of thunder, blindingly fast, as if even the very space around them was being cleaved apart. Facing Jin's sudden attack, a tiny, knowing smile curled at the corner of Vista's mouth. He lifted his twin swords, meeting the blow head-on. A metallic crash rang out. Sparks flew once more. The two men gripped their swords with both hands, locked in a tense, unmoving standoff. However, as a devil fruit user, King the Wildfire naturally possessed his own unique advantages. Seeing that he was deadlocked with Vista, massive black wings suddenly unfurled behind King, and with a powerful sweep, the wings stirred the air. Then, out of nowhere, countless fireballs blossomed along the span of his wings. This was the manifestation of King's flame powers, a trait unique to his extraordinary race. Imperial Twin Blades. With a hoarse roar, King unleashed a barrage of fireballs from his two wings. The fireballs launched directly at Vista, raining down in rapid succession like a relentless Gatling gun. So densely packed there was barely room to breathe. Let's see you survive this. At such close range, after taking the full force of my Imperial Twin Blades, you're finished, Vista? King exclaimed with a smug sense of victory. At the same time, his disdain for Queen the Plague grew ever deeper. A foe he could sweep away, with little effort, had nearly claimed Queen's life. Queen had even had an arm shattered. Truly, how useless. Yet, the scene King had eagerly awaited, Vista's defeat at his hands, never came to pass. Now, with the power boost from his electric blade, Vista's agility and speed had skyrocketed. Evading King's barrage of fireballs was child's play for him. Once again, Vista displayed his elusive, ghost-like footwork, nimbly dodging every single fireball attack. King stared, baffled, at Vista's elusive silhouette. What? Within such a close range, every shot missed? I don't remember Vista's movements ever being so terrifying. Queen, from the sidelines, couldn't resist a mocking jeer. Well, cat got your tongue. I told you, didn't I? Vista isn't the same as before, you arrogant fool. Finally, Queen regained a bit of dignity, muttering smugly to King. Hearing this, King's face went pale in an instant. I advise you two to team up while you still can. Otherwise, with just the two of you, you're courting death. Vista declared bluntly, showing no mercy. That comment instantly ignited their fury. King ground his teeth in anger. Queen, don't move. I refuse to believe this. As a lead commander of the Beast Pirates, how could I possibly lose to Vista? King snarled, voice full of rage. He drew his long sword once more, the blade cloaked in a jet-black shimmer of armament hockey. Not only did the sword gleam with hockey, but flames swirled and licked along its length as well. His battle spirit climbed with each heartbeat. The sharpness of his sword intent grew so fierce that the very air around them seemed to thicken with pressure, and the temperature soared dramatically. Again, Jean let out a thunderous shout as he unleashed another fierce slash at Vista standing before him. Let's see if you can withstand this move. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. In the next instant, an immense slash appeared out of nowhere in the sky. This slash transformed into a colossal fire dragon, its roar shaking the heavens as it charged toward Jean. Without pause, the great fire dragon surged straight at Vista. A fire dragon, huh? Arriving at just the right time. I was itching for a real fight with these twin blades of mine. At that moment, currents of electricity had silently gathered and crackled around Vista's pair of swords. The electric surge sounded sharp and powerful, almost humming with pent-up energy. Flames of suspicion flickered across Jin's face when he noticed this scene. How odd. Could it be you've eaten the rumble fruit? Jin eyed Vista, wary and uncertain. Without a hint of hesitation, Vista's blade, jet black and unsheathed, swung in a brilliant arc, sending a massive slash streaking straight for the oncoming fire dragon. A surge of formidable sword intent, infused with raw electricity, thundered toward Jin with unstoppable force. The sky erupted as the two mighty energies collided, their violent aftershocks surging outward in all directions. The pirates nearby were caught up in the onslaught and sent scattering, unprepared for the storm. Arcs of lightning slithered like serpents through the ranks of the beast pirates, electrifying anyone in their path. Those struck by the lightning spasmed uncontrollably, convulsing until they finally lost consciousness, crumpling to the ground. For a brief moment, the clash of these terrible powers seemed evenly matched, until the massive current overwhelmed the fire dragon midair, causing its fiery form to flicker out, vanquished on the spot. The fierce slash swept directly toward Jin. A resounding crash shook the battlefield. Lightning crackled all around. Jin stared in disbelief. His proud Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor move, combining the skill of his clan with his own blade, failed to withstand even a single, seemingly casual strike of Vista. The blow struck deeply at Jin's confidence. Disheartened, Jin hurriedly raised his black blade to defend himself. The force of the attack pushed him back several steps before he managed to dissipate the sword energy. But he couldn't neutralize the electrifying power running along Vista's sword. The potent current coursed through Jin, making his bones glow from within as if lit by lightning. Nearby, Queen showed no intent to help. Instead, he stood aside, taunting Jin with sharp words and a mocking grin. "Haha, Jin, you fool. Weren't you just boasting a moment ago? Now you finally get it. This Vista isn't like before. And weren't you calling me a useless amateur? Now you understand, don't you? You're just as much of an amateur yourself. You twisted interrogator." Quinn hurled curses straight at Jin. Yet, even as Quinn spat out his taunts, his eyes slyly shifted toward Vista. When no one was paying attention, the The crafty plague Quinn suddenly transformed into his Brachiosaurus form. Without the slightest warning, armed with the power of armament hockey coating his massive head, he launched himself at Bista with a thunderous charge. This was the Brachio Bomb, a move as explosive as its name. Quinn used his formidable body as a living weapon, turning his head into a bludgeoning force and slamming down hard on his foe. Having just unleashed a sword slash, Bista suddenly sensed Quinn's oncoming attack. The attack was so fast, it seemed impossible to muster a second strike in time. With no other options, Bista decided to test his signature move, Mistaken Jade Slash. In a split-second reaction, Bista leveled his sword at Quinn's enormous skull. He unleashed the Mistaken Jade Slash in one decisive motion. A surge of powerful sword energy instantly condensed into a straight, dazzling beam, shooting directly at Quinn's head with overwhelming force. Wait, a quick-release Mistaken Jade Slash? Bista's heart pounded with excitement as he watched the destruction left behind by his own attack. A chain of moves flashed through his mind. In battle, this instant-release Mistaken Jade Slash could let him reach his ultimate attack speed. He could swing his blade once, unleash the Mistaken Jade Slash instantly, then follow with another swing right after. This way, within a single moment, he could slash 3 times in rapid succession. The power was leagues beyond any standard exchange of blows from before. Just moments ago, Quinn had soared through the air, smug at the prospect of a successful sneak attack, until the blazing sword energy erupted before his eyes, leaving him totally dumbfounded. What the hell is this happening? This shouldn't be possible. He'd clearly seen Bista unleash a slash just now. There shouldn't have been time for a second strike. So how did Bista manage to launch another slash so quickly, right at him? Could it be Bista can unleash sword slashes with no pause between them? Quinn quickly dismissed the idea. That kind of skill was far too terrifying. Not even Bista, not even the world's greatest swordsman Hawk and Mihawk could likely pull that off. It had to be impossible. Yet the truth was unfolding right before his eyes. Quinn was utterly bewildered, unable to make sense of it all, absolutely unable to understand what had just happened. But regardless of whether he figured it out or not, he knew he still had to fight with everything he had. With that resolve, Quinn channeled even more armament hockey into his head, turning his massive Brachiosaurus skull into a weapon, dark and heavy like an iron warhammer. The two forces clashed in a thunderous collision. Quinn had been quite confident in his Brachio bomb attack, until that very moment, when his confidence was shattered on the spot. The instant the two powers collided, Quinn's body was violently thrown backward. His huge dinosaur form slammed straight into the ground, carving out a massive crater, with cracks snaking across the earth in every direction. A deep sword mark appeared on Quinn's head, blood streaming down from the wound and staining his face. This time, Quinn was completely frightened out of his wits. He clutched his head, howling in pain and terror. As he looked down and saw the blood staining his hands, real fear finally set in. "Oh my God, my head," he wailed, clutching his skull. "I'm bleeding. It hurts so much." Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. The two calamities of the Beast Pirates, the top enforcers, were in shambles. One was convulsing from being electrocuted, his skeleton nearly visible through his skin, while the other was rolling on the ground, clutching his head. A flock of lesser pirates rushed over at once when they saw what was happening. "Lord Quinn, Lord King, are you all right? Somebody take down that Vista. Get him." The pirates charged forward en masse. A subtle smirk appeared on Vista's lips as he gathered lightning in his hands once more, facing the onrushing enemies. With just a casual flick, he unleashed the attack. Sword aura merged with the lightning, taking the form of a roaring electric dragon that streaked towards the throng of lesser pirates. "It's an electric dragon. An electric dragon. Run for it, run." Those who had been rushing to attack now turned and tried desperately to flee. But now that they decided to run, it was already far too late. The electric dragon arced through the pirate mob, weaving among them with merciless precision. Dozens were struck, their scalps tingling with shocks that sent them crying and yelping once more. Once he'd finished, Vista brushed his hands together, surveying the battered pirates of the Beast Pirates. A deep sense of satisfaction glowed within him. He let out a hearty laugh. This feeling of overwhelming strength is damn exhilarating, Vista exclaimed with great excitement. If it weren't for Vice Captain Wanyu, there's no way he would have made it out of this alive. As he was engrossed in his thoughts, a mysterious figure suddenly closed in on Vista. A fierce slash came crashing down toward him with terrifying force. Vista's eyes narrowed. It was Sasaki. Without hesitation, Vista's twin swords swung towards Sasaki, who hastily drew his own weapon to block the attack. The clash was thunderous, a jarring impact that sent tremors through Sasaki's hands. Under Bista's tremendous strength, Sasaki was ruthlessly forced to kneel before him. With that immense pressure bearing down, a black blade plunged straight into Sasaki's body. Though Sasaki's face had been twisted in pain, a sly smile suddenly curled at the corner of his lips. "Now, do it," he shouted. In the next instant, King and Queen, already partially transformed into their beastly forms, joined the fray yet again. Skylord dive. Up above, King stretched his head back like a slingshot, then snapped it forward. In a flash, a shockwave roared down toward Bista. Wetting heat fist. Queen bellowed, his voice carrying across the chaos. Somehow, the mechanical arm that had been sliced off earlier was now fully reattached to his body. And now, the whole mechanical arm ignited, so intensely hot that even the air nearby shimmered and distorted from the heat. Then, with a brutal swipe, the blazing claw came crashing toward Bista. Both attacks, King's shockwave and Queen's fiery punch, merged mid-air into a single devastating strike, tearing through the sky with a tremendous roar. Damn! Bista desperately tried to pull his swords free, only to realize that Sasaki was gripping them with unyielding strength. This truly caught Bista off guard. He never expected Sasaki, even at the cost of his own life, would go all out just to give King and Queen their chance. Crackle. Sizzle. At that moment, the energy in Bista's dual blades reached its peak. He'd stored up enough power for a full electric surge. Sasaki's expression changed drastically. He had already witnessed firsthand the terrifying might of those plasma-charged swords. Panic washed over his face as he frantically tried to wrench himself free from the electric onslaught. "I gave you a chance to run, but you didn't take it. Now it's too late," Bista said, his eyes narrowing with resolve. A surge of electrical current coursed violently along the swords, sparks arcing, the blades alive with power. As black smoke filled the air and the stench of scorched flesh spread, Sasaki was electrocuted into nothing more than a charred husk. At last, Bista was able to pull his twin swords free. However, with Junji's headbutt and Queen's blazing mechanical fist rapidly closing in on Bista, it seemed everything was happening too fast for him to react. In that desperate moment, the only thing Bista could do was to seize his twin blades and defend himself with all his might. Boom! Under the combined force of Junji and Queen, Bista was sent flying on the spot. He crashed to the ground with tremendous force, unable to withstand the impact. Seeing their attack land perfectly, Queen and Junji both wore triumphant expressions. His electrical power is strong, but it has a cooldown. "Let's go after him while it's recharging and finish him off," Queen shouted, exhilarated. Immediately, Junji unfurled his jet-black wings, spreading them wide like a great rock. With a powerful beat, he soared in the sky right above Bista. Bladed Emperors. With the twin black wings extended, a torrent of flaming bullets rained down from above. Hurriedly, Bista gripped his twin blades, pushing his observation hockey to the limit. Using the agility boost from his electrified swords, he darted through the barrage, narrowly dodging attack after attack. Meanwhile, Queen transformed into a colossal brachiosaur and charged at Bista relentlessly. Each massive step set the ground shaking violently, the thunderous rumble echoing with every movement. He sped around, circling to Bista's flank. Suddenly, Queen's eyes glowed a menacing blood-red hue. Sparking Queen. Like a monstrous laser tank, Queen unleashed a barrage of explosive beams from his eyes. Swarms of crimson lasers fired at Bista, hammering him relentlessly. Zip, zip, zip. The lasers streaked through the air at incredible speed. With Junji's blazing bullets raining down from above, Bista had his hands full and couldn't respond to Queen's attack from the side. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by the laser barrage. His clothes ripped to shreds, and blood trickled from his lips. Had he been up against just one opponent, Bista would have felt confident. But with Sasaki's relentless efforts to hold him back, he was left injured and now had to face two of the All-Stars attacking in tandem. With his electric blade and Kiritama techniques both on standby, Bista had to admit this was turning into a real struggle. He hadn't imagined that Junji and Queen, who appeared so unremarkable at first glance, would turn out to be this cunning. They had even figured out the cool-down time for his abilities. Ha! This guy's losing steam. Just as I thought, his power has a cooldown. Queen roared with laughter. Circling in the sky, Junji allowed himself a satisfied smile as well. "Don't get careless, Queen. While his skills are cooling down, let's finish him off. Once this attack is over, that damned Bista skill cooldown should be just about done. So we have to be quick." Jin narrowed his eyes in the sky, his voice icy cold. Then, Jin drew his long sword. its blade wrapped in jet-black armament haki and the crackling energy of flames, and unleashed a blazing, razor-sharp slash straight at Vista. A terrifying slash howled through the heavens and earth. A fiery crimson dragon materialized once more, maw open wide, charging at Vista with unstoppable force. As the scorching wave of his attack surged forth, Jin raised his voice again. Danbao Imperial! He spread his wings, hard as forged steel, and dove down at breakneck speed, aiming to decapitate Vista with his outstretched wings. In the blink of an eye, he released a second deadly slash at Vista. Bragio Launcher! Not to be outdone, Queen sprang into action, his mechanical body splitting into segment after segment. From each segment, a missile emerged, locking onto Vista, and then, one after another, the missiles burst forth in a relentless barrage. With a deafening explosion, the sky filled with a dense swarm of missiles, each trailing black smoke as they screamed through the stormy air towards Vista. The sight was terrifying, an overwhelming deluge of destruction. The entire sky seemed to darken beneath the onslaught of these three dreadful attacks, the atmosphere turning heavy and oppressive. At this moment, Vista was already injured. Though his skill cooldown was just about ready, he couldn't afford to take another hit before it refreshed. Vista's brow tightened in concern. If only the cooldown would finish a moment sooner, he could easily fend off both attacks. But now, due to the cruel fraction of seconds delay, he couldn't unleash his skill in time. And with his body already wounded, if he attempted to withstand all three attacks head-on, there was no doubt he would take another grievous wound, perhaps even be fatally struck. As expected, dealing with two of the great pirates at once was nothing like what he'd imagined. Not easy at all. A hopeless situation. Is this what it means to be truly cornered? Suddenly, Vista remembered the words of first mate Wang Yu echoing in his mind. From death, seek life. But what does it truly mean to seek life from the jaws of death? A true swordsman, after all, must have the courage to face bloody despair. So, Vice Captain Wang Yu, what should I do now? A thunderous blast tore through the chaos. The colossal fire dragon and tens of thousands of explosive shells erupted around Vista in a fiery, ear-splitting inferno. In an instant, the very ground where Vista stood became the epicenter of countless detonations, each shell igniting in rapid succession, and a wave of ferocious, searing flames exploded forth. The powerful shock wave surged in every direction, leaving the surrounding lesser pirates completely stupefied by the terrifying spectacle. That's the power of the plague and wildfire disasters. It's terrifying. Run, run for your lives. One after another, the pirates sensed the overwhelming danger and scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. But the shock waves were too fierce. In an instant, those fleeing pirates were swallowed whole by the raging sea of flames. The pirates of the Beast Pirates were instantly engulfed by fire, and in that brief moment, the air was filled with their heart-rending screams. Help me! I'm burning alive. I'm going to die. One after another, the pirates fell victim to the advancing flames, transformed into living torches. Each one perished in agony, consumed by fire. Under the immense heat, towering columns of flame shot toward the sky, burning a gigantic hole right through the clouds above. King and Queen looked upon the devastation they had wrought together, amusement dancing on their faces. Queen began to sway his enormous body right where he stood, bursting into an impromptu dance. Ha ha, kid, this is what happens when you mess with the Beast Pirates. You'll be blasted to bits by my missiles. No one ever escapes, huh? Queen laughed heartily. King's eyes, however, still flashed with a razor-sharp intensity. He raised his long sword, his massive wings stirring ever so slightly as he plunged directly into the firestorm. Let me finish you off, Vista, King said, his gaze cold as ice. And with that, King launched his attack. His enormous wings swung like a giant scythe, easily capable of crushing anyone caught in their path, as he dived straight into the inferno. A thunderous crash echoed out as King's strike smashed into the ground. The flames all around were instantly scattered, forced aside by the sheer impact of his assault. But standing in the heart of the firestorm, King suddenly froze. Strange. Why didn't I hit Vista? Vista. He's vanished into thin air? How could that be? King's eyes widened as disbelief etched itself across his face. He scanned the blazing battlefield, but Vista was nowhere to be seen. Activating his Kenbunshika haki, King's expression shifted dramatically to one of utter shock. Impossible. Vista just teleported away. How could this be? He vanished, only to reappear somewhere else. The place he's shown up is... Oh no, Queen's in trouble. King exclaimed, swallowing hard, his eyes wide with alarm. And in the very next moment, Vista appeared as if out of nowhere, ghost-like, right beside Queen. On the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, aboard the Moby Dick, Wang Yu was basking in the sun when, all of a sudden, a pleasing system notification chimed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have bonded with Vista and unlocked the demon sealing skill, Blade that breaks barriers. The host has simultaneously received an advanced skill, Blade that breaks barriers, level 2, and a reward of 1,000 swordsmanship points. Blade that breaks barriers. Enter spirit form for 5 seconds, during which your physical body remains behind as you traverse a certain distance. Afterwards, you gain a continually increasing movement speed bonus, starting at 10% and ramping up to 30%. When the spirit form ends, you return to your body and deal damage once more. What? Vista has awakened a new skill on his own. Wang Yu is overjoyed. This was like sitting idly on the ground when, suddenly, a pie falls from the sky right into your lap. He hadn't done anything that day, yet these division commanders kept bringing him rewards, with Vista, in particular, standing out. He didn't even need to instruct this one. Vista had independently grasped a demon sealing skill. Even Wang Yu had to secretly admire Vista's talent. Not bad at all. From this, it seems Vista's perception is remarkably high. Wang Yu's lips curled up in a subtle smile. He opened his status panel, and sure enough, Blade that breaks barriers had appeared among his abilities. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 10,573. Armament Haki, 9,819. Observation Haki, 9,352. Swordsmanship, 2,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunderstrike, level 3. Earthquake, level 2. Jade-Splitting Cut, level 2. Hunter's Path, passive. Glacial Storm, level 2. Seal of Dust and Heart, level 2. Heroic Charge, level 2. Trickster's Art, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Rubber Band Slingshot, level 2. Blade that breaks barriers, level 2. Items, 5 pieces of fine iron or coolant, a bag of forging borax, prediction skill fruit 1. Gold, 313,241. David fruit, tremor fruit, glint fruit. Forged basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, thorn mail, Liandry's Torment, static shiv, heart of steel. Artifacts, none. On the battlefield, Quinn was watching the spectacle of his own explosive banquet. Just moments ago, Quinn had been swelling with pride, but now, seeing Vista suddenly materialize right before his eyes, he was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Wasn't Vista just caught in the midst of Quinn's raging flames? How could he suddenly appear right in front of me? You, what's the meaning of this? How did you appear out of nowhere? Are you some kind of ghost? Quinn shrank back, neck hunched in fright, blurting out his confusion. Vista's face was alight with excitement and exhilaration. Just moments ago, in desperate circumstances, he had only thought about facing death and finding life on the other side. Unexpectedly, he was able to instantly shift away from the heart of the blazing inferno. That was why Quinn now stood before him, completely dumbfounded. Spatial fruit. You actually possess the spatial fruit powers. But that can't be right. Didn't you already eat the rumble fruit? Quinn muttered, still thoroughly bewildered. Vista let out a laugh. To be honest, he didn't quite know what had happened himself. One thing he was sure of, though, was that discovering such an extraordinary move must be tied to Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance. It was only because he recalled Wang Yu's words, "Embrace death to find new life," that he was able to achieve this technique. As for the intricacies of how this move worked, Vista's mind simply couldn't grasp it. All he could think about now was returning to the Whitebeard pirates and asking Vice Captain Wang Yu for answers. Vista leveled his twin blades at Quinn. "You fool, I told you long ago. This is called the Demon Sealing Sword Art. It's not some kind of devil fruit power. Prepare to die." With that, Vista's blades flashed towards Quinn's body. In a panic, Quinn raised his mechanical arm to block the attack. There was a thunderous crash. The vicious slash landed squarely on Quinn's metal arm. A deafening clang resounded, and sparks burst and scattered in all directions beneath the force of the blow. The oppressive pressure from the attack made Quinn feel his whole body tremble. "Damn you, Vista, don't get cocky. Even if you dodged our last strike, we can still launch another attack together." Quinn snarled in frustration. But hearing his words, Vista only felt a touch of disdain and scoffed at Quinn, his tone playful. "Humph. Do you really believe you'll escape from me this time? This time, I'll end things for good." Vista's lips curled into a confident smile. True, it seemed a bit forced, but he had blocked the attack. King's reinforcements would arrive any moment. How could Vista possibly finish him off? Yet Quinn's confidence lasted only a moment. Suddenly, a jolt of numbness shot through his arm. The overwhelming force in Bista's blades surged again. With another thunderous impact, the sheer power shattered Quinn's arm. The mechanical limb, already fractured from before, was pulverized into scrap once more. One of Bista's swords plunged deep into Quinn's chest. A sickening gush of blood spurted out, streaming down from Quinn's chest. "This is," Quinn stammered, his lips trembling as he spoke. "That's right, this is a critical hit." Vista replied with a faint smile. Overwhelmed by the immense force, Quinn was forced to his knees before Vista. Damn it. Quinn immediately revealed a barrage of mechanical missiles from within his body and unleashed a point-blank volley at Vista. "I'm done with this. If I have to take you down with me, so be it. Let's both go down swinging. In the end, we'll still come out on top," Quinn shouted defiantly. In an instant, devastating beams of light erupted once again from Quinn's body, sweeping across the battlefield. At the same time, a look of smug satisfaction flickered across Quinn's face. At such close range, these projectiles had no chance of missing Vista. This desperate, all-or-nothing assault even startled Vista for a heartbeat. But it was just that, a single moment of surprise. Suddenly, Vista realized his own body was moving faster and faster. Missile after missile blazed toward him with no time to react, launched right at his face. Yet, in that split second, Vista's movements became so swift, he seemed to blur and vanish before their eyes. Whoa, is this what it means to find life amid certain death? To imagine oneself as little more than a soul? Vista was thunderstruck. With every step, he traversed twice as much ground as before, and his reflexes sharpened to inhuman levels. Not even when he'd first gained his electrified blade had he wielded such explosive agility. Now, with every leap, his speed only grew even greater. To his delight, he could feel himself accelerating faster and faster, with no sign of stopping. Boom! Boom! Explosions thundered all around as projectile after projectile tore through nothing but the afterimage of Vista, slamming instead into King's position. For a moment, all kinds of bombs detonated in a fiery ring around King. Veins bulged on King's forehead, black lines of frustration traced across his face, and he let loose a string of curses in Quinn's direction. "Quinn, you idiot! Are you blind or what? All your damn missiles are blasting me instead," King shouted angrily. As he spoke, he swayed himself head to toe in hockey, keeping his massive wings curled tightly around him, only barely holding off the relentless bombardment. After fending off the onslaught, King's face grew grave. Vista's newfound ability to warp through space meant he had missed his chance to land a blow. Vista was so much stronger than he had ever imagined. "Damn fool, Quinn. Hang in there. I'm coming." Maybe wary now of Vista's power, King, having parried Quinn's attack, unfurled his wings wide and shot toward Quinn's side at breakneck speed. The battlefield roared with chaos. Quinn's face contorted in utter shock. How could every single one of his point-blank shots miss the target? Refusing to accept defeat, Quinn instantly transformed into his Brachiosaurus form. With electricity crackling along the top of his head, he launched himself forward, charging straight at Vista. Watching Quinn stubbornly refuse to give up, Vista couldn't help but sneer. "Quinn, it's over," Vista teased, his voice thick with mockery. In the very next moment, Vista's figure became almost ghostly. He kept appearing and disappearing around Quinn, moving so swiftly that Quinn's head couldn't even track his movements. Yet each time Vista's form flickered into view, he delivered a devastating blow to Quinn's body. Slash after slash erupted from Vista's blade, raining down from every angle and battering Quinn mercilessly. Empowered by his electrified sword, Vista's strikes reached a blinding speed. Each attack landed with the swiftness of lightning itself, leaving Quinn not a chance to dodge. Boom! Crash! Bang! Quinn's body echoed with explosions, like a string of firecrackers going off one after another. There wasn't a single spot on him left unscathed. At last, Vista unleashed a critical strike. The sheer force smashed into Quinn, sending the mighty beast hurtling through the air. Although the Brachiosaurus form boasted impressive defenses, under Vista's relentless assault, even Quinn's guard finally crumbled. Blood poured from Quinn's wounds, splattering high into the sky and filling the air with a metallic tang. In his final moments, Brachiosaur Quinn plummeted from the heavens like a slaughtered pig, crashing down to earth as helplessly as a kite with its string cut. In the land of Wano, a massive building lay directly in his path. When Quinn hit, the entire structure collapsed and was reduced to a heap of rubble. Bricks and tiles shattered in all directions, leaving debris scattered everywhere. The rest of the Beast Pirates who witnessed this spectacle were left completely dumbfounded. Not one of them could move an inch, frozen in place. They kept swallowing nervously, unable to process what had just happened. It simply defied belief. After all, Vista was just a mere 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. So what if he had eaten the Goro no Mi? His opponents were Quinn and King, top lieutenants of the Beast Pirates, second only to Kaido himself, the stars of the crew. Together, these two should be capable of crushing any first mate in the world. Yet Vista, just one man, had brought them to their knees. Yet, even when the two of them fought side by side, they still couldn't take down just a minor 5th Division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates, a man named Vista. Among them, Queen had ended up battered and bruised by Vista's hands. He was knocked completely unconscious. This was all just a bit too much for anyone to believe. For a moment, the pirates of the Beast Pirates seemed to shut down. They stood there in utter shock, mouths hanging open, faces blank with disbelief, as if they'd all turned into slack-jawed fools. It was only after a long pause that they managed to snap back to reality. Suddenly, chaos broke out among them as one after another started shouting loudly. "Lord Queen! Lord Queen!" No way. Lord Queen actually lost. And it was 2 against 1. The opponent was nothing but a mere 5th Division commander. And still, Lord Queen was defeated. How is that possible? Ever since Vista ate the Rumble fruit, it looks like his combat strength has soared. Never mind that. We have to check on Lord Queen right now. Without wasting another moment, a handful of minor pirates hurried off towards where Queen lay. Soon, they were faced with a truly shocking scene. There, amidst the ruins, Queen's body lay sprawled among the shattered bricks and debris. His body was covered with gruesome wounds, a sight not for the faint-hearted, with one arm hacked clean off, and even his head showed signs of heavy cuts. Blood was still trickling down, but Queen's body showed no sign of movement. His head slumped to the side. He was completely unconscious. "Hurry, get Lord Queen on a stretcher. Even with Zoan powers, if he doesn't get treatment soon, he won't make it," shouted one of the gifters in alarm. At once, a group of medical crew emerged from among the pirates, rushing out with a stretcher to lift Queen, and fled with him in a panicked retreat. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, just after defeating Queen, Vista suddenly sensed a terrifying force looming over him. As he looked up, he saw King the Wildfire hovering overhead in the sky, gigantic wings coated in armament haki unfurled wide, aiming straight at Vista as he swooped down in a thunderous assault. "Queen really is hopeless, huh? Prepare to die, Vista. But I suppose this saves me the trouble. Now I have the perfect chance to handle you myself." Even as he attacked, King couldn't resist taunting Queen from above. With that, King's massive wings, gleaming with armament haki like deadly swords, slashed down at Vista with overwhelming force. Vista suddenly felt a chill sweep over his head. If he were struck by King at such close range, even if he wasn't instantly killed, he would surely suffer tremendous damage. That's right. Though he was now a sword master, and even though Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance had greatly boosted his attack power, his defense remained as fragile as ever. He simply couldn't match the toughness and resilience of Queen and King. So he absolutely could not let himself be hit by this blow. To face death is to find life. To face death is to find life. Vista silently recited the words that Vice Captain Wang Yu had taught him as he charged directly into King's slashing attack. Such a daring move actually startled King, the Calamity of Flames. What? Is this Vista truly as skilled and gutsy as they say? Or has he simply lost his fear of death? He's actually meeting the attack head-on, with no means to block or evade. Choosing to confront danger head first? King was thoroughly puzzled. But once his slash was unleashed, there was no turning back. "Damn it, Vista, don't look down on me. You really think you can take my Ryuo slash head-on?" King's gaze brimmed with disdain. He tightened his grip and swung his blade at Vista with full force. "I'll slice you into mince right here and now." A fierce, cutting wind howled through the air, and in a blink, the devastating slash reached Vista. "It's landed. This guy's finished." King rejoiced inwardly. Yet just as the attack brushed past Vista's cheek, something strange happened again. The man who'd seemed ready to take the blow head-on vanished suddenly before King's eyes. What the heck? King cursed Vista's ancestors under his breath. Seriously, what in the world is going on here? Disappeared again? That's got to be some kind of spatial power. When did Vista become a wielder of 2 devil fruit abilities? If that's the case, how is this fight even fair anymore? King's expression was pure astonishment, lines of frustration appearing on his brow. Refusing to give up, he switched on his observation haki, searching for any sign of Vista. When he finally sensed Vista's presence again, he was left, once more, completely baffled. Another flurry of expletives erupted in his mind. "What are you pulling now?" He actually, went back again. King's lips quivered as he muttered, still in shock. Is this some kind of joke? Just messing with me for fun? Every attack I launched, I was certain I would hit Vista. And yet, each and every time, that guy Vista managed to dodge using some kind of spatial technology. The more King thought about it, the angrier he became. On the other side, Queen's rotund body was being carried along by some pirates. Meanwhile, medics were tending to his wounds, wrapping his body in all kinds of bandages. But all of a sudden, the wounds across Queen's body burst open again, spilling fresh, bright red blood and soaking him entirely. Though he'd already lost consciousness, Queen let out a loud cry. Then, with a shudder of his arms, slipped right back into a coma. Drops of blood dripped steadily along the ground wherever they carried him. The medics, catching sight of the blood trail behind them, were startled, bewilderment written all over their faces. What's going on? What in the world is happening? I clearly already stopped Lord Queen's bleeding earlier. Why are his wounds opening up and bleeding again? One medic said in utter confusion. The pirates halted, hurriedly began to undo Queen's bandages, and started the process of rewrapping his wounds. As they removed the dressings, the cause became shockingly clear. Each one of them swallowed hard, eyes wide with terror. What is this? The wounds, have suffered a fresh attack, the head medic stammered, lips trembling. The other medics crowded closer to see, and realized it was true. It wasn't that their bandaging had failed. No, the wounds themselves had been attacked again. But how could this be possible? Who could have hurt Lord Queen a second time? Questions buzzed around their heads like a swarm of bees. No matter how hard they tried to make sense of it, none of it added up. Queen had been on a stretcher right in front of them the whole time. No enemy had ever come near, and yet Queen had suffered even worse injuries out of nowhere. Hurry, keep bandaging him. We don't know the cause, but one thing's for sure. These new wounds must be linked to Vista's way of fighting. That guy Vista must have gotten his hands on some special devil fruit power. This isn't a place to stay. Let's finish up and get out of here, the head medic ordered briskly. The surrounding medics, each wearing a mask of bewildered shock, hurried to tend Quinn's wounds again, rebandaging him. Then, almost as if they'd seen a ghost, they scattered, fleeing the scene at top speed. If, by some misfortune, Vista were to strike Quinn from afar again and deal fresh injuries on top of the old ones, there was little doubt Quinn wouldn't have long to live. A crowd of beast pirates sped up their retreat, tumbling over each other in their panic as they scrambled to get away as quickly as possible. In stark contrast, the faces of Vista and King gleamed with barely contained excitement after a series of rapid maneuvers. Haha, demon sealing swordsmanship. It feels fantastic. Not only does it grant two-phase movement abilities, but what's even more incredible is that I can hit my opponent with a second blow when I snap back to my original position. That really is an exceptional skill. In future battles, I could try charging straight at the enemy before the main clash, strike their ranks, pull back instantly, and deal a second blow right as I return. 2 hits, leaving them no chance to react. Vista said with a satisfied nod. As he reveled in his newly awakened power, a menacing roar echoed from the sky above. Vista tilted his head upward, only to see none other than King of the Beast Pirates descending upon him. At that moment, fury blazed so intensely within King that even his sword seemed to darken with rage. Without hesitation, he hurled himself at Vista with a ferocious attack. You miserable bastard! Are you making a fool of me, Vista? I'll cut you down right here. King bellowed from the sky, his anger unmistakable. Vista's lips curled into a knowing, confident smile. He laughed inwardly. If the two of you couldn't beat me together, what makes you think you, just a lieutenant of the Beast Pirates, stand a chance in a one-on-one match? Are you just looking for an early grave? Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Kaido, still embroiled in his own fight, caught sight of the commotion on Vista's front. The spectacle of Vista's performance, especially his execution of the demon sealing edge technique, left Kaido utterly astonished. His dragon eyes, wide as bronze bells, bulged with disbelief. It seems, Kaido said, that the Whitebeard pirates have more than just you, Marco. There's this Vista as well. He's also tapped into technological powers. In a 2-on-1 battle, he managed to take Quinn out in an instant. Mysterious spatial abilities, devastating slashes. Just how much technological strength is your Whitebeard pirates hiding? Kaido demanded, fixing Marco with a grave stare. Marco, hearing this, could only chuckle inwardly in scorn. I've already said before, this is simply a power taught to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Why is Kaido, so stubborn, insisting it's some kind of technological force? Tired of engaging with Kaido on this point, he addressed him directly. Kaido, you really shouldn't jump to conclusions. I've told you already, it's all thanks to Vice Captain Wang Yu's excellent teaching. As for Vista, that certainly isn't technological power. What you just saw is pure swordsmanship. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing more I can do. Marco spread his hands with a helpless sigh. Swordsmanship? What kind of swordsmanship could this be? Without relying on devil fruit abilities or technology, capable of granting such terrifying power in such a short time, and even instantaneous movement. Are they toying with me? Damn it, Marco. Stop playing dumb with me. I'll just smash you flat. Then take my time prying the truth out of you. Kaido roared at the top of his lungs. Crushing gale. Kaido shook his massive body, and with that, unleashed a violent windstorm of overwhelming power. The destructive winds swept across the land, scything through everything in their path like countless deadly blades. Even members of Kaido's own beast pirates, who were spectating nearby, found themselves caught in the disaster. Within the reach of the furious winds, pirates were sliced apart, their bodies carved into sections and torrents of blood spilling from their wounds. All around, within the devastating reach of the storm, rank-and-file pirates howled in agony. Boss Kaido, it's us. We're your men. You shouldn't be doing this to us. That's right, boss. Your attacks are too terrifying. You're hitting your allies, too. Please, Boss Kaido, have mercy. Spare us. The pain is unbearable. I feel like my body's being torn apart by the wind itself. One after another, the lesser pirates collapsed to their knees, begging for lenience, faces painted with desperation. Only the ones granted special powers managed to use their unique abilities to escape, each showing off their talents in their own way to avoid the wind's deadly aftermath. Yet Kaido seemed blind to their suffering. This was no elite force. After all, Kaido simply didn't care. Well, Kaido, you're so eager to take me down, you don't even care about your own men anymore? Marco frowned, speaking up. Transforming into the undying phoenix, Marco summoned the power of frost to form a titanic block of ice before him, like a mountain, shielding himself from the malignant wind. Seeing the destructive force of his rampaging windstorm, laying waste to all in its path, Kaido stretched his maw into a wild grin and erupted into triumphant, thunderous laughter. Ha ha! They were nothing but some petty pirates. Dead. Well, let them be dead. They're dead, but in the new world, there are millions, countless people, all eager to take their place. In the world of pirates, might always makes right. The weak are just ants, crushed and slaughtered at will. Surely you can't pretend not to know this, Marco? Kaido declared with a wild, savage grin etched across his face. Marco furrowed his brow deeply once more. No wonder his old man and Kaido were mortal enemies. Their views of the world couldn't be more different, polar opposites in every sense. The old man believed all pirates were one family, so long as they were willing to call him their father. No matter what someone had done before, no matter how strong or weak they were, the old man would welcome them with open arms. But Kaido's outlook was entirely different. To him, only the strong deserved to save her life, while the weak survived solely on the mercy handed down by their betters. You madman! Marco snapped in frustration, his voice edged with scorn. Yet the wicked wind beside him grew ever fiercer, howling relentlessly. The colossal block of ice Marco had conjured shattered under the assault, fracturing and splitting apart. Marco frowned, realizing that while his summoned iceberg had shielded him from most of the violent gusts, it could never withstand the sheer force of Kaido's raging, tornado-like winds for long. At the same time, his mind raced. If only he could create an iceberg with truly formidable defenses, one strong enough to withstand enemy attacks, perhaps even to go on the offensive and sever an opponent's path. Such a feat would, no doubt, require an even more potent power of ice, exactly the sort of strength he longed to master and claim for himself. Lost deep in thought, a thunderous blast split the air, an explosive eruption, echoing through the sky. The great iceberg in front of Marco burst apart, shattered ice raining down from above in a storm of gleaming shards. The fearsome wind, unleashed now that the ice was gone, roared straight at Marco. He cloaked himself in the power of armament haki, then swiftly invoked his mythical phoenix abilities. The furious wind tore at him, but under the influence of his devil fruit, Marco's body began gradually to heal and restore itself. The terrifying onslaught of wind raged on for several dozen seconds before finally subsiding. Throughout, Marco kept his phoenix powers active, enduring those seemingly endless seconds. A huge portion of his devil fruit energy was drained, and a faint sheen of cold sweat broke across his brow. His phoenix ability had seen him through the worst of it, but the price, it was a staggering waste of his precious stamina and power. On Kaido's side, he still had enormous reserves of stamina and energy. The earlier attack, it hardly made a dent in him. Seeing Marco's disheveled state, Kaido's face lit up with a joyous expression. Oomph. No matter how skilled you are, Marco, what does it amount to? You're just a mere First Division commander. To think you can challenge an Emperor of the Sea, you're far too green. Embracing the ruthless strategy of striking while your opponent is down, Kaido shifted instantly into his most powerful hybrid beast form. His club, wrapped in a dark aura of Supreme King's Haki, crackled with electricity as bolts of lightning danced over it, infusing Kaido with a terrifying charge. Without hesitation, he hurled his weapon at Marco with thunderous force. Hell's Descent. Drawn to oblivion, Kaido roared with fury. With a powerful kick from both legs, Kaido launched himself into the air, soaring skyward as though he'd taken flight. High above, his iron club spun relentlessly in his grasp, that same Supreme King's Haki emanating a chilling, oppressive sound. From above, gripping his club tightly, Kaido flashed a menacing grin. Kid, to think you alone, Marco, could challenge me? One utter joke. I'll settle things with you, you bastard, and you'll pay the price for trespassing against the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido bellowed from the storm-racked sky. Black clouds swirled overhead. Thunder, lightning, and sheets of torrential rain all fueled Kaido's rampage. Lightning forked down time and again, illuminating his grim, snarling face. Meanwhile, on the ground below, Pirates of the Beast pirates watched in terror. Lord Kaido's furious. He's furious. We need to run now. If we don't move fast, we'll be caught in the aftermath of his attacks. At that point, we'll all be doomed. The memory of Kaido's devastation lingered, an indelible terror, so the pirates scattered in all directions, crying out in panic as they fled. Staring up at Kaido above, Marco dared not lower his guard. All his power, frost from the Ice Phoenix, and the undying fire in his veins, merged in a single moment, and he unleashed it at Kaido. A tremendous boom tore through the sky, echoing like thunder, as a massive crater suddenly appeared above. The freezing power and Kaido's spike club clashed head-on in midair. The shockwave shattered the ice formations suspended in the sky from Marco's earlier attacks, breaking them into fragments. And the fierce aftershock raced outward in all directions, threatening everything in its path. The shards and shockwaves scattered to the ground, each one sparking a violent explosion in its wake. Amidst the crashing of ice and a cacophony of blasts, the pirates who were already fleeing in disarray were thrown into even greater chaos. Blown off their feet, faces stricken with terror, knowing only to escape this deadly battlefield as fast as they could. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This is a clash between two peerless titans. What are lowly grunts like us even doing here? Watching them fight is nothing short of suicidal. Members of the Beast Pirates, panic written all over their faces, ran for their lives in every direction. Before such supreme warriors, these so-called Yonko crew pirates were utterly insignificant. As the two forces remained deadlocked, Kaido felt an intense, freezing power rush up his spike club and flood his entire body in an instant. It was the same sensation as when he had been struck by the Crystal Phoenix blast, the gnawing, corrosive force continuously spreading across his frame. What a troublesome power this is. If this were any pirate below Yonko level, Marco, with abilities like these, you'd be practically unstoppable. But unfortunately for you, I am Kaido of the Four Emperors. Kaido bellowed with a furious roar. In the next instant, conquerors will surge from within him. Wielding his Haki as a weapon, Kaido shattered the icy layer clinging to his body with a mighty burst. At the same time, Kaido gritted his teeth, pouring more strength into his grip. The sheer intensity of his force began to overpower the Crystal Phoenix's ice, slamming it down with crushing force. A thunderous crash exploded. Kaido's massive club came crashing down with terrifying speed. Marco instinctively tried to raise a gigantic wall of ice in defense, but Kaido was simply too fast. The spike club landed squarely on Marco, who, even with his armament Haki armor, barely managed to shield the targeted part of his body in time. Yet, the overwhelming strike could not be fully deflected. Marco was blasted through the air, his body battered by the force. Pain roiled through his insides, his organs seemingly tossed and turned. A metallic taste welled up in his mouth, and, unable to suppress it, Marco spat out a mouthful of blood. He crashed, hard, into one of Wano's towering mountains, colliding with its peak and shattering the rocky summit into pieces. Had it not been for the cushioning power of his Phoenix abilities, he could well have been gravely wounded. With a powerful thrust of his immortal wings, Marco regained the sky. His gaze locked onto Kaido, now more grave and focused than ever. Just as I thought, the power of a Yonko is unfathomable. Is this the true might of Kaido, King of the Beasts? A worthy rival, indeed, one who stands shoulder to shoulder with the old man himself. If only I could summon thousands of glaciers to block Kaido, But putting that idea into action seems almost impossible. It seems, to deal with Kaido, I can no longer worry about conserving my strength. I have to use that move, Marco declared, his tone grave. After unleashing his attack, Kaido soared once again into the air atop his blazing clouds. He looked down at Marco and unleashed a wild, arrogant laugh. Ha ha! Marco, how about that? This is the true power of an Emperor of the Sea. Do you really still believe you can defeat me with just your own strength? I'll tear you apart completely. Kaido's roar thundered across the battlefield. Marco's expression grew even more solemn as he summoned the power of frost into his hands. In the very next instant, a massive black cloud suddenly appeared above Kaido's head. The triumphant grin froze on Kaido's face. His eyes widened in confusion as he gazed up at the black cloud looming overhead. Wait, what's this? I didn't summon any storm clouds. Who called up the huge cloud above me? Could it be the weather suddenly changed? The thought that the sky would shift so dramatically in the middle of his fight struck Kaido as almost comically coincidental. Frowning, Kaido pondered the strange turn of events. And then, crash! The heavens rumbled with the roar of thunder. White lightning streaked across the sky, and instantly, the temperature within a 10-kilometer radius of Kaido plummeted. What on earth? Finally, Kaido realized something was wrong. Even natural disasters don't bring a temperature drop this sudden, this severe. That could only mean one thing. This phenomenon was the work of that damned Marco. Recalling the bitter chill from Marco's earlier Ice Phoenix barrage, Kaido's expression grew increasingly strained. They felt eerily similar. He sharpened his observation haki to its very limit, peering into the flow of the near future. What he saw left his eyes wide with disbelief. Marco, is this his true power? This terrifying, freezing force, isn't it on par with Akiji's Ice Age? No. Marco's move here is even more terrifying than Admiral Akiji's Ice Age. Akiji's power only brings the chill of ice, but this cursed Marco, his freezing aura carries something even trickier, a corrosive force hidden beneath the cold. In other words, if Akiji freezes you for a few minutes, you might still survive after thawing out. But if you're trapped by Marco's eyes for a few minutes, with its corrosive power, I fear that even if you're released, you would already be dead from the corrosion. That's the terrifying aspect of Marco's freezing power. Even Kaido of the Beasts dared not be careless. He immediately assumed his strongest Azure Dragon form, boosting both his defense and flight speed to the limit. He let out an earth-shaking dragon's roar into the sky. Just as Kaido had expected, streaks of white lightning flashed across the heavens. Then, in the height of summer, an uncanny hailstorm suddenly broke out. The very first hailstone struck Kaido's cheek. Hail? Kaido was a little surprised, but then, as he looked up, the hail grew denser and denser, falling thickly from above. A sudden, intense gale swept in, carrying with it an overwhelming chill, hurling a barrage of hailstones directly at Kaido. In less than half a second, a 10-square-kilometer area froze over in an instant. The relentless hail battered the earth as if the sky itself had turned hostile. The hapless low-ranking pirates caught in the storm didn't even have time to react. An icy coldness assaulted them in a blink. Before they could take more than a couple of steps, they were instantly encased in ice. You could see it in their final expressions, frozen in their last moments, a mixture of confusion, unwillingness, terror, and shock. Each pirate was preserved with a different face, frozen mid-action in a variety of poses. Those lucky enough to be outside the hailstorm's reach watched their comrades in horror from the perimeter. Is this Marco's power? I used to wonder why everyone Marco faced ended up frozen solid. Now I get it. He really does have this incredible power. If you get caught in that freezing force, it's hopeless to try to escape. In the blink of an eye, he can freeze everything for miles. There's no chance to run, no time to react at all. Pirate after pirate gulped in fear, unable to hide their terror. Out on the battlefield, beneath that bitter, bone-chilling cold, even Kaido, a Yonko, was instantly coated in a layer of shimmering ice. Under the influence of Marco's corrosive power, Kaido's mighty dragon scales began to decay on contact. Even his supposedly immortal body started to show wounds, bright streaks of blood appearing across his form. Kaido was utterly stunned. The corrosive power of this attack was far stronger than that of the icy phoenix egg he'd faced before. What's more, his natural powers of recovery were rendered utterly useless against this corrosive force. No sooner had his wounds begun to mend, the horrifying corrosion would surge over him, reopening the injuries. The wounds simply could not heal. Such overwhelming power, and even more terrifying, this force covered an astonishingly wide area. Just what kind of unimaginable opportunity had Marco encountered to grant him such a terrifying ability? Science, then? But this is several times more potent than any technological marvel queen or Caesar could devise. If I stay here much longer, Marco's corrosion will eat me alive. What a terrifying foe you are, Marco! Kaido roared with a guttural growl. Feeling the damage to his own body, Kaido, now incarnated as a colossal azure dragon, pressed his massive feet onto clouds of flame and hastened to move his body, desperate to escape this place. Marco caught sight of Kaido's retreat and recognized his intent. Like blazing seals of fire, one phoenix mark after another struck out, sealing Kaido's path and exploding against him. But even as Marco's attacks rained down, Kaido paid them little heed. Marco's strikes were formidable indeed, yet compared to the icy force he now faced, Kaido's own mighty defense was enough to bear their brunt. Right now, his most pressing concern was the frigid power Marco had unleashed. If he allowed himself to be frozen here, even if he survived, he'd be left broken and battered. So, as Marco's phoenix marks descended upon him with fiery fury, Kaido summoned his armament haki and braced himself to endure them. Thunder rumbled. Crashes echoed. Again and again, the phoenix marks exploded against Kaido's enormous body, leaving bruises blooming blue and violet across his dragon face. At one point, he was struck so hard he coughed out blood, crimson droplets spraying from the corner of his mouth. Damn you! If it weren't for this frozen wasteland hampering my movements, there's no way your phoenix marks would ever hit me. Kaido snarled through clenched teeth, his anger palpable. Nevertheless, Kaido's mastery of armament haki allowed him to weather wave after wave of Marco's assault, and, with a surge of determination, he burst out from the heart of that glacial storm. A flicker of surprise crossed Marco's face. He hadn't expected Kaido would rather take the full force of the phoenix marks than remain a moment longer within the icy maelstrom. As Kaido emerged from the storm, his entire body was sheathed in a thick, glimmering layer of icy armor. Yet the corrosive power refused to abate, gnawing ceaselessly at Kaido's mighty form. He shuddered from head to tail, then, channeling armament haki once more, shattered the coat of ice encasing him. In the next moment, drawing upon his unparalleled regenerative abilities, Kaido's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Watching Kaido fight with such brute force, Marco's gaze grew increasingly grave. As expected of someone with the power of an emperor, he said, his tone solemn. You managed to evade that glacial storm, and even the wounds you took in that maelstrom healed so easily. Marco narrowed his eyes, speaking seriously. Hearing this, Kaido's lips curled into a sly grin. Ha ha! Marco, your abilities are impressive as well. To think you'd be able to injure me, back then, you never could have pulled off a stunt like that. So what do you say? Now that you've witnessed my strength, why not join my beast pirates outright? If you agree to side with my crew, Marco, I'll let bygones be bygones for everything you've done to the beast pirates, and I'll even make you my chief officer. What do you think? Kaido smiled, mischief glinting in his eyes. Though Marco was outrageously arrogant, even Kaido had to admit he was a rare talent. With Marco's support, Kaido was certain he'd one day become king of the pirates. With Marco's strength at his side, Kaido believed he'd be able to hold his own against any of the other four emperors. After hearing Kaido's proposal, even Marco was momentarily taken aback. It was true. He'd heard rumors that Kaido had a real appreciation for talent, but seeing it firsthand, the rumors were clearly not unfounded. He'd caused utter chaos in Wano, and had humiliated Kaido more than once. Yet despite all that, Kaido was still thinking of bringing him into the fold as a protege. Marco had to admit, in this respect, Kaido was impressive indeed. But what a pity. From a very moment he'd called Whitebeard his father and joined the Whitebeard pirates, he'd never once entertained the idea of betraying his crew. I'm afraid I'll have to refuse, Kaido. You may be powerful, but I, Marco, would rather see firsthand just how far the gap is between myself and an emperor. Let's keep fighting. Marco rejected Kaido's offer without hesitation. Kaido's eyes narrowed, his gaze suddenly turning icy cold. If Marco refused, then Kaido absolutely couldn't let him slip away. If he did, it would spell disaster for the beast pirates. With that, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, surging forward in a flash and swinging his magnificent tail at Marco in a mighty blow. A sudden blow sent Marco hurtling straight toward the ground. With a tremendous crash, thanks to his phoenix abilities, Marco was left with only minor injuries when he hit the earth. Barely regaining his footing, he straightened up just in time to see Kaido charging at him again from the sky. But this time, Kaido's form had changed completely from before. Fire Dragon Blaze! Kaido roared, and his body erupted into raging flames. A A gigantic fire dragon appeared before Marco, and whatever the creature touched, mountains, forests, it mattered not. Everything ignited and melted in an instant. Even before its blazing body reached Marco, the scorching heat crashed right into him like a wave. For Marco, it was the first time he had faced such a terrifying blast of heat. Not daring to take it lightly, Marco hurriedly unleashed the power of ice within himself. And so, two mighty forces collided in the sky above. One white, one red, two energies, embodying opposing forces, clashed and struggled in a relentless standoff above the heavens. Their fierce collision produced billows of steam, and in the blink of an eye, a dense fog enveloped everything within a 100-mile radius. The pirates of the Beast Pirates crew nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Is this the moment of their duel? Such terrifying power! They're even changing the weather itself. This is monstrous. It's a clash of fire and ice, but why does it feel like the whole earth is trembling beneath us? All around, the pirates stared upward in shock, their expressions twisted with fear as they gulped nervously, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. Even Vista and King, locked in their own battle, had noticed the changing skies. Vista took it all in, his face showing an odd blend of excitement and awe. I never would have imagined that Marco could unleash such power now. To think his ice could go toe-to-toe with Kaido. To stand against someone like Kaido, it's enough to make your blood boil with excitement. I wonder when I'll get my own chance to prove myself, against an emperor, no less. Vista's lips curled into a smile, his eyes shining with anticipation. Beside him, King the Wildfire was shaken to his core by this astonishing sight. In fact, King's shock far exceeded Vista's. After all, Vista had witnessed Marco's strength before, so he could barely accept it. But as for King, he had never truly seen Marco's power, not until now. Moreover, for the longest time, King had always believed that his strength was on par with Marco's. Now, seeing Marco actually holding his own against Kaido filled King with utter shock. He never imagined that Marco, relying on technological power, would have become so formidable. The distance between them only seemed to grow with each passing moment. Is this real? It's truly unbelievable. That guy Marco can actually stand against Lord Kaido. Just what is it that the Whitebeard pirates have obtained? King swallowed hard, fixing his gaze on Vista in front of him as he spoke. And it wasn't just Vista. It seemed Marco had grown even more powerful, which only increased the anxiety twisting inside King. Hearing King's words, Vista's expression turned disdainful. I've already told you, this is nothing more than guidance from our vice captain, Wang Yu. If you're too narrow-minded to believe that, there's nothing I can do. And honestly, fighting you isn't even fun anymore. I'd better finish you off quickly and go look for Marco. Vista replied with a cheerful laugh. King bristled at the contempt in Vista's words, fury rising within him. Who was he? He was King the Wildfire, a calamity of the Beast Pirates, their highest-ranking officer, now being mocked by nothing more than a 5th Division captain from the Whitebeard Pirates. Outrage boiled in his chest. Damn you. Don't look down on me. You may be strong, but all those spatial moves of yours must have drained a lot out of you, right? I don't believe, even now, that I can't defeat you. With that, King straightened, gripping his long blade tightly in both hands. He launched himself at Vista, unleashing a flurry of ferocious, relentless strikes. Vista simply responded with a slight smile. If you're so eager to throw your life away, then I'll oblige you. Facing King's all-or-nothing assault, Vista showed not the slightest hint of panic. He stepped up, sword in hand, and charged straight ahead as well. Now, with no more interference from Queen, it was one-on-one. He could unleash his power freely, with nothing holding him back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the fierce clash between Kaido and Marco's energies still raged on. Terrifying shockwaves erupted and swept outward in an instant, and any pirates who were too slow to escape were utterly wiped out in the chaos. The sheer force of their confrontation began to reshape the entire town of Burrow. With Kaido and Marco at the very heart of it all, accompanied by a colossal tremor, the ground beneath their feet was instantly shattered and torn asunder, sending jagged cracks sprawling for thousands of miles. But even more terrifying was what happened next. The town of Burrow itself was split in two. On one side, under Marco's control, the land was locked in an icy grip for miles around, the temperature plunging to dozens of degrees below zero, transforming the area into a frozen wasteland. The other side, beneath Kaido's feet, was an inferno. Flames surged in every direction, and the blistering heat seemed to scorch even the air, sending temperatures soaring to nearly 100 degrees. Every living being caught within the vicinity of these two titans was wiped out. None survived. At last, the collision faded. Beads of sweat broke out on Marco's forehead. As expected, the strength of a four emperors was not something he could contend with just yet. Gazing at the scene around him, Marco was filled with awe and emotion. For a moment, it truly felt like the end of the world. People standing on the heights of neighboring towns saw what had happened to Burrow and collapsed to the ground in shock, unable to comprehend the devastation before them. What on earth is happening? A dragon is fighting a phoenix. And those two terrifying deities have shattered Burrow Town right down the middle. One half is encased in ice, the other consumed by raging flames. This is beyond terrifying. Crowds of townsfolk grew frantic as they discussed the battle raging in Burrow. In the end, the island where Marco and Kaido had once clashed came to be known as Fire and Ice Island. True to its name, one half ablaze, the other frozen solid. Having finished what he set out to do, Kaido remained aloft in his dragon form, gazing down imperiously at Marco. There was a distinct curve to his lips, an involuntary smirk. Even though Marco, after gaining his formidable ice powers, could now match many of Kaido's attacks head-on. But Kaido, after all, was the eldest of the four emperors. His physical might and the reserves of his devil fruit abilities were nothing short of monstrous. That precisely was Marco's weakness, and the very flaw that Kaido intended to use to bring Marco to utter defeat. Kaido burst into a guttural, mocking laugh high above. Marco, I'll admit, with the strength you possess now, you absolutely qualify as a world-class powerhouse. But it's a pity. Your opponent is me, Kaido of the Beasts. I'm no ordinary adversary. If you want to defeat me, you're still far too green, haha. You had your chance, but you squandered it. Now you'll end up just like that fool, Yuchien, dying here in Wano at our hands. From high above, Kaido of the Beast spoke, his voice violent and domineering. An overwhelming force of Conqueror's haki swept down like a crashing wave. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiate from Kaido, Marco furrowed his brow ever so slightly. This Emperor of the Sea, Kaido, lauded as the world's strongest creature, those weren't empty boasts. Marco's own reserves of strength were running dangerously low, and Kaido, on the other hand, still seemed to have energy to spare. He was being worn down, bit by bit, until there would be nothing left. No wonder even Pops said Kaido was nearly impossible to deal with. The monstrous defense and seemingly boundless stamina. Even if you couldn't defeat him outright, he would simply outlast you in a battle of endurance. Marco knew, before the last drop of his power was drained, he had to find a way to overcome Kaido. But, at this point, he could barely muster a few more glacial storms. As Marco felt his strength slipping away, Kaido hovered above, unleashing a thunderous, draconic roar in his direction. A savage gale roared down, the force lashing Marco's face, each gust as sharp and biting as a flurry of blades. You brat, you think you could take on Kaido? You're not nearly ready for that. Even if I kill you, I'll dissect your corpse and learn all the secrets of the Whitebeard pirates. Now die. Suddenly, the sky was awash in a crimson hue. Bolts of violet lightning struck down relentlessly from the heavens above. With the echo of his dragon's roar, Kaido once more transformed, becoming a colossal fire dragon. The very air rippled with heat, warping and trembling in the furnace of his flames. Ascending Dragon. Blazing Bagua. The fire dragon bellowed in fury, Kaido's haki entwining the blazing head of his dragon form. His eyes fixed on Marco, he hurtled down with a fearsome force, striking like a bolt of thunder straight at his target. The impact was so intense it scorched the air itself in his path. When a massive fire dragon passed, trails of scorching flame burned in its wake. In the blink of an eye, and at lightning speed, Kaido was upon Marco. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, Marco felt sweat beading on his forehead, streaming more intensely than ever. If that attack hits me head-on, even if it doesn't kill me outright, it'll leave me seriously wounded. Marco swallowed hard, his voice low and tense. Nowadays, even if I unleash my glacial storm, at best I can only extinguish the fire burning on Kaido's body. But the terrifying impact of Kaido's Conqueror's haki, that force behind his attacks, would surely leave me crippled. Is there any way? If I could use the power of freezing, perhaps I might withstand this blow. Just as Kaido was about to finish Marco off, Marco's mind raced at full speed. Wait. At that critical moment, Marco suddenly recalled a bold idea he'd had during an earlier clash with Kaido. It resurfaced, vivid and urgent. Could he possibly create an iceberg? One so massive it could block the charge of Kaido, the King of Beasts? If he could pull it off, this new move would completely counter Kaido's rising dragon flame Bagua. With a dry swallow, Marco steeled himself, determined. Failure was not an option. Channeling every ounce of his frigid energy, he summoned all his ice power to the fore, picturing a towering iceberg standing between him and his foe. Crystal Phoenix, grant me your strength. Frozen Barrier. Marco roared with every bit of spirit he had left. With nowhere left to retreat, Marco was prepared to burn his bridges behind him. Either this would stop Kaido, or he would perish trying. At that moment, Wang Yu, who had just received good news from Vista, heard the familiar chime echo in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The character you are linked with, Marco, has awakened a new skill, Frozen Barrier, in the midst of his battle with Kaido. The host may now acquire the advanced version of this skill as well. As a reward, your observation haki increases by 1,000 points. Frozen Barrier summons an impassable wall of ice measuring 400/500/600/700/800 units in length to block all movement. The ice wall persists for 5 seconds before melting. Wang Yu swallowed, excitement and disbelief mixing in his chest. Marco, fighting Kaido, and he developed a brand new skill on his own. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Wang Yu couldn't help but say good 3 times in a row. One after another, his subordinates were awakening their own abilities. Being the strategist behind the scenes couldn't be more exhilarating. I always knew Marco was destined for greatness. Impressive, truly impressive. Who would have thought the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders would be such quick learners? He brought up his system interface. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 10,573 points. Armament Haki, 9,819 points. Observation Haki, 10,352 points. Swordsmanship, 2,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive. Thunderous Slam, level 3. Earthquake, level 2. Jade Slice, level 2. Hunter's Path, passive. Glacial Storm, level 2. Dust Sealing Slash, level 2. Heroic Charge, level 2. Whimsical Spirit, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Elastic Slingshot, level 2. Barrier Breaker, level 2. Ice Barrier, level 2. Items: 5 pieces of high-grade iron or coolant, a bag of forging borax, 1 prediction skill fruit. Gold, 313,241. Demon Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Glint Fruit. Forge, basic. Weapons, none. Equipment: Thorn Mail, Lindry's Torment, Static Shiv, Heart of Steel. Artifacts, none. Wang Yu settled comfortably in the grand armchair, savoring the delicacies in his hand and sipping on fine wine. Now that the battle with Kaido had already erupted, there was no doubt in his mind. The rewards to come would surely be abundant. There was nothing more for him to do at this moment. The only thing required was to quietly await the arrival of those rewards, right at home. At this thought, a satisfied smile unknowingly curled at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. On the battlefield, the speed of Kaido of the Beast grew ever more ferocious, closing the distance to within dozens of meters of Marco in the blink of an eye. Kaido's enormous dragon maw stretched into a grotesque, triumphant grin. Ha! You're way too slow, Marco. At this range, there's no way you can dodge. Just get crushed to death by the likes of me. Kaido grew even more smug by the second. But just as he charged ahead, a towering glacier suddenly materialized before him, leaving Kaido utterly baffled. What was that? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Yet, after his brief confusion, Kaido quickly pieced together what was happening. It must be that sneaky Marco, up to his old tricks again. No matter how many times you pull off these little stunts, they're useless against the might of my blazing 8 trigrams. No defense can withstand it. Dodging is the only chance you have. But too bad for you, Marco, you've already missed your window. Now go to hell. Without hesitation, Kaido pushed his speed to the limit and hurled himself forward in a thunderous charge. Marco, filled with exhilaration, watched as the ice barrier materialized. Hang in there, he urged silently. Just hold out against Kaido's onslaught. If this works, it won't just halt Kaido's attack. With the enormous backlash force from this glacier, Kaido's own head is bound to be bashed bloody. That much is certain. A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The much-anticipated explosion finally echoed through the air. Kaido's dragon head plowed straight into the iceberg, and the entire land began to tremble violently from the collision. Across Wano, people felt the earth quivering beneath their feet. One after another, they stepped out of their homes to see what was happening. They gathered in the streets, glancing about, but no matter where they looked, they couldn't find the cause of these tremors. What's going on? Could it be that an earthquake is shaking all of Wano? This whole day, everything feels chaotic. Even a nearby garrison has rushed off toward Bakura town. And now the ground won't stop shaking. What in the world is happening? With baffled faces, people poured into the streets, their voices rising in heated debate. The intense tremors also caught the attention of Vista and King. They watched as Kaido, now in his blazing dragon form, unleashed his ascending dragon, Blazing Bagua. Excitement flickered in King's eyes. Ha! Did they really think a single iceberg could stand against Lord Kaido's ascending dragon, Blazing Bagua? That's pure folly. Vista, even if I can't beat you, what does it matter? As long as we await Lord Kaido's arrival, there's no way you'll escape. Once you're captured, I promise, I'll wring the truth from you, and you'll taste pain tenfold beyond what you've felt so far. A twisted grin curled at King's lips. But Vista, unfazed by King's taunts, kept his poise. Don't get cocky just because you have Kaido on your side. I'm telling you, the future belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. I believe Marco won't lose that easily. Vista declared with conviction. Without another word, the two launched themselves into battle. Vista felt the electric charge fully surge through his weapon. He surged forward, blade aimed straight for King. Two master swordsmen, clashing head-on, swords ringing in fierce combat. As Kaido crashed into the iceberg, the promised explosion erupted. Behind him, the air was filled with the roar of countless blasts, gouts of fire spewing skyward, and craters of flame opening across the land. Under the violent impact, the streets of Bakura were shredded by jagged fissures. Layer upon layer of cracks splintered the ground, spreading like webs beneath their feet. Mako! Kaido exclaimed with excitement as he was about to crash into the iceberg. Yet, the moment Kaido rammed into the enormous iceberg, he suddenly realized that the monstrous mass of ice before him was utterly unshakable. The colossal flaming dragon's head slammed into the iceberg, and the flames that wreathed it were instantly extinguished. The iceberg itself remained completely unscathed by Kaido's strike, while mighty counterforce rebounded in an instant, surging straight into Kaido's head. Boom! The tremendous recoil from his own attack rolled through him. Kaido's eyes instantly turned white, his jaws opening wide in agony, and his massive dragon body tumbled over and over again in the air. Only after much effort did Kaido's body finally stop spinning, yet the veins throbbing on his dragon head refused to subside. Meanwhile, blood streamed down in torrents from his battered dragon head. My skull is cracked. Kaido gasped, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. Then, clutching his head with a gigantic claw, Kaido began howling in pain, unable to hold back his fury. Damn it! Marco! You bastard! Just what sort of iceberg did you summon to be able to withstand my charge? It hurts so much. Kaido's mournful dragon wail echoed across the entire land, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it in Wano country. This scene did not escape King's sight. Only moments ago, he'd been bragging to Vista, and never imagined he'd be slapped in the face so swiftly by reality. Is this some kind of joke? Lord Kaido's blazing dragon ate trigrams. Was it really blocked? King's mind raced with confusion, questions tumbling forth. He knew well that this was one of Lord Kaido's most devastating moves, combined with both fire and the advanced power of Conqueror's Haki. Its force was said to surpass even the terrifying impact of the supreme Conqueror's Draw, Inferno's Descent. And now, to think a single iceberg could withstand that onslaught. Wasn't that stretching belief past its limits? Not far away, Vista also took in the astonishing scene, flashing King a triumphant grin. I told you, Marco is not someone who'd necessarily lose to Kaido. The new era belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. With that, Vista charged again toward King. King didn't stay idle, either. Incensed and embarrassed, the Wildfire King let his sword intent flare to its most powerful state. His jet-black blade was now wreathed by an enormous fire dragon, coiling and writhing fiercely along the sword's length. At the same time, the overwhelming sword aura fused directly with the fire dragon, surging toward Vista with ferocious force. Secret technique. Imperial Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. You cursed bastard. Lord Kaido is undefeated in single combat. There's no way he could lose. King let out a furious roar. In King's eyes, Kaido was the embodiment of invincibility. Ever since Kaido had rescued him from the Celestial Dragon's lab, King had held him in the highest regard, respecting him above all else. He would never allow anyone to speak of Lord Kaido in such a way. The sword aura transformed into a dragon. High above the sky, the fiery dragon tore through the air at lightning speed, scorching a gaping hole as it passed. Radiating a destructive, savage energy, the massive fire dragon gaped its bloody maw, step by threatening step, advancing on Vista. Vista narrowed his eyes. It was clear that his words had struck a nerve with King. Electric energy surged in his twin blades. His Jade Fault Slash technique had finished cooling down. Without a shred of hesitation, Vista lunged forward, swinging his sword straight at King. Jade Fault Slash. This was also accompanied by an immense sword aura, charged with lightning's might. With thunderous velocity, it clashed against King's own strike in the sky, the entire collision happening in a split second. Two terrifying powers crashed head-on in midair. With an earth-shattering blast, the fierce strength of their battle sent shockwaves rippling outwards, tearing an enormous hole right through the sky. As the two forces wrestled for dominance, suddenly, Vista's immense, slashing attack erupted with electric might. Bolts of lightning instantly enshrouded the Fire Dragon Emperor before him. With crackling energy filling the air, the enormous Fire Dragon was paralyzed in an instant. Vista's formidable strike sliced the Fire Dragon clean in two, from head to tail. In less than the blink of an eye, that powerful slash was already threatening King's very face. King's pupils widened in shock. "You miserable wretch. You defeated my ultimate Fire Dragon Light with a single sword slash." King grit his teeth, speaking in utter disbelief. Right now, escape was almost impossible for him. All he could do was fortify his defenses with the power of Armament Haki. With that, King transformed into his Pteranodon form. In this state, both his resilience and regenerative abilities would soar to new heights. After morphing, Armament Haki flowed across his body, enrobing him in a sturdy, earth-brown armor that covered him from head to toe. "Damn you! I'll never submit, no matter what." King roared at Vista in defiance. He still couldn't quite believe it. After withstanding his own Fire Dragon Light, how much power could Vista's attack really have left? To break through his Armament Haki defense was simply impossible. So Jin remained rather confident in himself. A mighty slash tore through the air in an instant, swinging straight at Jin. Boom! The fierce, shimmering strike smashed against Jin's body. Even though the tremendous slash had already shattered his Armament Haki armor, the force behind it gradually weakened under the blackened layer's protection. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Jin's mouth. As expected, just as he had predicted, anyone thinking they could break through his Armament Haki with a slash after fending off his Fire Dragon Queen would be deluding themselves. Nothing in this world could cut through him now. Vista, no matter how skilled you are, what difference does it make? Right now, you can't possibly defeat me." Jin taunted. Vista grinned right back at Jin, his smile laced with mockery. "Can't defeat you? Haven't you noticed yet?" With a casual smile, Vista lowered his weapon. For a swordsman to sheath his blade mid-battle meant only one thing. The duel was over. Yet, with victory still undecided, Vista's gesture struck Jin as a brazen provocation. "Vista, you bastard! What kind of arrogance is this?" Jin roared. But no sooner had he shouted than a sudden realization struck him. Behind him, there came the crackling, sizzling sound of lightning. Jin turned his head, only to see an immense, slashing aura arching behind him. A streak like a serpent made of living thunder. Jin could only stare in shock. How could this be? The power of lightning. I know you already used it against my Fire Dragon Queen, just now. So what's with this lightning? Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Vista's lips curled in the faintest smile as he began his explanation. "It's nothing much, really. You should know I have a sword technique called Critical Strike," Vista said brightly. "Critical Strike?" Jin's pupils dilated further, as though suddenly grasping the situation. "And just now that slash happened to trigger my critical property. Oh, and one more thing. My critical trait naturally includes electric blades," Vista added, grinning. Speaking of it, landing a critical hit with the electric blade is just thrilling. After all, the power of lightning is akin to a devil fruit ability, making it feel almost like a magical strike. Just as those words faded, a colossal serpent made of lightning, looming behind King the Wildfire, suddenly surged forward and struck him directly. At such close range, King didn't even have time to react. The immense arc of lightning cleaved down upon him, landing squarely on his body. The electric sizzle was deafening. The formidable force of the lightning, amplified by the razor-sharp blade, left King utterly defenseless, like a helpless chick before the butcher's knife. His defenses shattered in an instant, while the energy of the electric blade tore straight into his very core. The whole world seemed to echo with the terrifying rumble of unleashed lightning. Thunder roared, rolling endlessly. King's bones lit up under the force of the current, his body convulsing uncontrollably on the ground, as if possessed by sheer agony. At last, the lightning finally relented, dissipating into silence. And so, King the Drought, second in command of the Beast Pirates, a name feared by the world, lay there with eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, utterly unconscious. Not even the faintest response remained in him. With steady steps, Vista strode to the front of the charred and unconscious king, the corner of his lips curving into a sly smile. Try to take me on? You're far too inexperienced. I'm one step closer to becoming the world's greatest swordsman. Just wait, Dracula my hawk. I'll defeat you in the name of the swordsman and claim the title of the world's top blade master for myself. Vista's smile widened, brimming with unwavering confidence. Elsewhere, the battle between Kaido and Marco had also drawn to a close. Kaido, dazed and reeling, finally managed to gather his senses. He looked up at the massive iceberg that towered before Marco and couldn't help but marvel. What on earth is this thing made of? He began to suspect there was something off about this so-called iceberg. It might look like a mountain of ice, but surely it was forged from sea prism stone at its core. Otherwise, with all my strength as Kaido of the Beasts, how could I possibly fail to break through? At the same time, a gaping wound showed where Kaido's head had been smashed, bright blood trickling continuously down the dragon's face. Not only that, his reckless charge just moments ago had shattered 2 of his teeth. Now, whenever Kaido tried to speak, wind whistled through the gaps, making his words leak out in an odd way. Feeling the furious rush of blood from his wounds, Kaido's rage only burned hotter within. Who am I? I am one of the 4 emperors of this world, the emperor who rules the seas. Although I had often been beaten up before, no one had ever struck me in the face. But now, look what's happened. There's a gaping wound on my head, I've lost 2 teeth, and anyone at a glance will immediately know that I've just been given another savage thrashing. The wounds to my pride cut deeper than any pain of the flesh, fueling Kaido's wrath even further. With that, Kaido raised his massive dragon head skyward, and accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, an immense surge of flame once more enveloped his entire body. A deafening roar split the air. Secret technique Blazine Dragon Brise. In the next instant, Kaido parted his scaly dragon lips and unleashed a torrent of blistering flames at the iceberg before him. This time, the flames far surpassed the ordinary dragon's breath he had used before. The fire he spewed forth took on the true form of a divine dragon. With a furious charge, the fiery beast crashed straight toward the towering iceberg. I'll melt your summoned eyes with my flames, Marco. Kaido spat the words with veins bulging on his forehead, his voice brimming with ferocity. The scorching air sent the temperature soaring by dozens of degrees, and the searing heat instantly drew every last drop of moisture from the air around Kaido's body. This terrifying fire held such fury that anything it touched would be instantly ignited. This blazing dragon embodied Kaido's absolute confidence, the confidence that he could melt even the iceberg Marco had just conjured. Witnessing Kaido's unleashed supercharged dragon's breath, Marco's expression turned anxious. After all, this defensive skill was one he'd only recently mastered. He truly wasn't certain whether it could withstand the onslaught of Kaido's blazing heat. If Kaido's ultimate flames broke through this, then his defensive technique would be rendered completely useless. Is the gap between an emperor and myself truly insurmountable? A ripple of unease coursed through Marco's heart. While Marco was caught in anxious turmoil and Kaido's excitement soared, at that exact moment, the giant fire dragon finally slammed into Marco's iceberg. A tendre explosion érupted. Blistering waves of heat swept across the massive iceberg, surging out in all directions. The very moisture in the air was vaporized on the spot, cloaking the battlefield in clouds of steam. The unfortunate pirates who hadn't managed to escape quickly enough, the ones caught in the chaos nearby, were instantly engulfed by the searing current, disappearing into the inferno in an instant. A tremendous wave of heat surged across the surroundings, lingering for several seconds before it slowly began to dissipate at last. The mist swirling around gradually faded away as Kaido's overwhelming heat breath subsided, the air clearing with every passing moment. Relieved after unleashing his superheated breath, Kaido found himself in high spirits. He let out a booming laugh. That ought to show that fool Marco exactly how formidable I am. So what if the iceberg you summoned is tougher than before? It still can't possibly withstand the force of my heat breath, can it? Kaido grinned with utter confidence, his eyes gleaming with pride. As the fog that had shrouded the area from his scorching breath began to disappear, Kaido's gaze darted once more to what lay ahead of him. Yet the glacier mountain, 1,000 meters wide and towering to 2,000 meters high, remained steadfastly in his path, its massive form blocking his advance and separating him from Marco. No matter how he tried, Kaido couldn't move forward by even an inch. Kaido's face darkened completely. Even he, one of the 4 emperors, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth under the circumstances. What in the world? What was happening here? How could this be? My superheated breath. Are you telling me? Not even a single piece of that iceberg melted? Kaido's eyes bulged in disbelief, the veins on his forehead standing out as he roared his anger into the air. He was the captain of the Beast Pirates, feared as the world's strongest creature. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Ordinary mountains he could flatten with the slightest effort. What peak hadn't fallen before one of his attacks? And yet now, this iceberg not only had rammed into him, splitting his head and knocking out two of his teeth, but after all the time he spent unleashing his fierce heat breath, the iceberg itself hadn't suffered the slightest effect. Kaido found himself utterly stunned. He even felt the heat of shame mingling with his furious frustration. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he raged, his forehead veins throbbing as he panted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Marco, standing on the other side, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the massive glacier before him, resolute and immovable, and a smile broke across his face. "Ah, Kaido, you fool. Weren't you bragging just now about how mighty you are, making claims about me becoming your underling? And this is all you've got? What a joke." Marco laughed aloud, his voice echoing off the unyielding ice. Marco raised his voice, mocking Kaido with a taunt. Hearing Marco's jeering words, Kaido's face turned a furious shade of dark purple. "Damn you, Marco. What the hell did you put in this ice mountain? I must have fallen for your trick. There's no way this is just your snow mountain summoned by your freezing power." Kaido's face reddened in anger. Yet he still found it hard to believe what was right in front of him, and stubbornly insisted otherwise. Marco, hearing that Kaido was still being obstinate, simply laughed. He knew for sure that he hadn't tampered with his own summoned snow mountain in any way. "Come on, Kaido. If you think I did something special, why don't you check it out for yourself? Or maybe you just can't get through my defenses, and you're looking for an excuse, huh? Ha ha. Who would have thought the great Kaido, Emperor of the Beast Pirates, can't even admit when he loses?" Marco taunted, his voice dripping with ridicule. That last remark truly sent Kaido into a fit of rage. "What do you mean? I can't admit defeat. When the hell did I lose? Marco, quit your nonsense. I'm not the type to chicken out and refuse to own up when I lose." Kaido bellowed furiously. Without another word, he reached out and touched the icy mountain before him, sharpening all his senses to the utmost. Instantly, a wave of bitter cold hit him. This mountain was the real deal, pure ice, not even a trace of rock. It was a mountain forged entirely from solid ice. It looked like Marco really hadn't done anything underhanded. Kaido's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. A single icy mountain, and even his ultimate dragon breath couldn't take it down. Something just didn't add up. Could it be that Marco's chilling power really exceeded the heat of his own flames? If word of this got out, where would his reputation go? Right now, if he wanted to defeat Marco, the best way would be to transform into his full azure dragon form, soar high above the clouds, and simply fly over the mountain. But there was one glaring problem with that. He would become the laughingstock of others in the future. After years of clashes with the Whitebeard pirates, he knew all too well how Marco loved to run his mouth. If today he transformed into his azure dragon form just to bypass this mountain, Marco would make it into a huge joke for ages to come. He'd go around telling everyone Kaido wasn't up to the task, that even his famous heat breath couldn't break Marco's icy power. In this way, he would lose face in front of everyone. But if he didn't cross over, it would cost him a great deal of effort, and even with all his strength, he'd have little stamina left by the end. Just as Kaido was at his wit's end, trapped between a rock and a hard place, Marco kept pushing, ratcheting up the mockery. He had no other choice. The energy from his devil fruit was already running low. If he didn't sap Kaido's stamina now, winning the coming fight would be no easy task. "I say, Kaido, what's going on in that head of yours? Are you scared? Just look at yourself, stuck here by a single iceberg. You might as well hand over your spot among the 4 emperors to me." Marco continued, his grin overflowing with playful scorn. Kaido's lips twitched furiously at these words. Was he really starting to doubt that he deserved the title of emperor? To be one of the 4 emperors, he had built his legend with his own 2 hands, back when he was still a hot-blooded youth fighting tooth and nail for every inch. There was no trickery involved. Being an emperor was the crown of his glorious past, and there was no way he'd let some upstart whelp insult that legacy. Dambrat, just a greenhorn, that's all you are. When I fought your old man, you were still wet behind the ears. What do you know of being an emperor? Is anyone bold enough to challenge an emperor these days? Fine then, I'll show you, you little punk, what it really means to defy the might of an emperor. Kaido roared at the top of his lungs. At this, Marco plugged his ears with both hands, still wearing that wide grin. Kaido had fallen for it. Still, Kaido's booming voice was no joke. Marco's ears were practically ringing from the shout. Just look at how furious he is. As expected, after that burst of thunderous yelling, Kaido was swept up yet again in a storm of rage. He stopped worrying about how much strength he had left, focusing everything into his fighting spirit and cranking his battle will to its peak. Clouds overhead swirled and gathered, stirred by Kaido's surging aura, coiling into vortex after vortex, tornadoes shredding through the sky. At the same time, the heavens darkened with thunderclouds, and booming lightning crashed down again and again, relentless and wild. Kaido, abandoning his indomitable dragon form, transformed straight into his hybrid beast form. With his spike club in hand, Kaido advanced toward the iceberg in front of him, taking one heavy step after another. If even fire couldn't melt this thing, it only proved that the iceberg's density was unimaginably strong. He could easily use the power of thunder to blast a hole straight through the iceberg before him. You may be able to resist fire, but I don't believe you can withstand my power of lightning, especially when it carries the fearsome force of Conqueror's Haki. A deep, earth-shaking rumble echoed across the sky. Thunder roared again and again. Bolts of lightning lashed down from above, striking directly onto Kaido's spiked club. Shockingly, every surge of electro power was completely absorbed into the weapon. A crackling, sizzling noise came from the club, electric energy flickering and dancing along its length. Simultaneously, an Imperial Azure Dragon formed from pure Conqueror's Haki wound itself around the weapon. This mighty dragon, infused with the power of lightning, merged perfectly with the energy of the club, transforming into a colossal, unstoppable force. Thunderclap. Overlord's fury. Kaido roared aloud, his mouth stretched wide in a fearsome howl. This was Kaido's fusion technique, a move on par with his joint attack alongside Big Mom, the conquest of the sea. Its only flaw was that it consumed an immense amount of energy. But in the face of a vast mountain range of ice, so immense, so unyielding, there was no other choice. To hope for a lesser blow to do the job would be a waste. If he tried to shatter this iceberg with ordinary means, it might never break, no matter how long he persisted. Thinking it through, Kaido wasted not a second longer. He raised his club high and brought it crashing down onto the gigantic glacier before him. The impact triggered a massive, bone-rattling quake across the land. A devastating shockwave tore through the air, rippling outward in perfect arcs, rushing in every direction. Every nearby peak caught in the path of the blast was instantly blown to pieces, reduced to shattered rubble. The houses of Board Town, and even those spread across the entire region, crumbled to dust in the force of the explosion. And yet, the colossal glacier standing before Kaido did not budge an inch. What? Kaido's eyes grew wide, bloodshot with disbelief. No way, impossible. This can't be happening. Why? What was the meaning of this? Again and again, he failed to leave even a scratch on this insignificant mountain of ice. At this moment, Kaido was utterly consumed by rage. Gripping his spiked club with both hands, he began furiously battering the iceberg in a relentless assault. Thunderbawa, Wine Dragon 8 trigrams. Roaring Thunder 8 trigrams. Great Wrath, Thunderclap 8 trigrams. The veins on Kaido's forehead bulged as he unleashed a furious barrage on the iceberg standing before him. The entire earth trembled beneath the force of Kaido's assault, rocking and quaking with each blow. Waves of shockwaves rippled outward in every direction, expanding wildly out from the heart of the battle. Within 1,000 kilometers of the land of Wano, people, whether pirates or ordinary townsfolk, looked around in absolute terror. What on earth is going on? What happened? It's always wild storms or thunder and lightning here. But now even the whole ground is shaking so violently. I heard it's Kaido, captain of the Beast Pirates, locked in combat with someone. And that's what's causing this. Unbelievable. Can a fight between just two people really have such a massive impact? That's terrifying. And who could it possibly be that's holding their own against Kaido? That monster a man? All around, pirates eyed one another in fear, voices whispering anxiously. Nearby, Vista took in the sight of Kaido's furious onslaught, unable to suppress a sigh of awe. My goodness. So this is the strength of an Emperor of the Sea. This power is truly monstrous. But still, what's up with Marco? And that massive iceberg? Could be some new technique Vice Captain Wanya taught him? Now, that would be something. Watching as Marco's colossal iceberg left even Kaido at a loss, a hot surge of envy welled up in Vista's chest. That damned Marco must have snuck gifts to Vice Captain Wang Yu again behind everyone's backs, and learned an insanely powerful new move. Seems like being too honest doesn't get you very far. No, that won't do. From now on, I'd better prepare some gifts for Vice Captain Wang Yu myself, and have him show me a few tricks. Vista plotted slyly to himself. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, even Marco was a little stunned. Holy, was the iceberg he summoned really this formidable? He'd only hoped it would at least block Kaido's blazing heat breath, maybe withstand a few swings from that massive club to buy himself some time. That would have been enough. But against all expectations, the defense was astounding. How many strikes had it already taken? And yet the iceberg hadn't shown a single sign of cracking. After swinging his club a total of 64 times, Kaido was left panting, exhausted, his hands trembling uncontrollably from the sheer force of his own Thunder Bagua. Only then did he finally stop his relentless assault. He rested his hands on his knees, sweat streaming down his face, eyes locked onto the glacier before him, his gaze shot through with countless blood-red lines. This is just completely unbelievable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Every expression on Kaido's face was exaggerated to the extreme. With his power, just a casual swing of that Thunder Bagua would be enough to take down any of the great pirates of the New World, knocking them out cold on the spot. How could such terrifying strength be of absolutely no use against a mere glacier? Kaido's frustration reached a boiling point. Could it really be that Marco's power over ice has left me utterly helpless? The technological prowess of the Whitebeard pirates has actually surpassed even that of the Four Emperors. This is a monumental development in the entire world of pirates. It seems dealing with the Whitebeard pirates in the future is going to be more and more difficult. If Marco manages to escape, it'll be like letting a tiger back into the wild. If the Whitebeard pirates ever decide to attack Wano country in the future, Kaido didn't dare follow that line of thought any further. The more he considered it, the deeper the furrows on his brow became. On the other side of the glacier, Marco watched the whole scene unfold, taking in Kaido's gloomy, worn-out look, and broke into hearty laughter. Huh, Kaido, you fool, what's the matter? Out of tricks already? Ha ha ha. Still dreaming you can break through my ice? You must be out of your mind. Without my say-so, this glacier isn't melting for days or nights. Marco called out cheerily from behind the ice. Yet, no sooner had Marco finished his boast than the glacier he'd summoned began to melt away before their eyes. In mere moments, the entire glacier had vanished. Marco was utterly bewildered. What the? Finally managed to make myself look impressive, and this is what happens. What's going on with this glacier? Kaido pummeled it like mad just moments ago, and it didn't budge. And now, out of nowhere, it just disappeared. Could have gotten fed up with me showing off and decided to vanish all on its own? Marco was completely speechless. Bista, watching as Marco's moment of grandeur completely unraveled, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huh, Marco, if there were a score for your performance, I'd give you a perfect 100. So what do you think? Need me to come lend a hand so we can take down Kaido together? Bista teased Marco with a sly grin. Marco shot Bista a sideways glance, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Truth be told, he didn't really need any help right now. He wasn't hurt, just a bit drained from using his devil fruit powers, that's all. Are you kidding me, Bista? Marco di Tortith, unfast. Don't even think about stealing my thunder. You already have king and queen on your plate. If you try to take Kaido from me too, that's just plain unfair. Honestly, Marco had no worries. If things ever did get dangerous, he knew Bista would have his back. No doubt about it. And besides, if he ever found himself outmatched, he wouldn't hesitate to call for help. He wasn't stupid. When the going gets tough, there's no harm in hollering for backup. That was Marco's lifelong motto. As long as you can't kill me, I'll keep playing it cool. But if his life was truly at risk, there was no question. He'd be shouting for help louder than anyone else. Bista saw right through him and just gave a small, knowing smile. He crossed his arms and leaned back to enjoy the show from the sidelines. He knew Marco all too well. There was no need to rush in, just wait. Sooner or later, Marco would bite off more than he could chew with Kaido and end up begging for help. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido, who'd earlier been fuming with frustration, now wore a look of gleeful anticipation as he saw the ice mountain before him had vanished. What's going on? He'd pounded that ice barrier with his club over and over, barely making a dent. Yet now, it had melted all on its own, before he'd even had a chance to go all out. Could it be that the ice mountain was summoned with a time limit? Kaido was a bit baffled, but his spirits lifted regardless. The obstacle had vanished, and that meant he could charge at Marco once more. In the blink of an eye, as the ice mountain blocking Marco's way disappeared, Kaido and Marco locked eyes again. Marco's gaze remained as calm and lazy as ever. Kaido's, on the other hand, were ablaze with ferocity, almost as if fire were about to shoot from them. Oh! A bead of sweat broke out on Marco's forehead. He could only give Kaido a rueful, sheepish smile. A moment ago, Kaido had swung his spiked club again and again, but all his efforts proved fruitless. Meanwhile, I kept taunting him from the far side of the iceberg. There was no doubt about it. Kaido had been completely driven into a rage by my actions. Fortunately, I had mastered the art of summoning icebergs. The defensive power of these icebergs was truly frightening. But alas, there was one regret. While their defense was formidable, they lacked any effective means of attack. I really ought to come up with a way to make the iceberg serve as an offensive weapon. Perhaps I could try simply dropping it on his head? Yes, that's it. Let's give it a try and see if I can strike Kaido with it. As this thought crossed my mind, Kaido transformed into his fire dragon form. Shrouded in an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki that surged above his head, he charged toward me without a moment's hesitation. Damn you, Marco. Your iceberg's gone, hasn't it? This time I swear, I'll smash you to pieces. Ascending dragon, flaming Bagua. Kaido roared in fury. Enraged, Kaido's massive dragon body was ablaze with wild flames. Without a hint of hesitation, he came crashing toward me with the force of a tidal wave. Caught in the powerful shockwave, I felt hot winds roar past my ears, searing and fierce as they howled by. This Kaido, he's truly gone berserk now. Even after swinging that club 64 times in succession, he still has this much strength left. He really is worthy of being called an emperor of the sea. Let's see if I can finally hit him this time. So, I focused my mind, recalling the exact sensation from my previous battles with Kaido, the memory of summoning an entire mountain range of icebergs. I closed my eyes, feeling the freezing energy flow between my fingers, willing it to take the shape of a massive iceberg. That freezing power gathered, molding itself once again into a towering iceberg. Crush him! With a thunderous shout, I pointed straight at Kaido and bellowed my command. Seeing me suddenly perform the familiar gesture I used before to summon the iceberg, Kaido was shocked. He could still vividly recall the last time he had charged at me in his fire dragon form with that flaming Bagua attack, only to slam headfirst into the iceberg. The memory lingered painfully fresh. Truth be told, the wound he'd gotten on his head was still aching, even now. Though his defense was formidable and the injury atop his head had scabbed over, he wasn't some immortal being. With a wound that big, how could it possibly not hurt? So, as Kaido was charging at me with full force, determined to ram me unconscious, he suddenly skidded to a halt, panic-stricken. The last time he collided with that cursed iceberg, the pain nearly knocked him out cold. Just moments ago, Kaido had clearly heard that guy Marco mutter under his breath about smashing him with an iceberg. And now, if he really got hit, wouldn't that hurt even more? So, Kaido instinctively hurried to a stop. But seconds ticked by, and still, nothing fell from the sky. No sign of any iceberg. Marco was completely baffled. How odd. Something's not right. He was sure he'd already summoned the iceberg earlier, so why hadn't it appeared? Kaido, too, wore a look of astonishment. Yes, where was the iceberg? Weren't they saying they were going to finish him off with an iceberg? So why wasn't one coming down now? Suddenly, Kaido's previously confused face twisted into even greater fury, his mouth practically lopsided with rage. Damn you, Marco. You little brat. How dare you trick me? Kaido's eyes bulged in outrage as he roared. Earlier, he'd already lost enough face because of Marco's summoned iceberg. Not only had his body taken a beating, but his pride had been shattered as well. And now, this wretched Marco dared to use the iceberg as a ruse against him. And worse still, Kaido couldn't believe he'd actually been fooled so easily by Marco's bluff. At this point, Kaido was well and truly embarrassed and furious beyond words. You bastard, you actually dare trick me? I'll kill you. I'm going to smash you to bits. Rising dragon, flaming 8 trigrams, Kaido bellowed with all his might. On the other side, Marco was utterly dumbfounded by Kaido's reaction. What's going on here? What in the world just happened? Why was Kaido suddenly twice as enraged? What did I do? I didn't do anything. How did I trick you, Kaido? This Kaido is really too thin-skinned. Marco wore a helpless expression. Honestly, he hadn't meant to deceive Kaido. He simply couldn't summon the Glacier Mountains anymore, that's all. What on earth was happening? To tell the truth, even he couldn't figure it out. If he wanted to uncover the secret behind these Glacier Mountains, he feared there was only one way. Ask Vice Captain Wang Yu. Marco sometimes suspected there was nothing in this world that Vice Captain Wang Yu didn't know. Kaido now stood before him, utterly consumed by rage. This time, he would not hesitate for even a moment, regardless of whether Marco could still summon icebergs. With vengeance burning in his heart from being rammed before, he was determined to fight Marco to the bitter end, even if it meant mutual destruction. Marco, meanwhile, kept swinging his palms, desperate to summon a fleet of towering icebergs. But time and again, nothing happened. Every attempt failed, not a single massive iceberg appeared. Damn you, still trying to trick me? I'll run you through, Marco. Kaido bellowed, his fury thundering across the skies. After several futile tries, Marco realized with dread that he could not conjure even one great iceberg. Cold sweat trickled down his neck as he swallowed hard. Time to run. And so, a truly comical spectacle unfolded above. Marco, transformed into his immortal phoenix form, tore through the clouds. Hot on his heels was Kaido, a blazing dragon, chasing him across the sky at full tilt. Down below, Bista watched the pursuit in utter bewilderment. What on earth was going on up there? Without a second thought, Bista seized his weapon and dashed off after them. He had to stay close to Marco. If Marco ran into trouble, at least he'd be there to help. High above, Kaido charged forward in a seething rage, kicking up clouds of shimmering dust in his wake, and steadily closing the distance on Marco. Don't you run from me, you bastard. I swear I'll kill you this time. Kaido roared, his wrath shaking the heavens. Suddenly, as he raced ahead at full speed, Kaido noticed a flake of snow drifting down and settling on his broad dragon snout. What's this? He muttered, twisting his massive head to peer up at the sky. Only then did Kaido's eyes widen in alarm, as he realized, caught up in the chase, he had almost forgotten. Marco, that cunning bastard, still had one more trick up his sleeve. Kaido dared not take any chances now. Instantly, his entire dragon form was wrapped in a cloak of armament haki, bracing himself for impact. As for Marco, he didn't have much choice anymore. Though the glacier storm drained his devil fruit powers terribly, at this point, summoning giant icebergs was out of the question. He had no tricks left. His only option was to unleash the glacier storm, hoping to cool Kaido's wild rage, if only for a moment. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, white streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, followed by a howling gale. A freezing hailstorm, heavy and relentless, pelted down from above. Sheets of ice smashed against Kaido with brutal force. The numbing cold swept over his whole body. The shock in his eyes was unmistakable, and his brow tightened with pain. Marco, that wretch. Again, he had unleashed this terrifying power upon him. Kaido felt his entire body stiffen with cold, and that dreadful corrosive energy gnawed at him with every blast of ice. The flames on his body were instantly snuffed out by the biting cold. Roar! Kaido let out a thunderous dragon's cry. Spotting the shortest path to escape through the hailstorm, he charged forward without hesitation. Even his wounds mounted on his body. The relentless, icy corrosion gnawed at him, sending sizzling sounds through his scorched and frozen flesh. Yet, deep inside, Kaido felt a wild surge of excitement. Marco's glacial tempest was indeed formidable, but Kaido's own body was equally tough. As long as he didn't stay within the blizzard for too long, the corrosive might would cause him little harm. But Marco was another story entirely. A barrage of this scale must be draining huge amounts of Marco's devil fruit power. If things continued, victory would ultimately belong to him. Kaido, whoosh. The glacial storm tried to hinder his advance, but riding atop his blazing clouds, Kaido surged ahead like lightning, barely slowed at all. With another furious roar, he shattered the ice encrusting his body. At last, Kaido glimpsed the edge of the glacial tempest, and his lips curled into a fierce grin. You damn ice powers, you made me eat my share of pain, but this technique of yours still has its limits. Good, I'm almost out. Once I break free, Marco, I swear I'll destroy you. Kaido roared. He was nearly at the storm's edge, just a little farther, when suddenly the sky above grew ominously dark. What? Why did it suddenly turn black? Kaido staggered, bewildered, then craned his neck upward. His dragon eyes widened until they were round as saucers, his jaws stretching in sheer incredulity. To his utter astonishment, a massive mountain peak loomed into view. No, more precisely, it was an enormous glacial mountain range. This glacial range was all too familiar to Kaido. A chill prickled down his spine. Kaido cried out in disbelief. A giant iceberg, another giant iceberg, summoned again. Damn it, you bastard, Marco. Kaido muttered, jaw clenched tight. This time, it was nothing like before. The glacier mountain range came crashing directly down onto Kaido's dragon head. Utterly terrified, Kaido slammed on the brakes. That massive dragon body, just about to burst out from the heart of the glacial storm, now forcibly pulled back, retreating into the whirlwind of ice. A deafening, earth-shaking roar thundered through the air. The enormous glacier mountain plummeted from the sky, landing with a tremendous impact exactly where Kaido had stood only an instant before. With a weighty, bone-jarring thud, a vast pit was blasted into the ground, and shards of ice mingled with clouds of dust surged upward, engulfing the scene. Only then did the colossal glacier mountain settle in place. Staring at the mountain towering before him, Kaido felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This imposing mound of ice, he'd smashed it with 64 swings of his spiked club before, never once managing to break it. If a mountain like this ever came crashing down on him, the consequences were easy enough to imagine. Even if it didn't kill him outright, he'd certainly be battered, maybe pinned tight for a good while. After all, there was no way he'd be able to destroy such a mass of ice. If it collapsed on him, he'd be utterly helpless. Marco, you fiend, that was downright vicious. So that ice mountain, were you pretending you couldn't summon it before? Waiting for me to let my guard down, just so you could bury me under all that ice and leave me to be worn away by your barrage of freezing hail, wasn't it? Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. Kaido gritted his teeth, spitting out the words with venom. Meanwhile, Marco himself was in utter bewilderment. Just as Kaido was about to break through the glacier storm, something deep in Marco's mind insisted he had to block Kaido's escape. So, acting purely on instinct, he decided to give it a try, never expecting that he'd actually manage to call forth the glacial mountain. Even Marco hadn't planned it. Yet in Kaido's eyes, it had become a plot, a cunning scheme. All Marco could do was shake his head helplessly, flashing Kaido a wry grin. If I told you that I have no idea how I managed to pull that off, would you believe me? Marco spread his hands in a resigned gesture toward Kaido. Kaido's face twitched at his words. Would I believe that? He shot Marco a frosty sneer. If I believed you, I'd be the biggest fool in the world. With that, Kaido twisted his great dragon body and, without a moment's hesitation, took off in another direction, fleeing with all his might. However, because of the glacier mountains, whose height and width both extend for thousands of meters, Kaido now had no choice but to fly around the mountains in order to escape. With this detour, Kaido felt his flying speed growing slower and slower. His body was instantly sealed under a layer of ice, his very limbs beginning to stiffen. Damn it, Marco, I've fallen into your trap. Kaido growled, refusing to accept defeat. Sensing that his strategy had worked, Marco's lips curled into a triumphant smile, excitement lighting up his face. Ha ha! Even though the iceberg didn't hit Kaido directly, it still managed to slow him down, and forced him to remain longer in the heart of the glacial storm. I never imagined there would be such a miraculous effect. There's no better way to deal with Kaido. Marco exclaimed with excitement. His hands moved swiftly. He unleashed every last bit of his devil fruit power, determined to use it all against Kaido. Now, this was his only chance to defeat Kaido. Victory or defeat hinged on this one strike. Trying to conserve his stamina would only end up dragging him down. So, he decided better to go all out. Under Marco's command, the icy force surged forth. In an instant, the temperature within a 100-square-kilometer radius plummeted by dozens of degrees. Even the water vapor in the air crystallized at that very moment. From the sky, hail pelted down more fiercely than ever. Gale winds howled with even more wild abandon than before. Kaido felt the biting cold wrapping around his body and hurriedly summoned his armament haki, sheathing himself in armor as dark as dragon scales, trying to shield his body. Yet, the relentless hail under Marco's freezing assault was simply too dense. Even with Kaido's full-body defense, the bone-chilling cold seeped into him. Under this intense cold, the ice covering Kaido only grew thicker. At times, Kaido unleashed his searing breath to melt the ice around him. But the freezing air pressing in from every direction was just too overwhelming. After flying another 1,000 meters, still not out of that glacial storm, Kaido was finally frozen solid, transformed into a statue of ice. The wind whistled on. The frigid winds swept ceaselessly across the landscape. Kaido, trapped in the heart of the glacial storm, could move no more. A massive body, still holding its flying form, but now it was completely encased in thick sheets of ice. Kaido, frozen solid, remained conscious. He tried to move, only to discover it felt as though he was carrying entire mountains on his back, his body utterly immobilized. A fierce, corrosive force continued seeping through the layers of ice, gnawing away at Kaido. Even his armament haki had been breached. Blood seeped out in rivulets from beneath his skin, spreading ever wider. This was the true cruelty of Randall's torment. His maximum life force was being drained away. No matter how much health you had, it was useless. Feeling the pain racking his body, Kaido clenched his teeth, overcome with awe and disbelief. Who could have imagined that Marco would turn out to be this terrifying? The power of this frost alone was enough to freeze even me, Kaido, and that dreadful corrosion. How could it penetrate my armament-hardened body? Cold sweat beaded on Kaido's forehead. If this glacial storm continued for a few more minutes, even the world's strongest creature, he feared, might truly meet his end here. The Whitebeard pirates possessed something truly remarkable. I must find a way out of this. The howling winds roared on. Marco's devil fruit powers had been utterly drained. Weary and battered, he looked ahead, staring at the towering figure frozen into an ice sculpture before him. Marco couldn't help but swallow hard. Had Kaido really been frozen into a gigantic ice dragon? Was this real? Slowly, Marco approached Kaido. He reached out and touched the immense, ice-bound azure dragon. The coldness was biting, the ice rock hard. Only then did Marco finally let go of his lingering doubts. I really did it. Kaido, reputed to be the world's strongest living creature. Who would have thought, one day, I'd be the one to bring him down so decisively? Granted, doing so had completely drained my own strength as well. But still, he was one of the four emperors, a power that once ruled these seas alongside Whitebeard himself. From now on, the name Marco would surely echo across every corner of the sea. And it's all thanks to Vice Captain Wang Yu. Who'd have thought, under his guidance, I'd become a force on par with the four emperors? That step I never quite managed before, I've finally taken it. The excitement in Marco grew and grew. In such a radiant moment, he almost wished he had someone else there, just so he could boast about it. So, Marco called out to Vista in the distance. Vista, my brother, Look, just look. Even Kaido has fallen to me. Can you believe it? The so-called world's strongest creature, Kaido, has actually become an ice sculpture under my freezing power. My power is truly terrifying, Marco exclaimed to Vista, his face alight with excitement. But just then, a deafening crack echoed through the air. The ice encasing Kaido's body shattered with explosive force. As it turned out, just moments before, Marco's glacial storm had come to a stop, his energy finally spent. That's when Kaido found his moment. The formidable Ryuo Haki gathered around his body once more, guarding against the relentless freeze. Then, with supreme mastery, conquering Haki swirled around him, focused onto his attack. With brute force, he smashed apart the ice barricade standing in his way. With a cascade of sharp, crystalline sounds, the fragments of ice Marco had conjured rained down to the ground. A thunderous dragon's roar tore through the chaos, as the mighty azure dragon broke free from its frozen prison and surged directly at Marco. It was clear for all to see, the dragon's massive form was riddled with wounds, scars of every shape and size, a harrowing testament to the battle's ferocity. Only Kaido's monstrous endurance had allowed him to survive at all. Now every one of those fresh wounds had already started to scab over. Surveying the new scars carved across his hide, Kaido's expression grew impossibly grim. Damn you, Marco. How dare you mar my body with so many scars? You're finished. Kaido snarled, his voice twisted with rage. Then, as if the heavens themselves had caught fire with his fury, the giant dragon wreathed its head in conquering Haki, barreling straight for Marco once again. The air itself shuddered under Kaido's wrath, turning wild and violent. Feeling the suffocating chill of Kaido's murderous intent, Marco couldn't stop himself from swallowing hard. This time, every ounce of his power had been drained away. He had nothing left. Confronted with Kaido's onslaught, he was utterly spent, with no tricks left up his sleeve. All he could do now was cry for help. After all, if you lose your life, all posturing is pointless. So Marco turned desperately toward Vista, raising his voice in a desperate plea for aid. Brother Vista, help me. Save me quick. Kaido, that bastard, he actually managed to break free from my freezing power, Marco shouted at the top of his lungs. Gone was Marco's earlier swagger. He was utterly cowed now, calling out desperately for Vista's help. Hearing Marco's cries for assistance, Vista didn't dare to hesitate. He rushed forward without a second thought. Kaido noticed Vista's sudden move, and a mocking smile played across his lips. What a shame. At this close range, do you really think you alone, Vista, can stop me? That's just wishful thinking. Marco, you'd best resign yourself. It's time for you to meet your end. Kaido's mouth twisted into a menacing grin, his face brimming with cruelty. Marco clamped his hand over his eyes, stunned by the turn of events. He never imagined. This time, he'd taken things too far. To think he'd die at Kaido's hands. If only he'd accepted Vista's offer earlier, maybe together they could have dealt with Kaido. But then again, who on earth could have guessed that this damned Kaido's defense would be this monstrous? Not even the power of icy corrosion could finish him off. For Kaido to recover like this, what a shocking twist. A primal roar tore through the battlefield. Ascending dragon, blazing 8 trigrams. A massive fire dragon, its body crisscrossed with scars, surged forward. Despite its many wounds, the beast's speed was barely diminished. It charged straight at Marco. Just as Marco braced himself for the end, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of him. Sensing something was different around him, Marco cracked his eyes, open ever so slightly. The next instant, he was left utterly stunned. Holy, Brother Vista, is that you? That footwork of yours is just incredible. To reach me in such a short time. Did you master teleportation or something? Marco's face lit up with excitement and joy. Hearing Marco's words, Vista just rolled his eyes. Marco, weren't you just telling me not to interfere? How come you change your tunes so fast? Vista responded with a teasing grin. With his life on the line, Marco had no intention of being stubborn now. He managed a sheepish smile. Well, I figured I'd wait until things got dangerous before asking for your help, Brother Vista. It's all for your own good, honestly, Marco joked back, his tone light and teasing as well. Vista heard this and could only smile wryly to himself. When it comes to shamelessness, Marco, you really take the prize? Back when I thought I could handle it, you wouldn't even let me join the fight. But now, seeing that you can't win, suddenly you want my help. And claim it's for my own good? Well, load of nonsense. It's just too much. Meanwhile, Kaido caught sight of Vista's figure, and his eyes widened in utter shock. A cascade of question marks seemed to flash above his head. What's going on? Just a moment ago, he'd clearly seen that Vista was more than twice as far from Marco as he was. And he himself was in his azure dragon form, blazing fast. His speed was leagues ahead of someone like Vista, yet somehow Vista had caught up. This just didn't make any sense. No, rather than say he caught up, it's more like he appeared in a blink. Kaido's eyes grew even wider as he suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Vista had actually managed to teleport. That didn't seem like any swordsmanship he knew. If anything, it resembled a space-type devil fruit power. Kaido's mind raced as he processed the shock. If this were true, the reasons why King and Queen lost to him started to become clear. Even so, Kaido could sense both Vista and Marco had grown much stronger than before. But not a hint of fear crossed Kaido's heart. On the contrary, a surge of excitement lit up his face. If he could bring both of them down here in Wano, he could unlock the technological secrets of the Whitebeard pirates. Brat, if you dare get in my way, then you can die first for Marco, Kaido roared. And in the next instant, instead of slowing down, he gathered even more speed, charging straight toward Vista with unstoppable force. Hey, Vista, you'd better watch out for this one. I'm out of energy, can't call up an ice wall. How are you going to survive this hit? For a moment, Marco's face was clouded by genuine worry. But seeing Marco's anxious expression, Vista simply gave a small, confident smile. Don't worry, Marco. Don't think you're the only one who can withstand Kaido's attacks. Vista, can handle it too, he declared, rock-solid conviction ringing in his voice. His twin blades, the currents of electricity crackling along their edges, had been itching for action for quite some time now. He had always looked forward to having a showdown with Kaido, and now, with such an opportunity before him, there was no way he could let it slip by. And so, Vista drew his twin swords in a single, fluid motion. Facing Kaido's oncoming attack, there wasn't even a hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, he chose to meet the assault head-on, severing Jade Slash. Vista roared, his voice thundering across the battlefield. In that instant, a terrifying surge of sword intent exploded from Vista's blades. The powerful aura sprang forth and, in the blink of an eye, shot straight toward Kaido's dragon head. A sharp, resonant hum filled the air, piercingly swift and laced with the darkness of armament hockey. Kaido could feel the daunting pressure in Vista's sword aura, and his brows furrowed, unsettled. Was this truly Vista's sword intent? Just now, he had been too focused on his battle with Marco and had overlooked Vista entirely. But if Vista could defeat the two calamities, he must possess his own unique and formidable skills. Looking at the situation now, aside from his extraordinary spatial powers, Vista had clearly achieved mastery in the way of the sword as well. He dared not be careless. Brave yet cautious, Kaido unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, pouring it out in full and wreathing it around his dragon head, then hurled himself to meet Vista's slash headlong. A deafening explosion erupted as the two forces collided at the heart of the battlefield. The shockwave was so fierce it surged outward, battering everything in its path. The frozen ground Marco had conjured moments before was shattered in an instant, crumbling under the onslaught of energy. Witnessing Vista and Kaido's mighty clash, even Marco couldn't help but mutter in awe. As expected, the Whitebeard pirates have more than one man capable of standing toe-to-toe with an emperor. Vice Captain Wang Yu's training. It's nothing short of monstrous, Marco murmured to himself. Locked in the impact of Vista's blow, Kaido felt a relentless buzzing in his head as the sword strike rattled his very skull. Such was the overwhelming force of Vista's blade that Kaido's dragon head was nearly knocked askew. Even Kaido could not help but be shocked. If it were his usual form, perhaps he'd think nothing of it. But now, transformed into his Azure Dragon form, by far his most defensively powerful state. And yet, Vista had managed to break through even this defense. It was clear that Vista was becoming more formidable by the day, approaching the strength of a true legend. That man was none other than Kazuki Oden. Bastard, you're asking for it. Kaido roared with rage. Wounded as he was, he tried to charge at Vista once again, pushing through the pain. Yet in that very instant, Vista's lips curled into a faint smile. He murmured quietly to Kaido. Tell me, Kaido, haven't you noticed that something feels off? Vista spoke with a calm smile. Something off? Kaido's eyes widened as he paused to think. The next moment, a sound crackled across Kaido's dragon form. A sharp sizzle, then more. Crackle, crackle. The air hissed with the sound of electricity. A surge of current suddenly erupted from Kaido's dragon head, racing along his serpentine body until it reached the tip of his tail. Kaido froze in utter disbelief. This was the power of the Rumble Rumble fruit. With Vista's electrified blade still pressing on him, Kaido felt a numbing jolt race through his entire dragon form. Under the force of the shocking current, the imposing skeleton of the great dragon became starkly visible before Marco's eyes. Staring up at the dragon looming above, Marco's eyes grew wide. Vista, brother, that's some serious voltage. You actually managed to take down Kaido, Marco exclaimed in excitement. But Vista just shook his head. Not yet. That was only enough to stun him for a moment. No more than a brief paralysis. Vista replied gravely. Kaido, he's not someone who could be beaten so easily. Damn, if you ask me, we ought to retreat while we still can. My devil fruit power is all used up. I've got nothing left to fight with. The mission is done. If we don't move now, I've got a bad feeling we're never getting out of here, Marco said with a wry, forced smile. Vista nodded in agreement. They didn't just need to get themselves out. They still had 2 captive girls with them. Even if they tried to escape now, they have to fight Kaido a few more rounds just to break free. So, there was no more time to lose. All right, retreat. At Vista's command, the 2 threw their heavy sacks over their shoulders and bolted. Back where Kaido lay, a violent shudder ran through his huge form as the electricity jolted him back to consciousness. He watched as Marco and Vista, burdened with heavy sacks, sprinted away at full speed, and his heart boiled with frustration and fury. Damn! I absolutely cannot let you 2 bastards escape. If you do, Kaido, will no longer have a place in the new world, Kaido roared in fury. In truth, Kaido had nearly ordered his men to tear Marco and the others to pieces, but then it suddenly struck him. He didn't have any subordinates left anymore. With rage boiling up, Kaido let out another furious roar as he continued to charge after the 2 of them. You damn fools! Stop right there! Kaido yelled, his voice thick with anger. Now, Kaido's body was covered in wounds. His entire coat of dragon scales had been corroded by Marco's freezing aura, leaving nothing but bloody scars. Burn marks from lightning crisscrossed over him as well. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was battered and bruised from head to toe. On his head, having collided straight into the iceberg Marco had summoned, he now bore a huge, gaping wound. As for his teeth, 2 of them had been knocked clean out by the force of the impact. And just moments before, Vista had landed a flawless cross-stroke with his sword, carving a deep new scar right into Kaido's skull. Injury upon injury, his wounds seemed endless. Wherever Kaido passed, the people of Wano looked up at the sky in terror and quickly darted back into their houses, peeking through their windows at the giant dragon overhead. Wano, there really is a dragon in Wano. The rumor turned out to be true. So that's what a dragon looks like. One immense sense of oppression. It's like a living mountain moving through the sky. Look, something strange about this dragon. Why does it have so many wounds on its body? Could it be someone actually managed to injure that dragon? Yes. Look, those scars were made by a blade. It must have been wounded by a swordsman. My goodness, who on earth could it be? Was that massive earthquake just now caused by someone fighting this dragon? Both Vista and Marco, currently fleeing, moved with less speed than usual, burdened as they were by 2 women and heaps of gold and silver treasures. Vista, do you think you can hold out a little longer? Give me a bit more time. Once even a little of my devil fruit power recovers, I'll summon an iceberg to block his way. Then we can make a clean getaway. Marco said. Vista's lips curled into a slight smile, although he had expended a fair amount of energy during the grand battle in Wano. But as a swordsman, his stamina was naturally much higher than those who relied on devil fruits. So for Vista, endurance wasn't much of an issue. Don't worry, Leave it to me, Marco. With that, Bista drew both his swords once again and unleashed another jade sever from behind. A piercing hum resonated in the air. His powerful sword aura sliced through the sky, aiming straight at Kaido's head with tremendous force. Seeing the incoming slash, Kaido swallowed hard. Again? But he had no choice. He would have to take it head-on. If he dodged, the distance between Marco, Bista, and himself would only widen. Fine, he'd endure it. Kaido coated his head in armament haki and braced himself as the razor-sharp strike crashed down. An explosive impact rang out. Kaido's heavy body nearly tumbled from the sky under the weight of the blow, but driven by a thirst for revenge, he clenched his jaw and forced himself to press on. He suppressed the pain and lunged forward again. Bastards, just you wait. When I get my hands on you, I'll make you regret it 100-fold. Roaring this threat, Kaido sped up, flying with even more ferocity. Bista, spotting the massive dragon chasing behind him, narrowed his eyes. As expected of Emperor Kaido, any ordinary person wouldn't survive even a single blow like that. Yet Kaido had taken it and kept coming. Without hesitation, Bista struck again, racing ahead while flinging another fierce slash over his shoulder. Another explosive impact echoed across the sky. Like before, the mighty slash landed squarely on Kaido's head once more. By now, Kaido's scalp was slick with blood. Blood streamed copiously from his nose, spilling down his face. But Kaido, his mind consumed by rage, paid no heed to his injuries. Bastard! 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 Just a couple of punk kids, yet look at what you've done to me. I will never let you leave Wano alive. Kaido bared his jagged teeth and spat these words in a voice filled with venom. Showers of blood scattered through the air in his wake, but Kaido showed no sign of slowing down in the sky above. From deep within his throat, raw, scorching dragon fire roared to life, a deadly breath gathering power before he unleashed it upon Marco and the others. Dragon's breath. A torrent of blazing heat erupted, surging forward like a towering wall of fire, crashing down toward the two men with unstoppable force. Feeling the searing heat approaching from behind, the two of them instantly activated their haki of perception, and with a coordinated leap, they sprang off in opposite directions. A deafening explosion erupted. The fiery breath blasted straight into the space between them as if a super bomb had been dropped. The earth was gouged open, leaving a massive crater in its wake, and chunks of dirt soared into the sky before slowly raining back down to the ground. Hey, Vista, are you sure you can handle this? If this keeps up, Kaido's going to catch up with us. Marco called out anxiously. Just watch me. Vista shot back, full of confidence. This time, my slash will be an upgraded version. Vista could feel the gathering wind energy on his twin blades, and he spoke with unmistakable pride. An upgraded version? Marco's eyes lit up with a hint of hope. That's right, Vista confirmed. And it can even unleash a lightning effect. His lips curled into a triumphant grin, delighted with himself. Hearing about the lightning effect, Marco nodded to himself. He had seen it with his own eyes just moments ago. Kaido had been completely overwhelmed, struck so hard by lightning that he was barely recognizable. If they could land another blow like that, it would surely give them enough distance from Kaido. While Marco mulled over the plan, Kaido's colossal dragon form loomed up behind them once more, casting a vast, menacing shadow across the ground. A suffocating sense of power washed over them. Super Dragon Breath. Kaido roared with unrestrained fury. Enraged, Kaido parted his jaws wide, and a scorching torrent of energy erupted from his mouth yet again. With a thunderous blast, the blazing heat surged straight toward Marco. Marco had finally managed to store up some of his devil fruit power, but now, faced with Kaido's roaring onslaught, he realized he'd have to activate his Phoenix Flight abilities if he hoped to dodge the attack. Hey, Vista, about that advanced slash you mentioned. Now will be a great time. Hurry up and save me. Marco eri desperately. Hearing Marco's plea, Vista drew to a halt, gripping his twin swords tightly. Turning to face Kaido, he raised both blades overhead and assumed an all-out attack stance. Kaido's vision flickered. Suddenly, before him, the man looked uncannily like Kazuki Oden. He could practically feel the phantom pain of that cross-shaped scar Oden had burned into his dragon form all those years ago. It still throbbed with every memory. Damn it, was he seeing things? Shaking his enormous head, Kaido forced himself back to reality. No, this man was no phantom from his past. It was none other than Whitebeard's division commander, Vista. With a furious roar, Kaido unleashed his rage. Thinking back to the past with Kazuki Oden, Kaido became even more furious. The blazing breath in his mouth grew more terrifying, the searing heat distorting the very air around him. A powerful wave of scorching fire surged toward Vista in an instant. Seeing Vista motionless, holding his two swords, Marco, who was rushing over at full speed, began to call out to him. Hey, Vista, what are you up to now? That's Kaido you're facing, and you're just striking a pose? Aren't you going to face him already? Marco said with mounting urgency. Marco had made up his mind. If Vista couldn't withstand that blow, he'd step in himself. His devil fruit powers had already returned somewhat anyway. Drawing on his ability to fly, Marco could take Vista up into the sky and dodge Kaido's attack. He could manage that much. Hearing Marco's words, Vista frowned. Marco, damn it, just shut up. I'm trying to comprehend the way of sealing the sword. Don't you get it? A sword technique that is born from facing death itself. This was taught to me by our vice captain, Wang Yu. Don't disrupt my insight. Vista cursed at Marco. In the next moment, Kaido's dragon breath was only a few meters from Vista's face. The overwhelming heat was so tangible it could be felt pressing down upon him. Even Vista's hair seemed on the verge of catching fire. Hey Vista, do you have this or not? If not, I'll take this one myself. Marco called out anxiously in the nick of time. But Vista paid him no heed. In that moment, he felt as if his soul had left his body. Life and death no longer fazed him. With this indifference to life and death, an overwhelming sword aura surged through Vista's twin blades. Then, Vista's eyes snapped open wide as he felt the sword energy coursing powerfully through him. With a fierce slash, he sent his attack soaring toward Kaido in the sky. Sensing Vista's aura, Kaido's dragon head paused once more. This was the two-sword style. Is that the Paradise 10 Fists technique? No, it's not. Paradise 10 Fists is the sword art of Wano. But this is even more terrifying than Paradise 10 Fists. Kaido dared not take it lightly. He quickly summoned his defenses. In an instant, his armament haki encased his head entirely. Now, more than ever, he refused to let his head suffer another wound. Not his face, not again. If someone else were to ask about it, who gave you that bruise on your face? He'd have a hard time admitting it was done by two juniors. Thankfully, his heat breath could still fend off some of their swordplay. Otherwise, he'd have another scar to show for it on his face. Kaido sighed to himself. But just as he finished lamenting, a fierce wind suddenly whipped up right in front of him. That wind carried Kaido's own heat breath and came surging straight toward him. He realized with a shock that his heat breath had been redirected, blown back at him by that scoundrel Vista. The blast of searing hot air rushed at him with such force that even with his dragon scales for protection, Kaido found himself instantly pinned by the scorching gust. A river of sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. Kaido felt as though his entire understanding of the world was crumbling apart. What on earth was happening? What sword technique had Vista mastered? He clearly wasn't a devil fruit user, yet he could wield the wind itself as a weapon. And it was his own heat breath, capable of leveling a mountain on a whim. Yet, here was Vista, sending it right back at him with ease. The attack he'd breathed out now turned back upon himself. Kaido was utterly vexed inside. What was going on with this Whitebeard pirates' crew? Were they all monsters? Enough was enough. He had to capture those two, to examine them thoroughly and see what powerful technology or strange devil fruit they might be hiding. Watching as Vista's sword strike actually blew away Kaido's dragon breath, Marco could only exclaim in awe. Audis Mux, Vista. Is this the advanced move you mentioned? You just blew away Kaido's heat breath. Won't Kaido be absolutely furious with you? I heard Vice Captain Wang Yu talk about this. Isn't it called blowback? It's supposed to stun the opponent for a short while. But, seeing as the opponent is someone as strong as Kaido, are you sure even he can be stunned or knocked back by this move? Marco asked, still a bit doubtful. He couldn't quite believe it. After all, in this world, everyone's strength varied so much that the same move could have a completely different effect on different opponents. Such things happen all the time. Hearing Marco's words, Vista felt a tinge of defiance rise within him. Are you kidding me, Marco? Vice Captain Wang Yu said it himself. No matter who the enemy is, I'm supposed to blow them away. What else did he say? Oh, I remember now. Vice Captain Wang Yu also said that this is what he calls a system bug of our world. No one's immune to it. I honestly don't get it either. I knew it. No one can avoid being knocked back and stunned. Vista chimed in with a cheerful laugh. A bug. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Marco felt just as lost, but if these words truly came from Vice Captain Wang Yu's own mouth, then it had to be true. After all, Marco himself had experienced firsthand just how incredible Wang Yu's teaching abilities were. Sure, Vista's ability was certainly strange, but wasn't his own power even more extraordinary? To think that he could add the power of frost on top of his Phoenix abilities. If he told anyone else, they'd hardly believe it. Such was Vice Captain Wang Yu's genius. So, With Vista able to unleash such a powerful knockback, and with Wang Yu's endorsement, Marco had no choice but to believe it. As he ran ahead, Marco glanced back at Kaido. If Kaido truly could be knocked away, this would be a historic moment, one he intended to remember for a long time. A fierce slash, blazing with fire, swept toward Kaido in a single instant. Frustrated, Kaido unleashed his armament haki to its fullest, placing both dragon claws before his face. If he had to be hurt, let it be his claws. His face had already suffered enough. With a thunderous crash, the lightning-fast slash struck Kaido's dragon claws head-on. First came the scorching fire breath, blistering Kaido's claws with a layer of fiery boils. Kaido grimaced in pain. Only now did he truly understand the agony he'd inflicted on people roasted alive by his own heat. What a terrible way to die. Then a gust of wind sliced straight through his dragon form, leaving a trail in its wake. With a sharp, tearing rip, the sound of scales being cut echoed as new wounds opened all over Kaido's body. Next came the electric blade's fury, delivering fresh pain across Kaido's already battered skin. Lightning crackled and sizzled, arcs of electricity sparking and dancing along Kaido's body, making the enormous azure dragon convulse again in the sky. Finally, after the last surge of electricity faded, Kaido was left gasping, only beginning to recover from this relentless assault. Originally thinking it was all over, Kaido's brow suddenly furrowed tight. He sensed that something was wrong. No, it's not finished yet. A fierce, whistling wind. In the next instant, under the powerful force of the sword strike, Kaido's entire dragon form was abruptly hurled into the sky. The dizziness from the sudden ascent hit Kaido hard. His eyes rolled back, and he blacked out right then and there. Thus, Kaido, one of the four emperors, reputed as the strongest creature in the world, famed for his unbreakable body, once again tasted the humiliation of being knocked out after a decade. Meanwhile, Marco watched as Kaido, already bloodied, was first struck by lightning and then slashed unconscious. Marco's face lit up with excitement. His large hands thumped heavily on Vista's shoulder. "Brother Vista, that's some swordsmanship you've got there. No wonder you're trained by Vice Captain Wang Yu. You actually managed to knock Kaido out. Why bother running anymore? Why not just finish the job and take out that old beast together? We could finally avenge Kazuki Oden," Marco said, brimming with enthusiasm. Getting the better of Kaido like that. Vista's sword skills were truly the envy of Marco. Upon hearing Marco's suggestion, Vista rolled his eyes. If killing this bastard Kaido were really that easy, would I even be thinking about running away? What on earth is Marco thinking all day? It's not as powerful as you think, Marco. That stun lasted less than a second. If it were anyone but Kaido, whose defense is insane, I could have killed them in that brief moment. And this advanced, misty jade slash, do you think I can just use it like tossing out cabbages? There's a limit, you know. If you don't hurry up and run, once Kaido wakes up, I'll have nothing left in my arsenal. Vista shook his head with a wry smile, and then picked up his pace in retreat. Stunning works great on the fragile, but against a juggernaut like Kaido, who's an absolute tank, there's no way Vista could deliver a killing blow in just an instant. He knew his own limits. So, Vista kept making his escape. Still, his efforts had bought Marco plenty of time to recover. And although the stun only lasted a heartbeat, for warriors as powerful as they were, that was enough to put a full kilometer between themselves and Kaido. If Kaido wanted to give chase now, he'd have his work cut out for him. Hearing Vista's words, Marco hurriedly picked up his pace to escape. Looks like this knockback version of the flawed jade severing move you used is actually not that different from my 1,000 Icebergs summon. Powerful as they are, both have so many limitations. They can't be used continuously. Come to think of it, that makes sense. If we could keep unleashing these moves forever, the two of us would probably be unstoppable, wouldn't we? Marco remarked, a hint of awe in his voice. As Kaido was sent flying, both of them sped up together, darting away as fast as they could. They ran for several kilometers in a row. At last, they spotted their little boat waiting on the coastline, the same one they'd arrived in, and their faces lit up with delight. Even though Kaido's fighting prowess was more than we bargained for, and we didn't get to take that bastard down with our own hands, our mission, well, I'd call it a complete success. That was nothing but the truth. The two of them had come to Wano with the simple goal of teaching Kaido a lesson. After all, even Garp and Sengoku had never managed to kill the guy, so actually finishing Kaido off was always going to be a tall order. When we get back, let's hand these maids and all the golden jewels to Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Vista said excitedly. When that happens, Deputy Captain Wang Yu will definitely reward us handsomely. Who knows? I might even awaken a brand new ability from all this. Marco's face was flushed with anticipation. At last, the two of them reached the shoreline and started toward their little boat. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Wano country, a massive azure dragon came crashing violently from the sky. When it hit the ground, a great cloud of dust exploded into the air, and several nearby buildings were instantly reduced to rubble beneath Kaido's gigantic frame. Kaido himself remained utterly still, frozen in the fierce stance he'd held, fangs bared and roaring in defiance. Residents nearby stared at the colossal dragon with eyes wide in disbelief. No way, this can't be happening. A giant dragon actually just fell out of the sky. What happened to this dragon? Is it dead? Why would it just die out of nowhere? I heard a swordsman shot it down. Our Wano swordsmen really are terrifying. A few locals craned their necks to catch a better look, whispering fervently as they discussed Kaido's fate. The station headliner on watch widened his eyes the moment he saw Kaido, his lips trembling uncontrollably. This is Lord Kaido. Someone quickly, come and see what's happened to Lord Kaido. A headliner shouted in panic, and soon, groups of pirates gathered before Kaido. Seeing Kaido sprawled unconscious, they were at a complete loss. Heavens, Lord Kaido, what's with all these fresh wounds on his body? If my eyes aren't deceiving me, it looks like even Lord Kaido's teeth have been broken. And up on his head, so many sword wounds, burn marks as well, and even electric burns. What in the world has Lord Kaido been through? Pirates clustered around the great dragon's form, murmuring anxiously among themselves. Hey, watch your mouth. Speaking like that about Lord Kaido, do you have a death wish? Who did this? Who on earth could have done this? I heard earlier that Lord Kaido went after two of Whitebeard's commanders, but could it really have been them? That seems impossible. Another headliner muttered, his brow tightly knit. Just as the pirates crowded around, filling the air with anxious voices, Kaido suddenly snapped his eyes open. His eyes, each as large as a lantern, flashed with a savage glare, and the pirates nearest to him stumbled backwards in terror, retreating dozens of steps in the blink of an eye. Regaining consciousness, Kaido shook his massive head, memories of what just happened slowly returning to him. With a furious, guttural roar, a wave of overwhelming presence erupted from Kaido's body once more. Marco, Vista, you bastards, I'll never forgive you. Kaido bellowed skyward, his rage echoing thunderously. Instantly, the skies overhead erupted with jagged lightning and howling winds. The lesser crew members, seeing Kaido come to so suddenly, dropped to their knees before him, trembling. Please calm your fury, Lord Kaido. Please have mercy. Lord Kaido, your wounds. Shouldn't we treat them first? They pleaded, their voices quivering with fear. Only then did Kaido finally notice the low-ranking pirates of the Beast Pirates surrounding him. A deep scowl formed on his face, fury twisting his features. What did these lackeys just say? Did they just suggest that I needed to be treated? A wave of humiliation washed over Kaido, his own body, famed throughout the world for its nigh-unbreakable toughness. And now, to have these nobodies questioning whether he needed medical attention? How dare they look down on him like this? The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he became. In his fury, Kaido flung open his massive jaws. A deafening roar ripped through the air. A searing blast of heat erupted from Kaido's mouth with terrifying force. The hapless underlings never even saw it coming. In the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by the raging fire of Kaido's wrath. Every pirate nearby was caught in the blast. Cries of agony echoed all around. Who could have imagined that a few words of consolation for Lord Kaido would result in such cruel punishment? No, please. The pirates were instantly set ablaze, wailing in torment as they scrambled through the flames in desperate attempts to escape. It's us, Lord Kaido. We're your loyal followers. Lord Kaido, what did we do wrong? Why are you doing this to us? It hurts so much. Run for your lives. But Kaido's flames were too fierce, his rage too overwhelming. Before the pirates could get far, the fire consumed them entirely, leaving behind nothing but piles of ash. I'll tear you apart for this. Marco, Vista, you two will not escape my fury. Kaido roared, his anger shaking the very sky. Thunder and lightning boomed overhead without pause. With a surge of energy, Kaido once again took the form of an enormous azure dragon and soared toward the direction where Marco and the others were fleeing. Driven to the brink of madness, Kaido forced his strength well beyond its limits. Drawing on every ounce of his power, he shot across the sky like a blazing rocket, leaving trails of lightning and fire in his wake. Everywhere Kaido passed, the heavens themselves bore scars from his passage. Meanwhile, within the borders of Wano, King slowly regained consciousness. Still numb all over, He shook his head furiously. Damn it, that bastard actually knocked me out with his lightning. Left a scar on me, too. But when I fainted, that Vista didn't strike the killing blow. Did he think I was as good as dead? No, more likely. He never saw me as a threat from the start. He was just toying with me, fighting for his own amusement. Realization struck King, and his voice trembled with rage. But Lord Kaido will surely avenge me. Wait a minute. This isn't right. Where's Lord Kaido? If this battle is truly over, someone should have come to heal me by now. Jin said with a note of confusion. He looked around at the beast pirates scattered all over the ground, sprawled out in all directions. His right eyelid kept twitching, a sign that something bad was brewing. Without further hesitation, he transformed into his Pteranodon form and soared into the sky. Grabbing his Den Den Mushi, he quickly contacted the intelligence division of the beast pirates. What did you say? The battle isn't over yet. Boss Kaido went southeast to keep chasing them. Jin didn't waste time with more questions. With a powerful beat of his wings, he sped off in the same direction, heading straight southeast. Meanwhile, Marco and Vista had just made it up onto the deck. Ha! Looks like Kaido was so traumatized after I knocked him out. He doesn't even dare come back, Vista said proudly. Marco's face was lit with excitement as well. Come on, the only thing left is to collect our reward from First Mate Wang Yu. At that moment, Runty and Black Maria finally struggled awake from inside the burlap sacks. Looking around at the scene, their faces twisted in pure fury. Hey, you psycho Marco. What do you think you're going after tying me up like this? Runty snarled, practically spitting with rage. Let me go. Let me go now. Lord Kaido, please save me. Hurry, save me. Black Maria started shouting at the top of her lungs. Vista frowned, shooting them a look of disdain mixed with amusement. Get a rest. You're still hoping your captain is going to come save you. Your captain is out cold. I did him in myself. Vista teased, grinning mischieviously. Runty was about to explode. What kind of nonsense was this? Did Vista know who he was talking about? That was one of the 4 emperors of the New World. After all, supposedly the world's strongest creature. A monster even a leap from Sky Island couldn't kill. How could someone like Vista possibly have knocked him out? You're full of it, Vista. Our captain could take you out in a heartbeat. As if you could knock him out, dream on. Runty snapped angrily. That's right. Lord Kaido will be here to save us any minute now. You two might as well say your last prayers. Black Maria said archly, frowning as she echoed her companion. If Kaido really wants to try, I wouldn't mind leaving him with a few more scars. Maybe even knock out a couple of his teeth for good measure. Marco chimed in, taunting them without a trace of fear. Hearing Marco's words, Runty became even more furious. Hey, do you even know who you're talking about? That's Kaido. Why are you all acting like landing a blow on him is just child's play? Anyone can brag, right? Though Runty was tied up with her hands behind her back, her fair face was filled with stubbornness, and she shot Marco a scornful look. Stop boasting, Marco, with your skills. But Runty's words were suddenly cut off as she glanced back toward the stern of a ship. Wasn't that Lord Kaido himself? Next to her, Black Maria's face lit up with excitement. It's Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido has come to save us. Lord Kaido, we're here. Over here. Black Maria called out. But wait. Runty swallowed nervously, a sudden realization dawning on her. Black Maria, didn't Marco just say that he managed to injure Kaido and even knocked out his front teeth? Runty said, her voice shaky. Yeah, so what? Didn't you say Marco was just making things up? But now that Lord Kaido himself is here, does it even matter? Lord Kaido will teach that loudmouth brat a lesson himself. Black Maria exclaimed, filled with anticipation. No, something's off. Look closely, Lord Kaido really does have more wounds than before. And his front teeth are actually missing. Marco, it seems he wasn't lying after all. Runty's eyes went wide in disbelief. Black Maria, still in shock, stared intently at Kaido. Sure enough, Kaido's body was covered in scars. Burns, electric marks, /wounds. He was battered from head to toe. And even his front teeth, she couldn't tell who'd knocked him out, but now when he spoke, air whistled through the gap. It made Lord Kaido seem almost comical, stripping away much of his usual fearsome presence. It's actually true. Black Maria's eyes widened, her voice full of astonishment. After all, Lord Kaido had always been her idol, the invincible warrior who could leap from Sky Island's unimaginable heights without a scratch. But now, he'd been beaten into this state by Marco? The lofty image Black Maria once held of Kaido crumbled in an instant. Didn't I tell you all long ago? So do you believe me now? Marco said with a hearty laugh, his tone playful. At the same time, he glanced over at Vista, an ironic smile flickering across his face. This Kaido really is like a stubborn piece of glue, isn't he? Looks like if we don't give him a real lesson, there's no way we're going to avoid his attacks. Marco shook his head with a wry grin as he spoke. Vista's eyes froze for a moment. If this back and forth keeps dragging on, once Kaido's 30,000-strong main force finally arrives, they'd have not an ounce of advantage left. At the very least, they'd lose Black Maria and Runty, the spoils they'd just taken. So Vista didn't hesitate any longer. How about the two of us team up and give him something to remember? Vista suggested, mischief twinkling in his voice. A wicked grin bloomed on Marco's face as well. At this point, it's our only choice. After all, it's Kaido we're up against. There's no shame in it. Marco smiled slyly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Kaido, who had forced himself into an overdrawn state just to appear before them, paid no attention to Black Maria or the others. Instead, his gaze was locked fiercely on Marco and Vista. You bastards, you really think you can escape me? This time, there will be no mercy. Kaido's massive dragon form soared overhead, his thunderous roar aimed at the pair below. His overwhelming presence seemed to set the whole sea churning with its fury. Even though Kaido's body was covered in wounds, Black Maria and Runty still screamed desperately, hoping for salvation. Save us. Please, Lord Kaido, save us. These two bastards want to sell us off as maids. Surely, that's an insult to you as well. The two pleaded for help, their voices frantic, their bodies still bound. Hearing their cries made Kaido's face grow even darker inside. His own Flying Six being captured and now to be turned into maids? Was there a deeper humiliation than this? At that moment, Kaido felt as though his dignity had been thoroughly trampled. In an instant, flames burst from Kaido's body, Conqueror's haki crackling around him. His entire colossal form became like a living bomb as he surged straight towards Marco and Vista with terrifying force. Seeing the berserk Kaido coming for them, Black Maria and Runny stood frozen with shock. Wait, wasn't he supposed to save us? Why is he charging straight at us instead? This is the end for us. With Lord Kaido's power, wouldn't he wipe us out in a single strike along with everyone else? The two women, who had earlier pinned their hopes on Kaido to save them, now screamed desperately. Don't come any closer. Please don't come any closer, Lord Kaido. You'll kill us too. Their howls rang out with all their strength. But at this point, there was no way Kaido would heed their pleas. A furious beast's roar split the air. Now, all that was left in Kaido was wrath, humiliation, and an overwhelming thirst for blood. The Conqueror's haki swirled violently across his entire body, surging to its most potent form. The Conqueror's haki is the true measure of a mighty warrior. If I attack with my strongest Conqueror's slash, there's no reason I should lose. Wreathed in flames, Kaido let loose a thunderous bellow at Marco and the others. As for the two Flying Six desperate cries for help, the now irrational, rage-consumed Kaido chose to ignore them completely. A thunderous crash shook the sky. Kaido didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged forth with unstoppable force. Black Maria and Ultai stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. At the same time, sheer terror twisted their faces. Their eyes reflected absolute dread. Their lips trembled uncontrollably in fright. We're done for. This time, we're really going to die. Lord Kaido's going to smash through everyone. We're all doomed. Marco, let us go. Please, let us out of here. We don't want to die. The two women screamed at the top of their lungs. Hearing their frantic cries, Marco's brows knit tightly together. Hey, you two. Can you try to pull yourselves together? How are you supposed to serve our Vice Captain Wang Yu at this rate? Marco grumbled in exasperation. Exactly. It's just Kaido's Thunderbagua. Haven't we endured that before? Watch carefully, you two. Vista added with a dissatisfied shake of his head. In the next instant, lightning coursed along Vista's dual swords as he raised them and launched a powerful slash at the advancing Kaido. A terrifying strike, supercharged by the thunderous electricity of his blades, materialized in the sky, transforming into an immense, snaking electric dragon. Kaido instantly became wary of the attack that appeared before him. Sword intent, dragon form. He narrowed his eyes, brow furrowed, forcing himself to focus and accelerate his charge even further. Meanwhile, Marco was not to be left out, as the frost within his body surged outward, covering him in chilling power. Another furious roar exploded from Kaido's throat. The flames engulfing his body and his collision speed both surged to unprecedented heights. Blades of wind shot forth from Kaido's mouth in rapid bursts. He blasted them straight toward Vista's incoming strike. The air reverberated with thunderous booms, as wind blades clashed midair, unleashing explosions like cannon fire all around. Yet the sword aura, shaped like a lightning dragon, sliced through Kaido's attacks in a split second. In a flash, quicker than thunder, it was upon Kaido. A searing, crackling current coursed through the air, an all-too-familiar sensation returned. Right there, high in the sky, Kaido's massive form convulsed uncontrollably. On Marco's ship, Runty and Black Maria watched in horror, their faces draining of color and their lips parted in utter shock. Until now, they had only suspected those scars on Kaido's body were inflicted by Vista and Marco. But now, witnessing Kaido being struck down so savagely, their eyes could scarcely believe the spectacle before them. They were truly shaken to the core. Lord Kaido, someone so powerful, actually paralyzed by lightning. I thought I saw burns on him before, like he'd been struck by lightning. So it really was Vista who did it. What in the world is this terrifying power that Vista has acquired? The two women widened their beautiful eyes, voices laced with disbelief. The crackling of electricity lingered in the sky for some time before Kaido began to regain his senses. Then, suddenly, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. You two fools. I knew it, Vista. There's no way you could keep swinging like that without pause. I called it. And you, Marco. But devil fruit powers must be spent by now, right? Now watch, as I end this once and for all. Triumphant, Kaido relished the moment. Finally, he could repay the humiliation and grudges he'd suffered before. Meanwhile, Runty and Black Maria wailed in despair. We should have known. Even if you did manage to scar Kaido, we never dreamed you could actually beat him. That's it. If we stick around, we're doomed too. Fear consumed them both. Yet at that exact moment, Marco just dug a finger in his ear, complaining with an irritated look. I told you, both of you, stop the racket. It's just Kaido. What's there to be afraid of? Suddenly, high above in the sky, a gigantic glacier mountain range appeared out of nowhere. Kaido, who was still in mid-flight, had no time whatsoever to react. In the blink of an eye, the massive iceberg came crashing straight down onto Kaido's body. Confusion and disbelief flashed across Kaido's face. Marco, how could that guy have recovered his strength so quickly? Desperately, Kaido tried to fly free, but the iceberg was simply too immense. The sheer weight and overwhelming momentum pressed down with such force that escape was utterly impossible in the short term. With an earth-shaking crash, a massive cloud of dust exploded up from the ground. On the coastline of Wano country, a giant crater was smashed out of the earth, plunging thousands of meters deep. Both the glacier and Kaido were now firmly embedded within it. Pinned beneath a mountain of ice, Kaido struggled to move his body. He let out a mighty roar. He strained with all his might, yet he could feel the crushing force of 10,000 tons pressing down on him. It was as if some invisible power had sealed his body in place. He simply couldn't budge. His limbs felt as though they were filled with molten lead. Even a man as strong as the infamous Kaido of the Beast could do nothing but. The two rowdy companions who'd been yelling and bickering back on Marco's little boat now fell utterly silent. Each one was so shocked, their hands actually began to tremble. Lord Kaido. Lord Kaido. He's really trapped under the mountain and can't move. Black Maria's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief as she spoke. That's right, Lord Kaido. With just a single blow, he could usually flatten an entire peak, couldn't he? And yet now, a single glacier has pinned him motionless to the ground. Runty's eyes widened in amazement, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Watching Maria and Runty react like country girls new to the world, Marco couldn't help but smile quietly to himself. He turned and glanced at Vista, standing beside him. My blockade was well-timed, don't you think, Vista? Marco said with a cheeky grin. Yeah, your timing was good, but even pinned like that, Kaido is bound to figure out a way out of this, Vista replied, eyes narrowing in thoughtful consideration. That's true. It's not like Kaido at all to lie still like this. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Runny jumped in anxiously. Relax, Kaido won't be coming out in 5 seconds. Not a chance. Though I'm not sure why. I can say for certain that within those 5 seconds, this iceberg is practically invincible, Marco declared with absolute confidence. A deep gulping sound echoed through the silence. Marco let a sly smile creep onto his lips. Just to be safe, my apologies, you too, Marco said cheerfully. Before Black Maria and Runty could react, their vision went dark, and the two of them collapsed unconscious. And just like that, everyone boarded the small boat, heading straight toward the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was in the Forbidden Zone, reclining comfortably in an old armchair, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, the system rang out with a loud, clear announcement. Ding dong! Vista has defeated Queen, King, and Fuzzfu. Marco struck Kaido. Rewards consolidated. Master tenfold draw unlocked. The shock nearly made Wang Yu leap from his seat. Well, would you look at that? A mastered tenfold draw. Vista and Marco really pulled off something impressive this time. Once the two of them get back, I'll have to give them a proper reward. No doubt, this master tenfold draw will offer prizes that outshine even the diamond draw. And since he had nothing else to do, why not give it a try? System, initiate the master tenfold draw. With a single command from Wang Yu, the system instantly launched the draw. Ding! Master tenfold draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 Conqueror points. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 armament points. Congratulations, host. You have received 5,000 observation points. Congratulations, host. You have received equipment, Infinity Edge. Congratulations, host. You have received equipment, Archangel Staff. Congratulations, host. You have received a bundle of premium fertilizer. Congratulations, host. You have received Magma Fruit, Rumble Fruit. Congratulations, host. You have received skill, teleportation. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million shop coins. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 million shop coins. All these system rewards were instantly transferred to Wang Yu's system panel. Host, Wang Yu. Concours acquis, 15,573 points, d'Idliora. Armament Haki, 14,819 points, 50% damage penetration. Observation Haki, 14,352 points, 1 square kilometer absolute domain. Swordsmanship, 2,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, level 3. Earthquake Tremor, level 2. Jade Slash, level 2. The Way of the Hunt, passive. Glacier Storm, level 2. Dust Severing Blade, level 2. Heroic Charge, level 2. Whimsical Spirit, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Powder Keg, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Rubber Slingshot, level 2. Barrier Breaker Blade, level 2. Ice Barrier, level 2. Teleportation, 500-second cooldown. Items, 5 pieces of high-grade iron or coolant, a bag of blacksmithing borax, 1 prediction skill fruit, a pack of premium fertilizer, Infinity Edge, Archangel Staff. Gold, 2,313,241. Des fruits, Tremor fruit, Glint fruit, Rumble fruit, Magma fruit. Forge, basic. Weapons, none. Armor, Thorn Mail, Lindry's Torment, Static Shiv, Heart of Steel. Artifacts, none. Gurgle. Staring at this mountain of rewards, Wang Yu couldn't help but gulp repeatedly. I'm about to strike it rich. The addition of 5,000 points to all 3 types of Haki instantly pushed his mastery past the 10,000 mark. His Armament Haki and Observation Haki had each reached their peak, even unlocking new abilities. Thrilled, Wang Yu tapped the corresponding descriptions on his system panel. Armament Haki, Piercing Attack. This upgrades his attacks to ignore half of the enemy's defenses, striking directly at their insides. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This was essentially a double penetration attack. No matter how tough your defenses, even if you're one of the 4 emperors like Kaido, with your endless health and resistance, you still won't be able to withstand Wang Yu's Armament Haki when it pierces through. After all, Kaido's strengthened organs, what good are they really? Half the force behind Wang Yu's punches would crash right into Kaido's vital organs, inflicting internal damage, a far more terrifying way to attack. As for the domain awakened by his Observation Haki, this absolute domain radiated outward in a perfect circle for 1 square kilometer. Within this field, Wang Yu could sense every movement, every shift in the air, if any enemy stepped inside. And within this domain, Wang Yu could move his body with complete freedom. He instinctively licked his lips. In other words, so long as he stood within his absolute domain, unless an enemy could launch an all-encompassing 360-degree, flawless assault on him from within, it would be nearly impossible even to touch him. Otherwise, in this domain, Wang Yu could predict every attack and move accordingly, always staying 1 step ahead. Just landing a hit would be a challenge. How are the enemies supposed to keep up with this? This is practically invincible. If anyone wants to get close, only large area attacks would make any difference. But such wide-reaching moves share a fundamental flaw. They're hard to focus and usually don't deal much damage. At least, judging from the characters in the pirate world depicted in the manga, aside from those like Rox and Emu, who haven't appeared yet or are still uncertain, none of the top fighters can actually unleash an attack so broad and powerful that it could actually hurt me. That's one thing Wang Yu is quite confident about. Next up, Infinity Edge. Attack power, 80. Critical strike chance, 25%. Unique passive, 50% enhanced critical strike damage. Wang Yu nodded, satisfied. It seems this is still the classic version of Infinity Edge. That's even better. Hand this gear over to Vista, and if you pair it with the old version of Static Shiv, his crit chance jumps straight to 50%. But don't forget, Vista is using the Yone template. Thanks to his passive, Way of the Hunter, he can directly double his critical hit chance, meaning that after getting Infinity Edge, Vista will achieve a 100% crit rate. With attack power this high, and every strike guaranteed to crit, even the lightning from the Shiv would keep detonating alongside each blow. How broken is this? Let's see what's next. Archangel's Staff. Ability Power, 65. Mana, 500. Health, 200. Awe. Grant skill haste equal to 0.5% of extra mana. Mana flow. Each time you hit a target with an ability, you consume 1 stack and gain 3 extra mana. If the target is a champion, the mana gained is doubled. Grants up to 360 extra mana, at which point this item evolves into Seraph's Embrace. This item would be a perfect fit for Marco. After all, his Glacial Storm skill is impressive in both area of effect and sustained power, not to mention its attack. The only downside is that once activated, the skill continuously drains mana, making it a bit of a mana hog. But with Archangel's Staff, Marco would have his mana pool well secured. On top of that, he gains lots of ability power and cooldown reduction, boosting the speed and ferocity of his ice attacks and spellcasting. Even more crucially, once Marco fully stacks the mana flow passive, the item will automatically upgrade to Seraph's Embrace. When Marco is on the verge of death, the Seraphim's Commission will automatically envelop him in a protective shield to keep him safe. With the regenerative power of the Phoenix Fruit and his incredible vitality, if death approaches, a shield activates. And if he truly falls, he can still be reborn from a crystalline phoenix egg. Trying to kill Marco is truly a daunting task. It won't be long now. Perhaps in the future, when people in the new world speak of immortality, they'll need to refer to someone new. Once it was Kaido's immortal body that always came to mind first. But now, it's Marco, the immortal bird. Afterward, Wang Yu shifted his gaze to another newly acquired skill, teleportation. A cooldown of 500 seconds. Wang Yu was stunned. In a game, that would be a long wait. But in the world of pirates, that's nothing at all. According to the system's description, he could even use this teleportation on his teammates. They could travel freely across the pirate seas, even if it meant sending them one by one. Still, with just 500 seconds, a little under 10 minutes, he could teleport a person, and in a single day, move more than 80 people to a single location. In other words, he could transfer all the elite captains of the Whitebeard Pirates to any place in the world within a day. This would make carrying out missions so much more convenient. For example, if they wanted to steal something from Big Mom's crew, just teleport someone straight to Whole Cake Island, let them ransack for 10 minutes, and then teleport them, and the loot back in an instant. Wouldn't that drive Big Mom absolutely mad? With the captains having such an easy time on missions, his own rewards would pile up, wouldn't they? Wang Yu was more than satisfied with today's haul. Meanwhile, in Wano country, King was gliding through the sky when he noticed a massive glacial mountain range appearing ahead of him. He sensed that something was very wrong. At once, he stopped flying and landed atop one of the icy peaks. Then, he activated his observation haki. He wasn't expecting it, but what he discovered truly startled him. Through his keen perception, he realized that the very person he'd been searching for, Lord Kaido, was actually buried beneath this vast glacier. King's face twisted with frustration, and he furrowed his brows in deep concern. He hurriedly flew toward the foot of the glacier mountains. Lord Kaido! Lord Kaido! King shouted down toward the ground. Since not even Lord Kaido could do anything about the massive iceberg, King figured there was no point in trying to smash it himself. If Kaido couldn't manage it, he certainly couldn't either. So, all King could do was call out loudly, hoping to get Kaido's attention. Beneath the iceberg, Kaido had been crushed into the ground, badly deprived of oxygen, and had lost consciousness just moments before. Only when he heard King's voice did he finally wake up. With a roar, mustering the last vestiges of his strength and willpower, he unleashed a burst of his haki, shattering the mountain pressing down on him into countless fragments. The thunderous sound shook the entire area as ice chunks were blasted apart, scattering everywhere before eventually melting away. Feeling the collapse of the great iceberg before him, King lifted his gaze and beheld a scene that would be seared into his memory for the rest of his life. The one he had always admired, the strongest creature in the world, Lord Kaido, now stood. His entire body was battered and bruised, his injuries appalling to behold. There were burns from lightning, frostbite, countless sword wounds, and deep bruises from savage blows. Layer upon layer of agony. Most striking of all, Kaido's head was marked not only by multiple scars, but also by a gaping wound. Several teeth were missing as well. knocked out by a forceful blow from some unknown adversary. Looking at these wounds, it was clear who could have done this. It had to be those two, Vista and Marco. King's lips twitched, shaken. Lord Kaido, the wounds on your body. Marco and Vista, they... King trailed off, his words faltering. To be seen in such a sorry state by King, Kaido's pride took a heavy blow. After all, back when he rescued King from the Celestial Dragon's laboratory, he had boasted of being the most indestructible man alive. He had sworn loudly that he would rule the world one day, just as Rocks had before him. And now, to be so utterly defeated and exposed before one of his own. Shame and fury collided inside Kaido. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his fists clenched so tightly they made cracking sounds. Damn it! The sky above instantly erupted in lightning and thunder. Under the force of Kaido's fierce battle spirit, a torrential rain began to pour down from the heavens. Wild winds howled through the air, lashing the world with their frenzy. This time, our beast pirates have lost all dignity. Pass on my order. Once the wounded are taken care of, we'll hold a full crew meeting tonight. This time, I'm irreconcilable with the Whitebeard pirates. Kaido roared in furious rage. King had wanted to ask whether Marco and Vista had been captured or not, but seeing the state Kaido was in, King decided to hold his tongue. It didn't take a genius to realize, from Lord Kaido's expression, that after taking such a heavy loss, they hadn't caught a single one of their targets. There was no point in rubbing salt in the wound now. Kaido was already seething with anger. Yes, Lord Kaido. King responded without hesitation. Without another word, Kaido transformed into a colossal azure dragon and soared toward Onigashima. The force displayed by the Whitebeard pirates left Kaido with a deep sense of apprehension. He had already made up his mind. He had to take down the Whitebeard pirates, or there would be endless trouble in the future. But at the moment, the beast pirates were not strong enough to do so, which could only mean he would need a powerful ally. This would be the central topic of tonight's meeting. 5 minutes later, the massive dragon finally landed within Onigashima. As he entered the Great Hall, Kaido couldn't help but notice the odd looks his underlings were giving him as they stood guard nearby. Once back in his private quarters, Kaido's curiosity got the better of him. He turned to look in the mirror, and what he saw there made his blood boil. His reflection showed his head covered in gaping sword wounds, devastating injuries that looked shockingly gruesome. There was also a huge hole in his skull, already scabbed over, but hideous enough to make anyone's skin crawl like festering rot. Worse still, Kaido realized quite a few of his teeth were missing. He hadn't noticed before, but now every time he spoke, air whistled through the gaps. Gone was the imposing authority he once commanded. He looked for all the world like a ridiculous clown. Damn it all. Kaido's face was a mask of fury. He seized his massive spiked club and, in a blind rage, smashed everything in the haunted fortress to pieces. The unfortunate guards nearby were caught in his rampage, struck down where they stood, snuffed out without a sound. That day, King received a message from Kaido. The meeting was postponed. No meeting tonight. The time would be announced later. After being beaten into such a sorry state, how could he have the face to meet anyone now? Soon after, Kaido's eyes landed on a transponder snail in the Oni Island residence, the only one he hadn't smashed to pieces. His gaze shifted, and without hesitation, he dialed a number he hadn't called in ages. Far away, in a new world, on Whole Cake Island within the Tado Land Kingdom, Big Mom was indulging in a delicious cake when suddenly, the transponder snail began to ring. Big Mom's face twisted in confusion. It was her mealtime. Who would dare to disturb her at such a moment? Fueled by rage, Big Mom snatched up the receiver, her mouth still full as she began to speak. Who is it? You've got some nerve calling me now. Aren't you afraid of dying? Her thick lips moved as she uttered these words. On the other end of the line, it was Kaido's growling voice that transmitted across. You haven't changed a bit, Lin Lin. Hearing Kaido's voice, Big Mom's eyes widened with surprise. After all this time, this Kaido was finally calling her. Even she couldn't help but feel a little startled. Kaido, so, you finally remembered me? I was starting to think you'd forgotten. What do you want, you bastard? Big Mom snapped irritably. With her harsh retort, Kaido felt his temper rise for a moment, but he had no choice. Right now, he needed something from Big Mom, so he forced himself to speak as smoothly as possible. Let's cut the nonsense, Lin Lin. There's something you need to know. It's about the Whitebeard pirates. Without further ado, Kaido relayed news of Marco and Vista's sudden surge in strength to Big Mom, though he, of course, kept quiet about the parts where he'd been beaten. Instead, he claimed that Marco and Vista had caused havoc in Wano, but he simply hadn't managed to catch them. Even though Kaido sugarcoated the whole affair, Big Mom burst out laughing. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Kaido, you really are a fool. Just 2 captains from the Whitebeard pirates, and you let them slip away? If they dared show up in my Big Mom pirates, I'd chop them to bits and make them into mincemeat. She threw her head back with another uproarious laugh, making no effort to conceal her mockery. Kaido's mood soured even further as her laughter rang in his ears. Shut your mouth, Lin Lin. Listen, I've got reliable intel that the old man Whitebeard himself isn't with his crew right now. If you and I joined forces and wiped out the Whitebeard pirates for good, what do you say? Kaido narrowed his eyes, his tone dripping with calculating malice. But what Big Mom said next, after just a brief pause, was wholly unexpected for Kaido. I refuse. What? Kaido's eyes went wide when he heard her answer. As for Charlotte Linlin, she knew herself. How could she let such a golden opportunity slip by? Was she really going to wait until the Whitebeard pirates grew even stronger? Linlin, you actually dare to refuse me? Give me one good reason. Or do you think the information I gave you was a lie? Kaido roared, his voice thunderous with rage. Mama. Kaido, you really are foolish, said Big Mom with a triumphant laugh, her face brimming with pride. Morgans, the Underground News Emperor, is my informant. Did you seriously think I wouldn't know Whitebeard has already left? No one becomes one of the 4 emperors by accident. Though Big Mom's raw strength might trail behind the other emperors, her crew's influence, their economic power, intelligence network, even their unity, were unmatched. Especially in gathering information, the Big Mom pirates had an overwhelming advantage. 2 days before Kaido got word, Big Mom had already received news of Whitebeard's departure. So, several days earlier, she'd sent her own crew to take over Fishman Island while Whitebeard was away, striking when the Whitebeard pirates were vulnerable. As for her reason, it was certainly odd. She wanted Fishman Island for its desserts. Then I really don't understand, Lin. If you knew Whitebeard was away, why didn't you join forces with me to get rid of him? Kaido asked, his confusion clear. Hearing Kaido's question, Big Mom burst into another fit of wild laughter. Mama, if Whitebeard isn't with his own pirates, why bother teaming up with you? Isn't it better if I just do it myself? Ha. To tell you the truth, I already made my move. By now, Fishman Island is probably part of my Tato land territory. Mama, Big Mom declared, gloating. Hearing her triumphant words, a sly grin flickered across Kaido's face. Just you wait, Lin. You're going to regret this. The Whitebeard pirates might be without Whitebeard for now, but who knows? Their overall strength could be even greater than before. Picking a fight with them, what are you thinking? Once they knock you down a peg, I doubt you'll resist coming back to me. Then, we'll join forces and bring the fight to the Whitebeard pirates ourselves. Damn you, Lin. I can't believe you made the first move. I won't press you any further. But if you reconsider, you know where to find me. Joining forces would make things much simpler. Right after that, Kaido put on a show of anger and abruptly hung up the call. After the call ended, Big Mom threw her head back and burst into laughter once more. How did Kaido become so foolish? He used to be quite clever back in the day, but after not seeing him for a few years, has he really become this dim-witted? Regret? Me? Why would I regret anything? Isn't it delightful to have Whitebeard's territory all to myself? Why on earth would I need to join forces with you? She laughed heartily, unable to contain her scorn. Having had her fun mocking Kaido, Big Mom turned her attention back to eating cake, blissfully unaware that disaster was looming on the horizon. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the same time that Vista and Marco were making their way back to the Whitebeard pirates, Little, Oars, and Haruda also arrived at the entrance to Wang Yu's restricted area. In their hands, they had none other than Jack the Drought, securely bound. They stepped into the forbidden zone under Wang Yu's jurisdiction. Vice Captain Wang Yu, this Jack had the audacity to sneak into Whitebeard pirates' territory without permission. We've already captured him. We're awaiting your orders, sir. Both Haruda and Little Oars spoke with sincere respect as they addressed Wang Yu. Wang Yu's gaze turned to Jack, the so-called Drought, infamous for his might upon the seas. As expected, this Jack truly doesn't know when to quit. He dared to stir up trouble right here in Whitebeard's domain. And even now, tied up and captured, he's still refusing to behave. Under Wang Yu's watchful eyes, despite having his mouth gagged and his arms bound behind him, Jack's defiant spirit was all too apparent. At that very moment, Jack was still struggling to break free, his eyes filled with suspicion as he stared at Wang Yu, probably wondering who this new vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates might be, someone he knew nothing about. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. Does anyone have Kaido's number? Without mentioning Jack at all, he skipped straight to asking for his boss, Kaido. Wang Yu's sudden question took everyone around, Jack included, by surprise. After a brief hesitation, Haruda answered, Yes, we do have it. But, Vice Captain Wang Yu, you know we and the Beast Pirates have always been like fire and water. Vice Captain, what exactly do you have in mind? Haruda asked with a hint of uncertainty. Wang Yu glanced at Jack again, then broke into a grin. Obviously, I intend to extort Kaido. If memory serves me right, Jack here is one of the 3 all-stars of the Beast Pirates. He's Kaido's most loyal lackey. There's no way I'm letting him go without squeezing some money out of Kaido. Of course, if Kaido refuses to pay up, then we'll just have to kill him and sell his head to the Navy. That would fetch a whole billion berries, you know? Otherwise, what's the point of keeping this useless guy around? Just to waste food? Wang Yu said with a carefree grin. As for Jack's abilities, Wang Yu didn't care in the least. Once his own captains had grown stronger, probably any one of them could defeat Jack with ease. After all, Jack hadn't caused any real harm to the Whitebeard pirates. Keeping this sort of deadweight was pointless. Better to trade him in for cash, and make Kaido choke on a little too. Upon hearing Wang Yu, both Haruta and Little Oars exchanged knowing smiles. If they could get more money, they'd take the deal. If not, then just slice him up and sell him to the Navy without a second thought. This Vice Captain Wang Yu, he was certainly interesting. Excited, the two of them quickly blacked out the call from Wang Yu. Jack, who was tied off to the side, looked utterly humiliated. He kept making muffled, pitiful noises, but Wang Yu paid him no mind at all. Ignoring Jack entirely, Wang Yu dialed up the line to Onigashima. At this moment, Kaido was still inside his lair on Onigashima. Hearing the din-din mushy ring, he frowned slightly. He'd only just finished speaking with Lin Lin. Who could be calling him now? Oh right, Jack, must be that brat Jack. It's been days, and the fool hadn't bothered to report in. What, did he die somewhere? So, Kaido picked up the receiver. Hello, is this Jack? You idiot. You finally remembered to report in. Huh? Kaido grumbled with obvious annoyance. Jack, on the other end, tried to answer, his mouth moving as he made muffled, garbled noises, but not a single clear word could he get out. Listening to what sounded like Jack's voice, Kaido's face twisted with confusion. But why was he stammering like that? Hey, Jack, you fool. Speak properly. What's with the mumbling and stuttering? Sounding like some weakling woman? If you dare talk to me like that one more time, I swear when you get back I'll saw your tusks right off. Kaido roared, his fury echoing across the room. At that, everyone nearby burst out laughing. Who would have thought? Tough as nails Jack, who always looked so fierce, was nothing but a meek underling before his boss. Meanwhile, on the other end, Kaido squinted his eyes, his expression turning sterner by the second after hearing all the laughter. Something's wrong. These people aren't Jack. But that can't be. Just now, he was sure he heard Jack's voice. There's no mistaking that. It must be that. Kaido's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Jack, after all, had been dispatched by him to the Whitebeard pirates, tasked with stealing the raw materials for artificial devil fruits. Now, it turned out that the Whitebeard pirates had acquired some mysterious technological power. If things had gone south, Jack might very well have already fallen into the hands of the Whitebeard pirates. Although Kaido appeared rough and brutish, he was shrewd at heart. In an instant, he had pieced together the likely scenario. You're with the Whitebeard pirates. Did you capture Jack? Kaido growled, veins bulging on his forehead in rage. His blood pressure soared with anger. Marco and Vista kept raiding his pirate crew supplies in Wano, seizing his crew's women without scruple. And now, the Whitebeard pirates weren't content with stirring up trouble in their own territory. They even had the nerve to kidnap Jack. He felt as if he had completely lost all dignity. A raucous laugh sounded on the other end. Hello there, Kaido. I never expected someone as brawny and rough as you, as clumsy as a bear, would have such a sharp mind. You actually figured it out. That's right, Jack is already tied up in our custody. Wang Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Haruta and Little Oars, listening in, couldn't help but snicker. To insult someone without using a single harsh word. Wang Yu's jabs were far more skillful than even Pop's taunts to Kaido in the past. Kaido paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Clumsy as a bear? That was the first time he'd heard that phrase. Yet, whether well-meant or not, he could tell it wasn't exactly a compliment. As for being sharp-minded, that must be the one positive thing buried in there, probably a nod to his cunning. Wait a minute. The man tossing out all these clever new phrases. How come he didn't recognize the voice? Who are you? Kaido narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Oh, excuse me. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wang Yu, the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Yu said, his tone full of mischief. Wang Yu? Since when did the Whitebeard pirates get themselves a vice captain? Clearly, his own Beast Pirate intelligence network needed serious improvement. But the voice didn't sound like it was lying. So, what do you want? Kaido pressed on. Now, what else could we want? Pay up if you want your man back. Wang Yu's laughter was bright and unabashed. On the other end of the line, Kaido hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Fine. 1 billion berries. I'll send it right away. Kaido gritted out, teeth clenched in fury. In his heart, he unleashed a torrent of curses at the Whitebeard pirates. On the other end of the line, however, Wang Yu responded with a cold, mocking laugh. Well, Kaido, are you kidding me? 10 billion? Huh, if that's the deal, wouldn't it be better for me to just hand him straight over to the Navy? Wang Yu replied, his voice light-hearted and teasing. Hearing Wang Yu's ridicule, Kaido's expression grew even darker and more ominous. This kid named Wang Yu actually dared to make fun of him. How infuriating. If it weren't for the fact that Jack was in Wang Yu's hands, Kaido would have lost his temper on the spot. But right now, Jack was in the hands of Whitebeard's crew, and Kaido found himself powerless. And so, Kaido trembled with rage, his face flushed red, and he clenched his teeth before finally speaking in a voice shot through with hatred. Then you tell me, how much do you want? Kaido asked through gritted teeth. Wang Yu pretended to ponder for a moment, and then spoke. I won't make things too difficult for you. Let's say 5 billion berries, Wang Yu replied, his tone calm and unhurried. 5 billion berries? Kaido was dumbstruck. That was even higher than his own bounty. This new upstart captain from Whitebeard's crew, was he out of his mind? For a moment, Kaido even wondered if he'd misheard. After all, even the bounty the Navy put up was only a single billion berries. A ransom for Jack that exceeded the bounty of an emperor. Was this madness or what? 5 billion. That was nearly the same as Old Man Whitebeard's own bounty. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you are ruthless indeed. That kind of money, would even a miser like Kaido be willing to pay it? Hey brat, what did you just say? Was that 5 billion berries or 1.5 billion? Kaido asked incredulously. Clinging to a final shred of hope, Kaido repeated the question to Wang Yu. Wang Yu let out a slight cold laugh. 1.5 billion berries? In your dreams. 5 billion berries. Not a single berry less. Wang Yu said flatly. Kaido was livid. He was an emperor of the sea, standing shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard himself. And this vice captain, this greenhorn, dare to talk to him like that? What had become of this ocean? Did the might of the emperors really count for so little now? Veins bulged on Kaido's forehead as his fist clenched so hard his knuckles creaked. You? What did you say? Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Kaido of the Beasts. You dare speak to me like that? Kaido roared furiously, his teeth clenched in anger. Hearing Kaido's furious words, Wang Yu showed not the slightest hint of anger. Instead, he simply shot a meaningful glance at Harda and Little Oars, who were standing nearby. Loosen Jack's mouth for me, Wang Yu said calmly. Then, picking up the Den Den Mushi, he aimed it straight at Jack the Drought. Just as Jack finished tearing off the gag from his mouth, ready to spew a torrent of insults at the Whitebeard pirates and prove himself before Kaido, he found Wang Yu's boots suddenly slammed into his face, while Wang Yu's hand seized one of Jack's tusks. What was Whitebeard's vice captain trying to do? Jack stared in utter confusion. The next instant, an immense force surged through Jack's tusk. Blood gushed from the root of his tusk, spilling in rivers. A searing bolt of agony shot through Jack's mouth. He howled uncontrollably, his cries wretched and desperate. There was only one sensation. Pain. Unbearable pain. His screams, torn from the depths of his lungs, carried straight through the Den Den Mushi and stabbed into Kaido's ears. Kaido's eyes widened with disbelief. Was Wang Yu actually torturing Jack right now? All the captains nearby were equally stunned by Wang Yu's sheer brutality, their faces frozen in shock as they stared at their vice captain. Just moments ago, Wang Yu had wrenched Jack's tusk straight from his mouth. The men gulped down hard, their lips trembling as they spoke. As expected of Vice Captain Wang Yu, he actually ripped Jack's tusk out with his bare hands? How much strength does it take to do something like that? Turns out Vice Captain Wang Yu really is born with monstrous power. Of course. Think about it. If he weren't this strong, how could he be our vice captain? Vice Captain Wang Yu, invincible, truly mighty. Even in the midst of their shock, the men couldn't help lavishing praise on Wang Yu's terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Kaido was entirely incensed. Wang Yu, what are you trying to pull? Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint sneer. This is the price you pay for disrespecting me. If you want to negotiate, then negotiate. But if you don't, I'm not above finishing off this piece of trash and turning him over to the Navy for the bounty, Wang Yu said flatly. Kaido, on the other end, was simply at a loss for words. Me, disrespect you? Aren't you the one who's been disrespecting me? One of the 4 emperors? What's happening here? Since when did being an emperor mean so little? Why does it have no weight at all now? At this moment, Kaido no longer dared to put on any airs of a 4 emperors might. After all, Jack was in Wang Yu's hands, and now they were at someone else's mercy. If he persisted with his overwhelming presence as a Yonko, Kaido feared Jack's life would be forfeit in an instant. And yet, the thought of having to pay a ransom even greater than his own bounty made his heart ache. The Beast pirates might be flush with cash, but almost all their funds had been poured into developing artificial devil fruits. Their finances were unbearably tight. 5 billion berries. To tell the truth, coughing up that amount was like giving up half his life. Look, can't we lessen the price a little? After all, that idiot Jack is only worth about 1 billion. 5 billion berries really is a bit steep. How about I offer 2 billion instead? That's already twice what the Navy's bounty is. Kaido, adopting a pleading tone, tried to bargain. Hearing Kaido still haggling over the price, Wang Yu simply shook his head. This Kaido still didn't quite grasp the situation. Without another word, Wang Yu placed his foot squarely on Jack's face again, hands gripping Jack's remaining tusk. Jack was petrified with terror. The pain from earlier was still throbbing, and now this deputy captain of the White-Beard Pirates, Wang Yu, was about to lay hands on his other tusk. That kind of gut-wrenching pain was something Jack could never endure again. And so, Jack completely abandoned any pretense of bravado before Kaido. He begged for mercy through the din mushy, desperation raw in his voice. Lord Kaido, save me. Please save me. Wang Yu, don't. Please don't, Jack nearly screamed. But Wang Yu had never intended to spare Jack. Despite Jack's relentless pleas, Wang Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. With a simple surge of strength, a sickening crunch sounded. Blood burst forth, streaming down freely. The only tusk Jack had left was wrenched out, torn away with brutal force by Wang Yu. Agonized screams echoed across the heavens and earth. Halta and Little Oars, standing nearby, were struck speechless. Good heavens! Was this the fearsome aura of Vice Captain Wang Yu? Decisive and swift, never the slightest hint of hesitation. A ruthless man, truly ruthless. At the same time, they looked at Jack with sympathy. His enormous tusks had been wrenched out, torn away by nothing but sheer, savage strength. It must have been excruciating. Sure enough, after both of his ivory tusks were ripped out, Jack collapsed onto the ground, a continuous torrent of anguished cries escaping him. On the other end of the line, Kaido heard Jack's wretched screams and was left utterly stunned in place. This is the White-Beard Pirates' vice captain. Is he really this ruthless? I'm an emperor of the sea. I was even trying to negotiate with him, and yet he's still not satisfied? He actually pulled out Jack's other tusk right in front of me. Isn't this a bit too brazen? While Kaido stood there, utterly bewildered, Wang Yu's voice once again drifted through the transponder snail. So, Kaido, don't try to bargain with me. I'm giving you one last chance. 5 billion berries, not a single coin less. From the other side of the call, Wang Yu's voice came again, as cold and final as the Grim Reaper's sentence. Beads of cold sweat broke out instantly on Jack the Drought's forehead, though he was renowned throughout the New World for his stubbornness. Faced with someone as ruthless as Wang Yu, suddenly all his bravado deserted him. Master Kaido, please help me. The artificial devil fruits. Yes, the artificial devil fruits. They can't be produced without me. Jack blurted out desperately. Kaido sank into deep thought. King is needed to oversee and interrogate prisoners, and, as my right-hand man, has even more pressing matters. As for Queen, his mind is wrapped up in science. The rest of the Flying Six, clearly not strong enough, too easily targeted by the powers of the New World. If anything happened to the artificial devil fruits, they wouldn't even dare report it. And Jack has worked with Doflamingo for so many years. If Jack wasn't handling the transport of artificial devil fruits, there's no question the operation would suffer greatly. Finally, Kaido gritted his teeth, forcing out the words one by one. Fine. 5 billion berries. 5 billion it is. Kaido spat furiously. In his heart, he etched Wang Yu's name deep into his memory. To think he'd dare disgrace me, Kaido, one of the Yonko like this. Just you wait. When Big Mom and I join forces to consume the White-Beard Pirates entirely, I swear, I'll make sure you die the most miserable death, you arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. A faint, knowing smile curled Wang Yu's lips. Among the Beast Pirates officers, to be honest, there are a handful with top-tier combat skills, but if we're talking about the overall average, those officers don't really compare to the Big Mom Pirates when it comes to collective strength. Artificial devil fruits are, after all, the only way Kaido's crew can boost their mid-tier fighters' abilities. If that gets cut off, even Kaido himself wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. All right, then hurry up and bring me the bounty. Otherwise, I can't guarantee whether Jack will live or die. With that, Wang Yu hung up the phone without hesitation. Under his command, Jack the Drought, still howling in pain, was thrown straight into the White-Beard Pirates' prison. The capture of Jack was all thanks to these two. Surely they deserved a proper reward. Wang Yu opened his system panel and, without delay, used the special fertilizer pack he'd previously earned. System, use the special fertilizer pack. At his command, the entire skill tree suddenly bore a bounty of new fruits. A subtle smile tugged at Wang Yu's lips. You two did a great job. Since you're here today, Let me give you some guidance, Wang Yu said with a cheerful grin. When the two heard Wang Yu was going to personally instruct them, excitement surged in their hearts. He reached up and picked 2 fruits from the tree. Without a hint of hesitation, the 2 accepted and ate them on the spot. A clear notification chimed. Detected, Haruta has eaten a Teemo-type Blinding Blow Dart skill fruit. Host has now also acquired the advanced skill, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Detected, Little Oars has eaten a Demon-type Dynamic Pinball skill fruit. Host has now also acquired the advanced skill, Dynamic Pinball, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart. Deals 80/125/170/215/260, plus 0.8 AP, magic damage to your target, and blinds them for 1.5/1.75/2/2.25/2.5 seconds. Dynamic Pinball. Bounces 4 times. On first enemy hit, knocks them back and deals 140/210/280 plus 40% AP, magic damage. Subsequent bounces deal 70/105/140 plus 20% AP, magic damage, and slow targets by 20% for 1 second. Again, that subtle, satisfied smile appeared on Wang Yu's face. These are truly 2 solid skills. The Blinding Blow Dart. It's no exaggeration to call it Teemo's signature move. Master it, and you can completely nullify a swordsman's attack. In the pirate world, facing swordsmen, this skill is a perfect counter. If you're a swordsman and you can't land a basic attack, well, that's your undoing, isn't it? There's also the Dynamic Pinball technique. This is a signature move of the demon lineage. Not only does it send enemies flying, but its power is truly terrifying. Especially when combined with someone of Little Oar's size, wouldn't that blast all the enemies away in one swoop? While he was lost in thought, Little Oars and Halta pulled Wang Yu back to reality. Vice Captain Wang Yu, snapped out of his reverie. Wang Yu cleared his throat with a couple of deliberate coughs. Ahem. All right, now let me explain things to you. I was just considering, how can I make you all even stronger? Let's start with you, Halta. Wang Yu began. Halta approached, visibly excited. You're quite adept at making traps. You can actually use the poison in your traps to concoct a new kind of toxin. Wang Yu cut straight to the point. This toxin should be able to make your enemy's regular attacks ineffective for a short time, Wang Yu said, feigning a thoughtful air. Hearing this, Halta looked puzzled. Nullifying regular attacks? He'd never heard of such a poison before. But since it was Vice Captain Wang Yu suggesting it, it must be possible. Understood. I get it, Vice Captain Wang Yu. I'll definitely work hard in this direction. Halta vowed with determination. Wang Yu, however, couldn't help but chuckle silently to himself. Work hard? What for? This is a system reward. A cheat, essentially. If you're getting a cheat, do you even need to work hard? Right. I believe in you, Halta. With enough effort, I'm sure you'll succeed in the end. After all, I'm just here to give you guidance. The outcome will ultimately depend on all of you, Wang Yu said, painting hope for the future. After all, you still have to draw the big pie, so they stay motivated. Otherwise, if Halta gets a system reward but doesn't actually use it, what's the point? Then Wang Yu turned to Little Oars and began his explanation. Little Oars, I remember I've already taught you the power jump before, haven't I? Wang Yu said casually. Yes, Vice Captain Wang Yu. You taught me that, told me to really practice my jump, use my massive body weight to knock out the enemy, and now I got a down pat. That Droughtbringer, he didn't stand a chance. I just sat down on him with all my weight and knocked him out cold, ha ha ha. Although Little Oars appeared massive and intimidating by the standards of his demon kind, he was still just an adolescent. So when Little Oars spoke about the things he was interested in, his voice brimmed with youthful excitement. Watching Little Oars, Wang Yu was reminded of the anime he had watched back on Blue Star, and of the fate that ultimately befell Little Oars. He felt a pang of pity for Little Oars' ending. Therefore, in this life, no matter what, he was determined to ensure that Little Oars survived and thrived. With such a towering physique, Little Oars would easily become an obvious target in battle. It would be nearly impossible for him to dodge enemy attacks. The only solution was to make Little Oars even tougher, utterly resilient. He would have to stand his ground and take the hits. After reflecting on this for a moment, Wang Yu returned to reality. Well done, Little Oars, he praised. I can see that you have great aptitude for learning. This time, let me show you how, on top of what you've already done, you can knock your enemies out with repeated blows. Wang Yu grinned as he spoke. Knock them out multiple times? Already, just with the massive landing leap he performed, Little Oars was thrilled at having stunned his opponent. Now, hearing that Vice Captain Wang Yu intended to teach him how to daze enemies multiple times in a row, if he could really master this technique, that would be incredible. Little Oars burst out laughing, sounding every bit like an exuberant child. Vice Captain Wang Yu, please tell me, how do I do that? How do I knock my enemy out multiple times? Wang Yu smiled gently. The trick, he said, is to think of yourself as a balloon or a rubber ball. A balloon or a rubber ball. Little Ors looked puzzled for a moment. Everyone knows that when a balloon falls to the ground, it bounces many times. So, we can use that principle. After you land on the battlefield with a jump, imagine yourself as a bouncing ball. Smash into your enemies again and again. Just like that. As Wang Yu finished speaking, Little Ors was practically bursting with excitement. With his childlike heart, Little Ors placed absolute trust in Wang Yu without a moment's hesitation. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? Vice Captain Wang Yu, you really are amazing. Little Ors exclaimed, thrilled with the idea. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 15,573 points. Observation kill. Armament Haki, 14,819 points. Attack penetration 50%. Observation Haki, 14,352 points. Absolute domain, 1 square kilometer. Swordsmanship, 2,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunder Strike, level 3. Earthquake, level 2. Jade Shear, level 2. Hunter's Way, passive. Glacial Storm, level 2. Dust Sealing Sever, level 2. Heroic Charge, level 2. Whimsical Spirit, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Powder Keg, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Elastic Slingshot, level 2. Blade of Barrier Breaking, level 2. Ice Barrier, level 2. Dynamic Bouncer, level 2. Teleport, 500-second cooldown. Items, 5 pieces of high-grade iron or coolant, a sack of borax for smithing, predictive skill fruit, 1. Infinity Edge Archangel Staff. Gold coins, 2,313,241. David Fruit, Tremor Fruit, Flash Fruit, Thunder Fruit, Magma Fruit. Forge, basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, Thorn Mail, Liandry's Torment, Static Shiv, Heart of Iron, Titanic Plate. Artifacts, none. Wang Yu felt a wave of satisfaction, then went on to open his forge and took out a gift he had prepared especially for Little Ors. And here's another piece of equipment for you. An armor. You can call it Titanic Plate, Wang Yu said with a smile. This piece of gear perfectly complemented Little Ors' Heart of Iron. The Heart of Iron provided a massive boost to maximum health, while the Titanic Plate brought a powerful regenerative ability. Health, 800. Base health regeneration, 200%. Skill haste, 10. Titan's Resolve. If you have at least 1100 bonus health and haven't taken damage for 6 seconds, 3 seconds for non-hero units, you recover 5% of your maximum health every second. A healing rate of 5% maximum health per second. On someone with Little Ors' monstrous vitality, that regeneration was nothing short of exponential. Fresh wounds would close before your very eyes, almost as if they were never there to begin with. With such overwhelming health to begin with, and regenerating at full power if left unchallenged, after just a short rest, he'd stand before everyone once more at peak condition. Now you tell me, wouldn't that be terrifying? Titanic Plate? Little Ors had heard the stories before. Vice Captain Wang Yu once made a steel vest for Jozu. Now, this armor was probably on par with Jozu's, and who knows, it might even possess magical properties. Delighted, Little Ors accepted the gift without hesitation and slipped it on. The moment the Titanic Plate touched him, it instantly fused with his body. Incredulous, he let out a gasp. Is it really this amazing? What effect does this piece of equipment have? Feeling the Berserker's armor fusing with his body, Little Ors exclaimed in delight. This armor will dramatically increase your health, Wang Yu explained calmly. And it will also boost your healing speed. From now on, even if you suffer a grievous wound, I believe that as long as you rest for just a dozen seconds or so, every injury will be completely healed. A dozen seconds to recover completely from serious wounds. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Little Ors was utterly stunned. Even someone like Kaido, who claimed to have an immortal body, couldn't guarantee a full recovery from grave injuries in mere seconds. And besides, he still had the mighty Heart of Steel in his possession. After Wang Yu's previous explanation, he understood that this Heart of Steel had the potential to infinitely increase his maximum health. Once his health pool grew, paired with the passive regeneration from the Berserker's armor, he could hardly imagine what would happen next. The only thing he was sure of was that, if his enemies witnessed such terrifying recovery, their expressions would be priceless. At the side, Harda was just as shocked, his eyes filled with envy. In this world, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there could be someone like Deputy Captain Wang Yu, a true anomaly. It was one thing to possess unmatched guidance and insight, but to create such otherworldly equipment on top of that. Even the best master swordsmiths couldn't hope to reach Wang Yu's level. Putting on that armor, suffering severe wounds, and then fully recovering in just a dozen seconds. Is that even humanly possible? Harda gulped, time and again, unable to stop himself. Meanwhile, on the other end, Kaido was seething with rage after Wang Yu unceremoniously hung up on him. He smashed the Din Mushi in his hand to pieces in one swift move. Internally, he grumbled in frustration. Who was he? He was Kaido of the Beasts. So why did today feel so wretchedly unlucky? No matter who he faced, it seemed not a single person was willing to show him respect. First, his own headquarters got wrecked by Marco and Vista of the Whitebeard Pirates. Then, right on his own turf, 2 of his Flying Six officers were stolen away, only to be forced into working as maids for their deputy captain. Afterward, he went to seek out Big Mom, thinking surely she would agree to an alliance. There was no way the Big Mom pirates would turn him down. Who could have guessed she would reject him on the spot, with no hesitation whatsoever? The people he sent out to cause trouble on the Whitebeard Pirates ship simply ran off after making a mess of things. He had hoped those men would help him save a little face, but that idiot Jack really outdid himself this time. He didn't accomplish a single thing, and even got captured by the Whitebeard Pirates. And then came that brat, Wang Yu, right to his face. During a phone call, Wang Yu used Jack as leverage to threaten him, and before he could even finish speaking, the line was cut. He was actually extorted by a nobody, a newly appeared deputy captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Frustrated beyond words, Kaido grabbed a jar of sake in Onigashima and gulped it down in big swigs. Hey, bring who's who to me. Kaido barked suddenly at the minions standing beside him, his voice booming as he drank. Soon after, under Kaido's orders, Who's Who was brought before him. At the moment, Who's Who still bore fresh wounds, his body wrapped in all sorts of bandages. When Who's Who saw Kaido, his jaw dropped in shock. Lord Kaido's wounds looked hardly any better than his own. Could the rumors in Wano country actually be true? Did Lord Kaido really get thrashed by Marco and Vista? You had to remember, Kaido was said to be the strongest creature in the world, with a defense so monstrous it defied belief. He'd been captured by the Navy countless times, and not even execution could kill him in the end. That alone should tell you just how terrifying his defense was. And yet, for captains like Marco and Vista to leave Lord Kaido in this sorry state, his head was split open, teeth knocked out. Miserable, didn't even begin to describe it. Still, Who's Who was a clever one. Even as he took in Kaido's battered, humiliated appearance and the way he spoke through grinding teeth, he stifled the urge to laugh. Putting on a serious face, he stood before Kaido, feigning solemnity. Who's Who? I want you to head over to Doflamingo. Temporarily take over Jack's mission to transport the artificial devil fruits. Kaido ordered without preamble. When he heard Kaido's words, Who's Who was momentarily stunned. Why was Jack's mission handed over to him? But soon, a flicker of joy rose up inside him. It had to be Jack again, sent out on a job, too stubborn for his own good, and got beaten up or captured by someone. Now he couldn't continue with the devil fruit transport. If that's the case, what a stroke of fortune. As long as he handled this transportation mission well, maybe he could shove that idiot Jack aside in the future. From now on, he could be the all-star himself. So, Who's Who didn't say another word. He simply accepted the task and left the haunted mansion. At the same time, Kaido summoned another one of his headliners, a low-ranking pirate, and turned toward the subordinate. You, go get 5 billion berries and deliver them to the Whitebeard Pirates. Kaido practically bit out every word, his voice seething with fury. Hearing Kaido's demand, the headliner was dumbfounded and wondered if his ears were deceiving him. The Whitebeard Pirates? He was supposed to deliver 5 billion berries to them. Weren't they the ones who just took a beating? If anyone should be paying, shouldn't it be the Whitebeard Pirates compensating us? Did he hear this right? Marco and Vista from the Whitebeard Pirates. Those 2 bastards had just thrashed the Beast Pirates, hadn't they? But, Lord Kaido, we have always been rivals of the Whitebeard Pirates, and today, especially, Marco and Vista caused chaos here in Wano. Why do we still have to send such a vast fortune their way? Isn't this just humiliating? The henchman blurted out, confusion in his voice. Kaido, already in a foul mood, exploded with rage at these words, his mouth twitching with irritation. Did he need a mere lackey to tell him how to run things? Did they take him for a fool? If there had been any way around it, if he didn't have to pay, would he be sending money to Whitebeard after getting his own turf trashed like this? Suddenly, a massive spike club loomed into the lackey's view, growing larger and larger until it filled his entire sight. A thunderous crash rang out, accompanied by the sickening crack of his skull being shattered. The The pirate's head was smashed to dust by Kaido right then and there. Even in the very moment of his own death, this lieutenant couldn't comprehend why Lord Kaido would kill him with such ruthless force. Why? He had always acted for Lord Kaido's own good. Yet, Kaido flew into a wild rage with no mercy whatsoever. In his final moments, the lieutenant's face twisted with a storm of emotions: resentment, shock, disbelief, and an overwhelming terror. And, just like that, his existence was utterly erased from this world. In the pirate world's law of the jungle, strength is everything. If one were to blame, it could only be his own lack of power and failing to have found a worthy master. After dispatching the unlucky pirate in the blink of an eye, Kaido, still seething, unleashed his fury on everything nearby, wrecking the surroundings in a fit of destruction. His gaze then fell upon a guard who, inside the haunted house, was drenched in cold sweat and trembling uncontrollably with fear. Kaido began to walk toward the terrified pirate, one step at a time. "You, take 5 billion berries and deliver it to the Whitebeard pirates." "Understood," Kaido barked, glaring with bulging eyes, his head cocked, menace in every word. The moment he heard Kaido's order, the henchman nearly lost control out of fear. Having just witnessed what happened to the last unfortunate soul, this minion dared not utter a word of protest. Terrified that any slip could provoke Kaido's wrath and earn himself the same fate under that spiked club, he immediately dropped to his knees at Kaido's feet. "Yes, sir. I understand, sir. I understand," he stammered. No sooner had he spoken than the pirate scrambled to his feet and rushed off at top speed toward the Whitebeard pirates' territory with Kaido's message in tow. Whitebeard pirates' territory. A scout raced toward Wang Yu's restricted area with urgent steps. "Reporting to Lord Wang Yu. Reporting to Lord Wang Yu." Breathless, the intelligent scout gasped out his message. "Don't panic. Speak slowly," Wang Yu replied, always composed and unruffled. Could it be the beast pirates are actually sending him wealth? But that seems unlikely. No matter how quickly Kaido might fly here, the distance is too great. If not about that, then what? Could it really be that the war at Marineford is about to begin? No, that can't be right either. The Celestial Dragons incident. Now that's a monumental event in the pirate world. When it happened, the news swept across the world. If something had actually happened, the Whitebeard pirates would certainly have known about it. The Celestial Dragons incident took place before the war at Marineford. If there's still no news of the Celestial Dragons incident, then the Marineford war can't possibly happen ahead of schedule. So, is it something else? Wang Yu pondered. Report, Vice Captain Wang Yu. A few days ago, Jinbe the Fishman, known as the Knight of the Sea, was arrested by the Navy. After that, Big Mom's pirate crew took the opportunity to seize control of our Fishman Island. The intelligence officer reported, breathless. What? Big Mom's pirates actually occupied Fishman Island. This is happening way earlier than it should. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. With Jinbe's arrest, it means the Great War is fast approaching. But saying that Big Mom seized Fishman Island because Jinbe got captured, that doesn't add up. That's not how things played out in the original anime. The only explanation must be that his own presence had influenced the chain of events. Then what was the cause? Of course. Suddenly, Wang Yu realized. In the original anime, it was only after the war at Marineford that Big Mom's pirates took over Fishman Island. Before the war, with the Whitebeard pirates still in command, even Big Mom wouldn't have dared make a single move. Now the events are unfolding ahead of time. The sole reason for this, Wang Yu thought, must be that his arrival allowed Whitebeard to rest easy and focus on his recovery. With Whitebeard's authority no longer present, Big Mom saw the perfect chance to strike. With that, a razor-sharp smile flickered across Wang Yu's heart. Big Mom only knows to fear Whitebeard, but she doesn't realize how terrifying the vice captain, currently acting as captain, really is. To seize Fishman Island, knowing Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, she certainly wouldn't go in person. At most, she'd send one of her sweet commanders. The thought alone made Wang Yu's lips curl upward. At that moment, little Oars and Haruta, standing nearby, overheard the news that Big Mom's crew dared to invade Fishman Island, a territory under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Outrage flashed across their faces, their anger barely contained. What? Big Mom's pirates, they've got a death wish. They must have seen that a war with the Navy is brewing, and with Pops gone, they think they can snatch a piece of our territory for themselves. Dream on. Big Mom's lot used to never even dare breathe in our direction, and now they're stooping to take advantage of our moment of weakness. A pack of rats. Exactly, it's infuriating. Vice Captain Wang Yu, if you ask me, we ought to wipe them out without mercy. Little Oars and Haruta were seething, unable to hide their rage. Hearing their words, a look of approval spread across Wang Yu's face. With a weak army, Even a strong general is powerless. But with a fierce crew, even the fiercest general shines brighter. As it happens, this was exactly what he had in mind, too. Isn't the Big Mom Pirates notorious for infringing on the interests of the Whitebeard Pirates? Do they think that now that Whitebeard isn't around, with a great war looming for the Whitebeard Pirates, this is their time to stir up trouble without consequence? Well then, let the Big Mom Pirates see for themselves if the world's strongest pirate crew is really that easy to bully. Besides, there's no need to deploy any special combat power from the Whitebeard Pirates for this. Just sending an outer division captain and a squad captain will be more than enough to handle them. Actually, this is a perfect chance for Little Oars to sharpen his skills, and perhaps earn a little bit more of that unbreakable spirit. Those Big Mom Pirates really don't know their place in the world. Perfect, I have a task for you both. I want you to seize Fishman Island. Capture every Big Mom executive station there and bring them back in chains. Do you accept this mission? Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, speaking with deliberate gravity. Hearing the mission assigned by Vice Captain Wang Yu, Little Oars and Haruta both broke into faces alight with excitement. Especially Little Oars. He'd just received wise guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu and awakened that unwavering willpower, but he'd been a loss about how to push his limits and raise his maximum strength. And now these reckless Big Mom Pirates dared to provoke the Whitebeard Pirates head-on. Well, they left him no choice. If this isn't having good fortune land right at your bedside, what is? Well, that's just bad luck for the Big Mom Pirates, daring to target the Whitebeard Pirates at a time like this. Little Oars couldn't help but laugh aloud. Vice Captain Wang Yu, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have begged you to let me go. The Big Mom Pirates? They don't scare me anymore. Little Oars gripped his massive blade, his confidence shining through. Next to him, Haruta also broke out in an excited grin. Exactly. We can't just let the Big Mom Pirates get away with this so easily. Honestly, I was a little worried at first that you wouldn't assign this mission to me, Vice Captain Wang Yu. But this is perfect. I've been itching for a fight. Haruta quipped, the corners of his mouth curling up in a playful smile. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He was very pleased with their spirit. And, as luck would have it, he still had some teleportation points left unused. This was the perfect chance to let the two of them give it a try. Just as Little Oars and Haruta were gearing up to leave, Wang Yu stopped them with a wave. It's quite a long journey, so how about I give you a quick ride? Wang Yu said, grinning mischievously. A ride? What did he mean by that? Just as the two of them were still bewildered, Wang Yu wasted no time in drawing upon the power at his disposal. Following the usage instructions from the systems manual, Wang Yu acted without hesitation. He instantly threw a teleportation TP directly onto Little Oars' body, and right after that, his entire field of vision unfolded into the map of the pirate world, zooming all the way into the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, and finally locking onto the location of Fishman Island. Next stop, the Royal Palace of Fishman Island. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through the area, and a terrifying force seemed to descend from above. A crimson light enveloped Little Oars in an instant. Because Wang Yu hadn't explained the method or experience of teleportation just now, Little Oars was still completely confused. He instinctively tried to move his body and dodge the rays streaming down from the sky, only to find that his legs simply wouldn't budge. His mind was perfectly clear, yet his body was utterly unresponsive. This sensation made Little Oars intensely uneasy. What's going on? What's happening to me? Vice Captain Wang Yu. I suddenly can't move. Little Oars called out anxiously to Wang Yu. Barely had Little Oars finished his sentence when he simply vanished from sight. The next thing Little Oars knew, his vision swam, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself in an underwater world. All sorts of sea creatures were swimming around him on every side. Where am I? Wasn't I just with the Whitebeard Pirates? Where's Vice Captain Wang Yu? And what about Haruta and the others? Perplexity grew in Little Oars' heart, but then he caught sight of a merfolk soldier. When he glanced at the surrounding buildings, his eyes flew wide open in utter shock. That was because, right at that moment, he suddenly recalled what Vice Captain Wang Yu had told him before he'd been transported to Fishman Island. Wang Yu did say, with his own lips, that he'd give us a ride. And right after that, I was whisked away to my destination by a mysterious power. So that means this was all Vice Captain Wang Yu's doing. That mysterious force must be his ability. Little Oars stared in amazement, swallowing nervously as realization dawned. Wow, if that's really the case, then Vice Captain Wang Yu is truly terrifying. Not only is he incredibly powerful himself, but he's knowledgeable and experienced, understanding all the laws of cultivation in this world, able to guide anyone. And on top of that, he's also a true master when it comes to forging weapons. Now, Even more astonishing, he directly displayed an immense power over space, instantly transporting his gigantic body straight to Fishman Island. Such an incredible power of teleportation. According to what he knew, only that mysterious Shichibukai, Bartholomew Kuma, possessed the ability to send people elsewhere. That ability alone had already shocked him tremendously. But, compared to Vice Captain Wang Yu, Kuma was on a completely different level. If Kuma wanted to send him to Fishman Island, it would probably take him 3 whole days and nights at the very least. But Vice Captain Wang Yu, goodness gracious, he simply gave a pat with his massive hand, and, in less than 3 seconds, he was standing right here on Fishman Island, thousands of miles away. Honestly, the spatial power that Vice Captain Wang Yu holds is just far too terrifying. For a long moment, Little Oz was overwhelmed by awe, only gradually managing to calm his mind. Now that Vice Captain Wang Yu had sent him here, it wouldn't be long before Halta would also drop out of the sky. He might as well wait right here. On the other side, Little Oz's enormous figure simply vanished into thin air with a gust of wind. Halta stared in utter disbelief, his eyes practically popping out of his head. Vice Captain Wang Yu, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Little Oz, Little Oz. He's been snatched away by some evil wind. Halta cried out in shock. Hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Why does Halta's wording sound so familiar? Why not just say, Elder brother, Master's been seized by a monster. An evil wind. Does the world of pirates even have monsters? You keep insisting it was the evil wind. Wang Yu let out a helpless, wry smile and patiently explained to Halta. Halta, what's going through your mind? Just now, Little Oz was merely whisked away by my powers, that's all. No need for all this commotion. Wang Yu said. After hearing Vice Captain Wang Yu's explanation, Halta was left with a flurry of question marks and exclamation points swirling over his head. Earlier, Vice Captain Wang Yu did say he was going to send them away. But, the way he understood it, Vice Captain Wang Yu meant he'd escort them until they left the danger zone. Who could have guessed that Wang Yu's idea of sending them away actually meant delivering them right to their doorstep in an instant? Oars Jr., with his immense size, was sent away just like that, vanished into thin air. It turns out that Vice Captain Wang Yu possesses an extremely rare power over space. Still, Haruta wanted to ask for more details. After all, spatial abilities vary in strength, and how long it would take to reach Fishman Island remained an open question. Moreover, some spatial powers come with all sorts of limitations. They require specific mediums, and, without them, are nearly impossible to activate. Take Brûlé from the Big Mom Pirates, for example. Without a mirror as her medium, she wouldn't be able to reach her destination. Vice Captain Wang Yu, how long will it take Oars Jr. to arrive at his destination? Haruta asked, her voice tinged with concern. Considering how massive his body is, won't it demand a huge amount of your Devil Fruit power? Devil Fruit power? Wang Yu couldn't help but find this amusing. So Haruta really thought he was a spatial Devil Fruit user? This is actually just my own skill. Doesn't cost me a shred of energy. Oars Jr. has already arrived at Fishman Island. Wang Yu declared confidently. What? Already? Even though it was theoretically possible, hearing Wang Yu say it out loud left Haruta's mind reeling with excitement and awe. After all, it had only been a matter of seconds. Aren't Devil Fruit powers supposed to have different levels of potency? Wang Yu's spatial ability must surely be the most advanced of its kind. To send someone thousands of miles away in just a few seconds, what other Devil Fruit power in the pirate world could possibly compare? In that case, Vice Captain Wang Yu, does this spatial power of yours have any range limitations? For instance, does this instantaneous travel only work within Whitebeard Pirates territory, or only over a few thousand miles? Haruta pressed on, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. To be honest, asking someone about the specifics of their Devil Fruit ability was somewhat impolite. But how could she help it? Spatial powers are among the rarest and most mysterious, and now, wielded by the enigmatic Vice Captain Wang Yu with such overwhelming effect, it completely surpasses any other spatial Devil Fruits Haruta had ever heard of. He was naturally filled with curiosity, his heart itching with anticipation. If he didn't ask, it would gnaw away at him inside. Hearing Halta's question, Wang Yu paused for a moment, caught slightly off guard. This Halta, he usually isn't much of a talker. Why was he suddenly so gossipy today? Still, Wang Yu decided to explain things to Halta. His own ability allowed him to teleport anyone to any place on the pirate world map, completely unrestricted by space. This power is called teleportation. In theory, I can send people anywhere in the world. However, there's a cooldown period after each use. It takes about 500 seconds before I can use it again, Wang Yu said matter-of-factly. Halta swallowed hard, the shock taking quite a while to wear off. The whole world, to be able to travel anywhere in the world within seconds, and only needing a brief interval between uses. This was undeniably a terrifying ability, especially in times of war. Sending a master fighter behind enemy lines every few minutes? If used strategically, they could even steal away the enemy's main base. Vice Captain Wang Yu truly lived up to his fearsome reputation. Say no more. Just talking to you. Several minutes have already gone by. You should come along too. Without further ado, Wang Yu tapped Halta again for another teleport. A sudden rush of wind. A crimson light flared, and in the blink of an eye, Halta's body was paralyzed just as Little Oz's had been moments before. But since Halta now understood Wang Yu's power, he wasn't nearly as anxious as Jozu had been. Instead, he just marveled at the sensation. Then, another gust of wind swept past, and Halta vanished from where he stood, instantly reappearing beside Little Oz. When Little Oz saw Halta arrive, he was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Halta to be transported here in just a matter of minutes. As Halta landed, he was once again astonished, staring at his own hands in utter disbelief. Incredible, truly incredible. One moment my mind goes blank, and the next, here I am. No wonder Vice Captain Wang Yu's spatial devil fruit is so formidable. Halta exclaimed. Hearing Halta's words only made Little Oz even more certain that his own guess had been spot on. Ha ha! So this is Vice Captain Wang Yu's spatial devil fruit, huh? I've learned something new today. Come on, let's hurry and complete our mission, Little Oz said with a laugh. With that, the two of them strode deeper into the palace. While the two of them were carrying out their mission, Jaws and Mihawk had already returned to the Whitebeard Pirates. As it turned out, after Jaws left, Mihawk stubbornly insisted on following him, sticking to him like an unshakable shadow, impossible to shake off no matter what Jaws did. Jaws was at his wit's end. With so many people and so little opportunity, it was already difficult enough to get guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. Now Hawkeye Mihawk was shamelessly muscling in as well, exceeding all of Jaws' expectations. Yet, Jaws couldn't help but admire Mihawk's extraordinary ability to recover. In the few days since they'd returned to the ship, Mihawk's wounds had almost completely healed. Truly, this was the strength befitting the world's greatest swordsman. His talent wasn't just remarkable, it was phenomenal. Jaws thought to himself, with that much natural talent, why on earth would you need to compete with us Whitebeard Pirates for guidance? Hey, Mihawk, you can stick with me if you want, but when we see Vice Captain Wang Yu, if he refuses to guide you, you'd better just leave, all right? Jaws said directly to Mihawk. We may not have any grudges, but at the end of the day, you're not part of the Whitebeard Pirates. Mihawk's eyes flickered. He agreed on the surface, but his thoughts ran elsewhere. After so much searching, he'd finally found a way to further hone his swordsmanship. Now that he was here, he wasn't about to give up without learning something. Mihawk was even willing to fall out with the Navy or throw in his lot with the Whitebeard Pirates for the chance. He'd already offered such generous terms. Surely Vice Captain Wang Yu wouldn't refuse to teach him. And so, the two of them made directly for the restricted area. I wonder how many people have managed to get guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu these days, Jaws muttered under his breath as they walked. Just then, they caught sight of Aizu, cheerfully heading towards the training grounds with a barrel of gunpowder in hand. Jaws was genuinely surprised. Wasn't Aizu always into firearms before? How had he changed so much in just a few days, not content with guns? Now he was into cannons too? This really was the definition of moving up in firepower in real life. Filled with excitement, Jaws called out to him. Aizu, my brother, where are you off to? Ha ha ha. Jaws is back. I'm surprised you guys aren't hounding Vice Captain Wang Yu for instruction. That really catches me off guard, huh? After several days away from his brothers, Jaws was truly happy to finally return to the big family. Oh hey Jaws, I'm just heading to the training grounds. And this, Hawkeye Mihawk. Aizu hadn't noticed at first, but now that he looked, he was startled to realize the man behind Jaws was Mihawk. Mihawk remained composed as ever, merely nodding his head in acknowledgement. Jozu let out a hearty laugh. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that he'd brought Mihawk here in hopes of receiving some pointers. What if Vice Captain Wang Yu had a soft spot and actually went out of his way to mentor Mihawk? It would be a huge loss if his so-called comrades pinned that favor on him, and Wang Yu ended up giving him one less lesson. Haha, just ignore him. Brother Aizu, if you're heading to the training grounds, wouldn't it be better to have Vice Captain Wang Yu coach you for a bit? You're not skipping out just because it's not your turn yet, are you? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, just wait another month or so. You'll get your chance too. Vice Captain Wang Yu will give you some new moves to master, huh? Jozu grinned, unable to hide his delight. He had already received personal guidance from Wang Yu, while the vast majority of the crew had yet to train under the Vice Captain's tutelage. That thought alone filled Jozu with satisfaction, and he joined in the banter with Aizo. Even Mihawk found Jozu's cockiness a bit much, and, unable to help himself, gave a subtle shake of the head, inwardly rolling his eyes. Unexpectedly, Aizo showed no sign of irritation at Jozu's remarks. "What are you boasting about, Jozu? Do you know why I'm heading to the training grounds? It's because I need to put in the hard work to master the new technique that Vice Captain Wong you showed me. It's the only way I won't let down the guidance he's given me." Aizo straightened his back and offered Jozu a confident smile. "What? Vice Captain Wong you actually coached you too?" Jozu's face was full of shock. After all, Aizo was the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, out of 16 divisions in total. Though Aizo's strength wasn't the weakest among the captains, he did rank near the lower end. Never would Jozu have guessed that Aizo had already received personal instruction from Wang Yu. That revelation truly caught Jozu by surprise. Or maybe, just maybe, Aizo was trying to bluff him? Honestly, it wouldn't be a stretch. The Whitebeard Pirates Division captains were all close friends, each with a bigger ego than the last. Jozu liked to think he was the least boastful among them. But in truth, he'd spun plenty of tall tales over the years. So, there was a good chance Aizo was just bragging. "Aizo, you're not making this up, are you? Then tell me, what exactly did Vice Captain Wang Yu teach you?" Jozu challenged, clearly skeptical. Aizo's temper flared when he caught the doubt in Jozu's eyes. "Making things up? What do you think you're looking down on, Jozu? My new trick is this barrel of explosives, see? Didn't you always brag before that no physical attack could ever break through your defense? Why don't you try out my explosives then?" Aizo said angrily. Jaws looked completely baffled. Why was Aizo so worked up over just a conversation? Even the world's greatest swordsman couldn't break his defense or hurt him. Could a mere barrel of explosives really do anything? Surely this explosive barrel couldn't possibly have more power than a sword slash imbued with armament hockey. So Jaws simply stared at Aizo's gunpowder barrel, grinning. "All right, let's give it a try. I'm curious to see if it really is something Vice Captain Wang Yu taught you. I just can't believe I, Jaws, with my invincible defense, not even afraid of hockey, would ever fear a barrel of explosives," Jaws said confidently. And with that, the two of them began their showdown right then and there. Hawkeye looked on with a face full of helplessness. He was only here to see Vice Captain Wang Yu, but now these two had started a duel. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was an outsider, and if he went into the restricted area alone to find Wang Yu, he'd be thrown out for sure. He could only resign himself. So Mihawk could do nothing but quietly wait on the sidelines. "Aizo, let me remind you, Jaws' defense is so strong that even I can't break it," Hawkeye Mihawk said, shaking his head in exasperation. But Aizo simply brushed off Mihawk's kind warning. "Come on, Jaws. Hurry up and activate your armament hockey." Aizo reminded him. Jaws, so sure that his defense was unparalleled, activated his diamond powers, combining it with his granite strength. Under the sunlight, a deep crimson glow radiated from his body. "With my granite strength, you're no challenge at all. I won't even bother with hockey," Jaws said smugly. "What are you so cocky about, Jaws? Hurry and turn on your hockey, or if you get hurt by the explosion, you'll just get mad. If you don't, then I'm not attacking." Aizo insisted. "Hurt me with an explosion? Even without my armament hockey, could you really hurt me? How needless." Still, to set Aizo's mind at ease, Jaws eventually activated his armament hockey. "All right then, this is my strongest defense. Don't talk about hurting me. You probably won't even singe a single hair on my leg," Jaws said, still brimming with confidence. After winning his last fight, even against the world's greatest swordsman, without a scratch, Jaws' ego had swelled even more. With hockey now activated, Jaws put both hands in his pockets, untroubled and not bothering to defend himself at all. Seeing Jozu activate his armament hockey, Aizo promptly took the shells in his hands and lined them up neatly on the ground. These were the results of countless days of painstaking training, the most powerful technique he had finally mastered back at Training Ground 6. Watching as Aizo arranged the powder kegs and formed a circle that completely surrounded Jozu, both Mihawk and Jozu were left utterly bewildered. "What are you doing, Aizo? Is that really how you're supposed to use bombs? Are you sure those are bombs and not landmines? Even if they're landmines, you should be burying them underground, not just placing them out in the open. This looks nothing like either." Jozu narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "Shut up, Jozu. Just watch." With that, Aizo swiftly drew a pistol from his sleeve and fired a single bullet at one of the powder kegs, instantly setting it aflame. In the next instant, the first powder keg exploded in a thunderous blast. That initial blast triggered a chain reaction, igniting the rest of the kegs in quick succession. In those brief moments, every single powder keg Aizo had laid out erupted into a violent explosion, A succession of earth-shaking booms echoed, one after another. A torrent of raging explosions erupted in all directions, torrents of fire snaking towards Jozu like rampaging serpents. At last, Jozu realized something was wrong and hastily tried to put up his guard, but it was already too late. His granite shield was instantly blown apart, and thanks to the special properties of the powder kegs, which ignored 40% of armor, the surplus force tore right through Jozu's armament hockey, inflicting damage directly to the surface of his body. Another tremendous blast. Jozu was hurled back several steps, and a small gash appeared on his arm from the explosion. Fortunately, thanks to his strong regenerative powers, the bleeding stopped in just a few seconds. Though the wound was superficial and did him no real harm, the shock for Jozu was immense. After all, he used to boast a passive granite shield that always defended him. Yet now, that defense had been shattered in one blow, and he'd even been left with a wound on his arm. Something even Hawkeye Mihawk hadn't managed to accomplish. This squad captain, Izo, had pulled it off? Jozu was now thoroughly convinced. This could only be the work of Vice Captain Wang Yu's instruction. Mihawk, too, observed with wide, gleaming eyes, his heart pounding with astonishment. Is Izo truly this powerful? That passive shield had only barely been broken by my strongest strikes. And yet Izo, of all people, did this so effortlessly? If memory serves, wasn't he just the lowest-ranking squad captain of the Whitebeard Pirates? Back when I was a samurai in Wano, even as a master swordsman, if I compare myself to others, I'd have to admit I was only average at best. Now, someone brings out a barrel of explosives, and somehow their damage outstrips mine. Just what's going on with the Whitebeard Pirates captains, besides Jozu? Now, Izo shows up. Is each and every one of them set on challenging the upper limits of what's possible? Well, Jozu, do you believe me now? Izo patted Sho on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. After all, they were brothers, so Izo let Jozu use his full defenses. He made sure not to actually injure him. Besides you, is there anyone else on our ship who's been taught by Vice Captain Wang Yu? Jozu asked eagerly. If even Izo had received his guidance, then surely there must be a few others who had as well, right? Jozu was dying of curiosity. A sly smile tugged at the corners of Izo's mouth. Clearly, during the days Jozu had been away on missions, he'd missed all the big developments within the Whitebeard Pirates. Our entire pirate crew, the official captains, and even a certain junior, little oars, all of them have benefited from Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance. Izo announced cheerfully. What? Jozu was utterly flabbergasted. Wasn't it not so long ago that resources were limited, and so many wanted lessons from Vice Captain Wang Yu? But he had no time for them? How did everything change so much while I was off completing a mission? Without hesitation, Jozu kicked up his speed and sprinted straight for the restricted area. This just wouldn't do. He'd been out there exhausting himself on missions. While back at home, the Whitebeard Pirates captains were living easy and receiving special tutelage. No way. If that's the case, isn't he at a huge disadvantage? Now that Vice Captain Wang Yu was openly sharing his teachings, and he'd finished his mission, Jozu swore to himself to get some one-on-one guidance from him. Maybe even pick up an extra move or two. Dracul Mihawk, Hawkeye himself, followed close behind, his heart brimming with secret delight. It seemed that Jozu's dire warnings about how tough things were here were a complete exaggeration. If every captain, and even a junior captain, had received tips, then surely he, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, could become at least an honorary junior captain. Wouldn't Wang Yu have something special to teach him as well? The two of them sped up, racing straight toward the restricted zone. In no time, they arrived at the massive gates. At that moment, Wang Yu was stretched out in the sunlight, soaking up the warmth, when suddenly the doorbell rang. So it's Jozu. Gumin. Seeing the display on the transponder snail, Wang Yu called Jozu inside without hesitation. The last time Jozu defeated Hawkeye, it had landed Wang Yu a Diamond Tier 10 draw lottery, propelling him to a comfortable new level. Naturally, Wang Yu felt he owed Jozu a generous reward. Reporting in, Deputy Captain Wang Yu. I've defeated Hawkeye Mihawk, and he has promised me he won't join Marines in any campaign against the Whitebeard Pirates, Jozu announced. But Jozu hesitated, trailing off. This caught Wang Yu off guard. The task had been completed perfectly. Was there something else that had cropped up? What is it? Wang Yu asked. Don't hold back, tell me, Wang Yu said, glancing at Jozu. Well, Deputy Captain, Hawkeye Mihawk has actually come back with me, Jozu disclosed. Mihawk. Now, that was unexpected for Wang Yu. Under normal circumstances, Hawkeye Mihawk had little to do with the Whitebeard Pirates. In fact, in the anime, he even took part in the campaign to wipe them out. What's going on? Is he still not convinced? Wang Yu narrowed his eyes. Hearing this, Jozu quickly waved his hands. No, it's not that. He's been utterly convinced and defeated. I told him at first that you don't receive visitors, but he stuck to me like glue. He just wouldn't leave me alone. If I didn't bring him here, he'd keep pestering me day in and day out. He's waiting just outside the restricted area, hoping to see you. Jozu reported truthfully. So that's how it is. Wang Yu instantly understood. He and Hawkeye Mihawk had never even met. Mihawk must have come all this way for guidance. The thought of someone like Mihawk, usually so aloof, acting just like their eager captain and seeking out instruction, made Wang Yu chuckle inwardly. Well, let him in then, Wang Yu said coolly. A guest is a guest. Since Hawkeye Mihawk had journeyed such a distance to seek him out, there was no reason to turn the man away. However, whether or not he would actually teach Mihawk would depend entirely on the terms Mihawk was prepared to offer. Soon after, Mihawk entered with utmost respect, bowing deeply in the manner of a true swordsman before Wang Yu. I am Mihawk. There was not the slightest hint that he looked down on Wang Yu simply for his youth. Wang Yu, for his part, regarded the world's greatest swordsman before him with keen curiosity. Sure enough, just like the character from the anime, tall and slender, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, a supreme greatsword strapped across his back. He spoke little, exuding a composed and steady demeanor. What brings you here to see me, Mihawk? Wang Yu spoke directly. Mihawk maintained his respectful posture. I heard from Jaz that his improvement in strength is thanks to your guidance. So I came to witness your coaching abilities for myself. I hope I'm not being too presumptuous, Mihawk said. He didn't outright request Wang Yu for training, because if he did, he'd have to offer up his own terms before anything else. So, Mihawk decided to observe first. Only after confirming with his own eyes that Wang Yu was indeed a mentor of such caliber would he be willing to put his own offer on the table. How could Wang Yu not see through Mihawk's intentions? The corners of his lips curled in silent amusement. This Mihawk, though a man of few words, was by no means a fool. Since Mihawk wanted to witness his teaching skills, Wang Yu didn't mind. After all, what did it matter if others learned about his abilities? At this point, with the Whitebeard pirates ruling these seas, there was no one they needed to fear. But of course, that's no problem at all, Wang Yu replied with a light laugh. Actually, Jaz has just completed his mission perfectly. As his reward, I'm going to coach him. If you don't mind, you're welcome to observe, Wang Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Mihawk was thrilled and immediately stepped aside respectfully. Jaz, on the other hand, was visibly bursting with excitement. He had planned to ask for guidance himself, but with Mihawk's arrival, he no longer needed to. Jaz, you did well stopping Mihawk from joining the upcoming war. For that, I'll teach you 2 new techniques, Wang Yu declared in his easygoing tone. When Jaz heard there would be 2 techniques, his excitement soared even higher. As expected, completing missions comes with even greater rewards. What techniques are they, Vice Captain Wang Yu? Jaz asked with utmost respect. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Mihawk focused his entire attention, observing closely. Wang Yu then used one of his own prediction skills to forecast a powerful move and also inspected a fully ripe fruit with his skill. A subtle, satisfied smile played at Wang Yu's lips. This time, Jaz was definitely going to soar to new heights. All skills maxed out. With those words, Wang Yu handed Jaz 2 fruits. Ever the foodie, Jaz didn't give a second thought. He simply took them and began to eat. Inside Wang Yu's mind, the system's notification sounded promptly. Ding! Detected. Jaz has consumed the Seismic Shard skill. Host has synchronized and acquired an advanced skill. Seismic Shard, level 2. Detected. Jozu has consumed the Unstoppable Force skill. The host synchronizes and acquires the advanced skill, Unstoppable Force, level 2. Seismic Shard. Hurl a fragment of rock from the depths of the earth toward your target, dealing 70/120/170/220/270, plus 0.6 AP. Magic damage, and stealing 20/25/30/35/40% of the target's movement speed for 3 seconds. Unstoppable Force. Malphite charges toward a designated area, dealing 200/300/400, plus 0.8 AP. Magic damage, and knocking all enemies into the air for 1.5 seconds. A faint smile played at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. From what I've observed, Jozu, your defensive skills are about as perfect as can be, aren't they? Wang Yu continued, speaking with an air of utter seriousness while, in reality, spouting complete nonsense. Upon hearing that Wang Yu intended to evaluate his progress, Jozu's face lit up with joy. A hearty, booming laugh escaped him. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you can rest easy about that. Ask this Mihawk right here if you don't believe me. Back in our fight, I stood there and let him hit me, and he couldn't even scratch me, not even a little. Jozu exclaimed, practically bursting with excitement, even pointing right at Mihawk as he spoke. Mihawk's lips twitched at Jozu's words. Though Jozu's version of events was a bit exaggerated, the truth was Mihawk really hadn't managed to break through Jozu's defense. It was already an embarrassing affair for Mihawk, and he'd warned Jozu again and again, back on the ship, never to let it slip out. But who could have guessed, the very moment he met Wang Yu, Jozu would blurt it out just to show off, exposing Mihawk's humiliation for all to hear. If ever there was a moment Hawkeye Mihawk was seething inside, it was now. Hey, Mihawk, tell them, am I lying to Vice Captain Wang Yu or not? Jozu, seeing Mihawk's lack of response, raised his voice, pressing him for confirmation. Faced with the stares of both Jozu and Wang Yu, the scene felt as cringeworthy as being caught in the most awkward moment of one's life. It's true, Mihawk spit the words out through clenched teeth. See, didn't I tell you, Vice Captain Wang Yu? If I hadn't utterly convinced this Mihawk, he wouldn't have come begging to join our crew. Jozu replied with a beaming grin. A vein pulsed at Mihawk's forehead. Wang Yu, too, smiled slightly. He had only meant to make small talk. Did Jozu really need to show off this much? Well then, since your defense is already well-trained, today, I'll teach you a couple of moves for offense, Wang Yu said calmly. Offensive move? At those words, Jozu's excitement soared to new heights. He actually had the same idea himself. Though his defenses were formidable, his offensive power left much to be desired, and he couldn't quite achieve that awe-inspiring flair he dreamed of. Now that Vice Captain Wang Yu had brought it up on his own, Jaws was visibly excited. Listen carefully. You could try tossing a boulder, formed from your granite power, and set it rolling. If you strike your enemy with such a hard stone, not only can you attack them, but you can also slow them down, making it much easier to pursue and finish them off. Wang Yu explained slowly and clearly. Standing nearby, Mihawk listened with utter confusion. Was this the kind of advice that Vice Captain Wang Yu usually gave out? Throw a stone, make it roll, and hit the enemy with it, and it can slow them down too? What kind of nonsense was this? Mihawk couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth at such preposterous words. Surely, Jaws wouldn't believe such drivel. But then, Mihawk glanced over at Jaws again. What he saw next left the legendary Hawk eyes, Mihawk completely speechless. Jaws slapped his own forehead, a look of sudden enlightenment dawning on his face. That's it, Vice Captain Wang Yu. You're absolutely right. That's brilliant. How could I not have thought of it? Exactly. That's the way, Jaws exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. What? The corners of Mihawk's mouth twitched again, question marks basically circling above his head. Was Jaws some kind of toddler? Jaws thought to himself. Seriously, I don't really get it. But if Vice Captain Wang Yu says so, it has to be the right way, and this would make my talent seem extraordinary. Perfect. Why not use Mihawk for your experiment right now? Mihawk, you don't mind lending yourself to the demonstration, do you? Wang Yu said cheerily, turning his grin toward Mihawk. Experiment? Do they really think I'm some little kid? Vice Captain Wang Yu, I'm fine with helping out, but are you sure what you just taught him will actually work? Mihawk voiced his doubt openly. Now, Mihawk was starting to suspect an elaborate ploy. It almost seemed as if Jaws had somehow improved his strength and just brought in some random extra as vice captain, claiming his guidance was responsible. The real aim was to get Mihawk to refuse the Navy's offer, and maybe, just maybe, lure him in for advice too. It all seemed terribly cunning. With that suspicion in mind, Mihawk's words lost their usual deference. Now, his tone was thick with skepticism. Sensing Mihawk's doubt, Jaws strode forward at once. All of them, even Jaws himself, had once doubted Vice Captain Wang Yu. But in the end, hadn't Wang Yu always proved them wrong? Didn't you just get utterly humiliated? An opportunity had finally presented itself for Jaws to show off in front of Wang Yu. And of course, he wasn't about to let it slip away so easily. Watch your tone, Mihawk. Jaws scolded him without hesitation. How can you say it's impossible, just because you couldn't understand the technique taught by our Vice Captain Wang Yu? That kind of thinking is dangerous. Jaws warned sternly. Mihawk curled his lips in disdain. Me? Not able to understand. So, you're saying I lack talent? Hawkeye Mihawk retorted with absolute confidence. To be honest, his talent for swordsmanship had been apparent since he was 3 years old. If it wasn't for his extraordinary talent, there was no way he could have become the world's greatest swordsman at such a young age. His skills were recognized across the world. He thought his bold statement would leave Jaws speechless, but Jaws hadn't even taken Mihawk seriously from the start. What good is high talent anyway? No matter how gifted you are, could you ever match Vice Captain Wang Yu? The techniques Vice Captain Wang Yu described, could just anyone understand them? I can't grasp them. And here you are, daring to raise doubts in front of the Vice Captain himself. How foolish can you be? That's right, your talent isn't bad, but honestly, it's pretty average, Jaws fired back. Stung by Ja's retort, Mihawk's face turned bright red with anger. Jaws and Wang Yu, singing each other's praises, had already tricked him once, and now they still refused to give ground. Fine then. All right, if you question my talent, let's put it to the test. How about this? I'll give you 10 attempts. Let's see if you can actually unleash the move Wang Yu just described. Mihawk challenged. At this point, Wang Yu himself finally spoke up. He knew his own technique inside out. He just needed a moment to get used to it, not endless practice. No need, Wang Yu said flatly. What a joke. He understood his own skill perfectly. Letting Jaws try was merely a matter of familiarization, and there was no chance of failure. Once. Just one try is enough. I believe in Ja's insight. He can grasp this move with just a single attempt. Wang Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Jaws beamed like a child who'd just received praise. Ha ha! Vice Captain Wang Yu, you give me too much credit. Did you hear that, Mihawk? Wang Yu himself said, I only need one try. Just relax and be my training partner. Jaws said with a grin. Wang Yu and Jaws' exchange only fueled Mihawk's irritation further. What did that mean? This was clearly an impossible feat, yet the two of them were only getting more and more fired up with their words, weren't they? They were making it sound as if I were someone completely devoid of talent. Very well. Today I, Mihawk, will thoroughly expose your pretenses and make you both the laughingstock here. With that, Mihawk spoke no more unnecessary words and turned directly to the two of them. Come on then, Jozu. I'd like to see just how strong your comprehension really is. Mihawk said angrily. The very next moment, Mihawk activated his movement skills and began darting around Jozu, weaving swiftly in circles. Jozu, for his part, didn't waste words either. Instead, he recalled Wang Yu's advice, lock onto the target, and unleash the full force of his granite power. Then, within his field of vision, a targeting indicator really did appear, though it was limited by distance. As long as the enemy was within a certain range, Jozu could lock onto them and unleash an attack. This must be the earthquake fragment that First Mate Wang Yu spoke of. It worked just as expected. First Mate Wang Yu truly never lied to me. In the next instant, as Mihawk drew closer, Jozu didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. He locked onto Mihawk as his target and hurled himself straight at him. His granite power transformed instantly into a massive rolling boulder, which crashed down toward Mihawk at astonishing speed. Feeling the targeting lock on him, Mihawk's eyes widened in disbelief. A rolling boulder, and it actually succeeded? Unwilling to accept it, Mihawk moved even faster to dodge, but something even stranger occurred. The mighty, rolling boulder remained locked onto him, no matter how he twisted or turned. It was as if the rock had grown eyes and was relentlessly tracking his every move. With the rolling boulder speeding up behind him, Mihawk was ultimately caught. It was like being struck by a towering mountain. The searing pain shot through him immediately. Mihawk clenched his teeth tightly. Now was not the moment to cry out. If he did, Wang Yu and Jozu would probably laugh themselves to tears. Ha ha! So Mihawk, what do you think? My special skill succeeded on the very first try. Tell me, doesn't that prove my talent is superior to yours? Jozu said, grinning from ear to ear. Elated by his success, Jozu couldn't help but burst out laughing. With such ridicule from Jozu, Mihawk's face darkened even further. Still, deep down, Mihawk was unwilling to admit defeat. How could such an outlandish miracle actually succeed? This doesn't make sense. It's completely illogical. So, Mihawk kept up his stubborn front. Your move wasn't exactly a success either, Jozu. Just now, your Vice Captain Wang Yu boasted that the force of this granite roll would slow the enemy down, but I didn't feel my movement speed affected at all. Mihawk muttered to himself. There was nothing else he could do. This was the only flaw he could find now, and that little excuse might just be enough to save a bit of his pride. Jozu heard this and couldn't help but secretly look down on Mihawk. This swordsman really couldn't stand to lose face. He was about to say something, but Wang Yu, who was nearby, beat him to it. Who says your speed wasn't affected? Why don't you try taking a few steps, Mihawk? Wang Yu said with a cheerful grin. Mihawk couldn't help but find it all rather laughable. Who understood his own body better than he did? Surely if something was wrong, he'd know. So Mihawk lifted his leg to walk forward, but in the very next instant, he froze in shock. A sharp wave of pain shot through him, leaving his thigh numb. His legs simply wouldn't obey him, and his movement speed dropped dramatically. At that, Jozu's face instantly lit up with excitement. Ha ha! Mihawk, do you see now? Your movement speed is exactly what Vice Captain Wang Yu predicted. It's been affected after all. I learned this move exactly according to Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance. And yet, for such a simple principle, world's greatest swordsman that you are, you just couldn't figure it out, could you? I really can't imagine how someone like you managed to become the world's #1 swordsman in the first place. Well, you believe me now, right? My talent surpasses yours. Jozu said mischievously, unable to hide his satisfaction. At the same time, Jozu's heart brimmed with admiration for Vice Captain Wang Yu. He'd never imagined Wang Yu could be so ingenious. He'd even anticipated all the follow-up effects of this technique. In a word, incredible. Hearing Jozu's words, Mihawk's face flushed crimson with anger. Could it be that his own talent really was inferior? But that couldn't be. His skills had been recognized by countless powerful figures. There was no way he could be bested by this burly black-skinned Jozu, was there? If there's nothing wrong with my own talent, then where exactly is the problem? Mihawk racked his brain, struggling to find the answer. At last, it finally dawned on him. It had to be a coincidence. Yes, that must be it. That's right. Didn't they say there's another technique? I'll just let them show me this other move. This time, those two are bound to slip up. With that, Mihawk turned sharply to Jozu. You said there's another technique, didn't you? Well, let's see if you really pull it off again this time. Mihawk declared with determination. There's no way they could get lucky twice in a row. So with this next move, he would surely expose their trick. Hawkeye Mihawk was certain of it. Hearing Mihawk's challenge, Jozu just laughed lightly to himself. So that's it, Mihawk still won't admit defeat, clinging to his stubborn pride. What a joke. All right then. Vice Captain Wang Yu was here in person today. How could Mihawk be allowed to walk away unconvinced? Mihawk, since you still want to be our test subject, I don't mind at all. But just be careful. If we experiment too much, you might end up hurting yourself, or get some lingering side effect. Jozu said cheerfully, grinning from ear to ear. Then he turned eagerly to Wang Yu, his face lighting up with excitement. Vice Captain Wang Yu, that move you showed just now was strong. No doubt, but I feel like it could use a little more punch. Do you think you could teach me something that's both flashy and has some real destructive power? Ideally, something with overwhelming damage and looks cool enough to show off with. Jozu said, grinning widely. Hawkeye Mihawk's forehead twitched, veins bulging, and the corners of his mouth twitched as well. This big, black lump, is this your way of settling a personal score with me? Still, you really are a fool, Jozu. All you're doing is making things harder for yourself and your Vice Captain Wang Yu. Now, I'll have an even better chance to expose you. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he listened. This Jozu has clearly learned a thing or two from Marco and the others. Now he's showing off too. But to be honest, this so-called skill fruit of his really is just as Jozu described. Whether it's for pure damage or for style, it delivers on all fronts. Then, right in front of Mihawk, Wang Yu spoke with a calm smile. That particular move you mentioned isn't exactly easy. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Jaws couldn't help but scold himself inwardly for being a bit thoughtless. After all, the techniques that Vice Captain Wang Yu had already taught him were already incredibly impressive, yet he had still dared to ask for more. Really, he should have known better. Over on the sidelines, Dracula Mihawk's lips curled in a faint, wry smile. If I knew it. That fool Jaws was obviously trying to make things more difficult for Wang Yu, and now, well, look how that turned out. He's made a mess of things. Looks like I, Dracula Mihawk, can regain some dignity from this after all. Huh. Mihawk was almost gleeful at the thought, ready to seize the opportunity to poke some fun at Jaws. But at that very moment, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. However, since you've asked Jaws, as vice captain, there's no way I would let you down. All right, let me show you how to master this dazzling, devastating new technique. Wang Yu replied with complete confidence. What? For a split second, Mihawk wondered if he'd misheard. What was Wang Yu doing? Was he really serious about teaching Jaws that move? Wasn't this just empty boasting? As for Jaws, he could barely contain his excitement. Really, Vice Captain Wang Yu? That's fantastic, amazing, Jaws said, his face lighting up with undisguised joy. Without missing a beat, Jaws turned to Mihawk. Mihawk, just so we're clear, I did warn you about volunteering as the test subject. If you get hurt again in a minute, don't blame me for it. Jaws teased with a mischievous grin. From the look of things, it seemed he would complete his mission with ease and profit handsomely from it to boot. Moving forward, he'd definitely need to do more missions with Vice Captain Wang Yu. Without further ado, Wang Yu began his lesson. Listen carefully, Jaws. This move is called Unstoppable Force. If everything goes as planned, once you master this technique, it will become your single most powerful skill. Wang Yu declared. The most powerful move? Jaws swallowed hard. Did that mean it would surpass even the Thunder Strike or the Granite Shield? Those formidable moves he'd already learned? With just those techniques alone, he'd already managed to defeat Mihawk. If he could master an even stronger move, wouldn't that mean he'd be unstoppable? At this moment, Jaws completely forgot about mocking Mihawk. Instead, all his attention was focused on learning the new technique. Vice Captain Wang Yu, Please, show me exactly how to unleash it. Jaws pleaded, unable to hide his excitement. Since you're able to practice and master the earthquake fragments, I'm confident that your command of Granite's power has also reached a formidable level. This move can only be unleashed once you've honed your mastery over Granite to a certain degree. Listen closely, Jozu. For this, you must imagine your entire body turning to stone, becoming one with the rock itself. Then, see yourself as a colossal meteor and launch yourself, full force, straight at your enemy from the sky. Anyone you hit with that impact will be blasted skyward and instantly knocked senseless. While your foe is dazed and helpless, you can unleash all kinds of follow-up attacks. A word of friendly warning. Anyone caught within your collision zone, regardless of their numbers or strength, will be sent reeling and knocked unconscious by the sheer force of your blow. Wang Yu murmured softly. Standing nearby, Hawkeye Mihawk twitched at the corner of his mouth. Is he spouting nonsense again? Jozu's a Diamond Demon Fruit user, turning into stone. Maybe I can force myself to accept that. But all that other talk, what's he on about? How could it be that, no matter how many people or how strong they are, they'd all get knocked out cold by a single crash from Jozu? At most, they'd take some damage. No real powerhouse would pass out just from one of Jozu's attacks. Certainly not. But while Mihawk was left utterly speechless, Jozu was a stark contrast. He was so fired up, he barely harbored a single doubt. That's amazing. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're just too incredible. To think I could actually send someone flying and knock them clean out. Ha ha ha, from now on, I, Jozu, am destined to walk among the emperors. Jozu crowed, cheeks flushed red with excitement. Mihawk could only stare in disbelief. Is this guy intellectually challenged? How could he believe it so easily? That sort of thing is simply impossible. Save the chatter, Jozu. I'm volunteering to be your test subject. Come on. I want to see how your Vice Captain special technique is supposedly going to knock me out. Mihawk said, his irritation plain to see. Today he was determined to expose Jozu and this so-called Vice Captain Wang Yu for the frauds they were, and reclaim his dignity. Just moments before, Jozu was brimming with excitement, but hearing Mihawk's challenge, his brow furrowed. Here I am, talking with Vice Captain Wang Yu, and you're butting in for what reason? So Jozu walked straight up to Mihawk. You still don't believe me, Mihawk, do you? Sigh, Mihawk, you call yourself the world's greatest swordsman, but your awareness is really lacking. I already succeeded in testing my quake fragments, and you still don't believe me? Fine, today I, Jozu, will show you. Make you admit your defeat from the heart and out loud. Jozu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Mihawk clenched his fists as well. This Jozu really wasn't giving him any face at all. Enough talk, Jozu. Go ahead and test it. I still don't believe you. Just by imagining yourself as a rock, you'll really be able to knock me out? What kind of nonsense is that? Mihawk retorted. Jozu felt even more fired up at that. If you want to say I have no talent, fine. But you, how dare you speak about Vice Captain Wang Yu right in front of me? Vice Captain Wang Yu is someone who understands the great truths of the world. It's clear Mihawk's own talent isn't up to par. He just can't grasp the profound meaning in Wang Yu's words. And yet he still dares to doubt the Vice Captain. How can someone as insignificant as you, a so-called world's greatest swordsman, dare to question our Vice Captain Wang Yu? You actually dare to doubt Vice Captain Wang Yu? Fine. Watch. I'll knock you out and make you truly admit defeat. Jozu said, his anger rising. With that, the two of them squared off, ready for showdown. Mihawk assumed a defensive stance, showing with his whole demeanor just how little he believed Jozu's claim. Let him try. I'll max out my defenses, no matter what. Even if it's just blind luck, there's no way he could actually knock me out while I'm wrapped head to toe in armament hockey armor. Right? Jozu, meanwhile, started recalling Wang Yu's every word to him, each and every phrase echoing in his heart. He pictured himself as a stone, gathered all his willpower, and closed his eyes, focusing every bit of his attention. In the next instant, Jozu truly felt as if he'd become a stone man clad head to toe in armor. And then Jozu charged straight at Mihawk. Here I go. The words burst out before he even realized. In a flash, Jozu hurtled toward Mihawk with thunderous speed and power. So fast, Mihawk's mind could scarcely keep up. He could only think, almost by instinct, how unbelievably quick Jozu had become. There was no more escaping. It simply wasn't possible. Fortunately, his defenses had already been raised to their fullest. His entire body coated in armament hockey, armor gleaming brilliantly under the sun. A subtle smirk played at the corner of Mihawk's lips. Come on, Jozu. Even if you manage to hurt me, you'll still end up losing in the end. I simply refuse to believe you can really knock me out. What nonsense! Mihawk said. Originally, he had come here, seeking to further his swordsmanship under Wang Yu's guidance. Yet, to his surprise, he had run into nothing but deceit. They'd gone to these lengths just to recruit him, playing such a farce. So, in his heart, Hawkeye Mihawk was left frustrated, having lost all patience for Jozu. When Jozu heard Mihawk doubting first mate Wang Yu yet again, he became all the more determined, throwing his weight with even more ferocity into his next charge. "Bring it on, then. Watch as I smash you to pieces." Jozu roared in fury. In a heartbeat, Jozu's massive form was airborne, crashing down toward Mihawk in a torrent of unstoppable power. With a thunderous crash, Jozu's body slammed straight into Mihawk. Mihawk's eyes went wide with shock. A burst of blood spurted from Mihawk's mouth. Confusion swelled in Mihawk's mind. What in the world was going on? Since when did Jozu's attacks pack this much force? His defensive stance was flawless, so much so that even red-haired Shanks would have trouble breaking through. And yet now, this hulking brute had shattered it, as if it were nothing. Jozu wasn't just a defensive powerhouse anymore. His attacks were equally overwhelming. Was he aiming to surpass the Emperors themselves? But just as Mihawk was marveling at Jozu's terrifying strength, things took an even stranger turn. Under the force of Jozu's brutal assault, Mihawk's nerves seemed to short out. His consciousness began to fade. Pushed by the sheer impact, Mihawk was sent flying into the air, and then, all at once, everything went black. After Mihawk landed, Jozu, standing over him, was visibly elated. The look on Mihawk's face in those final moments before losing consciousness was a swirl of emotions. Frustration, confusion, and profound shock, all mixed together. Jozu's face was alight with excitement. He had succeeded. Vice Captain Wang Yu hadn't let him down. Previously, when he fought Mihawk, even though his defense was monstrous, maybe even overwhelming Mihawk at times, he hadn't managed to inflict any truly significant harm, despite the entire battle. But now everything had changed. Even someone like Hawkeye Mihawk, a world-class swordsman. After her furious outburst, these low-ranking crew members were so terrified they seemed to lose their souls. They knew exactly how terrifying Big Mom could be. Now, with Big Mom in a rage, if they ever returned to her pirate crew, their fate would be sealed. That demon would drain away their lifespans, and then erase them completely. So, when they heard Big Mom's furious threat over the call, the frightened pirate holding the Den Den Mushi simply dropped it to the ground in a panic. The other pirates, witnessing this, all turned their curious gazes over. What happened? What did Big Mom say? The surrounding pirates asked with concern. The pirate who'd been on the call only shook his head, despair written all over his face. "There's no going back. There's no going back. If we return, Big Mom will destroy us all," the intelligence officer murmured to himself. A chill swept through the group as his words sank in. They all knew Big Mom's temper. If she was really furious about this, their only destiny would be to have their life force drained at the spin of her wheel, only to die miserably in agony. There was no way around it. The pirate world was ruthless, survival of the fittest and the rule of the strong. For small fry like them, mere ants in the grand scheme, there was never a choice in their fate. So, having realized Big Mom's message, they one by one gave up any thought of ever returning to her pirate crew. Returning would only mean certain death. Perhaps, though, if they struck out elsewhere, they might be able to cling to their meager lives. They weren't fools. Of course they knew what decision they needed to make at that moment. Without any further hesitation, the ship's helmsman swung the bow around. Like scattered birds, these defeated pirates fled in all directions, each scrambling for his own survival. There's simply no denying it. The world of pirates is just that merciless. On the other side, Big Mom hung up her phone, so furious her fingers wouldn't stop trembling. Cracker and Snack, a pair of useless fools. Getting beaten was one thing, but to think that my own Yonka-level pirate crew produced such pathetic failures. One after another, they chose to run away like cowards. When they crawl back here, I swear I'll drain away every last drop of their lifespan. Suddenly, Big Mom remembered Kaido. Just days ago, Kaido had called her himself, all bluster and bravado, proposing an alliance to take down the Whitebeard pirates. Back then, she'd mocked and humiliated Kaido without restraint. But now, she would never have imagined that karma would come around so quickly. Not long ago, she'd thought Kaido's crew, a powerhouse in the New World, getting beaten so badly by Marco was a disgrace to the title of Yonko. Now, looking at her own situation, she realized they were two of a kind. Neither one any better. Two of her own sweet commanders, defeated by just a pair of division captains. In a sense, maybe her own crew was even worse off than Kaido's. The more she thought about it, the more Big Mom felt her old face burning with shame. Just as she was about to call Kaido, her Den Den Mushi suddenly rang before she could dial. Who could be calling her at a time like this? Big Mom paused, thinking it over, but then simply answered the call. On the other end of the line came a voice she didn't recognize. "Hello, is this Big Mom?" The speaker's tone hovered between a sneer and a smile. Big Mom was stunned. "What is going on today? Why does everyone seem to have my number and all think they can interrupt me? And who is this stranger to address her so boldly? Didn't he know the name of a Yonko was not to be spoken lightly? Boy, who are you?" she snapped. "How dare you call me by my name? You must have a death wish." Big Mom roared, her fury erupting through the line. The caller, none other than Wang Yu, currently deep in Whitebeard's territory, couldn't help but grin upon hearing Big Mom's voice. "Looks like Whitebeard gave me the right number. My call actually got through." He laughed loudly, his amusement echoing through the connection. "Hello, Big Mom. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wang Yu, the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates." Wang Yu greeted her cheerfully, his voice full of good-natured mischief. "First mate? The first mate of the Whitebeard pirates?" Big Mom's eyes immediately narrowed to thin slits. Since news of Wang Yu had so far only circulated within the Beast Pirates, Big Mom still had no idea that such a figure had emerged among Whitebeard's crew. "A new first mate? Is that it? You're not qualified to speak to me. And besides, Whitebeard and I are sworn enemies. If you're calling me, you must have dialed the wrong number." Big Mom's voice was seething with anger. Her mood was sour to begin with. She was about to hang up, but the next word she heard from the other end of the line stopped her cold. "So, does that mean you don't care about Cracker and Charlotte Snack, those two from your crew? Well, in that case, I might as well hand these bumbling fools over to the Navy. I could probably make some money out of it." Wang Yu replied with a teasing laugh. The situation was this. Just as little Oars and Haruta had left Fishman Island, they couldn't wait to pass along the news to Wang Yu. After all, such good news was best delivered to Wang Yu as soon as possible. They were itching for the first mate to teach them a few new skills. This kind of arrangement needed to be scheduled in advance. Otherwise, when they returned to the Whitebeard Pirates, if they had to wait in line for Wang Yu's personal training, that would be such a shame. As for Wang Yu, he was definitely not the kind to turn down a good opportunity when it came his way. Although the hostages hadn't even been delivered yet, that didn't stop him from starting his blackmail. After all, when it was Drought Jack, Wang Yu had managed to extort 5 billion berries from Kaido. It made Wang Yu wonder, these pirates of the New World really were rolling in money. And as for the Big Mom pirates, their financial power could only surpass Kaido's. So Wang Yu grinned slyly, thinking, if one Jack could bring in 5 billion, and now I've got 2 prisoners in my hands, isn't it fair to demand 10 billion berries from Big Mom herself? And that was how Wang Yu found himself making a call to Big Mom. Hearing Wang Yu's voice on the line, Big Mom was left utterly speechless. Just now, she had been too consumed by her own anger and failed to realize that at this moment, half of the 4 sweet commanders of her pirate crew had already been captured by Whitebeard's crew. Half of her top fighters were locked up, yet she was still thinking of joining forces with Kaido. Join forces for what? What nonsense! The most pressing matter now was to figure out a way to get Cracker and the others released as soon as possible. Then from there, make a long-term plan and work with Kaido to completely seize control over the Whitebeard pirates. With that, Big Mom forced a smile uglier than crying. Vice Captain Wang Yu, isn't it? Let's talk this over calmly. Turning us over to the Navy wouldn't do either of us any good, right? Big Mom said with a beaming, strained grin. Yet in her heart, she was cursing Wang Yu up and down. Just you wait, Wang Yu. Sooner or later, I'll team up with Kaido, and we will crush your whole pirate crew under our feet. Big Mom was seething with fury as she plotted. Hearing Big Mom's words, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh to himself. Is Big Mom really the type who won't cry until she sees her own coffin? If only she had talked rationally earlier, none of this mess would have happened. As the saying goes, you don't raise your hand against someone with a smiling face. So, Wang Yu returned her smile. Big Mom, I honestly didn't expect you to be more reasonable than Kaido. That guy Kaido didn't know what was good for him. I gave him a thorough scolding. You're much more sensible than he is, Wang Yu said with a playful grin. Upon hearing that even Kaido had been extorted by Wang Yu, Big Mom's lips curved into a rare, intriguing smile. What did Kaido do to get himself into trouble with you? Do tell, Big Mom asked, full of excitement. She hadn't expected Kaido to keep secrets from her. It had to be something humiliating. Wang Yu paused in mild surprise at Big Mom's curiosity. So, she could be nosy too. No harm, he thought. Since you asked, what's the problem in telling you? Besides, it's a great chance to let you see what happens to those who mess with the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Yu chuckled softly. No problem, I'll tell you. We were lucky enough to capture Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates as well. Even the ivory from his tusks, while I took care of them myself, Wang Yu added, grinning. Hearing what Wang Yu said, Big Mom felt somewhat relieved inside. As one of the three major figures of the White Beast pirates, to be captured alive by an enemy force, and even have her ivory forcibly taken out, she had to admit it was a truly humiliating experience. If that's the case, then Kaido must be even angrier than she was. No wonder that old Kaido hadn't contacted her for so many years, only to suddenly propose an alliance. So this was the reason. At last, Big Mom's mood brightened a little. 15 billion berries, you say? Fine, I'll accept my loss this time. The money will be sent over right away. I just hope you won't do anything to Cracker and the others. Big Mom agreed, straightforward and decisive. Right now, preserving the fighting strength of her Big Mom pirates was absolutely critical. So, it was worth it to comply with Wang Yu's demands for now. And as for losing face, with Kaido's precedent as a prime example, she didn't need to worry about her reputation. However, something entirely unexpected happened next. Upon hearing her reply, Wang Yu let out a low chuckle. A mere 15 billion berries to make him go away? If word got out about this, wouldn't that mean every power in the world would come looking to the Whitebeard pirates with the same trick in the future? Then came Wang Yu's voice from the other end of the call, sounding amused. I think you've misunderstood me, Big Mom. The ransom I want is not 15 billion berries. Wang Yu spoke calmly, enunciating every word with a smile. Big Mom's face was filled with confusion at this. It's not 15 billion. To be honest, with the bounties on those two, 14 billion should be a generous sum. She'd even offered Wang Yu 15 billion, a bit more than necessary. And the reason for such a high offer was simple. The Big Mom pirates were hardly short on cash, and, with Kaido's blunder as a lesson, she had no intention of haggling. Now, Wang Yu was claiming it wasn't 15 billion. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates would actually return any extra to her? Could there really be fortune that easy to come by in this world? But what Wang Yu said next shattered Big Mom's composure completely. That's not 15 billion berries, Big Mom. If you want Cracker and the others released, don't even think about it unless you have 100 billion berries ready. Wang Yu grinned as he spoke. 15 billion, my foot. How is she acting just like Kaido? Why are some people always looking to take advantage of others? Really unbelievable. What did you say? Big Mom's eyes were bloodshot with fury. No matter how hard Big Mom tried to wrap her head around it, she never expected that Cracker, plus just one snag, those two would be worth such a staggering sum. After all, even her own bounty was still under 50 billion berries. By Wang Yu's terms, split between two people, doesn't that mean each of them is worth 50 billion? Unbelievable. This ransom is higher than what they asked for Yonko. Was he mocking her? Did she mishear him? For a moment, Big Mom simply couldn't accept this reality. She stared at Wang Yu with a suspicious gaze and asked again, Wang Yu, how much did you say you wanted for ransom? They're just two people, and you're asking me for 100 billion berries? Big Mom's eyes went wide with disbelief. Upon hearing her words, Wang Yu responded with a cold sneer. What's the matter? Do I look like the type who cracks jokes? I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, Big Mom. I mean every word I say. 100 billion berries. Not a single coin less. That's exactly what I told Kaido as well. Wang Yu's tone suddenly turned icy. Having a young man talk back to her so directly, Big Mom's mood soured, but seeing as her leverage was now firmly in the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, there was little she could do. Swallowing her anger, Big Mom clenched her teeth hard. Kaido, how much did you ask him for? She spat, unwilling to let it go. If Kaido refused and bargained it down, then maybe she could negotiate a lower price too. The thought gave Big Mom a glimmer of hope. However, Wang Yu's next words shattered her expectations completely. Kaido, he paid up the 50 billion berries straight away, not a single coin short. Wang Yu replied with a wide grin. In that instant, all of Big Mom's hopes collapsed. She never imagined that someone as tough as Kaido would hand over the money so obediently. And in her heart, Big Mom was already cursing Kaido out in every way possible. Kaido, aren't you usually so arrogant? Why are you cowering now? If you could have bargained the price down even a bit, I could have saved myself some money. But look at you, you didn't manage to cut a single berry off the price. Useless. Now how am I supposed to negotiate with Wang Yu? Listen, Big Mom, I've already told you everything I need to say. I'm not forcing you to take it or leave it. Make up your own mind. But let me remind you, I'm not exactly known for my patience. If anything happens to Cracker and the others while I'm having my fun, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Wang Yu said with a carefree laugh. Talking to this old hag was already a waste of his time, so Wang Yu decided there was no reason to continue. He simply showed her the door with no further courtesy. On the other end of the line, after hearing the threat in Wang Yu's voice, Big Mom's face turned red with rage. But right now, she didn't have much choice. There was no other way out. If even Kaido had conceded, then swallowing her pride didn't seem so humiliating after all. So before Wang Yu could hang up, Big Mom hurried to speak up. 100 billion berries, is it? Fine, I'll pay. But you'd better guarantee Cracker and the others' safety. Big Mom roared, trying to save the last shred of her dignity. But who was Wang Yu? He heard Big Mom's angry words, but he wasn't moved at all. Instead, a sly smile appeared on his face, and he answered her threat with one of his own. Sorry, Big Mom. I'm afraid I can't promise you that. I'm not exactly known for my temper. Until I see the money, there's no telling what might happen to Cracker and the others if I get annoyed. So, if I were you, I'd hurry and send the money over. That's your best bet right now. Wang Yu spoke coldly, with no further intention of bargaining. Without another word, he hung up. All that was left on Big Mom's end was the cold drone of the disconnected line. What the? That bastard hung up on me before I even finished talking? Bastard. You rotten bastard. In a fit of rage, the mighty Empress Big Mom smashed everything around her. The entire cake house rang with the sounds of her fury, echoing as she laid waste to everything within reach. The pirates gathered outside, dared not even breathe. They knew Big Mom all too well. To her, their lives were worth less than ants. If any of them recklessly entered now and caught Big Mom's eye, she might well use them to vent her fury, draining their lifespan on the spot, erasing them from existence without a second thought. So these low-ranking crew members could only cower outside, frozen with fear, not a single one brave enough to step in. Each of them dreaded the possibility of becoming Big Mom's next victim, disposed of in an instant. At last, within the confines of the cake house, Big Mom finally calmed down. She was still breathing heavily, her massive chest heaving with each breath. After a moment, her enormous hand reached for the Den Den Mushi and dialed a number she knew very well. Meanwhile, back on Onigashima, Kaido, one of the four emperors, was brooding over his drink. We heard the all-too-familiar call. He rushed to answer. On the other end, Big Mom's powerful voice resonated. Hey, is that you, Kaido? Big Mom cut straight to the point. Hearing his old rival's voice, Kaido couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. So it's you, Lin Lin? Finally come to your senses, have you? I told you long ago. You should have listened to me. Yet you insisted on trying to swallow up the Whitebeard pirates all by yourself. Did you really think taking them over would be that easy? Kaido chuckled, unable to hide his amusement. Since she once refused his invitation, Kaido now relished the chance to rub it in, eager to see Big Mom tripped up for once. But Kaido underestimated her. Rather than getting angry at his mocking tone, Big Mom responded with a taunt of her own. Kaido, you bastard, forget your alliance nonsense for now. How about another question for you? Big Mom's voice was sharp and demanding. That left Kaido completely stunned. Another question? What is it, Lin Lin? Kaido narrowed his eyes and muttered grudgingly. Upon hearing this, a sly smile tugged at the corners of Big Mom's mouth. Kaido, you bastard, tell me, is it true that your drought, Jack, has been kidnapped by the Whitebeard pirates? Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she pressed the question. Kaido's pride took a serious hit with those words. This was a matter he'd carefully commanded his subordinates to keep absolutely secret, so how on earth had Big Mom found out? Now there was no way for him to save face. Silence and frustration washed over Kaido, leaving him momentarily speechless. Big Mom noticed there was no response from Kaido's side, and her enormous mouth slowly curled into a sly grin. Ha ha ha, did I hit a sore spot, Kaido? She jeered. You really are the shame of the four emperors, Kaido. How could you let your own right-hand man, the Drought, get kidnapped by a rival crew? And on top of that, you actually agreed to pay a ransom of 5 billion berries. You idiot. Big Mom roared in outrage. Big Mom was still fuming over the fact that Kaido had coughed up the 5 billion without even trying to bargain. It didn't matter to her that he spent his own money. What infuriated her was that, because of her foolish little brother's recklessness, she ended up suffering as well. Did he have any idea that his actions brought misery to them both? Kaido, humiliated by the insult, felt his rage boiling inside. He had thought Big Mom was coming to propose an alliance, but to his surprise, she was only here to rub salt in his wounds. It made Kaido seethe with fury. That's enough. Lin Lin, how was I supposed to know the Whitebeard pirates suddenly acquired some kind of mysterious, cutting-edge technology? Otherwise, how could my Jack have been captured by a mere division commander? Kaido thundered, rage exploding in his voice. Lightning crackled and thunder rumbled through the sky above Onigashima, the air charged with Kaido's furious energy. Hearing this, Big Mom's eyes went wide with realization. So it was true. She'd finally forced it out of him. That damned Kaido had known about the Whitebeard pirates obtaining mysterious new technology all along. Yet he had never breathed a word to her, even when she had confided her intention to seize Fishman Island. That bastard kept it to himself, letting her walk right into a disaster and waste a full 10 billion berries. Curse Kaido. He might look big and burly, but his mind was rotten with cunning. Well, since you knew about the Whitebeard pirates' technology, why didn't you warn me, Kaido? All this trouble. You caused me so much suffering. Big Mom's anger now matched Kaido's, her voice booming furiously. The heavens above filled instantly with bolts of lightning and rolling thunder. Outside the cake chateau, the small fry, Big Mom's foot soldiers, listened in terror to her words, their faces paling with fear. Did you hear what Big Mom said? It sounds like she's fighting with Kaido now. Oh no, the wrath of two emperors. There's no way we can withstand that. If things escalate, there might be an all-out war with the Beast Pirates. The pirates gathered outside the cake chateau, exchanged fearful looks, each one bracing himself as if a great battle against Kaido's crew could break out at any moment. However, inside the cake house, the next exchange left these little henchmen even more astonished. Contrary to their expectations, they simply hadn't imagined that the two emperors, who had just moments ago been brimming with hostility, would now, after a short while, be discussing a potential alliance. And even more shockingly, both of them actually agreed to it. On Onigashima, after hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido himself felt a wave of embarrassment. He awkwardly scratched at his head, and even the thunder and lightning raging in the sky above gradually died down. Ha ha, Linlin, so it seems you've been threatened by the Whitebeard pirates too, haven't you? Come on, tell me, how many billions of berries do they squeeze out of you? You can't really blame me for this, Linlin. Back then, when I suggested joining forces with you, you were so full of confidence you wouldn't hear a word of it. Even if I tried to explain just how powerful the Whitebeard pirates were, I doubt you'd have believed me. Would you, Linlin? Kaido joked, grinning from ear to ear. Hearing Kaido's explanation, Big Mom's mood finally eased up a little. You rotten Kaido! How dare you laugh at me? I got swindled out of 10 billion berries by the Whitebeard pirates. 10 billion, just like that. Big Mom thundered. Kaido couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm at her words. 10 billion berries. Good heavens. The vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates really does know how to make outrageous demands. That's way more than the 5 billion I lost. No wonder this old witch Big Mom is so enraged. Kaido hurriedly covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. Still, he managed to hold it in. After all, with what he knows about Big Mom, if he started laughing now, she'd probably try to kill him right then and there. Is that so, Linlin? Well, you can't blame me. This is all the Whitebeard pirates doing. Come on, don't stay mad, Kaido said with a toothy grin, though inside he was absolutely gleeful. At last, Charlotte Linlin, you have no choice but to team up with me against the Whitebeard pirates. But just then, Big Mom didn't rush to broach the subject of an alliance. In her view, though she'd lost a great deal of money, her side was still much stronger than the Beast Pirates. After all, it was only money she'd lost, while the Beast Pirates hadn't just been fleeced financially. Even their top fighters, the Toby Rappo, had been abducted. Wasn't that 100 times worse than her own misfortune? Moreover, Kaido and Whitebeard have always been like oil and water. Their relationship is far worse than mine with either of them. So right now, the one most eager to go to war with the Whitebeard pirates isn't me at all. It's Kaido, that stubborn fool. That's why I absolutely need to make sure I get something out of Kaido in return. Marco heard Wang Yu's words and responded with a mysterious smile. That's exactly it. Vice Captain Wang Yu, think about it. What would be the most humiliating thing that could happen to Kaido? Marco shot Wang Yu a sly, knowing look, speaking in a calm, measured tone. Nearby, Vista was the first to chime in. The most humiliating thing? Of course, that would be forcing Kaido's crew, especially those high-ranking officers, to serve as maids for our Whitebeard pirates. Vista exclaimed enthusiastically, grinning from ear to ear. Wang Yu was taken aback. Good grief, he thought, these two really know how to hit where it hurts. Striking at both the body and the spirit. This was a ruthless plan. To think that Marco and Vista could even come up with something like this. And honestly, if Kaido ever found out about this, wouldn't he just die of rage? Wait a second. Marco and the others had brought Runty here right out in the open in Wano, before the eyes of so many. That means Kaido definitely knows what happened. At this rate, Kaido probably wants to crawl into a hole and die. You know, when you put it that way, it actually makes a lot of sense, Wang Yu replied, giving heartfelt praise to Marco and the others in his mind. You really are a genius. So that's how it is, Vice Captain Wang Yu. For the sake of the Whitebeard pirates, it doesn't matter if you want the maid or not. You have to accept her. No matter what, you must put her to use. Only then can we really slap Kaido in the face. Vista said with another wide grin. Goodness, Wang Yu thought. If he didn't accept Runty as his maid now, he'd have no way to justify himself. He could only smile helplessly and nod. That settles it then, Vice Captain Wang Yu, Marco announced with a pleased smirk. At the same time, Marco's hands didn't stop moving. He reached into his burlap sack and pulled out yet another person. Out from the large sack appeared the figure of Black Maria. Seeing Black Maria emerge, Wang Yu couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. He'd thought having Runny was already enough, but now, out came Black Maria as well. This is she too? Wang Yu pointed at Black Maria, muttering under his breath. Marco strolled over with a mischievous smile. That's right, Vice Captain Wang Yu. She's yours as well. Isn't it much more interesting with two maids? Wang Yu's mouth twitched. Goodness, these guys really are determined to completely destroy Kaido's reputation. Thank goodness Kaido's top 3 officers are all men, or else, would you guys have kidnapped them too, just to make them serve as maids for me? However, this Black Maria is just too enormous. Having her serve as a maid for Kaido makes sense, but for me, the scale feels a bit off. It just doesn't feel right to have someone of her size as my maid. Do you think Black Maria is a little too big to be my maid? Wang Yu mumbled, the corners of his mouth twitching as he spoke. Marco and Vista, of course, understood exactly what Wang Yu was getting at. They'd even discussed all this beforehand on their way over. Heh, don't you worry about that. Vice Captain Wang Yu, Marco said, rubbing his hands together, a mischievous smile on his face. Black Maria isn't just there to bring you tea and pour drinks. She has another, very important function. Marco continued, unable to hold back his grin. Another function? That threw Wang Yu for a loop. What else could someone so large possibly do? Vista was also rubbing his hands together, beaming with amusement. This special function, he said with a wide smile, is that Black Maria can double as your personal bed. A human bed? Wang Yu's eyes flew open in disbelief. Honestly, these two really had some wild ideas. Black Maria overheard the conversation and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Deep down, she was crying out in despair. How did her life end up like this? Once, she had been Kaido's favorite companion, a consort of one of the 4 emperors. But now, reduced to being a maid, and even made to serve as a bed. This was utter humiliation. Are we really using Black Maria as a human bed? Wang Yu pointed at her, muttering to himself. Well, why not? Every maid has her own special role. After all, one of them chimed in. Just give it a try and see how it feels, Marco urged with a sly grin. With that, the two of them practically dragged Wang Yu over to where Black Maria was waiting. Black Maria's eyes filled with utter despair, but with her hands and feet bound, she was utterly powerless to resist. Wang Yu sat down carefully. To his surprise, it actually felt rather comfortable. Truth be told, he'd been having trouble falling asleep lately, struggling to get a good night's rest. Having a human bed like this around didn't seem like such a bad arrangement after all. In that case, let me try it, Wang Yu said evenly. Seeing him finally give his consent, Marco and Vista quickly brought Runty and Black Maria right to Wang Yu's door. Once they stepped outside, the two men still wore those grinning, cheeky expressions. Vice Captain Wang Yu, wouldn't you say it's time we picked up a few new tricks of our own? They teased. After all, our trip to Wano has done wonders for your reputation, they said, both of them rubbing their hands in anticipation, still grinning from ear to ear. Wang Yu chuckled softly. There was no doubt. Those two had arranged for him to have 2 maids because they were hoping he'd give them some special guidance. As it happened, he had just received a reward and was preparing to bestow gifts on all the team captains, so he simply smiled and nodded. Seeing Wang Yu's approval, Marco and Vista exchanged a knowing grin. Clearly, having made around made everything go much more smoothly. Wang Yu cleared his throat. All right, let's start with you, Marco. As it happens, I have a weapon to give you. With that, a scepter appeared in Wang Yu's hand, as if from thin air. Under the sunlight, it glimmered with dazzling brilliance. Marco couldn't help but drool with anticipation. He didn't yet know exactly what the scepter could do, but just by looking at its luster, it was clear that this was no ordinary item. Wang Yu began to explain to Marco. This is called the Staff of the Archangel. Staff of the Archangel. Ability power, 65. Mana, 500. Health, 200. Grants bonus skill haste equivalent to 0.5% of your extra mana. Mana accumulation. Whenever you hit a target with an ability, 1 charge is consumed to grant 3 bonus mana. If the target is a hero, the bonus is doubled. You can gain up to 360 bonus mana this way, at which point the staff will transform into the embrace of the Seraph. With this equipment, your Devil Fruit's endurance will improve significantly. Also, both your Devil Fruit's power and your own defense will receive a considerable boost. Wang Yu explained to Marco. Upon hearing the explanation, Marco's eyes went wide with excitement. He needed this gear now more than ever. Back in Wano, during his fight with Kaido, he'd always come up short because he couldn't last long enough. But if his endurance improved dramatically, then there was no doubt. Next time he faced Kaido, he'd be able to suppress an Emperor of the Sea like Kaido. No question. This is amazing, Captain Wang Yu. This is exactly what I needed. Marco was practically bursting with excitement. That's not all, Wang Yu continued. Besides what I just mentioned, there's another crucial detail. This piece of equipment can be upgraded. Wang Yu patiently explained. It can be upgraded? Marco's excitement only grew. It was the first time he'd ever heard Wang Yu mention equipment that could be further enhanced. How exactly does the upgrade work? Marco asked, his curiosity piqued. Vista, standing to the side, couldn't help but show a hint of curiosity as well. Equipment that could be upgraded. Marco really had luck on his side. This was the first time he'd ever heard of anything like it. Amidst the eager anticipation in everyone's eyes, Wang Yu began to introduce the equipment to Marco. When you've used this equipment for a certain period, it can evolve directly into the Seraph's Emissary. Seraph's Emissary, plus 1,000 mana, plus 60 spell power, plus 10 mana regeneration per 5 seconds. Unique passive, Insight, converts 3% of your maximum mana into bonus spell damage. Unique active, Mana Shield, generates a mana shield that absorbs damage equal to 25% of your current mana, lasting for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. When your equipment levels up, not only will you get a significant boost in offensive power, but there's something even more important. If you're on the brink of death, this equipment will instantly transform into a massive barrier to shield you from imminent harm. Wang Yu explained in a calm tone. A shield that appears just as you're about to die? The only thing Bista felt now was pure envy and jealousy. Marco could hardly contain his grin, his mouth practically twisting with delight. Wasn't this just another chance to avoid being killed? Even if it was just a shield, it would serve as a precious warning, a moment to escape once the barrier is up. Naturally, this would dramatically improve his chances of survival. The real question was whether this equipment required any manual operation. If so, in the case of a sudden ambush, he might not react in time to activate the shield. So Marco spoke up once more. First Mate Wang Yu, does this equipment require any input from me? Or is it automatic? Marco asked, a trace of confusion in his voice. Wang Yu was genuinely pleased by Marco's question. It showed, after all, that Marco's instincts and talents surpassed those of most people. That single question revealed a lot. If the item didn't trigger automatically, it wouldn't be nearly as valuable as it seemed. Of course, this equipment activates automatically, Marco. You don't have to do a thing, Wang Yu replied with a calm smile. As soon as Bista heard this, his envy grew even more intense. Didn't that mean that even if his observation skills couldn't sense a sneak attack, as long as he was facing death, the equipment would trigger on its own? Marco couldn't hide the surge of excitement in his eyes. This was truly an extraordinary piece of equipment. This not only resolved his issue with stamina, but more importantly, it was almost as if he'd gained a second life. Naturally, the benefits of such an item far exceeded Marco's expectations. Then, Wang Yu gave a faint, knowing smile. There was still more to come. In a little while, once Marco learned that Wang Yu planned to teach him 2 more skills, who could guess how he'd react? There's something else, Marco. I think your ice powers could use another boost. Tell me, during your fight with Kaido this time, in what ways did you feel you were lacking? Speak up. I'll help you overcome any shortcomings. Wang Yu said gently, turning to Marco with a calm expression. That question left Marco absolutely thrilled, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Indeed, it was clear he needed to find a few more maids for Vice Captain Wang Yu. Only then would Vice Captain Wang Yu teach with such devotion. Marco quickly spoke up. Here's the thing, Vice Captain Wang Yu. During my battle with Kaido, apart from my limited endurance, I kept feeling that I lacked powerful offensive moves. My Phoenix Fruit is, by nature, more defensive, and although you've taught me the power of ice, even though I can summon endless hailstorms, those techniques both sap my strength and lack true explosive force. Would it be possible for you to teach me some high-impact, more explosive moves? Marco rubbed his hands together, smiling somewhat bashfully. At the same time, he felt slightly uneasy. Was he asking for too much? Off to the side, Vista was scolding Marco in disbelief. What are you thinking, Marco? You can already call forth countless storms. What more do you want? I saw it with my own eyes. Even Kaido, famous for his supposed immortality, couldn't last more than a few rounds in your glacial storm attack during the battle in Wano. The only drawback to that move is how much energy it drains. There's no other real flaw. Now that Vice Captain Wang Yu has fixed your stamina issue, you're still not satisfied? And you want even stronger, less draining techniques? That's just greedy, Marco. How are the rest of us supposed to keep up? Yet, to everyone's surprise, when Wang Yu heard Marco's request, he simply smiled. Not bad, Marco. This is actually a very good question, Wang Yu replied, a smile curling on his lips. I can help you with that. Wang Yu patted Marco reassuringly on the shoulder, his tone as calm as ever. This sent Marco into a frenzy of excitement. He had only brought up the suggestion on a whim, without holding out any real hope. He never imagined that Vice Captain Wang Yu would actually respond like this. Vista was left completely stunned on the spot. It was such an outrageous request, Yet Vice Captain Wang, you not only said it was a good suggestion, but even promised to help Marco make improvements? Vista was genuinely envious, and deep down he decided that, in a moment, he would also make sure to bring up some issues he had encountered during battles. It seemed that, after gaining a maid today, Vice Captain Wang Yu was in an exceptionally good mood. Yes, that had to be it. Otherwise, how could Vice Captain Wang Yu be so patient in explaining things to both Marco and himself? Meanwhile, Wang Yu had no idea what was going on in the minds of the two men, and simply continued his explanations. Listen up, Marco. First, you need to enhance your freezing ability. You should try focusing all your freezing power into a single point. Make it into an ice egg. Wang Yu advised, speaking directly. Upon hearing this, Marco could only smack his forehead in realization. Of course, why hadn't he thought of that? In previous battles, he had formed his freezing power into a series of ice eggs, but he'd always made too many and too densely. If he wanted to improve his combat strength, the best approach was clearly to concentrate his freezing abilities. Just then, Wang Yu's next words caught Marco even more off guard. And another thing, just focusing your freezing power isn't enough. You need to add a secondary strike on top of your freezing force. Wang Yu said solemnly. A secondary strike? That was something Marco had never considered. Vice Captain Wang Yu, how do I deal a secondary strike? Marco asked quietly, narrowing his eyes in thought. A slight smile curved at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth, and he spoke calmly. Listen closely, Marco. This is the key to the whole issue. When your opponent has already been frozen by your power, you can use your Phoenix wings to whip up a bitter cold wind and deliver a second blow to your target. Doesn't that solve the problem? Wang Yu explained with an easygoing smile. A burst of realization exploded in Marco's mind. How had he never thought of this before? A secondary strike. This was the kind of ingenious idea that only an expert like Vice Captain Wang Yu could devise. Frost Shard summons a massive chunk of ice, launching it toward the targeted area. It deals 60/95/130/165/200 plus 0.45 AP magic damage and inflicts a freezing effect on all enemies in its path, reducing their movement speed by 20/30/40%. When the ice chunk reaches the end of its range, or if the skill is cast again, it explodes, dealing 60/85/110/135/160 plus 0.45 AP magic damage within a small radius, and stunning enemies for 1.1/1.2/1.3/1.4/1.5 seconds. As expected of Vice Captain Wang Yu, just a single sentence, and my mind instantly cleared up. Vista's face was lit up with excitement. Arctic Blast unleashes a chilling wind that lashes at enemies, dealing 50/75/100/125/150 plus 0.5 AP magic damage. If the target is already slowed by Frost Shard or Glacial Storm, this ability deals double damage. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you're an absolute genius. But isn't it going to be difficult to experiment with something like this? Marco asked, puzzled. Now that he possessed such overwhelming abilities, Marco found it hard to adjust all at once. Wang Yu could tell that Marco was simply having trouble believing it himself, so he gave Marco an encouraging pat on the shoulder and smiled gently. Marco, relax. A little faith in yourself goes a long way, Wang Yu said with an easy smile. If I'm not confident in you, who else would be? As long as you follow my guidance, I believe you can master this, Wang Yu added in a calm voice. With Wang Yu's reassurance, a glimmer of hope finally appeared on Marco's face. All right, the rest is up to you. Go ahead and practice on your own. Now, then, Bista, it's your turn, Wang Yu said with a playful grin, turning to look at Bista. Hearing his name called, Bista broke into a grin of excitement. Marco really had monopolized Vice Captain Wang Yu's time for long enough. Finally, it was his chance. That's right, Marco. The rest, you'll have to figure out for yourself. I've been waiting for Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance too. After all, you're not the only one with a maid. I've got one too, Bista said, chuckling brightly. Internally, Wang Yu let out a long sigh. Do they really think I'm training them just because of their maids? It was the kind of accusation that felt impossible to clear away, no matter how much he tried to explain. With no other choice, Wang Yu gave a helpless smile. Still, he pressed on with his explanations. After all, the rewards this time included all those bags of fertilizer, and it would be a shame to let them go to waste. Bista, tell me about the weaknesses you showed in this battle, Wang Yu said helplessly. When Bista heard Wang Yu's words, his face lit up with excitement. Here's how it is, Vice Captain Wang Yu. Back in Wano, even though I had the electric blade which boosted my power considerably, that weapon ended up being rather unpredictable, Bista explained eagerly. If only I could land a critical hit with every strike. That would be perfect. Bista had clearly thrown all caution to the wind, bluntly putting such a tough demand in front of Wang Yu. This caught Marco's attention, and he immediately began scolding Bista. Bista, what are you even thinking? That Electroblade of yours is already a ridiculous piece of gear. Being able to land criticals at all is impressive. And now you want every single strike to be a critical hit? What? Do you want to surpass even the kings? Marco Grambel, exasperative. Bista was confounded by Marco's words. Now's not the time for your guidance, is it? And you have the nerve to talk? Back when you asked Vice Captain Wang Yu for help, your requests were just as bold. Compared to what you asked for, is my little every-hit critical really that outrageous? Go on, Marco. This has nothing to do with you. Why don't you get back to practicing your own moves? Bista retorted irritably. Now here he was, just because he'd picked up a new technique, looking down on Bista's request as excessive. Not an ounce of shame left, it seemed. Marco could only laugh hollowly as Bista shot back at him. After all, since Vice Captain Wang Yu had already helped Marco, there was no need for worry. May as well stir the pot while he could. Otherwise, if Bista really received Wang Yu's full support, he might end up outshined, his hard-earned feet left in the shadows. Not exactly an outcome he would welcome. How would he show off in the future, then? The phrase, both afraid to see your brother suffer and afraid to see your brother getting ahead of you, summed up Marco's mood perfectly at that moment. Watching these two bicker in front of him, Wang Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Then, he cut in decisively. All right, the two of you, that's enough arguing. Marco, since I've already sorted out your issue, there's no reason to neglect Bista's, Wang Yu said calmly. With Wang Yu's words, Marco scratched his head sheepishly. Clearly, his attempt at causing a scene had failed. Off to the side, Bista's eyes shone with hope after hearing Wang Yu's promise. That's Vice Captain Wang Yu for you. Going by what he just said, there's a real chance he could help me with my request. Vice Captain Wang Yu, do you actually have a solution for my issue with getting perfect hits each time? Bista's eyes shone with excitement as he spoke, unable to hide his eagerness. Wang Yu simply gave a faint smile, as if seeing right through him. It seemed Bista still didn't fully trust him. I noticed your problem a long time ago. There's no reason it can't be solved. Wang Yu replied with a gentle, confident smile. Upon hearing these words, Bista was so thrilled he swallowed hard, hardly able to contain himself. As expected of Vice Captain Wang Yu, he had never failed to deliver on his promises. Truth be told, the idea of landing a perfect hit with every strike was little more than wishful thinking on his part. He never imagined that Vice Captain Wang Yu had already considered his predicament even before he himself realized it. Really? If you can actually help with this, Vice Captain Wang Yu, that would be incredible, Bista exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Standing off to the side, Marco's expression was pure envy. At first, he'd confidently believed that, under Wang Yu's guidance, his own technique would become the most formidable among the commanders. He'd even looked forward to showing off before the others. But seeing Bista receiving instruction as well, did this mean Bista's new move would be just as astonishing as his own? A trace of envy flickered across Marco's face before he could help himself. Bista, you lucky devil, landing a critical hit with every strike? Just thinking about it is enough to get anyone's blood pumping, Marco said, unable to hide his jealous admiration. Bista, for his part, just smiled calmly. His new technique was powerful, but Marco's wasn't anything to scoff at either. Oh, come off it, Marco. You really have a nerve to tease me. Vice Captain Wang Yu's advice to you is every bit as valuable as to me. I was right there listening. What you got was practically magical critical power. I'd never even heard of such a thing before. If it weren't for Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, let's be honest, there's no way the head of yours would ever come up with it on your own. Bista shot a playful look at Marco, feigning exasperation. Listening to the two bicker, Wang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh. These two really couldn't go a day without quarreling over something trivial. All right, that's enough from the both of you. Especially you, Bista. Marco has already gotten his guidance from me, but you haven't yet. Are you really going to waste more time sparring with him instead? Wang Yu shook his head with a wry smile. Only then did Bista seem to come to his senses, as though he'd just realized the truth. If not for Vice Captain Wang Yu's reminder, he would have fallen right into that rascal Marco's trap. Nice try, Marco. Trying to waste Vice Captain Wang Yu's valuable time and interrupt my talk with him. There's no way I'm letting you get away with that. Bista grumbled, clearly annoyed. Hearing Wang Yu's words, Marco scratched his head awkwardly. This Vice Captain Wang Yu was just too sharp. He'd seen right through him. Wang Yu gave a helpless, wry smile and didn't bother with Marco any further. Instead, he turned back to the crowd and, in front of everyone, drew a long sword. The entire blade shimmered dazzlingly under the sunlight, casting a fierce, icy light, and the sword's body was broad and thick, radiating an overwhelming sense of power and dominance. To look at it, it seemed even more formidable than the supreme grade black blade. Yuru, wielded by Hawkeye Mihawk. The moment this longsword appeared, it instantly seized the attention of both men. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what is the name of this weapon? Vista swallowed hard, speaking with obvious shock. Holding the weapon, Wang Yu patiently explained it to Vista. Listen carefully, Vista. This item is called the Infinity Edge. Not only does it push your critical hit chance to 100%, but it boasts an even greater secret. Wang Yu said, grinning from ear to ear. Infinity Edge, attack power, 70. Critical chance, 20%. Perfection, for every 20% critical chance you possess, you gain 8% additional critical damage, up to 40%. Wait, so even 100% crit chance isn't the end? And there are more hidden abilities? With just these few words, Vista was utterly stunned, and even Marco beside him wore a hilariously exaggerated expression. By this logic, Vista's weapon seemed even more absurdly powerful than Marco's own Archangel staff. Vista swallowed hard again, so overcome with excitement, he was momentarily speechless. Then, finally gathering himself, he looked curiously at Wang Yu, grinning so widely that even Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Vice Captain Wang Yu, what exactly does this weapon do? Honestly, 100% crit chance is already more than enough for me. I never imagined this weapon would have such an extra function. It's just too incredible. As expected from equipment crafted by you, Vice Captain, Vista said with a bright, cheerful grin. Wang Yu, hearing these words of praise, couldn't help but smile and proceeded to explain the weapon's abilities in detail. Listen closely, Vista. This weapon boosts your critical damage by 40%. Wang Yu said calmly, his face glowing with quiet confidence. For a hero specializing in physical damage, this was the most powerful item imaginable. No wonder Vista was so astounded. With his critical chance already at 100%, now he could pile even more damage on top of that. Having absorbed Wang Yu's explanation, Vista was completely floored. Didn't this mean that beyond guaranteed critical hits, the very damage of those hits would be pushed even further? Critical stacked upon critical. Even Marco, caught up in the excitement, was left drooling in awe. Holy crap, Vista, you're seriously on another level now. Marco exclaimed, aterlistando. Don't just stand there, take it. This gear is all yours, he urged. With that, Wang Yu handed the equipment straight to Vista. Vista's face brimmed with exhilaration and anticipation as he hurriedly accepted the weapon Wang Yu offered. In the next instant, the massive longsword, the Blade of Infinity, merged seamlessly into Vista's body. An overwhelming surge of power instantly coursed through him, restless and rampant. Feeling his own newfound strength, Vista was clearly itching to put it to the test. With Wang Yu's permission, he prepared to try it out on the spot. Moments later, without even using his armament haki, Vista gripped his trusty saber, leveled it at a distant mountain peak, and prepared to strike. Sword intent whirled within him. With just the gentlest movement, barely any effort at all, a catastrophic, sky-darkening slash erupted forth. A colossal arc of sword aura, moving with the speed and force of a thunderbolt, shot straight towards the distant peak. The sheer ferocity of the sword energy was so intense, it tore open vast rifts in the very fabric of space where it passed. Marco, witnessing the scene, wore an expression of utter shock. Can you believe the sheer power behind that slash? And he did it without even activating his haki. Marco gaped in disbelief. And this terrifying strength, it seems even greater than Hawkeye Mihawk's, he added, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Wang Yu, meanwhile, nodded calmly. The Blade of Infinity was known to multiply a swordsman's attack many times over. Such a result was exactly what he had expected. Then, the massive slash crashed down on its target. In an instant, Vista's vast sword intent exploded forth. Vast waves of sword energy surged in every direction. The peak Vista had aimed was blasted apart, shattered into countless fragments. The debris scattered wildly, and even neighboring peaks were caught in the aftermath, as surges of electricity from Vista's electrified blade arced outwards. In moments, the forests atop those nearby mountains were charred black, reduced to smoking cinders. It was only after a long while that the chaos gradually settled. As crackling sounds lingered in the air, Marco sucked in a sharp breath, awestruck. No wonder Vice Captain Wang Yu's techniques were so legendary. This was terrifyingly powerful. As Vista took in the havoc he'd just unleashed, his face was the very picture of astonishment. You have to realize I didn't even use armament haki just now. But even without it, my strike shattered an entire mountain peak to rubble. This was already far beyond what I had expected. If I had infused that attack with armament haki, wouldn't I have demolished not just one, but several mountain peaks in a row? What's more, ever since I acquired the Infinity Edge, there's been another tremendous advantage. My critical strike chance has reached 100%, and the damage from my Electro Blade has undergone a dramatic leap as well. In a way, it's not just Marco who wields the power of magical critical strikes. My Electric Blade now delivers blows that count as magical critical hits too. And besides, if a full-scale war does break out among them, the Navy could even wipe out all 3 major pirate crews in one fell swoop. Sengoku exclaimed, barely hiding his excitement. Now that he was approaching retirement age, he was desperate to crown his naval career with a decisive victory, a shining accomplishment to retire with dignity. The turmoil between the 3 Yonko crews was, in his mind, the perfect opportunity for this. The Whitebeard pirates, in this situation, are actually making a move against the other 2 Yonko crews. Garp stared in disbelief. It was hard to fathom why Whitebeard would strike at 2 other Yonko, especially when the atmosphere was already so tense. That doesn't seem like Whitebeard style, does it? Garp said, a note of suspicion in his voice. Sengoku burst out laughing. These decisions weren't made by Whitebeard himself. According to my sources, Whitebeard has been recovering in seclusion lately. Everything that's happened was masterminded by a young man and his crew, a fellow named Wang Yu. He's the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Sengoku looked positively delighted as he spoke. At the same time, he felt deeply relieved that the Whitebeard Pirates had ended up with such a vice captain. Unable to endure small setbacks, one disrupts grand designs. Such a simple truth, yet they failed to grasp it. Even if Marco had been put in temporary charge of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sengoku was confident there wouldn't have been any serious missteps. But now, with this inexperienced upstart Wang Yu at the helm, it was only natural such disastrous things would happen. It could rightly be called Whitebeard's own blunder. Wang Yu? Never heard of this little brat before. Garp mused. Just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. Sengoku scoffed. If you want to play the hero, fine, but only if you've got the strength to back it up. If not, it's nothing short of a death wish. Garp nodded in agreement. That's right. This world is full of people wanting to be heroes. But without real strength, all they do is throw their lives away for nothing. It's a real shame. Who would have thought that Whitebeard, after all his years, would see his legacy destroyed by a kid named Wang Yu? Garp added. All the better for us. Sengoku exclaimed. That reminds me, Garp, for the upcoming clash with the Whitebeard Pirates, you need to be crystal clear where you stand. Suddenly, Sengoku narrowed his eyes, turning to his old friend by his side. He understood Garp's temperament all too well. There was always the chance that, out of old loyalty to Roger, the man before him would take the wrong path. As Garp's longtime friend, Sengoku felt duty-bound to give him a reminder. Hearing Sengoku's warning, Garp was instantly reminded of his own grandson, Ace. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Why? Why couldn't he just follow his own path? Why did he have to become a pirate? Now, this is how it all ended. The thought made Garp clench his fists unconsciously and, heart heavy, he prepared to leave the fleet admiral's office. Garp, answer me. Suddenly, Sengoku rushed after him, shouting out Garp's name. With the Whitebeard Pirates stirring up trouble with 2 of the 4 emperors, defeat seemed inevitable. Garp was now the only remaining variable. Although he stood alone, nobody knew better than Sengoku. This old friend by himself could match the strength of an entire army. And so, in this moment, Sengoku desperately needed a clear answer from Garp. Hearing Sengoku's call, Garp tightened his grip until his knuckles turned white. Damn it, Sengoku. Don't worry, he said, his tone steely. As a Marine, as a symbol of justice, I will never betray the Navy. With that, Garp's face clouded over, and without another word, he strode away, his expression darker than before. Sengoku, his answer finally granted, heaved a deep, heavy sigh before closing the door to the fleet admiral's office behind him. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard himself quickened his pace. At last, he arrived back in his own domain. The one guarding the perimeter that day was Aizo, faithfully standing watch on his rotation. At the sight of his father returning, Aizo's face lit up with excitement. Father's back, Aizo exclaimed, barely able to contain his joy. Without bothering to send word ahead, he hurried down from the lookout tower to greet Whitebeard. Father, you've finally returned. That's wonderful. How's your injury? Are you feeling better? Aizo asked, genuine concern in his voice as he hurried to Whitebeard's side. Whitebeard, weighed down by his own troubles, showed little outward excitement when he saw Aizo. Oh, Aizo. My wounds, nothing serious, at least for now. Don't worry, he replied with a wave of his mighty hand, his voice low. That's great news, Father. I need to tell the other captains right away. Can't believe, I almost forgot. Aizo said, clearly elated to hear Whitebeard was recovering. He remembered he had yet to share this good news and turned to reach for the Den Den Mushi to spread the word. But before Izo could make the call, Whitebeard stopped him. Don't tell anyone I'm back. Not just yet. Izo, let me ask you. While I was away, has the Whitebeard pirates been holding up well? Whitebeard asked, his voice filled with worry. Hearing Whitebeard's confusion, Izo was a bit at a loss, but still answered honestly. Don't worry, Pops. While you were away, under Vice Captain Wang Yu's leadership, the Whitebeard pirates have been doing better than ever. Izo spoke with visible excitement. But instead of offering praise, Whitebeard's brow furrowed, concern clouding his face as he slowly spoke. Then why is it that, during the time I've been away, I hear you lot have managed to provoke both Big Mom and that madman Kaido? Whitebeard said, his tone deadly serious. It was never in Whitebeard's nature to shy from conflict, but now with the looming war against the Navy, having so many powerful enemies stirred up at once was the last situation he wanted. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Izo flashed a proud grin. Huh, Pops, I never would have guessed. You've been in seclusion all this time, yet you're still so up to date on everything that's been happening. It's true, you have no idea how awe-inspiring the Whitebeard pirates have become. Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates? Vice Captain Wang Yu knocked out all his teeth, and in the end, even Kaido had no choice but to pay 50 billion berries in ransom. And as for the Big Mom pirates daring to set their sights on Fishman Island, we captured Cracker and a bunch of their top officers. In the end, Big Mom had to pay 100 billion berries to settle the matter. Oh, and you'll never guess how Vice Captain Wang Yu dealt with Kaido's Flying Six. Huh, Pops, you'd never imagine. Vice Captain Wang Yu actually turned them all into his own personal maids. Just picture it. If Kaido finds out, he's going to be absolutely furious. Izo boasted, beaming with pride. But the more Izo spoke, the darker Whitebeard's expression became. Especially when he heard that Wang Yu had tied up all of Kaido's subordinates and made them his maids. Whitebeard's face grew stormy. Wasn't this practically forcing the two pirate crews to go to war with him? How could this be happening? Foolishness. This is absolute foolishness. Izo, what are you so pleased about? Don't you realize this is only bringing us unnecessary trouble? Whitebeard let out a weary sigh. How was he supposed to face the Navy like this, let alone save Ace? Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Izo made no move to comfort him. Instead, he just burst out laughing. Huh, Dad, you really don't need to worry. With Vice Captain Wang Yu leading us, the Whitebeard pirates are now stronger than ever. We're a force to be reckoned with. Izo said this with great pride, his face blooming with smiles. Noting Izo's demeanor, Whitebeard couldn't help but show a hint of concern. What was going on? Had his son, Izo, suddenly lost his senses? Sure, the Whitebeard pirates were undeniably powerful. Some would even call them the strongest in the world. But was Izo seriously suggesting they could take on two of the biggest pirate crews at the same time? Izo, what nonsense are you spouting? I know Wang Yu is no ordinary man. There's a reason I entrusted you all to him while I retreated from the front lines. But to say he can lead you to defeat two entire pirate emperors, isn't that a bit much? Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. Despite his own mounting urgency, Whitebeard grew even more exasperated at Izo's cheerful, carefree smile. But even after Whitebeard's words, Izo still looked as relaxed and happy as ever. I mean it, Dad. If you don't believe me, why don't I show you a little demonstration? Izo responded with a broad grin. Did Izo actually mean it? Did he really want to show off in front of his father? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Izo, still finding it hard to believe that the young man could have made such drastic improvements in such a short time. Yet, since Izo was offering, Whitebeard was naturally curious. Just what sort of tricks had Izo managed to learn? All right, Izo, but be quick. I don't have all day. Whitebeard hurried him along. No problem, Dad. Sit back and watch. Izo replied, grinning. The next moment, Izo pulled all sorts of shells and explosives from his sleeve. Whitebeard stared in utter bewilderment. Was this Izo's so-called proof of newfound power? Just bigger guns? How much difference could that possibly make? In this era of pirates, even heavy artillery wasn't enough to take down a pirate with a bounty of a mere several million. Whitebeard couldn't help but scoff at Izo's little display. Seeing his father's skepticism, Izo could only smile wryly to himself. But he could hardly blame Dad. Even he wouldn't have believed it back then. Be careful, Dad. You might want to activate your armament hockey, just in case. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare test this on you. Izo warned in all seriousness. Just 2 days ago, Vice Captain Wang Yu had told him that the equipment gifted to him possessed extraordinary piercing power, giving all of his moves a significant boost in damage. So, if Whitebeard wasn't using armament hockey to defend himself, Izo honestly felt a bit embarrassed to make a move. Upon hearing Izo's words, Whitebeard bristled with anger, his mustache quivering and his eyes glaring wide. Now he's putting on a show, is he? Or could it be that you're just looking down on your old man? After all, you're just the most junior of the captains. Izo, Do you really think switching to cannons would actually hurt me, Whitebeard? Still, wanting to wrap up this experiment quickly, Whitebeard didn't dwell on those thoughts. Following Izo's request, he instantly coated himself in armament haki, forming a layer of armor over his body. Come on then, Izo. Let your old man see if you can really break through my defenses. Whitebeard bellowed, his voice booming with overwhelming bravado and presence. Feeling the force of his father's aura, Izo didn't hesitate a moment longer, making sure every last cannonball was loaded and ready. Cannon barrage, Izo shouted, setting his sights on the sky as he unleashed a spectacular volley of firepower. Shell after shell streaked upward, an unrelenting barrage blasting toward the heavens. Thunderous explosions ripped through the air one after another, echoing across the battlefield. Shell after shell detonated high above, painting a shocking sight that left Whitebeard staring in disbelief. My son, what in the world are you doing? Weren't you supposed to be attacking me? Why in the world are you firing all those cannonballs into the sky? Yet before he could make sense of it all, those cannonballs, having flown high above, suddenly came crashing down like a shower of meteors, all aimed straight at Whitebeard. Oh! Seeing this, Whitebeard actually felt a spark of excitement. Perhaps this Izo truly had become far stronger than before. He dare not take it lightly. Picking up his supreme grade sword, Murakamajuri, he raised it to the sky and began to swing with all his might. Sword aura after sword aura, each as fierce and brilliant as lightning, surged skyward, sending a storm of power into the air. Yet when these sword strikes clashed with the descending cannonballs, none managed to leave a mark. Instead, each strike glanced harmlessly past the shells. Whitebeard drew a sharp breath, realization dawning on him. Looks like things aren't as simple as I thought, Whitebeard muttered to himself. Seeing his tactic leave his old man at a loss, Izo couldn't help but break out in a triumphant grin. There was a time when he couldn't have even dreamed of something like this. But now, with Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, he grown to such a level. Deep down, Izo was filled with pride. Old man, how was that move of mine? I'll give you a friendly warning once more. You really shouldn't underestimate this move of mine, Izo said with a cheeky grin. You rascal. You really think your old man is a pushover? I'm the strongest man in the world, you know. Whitebeard bellowed, erupting into hearty laughter. Say what you will, but the mere fact that this attack could keep him from swatting down those shells already proved Izo had become much stronger. As their captain, Whitebeard felt a surge of genuine pride and joy for his son's progress. The next moment, a relentless barrage of cannon fire began exploding all around Whitebeard. Thunderous blasts filled the air, shaking the ground. In the blink of an eye, roaring flames surrounded Whitebeard, and the power of the explosions surged toward him like a tidal wave. The destructive force was nothing to scoff at, Whitebeard mused to himself. He gripped his supreme grade sword, channeling armament haki and even conqueror's haki into his blade, slashing fiercely all around. Yet, to his surprise, it barely made a difference. The explosions raged on for several more seconds before finally dying down. When the deafening cacophony faded, all that remained in Whitebeard's previous location was a billowing sea of black smoke from the artillery barrage. As a gentle breeze drifted by, Whitebeard's figure gradually emerged from the haze. Cough, cough! Boy, are you trying to blow your old man to pieces? Whitebeard exclaimed, still coughing up black smoke with every word. Only then did Izo really notice his old man. Whitebeard's entire body was covered in soot, pitch black from head to toe, trudging over in Izo's direction. Are you all right, Dad? Izo asked with genuine concern. Don't worry about me. I'm Euphina, but I have to hand it to you. Those shells of yours pack quite a punch. A proud smile spread across Izo's face. Haha, Dad, you don't know the half of it. Under Captain Wang Yu's leadership, our Whitebeard pirates, all the division commanders, well, every one of us has become much stronger than before. Our Whitebeard pirates are nothing like we used to be, Izo declared, his pride unmistakable. Whitebeard suddenly burst out in raucous laughter. Kuhahahaha. So now you've learned how to butter me up, have you, Izo? Whitebeard roared with laughter. Izo looked utterly baffled, unsure what his old man meant. Me? Flattering him? Dad, what are you talking about? Well, have I ever flattered you? Izo protested, sounding truly aggrieved. Oh really? Wasn't that buttering me up? And all that business about every commander growing stronger. I'm not buying it for a second. If you ask me, you must have gotten your hands on some kind of devil fruit, right? I know, you think I came back and you want to cheer me up. But let me tell you, we have to stick to the facts. Whitebeard admonished, but deep down, he was delighted to be out and about again. This made Izo laugh out loud. So, old man, you actually thought I was just trying to make you happy with what I said. Sorry to disappoint you, old man, but I'm not that filial. If you don't believe me, how about this? You'll meet plenty of other captains on your way. Go ask them, and you'll see for yourself. Izo shook his head helplessly, clearly exasperated. Fine, I'll give it a try. Whitebeard, of course, didn't take Izo's words at face value, so after bidding him farewell, he set off on his own journey once more. Not far along, he happened upon Atmos and the fishman Namor. Whitebeard, in high spirits, strode up and greeted them warmly. Seeing their old man return, Atmos and Namor both broke into joyful, enthusiastic grins. Dad, ha ha ha, Dad, you're finally back. The two of them hurried over, brimming with excitement. Looking at the pair, Whitebeard felt a sense of secret relief. These two were famous for their honesty among the Whitebeard pirates. They never told lies. So, after exchanging only a few words with his sons, Whitebeard got straight to the point. Just now, you wouldn't believe it. Izo, that rascal, was saying that the strength of our entire pirate crew has leapt by leaps and bounds, and that now, we fear no outside force. I know Izo just wanted to put a smile on my face. But seriously, have you noticed how glib he's become lately? Could it be that Marco's been a bad influence on him? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard joked, half serious, half amused. But upon hearing this, Atmos and Namor didn't join the laughter. Instead, calm expressions settled over their faces. When he saw the look on his sons' faces, Whitebeard was briefly taken aback. What's wrong? Did I say something mistaken? Was that joke not funny? Whitebeard asked, somewhat disappointed. Dad, Izo wasn't fooling you this time. The Whitebeard pirates really are on a roll. Namor said evenly. That's right, Dad. This time, you really misjudged Izo, both of them said earnestly. Whitebeard's face was suddenly filled with surprise. What was going on? These two weren't the type to make up stories. Even so, Whitebeard still found a little hard to believe right away. He decided there was only one thing to do. He'd have to see it for himself. Well then, you two rascals, let me give it a try. Whitebeard said with a hearty laugh. The two of them nodded right away. After all, the chance to see their old man was hard to come by, and naturally, both wanted nothing more than to put on a good show for him. After all, back in the Whitebeard pirates, their abilities had been nothing out of the ordinary. Dad, my strength lies in my defense. Why don't you put my defenses to the test? Atmos said, unable to contain his excitement. A hint of curiosity flickered across Whitebeard's face. Oh, so, tell me, how exactly should we do this? Whitebeard asked, intrigued. Atmos puffed up with pride. How about this, Dad? You use your mighty armament haki and strike me with your blade. Atmos was practically bursting with anticipation. Upon hearing Atmos's proposal, Whitebeard couldn't help but be taken aback. Good grief. Looks like these sons of mine really have no fear of the world's strongest man. You want me to slash Atmos directly? Atmos, are you sure you can handle it? Whitebeard asked, his voice laced with concern. Atmos slapped his own shoulder with confidence. Go ahead, Dad. If I can't recover within 3 seconds, I'll take your name as my own. He thumped his chest as he spoke. Whitebeard felt his mouth twitch at that. What kind of logic is that? You already carry the Whitebeard name, acting like I stand to gain anything if you lose. Whitebeard could only give a helpless smile. Still, seeing Atmos so self-assured, and since he was eager to get a read on the current fighting power of his crew, he agreed with pleasure. Listen, Atmos, you'd better brace yourself. This swing won't just be for show. Whitebeard warned in all seriousness. He may have agreed to the strike. But even so, Whitebeard had no desire to actually cripple his own son. So, he gave Atmos a friendly reminder. All right, Dad, enough chit-chat. This technique of mine has a cooldown. You missed the window, and I'm not letting you try again. Atmos urged. Listening to Atmos's words, Whitebeard couldn't help but blow out his mustache and glare in mock exasperation. Good grief, just what is the world coming to? It seems these days it's my sons who are getting impatient. I'm not even in a rush to swing, and it's the one getting hit who's hurrying me along. Tell me, what kind of sense does that make? Whitebeard could only shake his head in disbelief. Nonetheless, he obediently drew out his supreme gray blade. Whitebeard was never one to hesitate, and with a roar, he swung his blade fiercely at Atmos. My son, watch out this time, I'm not holding back. Whitebeard shouted a warning. The next moment, a tremendous surge of sword intent gathered on Whitebeard's supreme large katana. Once the power had reached its peak, he unleashed a ferocious slash directly at Atmos. With the added force of top-level Ryuo, this strike unleashed nearly 80% of Whitebeard's full strength. Atmos, completely unfazed, didn't even blink. He merely reinforced his body with an extra layer of armament haki, excitement lighting up his face as he braced himself to meet Whitebeard's attack head-on. The devastating slash landed on Atmos with a resounding impact. The forceful sword intent raced wildly across Atmos's body, and in a flash, a line of blood appeared. Seeing this, Whitebeard felt a chill run down his scalp. What have I done? Did I actually injure Atmos? Wide-eyed, Whitebeard was instantly flooded with regret. How could he let himself get carried away and end up hurting Atmos for real? Turning quickly to Thatch, Whitebeard's expression grew anxious and his voice trembled. Do we have a first aid kit? Atmos needs your help. Whitebeard called out in distress. But Thatch didn't look the least bit worried. Instead, he beamed with an easygoing smile. It's nothing, Pops. Thatch replied calmly. Whitebeard stood there dumbfounded, his mind reeling. Did everyone suddenly lose their minds? Didn't they realize Atmos was in a dangerous situation? And here they were, smiling and taking things lightly? While Whitebeard was racked with worry, something astonishing happened. Before his very eyes, Atmos's wound began healing rapidly. So quickly, it was almost impossible to believe. Whitebeard peered closer, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. But no, the wound had already closed completely. He stood there stunned, utterly at a loss. How could anyone possess such unbelievable resilience? Not even Kaido, rumored to be immortal himself, could recover at this pace. Whitebeard swallowed hard, his nerves on edge. Such terrifying regenerative power. Kaido himself would be envious. But what Atmos said next nearly made Whitebeard lose his composure entirely. Pops, your strike was far too gentle. What are you waiting for? Come on, hit me again. Atmos said, his tone utterly serious. Hearing this, Whitebeard's mouth twitched in disbelief. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Was Atmos actually complaining that his legendary attacks weren't harsh enough? The frustrated Whitebeard picked up his massive blade, Songyun Xia, and delivered another furious strike at Atmos. But after witnessing Atmos's terrifying endurance, Whitebeard did not hold back this time. He unleashed every ounce of his strength with nothing left in reserve. A thunderous blast. The immense force transformed directly into an awe-inspiring sword aura. Because of its overwhelming presence, the entire sky twisted with coursing lightning, bolts lashing down relentlessly from above and crashing into Harbor Ryan with violent energy. This spectacle only intensified the atmosphere around Whitebeard's sword aura, lending it a sense of incomparable might. Another deafening boom. The surging sword aura landed squarely on Atmos, its terrifying power tearing a far deeper wound into his body than before. And yet, even as the last echoes faded and Whitebeard caught his breath after that mighty strike, less than half a second passed before a bizarre sight unfolded. Atmos's injuries began to mend at an unnatural pace. The massive wound right before Whitebeard's eyes knit itself together in just a few moments, returning Atmos to the state he'd been in before. Whitebeard stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. He knew the force he had used just now was his absolute maximum. Yet, even with such overwhelming power, Atmos was able to heal himself as easily as if nothing had happened. What the? Atmos, just what kind of trick are you pulling? Whitebeard exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Atmos grinned, rubbing his head sheepishly. Pops. You don't know? I told you. Deputy Captain Wang Yu taught me this trick. Atmos replied, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Enough with the chatter, Pops. Come on. Keep going, hit me again. Atmos called out. The implication was clear. Was Atmos challenging Whitebeard's prowess as a fighter? Well then, if that's what you want, let me show you my true strength, Whitebeard thought to himself. Without another word, he raised his supreme blade and, facing Atmos, began to strike down blow after mighty blow. This time, save for not using the Gura fruit, Whitebeard truly unleashed the full extent of his power. Swing after swing, his attacks thundered through the air, each blow landing on Atmos, one after the other. A rolling cacophony echoed. Sheer force erupted from Whitebeard in an instant, radiating violently from his body. Each tremendous strike crashed into Atmos, leaving wound after wound in its wake, carving countless scars across his body in the blink of an eye. However, those wounds, in the blink of an eye, all healed completely within just a single second. Atmos grinned widely, his face beaming with delight. Haha, Pops, I've told you before, no matter what kind of damage I take, my defense always lets me recover. Isn't it amazing? His laughter rang with confidence. Well, what do you think, Pops? Now you have to believe me, don't you? Atmos added, chuckling mischievously. He had once been at the very bottom of the Whitebeard pirates, but with the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu, things had changed. Now, without launching a single counterattack, he'd managed to endure a direct blow from the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. This thought filled Atmos with boundless excitement. He realized that if it hadn't been for Vice Captain Wang Yu, he'd probably have been made a fool of by one of the 7 warlords in the Wardcom. He would never have had the chance to make any outstanding contribution to the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard stared wide-eyed at this stunning scene. Even when sparring with enemies of Emperor level, if he fought like this, Even the emperors themselves would show some wariness. Who would have thought that Atmos, of all people, could become such a formidable force? Could it be that Atmos had actually gained emperor-level strength? The thought made Whitebeard swallow hard, unable to contain his astonishment. Atmos, does this mean you've reached emperor level? Whitebeard's voice quivered with enthusiasm. Emperor-level strength? Atmos couldn't help but laugh too. Haha, Pops, it's not as exaggerated as you think. My ability is purely focused on defense. Vice Captain Wang, you already explained that to me before. So, really, I haven't reached emperor level, Atmos replied, still grinning. So that's how it is. Whitebeard let out a sigh of amazement. If Atmos's attack power kept pace with his defenses, and every member of the Whitebeard pirates was at emperor level, then surely the whole world would be turned upside down. In that case, Atmos, let me keep attacking you. I want to see for myself. Whitebeard's excitement was palpable. I'm afraid I can't, Pops. My ability has a cooldown time. I can't use it again right away. Atmos answered with a smile. Whitebeard nodded thoughtfully at Atmos's words. That made a lot more sense, otherwise, it truly would have been beyond belief. At the same time, Whitebeard found his thoughts turning to Wang Yu. No matter how much he pondered it, he couldn't comprehend how Wang Yu had managed it. To take someone like Atmos and elevate him, ultimately shaping him into a defender on par with emperors. To Whitebeard, it was an achievement almost beyond imagination. It's said that Kaido is quite talented when it comes to teaching others. But Whitebeard believed that even Kaido was nothing compared to Wang Yu in this regard. Indeed, this young Wang Yu was truly the lucky star of the Whitebeard pirates. With a deep sense of emotion, Whitebeard pondered. Just then, Namel walked over as well. Ha, Dad, Atmos, you've already had your turn. Isn't it my turn to give it a try now? The fishman Namel wore the same cheerful grin. What a bunch. Whitebeard was once again filled with mixed feelings. When did all the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates become so eager to show off? He had only taken a moment to think, and here they were, lining up, urging him on. Whitebeard could only respond with a wry smile. The next moment, he gripped his supreme-grade blade tightly. At this point, he was finally willing to believe the words of his commanders. Looking straight at Namel, he spoke directly. All right, Namel, tell me, what exactly is your ability, so I can give you a proper test? Whitebeard's expression grew serious. Ha. As for my ability, I'm keeping it a secret for now. But if you want to give it a try, Dad, you'd better not hold back. I have just one request. When you attack, don't hesitate. Use your full, true strength. Unleash your Conqueror's Haki, your top-tier Ryo, or even, Dad, your Quake Devil Fruit powers. I want you to hold absolutely nothing back. Namel said excitedly. Opportunities like this, to show off in front of Dad, were rare. Deep down, he was determined to look even cooler than Atmos did. Hearing Namel's words, Whitebeard wasn't sure whether to be proud or worried about his son. His fingers actually started to tremble. Namel, are you sure? If I strike with all my power, it'll be far more devastating than my hit against Captain Atmos just now. If I unleash my full might, my terrifying slash could split the sky itself. And even more frightening, if my Quake Fruit ability lands on you. Namel, believe me, with that small frame of yours, I could tear you apart completely. Whitebeard, face grave, seemed ready to continue, but Namel quickly cut him off. Dad, please, you don't need to say any more. Whitebeard stared in astonishment, unsure what this meant. Could it be that, after hearing his warning, Namel had finally gotten scared? Ha. In fact, this was only to be expected. After all, my power in battle is enough to terrify anyone. A Conqueror's Haki entwined with the force of the Tremor Fruit. I possess a strength capable of shattering the very world. So if Namel feels his own combat abilities pale in comparison and can't hope to stand up to me, there's truly nothing shameful about that. So, Namel, I suppose now you finally appreciate just how fearsome your old man is, don't you? But that's perfectly normal. The young so often overestimate their own strength, an everyday occurrence. I'm glad to see you know when to pull back from the edge. Whitebeard spoke with exuberant enthusiasm, and as if to comfort him, he gave Namel a hearty pat on the shoulder. Yet to Whitebeard's surprise, Namel showed not a trace of apprehension. Instead, he simply shrugged. No, Pops, I think you misunderstood me. What I meant was, as your son, how could I possibly not be aware of the might behind your wrathful blows? It's just that, no matter how fearsome your attacks might be, not one of them could put so much as a scratch on me. My resilience is even more extraordinary than Atmos's. Wouldn't you agree? Namel remarked with a gentle smile. What on earth? Whitebeard's face was blank with confusion once again. He could swallow Atmos's earlier claim, But Namuel's confident assertion left him completely at a loss. No injury at all, no matter how terrifying the attack. What did that mean? Hey, Namuel, you said it yourself. So don't blame me if your old man actually throws a punch now. But with Atmos's earlier example still on his mind, Whitebeard finally talked himself into it. He was going to test this Namuel for himself. He wanted to see, in the time he'd been away, what sort of abilities these captains had gained under Wang Yu's tutelage. Yet Namuel remained calm and unruffled. For a simple reason, under Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, he had trained again and again in the arena. Now, he'd honed his mastery of trickster's guile to the peak of perfection. Whatever assault might come his way, he was certain he could dodge it with his crafty skills. In a way, his power was almost like a space-warping ability, giving him the means to evade any attack that came his way. The next instant, Whitebeard hesitated no longer. Now that he was here, he would see just what these two were capable of. A crushing aura rolled from Whitebeard's body, and in a heartbeat, overwhelming energy surged over his supreme Great Blade, Mirakamajiri. Mighty power burst forth all at once. Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the blade, and with the addition of the highest level of Ryuo Haki, Whitebeard's great sword exuded an even more dangerous aura. The entire sky responded to Whitebeard's overwhelming fighting spirit. Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed across the heavens. Bolts of lightning crashed down from above, wild and relentless. Within mere seconds, dark clouds gathered overhead, converging right above Whitebeard. Witnessing such drastic changes in the world around him, Atmos, standing to the side, swallowed hard. He was certain, if he were at full strength, he might be all right. But if he were badly wounded and had to activate his healing ability, then this strike from Pops would be nothing short of his greatest nemesis. Because Whitebeard's attack would slash through whatever little health he had left, giving him no chance to recover. He wondered to himself, could Namuel withstand such a blow? After all, not everyone here had seen Namuel's abilities in action back at the training grounds, and Atmos found himself truly worried. Whitebeard's gaze grew stern as he offered a warning. Listen, Namuel, this blow from your old man is no small matter. I'll say it again, don't underestimate it. If you have any regrets, if you don't want Pops to test you, there's still time to say so. Whitebeard cautioned, his tone serious. But Namuel remained utterly unfazed. Pops, just get on with it. There's no need to waste time. We both know you're in a hurry to meet Vice Captain Wang Yu, aren't you? By now, Namuel was clearly running out of patience. His old man had always been a straightforward, bold character. How had he suddenly become so cautious and nagging? You cheeky brat. Well then, Pops will grant your wish, Whitebeard declared. In the next instant, he wielded his supreme Great Blade without hesitation. Surging power erupted as he struck toward Namuel. The force of his sword intent was so immense that even the ground itself was swept up, torn through wherever it passed. Seeing this, Atmos swallowed hard again. That kind of attack, if it struck him, he'd really have to work to pull himself together afterward. Namuel, after all, had no defensive technique to speak of. Atmos had heard Vice Captain Wang Yu mention before that Namuel was more of a mage type. Such people might have terrifying offensive power, but their bodies were always fragile. That's why he was so worried that Namuel might really get hurt. After unleashing that attack, even Whitebeard broke out in a cold sweat. Had he just made a terrible mistake and struck his own son too hard? If that were the case, I'd be cursed as a sinner for the ages. Whitebeard brooded over this thought, yet his attack still barreled straight toward Namer, unstoppable in its ferocity. What made matters more terrifying was that Namer, the man himself, showed no intention whatsoever of dodging. Even Atmos couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, feeling a chill deep in his heart. Could it be that Namer was planning to stand alone and take the full brunt of Father's blow, head-on? But Namer, he simply doesn't have my kind of defense. Atmos marveled in his heart, anxious and unsettled. In the next instant, just as that unstoppable force was about to come crashing down on Namer, his body seemed to undergo a bizarre transformation. It grew astonishingly smooth. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes at the sight of this change. Was this the scales of the fishmen? But did Namer really think that the mere scales of his fishman heritage could possibly withstand a full-force blow from Whitebeard himself? Wasn't that just wishful thinking, sheer folly even? Atmos's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched, worry etched across his face for his resolute comrade. Just as everyone expected, Namer couldn't possibly withstand the attack. A most uncanny scene unfolded before their eyes. In a blink, harnessing the power of his ability, Namer leaped, and in the next moment his entire figure seemed to slip into some otherworldly dimension. Though his shape was faintly visible, his presence utterly faded. No one could sense his aura. Not even those with observation Haki could grasp his whereabouts. Whitebeard drew in a sharp breath, astonished. What was this technique? In all his years traversing these vast seas, he'd never encountered such a bizarre move. Could it be that, with this maneuver, the man truly meant to dodge my attack? Whitebeard muttered over this, still turning it over in his mind. But the next instant, his titanic blow exploded into the spot where Namor once stood, releasing a terrifying surge of energy that swept outward in every direction. Wild, unstoppable. Even the very earth beneath them was shattered to dust, split open into yawning cracks. The raw force of the assault gouged a massive chasm into the ground, stretching for thousands of meters. The wrath of Yonko truly was monstrous in its devastation. And yet, for all that, not a scratch landed on Namor's skin. As the remnants of Whitebeard's strike faded, Namor's mischievous self surfaced once more, agilely reappearing on the ground. Taking in his surroundings, Namor couldn't help but voice his admiration. No wonder you're you, Pops. Your fighting power is still as terrifying as ever. If that hit had landed on me, I'm afraid my little life would have been over in an instant, Mjolnir said with heartfelt admiration. His words were a genuine compliment, yet to Whitebeard himself, they sounded somewhat grating. What's that supposed to mean? Are you suggesting I can't even land a hit on you now? Whitebeard cleared his throat with a deliberate cough. You brat, are you poking fun at your old man? But honestly, your move just now was truly powerful. Is that some kind of spatial ability or something? If so, wouldn't that make you invincible from now on? Whitebeard commented candidly. For the first time, Mjolnir received praise from his father, feeling slightly embarrassed. He scratched his forehead awkwardly. Haha. I'm far from invincible, Pops. But it's true that it can be used to fend off some crucial attacks without much problem, Mjolnir replied honestly. If it can keep you safe from critical blows, isn't that the same as being invincible? Whitebeard asked, puzzled. Haha. Pops, it's not quite as formidable as you imagine. This kind of ability comes with a cooldown period, you know? Once I use it, if an enemy attacks again during that downtime, there's nothing I could do, Mjolnir explained. Now Whitebeard understood completely. The abilities taught by Wang Yu, though undoubtedly powerful, all shared one common trait, a cooldown and reduction time. And it made sense, really. If such overwhelming skills had no limits, they would indeed be unstoppable. That's exactly it, Pops. We'd never try to trick you. Atmos chimed in, walking over as well. Whitebeard nodded vigorously. It seemed that his pirate crew had truly undergone a transformation in strength. The thought left Whitebeard's heart pounding with excitement. To be honest, deep down he'd been anxious. After all, the enemy they'd soon be facing was the Navy. The Navy, the undisputed ruler of this world. And this time, the Great War wouldn't be about the Navy coming to challenge Whitebeard's pirates, but rather his entire crew advancing straight into the Navy's domain, Marineford itself, to save Ace. Fighting on someone else's turf, up against the full might of Navy headquarters, there was no denying that the risks for the Whitebeard pirates were enormous. Now, seeing that even captains like Atmos had grown so much stronger, Whitebeard's heart was truly bursting with joy. As he thought of this, Whitebeard finally realized that he had absolutely misunderstood Wang Yu. He promptly bid farewell to Atmos, Thatch, and the others, quickening his pace as he hurried in Wang Yu's direction. Along the way, Whitebeard ran into various division commanders, greeting each of them as he passed. At last, he arrived at Wang Yu's restricted zone. Stepping into this place once more stirred up Whitebeard's memories. It was right here that Wang Yu, this audacious youngster, had shattered his cherished Naginata with a single strike, a moment that made him recognize Wang Yu as someone extraordinary, almost godlike. Now that he thought about it, his judgment back then had been spot on. Wang Yu had brought immense honor and pride to his pirate crew. With a broad sweep of his hand, Whitebeard didn't hesitate to thrust open Wang Yu's door and strode inside with his trademark heavy steps. At that moment, Wang Yu was enjoying the attentive service of his maids, a scene Whitebeard caught in all its detail. Ha ha ha, you rascal, you sure know how to live the good life, don't you? Whitebeard called out with cheerful bluntness. Wang Yu quickly stood up. Even at a glance, he could tell Whitebeard's physique seemed sturdier than before. The result, no doubt, of strict healing and recovery over recent days. Old man, you're looking pretty hard at yourself. Wang Yu exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Whitebeard, however, couldn't resist another tease. Honestly, compared to you, brat, my complexion is nothing. You're practically glowing. What secret potion have you been taking? Whitebeard winked suggestively at one of Wang Yu's maids, his tone thick with mischief. Wang Yu could only respond with a wry smile. Caught in the act by Whitebeard himself, he didn't have much room to argue. Thus, he recounted in full how Marco and the others had roped him into the whole escapade of collecting maids. Whitebeard took it all in stride, wearing an expression that said he understood it perfectly. Don't worry about it, lad. That's just how men are. Besides, you've really made the Whitebeard name shine bright. These maids of yours would be considered top-notch, even among the other emperors. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Wang Yu just shook his head, resigned. He knew there was no convincing the old man otherwise. Let's set that aside for now, old man. Since you're back with us, don't you think we ought to throw a proper feast? Wang Yu said, grinning from ear to ear. At the banquet, everyone gathered around the roaring bonfire, plate after plate of roasted meat being served up fresh. With a thoughtful squint, Whitebeard turned serious. So, Kaido and Big Mom, those two troublemakers, are coming after us soon, aren't they? Whitebeard voiced his concern. He had witnessed the strength of several of his commanders in person, yet he still couldn't shake a faint sense of worry. After all, they were up against one of the veteran Four Emperors pirate crews. If only one of them came attacking, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. But if it was two of the Emperor's crews joining forces, then things would be extremely difficult. After all, if two Yonko crews join hands, perhaps their lower-ranked fighters could be dismissed, but you absolutely couldn't ignore their top combat strengths. Just Kaido and Big Mom alone, those two emperors, would give his entire crew more than enough trouble. And then there were the three calamities, the 5 sweet commanders, the 7 warlords, the Charlotte family's devil fruit users, and the massive army of gifters. The more he thought about it, the more Whitebeard felt his head throb with pain. Even if the Whitebeard pirates managed to win this great war in the end, they would be battered and covered in wounds. But then, right after surviving such a battle, they would have to face the Navy. How were they supposed to deal with that? Whitebeard fretted anxiously over it. While he was lost in worry, Marco strolled over. Hey, Pops, let's drink. Why aren't you drinking? Got something on your mind? Marco slurred, face red, and a bottle swinging from his hand, obviously quite tipsy. Seeing Marco like this only made Whitebeard even more frustrated. Sigh, his sons, every one of them. A great war is on the horizon, and yet they can all be so carefree? I do have things on my mind. Tell me, what do you all think we should do when we're facing an attack from Kaido and Big Mom, the combined might of 2 Emperor's crews? In hindsight, we shouldn't have let Jack and the others go. If we had some hostages, we'd at least have some leverage, Whitebeard said in a worried tone. But hearing this, the other commanders didn't help ease Whitebeard's troubles at all. Instead, each one raised their cups and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Pops, you're worrying too much. Relax, Pops, it's nothing. Honestly, let's just keep drinking. All around him, the other commanders lifted their huge mugs and shouted cheerfully. Whitebeard's annoyance flared. So, just because you all say it's nothing, it really is nothing? We're talking about 2 Yonko crews joining forces. I'm not worried about myself, but you guys, how are you going to hold your own when you're facing enemies many times stronger than yourselves? He let out a long sigh, his tone laden with concern. But the surrounding commanders didn't try to reassure him. Instead, they just burst out laughing again. Pops, you're overthinking it. Right now, with the Whitebeard pirates as we are, even if they're an alliance of 2 emperors, or even 3, we're not afraid of any of them. The surrounding commanders all spoke up, each exuding confidence. Seeing that Whitebeard was still unconvinced, Wang Yu simply smiled. Old man, don't worry about it. Oh, by the way, haven't all of you learned quite a few skills from me? How about this? I have a suggestion. Since we're all having such a great time drinking, why don't we put on a little demonstration for the old man? Wang Yu said with a cheerful grin. Since Whitebeard was still skeptical, fine, let's show him just what the Whitebeard pirates are truly capable of now. In fact, all the division commanders had long wanted the opportunity to show off their progress in front of their father. And deep down, Whitebeard himself was also eager to see what his sons had achieved. Now that Wang Yu had made the proposal, no one objected, and the whole room quickly fell into excited anticipation. The first to step up was Marco. Dad, to tell the truth, I don't have anything particularly flashy to show, but I can demonstrate something for you. Let me give you an icebound expanse, Marco declared, his wine cup pausing briefly as he beamed at Whitebeard. Icebound expanse? What? Aren't you Marco? How could you use icebound expanse? Are you sure you haven't had a little too much to drink, Marco? Whitebeard's mind was spinning with confusion. But before Whitebeard could even get a word in, Marco began his performance. With a dramatic sweep of his arm, an awe-inspiring surge of icy power burst forth from Marco's hand. Instantly, a chilling cold swept across the sky, the temperature dropping several degrees in mere heartbeats. A moment later, at the banquet grounds of the Whitebeard pirates, hail began to rain down over an area a full kilometer away. A blast of cold air swept in, causing the temperature around them to plummet by dozens of degrees. Thankfully, the torches scattered about kept Whitebeard and the others from freezing. In less than a heartbeat, under the force of Marco's frost, a thick layer of ice formed across the area he had selected, just as Marco had promised. icebound expanse in all its glory. Haha, Dad, I'm not exaggerating. Back in the day, even Kaido wouldn't dare face this move of mine head-on, Marco declared with pride. Stunned by the spectacle, Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he shot up from his seat. Marco, my boy, what's going on here? Don't tell me. You ate Admiral Akiji's devil fruit or something? But that can't be. Akiji's still alive. How on earth did you acquire a freezing fruit power? Whitebeard stared at his son, utterly baffled. Haha, Dad, I told you. It's all thanks to the guidance of Vice Captain Wang Yu. But this isn't some sort of freezing power at all, Dad. You've got it completely wrong. It's actually a branch of my Phoenix abilities. Marco, following the explanation Wang Yu once gave him, patiently explained it all over again to Whitebeard. What the? Are you telling me you can use it like that too? Even Whitebeard, for all his composure, couldn't help but let out a colorful burst of surprise. No matter how he'd tried to think it through, there was no way he could have guided Marco in this direction. Wang Yu truly was both daring and supremely skilled. With this, Marco now wielded the power of Admiral Akiji, making him a bona fide dual devil fruit user. And even more remarkable, Marco's mastery over these powers seemed to have reached a level of near perfection. To think he possessed not just two fruits, but had developed both to such an extraordinary degree. Marco was ready to ascend to the throne, no doubt about it. Seeing the stunned look etched on the old man's face, Marco's heart swelled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, at the side, 3rd Division Captain Jozu simply couldn't hold himself back. It was a perfectly good celebration. There was no way Marco should get all the glory to himself. Jozu hadn't seen Whitebeard for so long. Of course, he had to take this chance to show off in front of his old man. No sooner thought than done. Jozu leapt up and pulled the drunken Marco off to the side. Come on, give me a slice. Jozu called out with excitement. Whitebeard could only look on in helpless resignation. These captains of his, each one seemed more eager than the last to show off their powers. He didn't mind them displaying their abilities, but did every single one of them want him to be the one wielding the sword? Exasperated as he was, Whitebeard's curiosity had well and truly been piqued by now. He was eager to see just what Jozu had up his sleeve, so he stood up and got right to it, no more hesitation. Without further ado, Whitebeard drew his supreme greatsword, the trembling aura filling the air. He wasted no time at all, raising the blade and bringing it down toward Jozu. A mighty, fearsome slash cut through the air, crashing down like thunder from the heavens. The force was immense, but to play it safe, Whitebeard refrained from using the power of the Tremor fruit. Jozu beamed with excitement. Huh, come on, Dad, let the storm hit me with all it's got, he shouted, not a hint of fear, only anticipation lighting up his face. Whitebeard puffed out his beard in amusement. These sons of his, each one bolder than the last. Well, that's my boy through and through. Whitebeard could sense that Jozu must possess a restorative power, much like Atmos, so he decided there was no need to hold back. With that, Whitebeard tightened his grip, pouring even more force into the Supreme Blade. The strength behind his attack was enough to make the very air around them shudder. Finally, that devastating slash crashed down upon Jozu's body, echoing throughout the hall. A terrifying force ripped open a massive chasm right behind Jaws. This wound in the earth was the result of Whitebeard's sheer strength as he struck with all his might. In that instant, heaps of debris were violently flung away. When the dust finally settled, Jaws' figure appeared squarely before Whitebeard's eyes. Yet something happened that left Whitebeard completely taken aback. He had assumed that, after such a blow, Jaws would be left battered and scarred. But to his astonishment, Jaws' body looked just as unscathed as before, not a mark on him. What's more, to Whitebeard's further surprise, he noticed that sometime during the exchange, layer upon layer of granite-like armor had formed over Jaws' body. The sight of it all but rendered Whitebeard speechless. What's going on here? Could it be that Jaws' devil fruit powers have awakened as well? Bursting with excitement, Whitebeard strode right up to Jaws and gave his armored frame a resounding slap with his giant hand. Well now, kid, what sort of power is this? You can shrug off even an old man supreme Grey Blade strike. Whitebeard said in disbelief. Jaws grinned from ear to ear. Ah, Pops, that's something you didn't expect, did you? This isn't an awakened power, just a new way to use my diamond abilities, Jaws replied, chuckling with satisfaction. Whitebeard nodded vigorously. He never would have imagined such a thing was possible. It seemed only Wang Yu could come up with such a brilliantly creative direction for growth. If Jaws could withstand his direct strikes with nothing more than an extension of his original powers, and not even awakening, then once he truly awakened his fruit, his future potential would be absolutely limitless. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in awe at the possibilities. Just as he was lost in thought, A colossal slash suddenly tore through the sky above. What? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed sharply, a look of startled shock flickering across his face. There was something eerily familiar about the aura of that attack. No, the sensation was unmistakable. Wasn't that his own power? Whitebeard's thoughts raced in astonishment. Yes, that was it. No doubt at all. Even if the strike wasn't quite as powerful, that unique presence belonged to nobody else. Only a supreme grade blade produced that distinctive force. Ordinary people simply couldn't wield anything of that magnitude. In the next instant, the tremendous force descended before Whitebeard. Hurriedly, he raised his own supreme grade blade to guard himself. With a ringing clash, a shower of sparks exploded all around him, casting flickering lights in the air. The shock reverberated up Whitebeard's arms, leaving his hands still tingling with pain. Just then, Ja's laughter rang out from nearby. Haha, old man, how about this move of mine, the power of thorns? The harder you hit me, the stronger my counterattack becomes, Joza said with a beaming smile. Whitebeard also wore a look of genuine curiosity. So, this ability is called the power of thorns? That's where you lose me a bit. If you'd said it was your granite force, I'd get it. After all, with your diamond fruit, that kind of power makes sense. But your diamond ability and rebound, there's just about no connection between the two. Is there? How's that possible? Whitebeard asked with a puzzled frown. Jozu burst out laughing. All the division commanders nearby joined him, their hearty laughter echoing in unison. Whitebeard in this moment reminded them so much of themselves when they first started following him. Back then, they too were clueless, staring wide-eyed and innocent, much like Whitebeard was now in front of his crew. The comparison made them all feel amused deep down. Haha, Pops, the power of thorns isn't actually my devil fruit ability. It's because of the gear that Vice Captain Wang Yu made for me. Joza noticed Whitebeard's baffled expression and began to explain. When he heard Jozu's words, Whitebeard's eyes opened wide in astonishment. Gudala hezawit lao te. Wang Yu, is it that big iron hammer of yours? I always thought there was something odd about that hammer of yours. Turns out, it really is something powerful. Whitebeard exclaimed. At that moment, he recalled the first time he'd met Wang Yu. Wang Yu had swung that hammer and smashed his own cloud cutter sword to bits right then and there. That hammer's your devil fruit ability, isn't it, Wang Yu? Whitebeard laughed boisterously. Wang Yu nodded slightly. He rarely talked much about his own powers unless someone asked directly. Now that Whitebeard had given him a plausible explanation, he simply went with it. A remarkable ability. Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in admiration again. At this point, Flower Sword Vista could no longer hold back. He drew his weapons and strode forward. Jozu, you show off, you're done now. It's my turn in the spotlight, Vista said, brimming with excitement. In a single leap, Vista landed right in front of everyone. The sunlight glittered brilliantly off his twin swords, dazzling the onlookers. Oh, Whitebeard's eyes sparkled with interest. Vista, what kind of power do you have? He asked, visibly excited. As everyone gathered to discuss, Wang Yu's system chimed in with a notification of its own. It turns out even Whitebeard had become part of his experience pool. According to his system panel, he just earned more gold coins and fertilizer packs as rewards. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth curled up in a subtle, involuntary smile. Host, Wang Yu. Conqueror's Haki, 18,573 points, observation kill. Armament Haki, 17,819 points, 50% attack penetration. Observation Haki, 17,352 points, absolute domain, 1 square kilometer. Swordsmanship, 12,000. Skills, Granite Shield, passive, Thunderstrike, level 3. Earthquake, level 2. Jade Edge Cutter, level 2. Way of the Hunt, passive. Glacier Storm, level 2. Sealed Dust Severance, level 2. Brave Charge, level 2. Whimsical Trickster, level 2. Biochemical Barrage, level 2. Powder Keg, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Elastic Slingshot, level 2. Barrier Breaker, level 2. Ice Barrier, level 2. Dynamic Pinball, level 2. Earth Shatter Fragment, level 2. Unstoppable Force, level 2. Hammer of Annihilation, level 2. Virus Butcher, level 2. Frozen Radiance, level 2. Bone-Chilling Frost, level 2. God-Slaying Slash, level 2. Teleportation, 500-second cooldown. Items, 5 pieces of fine iron or coolant, a bag of forging borax, Infinity Edge, Archangel Staff, a medium pack of fertilizer. Gold coins, 3,813,241. Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, Glint Fruit, Rumble Fruit, Magma Fruit, Ice Fruit. Forge, basic. Weapons, none. Equipment, Thornmail, Liandry's Torment, Static Shiv, Heart of steel, Warmog's armor. Artifacts, none. If he kept grinding like this, one day he might be able to upgrade his forge and, on top of that, collect even more devil fruits. When the time came, he could even set up a template for Whitebeard himself. As for Whitebeard, Wang Yu was considering whether he might fit the role of Olaf. After all, Whitebeard was a man of strong character. When it came to a real fight, there was no hesitation whatsoever. With Olaf's template, one furious roar would trigger Ragnarok. Wouldn't that mean chasing down anyone in his way and cutting through them without restraint? As Wang Yu pondered this, the battle between Vista and Whitebeard was already underway. Dad, my powers all pack a hefty punch. It wouldn't be wise to go all-out sparring with you. So instead, why not let me show you my footwork and the sheer force of my sword strikes? Vista murmured to himself. Without another word, Vista swung both his swords, aiming at a distant mountain peak. In that instant, the sword intent within him surged and burst forth from his blades. An immense power ripped through the air, reaching the faraway mountaintop in a flash. Boom! Under such overwhelming force, the entire peak exploded, sending huge rocks tumbling and crashing in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the mountain struck by Vista's attack had vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly hadn't expected Vista's strike to be so terrifying. Judging by the sheer force of that attack, its power was absolutely on par with Whitebeard's own legendary slashes. If Atmos possessed a defense that rivaled even Kaido's, then this guy, Vista, his attack was now on the level of the world's strongest man. That was a truly formidable thing. Just then, as Whitebeard stretched out his massive hand, intending to slap down Vista, Vista's figure flickered, darting around and reappearing right behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard sucked in a sharp breath. His own haki of observation hadn't sensed a thing. It was far too shocking. He had encountered many different ways of moving in battle, but not once before had he seen anyone like Vista, someone who could move in a way so stealthy that even his observation haki was completely fooled. This ability to shift position was almost like spatial teleportation. Thinking of this, Whitebeard strode toward Vista, excitement evident on his face. He was just about to ask a question when Vista pulled off a second dazzling move. Without giving Whitebeard a hint, Vista was suddenly right back in his original spot. Whitebeard's hand slapped only empty air. Again, Whitebeard never saw it coming. A hearty, booming laugh rang out. Well done, my boy. That ability of yours truly is exceptional. I never even sensed it. Whitebeard exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Is it possible your ability harnesses the power of space itself? Whitebeard asked, his tone suddenly turning serious. Haha, the power of space? I suppose you could call it that, Vista replied, just as exhilarated. But Pops, I'll have you know, even Kaido himself was completely toyed with by this move of mine. Hearing of Vista's glorious exploit, Whitebeard's smile grew broader and brighter. His sons really were outstanding, each one remarkable in his own way. Now, the Whitebeard pirates were truly a den of hidden talents, each member significantly stronger than before. Whitebeard's heart was overflowing with pride and delight. He threw his head back and laughed. Magnificent, magnificent! With all of you with me, there's nothing to fear from the Twin Sovereign Alliance. In fact, I have absolute confidence the Whitebeard pirates will send them running, tails between their legs. Just moments ago, Whitebeard had worn a look of deep worry. Now, he laughed boldly and fearlessly. Seeing Sasaki's apology, Kaido finally relaxed a little. Behind Kaido stood a motley group of his followers, all brandishing their weapons and shouting madly at this moment. A massive horde of pirates seemed to rain down from the sky, each charging wildly toward the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Atop the Moby Dick, Whitebeard slowly lowered the telescope from his hand. So, they've chosen to drop straight from the sky. It looks like they're using Perospero's abilities, Whitebeard said in an unhurried tone. Marco, Jozu, and the others also raised their own binoculars, each brimming with excitement. This is perfect, Pops. I was just thinking about trekking all the way over there to teach them a lesson, and now they've come running to hand us victory on a silver platter. Never expected them to be so thoughtful, Marco exclaimed. Jozu, Vista, and the others grinned broadly, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Everyone was itching for action, eager to draw their swords. They had waited so long for this moment, and now their enemies were practically presenting themselves as targets. What a rare and golden opportunity. Whitebeard, who had been troubled a moment ago, felt his worries melt away at the sight of the united enemy forces. Now he found himself curious. He wanted to see what his sons could do. Just then, Wang Yu suddenly spoke up. Old Man, Kaido, and Big Mom are just too much of a nuisance. Originally, I I wanted to hold a celebration, gather everyone around a hot pot, sing some songs, and give you my present, Wang Yu said softly. But it looks like I'd better hand your gift to you right now. Pops, you've hit the jackpot this time. I wonder what present our Vice Captain Wang Yu has prepared for you. And here's something I can tell you, for certain. The abilities most of us have were given to us by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Whitebeard's face lit up with anticipation at Wang Yu's words. Happiness came so suddenly, it was hard to believe. He burst out laughing. Is this for real? You brat. Don't forget, I've already reached Emperor level now. Are you telling me I could become even stronger? Whitebeard asked, both astonished and skeptical. Though he had witnessed the strength his sons possessed, it was hard to imagine that a single gift could make him even more powerful. For an instant, Whitebeard simply could not wrap his mind around it. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth curled upward in a subtle smile. He knew well that no matter what he said now, the old man surely wouldn't believe him. So, instead, he simply took out the gift he'd been keeping hidden in his room. With a flourish, Wang Yu presented two enormous axes. The twin axes glinted with an uncanny, black shimmer beneath the sunlight. They exuded an aura of power and authority, intimidating even in their stillness. Just by looking at these weapons, it was clear they far outclassed anything they'd had before. These were no ordinary tools. Wang Yu had specially purchased them from the system shop. After surviving the massive war between the twin emperors, Wang Yu was confident he'd soon upgrade his forging furnace and craft such mighty weapons with his own hands. After all, this was old Whitebeard, the one who'd provided for him all this time, allowing him to endure and survive until now. So Wang Yu spared no expense. He'd gone straight to his own shop and purchased a masterpiece, intending to gift it to Whitebeard himself. Even Whitebeard was taken aback as he stared at the weapons before him. His own weapon, after all, was the peerless Great Blade. And now Wang Yu had brought him 2 axes? What was the meaning behind this? Was he supposed to take these axes into battle against his enemies? Did Wang Yu truly believe these were sharper than his unparalleled Great Blade? And there was another, more pressing problem. He'd spent countless years mastering his trusted cloud cutter. To suddenly swap it for 2 new axes, how could he possibly wield these effectively in the heat of battle? If he'd had a few months to train, perhaps he could manage it, but with the Great War so close at hand, what on earth was he supposed to do? Did Wang Yu expect him to pick up these axes and charge out a fight right now? It all seemed far too rushed. Whitebeard felt a headache coming on. Wang Yu, your weapons are excellent. There's no doubt about that, he began, hesitating. But to tell you the truth, I'm just not sure I can adapt to them right away. I mean, I've been using my cloud cutter for so long. Switching to axes at a moment's notice, and with battle already upon us, how can you expect me to adjust in time? I think I'd better wait until after the fighting is done before giving these a try. Whitebeard concluded, clearly puzzled. But to his surprise, his words set off a chorus of laughter all around. Whitebeard grew even more confused. What's so funny? Wasn't I being perfectly reasonable? Why were all my sons laughing so heartily at that? Ha ha, Pops, you really have no idea. Vice Captain Wang Yu's weapon is definitely not for you to use. Marco came over, patted the old man's shoulder, and muttered under his breath. Not for using? After Marco's explanation, Whitebeard felt even more perplexed. Why would you have a weapon if you weren't supposed to use it? What's the point? Whitebeard was honestly a bit down. All of you, enough with the riddles. The Great War is almost upon us. Stop trying to be mysterious and just tell me, how exactly am I supposed to use this weapon? He blurted out, completely at a loss. Just then, Wang Yu finally spoke up. Old man, the thing you're holding can actually fuse directly with your body. Wang Yu said outright. What on earth? The look of pure confusion on Whitebeard's face intensified, as if 1,000 questions were flashing through his mind. Don't try to trick me, just because I'm not well read. He'd ruled these seas for decades, but this was the first time he had ever heard of a weapon that could physically meld with a person. Surely this was just pure fantasy? Whitebeard pondered in disbelief. But before he could stay shocked much longer, reality gave him no time to adjust. The Great War was about to unfold. Wang Yu, not wanting to waste breath explaining, simply took the weapon he held and placed it on a Whitebeard's palm. In that instant, a strange, extraordinary power surged swiftly through Whitebeard's body. His former pair of massive, jet-black axes vanished completely, gone without a trace. Staring at his own hands, Whitebeard's eyes went wide in utter astonishment. His face was the very picture of disbelief. He never would have imagined it. Never that such a wondrous thing could possibly exist in this world. However, in the next moment, doubt crept in. Wait a second. If this thing has fused with me, then what good is the equipment now? After all, a weapon is meant to be wielded in battle, isn't it? No matter how magical this thing is, If it can't be brought to the battlefield to fight, it can't really serve its purpose. Whitebeard insisted thoughtfully. His seriousness drew a round of laughter from those around him. Huh, Pops, that's where you're wrong. Whoever said a weapon must be wielded in combat or used to kill? Jozu said with a cheerful grin. As long as it boosts your strength, isn't that even better? A weapon, once fused, would actually increase my combat power? Wang Yu watched as the leaders of the Double Emperor Alliance drew closer. Just moments ago, these captains had been mocking Whitebeard for his lack of worldly experience. One after the other, they seemed to have forgotten, weren't they not long ago, just as naive and unworldly themselves? This weapon, he continued, can grant you formidable powers, much like the abilities of a devil fruit. As for the specifics, I won't explain the underlying principles to you now. After all, our armies are about to clash at any moment. So, I've decided to walk you through its abilities directly, Wang Yu said calmly. The Great Slayer. After a short delay, you can spin around, swinging your axe in a wide arc, striking all enemies within its range. Enemies hit by the blade of the axe, the outer edge of the skills indicator, suffer 50, 80, 110, 140, or 170, plus 1.0/1.1/1.2/1.3/1.4 AD. Physical damage, depending on the skill level. If struck by the handle of the axe, the inner part of the skill's range, enemies only take 35% of that damage, and will not be afflicted by the bleed effect. For every enemy struck by the blade, Darius will heal himself for 15% of his missing health, up to a maximum of 45%. So with Whitebeard wielding his supreme grade Great Blade, the blade and haft of the axe now refer to his own mighty weapon. Listen carefully. The first ability is the Great Slayer. Use it in battle, especially when you're wounded, Wang Yu instructed. If you spin in a full circle with your weapon, you'll deal damage to all surrounding enemies. And every time your supreme grade Great Blade, the Edge, hits an enemy with this move, you'll recover a massive amount of health yourself. The moment these words were spoken, the captains standing nearby all cast envious glances. Not only could this technique strike down foes, but it also granted the user a terrifying healing effect. This was a devastating move that combined both offense and defense. As expected, Father's power was truly fearsome. Yet Whitebeard's own eyes widened. He looked even more bewildered. What in the world was he talking about? I hit my enemies, and I heal myself? How is that even possible? Was this a scene from a movie? Even films wouldn't dare to be so outrageous. Whitebeard was utterly baffled. But while Whitebeard wrestled with his confusion, all the others could only nod in understanding. After all, they'd once been just as astonished themselves. Noxian Guillotine. Leap toward your target and deliver a deadly strike, dealing 125/250/375, plus 75% bonus attack damage, true damage. For every stack of bleed on the target, Noxian Guillotine deals an additional 20% damage. If Noxian Guillotine kills the target, it can be cast again at no cost within the next 20 seconds. At the same time, Wang Yu continued explaining the other moves to Whitebeard. These techniques left Whitebeard feeling utterly baffled, as if lost in a fog. Eventually, Wang Yu simply gave up on further explanations. After all, practice is the only sure test of understanding. So, from here on, it was up to the old man, Whitebeard, to figure things out for himself through hands-on experience. In the very next moment, the enemy forces had already arrived in full force. Whitebeard had no choice but to join the fray. Meanwhile, Kaido, Big Mom, and the others, upon seeing Whitebeard's arrival, shot him furious glares one after another. Whitebeard, you old bastard, and you're still in command of the Whitebeard pirates? So everything before was all under your direction, wasn't it? That's right, you scoundrel. You pretended not to be here, just to stir up trouble. Did you really think we'd be scared of you? Big Mom roared at Whitebeard, her voice bell-like and full of rage. Until just now, she had thought all the chaos was the handiwork of the newly arrived vice captain, Wang Yu. But looking at the situation now, it was clearly Whitebeard pulling the strings all along. Whitebeard gave them an utterly speechless look. Damn it, I told you I just got back. Can I ask, would any of you believe that? Whitebeard could only sigh inwardly with exasperation. At the same time, Kaido unleashed a barrage of curses at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you damned old fool. Bet you didn't see this coming. You gone way too far, so I've joined forces with Big Mom. Huh, just wait until we've swallowed up all your territory. Then we'll wipe out every last one of you and carve up your empire for ourselves. Ha ha ha. But watching the two of them gloat and bluster, Whitebeard didn't look the slightest bit provoked. To his eyes, those two were practically walking into their own doom. Not only that, what mattered even more was that they'd given him the perfect opportunity to test out his new abilities. So rather than annoyed, Whitebeard actually felt quite delighted. Ha ha! Kaido Limlin, you're really that eager to take my territory for yourselves, are you? But have you all forgotten about how terrifying I used to be? Whitebeard said with a hearty chuckle. Oomph. Maybe we were a bit afraid of you in the past. But now, old man, you're no spring chicken anymore. And there are two of us working together. We just don't believe it. Even you, in your twilight years, how could you possibly stand against the full force of the two of us? Kaido boasted arrogantly. In the next instant, Kaido let out a thunderous roar and, in a flicker, transformed into a massive azure dragon. Big Mom followed with a savage cry of her own. The very next moment, her enormous form leapt atop Zeus, her homie, and she drew her formidable Napoleon. With a flourish, she fused it with the blazing Prometheus, forging the mighty flaming sword Prometheus. Relying on their powers of flight, the two swiftly pulled far ahead of Whitebeard's main battalion, launching themselves straight at him with unstoppable force. After all, they were emperors of the sea, and the sheer presence radiating from their bodies was simply overwhelming, especially when their haki, the overwhelming, kingly aura, began to surge violently, filling the air with raw, uncontested might. At the vanguard of the Whitebeard pirates, the weaker members, unable to endure this oppressive force, simply collapsed where they stood. Their eyes rolled back, foam flecked at their lips, and one by one, they toppled over without even a chance to cry out, brought down in a single instant. The combined conqueror's haki of these two emperors swept across the battlefield like a storm. Even stalwarts like Marco, Jozu, and Vista found themselves glancing at each other, just slightly unsettled by the pressure. This oppressive force was truly something terrifying. The next moment, Whitebeard wasted no time. He unleashed his own conqueror's haki and, gripping his supreme gray blade, charged forward with a great shout. You brats dare use your conqueror's haki in front of me? Have you forgotten? I'm the world's strongest man. To try showing off your petty tricks before me? Old as I am, I'll teach you both a lesson you won't forget. Whitebeard thundered, his voice booming above the battlefield. In that instant, his overwhelming aura burst forth, radiating from him in all directions. High above, the sky was rent apart as these monstrous powers collided with cataclysmic force. Under this immense pressure, shards and streams of Conqueror's haki crackled and flew wildly in all directions. Those pirates caught in the shockwave stared up, their faces etched with terror. So overwhelming was the force that many of them couldn't help but drop to one knee, struggling to remain upright beneath the crushing weight. And then, as shock gave way to wonder, all blossomed in their eyes. So, this is the collision of Conqueror's haki between Imperial Emperors? It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. One by one, even their mouths began to tremble, and they could barely speak clearly. The next moment, a tremendous roar erupted. Up in the sky, a massive breach suddenly appeared in the clouds. It was as if the entire heavens had been split open. Witnessing such overwhelming might, King of the Wildfire, King, was visibly stunned. Whitebeard, that old bastard. I truly didn't expect his Conqueror's haki to be so terrifying. This guy, he alone is actually holding off the power of both Conqueror spirits. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco's face also showed utter shock. He never imagined that Kaido's and Big Mom's Conqueror's haki could be so monstrous. It looks like Pops won't be able to hold on much longer. And then, the following moment, Whitebeard realized that facing both of their Conqueror's haki alone could only lead to disaster. Without hesitation, he chose to escalate, the speed of a lifelong rival, rushing forward at once. With a mighty leap, he soared into the sky the very next instant. He swung his supreme gray blade with all his might toward Kaido and Big Mom. Neither Kaido nor Big Mom sat idly by. They brought forth their own weapons, Kaido's spiked iron club and Big Mom's enormous flame-wreathed blade, Napoleon, clashing them against Whitebeard's mighty sword. A deafening boom reverberated through the sky once more. Under the force of such a fierce collision, the heavens above trembled again. Was this? Both Kaido's and Big Mom's faces revealed astonished surprise. This old bastard, he's channeled the power of the Quake fruit into his weapon. Kaido bellowed in alarm, calling out the warning. The terrifying shockwave, like a raging flood, surged wildly before Kaido and Big Mom. The overwhelming devil fruit energy forced their weapons apart with brute power. Spotting an opening, Whitebeard didn't hesitate for a moment. Gripping his supreme blade, Murakumo, he lashed out with another tremendous strike. A mighty roar followed. Even the wind itself seemed to quiver before such power. Whitebeard knew full well that facing two emperors, his odds of victory were slim. That's why, right from the start, he chose to unleash the full extent of his strength. The essence of his gambit, take them by surprise, and leave Kaido and Big Mom no time to react. A mighty force. If it struck, then between Kaido and Big Mom, at least one of them would surely be wounded. If that happened, it could tip the victory in my favor, making a difference at this critical moment. That was Whitebeard's thought. But in the very next instant, both Kaido and Big Mom responded with lightning speed. "Whitebeard, you old bastard, you tried to take us out right from the start? Damn you," roared Big Mom. "Kaido, we can't let this old relic off the hook. Let's use that move," Big Mom urged, her tone brimming with menace. Kaido instantly understood what she meant. Without hesitation, the two unleashed their combined attack. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelmingly powerful technique, Hakai, burst forth. It surged toward Whitebeard in a devastating wave. Under that tremendous power, even heaven and earth seemed to tremble, as if the world itself could no longer withstand their fury. A deafening explosion resounded. The terrifying fusion of their attack and Whitebeard's lethal strike collided in the air with cataclysmic force. Another thunderous crash filled the air, shaking the entire sea. The sky split apart under the assault of their combined powers, light and shadow twisting chaotically above. Even the ground trembled violently, battered by the aftershocks of that titanic clash. The minor pirates from the Yonko cruise, still fleeing the battlefield, looked up in terror, their faces pale and their eyes wide with fear, stunned speechless by the spectacle overhead. Frozen in place, they stared at the skies, voices trembling. "My God, is this even possible? What kind of monstrous power is this?" So this is what happens when emperors collide. It's terrifying beyond belief. Heaven and earth have been torn apart before our eyes. Even the land and sea are shaking. It's unimaginable. King and Katakuri watched the collision, lost in deep thought. For Katakuri in particular, a man who possessed conqueror's haki of his own, the difference in power between himself and these true emperors of the world was driven home more forcefully than ever before in the face of such a battle. On Whitebeard's ship, Marco and the others were astonished, their faces reflecting their shock. In that situation, for Kaido and Big Mom to still react, if nothing else, it proved just how monstrously powerful they truly were. A subtle unease began to creep into their hearts as they worried for their fatherly captain. "Vice Captain Wang Yu, do you think Pops is going to be all right?" Marco asked, his voice heavy with concern. But Wang Yu, determined and unwavering, shook his head firmly. "Are you kidding? Right now, Whitebeard possesses the power of the Noxian guillotine. How could anything possibly happen to him? If you're truly worried, Wang Yu suggests that your concern would be better spent on Kaido and Big Mom instead. Whitebeard is a force to be reckoned with these days. At the start of the fight, his strength might not be so obvious, but once the battle drags on, as soon as Whitebeard triggers his passive ability, Blood Dripper, there's no doubt about it. Kaido and Big Mom are in for a world of pain. And on top of that, Whitebeard boasts an impressive power of regeneration thanks to his skills. Let's not forget his original Quake fruit abilities. Right now, Whitebeard is the very picture of a well-rounded warrior, strong in every direction. So tell me, how are Kaido and Big Mom supposed to face someone like that? Don't worry, Marco. In my opinion, it's Kaido and Big Mom who should be looking out for themselves, Wang Yu said with a wry smile. And sure enough, just as Wang Yu predicted, after an intense clash, a surge of raw power came crashing right at Whitebeard. After all, Kaido and Big Mom had unleashed their combination technique, which naturally packed more punch than Whitebeard's raw might. So, in the next moment, their overwhelming strength rained down directly on Whitebeard's body. Riding the momentum, Kaido and Big Mom pressed the attack, Kaido's spiked club crackling with electricity. Bolts of lightning danced along Kaido's weapon, each one supercharging his strikes, granting his club an unnatural surge of power. Meanwhile, the infernal fire in Big Mom's hands blazed ever fiercer, swelling to terrifying intensity. What's even more astonishing, both of their weapons pulsed with Conqueror's haki. Crimson streams lashed and twisted along their arms and blades, wrapping around and around, while piercing thunder shrieked through the sky as if summoned by their will, lashing down incessantly from above. The two of them smashed at Whitebeard with relentless force. Whitebeard had planned to fend them off with his Quake fruit, but it hit him suddenly. Age was catching up to him after all. He could barely withstand the force of their combined assault. In the end, all he managed was to absorb part of the damage. Their attacks struck him again, heavy and unyielding. Whitebeard gritted his teeth in pain, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a rough swipe, he wiped away the blood, his expression now tinged with fury. Rage boiled up inside him, the blood in his veins surging like a raging torrent. Standing on the ground, now transformed into his Brachiosaurus form, Queen rolled his eyes before offering his summary. Hovering above in the sky, King narrowed his gaze as well. He knew Marco's strength all too well. This was a man who had, through sheer force, managed to leave Kaido battered and bruised. Now, there were no good options left. Their opponent was simply too formidable. The situation had reached a point where, like it or not, it was time to cooperate with that bastard queen and launch a coordinated assault. I get it, you bastard. Come on then. Let's hit Marco with an attack from both the ground and the air, King muttered under his breath. In the very next instant, both of them quickly formulated their own strategies in their minds. From his position high above, King unfurled his wings. In that moment, thousands upon thousands of fireballs shot out from his wings, each one carrying overwhelming destructive power. These fireballs lit up the sky like a barrage of rockets, turning the heavens blindingly bright. Queen, witnessing the spectacle before him, broke into a wide grin. Not bad, King. You maniac, Queen roared while pulling out his mechanical arm, which immediately morphed into a Gatling gun. Bullets poured out in relentless streams, tearing through the sky toward the flying Marco without pause. Ah, these aren't just ordinary bullets. They're packed with potent toxins, he bellowed with vicious delight. If any of these hit you, Marco, even you won't come through unscathed. This is the true blight of the plague bullets, Queen shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, on the ground, the lead fighters of the Beast Pirates each readied their bows and arrows. Haki shimmered along each shaft as they were drawn taut, then released in a deadly volley aimed straight at Marco. The air buzzed and thrummed as the arrows filled the sky, so densely packed it was suffocating just to look at them. Maybe, just maybe, this would be enough to slow Marco down? That's what the Beast Pirates told themselves, trying to convince their own doubts. But then, something completely unexpected happened. Faced with this torrent of attacks, so numerous as to be almost inescapable, Marco simply stood there in the sky, making no move to dodge or defend. This action left everyone watching utterly dumbfounded. The pirates from the alliance of the two emperors wore expressions of pure confusion. Confronted with such overwhelming power from every direction, Marco's choice was to stand tall and face it head-on, without a trace of fear or hesitation. Could it be, did Marco actually choose to give up on his own? But of course, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates would never think that way. They knew full well what Marco was capable of, so they were completely clear in their hearts. Marco was showing off again. Jozu simply curled his lip. I was planning to go up there myself. But honestly, there was nothing I could do. Marco, that guy, can actually fly. It's only because I can't fly that Marco managed to show off like that, right in front of everyone. What a shame. Jozu shook his head privately, letting out a long sigh. Vista, too, had a look of discomfort on his face. After all, wasn't he also at a disadvantage for not being able to fly? Watching one's own teammate steal the spotlight, that's even more frustrating than losing money. Tell me about it. Marco, that bastard, his Phoenix abilities let him fly, and it's honestly infuriating. If not for that, with my speed, I'd absolutely have been the first to get there. Enough talk. Let's hurry onto the battlefield. Otherwise, Marco will steal all the thunder for himself, and that really won't do. While chatting, everyone picked up their pace, charging headlong toward the Imperial Alliance crew. In their minds, the pirates of the opposing Imperial Alliance were nothing more than walking experience points, and the perfect targets for a little grandstanding. Charge! In an instant, the Whitebeard Pirates surged forward, their battle cries shaking the sky. Sure enough, just as the Whitebeard Pirates commanders had predicted, Marco's reason for floating in the air, motionless while waiting for all sorts of attacks to approach. It was all just for the thrill of showing off. Just as a barrage of attacks was about to reach him, barely a meter away, Marco's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Then, with just the slightest movement of his finger, in a heartbeat, a colossal iceberg erupted into existence, summoned out of the sky itself. The mighty iceberg cast a tremendous shadow over the ground below, and every pirate caught within that looming darkness found themselves seized by a sudden chill of dread. One by one, the pirates from the Beast Pirates widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape in utter shock. What is that thing? It's so cold, freezing cold. Why is this bone-chilling cold suddenly sweeping over us? The pirates of the Two Emperors Alliance were left dumbfounded, struggling to make sense of what was happening. At that moment, a few sharp-eyed pirates began to pick up the clues amid the confusion. Wait, is that? Hold on. All this icy coldness. It's coming from that gigantic thing looming above us. Isn't that an enormous iceberg? The grunts of the Two Emperors Alliance spoke in horror, their voices trembling. More and more people, at last, noticed that right above their heads a massive iceberg had appeared, and it was crashing down toward them with unstoppable force. Witnessing this, terror overtook their faces and their bodies shook uncontrollably. If a colossal iceberg like that crashes down on us, I'm afraid disaster is about to strike. Yeah, what are we going to do? This is terrifying. Marco, that bastard. Not only does he possess Admiral Akiji's ice powers, but now, he seems even more frightening than Akiji. Does he actually have the ability to summon icebergs? Even Admiral Akiji himself might not be capable of something like this, would he? Does this mean all that awaits us now is death? One pirate after another stammered, shivering with fear. With cries of terror echoing all around, Marco's immense iceberg crashed down mercilessly upon the charging pirates of the Two Emperors Alliance. A thunderous impact resounded. When it passed, a gigantic pit gaped open in the earth. And right in that deep crater were the crushed bodies of hundreds of pirate grunts, caught under the weight of the iceberg. Witnessing this spectacle, Kaido, howling from the wounds Whitebeard had just dealt him, found his eyes widening and the corners of his mouth twitching. What went through Kaido's mind at that moment? This scene? I know it all too well. Back then, it was Marco's very move that had caused him no end of trouble. And now Marco, a damned bastard, had pulled the same trick yet again. King and Queen, too, instinctively turned their gaze toward the scene. Originally, they had been brimming with confidence in their assault. Yet, when they saw the iceberg Marco had summoned, each and every one of them was completely dumbfounded. Crackling sounds filled the air as all manner of attacks crashed against the massive iceberg. Inside this fortress of ice, Marco stood untouched, not suffering so much as a scratch. Seeing Marco wielding such powers, Big Mom's eyes widened in shock, and then her expression quickly twisted into one of fury. Are all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates really this terrifying? To think he could even come up with summoning an iceberg to block everyone's attacks. This was simply too bizarre to be believed. If I'd known things would turn out like this, maybe I should have just held back instead of jumping into these murky waters with Kaido, Big Mom muttered, her regret written all over her face. The battle had only just begun, yet already Big Mom's heart was gripped by the urge to pull out. But there was nothing she could do about it. In less than 10 minutes since the Whitebeard pirates entered the fray, the power they unleashed was far beyond anything she had imagined. Whether it was Whitebeard's strange power to recover, as if he had returned to his youthful prime, or Marco's fearsome control over ice, powerful enough now to conjure an iceberg with a mere thought. All of it only confirmed how foolish it was to stand against the Whitebeard pirates. But by now, any chance of retreat had vanished for her. With this realization, Big Mom's gaze grew even colder and more menacing. 3,000 miles, she roared. With that furious shout and a mighty slash, a giant female figure, imbued with her soul, was summoned into the fray. Kaido, you worthless cur, get up. Take down Whitebeard. We have no way out now. Big Mom bellowed her command. Hearing her words, and witnessing the terrifying power displayed by the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido knew the truth. Unless he fought with all he had, this battle would truly end in their defeat. With an enraged roar of his own, he threw himself into the fight against Whitebeard, and the decisive battle thundered on. Meanwhile, seeing that Marco had blocked all their attacks, King and Queen wasted no time, once again unleashing their assault on him. The gigantic king transformed directly into a pterosaur, soaring in the sky. He raised a massive leg and launched a fierce strike downward at Marco. A thunderous crash erupted, yet Marco refused to back down. As the two forces collided, a monumental surge of power was unleashed. Under this terrifying might, both were sent plunging toward the ground. With a crackling surge, King's flames suddenly extinguished, and his movements reached the speed of lightning. One swift, deadly strike after another rained down, utterly relentless and seemingly heedless of the risk. He launched an onslaught of blows at Marco with savage force. At that moment, Marco summoned the power of armament haki. A jet-black aura gathered and coated his talon, turning it as dark as forged iron. One after another, those fierce attacks were deflected with effortless ease. Yet the powerful shockwaves from the barrage spilled out in all directions. The air itself hummed with energy. Each blade strike that landed carved enormous gashes into the ground. Even the ocean, struck by these sharp waves, was split clean in two. It wasn't hard to imagine the ferocious assault Marco was withstanding at the very center of it all. Amid this fierce exchange, the two antagonists crashed down to earth in an instant. Phoenix flames combined with a freezing aura, gathering around Marco's fists, swirling and growing ever stronger. In the next heartbeat, He tightened his grip and launched a devastating blow at King's 5-meter-long sword. Another deafening blast shattered the air. Such monstrous force, enough that even the newly titled Emperor's right hand of the Whitebeard pirates was sent staggering backward, forced to retreat several dozen steps. He barely managed to steady himself, but a fine layer of frost now coated his body. Seeing King standing there, chest heaving with exhaustion, Marco's lips twisted into a mocking smile. "Humph. If that's the extent of your attacks, then you're a long way off from defeating me." He regarded King with open disdain. But, in an unusual display, King's lips curled in smug satisfaction. "What are you thinking, Marco? The only reason I fought like that was to lure you straight into the trap we'd set for you all along." In that same instant, Queen suddenly appeared. "That's right, Marco. Now, we can attack you together. Even if we can't defeat you, as long as we can keep you occupied, I believe we still have a chance to win this final war." Quinn bared his teeth in a fierce grin as he spoke. In the next moment, both of them launched their attacks at Marco once again. Unlike before, this time, the two of them immediately shifted into their half-beast forms. In this state, both their strength and their speed reached their absolute limits. Like flashes of lightning, King's sword slashes struck toward Marco first, launching his assault. Quinn, meanwhile, unleashed a torrent of bullets from his mechanical arm at Marco. These bullets weren't ordinary. In preparation for this war, Quinn had specially modified them in a playgrounds. Getting hit by even one would be tremendously troublesome. It was no exaggeration to call these bullets downright vicious. Listening to the brothers' plan, Marco couldn't help but laugh again. So this was the best that Quinn and King could come up with after racking their brains and exhausting themselves, their grand strategy against him. He had to admit, they really didn't understand him at all. "Let me tell you something, King, Quinn. Did you really think tricks like this could keep me locked down? You're far too naive. And besides, did you honestly believe my crewmates are weak? I'll tell you the truth. Even if you manage to stall me and Pops under the fierce assault of our elite captains, your Twin Emperor Alliance's chances of victory are still zero." Marco pronounced each word clearly. Without another moment's hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, Glacial Storm. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the air as, in the blink of an eye, the temperature in the sky plummeted. From out of nowhere, a bizarre and ominous hailstorm appeared overhead. In that single heartbeat, a raging wind began to howl. High above, the heavens themselves seemed to conjure a glacial typhoon. The biting cold left the pirates of the Twin Emperor Alliance wide-eyed in utter bewilderment. What's going on this time? He actually summoned a hailstorm right out of thin air. If we get caught in that downpour, who knows what kind of disaster it'll bring? The crew members stared in shock as, one by one, pirates within the hailstorm were frozen into ice sculptures. Their eyes were all fixed on those ice sculptures, each face frozen in terror. So this is the strength of Marco, 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's not just that he possesses the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Phoenix. Even more frightening is that Marco, somehow, no one knows when, has actually mastered a terrifying freezing ability. Down below, most of the pirates had never witnessed Marco's power before. When they laid eyes on what he could do, their jaws dropped, eyes wide as saucers, and they could only exclaim in utter shock. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, after unleashing that attack, Marco immediately launched into an explosive burst of speed. Empowered by the Phoenix, his figure practically vanished and reappeared like a specter, instantaneously widening the distance between himself and the combined assault from King and Queen. But in that same moment, both King and Queen found themselves engulfed by Marco's glacial tempest. Relying on his special Lunarian abilities, King the Conflagration had always been racked with incredible speed. But now, all at once, he was abruptly slowed. Even Queen the Plague, who had already fired off his plague bullets, was affected. The icy storm sapped their momentum, dragging them down. As a result, his plague bullets never even made it to their intended marks. Each one was overtaken by the biting chill, transformed midair into chunks of solid ice, dropping straight out of the sky. At the same time, that powerful, bone-chilling cold swept down upon them all at once. A surge of pure dread crashed over them. They swallowed hard, again and again. Their throats bobbed unconsciously as they tried to process the creeping, invasive cold emanating from Marco's freezing power. At last, the two managed to speak, their voices stiff, almost hollow. "Marco, that bastard, he's actually stronger than before." They stare at one another, utterly confounded. How could this be? It made no sense. It hadn't even been that long since their last encounter with Marco. Only a few days at most? How in the world had that bastard Marco grown so much stronger in just these few short days? Both of them were left in absolute shock, their faces a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Then, almost as one, their expressions hardened. In a flash, the two of them leaped into action. There was nothing they could do, trapped in the midst of this terrifying glacial storm, even as they desperately unleashed their armament hockey. Yet, Marco's corrosive power was truly monstrous. Under the weight of this overwhelming force, even they could hardly bear it. Thus, for the moment, the two stopped their attacks, throwing caution to the wind as they retreated desperately, scrambling backwards. And even so, their bodies were still blanketed with thick layers of frost, left behind by the hailstorm moments earlier. Seeing King and Queen in such a sorry state, Marco couldn't help but laugh aloud. It seemed that the ability he'd learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu was truly something remarkable. With this freezing power on his side, be it for attack or defense, he was nearly invincible, able to withstand almost any predicament. Ha ha! Weren't you just boasting about pinning me down? Now that you've finally managed to push me back, all you can think about is running away. Marco's voice was laced with mockery. Hearing Marco's taunt, the two of them looked more furious than ever. Damn you, Marco. Don't get too cocky. They seethed in helpless rage. The next moment, a sly smile curved on Marco's lips. High above, he gave his wings a single powerful beat and then surged toward them with breathtaking speed. Talking big is easy for anyone, isn't it? If you really have what it takes, let's settle it in combat. See who comes out on top. Marco's lips twisted into a confident grin. Without hesitation, he dove towards them once more. Wherever he flew, the air behind him was left littered with shards of ice, a chilling testament to his Frost Phoenix powers, a truly fearsome sight. Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were now charging onto the battlefield one after another. They eyed the pirates of the Twin Emperors' alliance the way wolves would look at sheep. Every last one of them was rushing forward, fighting to stake their claim on the best possible experience points in combat. Watching his crew throw themselves into battle with such ferocity and spirit, Whitebeard himself couldn't hide a proud, gratified smile. Gururara, that's my Whitebeard pirates for you. Fierce as ever. And soon after Marco, the second captain arrived at the battlefield as well. It was none other than Diamond Jozu, speeding by like a bullet. Jozu's dazzling speed left even Vista awestruck, admitting to himself that he couldn't keep up. Jozu, this bastard, did he take some kind of enhancement drug? How can he be moving this fast? Vista was left utterly dumbfounded. Logically speaking, with his own slimmer build, he should have been far quicker than Jozu. And yet, who could have guessed that this giant, weighing over 500 pounds, could run at such a breakneck speed? Try as he might, he simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Left with no other choice, Vista could only grit his teeth and dash off after Jozu, scrambling to keep up. The truth behind Jozu's incredible speed was simple. He had just learned a new skill from Wang Yu, the latest technique called Earthquake Shard. By channeling the power of his granite body into crushing blows, whenever he struck an enemy, not only did it cause damage and slow them down, it also granted Jozu a burst of speed in the process. With this in mind, Jozu couldn't help but clap a massive hand to his mouth as he barreled forward, stifling a gleeful chuckle. Shard after shard of earthquakes erupted from Jozu, hurled at his foes. Each successful strike gave him another surge of speed, propelling him onward like an off-road truck barreling full tilt. Any enemy unfortunate enough to stand before Jozu was launched clear out of the way by his forceful charge. Ha ha! Vista, my friend, you just hang back and watch. I'm off to pick myself a worthy opponent. See you later, Jozu called back, mischief in every word. Behind him, Vista's expression darkened to steel. You fat black oaf, don't push your luck too far. At that moment, Hawkeye Mihawk also looked thoroughly uncomfortable. He had just hauled his supplies back and returned to the Whitebeard pirates, only to witness this raucous scene. If it came down to pure speed, thanks to the teleportation technique he'd just learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu, Mihawk could easily leap across the battlefield in a flash. But as a newly recruited commander from the Whitebeard pirates' outer ranks, if he rushed ahead and stole the limelight from the established commanders, it would certainly make things awkward for him in the days to come. Not fitting him would be the least of his worries. What Mihawk truly feared was offending Vice Captain Wang Yu. If that happened, his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman might once again be put on hold. This is the true reason why Hawkeye Mihawk inspires such fear. So, after returning to the Whitebeard pirates, Mihawk didn't immediately launch an attack of his own. He preferred to let his seniors have their grandstanding moment first. Once they'd had their fill, then he would make his entrance. On the battlefield, the clash between Whitebeard and Big Mom was raging intensely. After Big Mom summoned her homies from 3,000 leagues away, Kaido began to gather his own strength. In the very next instant, the two of them charged at Whitebeard in a furious assault. At the same time, Katakuri, Jack, and others had already arrived at the heart of the battle. Hey, you're Jack, aren't you? Forget about everyone else. If you want to capture the bandit, go after the king first. Let's take care of Whitebeard right now, Katakuri said, narrowing his eyes. Jack the Drought bristled at Katakuri's command. Katakuri, you're not even in our crew, so don't try to order me around. I've got my own plans, and I don't answer to you. Fuming, Jack gripped his scimitar tight as he spoke. He had come here to support his own boss, Kaido, but Katakuri's words made it seem as though he was acting under his command, which was absolutely not the case. Even so, Jack's annoyance couldn't entirely override his loyalty to Kaido. For his captain's sake, he raised his scimitar and brought it crashing down toward Whitebeard with all his might. Katakuri could only offer a wry smile. Why did every pirate in the Beast Pirates have to be so short-tempered? Nonetheless, he activated his Machi powers. A searing sizzle filled the air as, under the effect of his devil fruit, his arms transformed into massive, blazing hot, malleable fists. The sheer heat, radiating from them, made the surrounding air shimmer with suffocating intensity. At the same time, jet-black armament haki enveloped his arms in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, Katakuri lifted his enormous Machi fist and swung it with crushing force toward the back of Whitebeard's head. Just then, Jozu arrived on the battlefield. When he saw the attacks from Katakuri and Jack, fury flashed across his face. "How dare you try to disrupt our king's battle?" roared Diamond Jozu as he leapt into action. Jack's eyes flickered as he noticed Jozu's arrival, a sneer curling at the edge of his lips. "Oomph. So what if you've come? What difference does it make? You're not Marco, are you? Can you even fly?" Drought Jack's dead fish eyes bulged with fury as he spat out these words. Yet in Katakuri's gaze, a faint glimmer of red flickered, so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Then, in a single instant, his entire face went deathly pale. His eyes flew wide in shock, dismay etched across his features. "Jozu, that bastard Jozu, how did he pull it off? He actually stopped us?" The disbelief in Katakuri's voice was mingled with a touch of fear in his eyes. As a man with conqueror's haki, no matter how formidable the enemy, he had never flinched. But this time, faced with the Whitebeard pirate's unyielding strength, he truly felt a pang of apprehension in his heart. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each one now seemed deadlier than the last. Even with his own mother and Kaido allied together as the twin emperors, victory hardly seemed guaranteed. Hearing Katakuri's words, Drought Jack's face twisted in disbelief before instantly collapsing into gloom. Hey, Katakuri, you bastard. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm about to cut down Whitebeard myself." Jack snarled, brandishing his scimitar, its blade barely a meter from Whitebeard. At this distance, Drought Jack was certain Jozu, dozens of meters away, could never possibly reach in time. Katakuri's words sounded to him like undermining his resolve, boosting the enemy's morale at their expense. A grating insult that Jack found impossible to forgive. "How dare you injure our boss Kaido? Die Weitbeat." Jack didn't even spare Katakuri a glance. Instead, he poured all his wrath into his attack, striking down with even greater force. At such close range, with Jozu so far away, he just couldn't believe it. Was Jozu supposed to sprout wings and fly? So he swung and swung, his blade slicing closer to Whitebeard with every fraction of a second. A meter, half a meter, 40 centimeters, 30, 10 millimeters. Whitebeard's observation haki had, of course, already sensed the deadly threat closing in from behind. But even so, right now, he was hemmed in by the last desperate assaults of two emperors. So, right now, I can only just barely handle the two emperors in front of me. As for any attacks coming from behind, I truly have no energy to spare. Seeing how the situation has developed, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, standing behind Jozu, each and every one wore a look of anxious anger. Damn it, that Drought Jack, that bastard, he's just too despicable. If you've got the guts, come at me head on, attacking from behind. What kind of hero do you call that? Jack, you bastard, I really wish I could tear you apart for this cowardly stunt. Does anyone have any way to help the old man? He's all ready. As the Shotel blade neared within just a centimeter of Whitebeard, Jack the Drought couldn't help but break into a direct, chilling grin. At such close range, even if Jozu were a god reborn, there's no chance of victory. Katakuri, witnessing just how stubborn Jack could be, finally gave up trying to persuade him. "Well, if you're that keen on courting death, there's nothing more I can do. I've already warned you in advance. If you won't listen, don't blame me when things go bad." Just then, Jozu's gaze grew even more intense, his eyes locked straight onto Jack the Drought's body. "Don't you dare hurt my old man, Jack. You bastard. Have you really forgotten the kind of fear our Whitebeard pirates once struck into you?" Jozu roared out. In the next instant, a terrifying force began to surge through Josu's body. All the while, Josu kept recalling the words Vice Captain Wang Yu had once shared with him. Now, there was only one move that could save them from this crisis. It's time to ram. The thought echoed in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Josu transformed into a living battering ram. He actually left the ground behind and soared into the air. For all his massive size, Josu's speed was utterly breathtaking, quicker than lightning. From the instant he launched himself off the earth to slamming straight toward Jack, it barely took a fraction of a second. A surge of overwhelming pressure engulfed Jack the Drought instantly. Looking up, in the space of a heartbeat, Josu was right before him. Staring at the furious Josu, flying toward him like a meteor, Jack was left completely stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Why on earth is that bastard Josu flying right above me? Jack the Drought couldn't tear his eyes away from Josu, who hovered above his head. His mouth hung wide open, shock and total bewilderment written all over his face. Irresistible force. With a thunderous roar. Boom! Josu crashed directly into Jack the Drought, slamming into his body. Just seconds ago, Jack had still been wearing that stupefied look, but under the sheer power of Josu's assault, his eyes rolled back, and he was instantly knocked out cold. His entire massive frame, well over a ton, was sent flying under the force of Josu's tackle. The metal jawpiece Jack wore shattered into pieces from the impact. 2 whole rows of teeth splintered and scattered to the ground, while arcs of blood and broken fangs traced a gruesome path through the air. It drew a bizarre, twisted arc in midair. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Every henchman of the Twin Emperors Alliance simply gawked, dumbfounded. Their lips trembled as they struggled to speak through their terror. What just happened? Are you telling me that guy Josu can fly? He could do a lot more than that. He didn't just fly. He appeared in front of Lord Jack the Drought in an instant. It's more like he teleported. Damn it. When did Josu learn such moves? What on earth goes on in the Whitebeard Pirates? How are all their powers this terrifying? It's not just about speed. You're all missing the point. The key is, how could one blow knock out Lord Jack so easily? That's the real question here. The pirates from the Beast's crew voiced their horror, each one more shaken than the last. To them, Josu now seemed like a god of war. Even the emperors themselves, Kaido and his companions, stood utterly stunned. What exactly had happened just now? They'd been locked in combat the whole time, barely paying attention to anything else around them. A moment ago, they just heard a soul-shattering crash, and the next, Jack the Drought was sent flying skyward. And not just sent flying, he was completely knocked unconscious as he soared upward. It was almost beyond belief. What on earth is that thing? Whitebeard, you old scoundrel. Tell me, what exactly is the power that Josu just unleashed? Why are your Whitebeard Pirates captains all so fierce and unstoppable? Big Mom's eyes widened in utter disbelief as she spoke. Even Kaido's face twitched in shock for a moment. To be honest, he himself wasn't entirely sure what had just happened. Wasn't Jack the Drought, his own subordinate, supposed to be helping him? How had it all changed in a mere blink of an eye? And suddenly Jack was sent flying straight up to the heavens. He simply couldn't make sense of what had happened just now. It was beyond comprehension. Whitebeard, looking up at Jack the Drought, now battered, bruised, and rolling wide-eyed in the sky, couldn't help but show his own astonishment. His sons had truly outdone themselves this time. Josu was not only incredibly resilient to damage, no one had expected such explosive power from him as well. With strength like that, the chance of rescuing Ace had suddenly soared. Yes, Ace. He was Whitebeard's most urgent concern, the one person he absolutely had to save. The alliance of 2 emperors might sound impressive, but compared to a true overlord of the seas, they were simply not enough. Kurora, you're asking me what happened? I haven't the faintest idea. And besides, you two should worry more about yourselves. With that, Whitebeard hefted his massive blade and charged once again at Kaido, Big Mom, and their allies. His ferocious assault seemed to rattle the very fabric of space itself, sending out a terrifying echo with every swing. After all, no matter how he tried to explain, Kaido and Big Mom would never believe him. So, he simply couldn't be bothered. Whitebeard's unwavering gaze, blade in hand, swept over his enemies as he advanced. Both Kaido and Big Mom flinched instinctively, the threat before them leaving no room for further questions about Josu's powers. Instead, they hastily unleashed a devastating combination attack. Boom! A clash of monstrous forces erupted across the battlefield, splitting the air apart. Inspired by Josu's sheer bravery and seeing their captain unharmed, the Whitebeard pirates erupted with an even more feverish passion. Shouts filled the air as one after another, The pirates surged forward into the fray. Only now, in this very moment, did the real battle truly begin. Charge! Capture Kaido alive. Seize Big Mom. Seeing his own pirate crew arrive, Jaws couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. This time, I really managed to pull it off. But I'm still not completely satisfied. I need to work even harder if I want to keep up this impressive act. There are still so many abilities that second Captain Wong you taught me. I haven't shown them off yet. In the next moment, Jaws pushed his acceleration to the limit and charged straight at Katakuri. Two of the emperors were already taken by Pops, another emperor's right hand by that bastard Marco, so it was only fitting that he should seek out an emperor's right hand to fight himself, right? With that thought, Jaws didn't hesitate for a second. He swung a mighty fist at Katakuri. His fist, as big as a cauldron, shimmered with a strange light under the sun, wrapped in armament haki. With his thunderous slap merged into it, and the power of granite reinforcing every blow, Jaws' iron fist became even more formidable. Sensing Jaws' powerful fighting spirit, Katakuri's eyes grew serious. He didn't dare let his guard down for an instant. He drew his trident, wrapped his whole body in armament haki, and launched himself at Jaws. As a wielder of Conqueror's haki, Katakuri was, for the first time, up against such a formidable opponent, and without hesitation, he unleashed his own Conqueror's haki at full force. Haha, Diamond Jaws, it's an honor to battle with you. Driven into a corner, Katakuri instead found his fighting spirit ignited, spurred on by adversity. In the next instant, Katakuri's terrifying Conqueror's haki exploded outward from him, spreading like a tidal wave in every direction. The sky darkened as wild winds whipped across the battlefield, and the very sea itself began to churn and boil. Feeling the overwhelming force of Katakuri's haki, the pirates of the Big Mom crew felt their spirits surge higher than ever before. Especially the officers of the Big Mom pirates. Most of them were devoted fans of Katakuri. Now, seeing Katakuri's spectacular display, their hearts brimmed with joy and excitement. Huh, that's our big brother Katakuri. With haki like that, who wouldn't be scared? Brother Katakuri makes us feel so safe. He hasn't even joined the fight for real yet, so there's still every hope for us to win. Charge! Under Brother Katakuri's protection, let's defeat the Whitebeard pirates. The pirates of the Alliance of Two Emperors were emboldened, raising their voices as they charged straight toward the Whitebeard pirates. Their morale soared once again. In the midst of battle, Whitebeard caught sight of the scene and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Big Mom, you really did raise an impressive son, Whitebeard muttered to himself. The Conqueror's haki is something that only one in several million can awaken. Those able to harness its power are, without question, born with the stature of kings. Among the masses, they are jewels as rare as phoenix feathers or Chilan horns. For Katakuri to receive such praise from Whitebeard was, truthfully, no surprise. In fact, the four emperors had quite a reputation for poaching talent from one another behind the scenes. Even with alliances like the one between Kaido and Big Mom, both were keen on quietly recruiting each other's key crew members. Big Mom had her eye on Kaido's Commander King, while Kaido himself clearly held Katakuri in high regard. Naturally, Whitebeard, too, felt genuine admiration for Katakuri's display. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Big Mom's eyes shone with barely concealed pride. Come to think of it, within the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Whitebeard himself, none of his crew possessed Conqueror's haki, a fact that must weigh heavily on him, the one thing his legend lacked. Ha ha ha. But just as the words left her lips, an even more terrifying wave of Conqueror's haki burst forth, sweeping across the battlefield. Sensing this overwhelming force close by, Big Mom found herself completely stunned. What is this? Other than herself, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Katakuri, there shouldn't be anyone else here capable of wielding Conqueror's haki. During the ongoing battle, neither Whitebeard nor Kaido had unleashed their Conqueror's haki. She was absolutely certain of that. So who was it that released this burst, colliding so forcefully with Katakuri's power? Almost simultaneously, Kaido had the very same thought as Big Mom. How bizarre. Is there really someone else on this battlefield who can unleash Conqueror's haki? And what's more, he could sense it clearly. This fierce clash of haki was going head-to-head with Katakuri's, which meant only one thing. An enemy had revealed themselves. Who could it be? Could it be that red-haired Shanks had arrived? If that was truly the case, then this war was lost before it even began. Big Mom, overcome with curiosity, and Kaido, both battered and pushed back, darted their eyes around the battlefield. At last, their gazes landed squarely on the figure of Diamond Jozu. Both of them gaped, their eyes wide as saucers, utterly dumbfounded. It's Jozu. It's actually Jozu. How could this be possible? When did that guy, Jozu, ever learn Conqueror's Haki? Big Mom's bloodshot eyes were filled with utter shock. Kaido looked at a complete loss. Jozu actually possesses the Conqueror's spirit. Isn't that the kind of boldness only those born to be kings carry? Could it be? Is Jozu now aiming to become king himself? Kaido blurted out, face full of disbelief. But what enraged both Kaido and Big Mom even more on the battlefield? The Conqueror's Haki that Jozu unleashed was, against all expectations, faintly suppressing even Katakuri's aura. This made absolutely no sense at all. Meanwhile, something Big Mom had heard from Whitebeard flashed through her mind. Whitebeard had once told her he envied her for having such an excellent son. At the time, she truly thought Whitebeard was expressing genuine admiration. Looking at it now, it was mockery, nothing but the most blatant, naked ridicule. Her own son, even the top officer of her own Big Mom Pirates, had awakened his Conqueror's Haki, but it wasn't nearly as strong as that of a mere division commander under Whitebeard. Whitebeard's adopted son, in terms of Conqueror's Haki, simply outshone her biological child. And he said he envied her. Envied her for what, exactly? Wasn't that just the most unvarnished mockery imaginable? That wretched Whitebeard, hadn't he always claimed to be so forthright? When did he become so sly and crafty? To think he was secretly mocking her, and what was worse, she hadn't realized it at all. Damn it, Whitebeard, you old fox, what game are you playing with me? Jozu from your crew has clearly awakened his Conqueror's Haki, yet you still pretend like you know nothing? Big Mom roared in frustration, her face flushed with embarrassment. Whitebeard could only stare blankly, honestly bewildered. I really don't know. I genuinely don't know. Could it be that Jozu is truly striving to become a king, too? Although I was completely at a loss, I couldn't deny it. At the same time, I was genuinely overjoyed. Anyway, you wouldn't believe me even if I tried to explain, so I won't bother. I'm determined to drive you mad, Big Mom. That's right. I did it on purpose, just to get under your skin. What are you going to do about it? Even if the two of you join forces, you still can't do anything to me. And as for your own men, they're useless. Now, even Conqueror's Haki has been overtaken by our Whitebeard pirates. What else do you have left to compete with us, Whitebeard pirates? Go-ah-ha-ha-ha. Whitebeard roared with laughter. What? Big Mom felt her insides twist and churn, almost coughing up a mouthful of blood right on the spot. She never expected that old scoundrel Whitebeard at this point could be so completely shameless. Where did he even learn this? Kaido's expression, too, was worse than ever, furious beyond words. This old man Whitebeard is simply pushing things too far. The rage of the three emperors reached its peak, and once again, they clashed with all their might. A deep, resonant hum echoed in the skies. A low, trembling rumble filled the air. Two dreadful waves of Conqueror's Haki crashed and exploded above, colliding again and again in the heavens. Though the Haki of these two could not yet compare with that of Whitebeard and his ilk, still, their clashing willpower alone was enough to stir the world. The sea boiled in the distance, and in the very middle of their fierce collision, a huge rift began to appear, faint at first, but growing ever more pronounced. Pirates caught right at the heart of that rift could be heard wailing in agony, their screams chilling to the bone. It was all because the shockwaves from the collision of Conqueror's Haki made their heads feel like they were about to explode at any moment. Clutching their heads, terror written all over their faces, they staggered as the pressure mounted. This is Conqueror's Haki. Only one in a million awakens that power, but now, even Jozu's awakened it. Damn, this is terrifying. I feel like my head's gonna burst. This fear, it's carved into my bones. It's unbearable. The overwhelming force made many pirates' bodies shudder involuntarily, as if they were no longer in control of themselves. One after another, the pirates, their voices trembling with fear and panic on their faces, dropped to their knees right there on the ground. On the battlefield, Katakuri felt the surge of Jozu's Conqueror's Haki. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The brows on his face drew together in a tight, tangled knot. He remembered clearly. The last time he fought Jozu was only a few months ago. Back then, Jozu hadn't awakened Conqueror's Haki at all. And now, Jozu had even awakened Conqueror's Haki? Just what kind of earth-shattering secret is the Whitebeard pirates hiding within their crew? If it was some other strange ability, he could have dismissed it as a result of science or technology, some external force that explained it away. But this, Conqueror's Haki of all things, Jozu awakened it too. What kind of absurdity was this? Katakuri was certain this Conqueror's Haki had been awakened by Jozu only very recently. And it had to be because of some tremendous, recent secret within the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, after decades of nothing, it's only now, Right when each member of the Whitebeard Pirates begins gaining mysterious new abilities, that Jozu suddenly awakens his Conqueror's Haki? It simply doesn't add up. Jozu, when exactly did you awaken Conqueror's Haki? That's the quality of a king. Are you saying you want to be a king? Katakuri asked gravely. Jozu, hearing this, scoffed in disdain. So what? I can't awaken the Conqueror's Haki? What do you think you're looking down on? If the other commanders can awaken it, why can't I? He curled his lip as he spoke, full of contempt. What? Katakuri's eyes widened even further. Other commanders. There were other commanders who awakened Conqueror's Haki too? Is your pirate crew having a collective mutation? Are you all even human anymore? But before Katakuri could process any of this, Jozu didn't give him another moment to react. The next instant, Jozu launched himself forward, his massive body erupting into motion. So really, you should stop showing off in front of us, Whitebeard Pirates. Conqueror's Haki isn't such a rare thing among us. Roaring, Jozu punched out with the force of granite, bringing his fist crashing down hard toward Katakuri. With a thunderous impact, the immense force collided directly with Katakuri's trident, an all-out clash. Katakuri felt the tremendous force transmitted through his hands, his brow furrowing tightly. He could hardly believe that Jozu's punch packed such terrifying power. The sheer strength of it left his arm aching with a dull pain. Under the relentless force, Katakuri's trident was wrenched free and sent flying by Jozu's might. Without missing a beat, Jozu's second punch came crashing toward Katakuri. Katakuri hastily activated his armament haki to defend himself. But even with his defenses up, the terrifying power of the blow drove Katakuri back several steps. It took considerable effort for him to finally steady himself. Regaining his footing, Katakuri stared at Jozu, astonished and shaken. What incredible strength! Not only is his ability unique, but even his raw power has been enhanced. This time, even I find it hard to keep up. In hindsight, it's almost laughable. After all, I'm the commander of an emperor's crew. And yet, when facing the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, I'm being completely overwhelmed. It's quite a blow to one's pride. Meanwhile, Jozu, having just sent Katakuri reeling with a punch, showed no sign of stopping. His enormous fist rose high into the air. He swung down again, relentlessly attacking Katakuri. Katakuri sans danger monting. In a blur, those massive, iron pot-sized fists appeared before him once more. Eyes wide in alarm, Katakuri hurriedly drew his trident to block. Then, a voice suddenly rang out. Brother Katakuri, let me help you. With that, someone appeared directly in front of Jozu. Suddenly, a punch landed, a distinct sensation. Jozu looked up slightly, only to realize that his attack had struck not Katakuri, but one of Cracker's biscuit soldiers. With a devastating impact, the biscuit soldier was blasted to pieces. Cracker then let out a trademark sly laugh. Ha ha! No matter how strong you are, Jozu, you're powerless before my biscuit army. Cracker sneered, clapping his hands together as more biscuit soldiers materialized before Jozu. Watching Cracker step in, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Katakuri's mouth. That's great, Cracker. Don't get drawn into a long fight. Our goal is just to keep Jozu under control. Katakuri said cheerfully, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. He knew better than anyone just how familiar he was with his younger brother Cracker's biscuit abilities. While Cracker's power alone wasn't enough to break through Jozu's defenses, an almost impossible task. Working in tandem, the two of them could definitely keep Jozu contained without any trouble. So, right from the start, Katakuri outlined his plan, which was simply to hold Jozu back, making sure that terrifying strength of his couldn't impact anyone else. Only in that way could the alliance of the two emperors hope to claim the final victory. As this thought crossed his mind, Katakuri's furrowed brow finally began to relax. Meanwhile, the pirates of the alliance of the two emperors had already noticed Cracker's arrival, each of them wearing a smug expression. Ah, take down Jozu. Lord Cracker, your timing is simply perfect. Exactly. It's time we knock some of the wind out of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lord Cracker, use your power and teach Jozu a real lesson, pirate after pirate cried out, grinning mockingly as they clamored for Jozu's defeat right then and there. Cracker could barely keep his grin in check as all these words of flattery washed over him. And with a flourish, biscuit soldiers began to appear out of thin air wherever Cracker struck, each one landing forcefully, until a fearsome army had formed. United, they turned their fierce war cries on Jozu, the air echoing with shouts and the ring of battle. Katakuri couldn't help but break into a smile himself. Outstanding, Cracker, to create so many biscuit soldiers at once. Even Jozu will have his hands full this time, Katakuri said, his delight plain to see. And for Cracker to conjure 2 or 300 biscuit soldiers in one go, he was already pushing his powers to the limit. Yet, hearing his brother Katakuri's praise, Cracker forced himself to stand tall, despite the exhaustion creeping in. Haha, brother Katakuri, this is nothing, really. Trust me, trapping Jozu is absolutely within my abilities, Cracker boasted, pride shimmering in his voice. After all, here was Jozu, a force even his idolized brother Katakuri couldn't easily handle, now ensnared by his own power. There was no way Cracker could hold back his sense of pride. What Cracker never expected was that these biscuit soldiers, formidable foes to most people, were nothing but a piece of cake for Jozu. Looking at the vast army of biscuit soldiers, Jozu's lips curled up ever so slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. Without the slightest hesitation, plates of granite began to swirl around his body. He stood his ground, neither dodging nor evading. He marched straight ahead, making a beeline for Katakuri and Cracker, the two brothers positioned at the rear of the biscuit army. Noticing Jozu's fearless demeanor, Cracker's expression twisted into a savage grin. His eyes were cold, filled with contempt. "Oomph, you're asking for death." Cracker sneered inwardly. In his mind, each one of his soldiers was an elite, strong enough to take down pirates with bounties up to 300 million on the Grand Line. This time, he'd summon 200 or 300 at once. Even a Yonko from the New World would struggle to face such a massive battalion of biscuit soldiers head-on. At the very least, even if they couldn't kill you outright, sheer exhaustion alone would bring you down, as long as their weaknesses went unfound. For example, unless water was involved, his army of biscuit soldiers could march unchallenged throughout the New World. After all, they say even a fierce tiger can't withstand a pack of wolves. That was the essence of his confidence. Despise me if you must. Look down on my summoned biscuit soldiers if you wish. But anyone who dares underestimate this biscuit army is courting death. With so many soldiers at his command, even if you forced your way through in waves, you would inevitably collapse from exhaustion. The world government didn't even possess his real portrait. The bounty they issued was merely calculated from one of his biscuit soldiers. And each of those biscuit soldiers, in the eyes of the world government, carried bounties of 700 or 800 million, and 200 to 300 such soldiers striking as one. Their destructive power was in no way inferior to a single blow from a Yonko in the New World. So, for Jozu to charge ahead like this, paying no mind to the biscuit soldiers, was nothing short of arrogance. "Oomph, if you're so eager to die, fine. Today I'll take you down, Jozu. With this, my bounty might finally break the 1 billion mark." Cracker laughed maniacally at the thought. But what happened next left Cracker utterly stupefied, completely speechless in the middle of the battlefield. Jozu ignored the biscuit soldiers in his path and charged straight toward Cracker himself. The biscuit soldiers narrowed their eyes one after another, their gazes growing ever more chilling. In the next moment, blades flashed fiercely, each strike imbued with a terrifying level of armament hockey, all slashing mercilessly at Jozu. The air whistled with swift, relentless cutting, faster than lightning. Yet throughout it all, Jozu didn't spare those attacks so much as a glance. He scoffed coldly in his mind. If these were magical attacks, maybe I'd have to reconsider my approach. So much devilish damage at once. Perhaps then I need to give it some thought. But if it's nothing more than sword slashes, excuse me. I happen to recall what Vice Captain Wang Yu once told me. I am a swordsman slayer. My purpose is to counter every single sword master this world can muster. Let me repeat that. Every sword master in this world. Even if there are 200, 300 of you, or even 1,000 sword masters, I, Jozu, will never cower. This is the confidence of a swordsman slayer. To others, these sharp and deadly slashes might be a threat. Enough so that even someone like Kaido would have to take them seriously. But to me, they're child's play, utterly harmless. No matter how powerful your sword techniques, they'll never break through my defenses. And even if your attacks can't harm me in the slightest, I can still send the damage back to you. That's the wonder of my reflective armor. While these thoughts played through Jozu's mind, countless strikes landed upon his body. Thunderous crashes echoed out, one after another. The ground trembled, clouds of dust billowed with each blow, but other than those rumbles and that swirling dust, nothing else happened. Jozu pressed forward undeterred, barreling ahead with unstoppable momentum. In that instant, all the Big Mom pirates who just moments ago were cheering Cracker on stood frozen in shock. At the same time, even Katakuri was left stunned. As for Cracker, he felt a chill crawl across his scalp, his whole body prickling with unease. Cracker's eyes widened with disbelief, questioning if this army of biscuit warriors was truly his own creation. Otherwise, How could they possibly be this ineffective? Those attacks weren't just any sword slashes. They were several strikes empowered with pure armament hockey. Not a single blow missed. Every last one landed squarely on Diamond Joe's body. That much he saw, plain as day. But, this is where the problem lies. After enduring so many fierce and powerful strikes, why hasn't Jozu suffered even the slightest effect? They didn't even manage to shave off a single hair from Jozu. These are his own biscuit troops. After all, a force of hundreds, each individual a formidable warrior in the New World. Together, they form a mighty army of strength. Their wholehearted strikes landed squarely on Jozu, and yet Jozu acted as if nothing happened at all? Isn't this a little too much to take in? Damn it, where on earth did it go wrong? Try as he might, Cracker just couldn't figure it out. Once again, he issued orders to his biscuit army, and in the next instant, a barrage of attacks rained down, targeting Jozu all over again. This time, the slashing strikes were even stronger. As they sliced through the air, strange sounds echoed out. The blades whipped with an unstoppable force. Watching his biscuit army unleash such power, a faint smile crept on a Cracker's lips. Yes, not bad at all. This time, even with your diamond abilities, Jozu, you're bound to get hurt. After all, these are hundreds, no, thousands of thunderous slashes. Such terrifying attacks. If left undefended, even the mightiest figures of the New World would surely be overwhelmed. At that thought, Cracker finally felt some relief. This time, just like before, Jozu didn't dodge or evade at all. He stood there, letting strike after strike crash against his body, showing no intention of avoiding them. Such overwhelming presence. Each strike landed with explosive force, and, as the dust settled, Jozu reappeared before the crowd, unharmed. What? This time, a cold shiver ran down Cracker's spine. Sure, the first time, maybe you could chalk it up to luck or coincidence. But to withstand 2 consecutive waves of massive attacks, unscathed, clearly means, Jozu, you must have awakened some kind of uncanny power. What on earth is this ability? He withstood 2 waves of my attacks, and still looks completely unscathed. Cracker swallowed hard, his voice filled with disbelief. Beside him, Katakuri's face was just as bewildered and lost. Even their own pirate crew's emperor, the 4 Emperors Big Mom, who was famous for being as tough as a steel balloon, an indestructible existence, wouldn't be able to emerge from that many hockey-infused slashes without a single scratch. Meanwhile, all those small fry from the alliance of 2 emperors who were watching the scene stood rooted to the spot, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A moment ago, the arrival of Cracker had finally rekindled their fragile confidence. But now, in a split second, it was utterly shattered and swept away. What in the world is happening here? In that instant, Cracker felt himself on the verge of collapse. But it wasn't just Cracker. At that very moment, even Kaido, who was locked in battle, was stunned speechless by what he saw. What kind of monstrous defense is this? He had always boasted of being the immortal Kaido, the strongest creature alive. But compared to Jozu, his own defense paled into insignificance. Even he, faced with such a flurry of powerful and relentless attacks, would have lost a few scales. There was no way he could have come out of it without a scratch. Yet, Jozu, through sheer force of will, had achieved just that. How could he not be taken aback by this? What is going on with the Whitebeard pirates? Jozu has shown so many astonishing abilities already. It's practically unbelievable. What kind of terrifying scientific power could nurture a monster like Jozu? Even Big Mom, from the corner of her eye, could not ignore Jozu's overwhelming presence. As one of the 4 emperors herself, renowned as a steel balloon for her incredible resilience, she always thought of her own defense as unmatched. But even so, she had to admit, her own defenses were inferior to Jozu's. This is just too terrifying. Not only Marco, but now even Jozu has grown this formidable, Big Mom exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. When it came to her son, Cracker, she knew full well just how strong he really was. The army of cookie soldiers he had summoned, if water wasn't used against them, even one of the 4 emperors would find them hard to withstand. And yet, Jozu, the defensive power he was displaying now, had actually surpassed both himself and Kaido. This utterly left Big Mom dumbfounded. At the same time, in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, Dracula Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, also took notice of Jozu's presence. Truth be told, when it came to Jozu's abilities, he was the one who could speak with the most authority. Back then, he had suffered quite a few setbacks at the hands of Jozu's powers. Even thinking about it now, he felt a tightness in his chest. Did you really think that would be enough? Jozu's true power has only just begun to show. Dracula Mihawk gave a meaningful, knowing smile. And just as Mihawk had anticipated, things unfolded exactly as he expected. In the next moment, the sky was suddenly filled with a multitude of sword slashes. A low, humming vibration swept through the air. A menacing tremor filled the heavens. These fearsome sword slashes, densely packed in the sky, made the very air seem to crackle with a chilling, hair-raising tension. Cracker, still frustrated, looked utterly perplexed. Strange, what on earth was happening? Where are these strange and unnerving sounds coming from? While he puzzled over it, Katakuri, who stood beside him, wore an expression of outright shock. No way could this really be Jozu's power? How terrifying. Cracker, get ready to face Jozu. It won't be long before that guy breaks through. Katakuri said, with a tone of resignation. How could that be possible? Hearing these words from his elder brother Katakuri, Cracker swallowed hard. If even Katakuri was saying this, then that must mean his army of cookie soldiers really had failed. But where exactly had he failed? Try as he might, he simply couldn't figure it out. Up in the sky, wave after wave of attacks came raining down from above. In the end, those fearsome sword slashes arced through the air, cutting straight into the ranks of the cookie soldiers Cracker had summoned. One after another, each was struck by two terrifying blows. Those biscuit soldiers, who just moments ago seemed utterly unbreakable, were now reduced to fragments beneath this terrifying barrage of slashes. In the blink of an eye, they were shattered into countless crumbs, scattered haphazardly across the entire battlefield, creating a scene of utter chaos. Cracker clutched his head, his face frozen in disbelief. This is just too much. Moments ago, he'd been preoccupied, puzzling over just how Jozu could overcome his mighty biscuit army. Now, he had witnessed Jozu's method with his own eyes. Yet, even so, he still couldn't bring himself to believe it. To be able to conjure up such a storm of slashes from thin air, without even a hint picked up by his own observation haki before they struck. It seemed almost like a tale spun from pure fantasy. Meanwhile, the entire battlefield erupted with commotion. Had any of them ever seen such a fearsome display of power before? The mere presence of three commanders from the Whitebeard Pirates, each unveiling astonishing new abilities, left everyone feeling frustrated and anxious. Faces twisted with fear, lips trembling, people began to debate the unfolding situation on the battlefield. What on earth is going on? These peculiar powers just keep appearing, one after another, as if there's no end to them. Yeah, what in the world is this bizarre ability? To just summon secret slashes out of nowhere, and each one is incredibly strong. Even one of the four emperors, if caught in this onslaught, might not walk away unscathed. If this keeps up at this pace, I can't help but think, just a terrifying thought, mind you, and that is what if every commander in the Whitebeard Pirates gained some freakish new ability? How are we supposed to keep fighting this war? Don't even say it. That's horrifying. All of them with strange, new powers? How could that even happen? Who could possibly have that kind of ability? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kaido and Big Mom, even as they fought, couldn't help but eye the Whitebeard Pirates and the evolving tides of this great war. Naturally, they noticed the bizarre new power displayed by Jozu. This ability, rather than saying it was conjured out of thin air, I'd say it's more like a reflection or rebound, Lin. Kaido growled through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. It was simply unthinkable just how many fearsome warriors resided within the ranks of the Whitebeard Pirates. Big Mom's face was also filled with shock and horror. It's very possible. I just can't figure out how Jozu managed to master such a terrifying power, Big Mom exclaimed in utter disbelief. On the battlefield, Katakuri's face was ashen, completely ashen. I just used my observation haki to analyze the situation. This Jozu, he very likely has the ability to reflect the damage from sword strikes. Be careful, Cracker. Jozu is coming your way, Katakuri warned. Cracker was still lost in confusion, only managing to snap back to reality after hearing Katakuri's words. His face still bore the look of stunned shock. With a power this fearsome, brother Katakuri, honestly, even if I am as cautious as possible as a swordsman, how am I supposed to fight Jozu at all? Cracker gave a helpless, bitter laugh. At the same time, most of the captains from the Whitebeard Pirates had already reached the battlefield, throwing themselves into the fray with determination. How can we let Jozu hog all the glory out here? We need to show everyone what we're made of in this all-out war. Each of them shouted at the top of their lungs. Vista charged ahead, his weapons held high. With a seemingly effortless sweep at the enemies before him, a massive slash soared skyward. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The ground beneath was ripped open by a gaping, bottomless fissure. In the next instant, crackling lightning shot up from Vista's hands, conjured forth as if it were nothing. A great serpent of electricity began weaving wildly through the chaos of pirates. Among the pirates of the Alliance of Two Emperors, many hadn't even realized what was happening before the terrifying current struck them dead on. The air was filled with the relentless crackle of electricity. One after another, the pirates' bodies lit up, their sizzling skeletons briefly visible as pained, desperate cries echoed across the field. What kind of bizarre power is this now? It's the Rumble Rumble fruit. It's the Rumble Rumble fruit. Why? Why is there a Rumble Rumble fruit in the Whitebeard pirates? The pirates of the Alliance shrieked in fear and agony, and under the relentless surge of electricity, many were reduced to nothing but charred husks. Rows upon rows of corpses lay sprawled in every direction, never to move again. The atmosphere over the entire battleground became utterly bizarre, almost unreal. Those few pirates who had managed to dodge this disaster stood off to the side, feeling nothing but a tingling chill crawling up their spines. The Rumble Rumble fruit, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Could it be that Vista has actually obtained it? The destructive power is just horrifying. How are we even supposed to fight against an enemy like this? Terrifying. This is beyond terrifying. When the world is happening. Within the Whitebeard pirates, several formidable members have already awakened new powers now. Having witnessed their crewmates struck down by lightning, writhing in agony, pirate after pirate hesitated to advance, their bodies trembling as fear seeped deep into their hearts. At that moment, Jack the Drought, who had previously been felled by Josu's slash and had lain unconscious on the ground, slowly began to regain consciousness. Damn it, what just happened? The instant I faced him, I saw Josu's ferocious form closing in, and the next thing I knew, I was out cold. With a dazed expression, Jack rubbed his aching head and brooded in frustration. What's the situation on the battlefield now, I wonder? And then he caught sight of Vista's latest attack. What is this? Barely awake, Jack witnessed the electrifying display and was struck by terror once more, nearly losing control in fear. What's going on, seriously? When did Vista of the Whitebeard pirates, when did he get lightning powers? Isn't that Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit? Josu was shocking enough, and now you, Vista, the swordsman, you're wielding the Rumble Rumble fruit? This just doesn't make sense. First Whitebeard, then Marco and Josu, and now even Vista. All of them have gained terrifying powers. It's just downright bizarre. Jack's eyes went wide with disbelief. Each jaw-dropping scene shattered his worldview even further, as his understanding of strength was completely upended. Witnessing such a devastating strike, even Kaido, Big Mom, and the others were taken aback, their faces etched with shock. The abilities displayed by each one of them were simply too overwhelming. If every one of the Whitebeard pirates' commanders manages to awaken such extraordinary powers, then the alliance of the two emperors might truly be in grave danger. With the Whitebeard pirates now this mighty, how could I possibly still be lying here unconscious? With that thought, Jack the Drought twisted his massive body and charged headlong at Vista. A deep rumble thundered. The ground itself started to quake violently beneath Jack's hulking form. At the same time, Charlotte Snack, one of the sweet commanders standing nearby, also caught sight of Vista. Gripping his massive samurai blade, he charged straight at Vista. "Vista, don't get cocky," he shouted. Although Snack ranked the lowest among the four commanders, he still possessed a warrior's dignity. What's more, after the kidnapping of Smoothie, the Charlotte family's hatred for the Whitebeard pirates had become bone deep. So when Snack witnessed Vista's fierce/injure a member of his family, he didn't hesitate for a moment, swinging his great blade down with all his might. With a swoosh, the arc of Snack's blade split the air. In that instant, a terrifying surge of sword energy materialized and shot forward. Meanwhile, Jack the Drought wielded his twin scimitar blades with relentless ferocity. As their two blades joined forces, they unleashed a joint assault straight toward Vista. Vista sensed the deadly slash descending from above. He merely curled the corner of his mouth into a faint, knowing smile. If this had happened before Deputy Captain Wang Yu's training, he might have been wary facing a double assault from the likes of them. But now, with Wang Yu's guidance, his swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds, many times stronger than before. Why should he be afraid? He channeled armament haki to the tip of his sword, transforming his rapier into an obsidian black blade. Then, with the slightest lift of his weapon, a resonant hum, formidable sword intent surged onto Vista's blade, gathering with tremendous force. In the next second, a powerful wave of sword energy detonated, racing toward his two foes. The surge of energy swept across the sky, blotting out the sun, its oppressive force dominating the heavens. On the opposite side, the pirates of the allied emperors looked up at the shadow-casting wave. Every face was frozen in utter shock. Heavens, is that really Vista's slash? That's terrifying. I once saw the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, unleash his might, but even he couldn't create a wave of sword energy this overwhelming. Even the three emperors, locked in ferocious combat, finally noticed the monstrous attack. Each of them wore a look of pure astonishment. This level of strength, even I would barely be able to match a strike like that, muttered Big Mom, gazing blankly at Napoleon, flames dancing along its edge. Kaido swallowed hard, unable to hide the tremor in his voice. Vista, he's grown even stronger than before. That much was clear. His observation Haki could sense it without a doubt. So few days had passed, yet the progress was nothing short of astonishing. He feared that from now on, even if he faced off one-on-one against the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, he wouldn't gain any advantage at all. Snag's lips quivered ever so slightly as he stared blankly into the sky. Is this really a slash that a human can unleash? The power is unbelievable. Drought Jack, bewildered and at a loss, spoke with trembling lips. No wonder Bista once caused such a commotion in Wano. It wasn't just the might of the rumble fruit. Even more terrifying, Bista's sword strikes were now many times stronger than before. As a swordsman, slash power was the very foundation of his strength, and Bista's fierce slashes pressed down hard, making even him, an infamous pirate with a billion-berry bounty, feel a chill crawl up his spine in the face of such terrifying attacks. The only saving grace now was that he still had help from the sweet commanders of the Charlotte family. If the two of them joined forces, perhaps, just perhaps, they could hold back this monstrous blow from Bista. With this thought, the two of them swung their swords with even greater force. A deafening barrage erupted. At the very center of the battlefield, the slashes of all three collided with a tremendous crash. In an instant, a terrifying surge of sword energy burst out from the collision point, roaring madly in every direction. Blades of sword energy exploded all around. With each impact, the ground was gouged by enormous, deep craters. Any pirate caught near the sword energy was immediately blasted away. The number of severed arms and legs multiplied several times over, and the battlefield was filled with haunting cries. So this is what happens when three great swordsmen clash. It's horrifying. Even the aftershocks are too much for us mere underlings. There's no way we can hold our ground. It's terrifying. I witnessed someone struck by that sword arc. He was split in two with just a single blow. Run. Get out of here. Even just the aftermath of those slashes can wipe us out. We can't withstand this. Seeing such a scene, the pirates nearby were struck with paralyzing fear, their eyes wide in panic. Under the terrifying onslaught, they scattered, scrambling to get away. At this moment, right at the heart of the blast, Bista, Drought Jack, and Snag, their coats were whipped up and torn by the swirling sword energy around them. Though it took everything they had, Drought Jack and Snag each managed a sigh of relief. Had they finally withstood that monstrous strike? But their joy proved to be far too premature. In the very next moment, Bista's lips curled into a faint smile. Did you really think that the two of you, working together, could withstand a single strike from me, Bista? How incredibly naive. With a mocking grin, Bista spoke in a playful, teasing tone. And then, suddenly, that terrifying sword aura erupted once more, even more intensely than before. Huh? What's going on? Jack the Drought and Snack were both stunned, completely caught off guard. This sudden wave of sword intent spreading once again. What in the world was happening? Bista, you bastard, what the hell did you do? Jack the Drought bared his ragged teeth, baffled and demanding an answer. Snack, one of the four sweet commanders, dropped his jaw in disbelief. How did you do that? You clearly only attacked once, so why are there waves upon waves of sword power? Snack stammered in shock. As swordsmen, their sword aura was the very source of their strength. It was common knowledge among swordsmen. With every strike, only one surge of sword aura should be spent. So when they witnessed Bista unleash two bursts of sword intent in a single attack, both men were completely confounded. Bista, on the other hand, wore a smug, satisfied smile. This little trick, it was taught to me by our deputy captain, Wang Yu. It's called Critical Strike. Critical Strike? The two men were at a loss, completely unable to grasp what Bista was talking about. And then, in a single instant, that horrific sword energy condensed into a dazzling blade of light right at the center of their standoff, and exploded with even greater force. A reverberation filled the air, leaving Jack and Snack with not even a moment to react. In the blink of an eye, the massive sword light came crashing down onto both their bodies. A searing sound of flesh being cut echoed sharply. Bright red blood spurted from their chests, arching through the air before splattering heavily onto the ground. Lord Jack, he's down. Lord Snack is down too. The pirates who had been watching from all around froze, absolutely stunned by the scene. Without the ability to sense with observation hockey, they had no clue as to what had just happened. Their eyes widened in utter disbelief. What on earth just happened? Didn't Lord Jack block Vista's strike just now? Exactly. It doesn't make sense. Just a moment ago, they had blocked it together, but in the next instant, Lord Jack and Lord Snack both fell. What actually happened? Upon the battered bodies of Jack and Snack, those shocking sword wounds sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding pirates, causing visible fear to flicker across their faces. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates was simply overwhelming. Formidable fighters everywhere you looked. Vista had managed, in a single strike, to suppress both Jack and Snack, two swordsmen whose bounties each soared into the billions. Such swordsmanship was unmatched, almost peerless across the entire sea. Bitavier, Marco, Josu, Vista. These four names echoed again and again from the lips of the pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance. The sheer power and skill displayed by these fighters left everyone watching in utter astonishment. And just at that moment, Dracul Mihawk, Hawkeye himself, made his move. With the sound of wind slicing through the chaos, Mihawk rode his wave-slicing slash, his speed reaching truly terrifying heights. Each time he advanced, each time he darted forward, another pirate fell before his blade. So this is the swordsmanship taught to me by Vice Captain Wang Yu? I must admit, ever since I became a swordsman, I have never felt such exhilaration and joy in battle. Mihawk's sudden entry into the fray brought looks of astonishment to every pirate on the battlefield. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk? Charlotte Raisin gaped, his face a mask of disbelief. He was the one every swordsman longed to surpass, the very dream they all chased. Charlotte Amanda licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with excitement. And yet, what's going on here? Has Mihawk really joined the Whitebeard pirates? Charlotte O'Cavaney narrowed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his massive blade as he pondered aloud. How strange, this makes no sense. Last I heard, the Navy was recruiting the 7 warlords, and, as a warlord, shouldn't Mihawk be fighting with them? Charlotte Castard also looked puzzled, unable to understand. In their minds, there was no real connection between Hawkeye Mihawk and Whitebeard. So to see him suddenly standing with Whitebeard's crew left them utterly bewildered. This is going to be tough. Our opponent isn't just anyone. He's the world's greatest swordsman, the man every swordsman on Earth dreams of defeating. All Charlotte family members assemble. No matter what, we must stop Mihawk. Charlotte Raisin ordered gravely, his tone weighty with concern. At Charlotte Raisin's rallying call, more than a dozen swordsmen from the Charlotte family suddenly appeared in front of Mihawk. Each of them wore expressions of both wariness and excitement. It was clear that none of them dared take Mihawk, such a formidable opponent, lightly. Yet, facing the man renowned as the world's greatest swordsman, they couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Defeating Mihawk was the dream of every master of the sword. As swordsmen themselves, it was only natural that they harbored such ambition. Watching these swordsmen from the Big Mom pirates gather before him, Vista couldn't help but let a faintly disdainful smile tug at the corners of his mouth. In the next instant, after unleashing a flurry of successive slashes, Dracul Hawk Eyes, Mihawk summoned forth a tangible aura of wind upon the blade of his black sword, Uru. Now, standing opposite Mihawk, the dozen swordsmen from the Charlotte family stared in utter bewilderment. What on earth is that swirling around Hawkeye Mihawk's supreme-grade black blade, Uru? Could it be Conqueror's Haki infusion? But Mihawk, he doesn't possess Conqueror's Haki, I'm sure of it. No, it's not Conqueror's Haki. Whatever this is, it has to be some new technique. Everyone, stay alert. Indeed, after witnessing the unconventional powers awakened by the likes of Marco and Josu, the pirates of the Twin Emperors Alliance had learned not to judge the Whitebeard pirates by ordinary standards. Who could say just what mysterious abilities these captains of Whitebeard's crew might have awakened? While the master swordsman of the Charlotte family puzzled over the mysterious wind-imbued aura on Mihawk's black sword, Uru, an extraordinary scene unfolded. In the very next moment, Mihawk swung his sword in a powerful arc, faced the raging storm. Suddenly, an overwhelming, sky-darkening slash erupted across the entire battlefield. The sheer might of the strike was enormous, laced with potent, swirling currents of wind element. All at once, howling gales the strength of a level 10 storm swept wildly across the battlefield. This spectacular display captured the attention of everyone present. Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, turned his head and stared in astonishment his mouth agape. Isn't that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk? Why has he suddenly appeared on the battlefield? And by the looks of it, is he trying to help my Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard queried in utter confusion. To be truthful, Whitebeard was not personally acquainted with Hawkeye Mihawk. That's why, as Mihawk stepped forward to support the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard found himself deeply perplexed. Upon hearing what Whitebeard said, Big Mom and Kaido were furious beyond words. Damn it, Whitebeard really isn't human. He was the one who recruited Mihawk to help them, and now he's playing innocent, pretending not to know him. Whitebeard, you old rascal. Who are you trying to fool here? Big Mom burst out angrily. You clearly planned all this ahead of time just to deal with us, and teamed up with Mihawk behind our backs. That's right, Whitebeard. Kaido spat, joining in. You always act all easygoing, like you never care about anything. Who would have thought? Who would have thought you, of all people, could be so cunning? At hearing these accusations, Whitebeard's mouth twitched in exasperation. What the hell? Can I even say a word now? Whitebeard grumbled to himself, feeling rather vexed. Every time he opened his mouth, they would accuse him of pretending, but honestly, when did he ever pretend? Truth be told, even Whitebeard himself had no clue why Dracula Mihawk was now willing to help his crew. Bastards! Infuriated, Whitebeard didn't bother to explain further. He raised his supreme-grade greatsword and swung it with thunderous force. Since words failed him, he might as well give them a good beating, tie them up, and only then explain himself. Surely, by that point, they wouldn't dare accuse him of showboating again. A menacing hum rang out as Mihawk unleashed a terrifying slash in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the dozen or so Charlotte family members standing near Mihawk were sent soaring through the air. They barely had a moment to react. In the next second, they rolled their eyes back and collapsed unconscious, never uttering a single word of surprise. Yet, from the expressions they wore as they fainted, it was clear enough. Their faces were twisted with every shade of indignation, shock, fear, and bewildered confusion. Their expressions could hardly have been more complicated. With just a single, effortless strike, he'd swept away over a dozen of the Charlotte family's elite in the blink of an eye. The victory was crushing, completely one-sided. Yet for all that, Mihawk's eyes remained ice-cold and devoid of the faintest satisfaction. Truthfully, if not for worrying about competing with the top fighters of the Whitebeard pirates for boss experience, and thus harming his relationship with Vice Captain Wang Yu. With Mihawk's personality, he wouldn't have hesitated to unleash that very slash directly at Big Mom and Kaido themselves. In the eyes of Dracula Mihawk, on this entire battlefield, only the two Yonko themselves could truly be considered as rivals. To use such formidable techniques on these mere elites of the Charlotte family felt rather like slaughtering chickens with a butcher's knife. After dispatching over a dozen of the Charlotte family swordsmen in an instant, Mihawk's face remained impassive. He simply continued striding forward, step by deliberate step. Each footfall sent a powerful wave of pressure washing over those present. The lesser pirates standing before Mihawk were paralyzed with fear. Some were so terrified, they lost control right then and there. Lips quivered. Many couldn't suppress their trembling. Damn, is this the true strength of Dracula Mihawk? He took out so many of the family's elites in a single attack. It's absolutely terrifying. Just what is that power? I remember Mihawk slashes before were always just pure shockwaves. Since when did he add the element of wind to them? Yeah, I've never seen anything like this. Even the Whitebeard pirates, and now their allies too, every one of them is gaining monstrous new powers. This is too much, it's frightening. On the battlefield, after Whitebeard once again left an indelible scar on both Kaido and Big Mom, a visible wariness flickered across their faces. Their eyes shifted now to Mihawk as well, each of them unable to hide their renewed astonishment. Kaido, what kind of swordsmanship is that supposed to be? He can send people flying into the air, and the scariest part is, those caught in it are instantly knocked unconscious. It's just too horrifying. Big Mom spoke, shaking her core. These days, the shocks and surprises coming from the Whitebeard pirates were simply too many to count. And now, even Mihawk had gained some strange new way of attacking. This only deepened Big Mom's unease. Kaido, too, furrowed his brow, his thoughts a tangle of confusion. You ask me? Who am I supposed to ask? A power that can launch people skyward? Come to think of it, that's somewhat similar to what Vista could do. Back in Wano, I took a fair share of losses at Vista's hands thanks to that very technique. Looking at it now, this must be another instance of that so-called technological might. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the other division commanders who witnessed Mihawk's display felt their spirits soar. Haha, Mihawk really lives up to his title as the world's greatest swordsman. Now, with Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance, his fighting strength is only climbing higher and higher. No matter what you say, Mihawk is really just an outsider after all. As an official captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, I absolutely can't bring shame to the crew, Bram Man murmured to himself. The next moment, Bram Man launched into his charge. Having spotted Perospero's figure, he hefted his massive hammer and charged straight at him without hesitation. There was no other way. The slightly stronger pirates among the two Emperors' alliance had already been chosen as opponents by Marco and the others. For himself, a mid-tier fighter like Perospero was the only suitable target left. Noticing Bramman's approach, Perospero narrowed his eyes. So you want to pick me as your opponent? Ah, then let me see what you've got, Bramman, Perospero said, giving his lollipop a sly lick. In the blink of an eye, under the influence of his powers, a colossal lollipop wall sprang up in front of Perospero, forming a literal candy barricade. Loro. If you want to be my opponent, first break through my candy wall. Perospero cackled, his laughter echoing mockingly. Yet when Bramman saw this sudden wall before him, he didn't even slow down. Instead, his figure seemed to accelerate even more, becoming a blur. With the physique of a pauper template, Bramman launched into his heroic charge without hesitation. The sight left Perospero utterly dumbfounded. Is this Bramman out of his mind? Going at that speed straight into my candy wall. Does he actually intend to take us both down at once? But just as Perospero sensed something abnormal, Bramman had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of him. With a thunderous blow, Bramman's hammer shattered the candy wall to dust the instant he arrived. Perospero's eyes went wide with disbelief. He simply couldn't accept it. Was his candy wall really so feeble? Before he could even finish the thought, Bramman's charge was already upon him. Damn it! There's no way to dodge at all. Cold sweat broke out on Perospero's forehead as he exclaimed in shock. Boom! Barely having time for that one thought, Perospero was sent flying by Bramman's massive frame, crashing hard into a pile of stone and losing consciousness on the spot. With Perospero knocked out, Bramman hefted his hammer and proceeded to rain down a series of merciless blows. Completely unconscious, Perospero stood no chance of fighting back. Ha! The sheer thrill of slamming someone into a wall, of knocking someone out cold, it's simply exhilarating. Vice Captain Wong, you did not deceive me. Ha! Bramman exclaimed with excitement. He knew better than anyone the true measure of his own strength. Before Vice Captain Wong Yu's guidance, his combat power was, in fact, on exactly the same level as Perospero. But now, after receiving Wong Yu's instruction, he could say without exaggeration that his strength had taken a tremendous leap. He could instantly defeat those who were his equals not long ago. At that moment, the members of the Charlotte family standing beside Perospero were utterly dumbstruck. Charlotte Cabaretta and Charlotte Gala stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, completely stupefied by the scene before them. Why? How could this happen? That was their own brother, Perospero. Even though he didn't become one of the Sweet Commanders, his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. To think that Bramman of the Whitebeard Pirates could defeat him in an instant. The members of the Charlotte family spoke, each in disbelief. After all, in their hearts, Perospero was the eldest son of the Charlotte clan, embodying authority. His unique devil fruit power had always set him apart, granting him formidable might. Even in the New World, with a strong gather and clash, he had made a name for himself. Yet no one expected that he would be bested so swiftly. It was beyond anything they could have imagined. He was knocked out cold, just like that. If I'm not mistaken, this damn Bramman must have acquired some new ability from the Whitebeard Pirates, Charlotte Cabaretta muttered, swallowing hard. If that's the case, then this is serious. I'm starting to seriously suspect that all the captains in the Whitebeard Pirates have awakened new powers, Charlotte Gala said, her voice trembling with fear. Scenes like this were playing out all across the battlefield. Elsewhere, in another corner of the chaos, Fusifer and Sasaki clutched their samurai swords, gasping for breath, looks of utter shock on their faces. As for why their reactions were so extreme, when they attacked Namor of the Fishman tribe, every single time, at the crucial moment, Namor would simply leap aside, and their attacks would all come to nothing. It was as if he had cast some strange kind of magic. This bizarre ability was pushing both of them to the very brink of collapse. Damn it, the Whitebeard Pirates, what's going on with these people? Have all the captains gained some incredible power? Bastards! The next moment, pushed to their limits, the two of them charged at Nummuir with everything they had. Fong Spear, Fong Flash, Finger Gun Spots, Bullet Ceratosaurus, Cannon Ceratosaurus. Fusifu and Sasaki unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks one after another. But something they never anticipated happened yet again. Nummuir simply leaped lightly into the air. Trickster's magic activated. In the next instant, Numuir's body moved as if it was never bound by the laws of this world. Every slash, upon reaching his body, seemed unable to leave even the slightest scratch. They simply passed right through him and landed harmlessly on the ground below. It was an utterly bizarre sight. The pirates nearby were left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. Lord Fuzifu, Lord Sasaki, why are their attacks completely ineffective? Yeah, just what sort of ability is that? Isn't this way too invincible? Nothing works on him. How are we supposed to fight that? The minor underlings all stared wide-eyed, voices quivering with shock. Fuzifu and Sasaki were so frustrated that they nearly coughed up blood on the spot. They'd already tried over and over, but nothing worked. At first, their probing attacks made them suspect that Numuir had eaten some sort of Logia-type devil fruit, which would explain why their blows simply passed through, rendering him immune to damage. But even after they imbued their attacks with armament haki, they still couldn't inflict the slightest wound on Numuir. Damn it, we've used every technique, not to mention our haki, yet it hasn't done a thing to Numuir. Fuzifu exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. This is way too strange. Could it be, instead of Logia, he's eaten some kind of spatial devil fruit? Sasaki's eyes went wide with shock. Right now, that was the only explanation left to them. If it wasn't some special spatial fruit, then how else could it be explained? So at this point, Sasaki was convinced. Numuir had eaten a spatial-type devil fruit. Hearing the crowd's speculations about him, Numuir couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his mouth. You really are foolish. A devil fruit with the power of space? To be honest, whether such a thing even exists is questionable. The only reason I've gained such an unbelievable ability is entirely thanks to the efforts of our vice captain, Wang Yu. Namier exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Truth be told, things used to be very different. Fuzifu and Sasaki, both ranked among the strongest fighters of the Tobarapo. If I had faced either one of them alone in the past, it would have taken everything I had just to hold my ground. But after receiving guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu, confronting both of them at once no longer felt daunting. Instead, I played with them leisurely, toying with them, dominating the fight with ease. My mischievous wit, my odd tactics, these can make me truly invincible. As long as I use them, I'll be standing on unshakable ground. And beyond that, my other abilities have greatly improved my movement and explosive power, elevating me to a whole new level. So, even when faced with the two of them working together, I remain utterly unfazed. All right, you two blockheads, now you're about to see my true strength. You'd better watch yourselves, Namier said with a teasing smile, his tone dripping with mockery. Hearing these words, Fuzifu and Sasaki were utterly dumbfounded. Was what Namier showed earlier not his full strength? Was this some sort of joke? Both of them had always believed that they could one day replace the three major calamities. Arrogance had been deeply rooted in their hearts. Yet, in front of the fisherman Namier, a lifetime of pride was being shattered, ground to dust. After all, Namier was merely the commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 8th Division. In the past, he would have barely caught their attention, and yet, now, even with both of them together, they were helpless against him. What was even more maddening, Namier was claiming he still hadn't gotten serious. Enough. Stop bragging, Namier. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Sasaki finally lost his patience. Gripping his beloved blade, he channeled his armament haki, the deadly power swirling around the weapon. Then, unleashing the full speed of his ancient Zoan Dragon Devil Fruit, he lunged at Namier with a furious thrust. Seeing this, Namier broke into laughter. To him, Sasaki's move was little more than a desperate act, practically courting defeat. With a swift motion, his sea stone trident surged to life. In the blink of an eye, a wave of shimmering blue energy flowed over his weapon. Vice Captain Wang Yu once said that this ability lets my ordinary attacks deal magical damage, and on top of that, inflicts a bleeding effect, causing my foes to suffer over time. Perhaps now is the perfect opportunity to use Sasaki for a little practice. After all, this guy is still one of the Flying Six, and right now, someone like him is the only kind of opponent I can find. With a thunderous smash, a blow infused with the power of the devil fruit crashed directly towards Sasaki. Sasaki felt the surge of Meyer's strength, and for a moment, he was utterly stunned. The overwhelming force made his arm throb with a dull ache. Even more frightening, a strange power began to spread across his entire body. What is this peculiar ability? Is it some kind of advanced armament haki? It doesn't look that way at all. A look of utter bewilderment clouded Sasaki's face. In the next instant, the power of the sea stone trident erupted in full force. With another earth-shaking blast, Sasaki was sent flying backward. A spurt of blood sprayed from Sasaki's mouth in an instant. On his chest, a massive wound had appeared, savage and raw. In the end, Sasaki's body crashed heavily against a giant boulder, shattering it to pieces in the blink of an eye. Struggling to his feet, Sasaki caught sight of the gash seared across his body, his face draining of color in shock. He quickly activated his Zoan-type Devil Fruit ability, desperately hoping to heal the wound as quickly as possible. But to his dismay, not only did the injury fail to heal, it began to widen, the bleeding only growing worse by the second. What? How could this be happening? Sasaki's eyes widened in disbelief, a chill pricking at his scalp. At that moment, one of the Gifter's squads of the Beast Pirates arrived nearby. Catching sight of Sasaki's condition, each one of them stared in stunned silence. How can this be? As users of artificial Zoan fruits themselves, they knew well the immense power of Zoan Devil Fruits. Even for them, as incomplete artificial Zoan users, palm-sized wounds would mend in moments after suffering injury. Let alone someone like Sasaki, a pure Zoan type, and not just that, a Dragon-type Devil Fruit user. Lord Sasaki's regenerative powers were far beyond theirs. His wounds, so long as they weren't fatal, should have closed up before their very eyes. But now, far from watching his wound heal, they could only watch in shock as it grew larger and larger, blood pouring forth, impossible to stop. Just what kind of ability could cause damage like this? Watching Sasaki, a wound was creeping across his chest at a pace visible to the naked eye. A look of horror spread across the faces of the Gifters, each one stunned and bewildered. Seeing the strange wound on Sasaki's body, Fuzafu felt a cold chill of fear grip his heart. So that guy, Namuel, wasn't exaggerating at all. His strength now was leagues above what it used to be. What are you all standing around for? Attack! Attack Namuel now! Fuzafu roared at the top of his lungs. And with that desperate shout, Fuzafu turned and bolted in terror. There was just no way to win. Against an opponent of this level, he didn't stand a chance. Any attack he launched could be dodged effortlessly, as if Namuel had some incomprehensible ability. And Namuel's blows could counter even the animal-type fighter's regenerative skills. Facing someone like that, all Fuzafu could do was take the beating. There was no hope of resisting, none at all. So, in that moment, Fuzafu decided he'd leave Namuel to the Gifters to handle, let them buy time against this terrifying merman. As for himself, he'd take the chance to make his escape. Shamelessly, after sacrificing his own comrades, Fuzafu even used his Navy's 6 powers, shave technique, to flee as quickly as possible. All just to get away. Meanwhile, hearing Fuzafu shout, the Gifters drew their weapons one by one and unleashed a barrage upon Namuel. Up in the sky, attacks of all kinds whistled through the air, making onlookers' skin crawl. The sheer density of the barrage was overwhelming, pressing in from all sides. Even those skilled in advanced observation could hardly dodge. It was impossible to avoid every attack. There was not a single gap left. Every angle had been sealed off. Amid this chaos, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates came rushing to the scene. When they saw what was happening, worry was etched across their faces. That's Captain Namuel. Unbelievable. So many against one. The Beast Pirates have no shame at all. Captain Namuel, be careful. Quick, activate your armament hotkey for defense. Exactly, with so many attacks coming at once, dodging is just impossible. Put up your armament hotkey and minimize the damage. One by one, the Whitebeard Pirates frowned in concern, their voices filled with worry. Seeing his own crew, even the small fry, arriving on the battlefield, Namuel's lips curled into a subtle smile. Excellent. This is perfect. Now's the time to show off. This moment has finally arrived. It wasn't just commanders like Marco, Jozu, or Vista who could shine. Today Namyoer, will put on a truly grand performance once again, showing off for the glory of the merfolk. You little ones, stay out of my fight. Watch closely how I, Lord Namyoer, turn the tide and resolve this crisis. Namyoer shouted in a booming voice. In the next moment, faced with a barrage of attacks raining from all directions, Namyoer chose neither to dodge nor defend. Instead, he charged straight toward the legion of Grantaires. Witnessing Namyoer's brazen display, the Grantaire soldiers began to jeer and shout. Bastard, what are you acting so arrogant for? Do you really have no sense of danger? You aren't even using armament hotkey and still plan to withstand our attacks head-on. That's nothing short of suicide. Brothers, pour on the firepower. Let's show Namyoer what it means to underestimate the might of the Grantaire Legion. The Grantaires continued to clamor and rile each other up. The very next instant, the sky was once again filled with an overwhelming swell of attacks. Thicker, more ferocious, and at least twice as dense as before. Namyoer's lips curled into a confident smirk. It's useless, he thought. No matter how intense the barrage, nothing can so much as scratch me. Not in the face of my mystical tricks. Just as the torrent of attacks was about to strike Nam-Myower's body, he activated his power once again. In a blink, all those attacks passed right through him, as if he were untouchable. The newly arrived Grantaire soldiers had never witnessed such a terrifying power from Nam-Myower before. They stood there dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Why are our attacks having no effect? This defies belief. This Nam-Myower, is he some kind of demon? How can he nullify every single one of our attacks and render us completely powerless? As they spoke, each of the Grantaires stared in shock, eyes wide with horror. Turning back, they realized their leader, Vice Zephyr, had already activated his own technique, dashing madly away from the battlefield. Damn it! Are we just the scapegoats left behind? Each one of them felt nothing but utter revulsion. If only they'd known how terrifying Nam-Myower's abilities were. No way, not for anything, would they have dared challenge him. At this point, new waves of terror rippled through the ranks of the Grantaire Legion, and they prepared to retreat. But before they could make a move, Nam-Myower leapt once more, unleashing his evasive assault, then sprang directly at the crowd in a mighty downward strike. Staring up at Nam-Myower overhead, the Grantaires wore faces of shock and dread. Who knew what devastating move that Nam-Myower might unleash next? They wanted to run, but it was already too late. A thunderous boom exploded above them. The enormous figure crashed directly into the squad of gifters, the troop of empowered fighters. Dozens of them, caught in the catastrophic blow, fell to the ground and lost consciousness instantly. Shock and disbelief. This entire scene was witnessed in perfect clarity by the younger members of the Whitebeard Pirates standing nearby. In just a blink, Nam-Myower had gone from a desperate, defensive struggle on the brink of defeat to executing a stunning counterattack, seizing the initiative at the last possible moment. And what was even more terrifying was that it was a total, overwhelming annihilation of his enemies. Watching this, everyone couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, their jaws dropping as their faces lit up with awe and amazement. So this is Captain Nam-Myower, the power he learned from Vice Captain Wang Yu? I've got to admit, that's truly terrifying. Unbreakable defense, plus such a large-scale, unpredictable attack. If I were up against him, I'd be mourning for myself right now. Captain Nam-Myower, you're really too strong. One after another, the Whitebeard Pirates Juniors let out heartfelt exclamations. They had all but assumed that the fight was over. After all, Nam-Myower had just dealt with not only two of the elite Tobarapo, but a whole squad of gifters from the Beast Pirates. One injury, one running away. That's how he handled the Tobarapo. And an entire squad of gifters wiped out with a decisive counterstrike. Such a dazzling victory had far surpassed everyone's expectations. But Nam-Myower had no intention of stopping there. In the next moment, demonic strength gathered within his body, thrumming with energy. Shark! Nam-Myower shouted, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Those nearby stared at him in confusion, utterly baffled by his next move. No one could have expected Nam-Myower to keep pressing the assault. But by now, Fuzofu had already fled a good distance. How was he supposed to continue the chase? What caught everyone even more off guard was the word shark. What kind of bizarre technique was this supposed to be? Just because you're a fishman, does that mean you can summon sharks out of nowhere? That sounded a bit too absurd, even for them. Yet, in the very next second, right after Nam-Myower's commanding shout, a gigantic shark actually appeared before the astonished pirates. The massive creature seemed to catch a scent the instant it surfaced and immediately charged straight at Fuzofu. Utter bewilderment swept over the Whitebeard Pirates. One by one, they stood frozen on the spot, frantically swallowing their nerves. Every face was a portrait of sheer disbelief. A giant shark had really appeared. This was just a bit too unbelievable. But the truth stood plainly before their eyes. In full view of everyone, Nam-Myower truly did summon a gigantic shark the moment he shouted those three words, Great White Shark. The monstrous shark erupted onto the battlefield with unstoppable force, surging straight towards the Beast Pirates' 6 flying fighters. Suddenly, this massive predator materialized in front of everyone's eyes, an unmistakable presence, intent on hunting across 1,000 miles. All across the battlefield, people gazed at the shark in shock and disbelief, a chorus of stunned, suspicious faces. What on earth is that thing, this massive shark? It seems to be charging straight at Fuzz Fuzz of the Beast Pirates. It's almost unbelievable. Who could have possibly summoned such a creature? Even Whitebeard, Kaido, and others witnessed this fearsome shark slicing through the sky overhead. A giant shark? Whitebeard, what kind of sorcery is your crew up to now? Up above, Marco, locked in aerial combat, caught sight of the giant shark and couldn't help but flash a satisfied grin. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Namuel's attack. I never imagined it would be so flashy. Marco's lips curled upward as he chuckled. Nearby, King and Queen, with their breath ragged and bodies glazed in frost, clearly exhausted, looked on in absolute alarm. These abilities just keep getting more and more absurd, King muttered, his brow furrowing as he hovered in the air. To think someone can summon a shark to fight for them. Looks like that Namuel guy has gained some extraordinary ability from the Whitebeard pirates, Queen admitted, his face etched with wariness. From what they'd observed, each Whitebeard division commander seemed to possess powers that defied reason. So this spectacular shark had to be more than just a simple beast biting at humans. It couldn't be that straightforward. By now, the shark had already rushed right up to Cracker and Karakuri. It was as if, like a living bulldozer, Diamond Jozu. He paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, before turning towards the giant shark leaping above. A giant shark? I get it, it must be Namuel's doing. Didn't Vice Captain Wong Yu say before that Namuel should visualize a massive shark to use as a long-range, large-scale stunning attack against his enemies? Judging by what we're seeing, Namuel has really pulled it off this time, Marco remarked with admiration. That left both King the Wildfire and Queen the Plague trembling with nerves. Every single one of these remarks sent chills through their hearts, leaving them deeply shaken. After fighting Marco for so long and hearing him emphasize things over and over, stunning, slowing, knocking airborne, dealing continuous damage, they more or less understood it by now. And just now, they fully caught the meaning of Marco's words. An ultra-long-range attack. Not only does it have an area of effect, it's large-scale destruction as well. Seriously impressive. What's even more terrifying is that it causes a stun effect. That stun, Marco had already demonstrated it to Jean before, freezing you straight into his icy grip. Then your consciousness simply slips away. You're left totally defenseless, with no chance to fight back. Now, that massive shark seems to have the very same ability. Jean and Queen felt a cold shiver run down their spines just thinking about it. They both swallowed hard, the sound heavy and anxious. If their guess was right, the person being hunted would be done for. At the same time, Vista also noticed the gigantic shark that had suddenly appeared in the sky. With a single mighty slash, it managed to pin down both Jack and Snack, pushing the two sword masters back step by step. Not until Jean and Queen were forced to retreat did Vista finally turn and cast his gaze skyward. A giant shark? That must be an attack from that mule, right? Gotta admit, really making a dramatic entrance. Vista nodded, commenting with dry approval. Jack and Snack, for their part, looked utterly bewildered. A giant shark? Whose freakish skill is this time? Is every captain on their ship just full of weird tricks? Snack's face was full of helpless resignation. These division captains of the Whitebeard pirates, one after another, all seemed downright ferocious, as if they were on some kind of power-up spree. With battles like this, how could anyone hope to keep fighting? Jack the Drought looked genuinely astonished. He'd seen plenty of strange abilities among these captains, but this was a first, someone straight up summoning a giant shark. Just as everyone was still in shock, baffled by what was happening, the giant shark opened its jaws wide, transforming into a strange and dazzling light, which fell over Who's Who, trapping him beneath its glow. What is going on? Feeling the odd change in the air, Who's Who's eyes widened as he stared blankly down at his feet. That's strange. What's happening? Why am I suddenly moving so much slower? A look of utter confusion crossed his face. Then, in the very next instant, the giant shark materialized before him, its enormous fangs bared and gleaming. A giant shark? This truly gave Vice Admiral Fesvue a real scare. How could a giant shark just appear out of nowhere from beneath the earth? In the blink of an eye, Fesvue activated his moonwalk, launching himself straight into the sky. He aimed his finger at the shark looming on the ground. Finger pistol. With the sound of sharp bursts, he unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. Yet, each strike vanished the instant it touched the massive shark, leaving not so much as a scratch. His barrage did nothing to harm the beast. Fesvue found himself even more bewildered. What was going on here? It was one thing for that guy, Mule, to shrug off his attacks, but now even a shark was immune? Could it be that every creature surviving in these seas was utterly untouchable? The monstrous shark closed in swiftly on Fesvue. Eyes narrowing, Fesvue kept moving on his moonwalk. Since offense was useless, escape was his only hope. But then, in a sudden motion, the gigantic shark lunged with its gaping maw, swallowing Fesvue whole. Damn it. Finger pistol. Fong flash. Tempest kick. At the center of the shark, Fesvue threw everything he had into breaking free, but none of it made a difference. He couldn't escape. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant. Once he'd been targeted, there was simply no way out. Confronted by a monster immune to both attack and escape, Fesfew was utterly confounded. And then, a deafening explosion erupted. The enormous shark, with Fesfew still inside, detonated in a terrifying surge of power. Fesfew could feel every inch of his body crushed by the unrelenting jaws of the beast. At last, his consciousness flickered and faded, and he passed out completely. On the outskirts, pirate crew members from the Twin Emperors Alliance were tossed through the air by the tremendous blast, flung backwards as if hit by a tidal wave. Moments later, the gigantic shark dissolved directly into seawater, vanishing from everyone's sight as if it had never existed. Fesfew and the other pirates, suspended for a heartbeat in the sky, now plummeted straight down. Just like kites with their strings cut. One after another, they crashed heavily to the ground, smashing deep craters into the earth. Seeing this spectacle, the lesser crew members nearby could only stare in utter shock. What on earth just happened? I just saw a massive shark open its gaping jaws, and then Fusifú was swallowed whole in an instant. Right after, there was a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, even the pirates near the shark and Vice Commander Fusifú himself were all just so easily destroyed. These low-ranking crew members stared wide-eyed at the bodies strewn about and the crater on the ground, speaking in utter terror. At this moment, Kaido and Big Mom, themselves locked in battle, also had shock written all over their faces. Damn it! So this is the power of that unremarkable merman, Namuel, from your crew? Kaido hissed through gritted teeth, his voice laced with fury. Kaido knew full well what Fusifú was capable of. He was second only to the Three Calamities, a powerhouse even among the Flying Six, and yet Kaido never imagined he could be so effortlessly obliterated in the blink of an eye. Big Mom's eyes went wide as well. Hey, Kaido, tell me, just how many others like this does the Whitebeard Pirates have, with that kind of terrifying strength? The veins on Big Mom's forehead throbbed as her lips trembled with disbelief. High in the sky, King the Pteranodon had witnessed everything. His eyes narrowed as he spoke, his voice full of amazement. That was Fusifú. It's hard to believe, but he was taken out in a single blow. King exclaimed, stunned. At the same time, Queen's face twisted in shock. The Whitebeard Pirates' abilities, they're getting stranger and stranger. I always thought we were the only ones struggling in this fight, but now it looks like we're not alone in that. This great war, I honestly have no idea which way things will go anymore. Jack the Drought, still fighting, witnessed the scene, his eyes nearly bulging out of his head. So that's the power of this Namuel? He took out one of us, the Flying Six Fusifú, in a single strike. This was completely beyond anything I expected. Jack muttered in frustration and dread. In his mind, Fusifú had always been someone who could pose a threat to even himself. And yet, such a powerful figure was dismissed so easily by just the 8th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, completely unable to defend himself. Jack was utterly astounded by this turn of events. It's not just that the likes of Marco, Jozu, and Vista are formidable. Even their 8th Division commander can now display such frightening power. From this perspective, the fighting power of the Whitebeard Pirates is simply overwhelming. With that thought, Jack the Drought felt something he had never anticipated before, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. As the king of hard-headedness, this was the very first time Jack the Drought felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, on the other side, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates who were charging forward ferociously saw this scene, and each of their faces lit up with excitement. Ha! Looks like this time, Mir has really managed to show off. He absolutely nailed it. Next, it's our turn to put on a good show. At that moment, Atmos, captain of the 13th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, nicknamed the Water Buffalo, spoke with a surge of enthusiasm. Without a shred of hesitation, Atmos unleashed his signature move, Desperate Stand. For 12 seconds, he recovers 40/50/60% of his maximum health and gains a 15/25/35% increase in speed. Once his ultimate skill was activated, Atmos's movement could only be described as lightning fast. He charged further into the enemy's rear lines without any sign of slowing. With his colossal size combined with blistering speed, Atmos became an unstoppable force in an instant. Any enemy pirate unlucky enough to be directly in his path was sent flying by the sheer power of his charge. Cries of alarm erupted all around. What's going on here? For someone that big, how on earth can he move so fast? The pirates, now airborne, were wide-eyed with terror. It was something they simply couldn't comprehend. How could someone as massive as Atmos suddenly accelerate to such a phenomenal speed? Yet, Atmos continued tearing through the battlefield at full throttle, wielding his broadsword as he cut a path straight towards Kaido and Big Mom. The time to show the great water buffalo Atmos, and Mative has finally come. Ha ha ha. Atmos shouted, filled with exhilaration. Let's see who will dare to call me weak after this, he thought, delighted beyond measure. However, these prideful words earned no favor from Charlotte Oven. On the contrary, Oven looked at him with nothing but disdain. The next moment, waves of intense heat began to roll off Oven's shoulders. And then, Charlotte Oven unleashed his power, hurling that searing heat straight at the pirates before him. A scorching wave engulfed them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, those running pirates felt their faces begin to blister and swell painfully from the burn. At last, the fierce wave of heat was so overwhelming that these pirates had their clothes set ablaze in an instant. Even in their final moments, they never understood what they had done to provoke Lord Oven to such fury. Their wretched screams echoed through the air, yet Charlotte Oven remained completely unmoved. This is what happens to those who try to desert, Charlotte Oven declared, his voice blazing with anger. In the next instant, the 13th Division commander of the White-Beard Pirates, Water Buffalo Atmos, began to take form from the haze. There, on Atmos's blade, fresh blood still dripped, drop after drop. It was clear he had just cut down a number of pirates from the Double Emperor Alliance. Atmos, do you still remember me? Charlotte Oven called out loudly. Hearing Oven's voice, Atmos turned and fixed his gaze on him. This man was none other than one of the Big Mom Pirates' senior ministers and the younger brother of Katakuri, Charlotte Oven. His power was nothing to be taken lightly. He ranked just beneath the trio of sweet commanders. Back in those days, he and Atmos had once clashed during a minor skirmish between the White-Beard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. At that time, Charlotte Oven had left a sizable burn scar upon Atmos's body. Had it not been for Vista's timely rescue, Atmos might have lost his life at Oven's hands that day. So, there was a real grudge between them. Charlotte Oven, you think I could ever forget a bastard like you? Atmos halted, his words ringing cold and clear. Ha ha, so you remember my terror, do you? Well, that makes things much simpler. Kneel before me, and I might spare your life. Charlotte Oven boasted, brimming with pride. But hearing Oven's words, Water Buffalo Atmos only narrowed his eyes, a dangerous gleam flickering there. Charlotte Oven, don't get cocky. This time, I swear I'll take you down and settle the score for what you did years ago. With no hesitation, Water Buffalo Atmos raised his massive blade and swung hard at Charlotte Oven. Oven, not one to stand idle, coated his arm in hockey and launched a crushing attack right at Atmos. When old foes meet, their hatred burns fiercer than ever. A thunderous impact rang out. Under the terrifying force, Water Buffalo Atmos was driven back several steps by Charlotte Oven's arm, blackened with hockey. The pirates from the Dual Emperor's Alliance, who had been terrified by Atmos's wild speed just moments ago, now approached one after another. In an instant, they surrounded Atmos completely. Those scrappy henchmen, who had been so frightened by Atmos they nearly tripped over themselves running away, began to shout and jeer again. Ha ha! This is Lord Oven of the Charlotte family. Well, Atmos, you won't be acting so tough now, will you? The pirates around them all joined in, sneering and taunting him. Charlotte Oven curled his lips into a mocking smile. Atmos, a loser will always be a loser. No matter how many times you try, you'll never win against me. The so-called pride of the White-Beard Pirates ends here, starting with me. Let's see what becomes of you now. Oven teased, his words dripping with scorn. Yet Atmos, upon hearing all this, showed not the slightest sign of panic. To everyone's surprise, he touched his forehead in a moment of reflection. With a hearty laugh, he admitted, to be honest, when I saw my enemy, I was so eager for revenge that I actually forgot. I have a new power now. A mischievous grin crept onto Atmos's face. The next instant, a fearsome wave of searing energy erupted from his body. A bizarre circle of flames formed around him. Painful blaze. With its sudden appearance, the surrounding temperature soared by dozens of degrees in an instant. Enemies trapped within the ring suffered the agony of searing burns. As their bodies felt the intense burn, the pirates all around were struck dumb with shock. Wait, isn't this Lord Oven's burning power? How does Atmos have it too? This is just too bizarre. All around, the pirates from the Dual Emperor's Alliance shouted in alarm and frantically tried to flee. But they had barely taken a few steps before they crumpled under the unbearable might of the flames, collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back as they slipped into unconsciousness. Charlotte Oven himself was utterly bewildered. How could Atmos possibly wield his own ability? It was as if he'd seen a ghost. True, the scorching power might not be quite on par with the intense heat of the heat fruit. But when it came to dealing with small fry, it was simply the perfect power. So, Charlotte Oven, Do you still think you can defeat me this time? Atmos cocked his head with a taunting grin. Damn it, don't get so full of yourself. You've only just learned how to wield burning attacks. But with my heat fruit, I'm immune to your scorching damage. There's no way I'm losing to someone I've already beaten before. Hearing this mockery coming from an insignificant captain at the very bottom of the Whitebeard Pirates, Charlotte Ovens' anger boiled over. You arrogant fool, take this. In the next moment, a wave of blistering heat radiated from Charlotte Ovens' fist, filling the air. The surrounding temperature soared by several dozen degrees, a testament to Ovens' power. A hissing sound filled the air as the moisture near his fist instantly turned into steam from the incredible heat. This attack, my searing wind fist. You remember it, don't you, Atmos? Oven roared with all his might. Atmos narrowed his eyes slightly. Wasn't it this very move from Charlotte Oven that had smashed into his chest back then? Even now, a massive fist-shaped scar still marks his chest as a reminder. How could I ever forget that punch from before? But, Charlotte Oven, do you really think you could defeat me again this time? If you've got what it takes, then come at me. Atmos shouted, his voice resounding with defiant challenge. Now, driven to fight with his back against the wall, not only had his speed improved, but more terrifyingly, his ability to recover had become monstrously strong. This time, he had no intention of losing. In the next instant, the fearsome, searing wind fist landed on Atmos once again. The hit was the same, yet the feeling was different this time. The burning heat left a deep, blazing fist mark on Atmos's body. Yet Atmos showed no intention of backing down. Gritting his teeth through the searing pain, he swung his sword at Charlotte Oven with all his might. The blade hit Oven squarely on the arm. A sharp pain shot through Oven, and for a moment, surprise flickered across his face. Huh, I've got to admit, Atmos, didn't expect you could withstand my punch and strike back. It seems your strength has improved just a little bit since last time, but really, it's only a tiny bit, Charlotte Oven taunted, not bothering to hide his scorn. True, he had managed to withstand that last blow himself. But, having activated his armament hockey in advance, all he ended up with was a minor scratch. His own attack, however, was an entirely different story. Oven's scorching wind fist could easily break through Water Buffalo Atmos's defenses. That was a matter of pride for him. So Charlotte Oven naturally allowed a smug grin to spread across his face. But his satisfaction lasted only for a fleeting moment. Because in the blink of an eye, something downright bizarre happened. I have to say, Oven, you really haven't lost that cockiness, came a jovial voice. Can't you see it yet? Your attacks hardly even faze me, Atmos said, grinning cheerfully as he brushed off having taken the brunt of Oven's scorching wind fist. Right then, everyone could see what was happening. The ugly imprint of a fist emblazoned across Atmos's body, just moments ago so gruesome, began to heal right before their eyes, closing up with an oddly unsettling sound. Staring in disbelief, Charlotte Oven's eyes went wide, locking onto the wound as it rapidly disappeared. What on earth was happening here? He knew his scorching wind fist had landed fair and square, and he'd seen the gash left behind on Atmos's body. So why, then, was this wound knitting itself shut so impossibly fast? A possibility flashed through Oven's mind, Zoan-type devil fruit. That had to be it, at least at first glance. But almost as soon as he thought of it, he realized something didn't add up. Even Zoan-type users couldn't recover this quickly. Could it be awakening? Yet Atmos had only recently gained his power boost. To awaken a Zoan ability required immense time and great fortune. There was simply no way it could happen in such a short span. He could definitely rule out an ordinary Zoan-type ability. If it wasn't a Zoan power, then what kind of hidden ability was allowing Atmos to heal at such an astonishing pace? No matter how he racked his brains, Charlotte Oven couldn't come up with an answer. His expression was caught somewhere between utter confusion and deepest bewilderment, a look stranger and more flustered than anyone around him. He truly never imagined that one day, he'd actually be outmaneuvered by a mere captain of the 13th Division, Atmos. Seeing Charlotte Oven's reaction, Atmos felt a surge of satisfaction deep inside. See, don't assume that just because you managed to defeat me once before, you can claim victory this time as well. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. How quickly the tides can turn. Don't look so shocked. Charlotte Oven. Even more spectacular developments are still to come. Atmos bellowed, his voice booming with excitement. In barely 2 seconds, the burns that had covered Atmos's body miraculously began healing back to normal. With his potential fully unleashed, a sinister light flickered along his great sword. Without hesitation, he swung it straight at Charlotte Oven before him. Sensing the attack with his own observation hockey, Charlotte Oven quickly raised his weapon to intercept. Your defenses may be strong, but your offensive power, I've already experienced it firsthand. To be frank, it's hardly impressive. There's no shortage of pirates on the Grand Line who could match you. I still have what it takes to fight. In the next instant, Charlotte Oven activated his own observation hockey. Without retreating, he charged in head first. Their clash exploded with a thunderous crash. The shockwaves surged like roaring waves, radiating outward in every direction. The sheer force of their collision made Charlotte Oven's eyes go wide. He was completely taken aback. That's odd. This power doesn't feel like Atmos's at all. The next moment, under that overwhelming strength, Charlotte Oven was sent hurtling backward. At that moment, not far off, Pecoms, whose mink eyesight gave him an advantage, narrowed his eyes to catch the scene unfolding. Is that Charlotte Oven? He's actually being overpowered by Whitebeard's 13th Division captain? Pecoms exclaimed in utter disbelief. After all, Charlotte Oven's status within the Big Mom Pirates was anything but minor. As for Atmos, a mere captain, even Pecoms himself, a Big Mom crew fighter, never thought much of him. How could someone like that possibly press Charlotte Oven, one of Big Mom's key ministers, into such a corner? What are you talking about, Pecoms? That's impossible, isn't it? The skeptical Baron Tamago raised his monocle for a closer look, and in the next instant he, too, was struck dumb by what he saw. How is this possible? If this goes on, I'm afraid Lord Charlotte Oven is truly in danger of being beaten to death. No, we can't just stand here. We have to hurry and help. Baron Eggman swallowed hard, his expression exaggerated with urgency. Amidst the raging battlefield, right after landing a blow that sent Charlotte Oven flying, Atmos kicked off his own campaign of retribution. Well, isn't this Lord Oven, who once defeated me? How is it that in just a little while since we last met, your fighting skills have fallen so far? Atmos mocked, his words sharp with disdain. Without delay, he drew his trusty cleaver and unleashed his signature move, the Virus Butcher, slashing blow after blow at Charlotte Oven. With each strike, the blade found its mark, tearing open fresh wounds on Oven's chest. In the blink of 2 seconds, Oven's body was drenched in blood, his injuries multiplying at a frightening pace. Charlotte Oven felt his whole body go numb. What on earth was happening with this Atmos? It wasn't just his defenses. Those had become astonishingly strong. And now, even his attacks had morphed into something terrifying. But what sent chills down his spine was that relentless cleaver. Where had Atmos even found such a thing? Who could have imagined a kitchen knife used as a weapon? Worse yet, as such a brutal one. Every throw left a bloody trail in its wake. Oven had to admit, this was the deadliest cleaver he'd ever encountered. Was this really the same Atmos he'd once known? Swallowing involuntarily, Charlotte Oven's mind reeled with shock. But could he really just resign himself to this fate? It might be one thing to lose to a worthy opponent, but to fall at the hands of someone he'd already defeated before, that he could never accept. At that moment, without hesitation, Oven summoned his armament hockey, layering it atop the searing power of his heat fruit. With a ferocious roar, he charged straight at Atmos. With a thunderous impact, another blazing punch struck Atmos squarely in the chest. The sizzle of scorching heat filled the air. A dense mist of water vapor appeared, but almost instantly, Atmos's body was restored to its original state. Charlotte Oven felt completely paralyzed with shock. This terrifying recovery speed. Even Kaido couldn't compare, could he? So this is the strength of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates? There's no denying it. This is truly terrifying beyond measure. In the next moment, unwilling to accept defeat, Charlotte Oven let out a furious roar and launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Atmos before him. Scorching fist, blazing air, fiery beam, boom, boom, boom. Explosion after explosion rang out. Fresh, gaping wounds kept appearing all over Atmos's body. Yet, just as these wounds formed, they healed in the blink of an eye, leaving him as good as new. The scene was nothing short of uncanny. At that very moment, Pecoms and Baron Tamago, both racing frantically toward the battlefield in hopes of rescuing Oven, witnessed what was unfolding. Their jaws dropped wide open, utterly stunned. What kind of monstrous recovery is this? Is Atmos even human? He's like a devil, Baron Tamago said, his eyes bulging in disbelief. No, it's not just Atmos. I have this intense feeling. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, every single one of them, are demons in human form. Peckham's expression was equally exaggerated and aghast. On the battlefield, as Oven realized that nearly all of his attacks were becoming utterly useless against Atmos, a deep sense of dread welled up inside him. He never imagined that the opponent he once looked down upon would one day be able to completely overwhelm him in this fashion. Now, he felt a chilling terror toward the very captain of the 13th Squad of the Whitebeard Pirates, a position he had previously scorned without a second thought. For a moment, he simply couldn't accept this reality. But the truth was staring him straight in the face. Well, what now? Charlotte Owen, are you done with your little attacks? Because now it's my turn. Atmos suddenly flashed a wide, gleeful grin. There's something deeply satisfying about beating down someone who had once crushed you. Now that the tables have turned, the feeling is simply exhilarating. Seeing Atmos's wicked smile, Charlotte Owen felt a cold chill ripple through his whole body. Run. A strange thought suddenly surged up in his mind. And once it appeared, there was no way to get rid of it. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Charlotte Owen immediately switched into full sprint mode. Watching his former rival, now fleeing in total disgrace, Atmos couldn't help but let a trace of disdain curl at the corner of his lips. What a coward, always bullying the weak and scared stiff when facing real strength. But then again, he truly owed a debt of gratitude to Deputy Captain Wang Yu. If it weren't for Wang Yu's guidance, he never would have achieved what he had today. He had managed, with sheer will, to suppress the very opponent who once seemed invincible to him. The crushing psychological pressure alone was enough to break his rival's spirit, planting in his heart the urge to run. Don't think for a second that running will actually let you get away, Atmos said with a mocking smirk. He knew that right now he was in a do-or-die state. His ability to recover was pushed to the absolute limit. At the same time, he'd gained impressive speed, making him unstoppable, whether in pursuit or in defense. In his heightened state, there was simply no way he would let his old friend slip away so easily. In a heartbeat, Atmos once again charged straight at Charlotte Owen. He closed the gap rapidly, and with a swift chop of his blade, a simple, brutal motion, a fresh line of blood appeared. Charlotte Owen cried out in pain and spun around, only to see a devilish face twisted in a wicked grin right behind him. Slaughter. That was the instant thought that struck Charlotte Owen upon seeing Atmos's face. You bastard. How are you this fast, how? Charlotte stammered in utter disbelief. He was certain he'd been running at top speed. But why? Why was this happening? He'd barely been running for less than a second, and he'd already been caught. With another swift slice, blood splattered once more. Charlotte's pace faltered. Suddenly, he was slowing down, his strength sapped. Atmos flashed forward and once more materialized right beside his quarry. Then, with a broad, glinting blade, several meters long, he brought it down in a mighty arc towards Charlotte Owen. Go on, keep running, Atmos shouted, his voice booming. Staring up at the blade that seemed enormous enough to blot out the sky, Charlotte knew that this time he was truly finished. Someone, please help me. Somebody help me, Charlotte Owen bellowed, his scream chilling and desperate. To his surprise, a response came. It was Baron Egg and Pecoms, both warriors of the Charlotte family. Seeing their own minister beaten to such a miserable state, how could they stand by and do nothing? Without hesitation, the two men picked up their pace and charged straight at Atmos. Charlotte Owen finally let out a sigh of relief. Maybe, just maybe I can hold on a bit longer. Suddenly, from somewhere unseen came a strange, unsettling laugh. Hee-hee-hee-hee, hee-hee-hee-hee. Confusion flickered across the faces of everyone nearby. The very next instant, a violent explosion erupted on the ground, right under the feet of Pecoms and Baron Tamago. The blast thundered, shaking the earth, and as smoke and fire burst upwards, a thick cloud of poison began to spill across the ground, spreading in all directions. What's this? Atmos glanced over, his brow furrowing. That moment, a familiar figure stepped into sight. Hey, I can't let you interrupt Brother Atmos's fight. The speaker was none other than Harda. As it turned out, the two warriors had stepped on not ordinary bombs, but poisonous mushrooms set by Harda. Almost at once, the toxins began to seep into Baron Egg and Pecoms, overtaking them. They staggered drunkenly, clutching their heads, weaving and wobbling as if the world were spinning beneath their feet. Watching the pitiful state of his own allies, Charlotte Owen's face twitched with frustration. Honestly, I would have preferred no hope over this heartbreaking sight. He glanced fearfully at Atmos, who stood massive and unyielding. Atmos grinned. There was something merciless, almost butcher-like, in his expression. As the poison gradually dispersed from the battlefield, Pecoms and Baron Egg found themselves face to face with Harda, who was gazing at them with barely concealed contempt. Lord Charlotte Owen. Damn it. Desperate, they turned toward Charlotte Owen, only to realize that it was already too late. Seeing Harda's mocking grin, rage surged in both men. It flickered in their eyes like the beginning of a blaze. Without a word, Baron Egg lunged at Harda, sword flashing, a direct and furious attack. Pecoms wasn't idle either. His fists were wrapped in armament hockey as he hurled a powerful punch straight at Haruta. A deafening crash echoed through the air. Then, another resounding boom followed, shaking the very heavens and earth. At this moment, a dense mass of pirates from Big Mom's crew surged forward to offer their support. They arrived just in time to witness the instant Haruta disappeared from sight. Every single one of them was struck dumb with shock. What? What has happened? He vanished right before our eyes. I have no idea. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, every one of them, their powers are just too bizarre. How could something like this even happen? Each of them was reeling in utter disbelief. After his punch hit nothing but air, Pecoms wore a look of complete astonishment. This is so strange. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Pecoms' eyes widened, his voice full of incredulity. At the same time, Baron Tamago's slash struck the ground, carving a massive crack across the earth in an instant. But Haruta had vanished without a trace. Just like that, simply vanished into thin air? What a terrifying ability. Baron Tamago narrowed his eyes, his voice trembling with shock. They had heard the stories, how Vice Captain Wong you had given every captain a special lesson. But seeing it with their own eyes, watching a captain simply fade out of existence right in front of them, every last one of them was stunned beyond words. I've heard before about a kind of devil fruit called the clear fruit. Whoever eats, it can become completely invisible. Haruta must have eaten the clear fruit. Baron Tamago narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Pecoms, however, disagreed. Baron Tamago, I don't think it's the clear fruit he ate. If it really was the clear fruit, then with our observation hockey, we should still be able to sense his presence. But with Haruta, it feels like he's suddenly vanished from his world entirely. I suspect it's some kind of space-related devil fruit. Pecoms' eyes were wide with alarm as he spoke. He remembered that back when a Mink tribe king served Odin Kazuki, Odin's wife possessed the powers of a space-time devil fruit. So, Pecoms suspected that Haruta had eaten a similarly bizarre, space-twisting devil fruit. As the two argued back and forth, the pirates standing nearby were suddenly thrown into a panic. Master Pecoms. Master Baron Tamago. He's shown up again. That guy Haruta, he's back. The pirates nearby spoke with trembling lips, shock still painted across their faces. The two men's eyes sharpened, and they immediately turned to look behind them. And there stood Haruta, his figure unmistakable, once again before everyone. Damn you, Haruta. It was only then that the two snapped out of their shock and rushed at Haruta again. But Haruta simply let the corners of his mouth curl up in a mocking grin. Ha ha ha, you really are a pair of fools. Blinding strike. He unleashed a blowgun, shooting a dart that landed squarely on Baron Egg's behind. Baron Egg yelped in pain, reaching back to check his injury, and sure enough, it was smeared with green blood. He didn't need to look further. He'd been poisoned. My behind, it's been poisoned. Damn it. Furious, Baron Egg stared at the stained blood on his hand. His expression went from bad to worse, suddenly growing intensely grim. The watching pirates couldn't help themselves. This clownish spectacle, especially Baron Egg's intensely serious face, had them fighting back laughter. But in the end, it was just too much to hold in. Uffed. In the end, one after another, they burst into laughter. Hearing the Big Mom pirates laughing at him, Baron Egg's face turned a deeper shade of red as his anger mixed with humiliation. Curse you, Haruta. I won't let you off for this. Baron Egg snarled, his mouth twitching with rage. A moment later, he raised his saber and swung it furiously at Haruta before him. Swish, swish, swish. Baron Egg, ablaze with fury, looked as if fire was blazing in his eyes. His saber cut through the air with reckless abandon. Again and again, he unleashed dozens of frenzied slashes at Haruta. Each sweeping arc of his sword seemed to tear the very air apart, sending strange shockwaves echoing through the battlefield. Yet, Haruta, right before him, remained standing, completely unscathed. All around, pirates from the Big Mom crew were dumbfounded. They stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if caught in some wild hallucination. But no matter how hard they tried, Haruta, after withstanding attack after attack, was still standing there, not a scratch on him. He stood triumphantly in place, grinning wickedly at Baron Egg as if that flurry of attacks had been nothing at all. Sorry, your attack has no effect on me, Haruta said with a playful grin. Looking at Haruta, who stood before him beaming from ear to ear, Baron Egg was completely stunned, frozen on the spot. What on earth is going on here? Baron Egg clutched his head, eyes wide and locked intently on Haruta. Not a scratch, truly, not a single scratch. Yet he was sure that his attacks, several of them, had already struck Haruta's body. Could it be that Pecoms was right after all? Maybe Haruta had awakened the powers of a spatial-type devil fruit, so his blows only landed in another dimension entirely? Baron Egg forced himself to accept this explanation. But honestly, how else could he make sense of what he'd just witnessed? Even if he racked his brain until it felt like it would burst, he could never guess that there was someone out there called Teemo, someone who could neutralize ordinary attacks from enemies, and even turn completely invisible. At this moment, Pecoms raised his fist and brought it crashing down toward Harda with immense force. Sensing Pecom's presence behind him and with his deadly blow dart still recharging, Harda remained unintimidated, moving at lightning speed. "Run, Teemo, run!" A thunderous crash echoed as the massive fist struck the ground. But just as it was about to hit Harda, he suddenly accelerated and slipped away at the very last instant. It was a narrow escape. Feeling the jarring impact of his own fist smashing into the earth, Pecoms widened his own eyes in disbelief. Harda! He had been certain he'd already measured Harda's combat abilities. But this man, Harda, wasn't just getting odd new powers. Since when had his movements become so unbelievably swift? Perplexity gnawed at Pecoms from within. All around, the other pirates stared wide-eyed. As a mink, Pecom's agility was said to rival that of a leopard's. And yet, not only had his surprise attack missed Harda entirely, he hadn't even come close. Shock swept through the ranks of the pirates. Each and every one of them was astounded. After dodging Pecom's strike, Harda quickly put some distance between them. In the blink of an eye, slashing waves of energy shot from Harda's blade. Each strike shimmered with a poisonous edge. If you think you got what it takes, why don't you come and catch me?" Harda taunted them mischievously, his tone infuriatingly smug. Hearing such shameless words, both Pecoms and Baron Tamago were so furious their faces were almost twisted with anger. They were actually quite familiar with Harda, after all. All of them belonged to the Emperor crews of the New World, so minor frictions between them were nothing new. But in the past, Harda had never been this infuriating. The more they thought about it, the more frustrated they became, and unable to restrain themselves any longer, the two figures flashed forward in unison, chasing after Harda without hesitation. "Bastard, you're not getting away. If we catch you, we'll make sure you're dead." They roared furiously, their figures flickering as their speed soared to the limit. With a rapid whoosh, they streaked forward. Again and again, they moved at breakneck speed. The two of them darted through the chaos, closing the distance. "Baron Tamago, catch him." Just now, when I attacked, Harda chose to dodge. That can only mean there's a limit to his power. He can't keep evading us forever. Next time, if we attack together, I doubt Harda, that bastard, will be able to handle it. As he sprinted, Pecoms narrowed his eyes, muttering under his breath. Baron Tamago, running beside him, suddenly felt a flash of clarity as he heard those words. That's right. Earlier, all of his attacks had been dodged by Harda, and that insolent Harda had even mocked him in passing, which had only fueled his rage to the limit, leaving no room for careful thought. Looking back now, Pecom's deduction seemed perfectly sound. "Excellent, Pecoms. Thanks for reminding me. When we catch that brat, we'll make sure to settle the score." Baron Tamago flashed an excited grin as he spoke. That detestable Harda had just made him suffer more than a little humiliation. And what's worse, it had been in front of all those other pirates, stripping him of all dignity. This time, when they caught up to Harda, Baron Tamago swore to himself he'd make him pay dearly for it. A crowd of pirates from behind began picking up their own pace. "Master Pecoms, Master Baron Tamago, wait for us. We'll help you take him down." The pirates from Big Mom's crew shouted as they tore toward the direction Harda had fled. Seeing the mob of pirates in hot pursuit, Harda glanced over his shoulder with a faint smile playing on his lips. "Oomph, what a pack of hot-headed fools. They're even easier to provoke than I imagined." Harda spoke with a teasing tone. The reason he felt so thrilled and delighted, even while being chased by so many, was simply because, at the spot he was racing toward, the traps had already been set well in advance. The Great Mushroom Formation. It was prepared specifically to deal with the alliance of the two emperors. At this moment, the Big Mom pirates, charging after him at full speed, were still completely unaware of what was waiting for them. One after another, their pace was swift as lightning. Still running at breakneck speed, it was someone who wasn't watching their step who won the unhappy prize. A mushroom bomb was triggered, and in the next instant, a thunderous explosion tore through the air. Nearly a dozen pirate grunts were instantly blasted into the sky, sent crashing back to earth with a heavy thud, their bodies falling silent forever. Instant annihilation. But it wasn't just a case of dozens of pirates being wiped out in a single moment. Those left nearby weren't spared either. The toxins began seeping in all around. One after another, the pirates faltered, staggering as they clutched their heads. "Damn it, that scoundrel Harda actually buried mines here. Everyone watch out. Keep an eye on your feet. There might be more mines." The complaints came in waves. But even as they grumbled, just as they started checking for hidden dangers, another powerful explosion rocked the ground. The ground trembled as another boom sent yet more pirates hurtling into the air. Seeing this chaotic massacre, the remaining members of the Big Mom Pirates were left completely rattled. Damn it, didn't you hear? Be careful. Watch your step. I told you there were mines, didn't I? Are you all blind, or what? A minor leader of the Big Mom Pirates shouted furiously. Yet, just as his tirade ended, he felt something soft and strange underfoot. That's odd. Is that a mushroom? The minor leader's thoughts flashed by in an instant. But an instant was all he got, as the terrifying mushroom bomb detonated right then and there. The explosion was deafening. Within the roar, the minor leader and the pirates nearby were sent flying, their fate sealed in a heartbeat. The remaining pirates stared, utterly dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed. It was hard to believe, a moment ago, that leader had been shouting orders at them, and in a split second, he was gone, snuffed out like a candle. Life is truly fragile. In an instant, no one could tell who would be the next to say farewell. For a moment, terror swept through their minds, filling the pirates with dread. No one dared to take even a single step forward. Not even a deep breath was drawn. The entire area was shrouded in an atmosphere of silence, reaching an uncanny and chilling extreme. It felt as if the sword of Damocles was suspended above each person's head, ready to be swung by death itself at any moment. This is far too bizarre. We've been so careful, and yet, why are there still so many people hitting these mines? Is it possible that these bombs are actually invisible? If that's the case, then what are we supposed to do now? Who can say whether there are mines lying hidden right in front of us? Hey, you idiot up there in front of me. Don't you move a muscle. If you step on a bomb, you realize we'll all be going down with you. The pirates of the Big Mom crew spoke in shaky voices, their lips trembling with fear. Under such an oppressive and eerie atmosphere, the willpower of some finally snapped. Damn it, this place is simply too horrifying. I can't stand here frozen any longer. I want to go home. I want to go home. Without warning, one of the pirates, driven mad by terror, began to turn back, desperate to flee. However, the mushroom minefield had already closed them in, a perfect encirclement. All the routes of escape, blocked off entirely by Halt's invisibility powers. Escape was utterly impossible. The terrified crew member barely managed 2 steps before a thunderous explosion rang out. A cataclysmic blast followed, and a massive mushroom bomb detonated. Dozens of pirates near the blast were instantly sent to their doom. Surrounded by the relentless cascade of explosions, forced to watch comrade after comrade perish right before their eyes, the remaining pirates of the Big Mom crew finally reached their breaking point. More and more of them unraveled, collapsing into despair. Damn it, what the hell kind of trap is this? Why can't we sense it at all? Was it that bastard Halt's doing? Run. Staying here is as good as waiting for death. Run. We might have a slim chance of surviving if we make a run for it. I refuse to just stand here and die. Meanwhile, the few pirates who were still clinging to their wits watched as their companions lost all reason, a grimace twitching at the corners of their mouths. Are they all complete idiots? If this keeps up, isn't everyone going to die together? Hey, all of you calm down right now. I'm telling you, get a grip. I have no intention of dying just because of the foolishness of you. You pack of morons dragging me down with you. But right now, most of the pirates are so consumed by fear that their minds have shattered completely. How could they possibly listen to reason? A deep rumble echoed through the air, and then, one after another, mushroom-shaped bombs erupted in unison. The thunder of the explosions came in relentless waves. Pirates' bodies were blown apart, sent flying in every direction. They lay sprawled chaotically across the ground. Anyone who witnessed the scene would feel chills run down their spine. At that very moment, Peckham's and Baron Tamago, standing at the very front, realized what was happening. Their eyes were heavy with dread. Damn it, have we been played by that brat? All of our reinforcements behind us, every last one of them, have gone down. Peckham's narrowed his eyes, a look of unease settling over his features. Baron Tamago, too, understood the gravity of the situation. It seemed they'd been lured into a trap, a circle of explosions waiting to engulf them. Baron Tamago activated his observation haki, swiftly scanning his surroundings. But, disappointingly, he detected nothing out of the ordinary. These mushroom bombs, they're somehow able to evade my observation haki, Baron Tamago said, astonished. The two of them frowned deeply. Curse you, Harta. This time, we'll let you off for now. With that, the idea of escape took hold in both of their minds. Yet just as they were about to turn and flee, Harta was already standing before them, a look of scorn on his face. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of fools you are. So, after getting thrashed by me, you're just going to slink away with your tails between your legs. Ha ha. Here I am, lying right here. If you've got what it takes, come and get me. Harda shamelessly sprawled across the grassy ground, leaving himself wide open, looking at them with utter disdain. Seeing this arrogant display, Baron Tamago's blood pressure shot through the roof, his teeth ground together with rage. Sensing his taunts were having the desired effect, Harda kept up his mockery. My, Baron Tamago, why so angry? I remember my attack just now landed on your rear end, but imagine if I'd aimed a little higher, right at your eggs. I'm afraid from now on, you shouldn't be called Baron Egg anymore. I think Baron No Egg suits you better. Ha ha ha. Harda covered his mouth, struggling to hold back his laughter. The strings of exclamation and question marks might better be rendered as unbelievable, outrageous. Seeing Harda behaving this way, Baron Egg's blood pressure soared straight to the top of his head. This Harda, he's just too wicked. After Harda's shameless provocation, Baron Egg really started to feel a twinge of pain where it mattered most. Wait a second. I remember Harda's attacks are rumored to be poisonous. Oh no, could the poison have spread to my... If that's the case, even without a direct hit, the poison might still seep in. Just thinking about it made Baron Egg unable to take it anymore. You bastard Harda. I won't let this go, do you hear me? I will not let you off. Baron Egg's eyes seemed to blaze with fire. In the next instant, seething with rage, Baron Egg charged at Harda without a moment's hesitation. Watching Baron Egg rush toward him, a sly curve curled up at the corner of Harda's lips. He kept his defensive stance, leaving his face exposed, calm, and unflinching. The reason he could afford to be so audacious was simple. He knew his mushroom formation lay right before him. Baron Egg didn't stand a chance of reaching him. Before getting anywhere near, Baron Egg would be mercilessly devoured by the mushroom trap. All Harda needed to do was mock and taunt. Nothing more. Witnessing Baron Egg losing control like this, Pokemon silently cursed him as an idiot. Baron Egg, don't be reckless. But at this moment, Baron Egg couldn't get the thought out of his head, his pride under poisonous assault. And then there was Harda, humiliating him in front of so many onlookers. Baron Egg simply couldn't bear it any longer. He transformed into nothing more than a crazed brute. Damn it, seeing Baron Egg so hot-headed, Pokemon could only shake his head helplessly and hurried after him. Just as the two of them sprang forward, a tremendous explosion shook the ground. With a thunderous crash, both Baron Egg and Pokemon were blasted skyward, blood streaming in their wake. Taking in this chaotic scene, a faint smile crept on Harda's lips. It was time to strike with full force. Then, leaping forward, Harda surged after the two of them. Catapulted into the sky, Pekums and Baron Tamago were battered and bloodied, with poison spreading rapidly through their bodies. For the moment, neither of them could recover. Both of them possessed special Zoan-type devil fruits, which should have given them formidable regenerative abilities. Yet now, even as they tried to activate their powers, their injuries refused to heal. Instead, under the onslaught of potent toxins, their wounds only deepened. What a terrifying poison. My wounds just keep getting worse. The two could only look on in stunned disbelief. While they were still weakened, Harda appeared before them. A blinding dart shot out once more, embedding itself right into Peckham's backside. Immediately after, a flurry of toxic slashes rained down upon them. Sharp, sickening sounds, flesh split, and blood spattered. Pekums and Baron Tamago found themselves struck again, new gashes opening on their bodies. With the lingering effects of Randallie's torment, their wounds began to spread and fester at an alarming rate. Damn it, Harda, you bastard. If I'm going to die, I'll make sure to drag you down with me. With that, Baron Tamago charged furiously at Harda. But in the very next instant, a wave of weakness coursed through his legs. He, you're under my poison now. Be smart and stay put, Harda said, laughter dancing in his voice. The next moment, several more darts whistled through the air, striking Baron Tamago again. A rush of blood instantly stained his clothes. As agony shot through his body, Baron Tamago's eyes widened, round as saucers, stunned beyond belief. He never imagined that Harda would not only possess such fearsome powers, but would have honed his slashing skills to such a terrifying degree. Seeing the Baron's pitiful state, Peckums rushed to his aid. But he barely managed a few steps before another mushroom detonated underfoot. A thunderous explosion rocked the ground. This time, in his panicked haste, Peckums managed to set off several mushrooms in quick succession. A chain explosion erupted. Not just Peckums, the blast caught Baron Tamago as well. Their blood poured out uncontrollably, and, overwhelmed by the venom, their senses blurred and vision faded. Both were utterly dazed. These bombs, They'd stepped on quite a few by now. Yet even as they stepped onto them, they could never figure out why these bombs had completely evaded their observation haki. A trap that could not be sensed by observation haki. Even the mighty four emperors themselves would be hard-pressed to walk away unscathed from such a snare. That realization filled the two with ever-growing dread. Only now did they see just how reckless they had been. Their rage had so completely clouded their judgment that all they had in mind was to rip Haruta to pieces. But in doing so, they overlooked a grave problem. Once more, their gazes fell, unwavering, upon Haruta. What they failed to realize was that, for a moment, they had forgotten. The Whitebeard pirates of today were not the Whitebeard pirates of yesterday. So many division commanders had awakened terrifying new powers. It stood to reason that Haruta, too, could have gained formidable abilities. What unsettled them most was that Haruta seemed to have gained not just one ability, but a whole host of them. Poisons, invisibility, traps, bursts of speed. Each of these powers went far beyond anything the old Haruta had ever wielded. And yet, they clung to the mistake of treating Haruta as the same person he once was. They still saw him as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 12th Division, nothing more. That was their fatal error. But now, regret was useless, too late. Haruta circled them, assailing them relentlessly from all sides. Half-conscious, they felt life draining out of them with every passing moment, their blood spilling faster and faster. Before their eyes, Haruta's figure grew more and more indistinct. And just as they teetered on the brink of blackout, a measure of clarity dawned upon them regarding Haruta's secret. For, seeing they were spent, completely at the end of their strength, Haruta wasted no time. He grabbed a mushroom and tossed it at their feet without hesitation. A thunderous boom erupted. Explosions roared all around them. Mushroom after mushroom went off right under their feet. That all-too-familiar sensation surged back, blasted into the air one after another. Their eyes flew wide open, scarlet with shock and disbelief. Yes, in that instant, they saw it. The traps that had been tormenting them, the ones they tripped over earlier, they were all just mushrooms. Who would have thought mushrooms could be used as traps? Even more, these were invisible mushrooms. All because of these simple little mushrooms, they had been utterly humiliated, sent fleeing in utter panic. With bitterness, resentment, humiliation, and confusion, the two drifted helplessly in the air, feeling their blood slipping away, until at last their eyes drifted shut. Across the entire battlefield, the overwhelming strength of the Whitebeard Pirates commanders had already tipped the scales, turning the tide decisively in their favor. At this moment, in the middle of all the chaos, little Oars and Charlotte Daifuku of the Charlotte family were locked in an intense duel, hacking at each other with all their might. Each mighty clash echoed across the field with deafening crashes. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike resounding louder than the last. They exchanged blow after blow, dozens in rapid succession. All around little Oars, the pirates gathered in thick, jostling crowds, jeering and hurling their weapons at him with reckless abandon. As the attacks rained down upon him, little Oars merely sneered in disdain, unfazed by their feeble efforts. Meanwhile, Charlotte Daifuku narrowed his eyes in frustration. His genie, his most powerful weapon, was failing to drive back this mere little Oars. It seemed that, indeed, the Whitebeard pirates' fighting prowess had reached terrifying new heights. While Daifuku was still pondering this, little Oars suddenly leaped high into the air, sailing straight above the genie's onslaught and charging down at Daifuku himself. Of course, he understood the truth. The genie was nothing more than an extension of Daifuku's power. No matter how much damage the genie sustained, as long as Daifuku lived, it would persist undeterred. So, to defeat Daifuku, he had to break through the genie's defense and go for the source. Little Oars' colossal form blotted out the sky, casting an immense shadow that engulfed the ground beneath him. What? Charlotte Daifuku's eyes widened in shock at the sight. A look of utter disbelief spread across his face. He had never imagined that someone so massive could actually leap into the air. But before he could react, little Oars came crashing down upon him with unstoppable force. This kind of explosive power seems unreal, Daifuku stammered, swallowing hard and forcing a bitter smile. The truth was, little Oars' gigantic body gained its ferocious strength only through the power of special abilities. Otherwise, no mere flesh and blood could ever launch so tremendous a leap. The pirates who had been attacking little Oars, seeing their weapons miss their mark, stared up at his soaring form, their faces frozen in utter shock. Holy, are you kidding me? Little Oars just took flight. This is insane. With a body that size, how did he manage to get airborne? Yeah, that's unbelievable. Imagine how much force it would take to launch something that big. It's downright terrifying. How on earth did Little Oars pull that off? All around, the pirates stood with their mouths agape, staring blankly at Little Oars looming in the sky, utterly stunned. Naturally, Little Oars' massive size drew every eye at the scene. He was impossible to ignore. At that moment, both Kaido and Big Mom, who were already retreating under heavy pressure, caught sight of Little Oars soaring above them, shock carved deep into their faces. Kaido, look, that giant, if I recall right, he's from the race of demons, isn't he? Is that guy actually flying? Big Mom's eyes went wide with disbelief. A demon, flying in the air? Kaido, too, knew well what the demon tribe was. They were a race whose bodies dwarfed even the giants. If you said one of them could shatter an entire mountain with a single strike, he could well believe it. But if you claimed that a demon, with such a hulking form, could actually take to the sky, Kaido simply couldn't accept that. That enormous body, how could it possibly fly? Unable to contain his disbelief, Kaido raised his eyes skyward as well. Up above, Little Oars' colossal frame filled his entire field of vision. Kaido was left completely dumbfounded. This must be some kind of new power, right? He muttered, eyes wide, swallowing hard. The powers now revealed by the Whitebeard pirates were truly fearsome. First it was control of ice, then overwhelming blows, the force of lightning, then regeneration. And now, this new, astonishing ability, the power of incredible leaps. Kaido felt a headache coming on. He just couldn't understand what was happening with the Whitebeard pirates. One after another, each seemed more formidable than the last. Now, even an officer from the periphery had acquired such a monstrous power. Thinking it through, Kaido swallowed again. If things kept going like this, the fighting strength of the Whitebeard pirates would surely multiply several times over. If that happened, could his own alliance of emperors really guarantee victory in the end? The prospects seemed troubling. As this worry gnawed at his mind, Kaido grew ever more uneasy. High above, King the Wildfire, having just been kicked into the air by Marco, and now steadying himself, also caught sight of Little Oars' colossal figure in the sky. When King saw that gigantic, sky-darkening figure actually leaping among the clouds, even he was completely stunned. He never imagined Little Oars, so terrifyingly enormous, could leap to such a height. When in the world did he eat miracle pills? King's lips twitched as he struggled to process what he was seeing. No need to think about it. Just the sight of Little Oars alone, with that terrifying build, if he comes crashing down, any enemy beneath him is doomed beyond hope. On the ground, Queen the Plague caught sight of Little Oars up in the sky. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was left completely dumbfounded. That's the demon tribe. Demon tribe. How can beings with such huge bodies leap so high and far? How on earth do they do it? Queen stammered in disbelief. Marco had also noticed that towering figure looming overhead, blocking out the sun itself. He broke into a wide grin. Ha! You just don't get it, do you? Funny thing is, Vice Captain Wong Yu once explained this very trick to me. To use this move, you have to imagine you're made of rubber. Marco said, chuckling. Made of rubber? That, at least, seemed to offer a bit of an explanation. But, wait a minute. King and Queen suddenly realized something wasn't quite right here. What do you mean, imagine yourself as made of rubber? That's just absurd, isn't it? If you could truly become whatever you imagined, would we be lying here, beaten to a pulp, right now? What kind of teaching method is that? Marco, do you take us for fools? If everything was as simple as thinking it, would we be left in this sorry state? Queen snapped, wiping frost off his body and snarling in frustration. Marco couldn't help but laugh. Even he, hearing such a teaching method for the first time, would surely be skeptical. But reality spoke for itself. He knew that no matter how he explained it, Queen and the others would never believe him. So Marco let it be. Well, I've told you. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. With that, Marco let out a cry like a phoenix and lunged at King and Queen. Back on the battlefield, Jozu, Vista, and the others also took note of Little Oars' presence. Smiles played at the corners of their mouths as they struggled to contain their excitement. Little Oars. Haha, wow, you really nailed that move. I bet with a leap like that, you'll win over a ton of new fans. Vista laughed as he swung his blade, forcing Katakuri onto the defensive. Haha, you really stole the show this time, Little Oars. Wonder who the unlucky soul will be on the receiving end of that. Jozu quipped, his tone both wistful and teasing. Nearby, Cracker, Jack, and the others all turned their eyes skyward. One by one, eyes widened in shock, their faces awash with disbelief. Has the entire Whitebeard Pirates crew mutated together, or something? Jack the Drought's lips twitched as he spoke, his expression exaggerated and incredulous. With a body that massive, he actually leaped straight into the sky. Just how did Little Oars manage that? Cracker's face contorted in utter astonishment. On the battlefield, that enormous figure locked its sights directly onto Charlotte Daifuku, not letting him out of its grasp for a moment. Staring up at little oars soaring overhead, Daifuku's eyes went round as saucers, terror written all over his face. If that giant body lands on me, I'll be flattened, reduced to a literal meat pie. Gotta dodge. The urge to escape took over his instincts. But to his alarm, Daifuku realized that every possible escape route was already cut off. There was just no way out, absolutely none. This little oars, his sheer size was simply overwhelming. No matter where Daifuku thought of fleeing, Oars's immense body left nowhere to hide. As this realization hit, cold sweat beaded on Daifuku's forehead. This is bad. Am I really going to die here? I don't want to end up squished like a meat pie. Honestly, thinking about it, this is way too unlucky. The more Daifuku thought, the more it chilled him to the bone. Lamp Genie, Lamp Genie. His one last hope now rested only on his Lamp Genie. If the Lamp Genie returned soon, the two of them together might just stand a chance. As long as he stayed alive, the Lamp Genie wouldn't be in any real danger. Right now, there was no running away. Determined, Daifuku decided the only way forward was to have the Lamp Genie join him in facing this crisis. Sensing his master's need, the Lamp Genie appeared at once. Armament Haki coated its weapon as the genie materialized before Daifuku. Seeing the Lamp Genie by his side, Daifuku finally let out a long, shaky breath. Escape really wasn't an option. The only thing left is to take it head-on. Daifuku murmured grimly, his face set. The Lamp Genie understood immediately and, weapon at the ready, charged into battle alongside him. Daifuku didn't hesitate either. Armament Haki shrouded his fists as he hurled them skyward with all his might. Both knew this was their final chance. Each poured everything into this one moment. They moved with blinding speed. In a heartbeat, there was a thunderous explosion. With a deafening crash, the two collided headlong with little oars. However, in the very next moment, before they could muster their strength, their minds suddenly plunged into a heavy haze. Even the Lamp Demon lost grip of his long blade, letting it slip straight to the ground. What was happening here? Both of them wore expressions of astonishment and confusion, but there was simply no time to ponder. The next instant, the two completely lost consciousness. Immediately after, they were mercilessly crushed by little oars, who slammed them forcefully into the ground. A thunderous boom resounded. The colossal body of little oars naturally triggered an earth-shattering roar. The rumble echoed endlessly. The whole land began to tremble violently. Where little oars landed, trees were uprooted, their roots torn from the earth. An enormous crater opened up right there on the ground. And pitiful Charlotte Daifuku was trapped beneath that vast pit. His teeth were shattered all over, his jaw brutally dislocated, bones across his body splintered with abandon. Whether he lived or died was anyone's guess. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kiriel and Kingdu joined forces to form a tight unit. Without the slightest hesitation, they charged straight at the 30 or 40 ability users of the Big Mom Pirates. Kiriel's cannon, now enhanced with a biochemical barrage, had reached new heights of fierce firepower and range. Meanwhile, Kingdu had awakened his seismic smash. With each basic attack and chilling bite, he stacked layers of seismic smash. Upon reaching 4 stacks, his enemies would be stunned for a full second and a half. The two coordinated their moves seamlessly. Relying on his formidable physique, Kingdu spearheaded the assault. Cream Bomb, flame surged forth, sluggish sword curve, overbearing bow, and arrow, and more attacks rained down from the sky above, each more exotic than the last. After launching such a barrage, the members of the Charlotte family broke out into cold, confident laughter. This was the strength of the Charlotte family. Perhaps they lacked the very top combatants, but when it came to powerful ability users, they had them in droves. And what's more, the synergy of their combined attacks was impeccable. Go to hell, Whitebeard Pirates. Before the combined might of us Big Mom Charlottes, no one can withstand our onslaught. Just wait. Once we finish off you troublesome pests, we'll move on to deal with your so-called old man and rescue Mama. After unleashing such a barrage of attacks, the members of the Charlotte family each wore a look of triumph. Individually, any one of them might rank near the bottom when it comes to single combat in this new world. However, once their various abilities are combined, the resulting power is formidable. This is precisely why Big Mom had so many children. After all, there's strength in numbers. In the world of pirates, this rule certainly holds true. As he looked up at the countless attacks filling the sky and all locking onto him, Jingu Duo couldn't help but smile. If this had been before, facing such a rain of attacks would have surely spelled his end. But now, he had the benefit of guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu. It was Vice Captain Wang Yu who had taught him this very move. Impenetrable. Raise your shield in one direction, rendering the first attack from that direction ineffective. Not only that, it intercepts enemy projectiles, destroys them, and reduces the damage of anything that follows. Clearly, this was the perfect counter to an overwhelming onslaught like this. So, without hesitation, Jingu Duo silently recited the incantation he knew by heart. Sure enough, a massive shield materialized before him at his command. Seeing the shield Jingu Duo had conjured, Charlotte Opera, who stood on the opposing side, narrowed his eyes. What on earth is that? Could it be a new ability? I've heard that every member of the Whitebeard Pirates has some remarkable power, Charlotte Opera murmured with concern. Meanwhile, beside him, Charlotte Mondor wore a look of disdain. Jingu Duo? I actually know this guy. He's just the leader of the 11th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Nothing but a brainless brute, brother. You don't need to worry. Charlotte Mondor replied with a confident smile. Clearly, he hadn't given the burly, formidable Jingu Duo a second thought. Back on the battlefield, facing this hail of attacks, Jingu Duo didn't flinch or evade. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and raised a shield to the sky. A thunderous crash filled the air. One after another, the attacks smashed down upon his shield. A cascade of shattering, roaring sounds followed, echoing intensely through the sky. All around Jingu Duo, the ground itself trembled under the relentless and terrifying force of the attack. Chunks of earth shattered right before everyone's eyes, breaking apart with thunderous force. Cracks spread outward in all directions, splitting the ground ever further. At last, the force became impossible to contain, so overwhelming that the very ground surrounding them gave way and collapsed. With a deafening rumble, nearly 30 or 40 ability users unleashed their combined assault, a truly terrifying power. In that instant, the earth caved in, and billowing clouds of dust were hurled skyward. The entire battlefield was soon enveloped in a thick, gray haze. Dust drifted everywhere, blanketing the air so densely that it resembled a heavy fog. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Big Mom Pirates Charlotte family burst into wild laughter. He's just a lowly division commander, and yet he actually imagined he could stop us? To think he could withstand an attack from the entire Charlotte family corps. What delusions! The pirates heckled and jeered loudly, their smugness plain to see, their faces etched with undisguised satisfaction. Their confidence was not unfounded. After all, the Vengeance Corps had used this very move to lay waste to many formidable opponents. Among their fallen foes, there were even infamous pirates with bounties close to 1 billion. Anyone foolish enough to provoke the Big Mom Pirates was sure to face the fury of the Vengeance Corps. And thus far, no one had proven capable of enduring that wrath. So, when confronted by nothing more than a minor division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates, they were certain there was no way this Jingu Duo could survive their attack. "You're next, Kiriel," they shouted. "You'll die even more miserably than Jingu Duo, just watch." Charlotte Opera roared with laughter. Charlotte's siblings standing nearby joined in, all bursting into loud, boisterous laughter. This is the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates? What a joke! They're a bunch of weaklings. That's right, hopelessly weak. As a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, he couldn't even withstand our very first assault. Pathetic, really. Didn't expect it to be this easy. "You're next, Kiriel." The Charlotte siblings taunted, grinning broadly, their voices dripping with mockery and contempt. Yet at that moment, Kiriel simply smiled faintly. "Hey now, aren't you all celebrating a bit too early?" he teased. "Do you really believe we cannot withstand your attacks?" Kiriel replied with a scornful shake of his head. And then, the loose earth filling the great crater began to shift, as if something beneath was starting to stir. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned toward the past. No way. Could it be that Jingu Duo actually withstood their combined assault? Jingu Duo's strength was, at most, on par with a 300 million bounty pirate, and the attack they had launched together just now. Its force could rival that of one of the dreaded billion bounty pirates. Could Jingu Duo's defense really have soared to such heights in an instant? That was nearly impossible. Yes, that must be it. It had to be that guy Kiriel, putting up a smokescreen. As everyone grappled with their own thoughts, a tremendous crash tore through the silence. Jingu Duo, still inside the gaping crater, suddenly erupted upwards, bursting forth from the loosened earth with brute strength. His powerful frame shot into the sky, making him appear awe-inspiring, almost invincible. Confronted with this display, both the Big Mom Pirates and the Revenge Legion stood stunned, lost for words. Charlotte Opera's jaw dropped wide open. his face twisted in disbelief. How can this be? This is far too terrifying. He's taken our relentless, wave after wave attacks. No matter how strong you are, even if you survived, you'd at least be in tatters by now. But you bastard. You just walked out. Charlotte Opera's eyes nearly popped out his head in sheer shock. He was utterly dumbfounded. How could a mere division commander from the Whitebeard Pirates be this fierce? Completely unscathed. The other crew members were equally astounded. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief again and again. They simply couldn't understand. Was Jingu Duo truly this powerful? It must be the Whitebeard Pirates' science and technology. It has to be some kind of tech. Now, the members of the Revenge Legion seemed to realize something, caution flickering across each of their faces. They had witnessed the powers of Marco, Jozu, and the others with their own eyes. So maybe it was possible that Jingu Duo had gained some new ability as well. Damn it, even a mere squad leader from the Whitebeard Pirates has acquired new powers. The members of the Revenge Legion could hardly believe what they were seeing. By now, Jingu Duo had returned to everyone's line of sight. Looking straight at the Revenge Legion, whose faces were now clouded with fear, a faint, confident smile played at the corner of Jingu Duo's mouth. You lot. Now it's my turn to attack. In the very next instant, a frosty chill swept the battlefield without warning. All around, members of Big Mom's Revenge Legion were left at a complete loss. What's going on? Could it be that King Gudo has awakened an ability similar to Marco's? Since when did Admiral Kuzan's Devil Fruit ability become so commonplace? As everyone continued to speculate in bewilderment, King Gudo slowly descended from the sky, then crashed down hard onto the ground. A thunderous boom erupted. With that heavy strike, he sent all enemies in a straight line before and beside him flying through the air. In addition, a rift opened up along that line, slowing any adversaries caught within. A massive chasm of ice appeared right before everyone's eyes. The moment it split open, that enormous icy rift surged forward, barreling straight toward the ranks of the Vengeance Legion pirates. Witnessing this scene, the previously puzzled members of the Big Mom Pirates all widened their eyes in shock. What incredible power! What a glacier! Everyone be careful. Don't let that mountain of ice catch you. The pirates shouted warnings, their voices full of urgency. But the relentless glacier surged forward with unstoppable speed, crashing toward them like a tempest. The pirates had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, that overwhelming glacier, carrying a soul-chilling cold, swallowed the Vengeance Legion whole. A freezing wave swept over everything. The bitter cold descended instantly. Caught in its midst, members of the Vengeance Legion froze, their faces etched with utter disbelief and terror. King Gudo, how on earth does he possess the power of the glacier too? This is terrifying. If you're struck by a rift like that, there's no way you'll survive. The Whitebeard Pirates, they're far too frightening. All around, the pirates stood rooted to the spot, trembling as horror flickered in their eyes. Escape. There's absolutely no way to run. After all, the glacier King Gudo unleashed was far too vast. There was simply no space to dodge or hide. So at this very moment, they had no choice but to brace themselves and endure it head-on. There was no other way. Another deafening crash. In less than a heartbeat, the frigid wave was right before their eyes. No chance to evade. None at all. In an instant, all of them were caught completely within its icy embrace. A resonant hum seemed to fill the air. And in the next moment, everyone's mind went blank. How strange. Why does my head feel numb and muddled? Confusion spread across every pirate's face, each of them utterly bewildered. Immediately after, one by one, those people's eyes rolled back, their faces twisted into indescribable expressions, and in the very next moment, they all fell unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the pirates standing nearby were utterly stunned. This is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. That powerful glacial storm, did it really swallow them up in just a split second? And look, Charlotte Opera, Lord Charlotte Moscato, and it seems everyone else as well. At this very moment, they've all fainted. The pirates clustered at the side spoke in complete shock. Seeing such a spectacle, the corner of King Gudo's mouth curled into a slight smile, and then he turned his gaze to Kiriel, who was standing just behind him. Kiriel, it's your turn now, King Gudo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kiriel immediately activated his biochemical barrage. Biochemical barrage grants tremendous percentage-based magic damage as well as incredible attack range. Rows upon rows of cannons instantly launched their salvos from their barrels. A thunderous rumble echoed out, and again, the air vibrated with a rolling roar. In an instant, the sky was densely packed with Kiriel's artillery shells, blotting everything out with a relentless barrage. Anyone watching couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle at the sheer intensity. Nearby, Aizu, who was still engaged in the fighting, caught sight of this overwhelming scene. A look of envy flickered across his face. He couldn't help but admit this kind of firepower was truly something fierce. "Hey, Kirill, brother, if you're going to show off, how about you let me in on it too?" Aizu said with a broad grin. In the next instant, Aizu aimed his own gun skyward. Cannonade curtain, a new volley thundered forth. And again, the crackle and boom filled the air. The sky above was now peppered with so many shells, it looked like a vast display of fireworks being unleashed all at once, blasting straight for the heads of the Charlotte family's vengeful legion below. At that moment, the Charlotte Avengers were completely incapacitated, all knocked out cold by the mighty shock delivered by the Kanuto brothers. This had presented a perfect opportunity to unleash his ultimate move without restraint. Aizu's barrage, combined with Kirill's artillery assault, set the entire sky ablaze with fire and fury. Anyone who didn't know might have thought another Emperor's crew had arrived, unleashing their full firepower upon the battlefield. Watching a scene like this, the surrounding pirates felt another wave of awe crash over them. Every single one of them, faced with such a sight, was left utterly dumbfounded and rooted to the spot. One after another, they felt a tingling sensation creep over their scalps, and even their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Staring overhead at the shower of firebursts, each of their lips quivered with fear. No way, this kind of firepower. If I hadn't seen it myself, who would believe it comes from just two captains of the Whitebeard pirates? It's terrifying. Aizu and Kirill of the Whitebeard pirates. The two of them together could match an entire army in firepower, couldn't they? With such overwhelming force, if you get caught in it, you'll be wiped out on the spot. The crew members could barely contain their shock as they spoke. A tremendous roar thundered forth, the power crashing down upon the ground where the Charlotte family had gathered earlier. Just moments ago, they'd felt their bodies frozen, unable to move a muscle. Now, as they watched the sky fill with blazing fire bursts, they were all completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Why are there so many shells falling from the sky? Charlotte Opera exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Exactly, with such a barrage, even if you survived, you'd shed a layer of skin. Charlotte Moscato spoke in a trembling voice, deep fear quaking in his words. The other members of the Charlotte family wore similar expressions, each one gripped by terror. No matter how they thought about it, none of them could have imagined this fate. They had just barely awakened, only to find themselves caught in another horrifying assault. The terrifying blaze reflected in their eyes, and all of them shuddered uncontrollably. There was no hesitation. Run. That was the only thing on their minds. It was their only way out. But no sooner had they started to flee than they realized, to their horror, that their legs felt impossibly heavy. There was no other reason. After Gangud's power had shattered the ground with immense glacial cracks, a heavy slowing effect remained. Charlotte Opera and the others looked down at their feet and were utterly stunned. Beneath them, ice and frost still clung tightly. This is bad. Really bad. Despair carved itself into their expressions. Just moments ago, they'd only been unconscious for a short while. How had they woken into such a hopeless scene? Standing their ground was impossible. They couldn't withstand this onslaught. Yet running was just as futile. They couldn't escape. All that was left for them was the deepest despair. Above, a barrage of fireballs poured down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the whole ground was ablaze with splinters of fire. The entire land at that very moment was transformed into a sea of fire. At the same time, the members of the Charlotte family were plunged into the deepest depths of despair, one after another. Yet even as thoughts of escape flickered across their minds, there was no possible way for them to flee. In the end, a barrage of blazing firebombs rained down directly onto their bodies. Thunderous explosions echoed and rumbled. The ground itself was torn apart by the fierce blasts, leaving nothing but scorched earth in their wake. Those Charlotte family members caught on the surface were utterly consumed by despair. Every expression on their faces was a portrait of hopelessness. The thunderous roar of explosions erupted upon their bodies, and each of them was engulfed in surging flames of every possible hue. Under the assault of fire, agonized cries and wails tore from their throats. It hurts so much. What is this? How could ordinary cannons possibly inflict such terrifying pain on me? But before any of them could even finish their screams, the relentless blaze swept over them, erasing every trace of their existence, leaving behind nothing but silence. This was the combined attack of Aizu, Kirill, and King Gudo. King Gudo was the first to rush in, absorbing most of the damage and stunning their enemies, while Kirill, positioned at the rear, unleashed a torrent of firepower without restraint. and Aizo's role was to amplify the flames, finishing off anyone who was left standing. Witnessing the utter devastation before them, Kiriel curled his lip in mock annoyance. Aizo, you bastard. All those kills ended up going to you. Kiriel grumbled, none too pleased. Aizo scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. Haha, come on, brother Kiriel, don't take it to heart. Next time, when we're up against the Navy, I'll let you have all the glory, I promise. Aizo laughed heartily as he spoke. In truth, this coordinated assault from the three of them had been exactly what Wang Yu had intended. Hearing Aizo's reply, Kiriel finally relaxed a little. I'll remember that, brother Aizo. But next time, if you steal my kills again, don't blame me for not being polite, Kiriel said, feigning annoyance, though there was a playful glint in his eye. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Correo was busy activating his clown template again and again. One terrifying jack-in-the-box after another appeared behind him, and using his invisibility, he slipped quietly behind Hold'em of the Beast Pirates for a sudden backstab. A slick, wet sound. Blood spurted from Hold'em's body. Hold'em felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his back. He turned around, and there stood Creo, right behind him. Creo, you bastard! How dare you ambush me? Hold'em was beside himself with rage. In the next instant, a sickly sweetness filled his mouth. A mouthful of blood spilled out from between his lips. That's not an ambush, Creo retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. That, my friend, is a proper backstab. At the same time, he clad his fist in armament hockey, as taught by Wang Yu, letting his power well up. Against an enemy's unguarded back, he could unleash tremendous damage. With his strength amplified, Creo struck out at Hold'em without hesitation. Bam! His fist crashed hard into Hold'em's cheek, and under the sheer force of the blow, Hold'em's face was instantly misshapen. The sound of teeth scattering across the floor was unmistakable. It was an instant knockout. Having finished, Creo showed not a trace of pride. He gazed with disdain at Hold'em, who lay sprawled on the ground. Honestly, serves me right for being slow. All the really worthy opponents have already been taken. There's no fun in fighting the likes of Hold'em, Creo said, shaking his head. As Creo stood there, a picture of resignation, the Beast Pirates' brutes nearby seemed to finally notice him. Huge strides thundered in his direction as they charged straight at Creo. The ground trembled violently with every step. Creo raised an eyebrow. 1, 2, 10 in total. There were no fewer than 10 brutes, each wielding enormous weapons of every kind, blades, spears, staves, and more. They came crashing toward Creo with overwhelming force. At the sight, Creo's lips tugged into a faint smile at last. Brutes, huh? Well, perhaps I can rack up a few battle achievements here. With not the slightest hint of worry, Creo continued to stroll forward at a leisurely pace. The gigantic brutes caught sight of his casual demeanor and broke into mocking grins. Oomph. After all this commotion, that's all the Whitebeard Pirates Division captain amounts to? Even as they sneered, their colossal attacks were already barreling down upon him. Mighty spike clubs and other weapons closed in rapidly on Creo's head. However, just as they were about to reach Creo's head, all the brutal warlords suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. In that instant, their weapons slipped from their hands completely. With tremendous crashes, the weapons landed on the ground, carving out gaping pits where they fell. Their faces were etched with terror, and shock filled their eyes. What's going on? Why can't I control my arms? Yes, it's as if my body no longer belongs to me. The only thing I can feel is a fear that comes from the very depths of my soul. The warlords exchanged startled words, their voices filled with disbelief. Just as they struggled with their confusion, the very magic box that had inspired such dread in them before suddenly sprang open once more. What appeared before their eyes was the mask of a clown. The warlords, previously paralyzed by fear, had their gazes drawn back to the clown box. This time, curiosity replaced some of their panic. Damn it, is this the thing that frightened us so much? Go to hell. They tried to snatch up their weapons and strike back at Creo, desperate to regain the upper hand. Yet the next moment, volleys of attacks burst forth from each of the clown boxes, showering down on them before they could react. There was no time to defend themselves. The barrage overwhelmed them in an instant, engulfing every single one of the brutal warlords. Under the terrifying onslaught, they crashed to the ground one after another. A series of deafening explosions shook the earth, sending great clouds of dust billowing skyward as 10 warlords fell, unable to rise again. Since it seemed impossible to find a truly formidable opponent, Creo thought, then I'll simply sweep away these underlings of the Twin Emperor's alliance to the best of my abilities. His lips curled into a cryptic smile. In the next moment, Creo vanished without a trace, and whole rows of demon boxes, invisible in the confusion, were swiftly deployed behind enemy lines. As the pirates of the Twin Emperors Alliance fought on with ferocity, they suddenly found their paths blocked by a series of strange boxes. Accompanied by sly, devilish laughter, these pirates recoiled in alarm. Damn, what the hell are these things? Could this be someone's stupid prank? Full of curiosity, several members of the Twin Emperors Alliance edged closer. But terror struck swiftly. A dreadful force roared to life. One by one, the pirates found themselves completely powerless to control their own bodies. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and with that trembling came a deep, soul-stirring fear from the depths of their hearts. Pirates, one after another, stood frozen with their mouths wide open, the look of utter despair plain on their faces. Why am I feeling such overwhelming terror? What kind of strange power is this? No way. Can it be Conqueror's Haki? Why does this sensation feel exactly like Conqueror's Haki? A number of pirates exclaimed in shock, unable to hide their astonishment. Their eyes were wide and round, and after hearing their companions' words, not a single one of them doubted it for a moment. This must be Conqueror's Haki, a force that robs them of control over their own bodies, sending shivers through their entire being. And more terrifying still, that bone-deep, soul-crushing fear. If this isn't Conqueror's Haki, then what is it? As everyone struggled to process what was happening, they soon found themselves unable to withstand such terrifying power. One after another, they collapsed, but just before hitting the ground, they caught a glimpse of an astonishing sight. The box bearing the clown's face was right there, smiling at them, while that chilling presence of Conqueror's Haki was pouring out from it. Seeing this, everyone was dumbstruck on the spot. Some were so horrified that it felt like their scalps were prickling with numbness. A mere box, possessing the aura that only the world's most powerful warriors can awaken? The legendary Conqueror's Haki. It sounded far too unbelievable to be true. In that moment, their entire worldview shattered into pieces. Without sparing so much as a glance at these enemies who had just succumbed to his magic box, Clayer continued his advance, while more and more pirates fell prey to the box's mysterious terror. Pirates toppled in droves. Looking at their faces as they hit the ground, one could see just how terrified they'd been, how utterly consumed by despair. On the battlefield, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates joined their strength together. After defeating their opponents, they launched an all-out assault on the so-called army of 100,000 from the Alliance of Emperors. It had been less than 30 minutes since the battle began, yet victory was already tilting decisively to one side. Across the battlefield, the anguished cries of the beast pirates rang out from time to time. Some members of the Alliance of Emperors had even begun to feel the urge to flee. Throughout the battlefield, the morale of the Alliance was plummeting. This is terrifying. How can the Whitebeard pirates be this powerful? Every single captain's strength far exceeds anything I imagined. This is beyond frightening. With monsters like these as our enemies, there's only one thing left to do. Run. Run for your life. At this moment, Kaido of the Beasts, high above the battlefield, witnessed the scene unfolding below. Veins bulged across his forehead in a surge of anger. Damn it, trying to run away? Kaido narrowed his eyes, his voice seething with rage. In the next instant, a torrent of scorching heat burst forth from his dragon's maw. The searing blast swept across the battlefield, instantly igniting all the pirates who had dared to attempt escape. Agonized screams cut through the chaos as the fleeing pirates were engulfed by flames. Big Mom, seeing the members of her own crew turning to flee, flew into a fury herself. Her eyes widened, blazing with an infernal fire. "You spineless cowards! Godi!" Big Mom roared, her voice shaking the air. Without hesitation, she unleashed the power of her soul. Strange, spectral lights flared from her soul focus. In the blink of an eye, the running pirates collapsed to the ground, terror etched on their faces, eyes crimson with fear. Watching it all unfold, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, a mocking glint in his gaze. "Linlin and Kaido, the two of you, still so heartless, as always." Whitebeard bellowed, his voice echoing across the field. But the two showed no sign they cared for Whitebeard's accusation. In this world of pirates, power is everything. Who needs loyalty? The very next moment, without a shred of hesitation, they unleashed Hawkeye once more, the devastating attack crashing toward Whitebeard. Though distracted, Whitebeard steeled himself as the twin assault struck. "Damn it, just a couple of brats. If you think you can defeat me, the world's strongest man, you're dreaming." Whitebeard roared defiantly. Ignoring the pain from his wounds, he tightened his grip on his massive blade, and with a powerful swing, an overwhelming force surged forth, and Kaido and Big Mom's bodies were pulled back toward Whitebeard, powerless to resist. Whitebeard raised his blade high. A deafening explosion échoued. Once again, the world seemed to spin, The devastating power sent Kaido and Big Mom reeling, blood gushing from their mouths. Whitebeard, you wretched old man. After unleashing that mighty blow, blood poured anew from Whitebeard's wounds. Yet in his unwavering gaze, both Kaido and Big Mom now seemed to be covered in countless droplets of crimson. A powerful voice thundered in Whitebeard's mind. Strike them down. Without hesitation, Whitebeard seized his weapon, leapt into the air, and brought it crashing down upon his adversaries with all his might. Buzz! Buzz! In this very moment, Whitebeard's presence surged with epic power. His overwhelming battle spirit spiraled ever upward, radiating from his body with unstoppable force. Even though Whitebeard himself hadn't unleashed his conqueror's haki, his immense aura was enough to set the world around him into turmoil. Under the weight of his terrifying battle spirit, every cloud in the sky was blown away, scattering into nothingness. The earth itself couldn't help but tremble, and all around, mighty waves rose from the sea, vast enough to blanket the entire sky. Thunder rumbled. Lightning crashed. Within this tremendous sense of battle, the sky was set ablaze with lightning. Streaks of electricity struck down again and again from above. Confronted by such a fearsome scene, warriors on the battlefield were left utterly stunned, frozen in shock. Katakuri and King, the right-hand men of two emperor crews, couldn't help but turn their eyes, and even these notorious pirates, famed throughout the New World, now found their voices trembling in fear. Is this the terrifying strike of the world's strongest man? This is almost too powerful to comprehend. I can't even tell if this is real or not. Up in the sky, King the Wildfire muttered in disbelief. Whitebeard's strength had already gone far beyond what anyone thought possible. Meanwhile, Marco wore a look of absolute certainty. To him, this was only natural. His old man, Whitebeard, was always the world's strongest. And now, having received direct guidance from Vice Captain Wang Yu, of course his father would be even more formidable. That he could unleash such world-changing power was no surprise at all. At this moment, Katakuri, still locked in battle with Jozu, was completely stunned. The ground beneath his feet shuddered relentlessly. Gales whipped across his face, stinging his skin, and he simply couldn't believe that Whitebeard's strength could reach such wild extremes. Just the force of Whitebeard's spirit alone wreaked havoc on the land, far and wide. Whitebeard, is this some hidden power he's been concealing all along? Or has he tapped into some even more fearsome technology to gain such fearsome strength? Katakuri narrowed his eyes in shock, his mind racing. But the more he thought about it, the more he leaned toward the latter explanation. After all, Whitebeard might be known as the world's strongest man, but everyone knew he struggled with illness. Even after secluded medical treatment, returning to the peak of his prior power should have been nearly impossible. At this moment, an unimaginably terrifying power erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth in its wake. The sheer might on display was almost beyond belief. No doubt, Whitebeard was incredibly strong. Of that, he was certain, but not to this extent. There had to be another explanation. It was the so-called power of technology. With that thought, Katakuri couldn't help but swallow hard, his face filled with utter shock. So this is the technological power of the Whitebeard pirates. It's absolutely monstrous. With strength like this, I doubt there's anyone in this world who could easily stand in their way, Katakuri exclaimed, amazement shining in his eyes. Meanwhile, Jozu, who was fighting nearby, also sensed the terrifying fighting spirit radiating from their old man, Whitebeard. Instantly, he broke into a wide grin and let out a hearty laugh. Now this is what our old man's power is all about. Let's finish off Kaido and Big Mom right here. And you as well, Katakuri, Cracker, prepare for defeat. In the next moment, Jozu unleashed the full force of his granite body, charging straight at the two of them. As Whitebeard's fierce, fighting spirit swept over the battlefield, everything was thrown into chaos once again. The pirates of the Alliance of the Two Emperors gazed up at the sky with wide-eyed shock, frozen in place by what they saw. A flood of fear washed over them, chilling every heart. So this is Whitebeard, the strength of the man called the world's strongest? It's terrifying. What do we do? What do we do? Even teaming up with two pirate crews under the Yonko, I just feel like we still don't stand a chance against Whitebeard, pirate after pirate muttered, trembling uncontrollably. It was plain to see that, in this moment, despair was pushing them to the edge. At first, they had thought they could use the combined force and infamy of two Yonko crews to encircle and crush the Whitebeard pirates. But never had they imagined that, even with their entire forces assembled, they couldn't gain the upper hand. The realization crushed any hope they had, plunging them into utter despair. But while some were drowning in fear, others were rejoicing. The Whitebeard pirates, emboldened by the overwhelming presence of their captain, were swept up in excitement, their faces glowing with fervor. Huh, the old man really is a force of nature. We absolutely cannot bring shame to our old man. In the next heartbeat, the pirates raised their voices in a thunderous rally cry, their morale soaring as they hurled themselves at the enemy. With Whitebeard's crew burning with unyielding spirit, the alliance of the two emperors finally broke. Across the entire battlefield, the tide turned completely. The great counterattack had begun. Under the direction of Kaido and Big Mom themselves, what began as an invasion war had now been forcibly turned into a battle for defense. Pirates of the alliance between the two emperors were fleeing in defeat, their only thought to escape. Armor cast aside, panic in their eyes. Watching the unfolding chaos across the battlefield, Whitebeard broke into a deeply satisfied smile. From the very beginning, a mysterious force had been guiding me, compelling me to unleash this strike. Looking back now, the strength of that blow was truly extraordinary. Perhaps this is what that young Wang Yu meant when he told me. Just fight with all you have. Indeed, the terrifying power is now under my command. Only in the midst of battle can I truly feel the raging force stirring within me. Without wasting another moment, Whitebeard summoned his might and swung his supreme blade toward Big Mom with even greater ferocity. Upon witnessing such a terrifying slash, Big Mom's eyes widened, her face etched with disbelief. She simply couldn't understand. How could Whitebeard's strength have grown so much in just a moment? A twitch ran across the corner of Big Mom's mouth. In the next instant, she drew Napoleon and countered Whitebeard's Song Yun Xia with all her might. An earth-shattering boom cascaded through the battlefield. Crackling energy surged. Violent shockwaves rippled furiously in every direction. The terrifying force swept across the land, and even the earth itself split open, jagged cracks appearing under the crushing pressure. Feeling the dreadful might pressing on them, pirates all around gasped desperately for air, their faces filled with dread. So this is the clash between emperors? I have to admit, it's beyond terrifying. Even the aftershocks alone are more than we can withstand. What are you standing here for? Get out now. Pirates nearby shouted in sheer terror. In the next instant, gripped by fear, many pirates clutched their heads and scattered in all directions. Though how could they possibly outrun the devastating waves of force? In an instant, those nearby, caught in the unstoppable shockwave, were struck down, writhing on the ground, unable to move. Whitebeard, Big Mom! Whitebeard and Big Mom roared, both unleashing the full extent of their most powerful attacks. With a thunderous eruption, a force even more terrifying exploded forth at the very heart of their collision. And at that precise moment, Whitebeard's Noxian guillotine was triggered without hesitation. Boom! A strike 10 times deadlier than anything Big Mom had ever suffered was unleashed by Whitebeard in that instant. Fueled by this overwhelming power, the battle spirit within Whitebeard soared to unprecedented heights. Not even at the very peak of his prime had Whitebeard inflicted such terrifying damage. Sensing the sheer ferocity radiating from Whitebeard, Kaido, who stood nearby, let a look of pure horror cross his face. At this moment, there was simply no time left for him to rescue Big Mom. Run, hurry! This blow, you can't withstand it. Kaido roared at the top of his lungs. Big Mom's eyes widened in shock at his words, clearly taken aback. But in the next heartbeat, that monstrous force was already upon her. With a shattering impact, Big Mom's Napoleon was sent flying by Whitebeard. The mighty blade came crashing down onto Big Mom herself. Even with her infamous iron balloon toughness, the brutal force of the strike was utterly overwhelming. There was no way she could endure it. A ghastly wound appeared across her body, slicing from her shoulder all the way down to her waist. In that moment, blood erupted from the wound in a gruesome torrent, the entire gash a shocking and dreadful sight. Big Mom stared wide-eyed, looking at the gash on her body in utter disbelief, completely stunned. Who was she? She was supposed to be even more resilient than Kaido, the creature famed as the world's strongest. Unlike Kaido, who had only gained his monstrous defenses after eating the fish fruit, her power was innate, present from birth. Her reign as an emperor of the sea hadn't relied on her devil fruit abilities, but on her terrifying natural talent. Her physical resilience, above all, was unmatched. And yet, now, her body had been broken by Whitebeard to this extent. In the next instant, blood spurted violently from her mouth. Big Mom's terror-stricken eyes grew even wider. It wasn't just her exterior. Even her internal organs had suffered horrific damage. This strike from Whitebeard hadn't just shattered her defenses. More terrifyingly, it had inflicted true damage even upon her insides. That was truly frightening. Lin Lin, are you all right? Kaido, nearly losing control from shock, hurried to ask. Though he bore the title of the world's strongest creature, famous for his undying body, much of his power came from the massive recovery ability and immense life force granted by Zoan-type powers. When it comes to endurance, he had always considered himself no match for Big Mom. But now, seeing Big Mom reduced to such a state by a single blow from Whitebeard, it became clear that Whitebeard could gravely wound him just as easily. That's why Kaido, utterly stunned, anxiously asked about Big Mom's condition. Kaido, Big Mom's lips turned pale as she struggled to speak, her voice trembling. Yet she managed only half a sentence before a surge of blood burst from her mouth in a torrent. A sickening, wet splatter filled the air. Thick blood gushed out, cascading before her like a crimson stream. The whole scene turned eerily gruesome. Her vision, too, grew steadily blurrier as the world in front of her faded away. A heavy, resounding crash echoed as Big Mom toppled forward, collapsing and falling unconscious with immense force. She didn't even have time to respond to Kaido's question. Whitebeard was dumbfounded. Was his attack really that powerful? Even at his peak, he had considered it nearly impossible to defeat Big Mom with a single blow. Yet now here he was, having knocked out Big Mom in just one strike. He stared at his own hands in utter shock, eyes wide in disbelief. Kaido, standing to the side, looked on, his eyes bulging in astonishment. He had thought Big Mom was simply gravely injured, but now it was clear. Whitebeard had taken her down instantly. When did Whitebeard become so terrifying? The entire battlefield fell silent in an instant. At that moment, King, fighting high above in the sky, noticed something was amiss on Whitebeard's side, and was left completely dumbstruck. Queen, look! Big Mom seems to have been taken down. From his vantage point in the sky, King was the first to witness Big Mom's defeat, his panoramic view granting him a front-row seat to the spectacle. On hearing King's words, Queen's face twisted in disbelief. Big Mom and his own boss, Kaido, belonged to the same sort of legend. Both had claimed their places among the four emperors thanks to their unrivaled defenses. But now, Big Mom had been taken out? If someone told him she had been beaten bloody, he'd have believed it. But to say that Big Mom, the so-called Iron Balloon among the emperors, had actually been defeated, he couldn't accept it, not even at gunpoint. Still, after King's exclamation, Queen couldn't help but look over toward Kaido and Big Mom. The moment he saw, he froze, utterly stunned, his words coming out in an unsteady stammer. It's true. It's really true. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What kind of attack did Whitebeard use to actually break through Big Mom's steel-like body? Quinn's jaw dropped, the corners of his mouth twitching in shock. High above in the sky, Marco also took notice of the situation unfolding on Whitebeard's side. A faint smile crept onto his lips before he could help himself. That, my friends, is what's called true damage. Back when Wang Yu was mentoring Whitebeard, Marco had been listening intently from the sidelines. Huh? Upon hearing Marco's words, both King and Quinn were left utterly bewildered. They had fought Marco quite a few times and had heard him explain a good number of strange terms: stun, critical hit, slow. But this true damage was something new to them. True damage, they repeated confused. From the phrase alone, they could roughly guess that this kind of damage might ignore the enemy's defenses and strike directly from within. If that were really the case, then this true damage would be a natural counter against Kaido as well. The thought unsettled both of them, worry flickering in their eyes. Marco couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle at their anxious expressions. There's no need to worry so much about your boss, Kaido. Honestly, you two should be far more concerned about yourselves. After all, you're likely to be knocked down by me long before your mighty Kaido falls. Marco's tone was calm, but the frost gathering around his feet grew even denser, filling the air with an ever-chilling power. Feeling the terrifying cold radiating from Marco, both men's faces changed drastically once again. He was right. At this very moment, they really didn't have a moment to spare for concerns about their boss. The Marco before them was proving to be an exceedingly difficult foe. Consider this your warning. This time, I'm playing for keeps. I won't be holding back any longer. After all, our captain has already broken through his limits. If I, his son, don't do the same, I'll only be dragging him down, Marco said with a playful grin. The next instant, a biting cold swept across the sky. King and Quinn both blanched in alarm. Was Marco about to unleash a barrage of freezing hail? But what happened next caught them completely off guard. A colossal iceberg materialized high above in the sky. Wait, what? Shouldn't Marco be attacking right now? Why was he summoning an iceberg instead? King and Quinn exchanged confused, baffled looks. Was he seriously planning to simply crush them beneath this giant mountain? If that was Marco's plan, then he was being way too naive. A massive iceberg came crashing down, but in the very next moment, King simply gave his wings a single, lightning-fast flap and evaded the falling ice with the speed of a thunderbolt. Queen, too, had transformed into his Brachiosaurus form and was charging ahead at full speed. The enormous iceberg still failed to hit them. Both of them wore looks of utter bewilderment. At a critical moment like this, summoning an iceberg, what purpose could that possibly serve? Marco, you really underestimate us. Did you truly think you could pin us down with nothing but your giant iceberg? The pair said through narrowed eyes after deftly dodging the icy attack. Yet Marco continued to wear a subtle, knowing smile at the corner of his lips. And in that instant, a storm broke out, fierce and sudden. Blasts of cold rushed in, and as Jean and Queen felt the chill, a sheet of cold sweat broke out across their backs. To their shock, their nearest escape route was now blocked. It was only at this moment that the two of them finally realized just how dire the situation had become. Damn you, Marco. From the very beginning, your ice wall wasn't meant for attacking or defending, was it? King cried out in alarm, his expression stricken. That's right, Marco's ice wall. It's actually meant to restrict our movements. Queen shouted, equally stunned. Neither of them had imagined that an ice wall could be used in such a way. Now, their only hope lay in escaping the area of this deadly hailstorm as quickly as possible. But as the bone-chilling cold seeped in, frost began to form in layers across their bodies. Wasting no time, they both unleashed their devil fruit powers, sprinting with all they had. This time, however, it was clear that Marco had no intention of letting them get away. A sudden blast of frost lunged straight for Queen. Still in his Brachiosaurus form near the ice wall, Queen paled as Marco unleashed a relentless series of attacks. He tried, pounding the ground furiously, desperate to pick up speed, but the assault of hail made it impossible. His movements were sluggish, weighed down by the biting storm. A blast of icy brilliance hurled itself at him, crashing down with terrifying force. Queen's eyes went wide in fear. This was bad. The escape route had already been sealed by the ice wall, and there was absolutely no way to dodge that glittering, deadly attack. His only option now was to somehow break through the ice wall. In a fit of desperation, Queen unleashed the full power of his mechanical arm. A barrage of bombs and flames rained down desperately against the ice wall. Thunderous explosions rattled the air. A staccato of impacts echoed, relentless and sharp. The hailstorm of bullets bit into the ice. Under this overwhelming barrage, even the very air nearby grew searing and tense. However, something happened that Quinn never expected, even though he'd cranked his firepower up to its absolute maximum. Yet the terrifying wall of ice before him remained utterly untouched. Not a single breach, not a hint of a crack. Despite unleashing all that fire, not even a single shard of ice had melted. Now, Quinn was utterly shaken to the core. What on earth was this ice wall made of? Sea prism stone, perhaps? But even if it were sea prism stone, could it possibly be this unbreakable? Quinn stood frozen, a chill suddenly creeping down his spine. Beads of sweat as large as beans broke out on his forehead, only to be instantly frozen into beads of ice. He tried to lift his legs, but they were already encased in layer upon layer of ice from standing still and focusing all his attacks on the ice wall before him. And now, if he wanted to run, it was far too late. Damn it, is this the end for me? King, come save me, Quinn shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice raw with desperation. King's face twisted into a look of pure frustration. He'd narrowly avoided Marco's glacial radiance, but this idiot Quinn had managed to get himself well and truly trapped. Help him or not? King deliberated for just a second before his mind was made up. As much as he hated the thought, he had to admit there was no choice. He couldn't just abandon Quinn. With the two of them working together, they could just barely hold off Marco's relentless assault. But if Quinn was eliminated, could he hope to stand against Marco alone? That was almost laughable. And so, in the next instant, King unfurled his wings and swooped through the sky, circling around to land directly in front of Quinn. His enormous black wings stretched wide. "Royal dual blades," he roared. As King let out his battle cry, torrents of fire erupted from his wings. Waves of flame surged forth, heading straight for Marco's glacial radiance, slamming into the wall of ice. Watching King's desperate moves, Marco couldn't help but sneer with scorn. This was his glacial radiance. Even Kaido himself couldn't break through an attack like this. King, you really think a few blasts of flame are enough to unravel one of my greatest skills? That's pure delusion. Nothing but the wildest fantasy. In the very next moment, Marco beat his wings and soared straight at King in counterattack. As for King's onslaught, just as Marco had anticipated. The terrifying slashes of flame struck the wall of ice, and were instantly swallowed up, turning to blocks of ice themselves and crashing uselessly to the ground below. Seeing his attacks rendered completely useless, Jin's face fell into utter despair. Why was this happening? Through countless battles, he had gradually come to realize something. These captains were not merely powerful because of their formidable abilities. More crucially, the powers they possessed seemed to be imbued with some mysterious law. It was as if certain things simply existed beyond anyone's control, an immutable force. No matter how powerful your attacks, you couldn't touch them. Take that iceberg Marco summoned, or the strange, chilling frost he unleashed. These things couldn't be broken, no matter what. The thought sent a shiver crawling up Jin's spine. Meanwhile, as Quinn saw every one of Jin's attacks fail, his eyes bulged wide. Jin, you useless feather brain. You can't be this weak, can you? What now? With my movement slowed down like this, I can't dodge at all, Quinn shouted desperately. Jin could only respond with resignation to Quinn's howls of frustration. He truly had done all he could. In that instant, as Quinn's shouts echoed, a terrifying icy brilliance flashed. It struck Quinn's body with tremendous force. Layer after layer of cold clung to him, spreading in the blink of an eye. Soon, Quinn's massive body was completely entombed. The next moment, Quinn's cries came to a sudden, absolute halt. He was frozen in mid-charge, still in his rampaging armadillo form, but now transformed into an ice sculpture. The frigid chill radiated fiercely all around, seeping into the very air. Just before he was frozen, Quinn's posture and face were twisted in fear, confusion, and utter shock. He likely never dreamed, not even to the moment of his death, that Marco's simple display of ice manipulation would be this unstoppable, that it would be even more terrifying than the frozen power of Admiral Akiji himself. There was simply no breaking free. The pirates, crowding the perimeter, witnessing the whole incredible spectacle, were stupefied. Their eyes widened in disbelief, expressions frozen in sheer astonishment. That was one of the top 3 all-stars of the Beast Pirates, a monstrous brute, and yet he had been transformed into an ice statue in a single instant by just a sliver of frost? How terrifying could Marco possibly be? And it didn't stop with Marco. Even on the battlefield, Big Mom herself had been taken down in one fell strike by Whitebeard. Pirates of the newly allied emperors looked at each other in growing dread, unable to stop themselves from wondering, what kind of miraculous, otherworldly power had the Whitebeard pirates acquired? Such terrifying technology. Even if it came from the Navy headquarters, from that so-called world's greatest scientist, Vegapunk, it still wouldn't be possible, would it? But how on earth did the Whitebeard pirates come to possess so much dreadful technology? This is an utter mystery. Some people have even begun to suspect that the Whitebeard pirates must have traveled thousands of years into the future to acquire such fearsome technological power. In less than 30 minutes since the battle began, our alliance of 2 emperors has already suffered such devastating losses. How can we possibly keep fighting this war? The Whitebeard pirates are simply too frightening. Their technological might is far beyond anything we can handle. Faced with such a terrifying enemy, what are we supposed to do? Pirate after pirate swallowed nervously, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. Originally, most of these people came here hoping to snatch a little loot as minor players while the spoils of the Whitebeard pirates were being divided. But now, forget trying to steal anything. At this point, even clinging to their own lives in such a brutal battle seemed like a nearly impossible task. At that moment, the hearts of these pirates were teetering right on the edge of collapse. The entire battlefield was completely one-sided. Even more shocking, not even Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, survived. She was taken down in an instant. How could anyone hope to keep fighting a war like this? On the field, after Marco had frozen Queen, in the next instant, he reappeared right in front of King. One embodied ice, the other fire. One the immortal phoenix, the other a pteranodon. High above the ground, the 2 clashed fiercely, exchanging blow after blow. The force of their duel shook the air repeatedly, and with every round, King was forced to retreat several steps in midair. After 3 consecutive ferocious attacks, King's body was already coated with a thin layer of frost. Yet even now, King still hadn't escaped Marco's Arctic storm. No, I need to think a way to get out of this cursed hailstorm as quickly as possible. King could already feel it. The hail wasn't just restricting his movements. Even more alarmingly, the hail was beginning to eat away at his very flesh. If not for the unique flames of the Lunarian race, he would have already been corroded to the bone by this deadly force. At the same time, King couldn't help but marvel. Marco's power was truly terrifying. If it weren't for the innate resilience of the Lunarian bloodline, he wouldn't even have a chance to hold out. If it had been any other contestant, it's likely they would have perished on the spot, their body eaten away by that damnable power. With this thought, after being kicked through the air by Marco, King used the momentum of his own body to pull open a huge distance between them. Then, raising his enormous long sword above his head, he gripped the blade tightly with both hands. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. A massive fire dragon materialized right in front of Marco. Its gaping maw opened wide, radiating a terrifying rush of searing heat. Once he'd unleashed this mighty strike, King didn't hesitate for a second. With desperate effort, he beat his wings. His only goal now was escape. With Queen already frozen solid like a statue, there was no way he stood a chance against Marco now. As the saying goes, discretion is the better part of valor. But how could Marco fail to see through King's intentions so clearly? Well then, let me show you my final move, King. It's the least I can do to show you respect, Marco said, a faint, wry curve appearing at the corner of his lips. This was the ultimate technique taught to him by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Bone-chilling frost. In the next instant, Marco locked his sights on King and hurled himself at him. A ferocious cold wind laced with icy shards surged forth, homing in on King with the relentless force of a tracking missile, racing toward him at thunderous speed. Crash! The very first thing it struck was the Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor that King had summoned himself. Whoosh! With just the slightest contact, the resolute dragon, King's painstaking effort, transformed instantly into a block of solid ice. And Marco's freezing wind, instead of slowing, only seemed to accelerate as it blasted toward King. Watching his fearsome Fire Dragon Emperor frozen solid by Marco's gale, a wave of doubt washed over King. He began to question the very meaning of existence. Damn it! How could such a small patch of ice carry such overwhelming chill? Shame and fury mingled in King, and in a fit of madness, he unleashed the flames of the Lunaria clan to their absolute limit. Then, with reckless abandon, he slashed at the encroaching frost with everything he had. One searing strike after another, each blow blazing with fierce fire, streaked through the sky like a relentless barrage. After unleashing this storm of attacks, King finally let out a breath, a glimmer of relief. Surely, after pouring out so many attacks in one burst, nothing could break through now. And yet, just as King dared to breathe easy, disaster was waiting. In the next instant, a terrifying, bone-chilling cold swept across the heavens, freezing every blade of energy in the sky, and then surged toward him with unstoppable force. Witnessing this scene, Jin's face contorted in utter despair, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. Is this real? Could such an attack truly exist? Is this thing also governed by some kind of law? Once it's locked onto you, there's simply no way to dodge it. Jin's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed beyond belief. The very next moment, he didn't even have the chance to think further. That dreadful cold invaded his entire body in a single breath. Layer upon layer of frost began to spread from Jin's form. The overwhelming chill froze even his internal organs. He could not muster an ounce of strength. And so, completely helpless, Jin could only watch as his own body was encased in ice, transformed into a human popsicle, his eyes filled with unbridled terror. A deep, thrumming hum resounded through the air. Overwhelmed by the relentless cold, Jin's rigid form plummeted straight down from the sky, crashing heavily into the hailstorm that Marco had summoned earlier. Then the powerful cold spread instantly through Jin's body, rendering him utterly motionless, merging him entirely with his surroundings. On the battlefield, the ice, which standing near Wang Yu, unleashed her own powers. Waves of pirates from the Twin Emperors Alliance were instantly frozen where they stood by her chilling magic. Afterwards, the ice which turned to Wang Yu at her side, slightly narrowing her eyes. Vice Captain Wang Yu, aren't you tempted to show off a little? She asked with a note of curiosity. If you don't make a move soon, I fear this grand battle may come to an end before you do. Wang Yu responded with a faint smile. There's no need, he replied, his tone calm. They're just the Twin Emperor's crew. Let them amuse themselves for a while. My true ability, I think I'll save that for the real rulers of this sea, the Navy. That's when I'll reveal myself to the world. Wang Yu thought to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into a mysterious smile. Seeing that subtle, enigmatic expression, the Ice Witch's surprise was plain on her face. This young man before her had even managed to boost Whitebeard's combat strength. His own power must surely be unfathomable. The more she saw of this enigmatic vice captain, the more intrigued the Ice Witch became. Meanwhile, out on the battlefield, Jozu watched Whitebeard's performance with a knowing smile. Then, channeling the power of granite into his fist, he struck out at Cracker with all his might. His speed was utterly explosive, a flash of lightning in motion. It was like a runaway train crashing straight into its target. With a sickening splatter, Cracker coughed up a spurt of blood on the spot. Feeling the overwhelming force brought by Jaws, Cracker's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that Jaws, known for his formidable defense, would possess such astonishing offensive power as well. Such a powerful opponent. Even his big brother Katakuri would find it impossible to overcome someone like this. Stunned, Cracker clung to his own body and began striking at Jaws with his long sword, stabbing at him over and over. "Brother Katakuri, attack now!" Cracker shouted loudly. But as his slashes landed on Jaws' body, they failed to inflict any harm. What was even more terrifying, new wounds appeared on Cracker himself with every strike. Strangely enough, these wounds matched the same slashes that Cracker had unleashed earlier. Cracker's eyes grew even wider. Was this the reason his biscuit warriors had all been utterly defeated? It could actually bounce back any physical attack. How utterly terrifying. While Katakuri hesitated, Jaws raised his fist, giant as a cauldron, high above his head. Without warning, he brought his massive fist crashing down on Cracker. With a thunderous blow, the punch landed squarely against Cracker's body. In that instant, Cracker felt his organs roil and churn as if boiling within him. His vision clouded, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground with a heavy thud. With that, Jaws completed a perfect, merciless defeat of a notorious pirate worth 800 million in bounty. Witnessing this, Katakuri, who had been charging in from the side, was left completely stunned. Cracker's strength was hardly weak. Yet even so against Jaws, he had stood absolutely no chance at all. Jaws' performance, just now, it was on par with one of the Four Emperors, wasn't it? In just seconds, he had dealt with one of Big Mom's sweet commanders. If he meant to take Katakuri down too, it would be effortless. Katakuri felt a chill run down his spine. How could this opponent feel even more terrifying than Mama herself? Still, as one of the few true powers of the New World, Katakuri didn't lose his composure. Thanks to Cracker's ordeal, he managed to figure out how Jaws' ability worked. Now, the only advantage he had was knowing this secret. With that in mind, Katakuri narrowed his eyes. Under the influence of his devil fruit powers, glutinous rice formed all around his body. Each clump of rice, as if imbued with a will of its own, gathered and pulsed with life. Like a host of giant pythons, the sticky rice began to writhe and squirm, restless and relentless. A hissing sound filled the air, crackling and seething, as if electricity was dancing through the battlefield. A deep, sizzling noise, persistent and ominous. All around the sticky rice, strange clouds of vapor continued to rise, swirling with an intensity that left no doubt. This was a manifestation of Katakuri's burning power, integrated into the very heart of his attack. Awakening, roasted sticky rice. Katakuri's booming roar rang out, shaking the very air, as a searing hot sticky rice surged forward, streaking toward Jozu in writhing streams. He gazed up and saw sticky rice raining down from the sky, countless bundles assembling in midair, fearlessly converging with terrifying power. The pirates standing nearby finally managed to steady their nerves a bit, regaining some measure of composure. Katakuri, it's always Lord Katakuri. He's the anchor we need in moments like this. I never expected the battle to reach such intensity. Has our alliance with the two emperors finally found a way to victory? Lord Katakuri, don't give up, fight on. Those very pirates who, not long ago, had been paralyzed with terror by the Whitebeard pirates, now felt their courage rekindling. Perhaps what they needed most at this moment was a breakthrough. Any foothold, even on a small corner of the battlefield, could give them the confidence they so desperately craved. At the very least, it proved that the Whitebeard pirates were not invincible. Looking up, Jozu saw bands of burning sticky rice raining down toward him, a vision both surreal and deeply unsettling. A flicker of shock crossed his face as he witnessed the scale of Katakuri's attack. Who would have thought, Katakuri? Your devil fruit power has awakened, Jozu murmured, marveling quietly at the revelation. In the past, when the Whitebeard pirates had clashed with the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri had never once revealed the awakened abilities of his fruit. It was clear now. Katakuri had been hiding his true power all along, much deeper than anyone guessed. Jozu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he muttered to himself. He activated his observation haki, prepared to dodge, but to his surprise, he discovered that evasion had become nearly impossible. Humph, Jozu, Katakuri intoned, eyes narrowing. If I'm not mistaken, your ability isn't effective against magical damage, is it? You're essentially powerless to resist the force of my devil fruit's abilities. Katakuri's voice was low and confident. A line of sweat appeared on Jozu's brow. He hadn't imagined that Katakuri could be so shrewd, so quick to notice the details. Jozu narrowed his eyes further, utterly surprised by the cunning and depth of his opponent. Who would have thought things would come to this? Of all the captains, I turn out to be the most unsuccessful when it comes to showing off. Jaz thought to himself, utterly speechless. Katakuri, that guy, had it right after all. As Vice Captain Wang Yu had explained to him, the power of granite possessed little real effect when it came to facing devil fruit users. The more Jaz reflected on this, the more he felt at a loss for words. High above in the sky, countless balls of roasted sticky rice closed in, completely encasing Jaz with not a hint of a gap left open. A sizzling sound filled the air as the scorching sticky rice singed Jaz's body, leaving fresh wounds wherever it touched. Katakuri, too, was throwing everything he had into this attack, pouring his full strength into confronting Jaz, a fierce display of his terrifying devil fruit powers. Now, surrounded by waves of sticky rice, Jaz had no choice but to coat himself in armament haki to resist the onslaught. Yet, it was painfully clear, unless he broke free, he was little more than a spent arrow, all his strength nearly depleted. Seeing his attack finally bear fruit, Katakuri allowed himself a faint, satisfied smile. The earth beneath them shifted ceaselessly under Katakuri's power, as if even the ground had turned into a trap. Chunks of roasted sticky rice continued to envelop Jaz, tightening their grip. And now, Katakuri infused the sticky rice with a hefty amount of armament haki for extra force. With this, escaping a second time will be impossible for you. Katakuri narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. But at that very moment, just as Katakuri uttered those words, a subtle smile played on the lips of Jaz, still trapped within the smothering rice. Perfect timing. The cool down is over, he murmured, relief in his voice. If not, this time Diamond Jaz would have really been humiliated. Jaz gave a helpless, chuckle. Noticing something off within his sticky rice trap, Katakuri sharpened his senses, activating observation haki, his eyes glinting an ominous red. A look of utter shock swept across Katakuri's face. Even his lips began to tremble. No way, it can't be. He actually broke through? Katakuri exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. In the next instant, the scorching bands of sticky rice wrapped around Jaz shattered all at once. Strips upon strips snapped apart. Unstoppable. Stone-shattering impact. With a thunderous roar, Jaz burst forth from the encirclement, charging straight at Katakuri with overwhelming force. And with a deafening crash, he bore down on his foe. A powerful blow crashed down on Katakuri, and under the force of this terrifying impact, he was sent flying. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. How could this be possible? Does such wondrous power truly exist in this world? Katakuri, struck with terror, lost all control, and in the next instant, he completely blacked out. While Katakuri remained stunned and unconscious, Jozu raised his massive fist and rained down blow after heavy blow upon him. Meanwhile, Vista abandoned all restraint. Electric energy surged through his sword, and in the next moment, he swung it furiously at Jack and Snack. A devastating strike was unleashed. With the impact of a critical hit, the arcing slash he sent through the sky grew even larger, casting a vast shadow below. A low hum reverberated in the air. In a heartbeat, the attack reached Jack and Snack, looming before them. Staring up at this colossal arc in the sky, Jack the Drought felt a prickling chill crawl across his scalp. What a terrifying slash. And that monstrous electricity. What is Vista planning to do with such power? The sheer force of the attack was simply terrifying. Jack's face was filled with stunned disbelief. Snack, standing by his side, could only gape in shock. He'd seen Jozu's strength before. Whether it was the power behind his strikes or the force of his lightning, both were fearsome beyond measure. But to witness a slash of this magnitude, this was the first time. What's going on here? It's as if the lightning in the sky itself has answered his call. Charlotte Snack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Before him, torrents of electricity crashed down upon Vista's mighty slash, making the scene appear even more fearsome. In the view of both Jack and Snack, the terrifying slash was drawing ever closer. As the menacing arc bore down on them, both felt an icy tingling of fear. The speed was unbelievable. They wanted to dodge, but not even their bodies could respond fast enough. The chance to evade was gone entirely. With nowhere to run, their only choice was to brace themselves and endure this monstrous blow head-on. A gust of tension swept through the air. Empowered by the surge of lightning, Vista's attack became several times faster, unstoppable in its approach. In the blink of an eye, the devastating slash was upon them. We'll just have to take it head on. They muttered through clenched teeth, their nerves strung tight with anxiety. With a flash, armament hockey wrapped around their bodies, forming a heavy armor as thick as steel. Even so, despite all their efforts, they couldn't shake off the unease gnawing at their hearts. After all, the sword aura that Vista displayed this time was far beyond anything they'd encountered before. Vista looked at the devastating strike he had just unleashed, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you didn't let me down. I never expected that the lightning summoned by this Electro Blade could truly merge with my critical strikes. This means not only has my critical power received an enormous boost, but, what's even more terrifying, my own lightning force has also grown much stronger. Compared to my previous, ordinary slashes, my power now is several times greater, Vista said, the corners of his mouth lifting with a satisfied grin. A flash. In a split second, the terrifying attack had already landed. At the very last moment, Charlotte Snack resorted to a rather underhanded move. There was no way to dodge now. But if he could get behind Drought Jack, maybe, just maybe, he could significantly lessen the damage he was about to receive. So, without a moment's hesitation, Charlotte Snack darted behind Drought Jack. Realizing what Snack was up to, Jack was stunned. His mouth twitched in disbelief, cursing Snack's ancestors in his heart. He tried to maneuver behind Snack again, only to discover that he could no longer move at all, because that massive sword strike now filled their entire field of vision. There was simply no time. A thunderous blast erupted. The powerful slash struck the two of them head-on with crushing force. Jack, who stood in front, took the brunt of the blow. In a heartbeat, the slash shattered Drought Jack's defenses. A gaping wound was instantly carved across his body, leaving a hideous scar. Blood gushed from Jack's body, pouring out in torrents. Knocked senseless by the ferocious strike, Drought Jack collapsed in a heap, losing consciousness on the spot. At the same moment, the overwhelming sword aura surged past and crashed into Charlotte Snack, lurking just behind Jack. However, thanks to Jack absorbing most of the attack, Snack only suffered a fraction of the full force. Ripples of sword energy lashed across him, leaving streaks of fresh wounds on his body. Though the pain was excruciating, deep down, Charlotte Snack couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. After all, no matter how powerful Vista is in battle, there's just no way he could annihilate two of the New World's notorious pirate lords with a single strike, right? Yet, just as Charlotte Snack is basking in the smug satisfaction of his own actions, the formidable slash unleashed by Vista continues to pulse with crackling lightning. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Sparks dance and hiss as terrifying bolts of lightning twist like a massive serpent. Surging out the moment, they make contact with Jack the Drought, spreading rapidly in all directions. Several pirates from the Charlotte family, standing nearby, are struck immediately by the fearsome currents, unable to escape being caught in the electrical carnage. Crackle, crackle. One after another, they're jolted to the core, their scalps tingling with shocks, and the very bones inside them seem to shimmer with electric agony. Aya! The air erupts with screams of agony, rendering Charlotte Snack, standing just behind Jack the Drought, completely dumbfounded. I actually forgot the power could spread like this. Unbelievable. Is it really this fierce? No sooner does this realization flash through his mind than the deadly surge of electricity comes crashing for Charlotte Snack as well. Crackle, crackle. Clouds of smoke billow as Charlotte Snack's body is racked by this terrifying energy, leaving him scorched and half-charred in the aftermath. And so, one pirate, Jack the Drought, with a bounty of 1 billion, a Calamity of the Beast pirates, and another pirate, one of the Big Mom Pirate Suite commanders, Charlotte Snack, with a bounty of 600 million, are both utterly destroyed by Vista's most powerful blow. At this moment, the entire battlefield tells just one story. The Whitebeard pirates hold undeniable, crushing dominance. Everywhere, the battlefield swarms with the lackeys of the two Yonko crews, and the air is thick with their wails and groans. Help us! There's no point in continuing this war. It's over. Pirates begin to shout, their fear echoing, as one after another they turn tail and flee in a mass retreat. Deserters multiply across the battlefield, a tide rising with each passing moment. Witnessing such a scene, Kaido of the Beast suddenly wears a look of utter despair. Not only has Big Mom been slaughtered at Whitebeard's hands, but even his own right-hand man, King, along with Big Mom's own stalwart Karakuri. These two titans have both been slain as well. The thought chills Kaido to the bone, and dread coils ever tighter around his heart. Looking over the battlefield now, he realizes the situation is only spiraling further and further out of his control. Should he run? Even Kaido himself, master of beasts and terror, can't help but entertain the thought, because the power Whitebeard has just displayed is simply too terrifying for words. What was even more terrifying was that it wasn't just the Whitebeard pirates themselves. Even the division commanders seemed to possess almost superhuman strength, as if each of them had taken some miraculous tonic. Every single commander fought with impressive might. Most of them were easily on par with the right-hand men of the Yonko. As for the core commanders, their power level was truly staggering. In fact, each of these individuals had reached the caliber of a Yonko themselves. Confronted with such a formidable Whitebeard pirates crew, even Kaido felt a chill deep inside. Whitebeard, noticing Kaido's current state, let out a broad, knowing grin. Kaido, who would have thought you'd end up like this? Back then, when you struck down Odin, did it ever cross your mind that the Whitebeard pirate's fury would one day come for you? With that, Whitebeard's massive hand seized Kaido, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Channeling the power of the Tremor fruit into his arm, he unleashed a thunderous blow straight at Kaido. A deafening impact rang out as that overwhelming power crashed into Kaido's body, sending him hurtling through the air. The sheer force of the attack wreaked havoc on Kaido, his jaw shattered, teeth splintering from the tremor's impact. Damn it! Kaido roared out in a fit of rage. The wounds on his body looked even more fearsome than before. You'll pay for this, Whitebeard. Mark my words, I will have my revenge. Kaido bellowed furiously. Even as he spat those words, dark clouds swirled above, lightning slashing through the sky. Seizing his moment while Whitebeard was distracted, Kaido unleashed the power of his devil fruit, morphing into an enormous azure dragon. With his power awakened, his only thought was to escape this place as quickly as possible. But there was no way Whitebeard would let him go so easily. In the very next instant, Whitebeard casually swept his supreme greatsword, Mirakamajuri, through the air. A surge of mysterious force lashed out instantly. Just as Kaido was preparing to flee, that terrifying force yanked him back with inescapable grip. Stunned, Kaido's eyes widened. It was almost unbelievable that Whitebeard could wield such monstrous power once again. This unnamed force instantly dragged Kaido's colossal dragon form right back where he started. The massive blue dragon lost all balance in the sky. With a crash that shook the ground, he plummeted earthward. A mighty rumble followed as Whitebeard controlled that titanic form, slamming it into the earth. A billowing cloud of dust exploded on impact. A deep fissure was carved out of the ground where the dragon had landed, sheer force gouging out a new scar upon the earth. Even Kaido's massive body, under this relentless barrage, was left battered and covered in wounds. Whitebeard was far from idle. He raised his supreme-grade greatsword and swung it toward Kaido with all his might. Did you really think I'd let you get away, Kaido? I haven't avenged Kazuki Odin yet. Whitebeard roared at the top of his lungs. Thunder rumbled across the heavens. Stirred by Whitebeard's fury, the wrath of Noxus surged forth once again. The entire sky erupted in flashing lightning, thunder booming in answer to Whitebeard's shout, bolts crashing down onto the blade of his Cloud Cleaver sword. With a mighty heave, Whitebeard brought the blade down on Kaido. Sensing the terrifying killing intent emanating from Whitebeard, Kaido froze in place, unable to move. Wait, isn't this the same devastating strike that was used against Big Mom before? There's no escaping it. There's absolutely no way I can dodge this. Back then, Big Mom fell to that very same fearsome attack. I didn't understand it at first, but now I truly do. Now, I really know. This power is terrifying beyond belief. Not even Big Mom, tough as iron and nearly invulnerable, could withstand it. How can anyone else? And as for me, Kaido, the so-called immortal beast, even with my reputation, faced with a strike like this, I'm no different from Big Mom. There's no surviving this. Kaido's heart raced, panic prickling across his scalp. Then, with a deafening crash, the massive slash hurtled straight for Kaido's head. Kaido's eyes flew wide open as the tremendous arc of energy flooded his vision, leaving him nowhere to run, no time to react. Noxian guillotine. With a single, overwhelming swing, the blade crashed down onto Kaido's head, slicing from the crown of his skull all the way down to his abdomen. A hideous, gaping wound appeared, blood surging in torrents from Kaido's body in an instant. The sheer force of the blow made Kaido's eyes roll white. He toppled to the ground then and there, utterly defeated. Even as he collapsed, shock and bafflement were frozen on Kaido's face. He simply couldn't comprehend. How could Whitebeard possibly regain the power and vigor of his youth? To fell an Emperor of the Sea with a single blow, such strength was beyond terrifying. Wasn't this even more fearsome than the legendary Pirate King, Roger himself? Kaido could only stew in his frustration and disbelief. With Kaido's defeat, Whitebeard planted his sword in the ground before his fallen foe and stood tall. Then across the entirety of the battlefield, he let out a bold, booming laugh. Kurahaha! This era shall be named after Whitebeard. All of you listen up. Your so-called four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, have both been cut down by my hand. If you surrender now, I may yet spare your lives. Whitebeard bellowed, his voice booming over the din of battle. Across the entire battlefield, his words reverberated, echoing in every corner. The pirates of the Twin Emperors Alliance were struck dumb with shock as the announcement crashed over them. What? Even Lord Kaido? Even he has been slain? This is the might of the world's strongest man. Honestly, it's terrifying beyond words. Both Kaido and Big Mom, such fearsome emperors, have been defeated by Whitebeard alone. Even our top brass seem to have fallen. There's no way we can possibly emerge victorious from this. One after another, the pirates spoke in trembling voices, their fear reaching its peak. At last, overwhelmed and broken by terror, one by one, the pirates dropped their weapons in despair. They collapsed to their knees before the members of the Whitebeard pirates, pleading desperately for mercy. Please let us live. We were only following the orders of Kaido and Big Mom. Otherwise, we would never have dared to oppose the Whitebeard pirates. The pirates' voices quavered, the fear etched deep in every word. Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates let their excitement show, unable to hide their elation. Looking around the battlefield, it was clear that the Whitebeard pirates had suffered barely any losses in this war. Thanks to the valor and tenacity of each division captain, they had borne the brunt of the fighting and protected their crewmates. Most of the lower-ranking Whitebeard pirates were safe and sound. Only a few had sustained injuries. Marco's lips curled into a modest smile. Huh, is that all? Honestly, I haven't had my fill yet. Marco sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. In truth, it was this kind of large-scale battle that suited him most. His Froststorm technique was an utterly devastating trump card. With that move, he could freeze swathes of enemies all at once, turning the tide with overwhelming force. All it took was a flicker of his power, and his foes would suffer several times more damage than before. Having already defeated the two calamities of the Whitebeard pirates' nemesis, Marco dove headfirst into the Twin Emperors Alliance, dispatching opponents with effortless ease, a display that oozed bravado and flair. Who could have predicted that these pirate crews from the Royal Alliance would arrive with such pomp and circumstance, yet surrender so shamefully, with not a shred of backbone? Still, there was nothing else I could do. Since the old man had declared that those who surrendered would be spared, I had no intention of carrying on with the slaughter. Jozu relaxed his fists and broke into a slight smile. Truth be told, he felt pretty much the same as Marco. Although his own abilities weren't quite as devastating for large-scale destruction as Marco's. With equipment like Thornmail and Sunfire, when it came to mowing down small fry, he was a veritable killing machine. He'd just been reveling in the thrill of battle, and never imagined that the old man would go ahead and announce victory already. It was a bit of a buzzkill, really. Ah, Pops, if you'd held off on the announcement for even just another second, I could have taken out another 200 of those Beast Pirates underlings. What a waste, what a waste, Jozu said with an exasperated shake of his head. Standing beside Jozu, the pirates who had barely escaped death listened to his words and were so terrified they didn't dare so much as breathe. Just one wrong move could spell the end for them, if the man before them lost his patience. Who knew how their fate would be rewritten? They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They had survived the ordeal. Each and every one of them felt profoundly grateful in their hearts. Vista, too, stopped his attack once he heard the old man's orders. So soon. We must have been fighting so intensely just now that I didn't even notice how much time had slipped by. Vista shook his head with a wry smile. After that, he sheathed his pair of swords. The other commanders, one after another, also stowed away their weapons. With the old man issuing his command, there was no way they would lay another finger on pirates who had already set down their weapons and surrender. Then, following Whitebeard's orders, the pirates were rounded up and led, one by one, into the Whitebeard pirates' prison. By initial estimates, there were at least 10,000 pirates captured, a truly staggering number. Once the last of them had been locked away, the Whitebeard division commanders gathered. Did you guys see just now? My combat power was off the charts. Thousands of pirates, one hailstorm from me, and instantly, they were turned into ice sculptures. Isn't that even stronger than Akiji's ice fruit? If I ever fought him, I'm pretty sure he'd be scared out of his wits by my power, Marco exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Thinking about what comes next, the rescue of Ace, and the prospect of fighting the Navy, he couldn't help but get excited. The Navy may call itself the ruler of these seas. Well, sorry, that might have once been true, but now, things are about to change. From now on, it's the Whitebeard pirates who will be the real kings of the ocean. At that moment, Jozu walked over. You didn't see me in action, he boasted. With my armored form, I didn't even need to lift a finger on my own. Just my presence alone could wipe out thousands of pirates in an instant. And it's not just that. I took down not one, but both of Big Mom's top lieutenants, her sweet commanders. That even includes her strongest right-hand man, Katakuri. Jozu strutted with pride, eager to show off his achievements. What's so impressive about that? Retorted Vista, who'd overheard their conversation and joined them. I took out both of the Beast Pirates' top disasters, and I'd say that's just as good, if not better than your feats, Jozu. You two are something else, he grumbled. If you guys hadn't rushed in and stolen all the powerful enemies for yourselves, would I have been left facing only Jack and Snack, those two weaklings? It took me just one slash. That's all, a single stroke of my sword. And I finished both of them off in the blink of an eye. I watch your fights very closely. You couldn't end your opponents with a single blow like I could. Isn't that right? So there's no need for argument. I, Vista, am clearly the strongest among us. Vista said, brimming with confidence. Oh, please, Vista, don't get too full of yourself just because you beat Jack and Snack. Those are hardly worthy opponents. Marco and Jozu were both visibly annoyed now, unable to hide their irritation. And just like that, all the Whitebeard pirate commanders had gathered together, each of them eagerly boasting about their exploits in the grand battle. The air was absolutely buzzing with excitement. Whitebeard himself could see just how riled up everyone was, and he too looked positively elated. Gururura, he bellowed, his laughter booming out. Who would have imagined that our Whitebeard pirates will become so mighty? Whitebeard laughed heartily, gazing up at the sky. Oh, and Wang Yu, you really are something else. With your powers, it feels as though my strength has returned to its very peak. I haven't felt like this in years. I have to ask, how do you do it, kid? Whitebeard exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. But at that moment, Wang Yu was too preoccupied to pay the old man any mind. He had more urgent matters to deal with. His system was on the verge of exploding. Kaido, Big Mom, King, Queen, Jack, Katakuri, and the other sweet commanders, the Flying Six, and countless elites from the Charlotte family. The sheer list was overwhelming. These rewards were almost completely claimed in an instant. Diamond draws, crown draws, coin bonuses, fertilizer packs, every sort of reward imaginable. Excited, Wang Yu kept licking his lips, barely able to contain himself. Suddenly, Whitebeard's voice sounded right next to his ear, pulling Wang Yu back to reality at last. Oh, that? I'm not really sure either. Maybe I ate some kind of devil fruit before, but I don't know exactly what kind. Somehow, though, I just happen to gain the power to boost people's fighting abilities a lot. Wang Yu casually made up an excuse on the spot. Of course, there was no way he would ever tell Whitebeard about his system. In this world, where the magic of devil fruits is a well-known enigma, it was natural to use that as a cover. After all, devil fruits had existed for thousands of years, and no one could say for sure how they worked. This made for a perfect shield to hide behind. Hearing Wang Yu's explanation, Whitebeard and the others didn't look too deeply into it. In this world, the wonders of devil fruits were accepted as a matter of course. For all they knew, Wang Yu might have eaten some incredible fruit in his youth, a possibility that couldn't be dismissed. The group didn't press him for details, but most assumed Wang Yu had gained his power from some extraordinary devil fruit. Just then, a flock of seagulls suddenly appeared overhead. Whitebeard's eyes lit up with a faint gleam. These are messenger seagulls. Looks like there's some news, Whitebeard remarked with a touch of wonder. With a sweep of his massive hand, the messenger seagull landed obediently in Whitebeard's palm. He picked up the envelope and immediately began to read. As he read, a look of utter shock spread across Whitebeard's face. His eyes narrowed, his gaze turning colder by the second. Seeing Whitebeard's reaction, members of the Whitebeard pirates started to gather around him. Father, what happened? Marco asked, suspicion coloring his face. Yeah, Pops, we rarely see you look like this. What's going on? Jozu added with concern. Pops, judging by that look, it can't be anything good. Vista muttered as he walked over. Wang Yu also approached, eyes narrowing slowly. Is it finally time for that event to happen? He wondered. Sure enough, just as Wang Yu predicted. After opening the envelope and seeing the concern and confusion on everyone's faces, Whitebeard began to tell them the contents of the letter. Ace will be executed in 3 days. Whitebeard spoke with grave seriousness. A profound silence suddenly fell over the surroundings, as if the world itself was holding its breath. They had imagined this day countless times, considering every possible outcome. Yet none of them had expected such heavy news to arrive, just as they had triumphed over the alliance of 2 emperors and were on the verge of celebration. Dad, what do you mean by this? Marco asked, his tone full of concern. The other division commanders turned their eyes toward Whitebeard as well, awaiting his decision. As long as Captain Whitebeard gave the order, They would storm Marine headquarters without hesitation. They were fundamentally different from who they had been before. Each of them had attained tremendous strength, and there was nothing about the Navy that could make them cower now. All decisions would be left to Whitebeard. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning colder and sharper. Damn the Navy. If they dare to treat the Whitebeard pirates like this, then so be it. Children, follow me. We set sail at once. Let's show Marine headquarters our wrath and rescue Ace. Whitebeard declared, voice ringing with heroic conviction. At his command, the commanders around him erupted, not with mere cheers, but with fierce battle cries that echoed across the deck. Level Marine headquarters. Save Ace. Each voice joined in, thundering with determination. Whitebeard's lips curled into a smile. His sons weren't just powerful, they were bold and loyal to the core. These were truly the sons of Whitebeard. Children, deal with Kaido, Big Mom, and the others. Once that's done, we set sail immediately. Whitebeard issued his command without hesitation. His desire to make Marine headquarters witness the true strength of the Whitebeard pirates had never been more urgent. Just as the crew prepared to set sail, Wang Yu spoke up suddenly. Old man, hold on. Don't go just yet, Wang Yu said calmly. At his words, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates turned to him in astonishment. Could it be? Was Vice Captain Wang Yu afraid? Yet that couldn't be right. They remembered the thunderous strength Wang Yu had displayed in the past. It wasn't in his character to hesitate. They cast questioning glances his way, confusion in every pair of eyes. Even Whitebeard himself was momentarily taken aback. Did Wang Yu not agree with his decision? But Ace was his son. As his father, how could he stand idly by? Still, if Wang Yu truly did not wish to join them, Whitebeard would not force him. Aloro, Wang Yu, do you have any objections? The white-bearded man squinted his eyes as he asked. A subtle smile played at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth. As for fighting the Navy, of course he had no objections. Dad, I have no objections at all. However, Wang Yu paused. Before we set out, there are still a few words I wish to share. What I mean is, please wait a bit longer. I'd like to give you all some more guidance. Don't worry, it won't take much of your time, Wang Yu said with a gentle smile. After all, he had just received an overwhelming bounty of rewards. And with the great battle looming, hoarding them for some future celebration seemed pointless, didn't it? So, Wang Yu came right out and suggested it. He planned to distribute this immense trove of rewards immediately, gifting every captain in the Whitebeard pirates another round of power. That way, when the great clash with the Navy arrived, wouldn't it make things even more thrilling? On hearing Wang Yu's words, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were astonished and delighted. None of them had imagined that before the next battle, Vice Captain Wang Yu would present them with such a generous gift. This filled each of them with wild excitement. This is fantastic. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you really startled us just now. Marco teased with a playful tone. That's right, Vice Captain. We never expected, right after a battle, that you'd already prepared another round of gifts for us. Jaws grinned from ear to ear. Jaws had already experienced the strength of Wang Yu's coaching firsthand. And now, getting another session before the next fight, he was simply overjoyed. Ha ha! This time, Vice Captain Wang Yu, what kind of present will you give us, I wonder? Vista's face was alight with anticipation. It was clear the entire crew of the Whitebeard pirates was practically bursting with excitement. With the decisive battle just ahead, having Vice Captain Wang Yu offer them one more round of pre-war guidance was the very thing they craved. Whitebeard himself came forward and pulled Wang Yu into a big, hearty embrace. Wahaha, you rascal. Just now, I honestly thought you were about to shrink away at the last minute. Who'd have guessed you'd want to keep training us? Right to the very end? Well, Whitebeard couldn't be happier. Gururura. Whitebeard broke into a booming, generous laugh. He was keenly aware, after the last fight, of just how formidable Wang Yu's abilities truly were. After just a few short words from Wang Yu, I had gained such overwhelming power. Even warriors on the level of Kaido and Big Mom, when facing me after I unleashed the wrath of Noxus, could not withstand a single blow. And now, this kid Wang Yu is even offering to guide me further. It's truly something I could only wish for. A deep, rumbling laugh burst from Whitebeard. Come on, boy, let's not waste any time. But you'd better start with me. Whitebeard grinned broadly. The other captains each felt a surge of inner contempt at this. So, father, you're starting to fight us for a turn now, too, aren't you? But, after all, he was their old man. No one dared to argue with Whitebeard about it. Wang Yu's lips curled up with a faint smile. All right, let's start with you, old man. But honestly, your powers are already developed to their limit. So next, I'll prepare some special gear for you, Wang Yu said calmly. With that, Wang Yu stepped over to his own forge, upgraded thanks to the rewards he'd gained from taking down the Double Emperor Alliance. For several dozen seconds, He worked diligently, hammer striking anvil, metal on metal. The Black Cleaver, Bloodthirster, Mercury Treads, Gore Drinker, Thorn Mail, the armor of legends, each piece forged with power and purpose. Seeing this array of gear, the members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but drool, their eyes wide with longing. What generosity! Absolutely extravagant. They'd been learning under Vice Captain Wang Yu for so long, and yet none of them had ever seen him hand out so much gear at once. Jealousy flashed across the faces of the crew as they looked toward their old man, each of them secretly envious. If not for all the eyes on them, a few of the captains might have tried to snatch a piece for themselves, turning the moment into a legendary family drama of fatherly love and rebellion. As the gear, one by one, fused seamlessly into his body, Whitebeard's delight was plain on his face. Huh, who would have thought a brat like you could forge such powerful weapons and armor? No question about it. You must have eaten some kind of devil fruit, even if you don't know exactly what it is yourself. This world truly is full of wonders. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard roared with laughter, his voice booming. Come on, old man, you've got all this new gear, show us what you've got. Let's open our eyes and see what these new gears can do in battle, shall we? Marco said, flashing a smile. The other captains echoed his excitement with enthusiastic shouts. That's right, Pops. Show us how much your combat strength has improved under Vice Captain Wang Yu's guidance. We're dying to see it for ourselves. With spirits soaring, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Seeing his sons' eager faces, Whitebeard simply couldn't bear to let down their spirits. So, with a mighty sweep of his colossal sword, he took a running leap and soared straight into the sky. A cheer erupted from the assembled captains. Wow, those must be the Mercury boots Vice Captain Wang Yu mentioned. Look at that speed. Marco exclaimed, full of awe. It's not just the Mercury boots, Jozu explained. There's also the Deathwalker's plate. According to Vice Captain Wang Yu, it doesn't just boost defense, it amps up your movement speed as well. Whatever the details, one thing's for sure. With Vice Captain Wang Yu's gear, Pops is faster than lightning, another captain exclaimed. The real question is, how about his attack power? Vista murmured, a hopeful grin playing on his lips. Will it dazzle us as much? At that moment, Whitebeard clutched his supreme grade blade tightly and, high above, hurled an earth-shaking strike toward the heavens. A low, vibrating hum filled the air, and a horrifying slash carved through the sky. A mighty wave of energy raced upward, slicing the air with a razor's edge. In an instant, the sky itself darkened. Bolts of lightning, drawn by Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, rained down with reckless fury. Thunder rumbled across the sea and land. So immense was Whitebeard's power that the very earth and ocean trembled beneath its weight. His terrifying blade descended, cleaving the clouds in two, a jagged scar splitting the sky itself. The onlookers, pirates from all corners, stood speechless, utterly dumbfounded by the sight. Just when it seemed the spectacle was over, that monstrous power detonated high above with a cataclysmic explosion. A deafening crash split the air, as if the very sky had burst asunder. Not a single cloud remained untouched. Witnessing this, the captains were left with their mouths agape, their shock uncontainable at the awe-inspiring display. They truly hadn't expected that the old man's attacks could be this terrifying. Dad, your attack was absolutely spectacular, Marco said excitedly. That's right, Dad. Not only was it spectacular, the sheer power of it is beyond anything I can imagine. Your combat strength has truly reached a whole new level, Jozu exclaimed, his face full of admiration. This is wonderful. With such a powerful father, we'll have a massive advantage in the upcoming battle against the Navy, Vista added, barely able to contain his excitement. Watching the formidable strength Whitebeard displayed, Wang Yu nodded, fully satisfied. After that, Wang Yu once more picked up his iron hammer and began forging in the furnace, the steady rhythm of hammer meeting metal echoing through the air. Piece after piece of equipment flowed from Wang Yu's forge, each one newly crafted and gleaming. The sight left all the surrounding captains itching with anticipation. Although they knew these weapons would eventually make their way to each of them, they simply couldn't suppress the excitement brewing inside. Marco, this equipment is for you, Wang Yu called out. At Wang Yu's direction, within just an hour, all the captains, including even those on the outskirts and the renowned Hawkeye's Mihawk, received formidable enhancements. Everyone's face showed boundless eagerness, ready to test their newfound strength. With Wang Yu's system providing its mysterious support, their combat abilities had ascended to astonishing heights. Now, they might not all be able to claim the title of Emperor level just yet, but there was one thing they were absolutely certain of. Their fighting prowess had soared. Each felt as if they carried the spirit of a true warrior god within. Suddenly, the roaring of the sea filled the air. The wind howled fiercely over the shores of the Whitebeard pirates' territory, driving wave after wave from the ocean to crash in thunderous bursts against the coastline. Wang Yu stood tall, letting the sea breeze sweep past him. At last, he murmured, his gaze bright as fire and fixed on the horizon. It's time for us to fight. Around him, every member of the Whitebeard pirates was overwhelmed with excitement, ready for battle. Looking proudly at his sons, each now far stronger than before, Whitebeard let out a hearty, booming laugh. Ku-da-da-da-da. Sons, go to Marine headquarters. This time, we'll show the Navy just how mighty the Whitebeard pirates truly are. Whitebeard thundered, his voice carrying across the waves. It was as if the sky itself trembled with his roar, and a king's presence swept across the land in an instant. At this point, after being once again empowered by Wang Yu, the Whitebeard pirates set out on their journey. It took them only a single day of hard sailing to arrive at the waters of Fishman Island. Fishman Island, too, belonged to Whitebeard's territory. So when they began their descent to Fishman Island, no one dared to stop them. However, as they sailed on the open sea, a massive ship suddenly appeared right before Whitebeard himself. The enormous vessel barreled straight toward the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, bringing it to a grinding halt on the spot. Huh? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. By rights, this was his own domain, so he couldn't figure out for the life of him why someone here would have the nerve to brazenly block his path. It was unimaginable, utterly baffling. In the New World, the only ones bold enough to stand in his way were either one of the four emperors or the Navy. Among the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, those two fools had already been dealt with by his own hands. Red-haired Shanks, on the other hand, had neither grudge nor quarrel with Whitebeard and would never challenge him, which only left the Navy, but they were the least likely of all. After all, the Navy always acted with arrogance, believing themselves the true overlords of these seas. They'd never venture here without at least flying their own colors. So faced with this ship daring to block the path of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard found himself thoroughly puzzled. The other division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates crowded around as well, each one agitated. When they caught sight of the massive ship, their faces were plastered with confusion. Who could possibly have the guts to provoke the Whitebeard pirates? Right on Fishman Island, Whitebeard's very own turf. At last, the two colossal vessels stood face to face. From the deck of the massive ship, bodyguards began to descend in a steady stream. And then, three people, strangely dressed, each with a glass bubble atop their heads, stepped out onto the deck. Look closely, and you'd realize these three were the most despised beings in all the world. The Celestial Dragons. Damn it, why are there so many pigs here? I still haven't gotten over what happened to me on Sabaody Archipelago, and now someone else stops my ship and ruins my mood. St. Charlos cursed and grumbled. By his side, St. Roswald and St. Shauria followed onto the deck. None of them had expected that after receiving treatment on Sabaody Archipelago and hurrying home toward their stronghold, Mary Geos, they would once again run into trouble here. Whose jurisdiction does this area actually fall under? The management here is in utter chaos. How dare you see us celestial dragons and not kneel? And you even block our ship's passage? Are you all so tired of living? St. Roswald also spoke with an angry expression. Immediately after, the Whitebeard pirates were halted, stopped right in their tracks by the Celestial Dragon's vessel. What's this? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. After so many years upon these seas, he instantly recognized the people before him. Celestial Dragons. They are an even greater nuisance than the Navy. In fact, just for laying a hand on a Celestial Dragon, one could face the wrath of the Marine Admirals. That's how grave the consequences could be. It was truly outrageous. The captains aboard the Whitebeard pirates also narrowed their eyes, one after another. You filthy commoners, kneel to me at once, or I promise you'll regret it. St. Charlos had already produced his loudspeaker, shouting his demands for all to hear. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's face clouded with impatience. The other captains clenched their teeth in frustration. The Celestial Dragons, the very root of the world's chaos and suffering. Pop, how do you want to handle this? It was Marco who spoke up. As one of the four emperors, they were strong enough that they had no fear of the Celestial Dragons. However, if they were to actually kill a Celestial Dragon, the trouble that followed might be even greater than the Navy itself. Especially considering the Celestial Dragons' so-called Holy Knights. 9 of them, each with strength to rival an admiral. If those 9 were drawn into the conflict, then the world would see a true, all-out war. A war, in fact, that would dwarf even that at Marineford, 10 times bigger, shaking the world itself. If it ever came to that, humanity as a whole would be doomed. Thus, Whitebeard had to think carefully. But just as Whitebeard pondered what to do, Wang Yu moved. Celestial dragons, huh? To think I've come to this world and haven't yet personally made a move. Well, let this be my first. Wang Yu smiled faintly, stepping forward. Wang Yu acted now because, after gaining the great rewards from the alliance of two emperors, his own strength had become nothing short of terrifying. Every ability his crewmates possessed was now his as well. But what made it even more astonishing, their defenses, attack skills, and even their upgraded equipment, all of it he now shared. It was no exaggeration to say that his personal combat power was equivalent to the entire Whitebeard pirates combined. No, wait. It was not just simple addition. In terms of overall strength, his power delivered that magical effect where 1 + 1 was far more than 2. A hero equipped with 6 ultimate items at full level, facing 5 poorly developed opponents with only a single piece of basic gear each. Well, that's basically just farming experience points. Pulling off a pentakill is effortless. So now, just how powerful have I become? Honestly, even I don't know the full extent of my own strength. However, there's one thing I could be absolutely certain of. When it comes to fighting ability, not even the entire Whitebeard pirates could hope to match me. Take, for example, just a casual strike of mine. It completely ignores enemy resistances. On top of that, my attack power is utterly terrifying, boasting a full critical hit build. And defensively, my health has reached an astonishing several hundred thousand. My resistances can now absorb over 95% of any incoming damage. With my skills activated, whether attacking or defending, I'm practically invincible. At this point, if I don't show off a little, I'm afraid even the Whitebeard pirates that I've trained could take over the world on their own. Hearing what Wang Yu said, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates wore looks of genuine surprise. None of them expected that Wang Yu, the man who hadn't lifted a finger, not even when the Twin Emperors Alliance invaded, would now step in personally. And this time his target was actually the Celestial Dragons. As for how to punish the Celestial Dragons, everyone on the crew felt a surge of curiosity. It was just the right moment as well. Whitebeard himself had been wavering, unsure whether they should take drastic action against the Celestial Dragons. With Wang Yu stepping up, he might just resolve this dilemma. Kuaha! Come to think of it, you've never shown us your skills in a real fight before, have you, Wang Yu? Well then, I'll leave this matter to you. However you want to handle it, I, Whitebeard, will back you up all the way. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh as he spoke. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Wang Yu smiled faintly. In the next instant, Wang Yu leapt high into the air, landing directly on the Celestial Dragon's ship. As Wang Yu departed, the rest of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't hide their keen interest. Everyone was eager to see just what approach would their vice captain, Wang Yu, choose to settle this. Vice Captain Wang Yu was actually taking action and confronting the Celestial Dragons, no less. The excitement in the air was palpable. Marco, for one, wore an expression that said he was absolutely loving the show. There could never be too much drama in his eyes. I wonder, what will Deputy Captain Wang Yu do with the Celestial Dragon? Jaws cast a perplexed look at Wang Yu's back and spoke with measured curiosity. Judging from his usual manner, I'd say the most likely outcome is that he'll knock the Celestial Dragon straight out. You're forgetting something, Vista chimed in, his voice tinged with awe. Deputy Captain Wang Yu may seem quiet and straightforward, but when he faced Drought Jack, didn't he even pull out Jack's ivory tusks? That was terrifying, to say the least. So, are you saying Wang Yu's actually going to maim the Celestial Dragon? Bramank asked, doubtful. Or maybe, just maybe, he'll kill the Celestial Dragon outright. After a moment of contemplation, Marco ventured a guess. Wang Yu strikes me as the type who acts decisively and doesn't waste words. Even Whitebeard himself looked on with keen interest. To speak the truth, there really was no predicting what Wang Yu would do. Wang Yu was the kind of man who even Whitebeard couldn't truly see through. This was the perfect chance to use the unfolding event to better understand Wang Yu's character. As for the God Knights, if they wanted to come, let them come. The current Whitebeard pirates were no longer the same Emperor's crew that Kaido could once threaten without consequence. If the God Knights dared make a move, Whitebeard's crew were ready to risk it all, even if it led to mutual destruction. While everyone was speculating, Wang Yu had already approached St. Charlos. Seeing Wang Yu appear, especially after Wang Yu so blatantly ignored his demand and boldly jumped onto his own ship instead of kneeling, St. Charlos flew into a rage on the spot. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He snapped. Don't you know who I am? You filthy swine, kneel before me. You damned monkey. From the moment St. Charlos set foot on Sabeti Archipelago, no one had challenged his authority like this. Now, sensing his dignity being trampled again, his face twisted in shame and anger. At St. Charlos's outburst, a faint and knowing smile played at the corners of Wang Yu's lips. Unhurried, unbothered, he kept moving towards the celestial dragon, step by measured step. In Wang Yu's mind, among all the wretched things this world had to offer, the celestial dragons were the worst of all. He simply could not understand how such vermin survived so comfortably, enslaving good people. From the very beginning, Wang Yu had no intention of holding back. For filthy creatures like these, the only answer was to kill them outright. There was no need to let such poison continue to fester in the world, corrupting everything they touched. And so, when St. Charlos saw the look in Wang Yu's eyes and realized that Wang Yu had no intention whatsoever of backing down, his fury only burned hotter. Hasn't your country told you what the celestial dragons are? Stupid monkey. You're nothing but a lowly wretch. There's only one outcome for offending me, death. St. Charlos roared, his voice nearly a howl. In the very next instant, he squeezed the trigger of the golden pistol in his hand. Bang! A thunderous report rang out as a golden bullet tore through the air and hurtled directly toward Wang Yu. Sensing the bullet coming his way, Wang Yu merely curled his lips into a faint, disdainful smile. What a joke! His own resistances, his health, and a host of built-in defensive skills were virtually maxed out. Is a single bullet really supposed to kill him? That's far too naive. He neither dodged nor flinched. Bang! The shot struck Wang Yu squarely between the brows. Yet the instant the bullet made contact, it shattered to dust. Bang! In the next moment, a reflective defense skill triggered. A bullet shot forth from Wang Yu's body, smashing back at St. Charlos with tremendous force. Wang Yu had no intention of letting this world's parasite die so easily. He reached out effortlessly and, with a simple grip, intercepted the rebounding attack as if it were nothing at all. After launching his attack, only to see Wang Yu wholly unscathed, and not even a bullet left behind, St. Charlos was utterly dumbfounded. Damn it, whoever made this golden pistol, I'll make sure they pay with their life. St. Charlos fumed, livid. At this point, both his father and sister had also caught wind of his outburst. One after the other, they showed their displeasure. Hey, Charlos, you're acting on impulse again. It's just a lowlife, hardly worth losing your temper over, is it? Yes, indeed. At your age, how can you still be acting like a child? Such monkeys could be easily dealt with by our bodyguards. Their voices brimmed with scorn and contempt. None of them yet realized that the figure before them was someone even more terrifying than Luffy himself. How infuriating! I don't care. I have to kill this pig with my own hands. St. Charlos continued to rant. Just days ago, he'd been beaten up by the Straw Hat Boy and even let him get away. That alone had been humiliating enough. Now, unbelievably, some other person dared to defy his noble status, refusing even to kneel before him. So, St. Charlos resolved to slaughter, with his own hands, this upstart who didn't know his place under the heavens. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets erupted from Charlos's golden pistol, each one fired in frantic succession. Yet even in the face of such wild, relentless gunfire, Wang Yu held his ground. He neither dodged nor flinched. In fact, he even went so far as to pull Charlos out of harm's way. He walked straight up to Charlos, a bright, carefree smile still on his face. Seeing Wang Yu approach, Charlos finally began to feel a sliver of fear. You remind me so much of that straw-hatted fellow, he stammered. Guards! Guards! Someone! Save me! Charlos cried out desperately. At his shout, the surrounding guards, tense and poised for action, charged at Wang Yu in a rush. Ha ha! I knew it. In this lower world, there would surely be other upstarts like the Straw Hat Brat. Charlos laughed maniacally. That's why this time, I brought more than enough powerful guards with me. Just you wait. I'll capture you and bring you back to my homeland. You'll be my slave. I can already tell you'll make a fascinating addition to my collection. Charlos roared with laughter. He pictured, with sinister delight, how Wang Yu would suffer under his control. But vivid fantasies often shatter against harsh reality. The guards who just rushed forward were instantly engulfed in a terrifying wave of fire. One after another, the guards stared in horror as flames curled hungrily around their bodies. They'd hardly even reached their target, barely had time to react, when fire consumed them utterly. Pain washed over them, a searing agony unlike anything they'd known. Cries of misery pierced the air as each guard screamed in torment. The agony was unbearable. What's happening? What on earth is going on? These flames, they just won't go out. Amid the anguished screams, the entire contingent of guards was reduced to ashes, incinerated by Wang Yu's sunlight-fueled fire. Charlos had suffered beatings before, but never had he witnessed anything this terrifying. He'd handpicked these guards himself, chosen for their strength, and yet, before they ever reached Wang Yu, they were burned to cinders right before his eyes. Step by step, Wang Yu advanced on Charlos. A cold shiver crawled up Charlos's spine, leaving his scalp tingling with fear. How could this be? Since when did the lowliest of swine dare to rebel? Don't come any closer. I'm a celestial dragon. St. Charlos shouted in utter terror. But to his surprise, Wang Yu didn't even pause. A celestial dragon? Sorry, but you're exactly the kind of target I came here for. Wang Yu replied with a calm smile. As Charlos watched that smile, it felt to him like the grin of a demon. In that moment, he finally realized the truth. The man standing before him, just like that straw hat boy, wasn't afraid of him at all. And maybe this man was even more terrifying than the straw hat. He had openly declared he would kill a celestial dragon. Didn't he fear the wrath of the Navy? With every step Wang Yu took toward him, Charlos's last shreds of courage crumbled. On the side, Charlos's father and sister were wide-eyed in horror, their faces pale with fright. They could scarcely believe that a mere commoner would dare treat a celestial dragon's bodyguard in this way. But even more shocking, did he just say he was going to kill a celestial dragon? Was this real? This useless Charlos. Once again, he had brought unimaginable disaster to them all. Now that they had crossed such a monstrous figure, what would become of them? Dread swallowed every corner of their hearts. At last, Wang Yu stood just a meter away from St. Charlos. Stopping right in front of him, Wang Yu's smile deepened. A wave of terrifying pressure swept over them all. The sheer force of that aura shattered the last of Charlos's spirit, pushing him to the edge of despair. Finally, at this moment, Charlos truly understood. The man before him really intended to kill him. He was facing someone 10,000 times more dangerous than the straw hat. No, please. I'm a celestial dragon. I am. You can't do this. Don't kill me. I can give you all the treasures of this world. Charlos shrieked at the top of his lungs. But Wang Yu regarded him almost with amusement. Treasures of the world? If I were to kill all the celestial dragons, wouldn't all those treasures become mine anyway? Wang Yu replied, his tone light and mirthful. His words hit like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of everyone present, leaving them numb with shock. None of them had imagined that this man named Wang Yu could be so dangerously ruthless. Not only was he planning to finish them off, he intended to reach out his devilish hand and wipe out all the celestial dragons. Who was this man? Was he a member of the Revolutionary Army? But something felt off. The entire Revolutionary Army, those dangerous rebels, and the Holy Land of Mariwa all had portraits of their most wanted, yet none of them had ever seen the face of the man standing before them now. St. Roseward and St. Shalilia both wore expressions of utter bewilderment, while everyone remained uncertain about just who Wang Yu really was. Wang Yu had already raised his arm high, ready to make his move. Watching Wang Yu's fist rise menacingly, St. Charlos's face twisted with terror. This scene instantly brought back memories. He recalled the time the straw hat boy, Luffy, had given him a ruthless beating. Don't hit me, please, don't hit me. St. Charlos yelled as loud as he could. A look of scorn crept across Wang Yu's lips. This fool, Charlos, really was utterly worthless. Even with death looming over him, he still thought all Wang Yu wanted was to rough him up a little. How laughable. In the next moment, Wang Yu's fist came crashing down hard onto Charlos' shoulder. Though Wang Yu had deliberately held back his full strength, the force was still overpowering. A single punch landed squarely on Charlos with the weight of a mountain crashing down. Boom! Under that mighty blow, a deep, gaping wound tore across Charlos' shoulder. The bone and flesh at the target point completely pierced through by Wang Yu's fist. Bear witness to this horrifying sight. St. Roseward, Shalilia, and the others nearby stared wide-eyed, feeling their scalps tingle with dread. St. Charlos, the two of them cried out in shock. A scene filled with such brutality. When had these celestial dragons, so far removed from the world's hardships, ever witnessed anything like it? Both were scared out of their wits, their bodies shivering uncontrollably in fright. Never had they imagined that this mysterious man would strike with such unrestrained ferocity, without a moment's hesitation. Were they not celestial dragons, after all? At first, they'd assumed this young stranger was merely trying to frighten them. But now, it was clear he meant business. Charlos, struck by that terrifying blow, stared at his arm in a daze. It had been smashed right through. Blood rocketed out, gushing with wild abandon. Seeing this, Charlos's mind went blank. The searing agony overwhelmed him, flooding every corner of his awareness. The pain was unbearable. As one of the parasites of this world, St. Charlos, even if he suffered the slightest injury in daily life, he would cry out in unbearable pain. But this time, having endured such a dreadful wound, it was only natural that the agony he felt pushed him to his absolute limits. St. Charlos rolled wildly on the deck, writhing in torment as great gouts of blood gushed from his body, quickly filling the entire deck with the stench of iron. At that moment, the captains aboard the Whitebeard pirates' ship witnessed the scene clearly. One after another, their faces showed utter astonishment. Vice Captain Wang Yu is really merciless when dealing with the celestial dragons, Marco exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Vice Captain Wang Yu seems determined to utterly humiliate the celestial dragons this time, Jozu said, wearing a look of satisfaction. I wonder what form of punishment Vice Captain Wang Yu will unleash next. I can't wait to see what he does to the celestial dragons. Vistas said, eyes bright with anticipation. Damn celestial dragons, this is exactly how they should be treated. They need a taste of their own medicine. Not every person in the world is your toy or slave, Bermank declared with utmost seriousness. Back on the deck of the celestial dragon's ship, St. Charlos's screams of agony still echoed incessantly. Well, do you still have the courage to insult me now? Wang Yu raised his fist towards St. Charlos. He spoke with a cool smile. Standing nearby, Charlos's sister and father were so frightened, they appeared completely dazed. Charlos, look at the person you've angered. Go on, kneel down, apologize to him, his father and sister urged in grave voices. This young man before them was simply too terrifying. Even though they were celestial dragons, fear had completely overtaken them. Hearing his own sister and father demanding that he kneel, even St. Charlos was stunned, completely at a loss. How could this be? Hadn't his father and sister always taught him that only lowly humans kneel before others? What was happening now? Did they see him as one of those lowly slaves? As he wrestled with these bewildering thoughts, Wang Yu's fist was already mere inches from St. Charlos's face. St. Charlos's eyes grew wide in terror at the memory of Wang Yu's earlier ruthlessness. He dared not utter another word. Right now, if he knelt, he might at least halt the relentless beating from the young man standing over him. Spare me, spare me. St. Charlos bawled, utterly broken. The dignity of a celestial dragon, at this moment, was scattered to the wind, utterly destroyed. When they saw St. Charlos drop to his knees before the young man, Roswald Saint and Shalalia Palace both let out a small sigh of relief. After all, Charlos Saint had already had one of his arms broken by this young man, standing right in front of them. And now, even as a lofty celestial dragon, Charlos Saint was kneeling on the deck, bowing his head and begging for forgiveness from the young man who had just assaulted him. With things turning out this way, perhaps the fury of this young man would at last be appeased. At least, that would mean Charlos Saint's recklessness wouldn't drag them down with him. At this thought, both of them felt as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. Overwhelmed with relief, they couldn't help but smile through joyful tears, completely disregarding how Charlos Saint felt about it all. As for Charlos, well, if he liked showing off and got himself beaten up for it, that was his problem. They cared little for what happened to him now. If he wanted revenge, he could wait until they returned to the Holy Land Mariehua and then report to the Marines. Let them handle this mess. Just as the two of them thought the worst was over, the young man's fist showed no sign of stopping. Another punch. A thunderous, ground-shaking impact erupted. This time the terrifying force blasted straight through Charlos Saint's other arm. What are you thinking? The young man said, voice tinged with sarcasm. Charlos Saint, did you really believe I'd let you so-called celestial dragons off so easily? Let me tell you, even though I have no personal grudge with you nobles, nothing repulses me more than parasites like you. The corners of Wang Yu's mouth curled upward as he spoke. After taking another devastating blow, Charlos Saint collapsed on the deck like a dying dog, writhing and convulsing in agony. Blood began to flow in torrents from his wounds. The searing pain racked his body, his whole form twisting and contorting uncontrollably. Off to the side, Roswald Saint and Shalalia Palace stared wide-eyed, frozen in shock. Their mouths fell open, lips quivering as panic reached their faces. This young man, what does he want? Roswald stammered, terror etched across his features. We already apologized, didn't we? Why? Why won't he let us go? Beside him, Shalalia Palace's crimson lips parted in horror, her body inching back in instinctive fear. What is he trying to do? Does he actually mean to murder a celestial dragon? How can there possibly be someone in this world so terrifying? Shalalia Palace gasped, barely able to believe what she was witnessing. Hearing the exchange between the two, Wang Yu's lips curled into a subtle expression of disdain. Why should I show you mercy? So many people have begged the celestial dragons for their lives. Have you ever spared any of them? And as for me, my ambition extends to the entire world. So what if I kill a celestial dragon? What difference does it make? In the next instant, Wang Yu, without the slightest hesitation, raised his fist once more and brought it crashing down towards St. Charlos with unrestrained force. Right in front of him, a massive fist plummeted fiercely, aiming straight for his skull. At last, St. Charlos understood the imminence of death. For the first time since he had become a celestial dragon, he truly felt the chilling threat of mortality. This moment drew him back, reminding him of all those slaves he had killed before. Back then, he had never realized how overwhelming their terror must have been. He had thought their fear was just a sign of their lowly nature. But now, looking at his own end, he realized he was no different from them after all. It struck him then, if not for my father, if not for the accident of birth, what separates us celestial dragons from those so-called monkeys? Now that the end had come, he finally understood there was absolutely no difference between himself and those slaves he used to look down upon. St. Charlos's entire being was overtaken by a terror beyond words. In the face of death, he no longer cared about his identity as a celestial dragon. Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. Spare my life. I'll do anything. Take me as your slave if you want. Just let me live. St. Charlos begged, his voice choked with tears, sweat streaming down his face as he pleaded, heedless of his pain. But Wang Yu clearly had no intention of wasting any more words on this despicable being, this vile master who delighted in the torment of slaves. A thunderous blow followed. With a single, brutal punch, Wang Yu obliterated St. Charlos's head. The skull burst apart just like an overripe melon, blood from within spewing everywhere in an instant. The entire scene was thick with the reek of blood, imbuing the air with a gruesome, uncanny atmosphere. A single, casual strike had annihilated St. Charlos's head with ease. Seeing this, the two remaining celestial dragons were plunged into utter hopelessness. Their eyes were filled with terror. He really killed St. Charlos just like that. So easily, they exclaimed in utter disbelief. The sharp stench of urine suddenly seeped into the air. Wang Yu wrinkled his brow slightly. Pathetic, no more than a maggot, he thought with a bitter sigh. In the next moment, a terrifying blaze erupted from Wang Yu's body, surging forth in an instant. As soon as the flames appeared, they swallowed St. Charlos completely, reducing him to nothing in a matter of seconds. In less than 10 seconds, St. Charlos, along with the stench of fear he left behind, was utterly erased from existence. Witnessing such a scene, everyone aboard the Moby Dick stood in shocked disbelief, their faces frozen in utter astonishment. None of them had ever imagined Wang Yu would deal with a celestial dragon in such a ruthless way. This moment was almost too explosive, too outrageous to believe. Even these pirates, who usually feared neither heaven nor earth, could not help but feel chills running down their spines. Was this really the same Deputy Captain Wang Yu, the man they had lived alongside all this time? It had to be said, Deputy Captain Wang Yu really did reserve his best temper for his own crew. But when it came to dealing with enemies, Wang Yu was far more merciless. Back when the two emperors' alliance invaded, they hadn't seen Deputy Captain Wang Yu fight. At the time, they thought Wang Yu simply disliked getting his hands dirty. Now, looking at this, they realized just how wrong their assumptions had been. Deputy Captain Wang Yu was such a fearsome man. The only reason he hadn't acted before was because he wanted to give them a chance to grow, to let them rehearse for the great war that was sure to come. It's only today that I finally understand. Deputy Captain Wang Yu is truly a ruthless man, Marco said, full of emotion. Joza twisted his lips in disbelief. He didn't just kill the celestial dragon. He wiped him out until not even ashes remained. Deputy Captain Wang Yu really chose the most extreme approach. Joza gasped in shock. Celestial dragons are nothing but maggots crawling on this world. They deserve no pity, Vistus said coldly, a grim look in his eyes. Kuahaha! That kid is full of surprises, the old man roared with laughter. To be honest, I thought if Wang Yu could just beat up a celestial dragon, that would already be impressive. But who could have guessed he would go this far? This kid is downright ruthless. Whitebeard exclaimed, his astonishment obvious. And yet, it was clear that, deep down, Whitebeard admired Wang Yu's actions. When it comes to true nerve in the Whitebeard pirates, Wang Yu is second to none. The other division leaders might dare to kill a celestial dragon as well, but they would surely hesitate before doing it. After all, killing a celestial dragon is a very different matter from taking down even a Navy officer. To kill a celestial dragon is to invite real trouble upon oneself, and so most people would think long and hard before taking that final step. Impressive. Wang Yu, what a man, acted without a hint of hesitation. He didn't stop to think. He just did it. Pure action. In this regard, even I, Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, must admit he puts me to shame. Aboard the celestial dragon's ship, after all this unfolded, Wang Yu walked steadily toward Rosward and Shaoria, who had fallen silent and motionless. He advanced with the quietness of a reaper. No wonder a chill crept down everyone's spine at the sight. Rosward, upon seeing Wang Yu approaching them, was utterly gripped by terror. With each footfall, a new wave of dread swept through Rosward's heart, the fear mounting step by step. "Don't come any closer. Please, stay away," St. Charlos cried, eyes wide in terror. But there was not a chance Wang Yu would heed his plea. His face remained completely impassive, unhurried. Wang Yu closed the distance between himself and the two celestial dragons. At last, St. Roseward was pushed to the very brink of collapse. "No, no, please no," he wailed, scrambling to his feet, desperately trying to run. As for Xiaoria at his side, she was frozen with fear, utterly stupefied. "Father, if you're running for your life, could you at least take me with you?" she pleaded silently, but her body was shaking so badly with terror that she couldn't move at all. Despair gripped her heart. Was this what family really meant? In the face of death, blood ties suddenly felt so meaningless. Xiaoria's beautiful eyes brimmed with terror. Her pale thighs trembled uncontrollably. At this rate, she realized she would be the next to die. Panic overwhelmed her as she squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself. But Wang Yu's attack didn't come. What greeted her instead was the sound of her father's agonized screams. Terrified, Xiaoria forced her eyes open, only to witness a scene that shocked her to the core. Her father, Saint Roseward, was engulfed in flames, his entire body wreathed in terrifying fire. Those hellish flames consumed everything on him in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Rolling about the deck, Roseward shrieked in agony, but no one spared him even a glance. This vivid memory brought Xiaoria back to the times she'd witnessed her father brutalizing slaves. She remembered clearly. There were many slaves he had burned alive in just this fashion. Now, seeing him meet the very same fate, she finally understood. The wheel of karma had indeed come full circle. In less than 10 seconds, Saint Roseward vanished completely from the world. And then, Wang Yu started again, step by step, walking over to Xiaoria. Once more, her pale legs began to tremble violently. "Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me." Charlia spoke, her crimson lips trembling. "It's over, it's all over. Faced with such a ruthless killer, there's no way I'll make it out alive this time." Charlia's mind unraveled to its breaking point. Terror gripped her heart as she contemplated her fate. Meanwhile, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up Charlia from head to toe. "I could spare your life," Wang Yu said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. Charlia was stunned, utterly bewildered by his words. Just a moment ago, Wang Yu had shown no mercy to her brother or even her father. And now, he was offering her a chance to live? As if hit by a sudden revelation, Charlia collapsed to her knees right where she stood. Again and again, she knocked her forehead against the deck of the ship with desperate fervor. Watching her humble herself like this, Wang Yu's smile grew even more pronounced. "Not killing you is certainly possible, but I have my own conditions. From now on, you will not return to Mary Geos. From today, you'll stay with me as my maid." Wang Yu's voice curled with mocking amusement. After all, recently Runny and the others had been complaining about how bored they were. They wanted new friends. And as Wang Yu looked at this celestial dragon before him, she was quite easy on the eyes. So, he thought, why not bring Charlia back and have her keep the place tidy? The bathroom could use a maid anyway. Charlia's eyes widened in shock, her face a portrait of disbelief. Did this man even understand what he was saying? I am a noble celestial dragon, and he expects me to serve as his slave? Worse yet, a lowly maid of all things? This is absurd beyond imagination. So, you're unwilling? Well, that's fine. I don't like forcing people, Wang Yu said, his tone playful yet chilling. If you truly refuse, I can simply send you to join your brother and father in the afterlife. That wouldn't be a bad outcome either. He genuinely wanted to see what choice this celestial dragon would make. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Charlia began to tremble violently, fear rooting her in place. This isn't not forcing someone, telling me you'll reunite me with my father and brother. That's not force. Charlia's lips quivered as she fought back tears, panic overwhelming her heart. I'll do it. I agree. In that moment, Charlia felt the last shreds of her pride as a celestial dragon crumble away. All that remained, as she looked upon the man before her, was a profound sense of terror and humiliation. But there was no other way. In order to survive, she had no choice but to bow her head. Well then, come with me, Wang Yu said calmly. Once we've wiped out Marine headquarters, someone will teach you how to clean the toilets. With that, he took Xiaoria along with him. Following behind Wang Yu, Xiaoria was completely stunned. This young man, before her, was really heading to Marine headquarters? And he intended to wipe out the entire place. Good heavens! No wonder the world had fallen into such chaos. Pirates no longer feared the Marines. And now she was going to be made to clean toilets. Xiaoria felt herself slipping into utter despair. When they boarded the ship, Shaoria was put in shackles and taken below deck. The captains all looked at Shaoria, each wearing a knowing smile, turning a celestial dragon into a maid. Probably only Vice Captain Wang Yu could have come up with such an idea. Everyone chuckled at the thought. There was no need for more words. The air was filled with amused smiles. Just then, Whitebeard made his way over. He let out a hearty laugh. "Kid, you really are something. To think a celestial dragon would be as insignificant as an insect in front of you," Whitebeard said with satisfaction. "Don't worry. Even if the celestial dragons send the holy knights after you, we of the Whitebeard pirates will stand by your side and protect you." Hearing the promise from the Whitebeard pirates, Wang Yu was genuinely moved. But he couldn't help but think to himself, they really had it all wrong. "Old man, you don't need to worry. Even if Imu shows up, I won't be afraid. I'm not the kind of reckless fool who'd challenge the world government outright without full confidence in what I'm doing," Wang Yu murmured. Upon hearing these words, those standing nearby felt another jolt of shock. It was hard to comprehend. Just how terrifying was Wang Yu? Even the seasoned pirates of the Whitebeard crew, who had seen life and death countless times, couldn't help but tremble at his words. "Imu, does Imu really exist?" Marco asked in disbelief. He had always thought that was just a legend, never expecting there might actually be such a monstrous figure lurking behind the scenes. Whitebeard's eyes grew wide in astonishment. He had heard whispers of this so-called Imu from Roger, the Pirate King. But back then, he too had thought it was nothing more than a tale. Looking at it now, since even Wang Yu has spoken about it, this proves that Im, just like the One Piece, truly exists. "Kid, the Im you're talking about, is that the one in the rumors the celestial dragon, that supreme being?" Whitebeard cried out in astonishment. "If it's true, then that would be an existence even more fearsome than the Holy Knights." Because this matter was just so fantastical, Whitebeard couldn't help but ask. Wang Yu gave a slight nod. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all taken aback. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Wang Yu continued. "Don't worry. With my current strength, even if I believe I'm capable of putting up a fight. The Holy Knights are nothing to me," Wang Yu said with a squint and a confident smile. A heavy gulp echoed through the crew. One after another, everyone among the Whitebeard pirates swallowed hard. They always knew Wang Yu was powerful, but never had they imagined that Wang Yu had grown so strong as to be able to challenge one of the legendary ancient monsters himself. It was almost terrifying. "Boy, I knew it. You must have been training in seclusion all these years." Gururara. Whitebeard threw his head back in roaring laughter. "To think that in our Whitebeard pirates, someone just as terrifying as Rocks has emerged. Truly, fate is smiling upon us," he exclaimed, gazing up at the sky and laughing heartily. Now, it wasn't just the overall strength of the Whitebeard pirates that had skyrocketed with Wang Yu's help. Even more incredible, it turned out they had cultivated a monster like Wang Yu. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that the Whitebeard pirates would conquer the entire world. In that case, this time, when facing the Navy headquarters, there was truly nothing to worry about. With Wang Yu here, everything would be taken care of. Whitebeard's heart brimmed with satisfaction and joy. The other captains, too, couldn't hide their excitement. Looking at their vice captain, Wang Yu, they felt an overwhelming sense of admiration. A true powerhouse stood before their very eyes. Not only had he raised them all to emperor-level strength, but when it came to facing the celestial dragons, he never hesitated. He simply struck. But what was even more astonishing was Wang Yu's personal power, which had reached the very ceiling of what was possible. It was that same legendary being, Im, who had lived for centuries. Even then, Vice Captain Wang Yu was confident he could stand his ground. If that's not the highest level of strength, what is? As for the things Wang Yu said, not a single one of the captains had any doubt. That was the power of Wang Yu's charisma. A chorus of cheers ran through the ship, echoing in waves. The entire Moby Dick sailed onward, braving the gusty winds that night. Huge waves were ceaselessly rolling and churning across the sea. It felt as though these swells were heralding the arrival of a new era. Meanwhile, at Marine headquarters, Sengoku was orchestrating the preparations for the coming Great War. From the very heights of headquarters, Sengoku narrowed his eyes and looked over at Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Mihawk, that man didn't just refuse to join our ranks, but has gone so far as to betray us. This is likely to be a significant turning point," Sengoku murmured, his gaze keen and troubled. Vice Admiral Tsuru also narrowed her eyes, staring out in the direction of the open sea. "Don't let yourself get too worked up, Sengoku. Doflamingo, Mariah, the Pirate Empress, and Bartholomew Kuma are still under our control. For that reason, I don't believe this great war will get out of hand." Her words brought Sengoku some measure of comfort, though only a little. Lately, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, Sengoku had found it hard to sleep, weighed down by a persistent sense that this war would end in a devastating defeat. I can only hope I'm just being overly anxious, Sengoku muttered, rubbing the corner of his eye. At the same moment, all across Marine headquarters, the Navy surged with activity as countless sailors strengthened the fortifications, bracing themselves for the arrival of the White-Beard pirates. The Shichibukai who had been summoned, Doflamingo, the pirate Empress Hancock, Gecko Mariah, and others, mingled among the Marines, each exuding their own blend of swagger and insolence. Hey, even the Navy needs our strength. That alone says enough about the power of the Shichibukai. Gecko Mariah exclaimed, electric with excitement. Fufufu, with all this firepower, if Whitebeard really dares to show his face, he's walking into certain death. This is the perfect stage for me, Doflamingo, to really cut loose. Heavenly Yiksha, Doflamingo, let out a victorious, unsettling laugh. Beside him, the pirate Empress Hancock stood silent, preoccupied by thoughts she kept to herself. As for Bartholomew Kuma, as always, he remained impassive and said nothing. The three Marine admirals were mounting their thrones, one by one, each arrival commanding the awe of the watching Marines. Cheers erupted among the troops. Wow, that's Admiral Akiji, Admiral Kazan himself. They say he has the power to freeze an entire sea with just his own strength. With each step Akiji took toward the Admiral's seat at the rear, the crowd's excitement built and spilled over. Next, Akainu and Kizuru made their way to their own seats in solemn procession. Their overwhelming presence swept across the gathering like a force of nature. Oh my gosh, that's Sakazuki, Admiral Akainu. He's the man who can summon rivers of magma. And there's also Admiral Kizuru. He's the man who possesses the speed of light. The assembled Marines wore expressions of utter shock, and in that instant, their morale soared to new heights. Witnessing this surge in spirit among his troops, Sengoku finally allowed himself a brief sigh of relief. He had already reported everything to the Five Elders. In light of the recent erratic behavior from the White-Beard pirates, the Five Elders were dispatching members of the CP organization, and even the Seraphim, to reinforce them. Looking at it from this perspective, the battle ahead seemed much more likely to end in victory. As Sengoku continued to inspect the troops before him, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly called him over. Confusion flashed across Sengoku's face. For Vice Admiral Tsuru to call him over so seriously at such a critical moment, it couldn't possibly be good news, could it? A wave of unease washed over Sengoku's heart. Emergency! St. Charlos and his whole family of celestial dragons have gone missing in the waters around Whitebeard's Fishman Island. Based on our intelligence, there's a high likelihood that they have already fallen victim to the cruelty of the White-Beard pirates, Tsuru murmured gravely. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes flew wide in astonishment. The celestial dragons, murdered so brutally? That wasn't Whitebeard style at all. How could the White-Beard pirates have become so reckless and overbearing now? Seeing Sengoku lost in thought, Vice Admiral Tsuru continued in a low voice. In view of this incident, to prevent panic and chaos among the troops as we approach war, those above have decided this matter should remain strictly among Naval High Command. Moreover, she added, given the severity of this attack on the celestial dragons, the world government has issued an order. We are to completely annihilate the White-Beard pirates. The government will provide us with every possible reinforcement. Sengoku nodded gravely. Understand, too. You may leave for now, he replied, his tone heavy. It wasn't truly concern over the slaughtered celestial dragons that weighed on Sengoku's mind. To be honest, if those kinds of people were dead, then so be it. He had never held them in very high regard. What was truly disturbing was the fact that the White-Beard pirates had become bold enough to strike down celestial dragons so directly. That meant they surely possessed a terrifying new level of strength. And that, above all, was what unsettled him most. Damn it! As these thoughts raced through his mind, the headache he'd only just begun to shake off started to throb again, faint but insistent. Meanwhile, inside the prison, Garp had already arrived at Ace's cell. Seeing Garp appear, Ace could only stare in shock. For the young man, faced with this elderly figure, there were simply no words left to say. Garp looked at his grandson and fell into a deep, heavy silence. His mind began to wander, memories flooding back of Ace and Luffy's childhood days. At last, unable to hold back any longer, he unleashed a furious roar at Ace inside the prison. Why? Ace, you damn fool. I warned you long ago. Not to become a pirate. And that troublesome Luffy, too. Why wouldn't you listen? Garp's voice was hoarse with rage. It was because Ace chose the wrong path that he'd fallen to such a fate. Garp's heart ached with bitter regret. Meanwhile, The Whitebeard pirates pressed forward with renewed urgency. Through the coated passage of Fishman Island, they plunged into the depths of the ocean. The colossal Moby Dick surged ahead, bearing down straight for the Navy. At last, the day had finally arrived. At Navy headquarters, Ace was marched step by step onto the execution platform. To strike fear into the hearts of other pirates, Sengoku began a worldwide broadcast, his words echoing across the globe. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Roger, has not died out. Sengoku's declaration rang out, his voice thunderous before all the people of the world. This revelation stunned everyone who heard it across the globe. After hearing Sengoku's announcement, people everywhere wore looks of shock and disbelief. What? The Pirate King, Roger? His bloodline really survived? Roger's mother actually evaded the Navy's pursuit. What an incredible woman. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. But why is the Navy bringing up Roger right now, as they execute Ace? What's the meaning of this? This news is explosive. Thinking back, Roger was quite the unforgettable figure. Across the world, crowds gathered beneath giant screens, watching Sengoku's proclamation and erupting into heated discussion. Everyone was deeply curious why Sengoku was suddenly recounting events from decades ago. Why mention Roger now? When the atmosphere was at its peak, Sengoku continued, his voice grave. And today, the ace who is to be executed is none other than the sinful seed left behind by the Pirate King, Roger. Sengoku broadcasted once more to every corner of the globe. Hearing this, people everywhere were thrown into chaos once again. What? Ace? Ace is actually Roger's son? No way. I never would have guessed. The Pirate King's own son, and he called Whitebeard his father. So this is the Pirate King's fate. What a tragic end. Eyes wide in amazement and disbelief, people all over the world could scarcely take in what they'd learned. But for Ace, Sengoku's words struck a devastating blow. Enough. Sengoku, stop it. Roger, that man doesn't deserve to be called my father. My father is just one person, and that's Whitebeard. Ace shouted at the top of his lungs. Seeing the look on Ace's face, Sengoku showed not an ounce of sympathy. He narrowed his eyes and continued speaking. Ace, don't think I don't know what happened. Back then, your mother endured all kinds of hardships, hiding from the Navy, refusing to give birth to you. That's the only reason we didn't catch you. There's no doubt about it. You are Roger's son, Sengoku declared, his voice booming across the square. Ignoring Ace, Sengoku pressed on with his public address. And today, Ace will be executed. This is the fate that awaits all pirates. Sengoku thundered. As Sengoku's words echoed out, Garp clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. His heart ached with grief. But there was simply nothing he could do. He'd chosen the path of the Navy, and that meant he could not save Ace. In this moment, a crushing pain settled deep inside him. Ace, too, felt his gaze grow vacant and lost. Being captured was entirely the result of his hot-headedness. Whitebeard himself had personally warned him, telling him never to pursue Blackbeard. But he just wouldn't listen. All the fault lay with himself, and so now, there was only one wish left in Ace's heart. He hoped with everything he had that his old man would not come to save him. He couldn't allow himself to drag anyone else down, especially not his father. Whitebeard had already exhausted himself worrying over Ace, and if he showed up this time, he might lose his very life right here. Ace's mind was weighed down with anguish as he thought of all this. Just as everyone thought Ace's fate was sealed, at the crescent-shaped shoreline of Marineford, countless bubbles suddenly broke through the water's surface. Ace's eyes widened in shock. No, it can't be. Please, old man, don't come. Inside, Ace's heart screamed with desperate intensity. Suddenly, a massive ship burst out from beneath the waves, shooting straight up into the sky. Every single person there could see it. It was no ordinary vessel. It was none other than the legendary Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Across the live broadcast, everyone, everywhere, saw that enormous ship. Somewhere on a distant island, in front of a giant video screen, Pirate Kid watched the spectacle unfold, his eyes rounding in sheer disbelief. If I'm not mistaken, he muttered, that's Whitebeard's main ship. The Moby Dick, isn't it? It's really hard to believe the Whitebeard pirates actually have the guts to come in person. Standing to the side, Killer's face also revealed a look of shock and admiration. The Navy is the overlord of these seas, yet the Whitebeard pirates dare go head-to-head with them. Looks like they truly treasure loyalty and friendship among their crew, Killer murmured. The monk Urage widened his eyes in astonishment. So this is the Whitebeard pirates. They even had the nerve to try and rescue someone right from Navy headquarters. Such courage is truly unmatched. Out on the battlefield, all the Marines had taken notice of the Whitebeard pirates' presence. There was no mistaking that ship. The Whitebeard pirates, the legendary White-Beard pirates. They had appeared out of thin air. The eyes of every marine were locked onto the ship hovering in the sky, faces etched with shock. At the execution platform, far in the rear, Sengoku squinted intently, his fists clenched tight. I never would have guessed. The White-Beard pirates actually chose to break through from beneath the sea and made it straight past the Crescent Bay. But now I want to see how you plan to land. They're the White-Beard pirates. Open fire on them. Without a moment's hesitation, Sengoku gave the order for a bombardment against the White-Beard pirates. The gunners at the front lines, hearing Sengoku's command, instantly sprang into action. They aimed at the White-Beard pirates and let loose a barrage. The White-Beard pirates are really here. Fire! Hurry, fire! One gunner after another shouted urgently. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with a dense hailstorm of cannon fire from the Navy. Under this onslaught, the vast blue sky was abruptly stained with a sinister, blood-red hue. Watching the swarm of shells overhead, Whitebeard's lips curled in a scornful smile. As expected from the Navy, their firepower is far denser than the alliance of emperors ever mustered. Whitebeard joked. The other division commanders all wore teasing, unbothered expressions. Many of them, now, possessed the power to counter this barrage from the Marines. So, to these captains, even such intense cannon fire posed little threat. Whitebeard himself let a dismissive smile tug at his lips. The next moment, he raised a single fist and swung it lightly at the sky. Instantly, a terrifying force surged through the heavens above. A crackling, electric sound echoed through the air. Across the entire sky, an eerie sound of shattering suddenly rang out. There was no need to think twice. This was the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. It was truly the most formidable of the Paramecia devil fruits when it came to destructive force. With Whitebeard abilities at work, the dense barrage of shells that filled the sky began to explode mid-air, one after another, long before reaching their intended targets. Thunderous booms echoed overhead. Thunder roared endlessly. Though these shells appeared deadly, not a single one reached the Whitebeard pirates. Every last one detonated prematurely, torn apart by Whitebeard's quake powers. It was like a fireworks show. Dazzling colors blossomed in the skies above. Seeing this spectacular scene, Whitebeard simply broke into laughter. If this is the best fireworks you've got, you're going to have to do better than that if you want to stop me, he said with a wide grin. At the same time, pirates across the world who witnessed this bizarre scene could do nothing but gape in amazement. In front of a giant screen, kids swallowed hard. So this is the power of a Yonko? That many shells, and with a mere snap of his fingers, they're all gone. I have to admit, this kind of power, the sheer scale of destruction, is truly terrifying. Kid exclaimed in utter shock. Standing close by, Killer narrowed his eyes. Judging by this, it seems we still have a long way to go before we can even dream of becoming Pirate King. If just a Yonko is already this fearsome, then the road ahead of us is far from easy. Killer, too, was overcome with astonishment. Meanwhile, in front of the big screen, the strange monk Urge was just as stunned. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So this is what it means to have the power of a Yonko. If I could ever achieve this level of strength, even if it meant dying right after, I'd have no regrets, the monk murmured, a look of awe on his face. Hawkins, too, was awestruck by the might of the Whitebeard pirates as he took in the scene. After a moment, Hawkins drew his cards and began to divine the outcome on the battlefield. But when he saw the result of his divination, he was completely dumbfounded. Stunned, Hawkins sprang from his seat, eyes wide as he stared at the cards before him. I can't believe the ending turned out like this, he whispered, lips trembling in disbelief. This is far beyond anything I could have predicted. At that very moment, back on the battlefield, everyone watched as Whitebeard, with a mere flick of his fingers, utterly obliterated their artillery shells. The Navy's gunners were utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place. Sengoku's brow knit tightly with concern. The world's strongest man, his might, his power, had not faded with the years. What are you all staring at? Keep attacking. Sengoku roared. Startled out of their stupor by his bellow, the gunners snapped back to attention, emerging from their shock. Attack! Keep firing! They shouted one after another, voices ringing out. But while they were only just regaining their senses, Whitebeard had already launched his counterattack. With a thunderous crack, Whitebeard swung his fist, imbued with the power of the Tremor fruit, and struck the air beside him with all his strength. In that instant, the very fabric of space seemed to rupture and explode. A bizarre noise echoed through the sky at that moment. More terrifying still, the sea itself began to roil and rage, as if brought to a furious boil. Towering waves, many stories high, surged and crashed relentlessly toward Marineford. The sea thundered and roared, an endless tumult. Waves, dozens of fathoms tall, bore down with the awe-inspiring presence of looming giants, ready to obliterate the front row of cannon stationed at the Navy's headquarters. At the sight, the gunners in the first row were struck absolutely dumb, their eyes wide with disbelief. It's a tidal wave, an earthquake at sea. What do we do? What do we do now? Terror twisted across the faces of the gunners, panic setting in. If simply swept up by such monstrous waves, they'd be doomed without a doubt. Nearby, Akiji caught sight of the impending disaster. Without hesitation, a chilling surge of power flowed out from him. Ice Age, a frigid cold, palpable, and overwhelming, washed over the battlefield. The towering waves that moments ago had threatened to crash down from above were, under Akiji's influence, frozen solid in an instant. The Navy soldiers, who only a heartbeat earlier had been bracing for a watery end, breathed deep sighs of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness Admiral Akiji is here. Otherwise, we would have been done for, the Marines exclaimed in relief and gratitude. Yet, the colossal fields of ice now offered Whitebeard's pirates an unexpected advantage for their landing. Members of the Whitebeard pirates began their advance, leaping down to the battlefield. Each division commander was captured clearly by the ever-present cameras. 1st Division Commander Marco, the Phoenix and mythical Zoan fruit user. 3rd Division Commander Joseph. One by one, the infamous pirates of the New World appeared in full force, every last one making their entrance at this very moment. Especially striking was their leader, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. At this moment, gripping his supreme-grade blade, Murakamajiri, he exuded an aura that seemed utterly unstoppable. Gururara, boys, raise Marineford to the ground. Let them see what it means to cross our pirate crew. Whitebeard roared, his voice filled with excitement. Charge! One after another, the pirates, spurred on by Whitebeard's rallying cry, utterly unafraid of death, surged forward in a frenzy, hurling themselves toward Marineford. The entire scene was being broadcast live across the world. Naturally, among those shown was Wang Yu. High above, Kid stood atop one of the islands, his eyes locking onto Wang Yu's image with a look of curiosity. That's strange. Who is that young man? He wondered aloud. To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and, judging by his position, he seems even more important than Marco, the 1st Division commander, Kid exclaimed, astonished. Beside him, Killer also wore a puzzled expression. Yeah, I've never heard of there being such a figure in the Whitebeard pirates. Elsewhere, on a different island, the mad monk Urage watched with bafflement as well. Who is that young man? He looks pretty weak. Can someone like that really stand among Whitebeard's division commanders? Urage wore a look of utter disbelief. Back on the battlefield, the moment the clash began, Sengoku immediately caught sight of Wang Yu. So that's the brat. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. Others might not know who Wang Yu is, but how could Sengoku himself be unaware? The legendary vice-captain. He didn't know exactly how powerful Wang Yu truly was, but if there was one thing Sengoku was certain of, it was that this man was shrouded in mystery. And so, faced with Wang Yu, Sengoku felt an instinctual wariness take hold of him. While Sengoku brooded, the battlefield had already erupted into chaos. Right at the front line, the Navy soldiers standing before Marineford felt Whitebeard's force bear down upon them. With a thunderous punch, the very earth quaked. The seismic shock waves raged outward, barreling toward the Navy lines. Under such overwhelming force, the Marines stationed at the front of the first island chain were instantly knocked unconscious by the sheer impact of Whitebeard's shockwave. Ace! Whitebeard's bellow split the sky. His cry echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Seeing his father arrive, Ace was overcome with remorse, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. The thing he feared most had come to pass after all. He was the one who had made mistakes, so why did his father have to bear the consequences for him? The Navy had long since laid a trap as vast as the sky itself to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, waiting only for their arrival. But if Pops tried to rescue them like this, he would surely be killed. Tears began to spill, one by one, down Ace's cheeks. Sengoku, observing Ace's expression, merely let out a cold snort. It's too late for regrets now, Ace. Sengoku rebuked him sharply. 1st Division advance. Stop them at all costs. With Sengoku's thunderous command, scores of Marines surged forward, hastening their charge toward the Whitebeard pirates. In an instant, the battlefield erupted in a deafening cacophony of war cries and clashing steel. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates quickened their pace, one after another, surging ahead with determination. At the very front was Marco, leading the vanguard. A chilling aura, terrifying in its intensity, gathered around Marco's talon-like feet. With a sweeping motion, he launched himself at the enemies before him. With the force of an Arctic storm, his icy power washed over a swath of Marines. Those who so much as brushed against Marco's frozen air were instantly turned into solid ice sculptures. The affected Marines' eyes bulged wide in shock. Before succumbing to the frost, not a single one managed to react. Bewilderment was etched onto every face as they froze in place. Behind them, the rest of the Marines were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. What was going on? Marco, did he really possess the powers of Aokiji? Their faces registered utter shock, their disbelief impossible to hide. One by one, they couldn't help but look back over their shoulders, searching for answers. Naturally, all eyes turned to Admiral Aokiji himself. Aokiji stood rooted in place, utterly stunned. His mouth twitched, and for a moment, he couldn't utter a sound in his astonishment. Wasn't that his own freezing power? How on earth could Marco have his ability? Countless questions erupted in his mind. He simply couldn't make sense of it. Wasn't Marco the wielder of the Phoenix Devil Fruit? And yet here, he was, displaying the power Aokiji himself possessed. This was 2 Devil Fruit abilities. By all rights, any person who tried to wield 2 such powers would be dead. No matter how much he racked his brain, Aokiji couldn't fathom it. Beside him, Akainu's jaw dropped in equal shock, echoing the same question as Aokiji. This is bizarre. What's going on here? One man, wielding 2 devil fruits, and both of them incredibly rare. Isn't that just terrifying? Akainu muttered in disbelief. Kizaru, too, stood mouth agape. Well, now that's a truly fearsome fellow. Admiral Aokiji's devil fruit powers, plus the ability of the Phoenix. What terrifying people we're facing. Kizaru raised his lips in surprise as he spoke. Right beside him, Garp and Sengoku were even more stunned, their eyes narrowing in disbelief. Sengoku, it seems the rumors are true. The Whitebeard pirates, they really have acquired formidable technological strength. Garp said gravely, his whole face clouded with seriousness. Sengoku let out a heavy breath, trying to steady himself. Then, turning to Garp, he spoke solemnly. No matter what, this great war has already begun. There's no way to avoid it now. No matter what powers the Whitebeard pirates have gained, we cannot afford to lose this war. Garp, Sengoku declared, voice heavy with determination. At Sengoku's command, the elite squad leaped into action once more. A formidable unit made up of colonels and rear admirals surged forward, charging straight at the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, high above in the sky, a tremendous voice suddenly filled the air. All heads turned upward in an instant. What they saw made everyone's heart jump in shock. Among the ranks of the Navy, some recognized him instantly, like Smoker, whose eyes went wide in disbelief. That's Straw Hat Luffy, Smoker exclaimed in astonishment. Ace, I've come to save you. Luffy's voice rang out, raw and full of emotion. Hearing Luffy's words, Ace swallowed hard, disbelief flashing in his eyes. That's really him. It was actually his little brother, Luffy. Ace never imagined that in order to save him, so many would throw everything behind the cause. And it wasn't just Straw Hat Luffy. There was also Crocodile, Jinbe, Mr. 3, and the others. All of them had escaped together from the hellish depths of Impel Down. Sengoku's jaw clenched tight. Garp, is this your doing? That's Luffy, isn't it? Sengoku roared, his fury barely contained. Garp, too, looked as if his eyes would pop out of his head when he saw Luffy appear. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. Straw Hat Luffy, having battered his way through several Navy majors with his gum-gum attacks, fought his way ever closer to Whitebeard. Hey, old man, I heard you think you're going to be Pirate King. Listen up. The one who'll become king of the pirates is me. Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. Whitebeard didn't pay him any mind. Ha ha. So you're Ace's little brother, huh? If you want to defeat me, you're welcome to try. Crocodile wasted no time. He attacked Whitebeard the very next instant. However, it was obvious that Crocodile's power was still far from enough if he intended to take on Whitebeard. With just a casual sweep of his hand, Whitebeard easily warded off Crocodile's attack. Hey, Crocodile, how about we call a temporary truce and join forces against the Navy? Same goes for you, Buggy the Clown. Both of them agreed instantly upon hearing this proposal. With that, the Whitebeard pirate strength was reinforced once again. In the next moment, squads of Navy soldiers surged forward, charging at them in force. Crocodile eyed these elite Marines with a look of blatant disdain. Leave these Navy lackeys to me. Crocodile sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. But before Crocodile could even activate his sand powers, Kiriel and King Du had already unleashed their own abilities. Don't kid yourself, Crocodile. We finally made it to Navy headquarters. There's no way we're letting you steal all the glory. Kiriel and King Du chimed in with cheerful grins. Crocodile was left utterly dumbfounded. What was going on in these captains' heads? He was here, specifically, to lend them a hand. Yet here they were, complaining about him stealing their thunder? Crocodile's lips twitched in disbelief. Just what kind of nonsense was this? But before he could stew any further, Kiriel had already hauled up his massive cannons. "These small fries are mine to handle," Kiriel declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Crocodile scoffed, unconvinced. "Just you, Kiriel?" He was facing nearly 10,000 elite Navy troops, and Kiriel thought a few cannons would be enough to deal with them all. Just then, Aizo stepped forward, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Huh, Kiriel, I'll let you take the credit for the first strike this time, but you'd better let me pitch in for some assists while we're at it," Aizo said jovially. Kiriel rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Aizo, you sly fox. You really don't let up, do you?" Kiriel chuckled wryly. At this rate, there were getting to be more fighters than foes, a classic case of too many monks and not enough gruel. The exchange between Kiriel and Aizo left Crocodile completely bewildered. A lowly squad captain and the 10th Division commander, both considered near the bottom of the Whitebeard pirates. Where in the world did they get the confidence to think they could defeat this army of 10,000 Marines? What's more, as these two bragged shamelessly, not a single other captain stepped in to dispute them. Did all the officers of the Whitebeard pirates have a screw loose or something? Crocodile stood there, utterly baffled, deep in thought. While Crocodile was lost in contemplation, Marco slowly strode over, step by step. Marco simply waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll leave this bunch of small fry to you. But when the real battle starts, you'd better not fight me for opponents of admiral-level strength, Kiriel, Aizo. That's my only condition." Marco reminded them. Gulp. Crocodile couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even Marco himself didn't think they were exaggerating. Unlike Kiriel and Aizo, Marco's combat power was on an entirely different level, a force to be reckoned with. As for Marco, Crocodile knew in his heart that with his current abilities, defeating Marco was absolutely impossible. And yet, with Marco being this formidable, could he really possess such extraordinary talent as well? This left Crocodile feeling a trace of bewilderment deep within his soul. Charge! The elite troops of the Navy had already surged forward, 10,000 hardened soldiers, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Slay Whitebeard himself. Charge! The Navy will triumph. Justice will prevail. One Navy man after another shouted boldly. At that moment, Doflamingo, positioned behind the main naval force, right at the heart of Marine headquarters, cracked a grin. Fufu. The rulers of this world are still the Navy. Justice? Of course, justice will triumph, because only the victors get to define justice. Fufu. Doflamingo stretched his mouth into a wicked smile as he spoke. The masses of Navy troops surged forward without hesitation. Up in the sky, it was as though fireworks were exploding overhead, countless shells blasting across the heavens. Those Navy men charging with all their might soon looked up, drawn by the commotion above their heads. Moments later, they all froze in utter astonishment. How can this be? The Whitebeard pirates. Is their artillery really this intimidating? One Navy elite gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. But that was only the beginning. Earlier, the barrage in the sky had been Aizo unleashing his ultimate technique. Now, it was finally Kiriel's turn to launch his attack. At that moment, deep within Whitebeard's forces, Kiriel revealed a smile. To be honest, this is my first time using the Hurricane and Hydra. These two weapons Vice Captain Yu entrusted to me. This is the perfect opportunity to try them out and see what kind of damage they can do. Kiriel's lips curled up, a playful grin spreading across his face as he spoke. According to Deputy Captain Wang Yu, if these two weapons are combined, they can unleash massive area damage upon their enemies. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, Kiriel decided it was the perfect moment to put them to the test. Without hesitation, Kiriel, right in front of everyone, set up both cannons before him. He aimed the twin barrels directly at the Marines ahead and fired with a thunderous intensity. A deep, resounding boom echoed through the air. The earth seemed to tremble as explosion after explosion erupted in quick succession. A torrent of shells soared into the sky, and to his astonishment, they split in midair, multiplying into 3 projectiles each, raining heavy fire onto the enemy ranks. Witnessing this display, understanding suddenly dawned on Kiriel's face. So it's true, Deputy Captain Wang Yu never ceases to impress. It really split, just as he described. Kiriel exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. He recalled that Wang Yu had once told him, once the Hurricane weapon was added to his arsenal, his attacks would scatter into 3 parts upon impact. At first, Kiriel had found this hard to believe. But after seeing it with his own eyes and putting it to the test, he was finally convinced. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Aizo's barrage struck first, tearing through the front lines. Another round of thunderous explosions followed, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. Explosions roared, flames engulfed the Marines, licking hungrily at their uniforms as the elite ranks cried out in agony. One by one, they fell unconscious, overwhelmed by the ferocious power of the bombs. Surrounded by the devastation, the 10,000-strong elite force clenched their brows in fear, faces pale, lips trembling. What in the world is this strange power? We didn't even notice. How could so many cannons appear out of thin air? This truly defies explanation. The firepower is overwhelming. Run for your lives. The first instinct of the elite Marines was to immediately flee the battlefield. But barely had they turned on their heels to escape when disaster struck again. Misfortune seemed to chase their every step. From the skies above, rows of anti-aircraft guns unleashed a fresh wave of punishment, delivering another crushing strike. Empowered by the Hydra's might, the explosions burst forth, their projectiles ricocheting wildly in every direction. Every shell packed an astonishing force, each blast more terrifying than the last. The fleeing Marines looked over their shoulders, horror written plain across their faces. How can there be so many guns, so many bullets? Where did they all come from? Completely overwhelmed, the Marines stood stunned, unable to process what was happening. Under this relentless, fearsome barrage, one after another, they succumbed, completely losing consciousness on the devastated battlefield. Even the Navy soldiers who had been planning to escape moments before fell one after another under the terrifying assault, left utterly powerless. The combined attacks of Aizu and Kirill overlapped in a devastating barrage. This sent shockwaves rippling through naval headquarters. For a time, sparks flew in every direction. The front line of naval headquarters was engulfed in what seemed like a sea of fire. Within the flames, the Navy soldiers cried out in agony. Yet this war was nothing short of brutal. After their anguished wails, those Navy men simply vanished from the fight, never to be heard from again. At this moment, in the deepest rear of naval headquarters, Sengoku suddenly stood up, his face filled with astonishment. What in the world is happening? The Whitebeard pirates' warships. Their firepower is actually more formidable than ours. Sengoku gaped at the overwhelming scene before him, shock etched across his features. And at the same time, standing apart with the Whitebeard pirates, Crocodile was similarly stunned, no less so than Sengoku himself. Sengoku's shock, while intense, was tinged with confusion. He simply couldn't conceive where the Whitebeard pirates had drawn such fearsome firepower. But as for Crocodile, he understood perfectly well how all of this had come to pass. He had witnessed it himself. Aizu, with nothing more than a casual wave, sent a hailstorm of shells exploding down from the sky. Kirill, too, with just a pair of turrets at his command. The shells he unleashed were so densely packed they made your skin crawl. Just the two of them. In the space of a breath, just by the snap of their fingers, they had annihilated 10,000 elite Navy soldiers. That kind of ruthlessness, who could possibly match it? Could the Whitebeard pirates truly be so powerful? Had I misunderstood what Whitebeard's crew was capable of all this time? Crocodile found himself utterly bewildered, sinking deeper into confusion. He simply couldn't make sense of it. None of it fit. These were just ordinary division commanders in the Whitebeard pirates. None too remarkable. And yet, each one wielded terrifying strength. At that moment, Doflamingo, standing amid the battlefield, watched as Navy elites crumpled before him, one after another. The mocking sneer he wore just moments earlier gradually faded. In its place came a deep, weighty solemnity. So this is the true might of the Whitebeard pirates? The war between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. It looks like things are about to get even more interesting. The lenses of Doflamingo's sunglasses flashed, casting a glint as he murmured to himself. Beside Doflamingo, Gecko Moria's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. This firepower, it's just overwhelming. The Whitebeard pirates, they really are something to behold. But in the end, it doesn't matter. No matter which side emerges victorious, I'll still get my hands on a mountain of shadows. A sinister chuckle rippled from Gecko Moria's lips. As for the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, she remained silent, a look of astonishment briefly flickering across her face. It had to be said, just judging by sheer firepower, the Whitebeard pirates didn't seem to be at a disadvantage, even against the Navy's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. As whispers and guesses swept through the crowd, suddenly, Dracul Mihawk made his move. His supreme-grade sword crackled with energy, gathering a torrent of sword intent across the entire battlefield in an instant. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. So, the intel was true after all. Yet most of the Navy soldiers had no idea about this turn of events. One by one, the Marines wore dumbfounded expressions. What? Dracul Mihawk has actually joined the Whitebeard pirates. Isn't Mihawk one of the 7 warlords? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting on our side? What's going on? Does this mean Mihawk is giving up his position as a warlord? The Marines couldn't hide their shock. Mihawk's joining the fight shifts the entire balance. Looks like for the Navy, the odds of victory just dropped. Doflamingo muttered as he smacked his lips. It wasn't just the Whitebeard pirates who seemed to grow stronger. Now, even the world's greatest swordsmen had joined their ranks. The situation was becoming more tangled and unpredictable by the minute. Gecko Moria's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. How could he just join the Whitebeard pirates like that? Just don't come after me, he thought, unease etched across his face. Then, in the next moment, Mihawk lifted his black blade, his hawk-like gaze narrowing dangerously. Lightning rumbled and cracked down from the sky, splitting the air, striking Mihawk's weapon with a brilliant flash. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the people all around. Lightning? Did lightning really just strike Mihawk's blade? What in the world is happening? That can't be natural lightning. That must be the power of a devil fruit. Is Enel, the thunder god, here too? But I can't see him anywhere. In the far back, Sengoku stood with his binoculars, his confusion plain as day. This is strange. Mihawk, there's something uncanny about that sword of his. Hope. Sometimes it's just a word that looks daunting, isn't it? Sengoku said, his brow furrowing tightly. If even Dracul Mihawk has joined the Whitebeard pirates, and his strength has grown, then this war is going to be much, much harder to win. The very next moment, Mihawk, without a trace of hesitation, unleashed a devastating slash. A deep, electric hum filled the air, merging with the crackling sound of his charged blade, an aura of limitless power enveloping him. Then, with blinding speed, his attack barreled toward the gathered crowd. Ordinarily, Mihawk's sword strikes were nothing to be scoffed at, but now, infused with the force of lightning, his blade moved at a velocity that defied the eye. A critical blow was unleashed. Lightning erupted with it. A wave of destructive energy was born. Its immense power swept across all of Marineford, dominating the battlefield. For those caught in the path of the enormous, seemingly sky-blotting slash, the crushing pressure was suffocating, striking them in an instant. The Navy soldiers standing directly in front of Mihawk's attack could only stare, dumbstruck at the overwhelming force descending upon them. So fast, there's no way we can escape. Not a chance. That's Mihawk's slash. We're doomed. This time, there's no hope at all. Wide-eyed with terror, the Marines could only gasp, the dread written across their faces. An earth-shaking explosion tore through the air, granting them no time to think. A torrent of lightning erupted, flooding the surroundings in seconds. It snaked through the Marines like a wild, living current, spreading uncontrollably. Crackling and sparking, the energy blazed through thousands of naval soldiers, leaving nothing behind but scorched remains. The overwhelming slash rent open a massive gash in the ground, its sword aura so ferocious that everything at its center was ground into dust. A gigantic fissure appeared instantly in the soil of Marineford. In that single moment, countless Marines were utterly obliterated. Yet the most terrifying aspect was this. The wave of destruction showed no signs of stopping. With another rumbling surge, the monstrous crack spread to the very center of Marineford. Among those at the heart of the chaos stood Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, his expression morphing in shock. His sunglasses flashed with a sharp streak of white light. How is this even possible? If Marco acquiring Kuzan's freezing powers had been incredible, this was beyond imagining. How could Mihawk, too, have awakened such terrifying strength? A strike from the world's greatest swordsman, now combined with the power of the Goro no Mi. Who could possibly withstand such devastating might? Even Boa Hancock parted her crimson lips in astonishment, utterly taken aback. The performance of the Whitebeard pirates had far exceeded anything she had anticipated. And, ultimately, everything that was happening now was working in Luffy's favor. It's time for me, too, to seize the opportunity, to welcome Lord Luffy, support Lord Luffy, and help save his brother Ace. Right now, Gecko Moria was drenched in cold sweat. Block it quickly, Gecko Moria shouted at the top of his lungs. But the only response he got was a series of icy glares from the ones beside him. Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and the rest. Block it? Was that some kind of joke? Even among the 7 warlords of the sea, the difference in power was vast. A blow from the strongest of the warlords? That was something none of them could possibly withstand. Then, In the next instant, a terrifying slash came crashing toward them. Gecko Moria braced himself, activating his armament hockey. But Doflamingo, Hancock, and the others? They simply chose to run for it. Watching his so-called allies flee for their lives, Moria was left dumbfounded on the spot. Wait, weren't you supposed to help block the attack? What a bunch of double-crossers, he thought bitterly. The corner of Moria's mouth twitched in frustration. Had he been able, he would have run too. But Mihawk's strike was simply too fast. Even if he wanted to dodge now, it was already far too late. I'm done for. Cold sweat poured down Moria's face. There was nothing he could do now but watch the terror of the incoming slash close in. A sickening sound, a single, brutal line of blood, appeared in an instant. The dreadful slash sliced straight through Gecko Moria's torso. His so-called armor of hockey provided no defense at all in the face of Mihawk's attack. Drop by drop, blood began to drip from the center of his forehead. Moria stood motionless where he was, as if rooted to the ground. Beside him, Doflamingo stared in stunned horror. Moria, are you still alive? Even as the words left his lips, there was a heavy thud. Moria's entire body toppled forward onto the ground. A great cloud of dust kicked up around him in that moment. Even the elegant face of Boa Hancock paled in fright. Gecko Moria, he's dead. Mihawk slash cut him in half just like that. So this is the strength of the world's greatest swordsman? It feels several times more powerful than before. Hancock's eyes went wide as she looked at Moria's fallen form. Her lips trembled as she spoke. And the powerful attack, after slicing through Moria, did not stop. It continued its rampage toward the backlands of the battlefield. Up on the Navy's execution platform in the rear, Sengoku leapt up in alarm. As for Moria, none of them felt much regret or sorrow at his fate. He was just one of the Shichibukai making up the numbers. If he's dead, then so be it. What's truly surprising is the Whitebeard pirates. Their fighting strength has far exceeded expectations. What's going on here? Mihawk, his slashes weren't nearly this powerful before, right? Could it be that he was holding back earlier? No, that's not it. It's not that Dracul Mihawk was hiding his true abilities until now. It's that Mihawk himself has strengthened as well. These terrifying sword slashes are already beyond what even an admiral can withstand. It must be him. Mihawk has been powered up too. Sengoku's lips twitched as a wave of unease swept over him once more. Beside him, Garp's eyes widened in disbelief. These monstrous sword strikes. If even a hero of a navy like himself were to face them head-on, could he really hold his ground? Just what has happened to the members of the Whitebeard pirates? One after another, how have they become like this? What are you standing around for? The three admirals. Don't just gawk. Whatever happens, we must not let Mihawk's sword slash destroy our execution platform. Sengoku roared. At his command, all three admirals narrowed their eyes, a spark of resolve flashing within. Let me handle Mihawk's slash. Admiral Akiji spoke in his usual lazy drawl. With that, Akiji leapt skyward, arms spreading wide. In an instant, an icy chill filled the air, coalescing into a massive glacier, an enormous block of ice summoned from nothingness. The colossal slash crashed down on the frigid block with a thunderous boom. Under the sheer force of that blow, the once solid glacier exploded into shards, giant chunks of ice raining down in all directions, carving one gaping crater after another into the ground below. Akiji, witnessing the scene, narrowed his eyes with grave seriousness. What truly terrifying sword energy. Even at this distance, it shattered my ice age with ease, he muttered, his face grim. Dracul Mihawk's gaze sharpened, a faint glint in his eyes. I must admit, even I am amazed. Ever since I acquired Endless, my strikes have reached new, epic heights. It's hard to fathom. After all these years at a standstill, my swordsmanship is now breaking limits, all thanks to just a few pieces of equipment discovered by Vice Captain Wang Yu. Mihawk exulted, staring in delight at the destructive force he had unleashed. On the battlefield, Crocodile, Luffy, Emporio, Ivankov, and the others gaped at Mihawk's attack, mouths hanging open in shock. Good heavens! Is this truly the slash of the world's greatest swordsman? There's no denying it. It's absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the morale of the entire Whitebeard pirates soared to unprecedented heights. Boys, charge! Fight according to Wang Yu's orders. Whitebeard shouted with heroic vigor. The next moment, Wang Yu vanished from the battlefield without a trace, slipping away in total silence. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Little Oar's lips curled into an excited grin. Dad, I've been waiting a long time for you to say that. With that, Little Oars, like a gigantic rubber man, began stretching and readying himself for a mighty leap. From his position on the battlefield, Luffy's eyes went wide as he watched Little Oars. What the? Just what's going on with little Oars? Could he have eaten the same kind of fruit as I did? Luffy's exaggerated expression betrayed his utter shock. Watching from in front of the broadcast screen, Kid was equally stunned. If I'm not mistaken, little Oars' build looks a lot like that Straw Hat Kid Luffy I met before. Kid muttered in disbelief. On the giant screen, Law narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Little Oars. So his powers are the same as that Straw Hat Kid Luffy's? What is going on with all these members of the Whitebeard Pirates? The outcome of this final war has become more uncertain than ever. Back on the battlefield, little Oars finished gathering his strength, then suddenly burst forth with explosive power, catapulting himself forward under tremendous force. For a moment, his massive figure filled the sky, blotting out the sun. The crowd at the scene was left utterly speechless by what they saw. You gotta be kidding. A body that huge, flying through the air like a slingshot. The Marines stared in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his tone urgent. Stop him! Hurry, stop him! Boom! In an instant, little Oars' enormous body soared from the front line straight to the very heart of the battlefield. A volley of cannonballs rained down on little Oars, each one targeting him relentlessly. With a body that big, he's an easy target. All cannons, focus fire on little Oars. Attack with everything you've got. At the Vice Admiral's order, cannon after cannon erupted in rapid succession, relentless explosions lighting up little Oars' massive form. In the central zone, the Vice Admirals of the giant tribe who stood guard saw little Oars approaching. Each of them gripped their weapons and charged straight at him. Blade after blade, they slashed down toward little Oars. Die, little Oars. In an instant, little Oars' body was riddled with all kinds of weapons. Streams of blood flowed directly from his wounds. Seeing this, Ace was overwhelmed with regret. Little Oars, don't come here, don't come any closer. Ace cried out in anguish. To see a friend who once fought by his side, now bleeding for his sake, was a pain worse than death itself. Nearby, Sengoku allowed himself a satisfied smile. Although little Oars was only a captain among the outer ranks, securing such a local victory was still a great gain for the Navy. It would significantly boost the morale of the Marines. Ace, now you regret it? It's far too late. Do you understand? This is the price you pay for joining the pirates. Sengoku scolded him from the sidelines. Ace, wait for me. Don't worry about me. I'm just fine. Ace. Little Oars roared, then gripped his massive blade and swung it at a nearby Vice Admiral. A deep, resonant chime rang out, a crisp notification sound. Little Oars had triggered the power of his unyielding heart. With terrifying strength, he struck down, his blow shattering the weapon of a Vice Admiral wielding an axe. The Vice Admiral collapsed on the spot, instantly knocked out. At the same moment, life surged anew in little Oars' body. The once terrible wounds that marred his form began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, thanks to his extraordinary regenerative power. Every Vice Admiral who had been attacking little Oars was dumbfounded by what they saw. In the rear, on the execution platform, the highest-ranking officers of the Navy cried out in shock. Heavens, what on earth is happening here? Little Oars suffered such serious injuries, but he's actually recovering from them? Sengoku exclaimed. Garp, standing beside him, scratched his head, utterly baffled. Unbelievable. Staring at little Oars, Ace too was utterly stunned. Was this really little Oars? When did little Oars' body become so incredibly tough? On the battlefield, little Oars began swinging his large blade once again. With this ability in my heart, this time I'm going to hit back hard. I'll make sure to unleash its full power. Little Oars thought to himself, elated. Soon after, the clangor from the Heart of Steel kept ringing out, one wave after another. The giant Vice Admirals standing in front of Jozu were being slain by him as easily as if he were dispatching children, falling one by one under his mighty assault. Meanwhile, after cutting down several of these giant Vice Admirals, little Oars' already massive body suddenly grew even taller by several meters. Charge! Follow Vice Captain Wang Yu's orders. Tanks forward, break up their formation first. Little Oars bellowed with a voice that rumbled across the battlefield. A thundering roar erupted. Forward! The members of the Whitebeard Pirates stormed ahead, each shouting out their battle cries with unrestrained passion. Atmos, too, let loose his ultimate move, accelerating so quickly that he seemed to shoot through the air. How can I let you, Jozu? Hog all the glory, he exclaimed, half to himself. It's about time I showed what I can do too, Atmos muttered with a determined spark. And then, Atmos unleashed his full strength. The wild surge of power took hold. His body blasted forward, swifter than ever. Though he couldn't fly like little Oars, his speed after activating his ultimate was a marvel to behold. It wouldn't be long before he'd burst through the front lines and crash into the center of enemy ranks, throwing their formation into disarray. Using the sheer mass of his body and the momentum he'd built up, Atmos barreled forward, sending enemy soldiers flying in all directions. All around, the anguished cries of Navy men filled the air, echoing across the chaos. Seeing Atmos charging toward them at breakneck speed, the defenders re-aimed every cannon, every gun at him. But no matter how fierce the bombardment, Atmos, the great bull of the battlefield, pressed on unscathed, as if not a thing could stop him. Hold him back. Warlords of the sea, what are you standing around for? Get in there now. We can't let these captains break up our lines. Sengoku's anxious shout cut through the din as he saw more and more Whitebeard commanders stirring up total chaos. After all, it was just a handful of squad captains from the Whitebeard pirates, but with their presence, all of Marineford seemed on the verge of utter uproar. If this went on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Determined, Sengoku decided to send the 7 warlords into battle sooner than planned. After all, that was why the warlords had been summoned, to be the vanguard, to keep Navy losses under control. With things devolving so rapidly, there was no more excuse to hold the warlords back. Hearing Sengoku's command, the 7 warlords exchanged glances, a faint, dismissive sneer on many of their faces. That damn Sengoku. Still, they needed the privileges being a warlord afforded, and Doflamingo in particular let loose his trademark devilish laugh. Fu. If you're not going, I'll be the first to take off. With those words, Doflamingo activated his string fruit powers. Like a flamboyant flamingo, he soared straight into the sky. That's Doflamingo. Look, Doflamingo is moving out. Maybe now, just maybe, we can finally slow down the Whitebeard pirates' advance, some of the Marines said, eyes brightening as they watched Doflamingo glide overhead. Though the battle had only just begun, the Whitebeard pirates were advancing at a terrifying speed. Now, having one of the 7 warlords intervene was clearly the best course of action, no doubt about it. Up in the sky, Doflamingo set his sights squarely on Atmos. A businessman at heart, Doflamingo was no fool. The Marines weren't bringing in the warlords out of goodwill. They had their own motives. So he figured, why not just put on a show? That would be enough to satisfy the Navy's expectations. And when it comes to going through the motions, picking off weaker targets or swooping in for finishing blows is always the safest bet. At first, he had planned to go for someone with a higher profile, like Jozu, hoping to boost his own reputation during the worldwide broadcast. But now, it was all too clear. The fighting strength of the Whitebeard pirates was simply overwhelming. So, weighing his own safety, Doflamingo decided it was best to hunt down a weakling instead. Water Buffalo Atmos seemed like a pretty good choice, with that glimmering thread shot out, latching onto Atmos. But just as Atmos was charging forward with all his might, he suddenly felt something odd about his body. He frowned, puzzled. From above, Doflamingo's sinister laughter drifted down once more. I do love watching people turn on each other, Doflamingo said cheerfully. Then he began to move his fingers, ready to turn the ensnared Atmos into his personal puppet. But then, something happened that Doflamingo could never have expected. Atmos wasn't under his control at all. In fact, he was grinning broadly, baring his teeth. Huh, my strings can't control Atmos? Does he have magic resistance boots and immunity to crowd control? Am I supposed to be scared of a little thread work? That's a joke, right? Ahaha. Doflamingo, did you really think your string fruit could stop me? Did you actually think that would work? Weakling. Atmos scoffed dismissively. Weakling? Me a weakling? Doflamingo, for a moment, could only stand there, the veins on his forehead throbbing in frustration. He was the king of the underworld, the notorious Doflamingo. And yet, someone had just called him a weakling? Unforgivable. I'll kill you. At that instant, Doflamingo was consumed by a blazing anger sparked by Atmos's insult. His eyes seemed to ignite with fury, burning with barely contained rage. Without warning, he launched a barrage of attacks straight at Atmos. Overhead string, super kick, razor edge whip. Each technique landed blow after blow on Atmos, leaving deep marks etched across his burly frame. But within less than a second, thanks to Atmos's incredible regenerative power, the wounds visibly healed themselves at astonishing speed. What's more, the damage absorbed by Atmos turned directly into electric energy, which he discharged explosively all around him. Take it back. In an instant, a terrifying wave of electrical attacks surged outward, crackling through the air. Doflamingo felt his chest tighten, a dull pain blooming from deep within. Then, a metallic taste filled his mouth. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his lips. What just happened? Way in the rear, Sengoku was utterly dumbfounded. Hey, Doflamingo, what on earth are you doing? I sent you to stop the Whitebeard pirates' invasion, and picking a weak captain to fight is one thing, fine. I get that you're not happy about being forced to cooperate with the Navy, and maybe you just want to go through the motions. I can understand that. But seriously? Putting on this performance, getting beaten and coughing up blood by some so-called weakling from the Whitebeard pirates. A big, lumbering bull. What's that supposed to mean? Even Tsuru couldn't hide her surprise. I know Doflamingo well. There's no way he's this weak. And besides, Sengoku, have you noticed? The scars on Atmos's body. Somehow they're healing almost miraculously. Could it be? Is it the power of the Whitebeard pirates? Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes as she pondered. That reminder snapped Sengoku to full alert. He remembered that little Oars had displayed incredible recovery abilities earlier as well. If the entire Whitebeard crew had gained a similar power, something like what Kaido possesses, then good heavens. A tingling chill crept up Sengoku's spine. He could only pray silently to himself. Please, please, don't let that be true. A battlefield full of mini Kaidos was the last thing he wanted to see. On the battlefield, after landing his blow, Atmos glared at Doflamingo, who was now injured, and flashed another mocking grin. Read more, Doflamingo. People say you're weak, so what grounds do you have to protest? Atmos said with a mischievous grin. This time, Doflamingo was thoroughly provoked. Weak? I'm the heavenly Yiksha. The veins on his forehead bulged in fury. His fingers began to twitch uncontrollably, and in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was engulfed in massive, gleaming threads. Anyone familiar with devil fruits could see the truth. This was the hallmark of an awakened devil fruit. Sengoku, who had been watching closely, finally allowed himself to exhale in relief at the sight of Doflamingo's power. Nearby, Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded with quiet approval. I told you before, Sengoku. She spoke with reassurance. Doflamingo is no pushover. Don't worry, when it comes to taking on someone like Atmos, our heavenly Yiksha, he'll have no trouble at all. The Marines standing around wore looks of surprise. A devil fruit awakening. Doflamingo has really awakened his power. No wonder the Navy was willing to invite him into the Seven Warlords. The Marines around them were all showing expressions of excitement. Finally, it's time for these damned pirates to realize just how formidable the Navy truly is. Ever white waves, 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. With his attack unleashed, Doflamingo sent wave after wave of razor-sharp threads surging towards Atmos. Watching the onslaught come his way, Atmos smiled at the corners of his mouth. Almost immediately, a wave of armament haki surged around his body. I've got my emerald armor, magic resistance boots, and spirit of the berserker. Now it's time to pop my ultimate and heal like mad. What do I have to be afraid of? The powerful, pitch-black threads slammed into Atmos again and again with thunderous force, relentlessly driving him backwards across the battlefield. A curtain of dust rose high over the chaos. Yet as the storm of dust subsided, Atmos suddenly appeared once more. The terrible gashes across his body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Doflamingo was left utterly dumbstruck. Atmos, for all appearances, didn't seem to have especially formidable defenses, but even so, Doflamingo was suddenly reminded of a truly fearsome figure. None other than Kaido of the Beasts. Yes, the very person he had always feared. Atmos's regeneration was nothing short of equivalent to Kaido's own. Realizing this, Doflamingo could feel his scalp tingling with a creeping dread. At that very moment, a new thread of fear crept into Doflamingo's heart. Gulp, gulp. Utterly shaken, Doflamingo kept swallowing nervously, unable to stop himself. Even his fingers couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, damn it. No, this can't be. This is impossible. I'm going to kill you, I'll kill you. At that instant, Doflamingo's mind was on the verge of collapsing. 16 divine bullets, heavenly execution. On the battlefield, Doflamingo shouted furiously, unleashing his wrath. A terrifying force surged forth in an instant. From the ground, 16 massive threads, condensed and formidable, rose out of nowhere. They were shrouded in armament haki, all focused upon Atmos as they came crashing down on him. Far at the rear, Sengoku's face lit up with delight. I never expected Doflamingo to have a technique this powerful, he exclaimed in excitement. Finish off Atmos just like that. Ace's eyes grew wide with shock. Though Atmos had already impressed him earlier, Ace still didn't really believe Atmos had the power to truly defeat Doflamingo. Boom! Boom! The powerful barrage struck Atmos's body head-on. This time, you're done for. Atmos! Doflamingo roared, nearly losing control. Bang! 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 Under the overwhelming force, Atmos was driven back step by step. One strike landed directly on his chest, the immense power ripping through his heart, sending a wave of agony searing through him. Yet, thanks to his formidable vitality and astonishing healing, even when pierced by those 16 divine bullets, Atmos's body recovered once more. Doflamingo was stunned, petrified, right where he stood. His jaw dropped as far as it could go. He actually, even after I destroyed his heart, he's still standing, muttered Doflamingo, his lips quivering. At that moment, Atmos unleashed his ultimate move, his speed reaching its peak. In a single swift motion, he appeared before Doflamingo and landed a heavy punch right at him. With a slash, he followed up, sending a blade flying at Doflamingo once more. Next, his formidable flames surged out, utterly engulfing Doflamingo. Blue veins pulsed on Doflamingo's forehead again, throbbing with rage and strain. A look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. It was simply unimaginable how many different ways this Atmos guy could attack. A wet choke gasp. A mouthful of blood spurted from Doflamingo's lips. Just as Doflamingo was overwhelmed with emotion, he caught sight of a massive fist, brimming with the power of granite, swinging down toward him with immense force. A thunderous crash followed. The fist landed squarely on Doflamingo's forehead, slamming down mercilessly. Under that terrifying strength, Doflamingo was sent flying, his entire body crashing to the ground with tremendous impact. The ground split, and a huge crater formed where his body landed. Silence descended. There was no further sign of life from him. He lay completely motionless. Watching this scene unfold from afar, Sengoku's lips twitched involuntarily. Was he just taken out just like that? Damn that Jozu. Ace stood rooted to the spot, eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Are these really my crewmates? Did they all secretly take some kind of illegal potion? Otherwise, how could their fighting power have become so terrifyingly fierce? Marco, Atmos, Jozu, they were all so familiar, and yet each had changed dramatically in their own way. On the chaotic battlefield, after witnessing Doflamingo getting smashed into the ground by Jozu's single punch, Atmos was left utterly stupefied. His face quickly clouded over with anger. Hey, Jozu, what's your problem? He yelled. I finally managed to beat that guy to a pulp, and just when I was about to finish him off, you come in and steal my thunder? Atmos shot Jozu an exasperated look, grumbling in irritation. Hearing Atmos' accusation, Jozu scratched his head awkwardly. Saw the, Atmos. I don't really know how it happened. The moment I saw Doflamingo, I just got so inexplicably furious. Jozu admitted, a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Luffy and the Okama King were desperately making their way through the chaos. What? So fierce. They're all ridiculous monsters out there. Thank goodness for the Whitebeard pirates. With their help paving the way, we're getting closer and closer to Ace. Luffy exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. The Okama King beside him was just as moved, his face full of admiration. Along the way, there were surprisingly few people capable of blocking his path or stopping Straw Hat Luffy. I just can't fathom it. How could the Whitebeard pirates be this monstrously powerful? It seems I truly underestimated the Whitebeard pirates before. Their strength is absolutely terrifying, the Queen of the Okama exclaimed in astonishment. Thanks to the overwhelming might of the Whitebeard pirates, the distance separating them from Ace's execution platform was rapidly shrinking. At this moment, Jozu, who served as a living tank, had also joined the fray. Facing dozens of vice admirals recruited from branches for this very battle, Jozu couldn't help but let a mocking smile play on his lips. He cast his gaze over the dark mass of elite Marines, specially summoned from the Grand Line for this decisive showdown. Without hesitation, Jozu hoisted his shield into the air. Go! Glacial Rift! With that thunderous shout, the ground itself began to shudder violently beneath their feet. Far in the rear of the battlefield, Sengoku narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Again, Jozu was up to something. It seemed he was about to pull another wild stunt. Could it be that Jozu had actually awakened the power of the Tremor fruit? Sengoku felt truly uncertain. Judging by past experience, there were just too many unpredictable powers awakening these days. He could only make random guesses, but nothing concrete came to mind. Back on the front lines, a massive rift of ice split the earth, tearing toward the soldiers ahead and crushing everything in its path. The force was simply unstoppable, utterly overwhelming. The Marines, standing before Jozu, could only stare in wide-eyed shock. Is this some kind of joke? Once again, Jozu revealed a power that left the Marines completely rattled, each one unable to disguise their amazement. Those caught in the midst of the tremendous blast were swept away in the blink of an eye. Overhead, The Marines watching from the sky showed faces twisted by fear. What kind of horrifying power is this? It feels like we're about to. Before they could finish, their words were cut off. Overwhelmed by the fearsome power, their eyes rolled back, and they fell silent on the spot. But the terrifying onslaught was far from over. Now, it was Kiriel's turn. He unleashed a salvo of shells upon the battlefield. A barrage of firepower instantly filled the sky, blanketing the combat zone. Trapped within the icy rift, those unlucky enough to be caught could only look on in utter despair. At a time like this, there was simply no way to run. All they could do was stare helplessly as the shells exploded right before their eyes. The thunderous roar of the blast shook the air. Shell after shell rained down upon the crevasses of the glacier. The Navy soldiers trapped by those icy fissures spiraled into utter despair, one after another. Those not hurled away by the terrifying shockwave had thought, for a fleeting moment, that they were safe this time. It was simply beyond imagination. What awaited them wasn't salvation, but another attack. What waited for them now was nothing but death. Back in the main command, Sengoku was gripped by panic. The seven warlords? Why are you standing there? Move. Get in there now. Garp clenched his fists even tighter. It had to be said, the power displayed today by Whitebeard's crew was truly beyond all expectations. In less than 10 minutes, they had already stormed into the heart of the battlefield. If they kept this up for just a few more minutes, the advance wouldn't stop. In the end, all the Navy could deploy would be the upper and middle ranks of headquarters. The 3 admirals and the vice admirals. They were the very pillars of the Navy. Any loss among them would be a catastrophic blow. After all, Whitebeard wasn't the only pirate captain out there. Far from it. Garp's gaze grew ever more grave. Sengoku, what do you think? Should I get involved now? Garp narrowed his eyes and spoke with solemn intensity. Vice Admiral Tsuru, standing nearby, turned toward him in shock. There had never been any plan for Garp to join the fight in this war. Yet now it was clear the tides of battle were slipping out of their control. Garp, stay here. Sengoku spoke through narrowed eyes. Garp absolutely could not leave. Looking at the whole Navy, only he and Sengoku had the power to hold this position. Besides, they were still responsible for keeping an eye on Ace. If a powerhouse of Emperor-level attacked, Sengoku, truly worried someone might snatch Ace away right under their noses. So at this moment, Garp must not, join the fight elsewhere. Garp, don't be rash. Let's wait and see how things unfold, murmured Vice Admiral Tsuru, finally calming Garp down a little. 7 warlords attack immediately. Sengoku issued his order once more. At that command, Bartholomew Kuma began to strike. A massive surge of energy gathered within Kuma's body. His target was clear, Luffy, protected by the Whitebeard pirates, who was charging forward with all his might, desperately hoping to rescue Ace. Empress Hancock's eyes turned icy as she witnessed Bartholomew Kuma's actions. In the very next moment, she didn't hesitate in the slightest. Her stiletto heel rose high above her head. With a thunderous crash, she delivered a fierce kick, sending the massive Kuma hurtling away from her side. What just happened? The Okama King, who had been charging forward, was left completely bewildered by this sudden turn of events. This great war is proving to be full of wild surprises. Not only Hawkeye Mihawk, but even Empress Hancock has turned against us. And Kuma, he seems different from before as well. Normally, with Hancock's attack, just now, Kuma should have easily dodged. Damn it, what exactly is going on here? For the Okama King, this war is growing more and more mysterious and unpredictable by the second. At that moment, Akainu narrowed his eyes coldly. I said it long ago. Pirates can never be trusted. Akiji and Kizaru, too, were visibly taken aback. The 7 warlords, are they really this unreliable? Drawled Akiji, his tone lazy as ever. Kizaru's jaw dropped in surprise, and he scratched his forehead in mild confusion. If that's the case, this war is going to be quite a headache. He puckered his lips, sighing, looks like I won't be able to slack off this time. Sengoku, upon seeing Hancock's betrayal, slumped to the ground in utter disbelief. What on earth is happening? All vice admirals blockade the traitor. Admiral squads, ready for combat at a moment's notice. With Hancock rebelling, she could be struck down at any time. At last, Sengoku's composure was beginning to crack. Now, almost none of Whitebeard's true heavy hitters have even joined the fray yet, and that is what scares him the most. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, after sending Kuma flying with a single, stunning kick, Hancock leapt back into the fray, grappling fiercely with a massive tyrant. Nearby, the Navy soldiers stared in confusion, utterly baffled by the scene. Why? Why would the Empress betray the Navy? Aren't you afraid we'll hold you accountable for this? Several voices asked in disbelief. Smiling faintly, Hancock's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. Accountability? My, how truly dense you all are. No matter what I do, no one will dare blame me. Because I'm simply too beautiful for that, she declared, her voice soft but brimming with contempt and arrogance. In the next instant, the Navy soldiers who were just moments ago criticizing the Empress suddenly wore love-struck expressions. Empress, you're simply breathtaking. But scarcely had these words left their lips before every one of them was transformed into a stone statue. Upon hearing Sengoku's command, seasoned vice admirals such as Mole, Burning Mountain, Strawberry, Enigmo, and Doberman all sprang into action. Right behind them, vice admirals like Bastille and Maynard also charged forward. Empress Hancock has betrayed us. Eliminate Hancock. Watching the mass of vice admirals rushing over to intercept the Whitebeard pirates and block their advance, Jozu's face lit up with an eager grin. He chuckled to himself, relishing the challenge. These guys are worth my time, he thought. In the very next moment, Jozu surged forward with astonishing speed. After stealing that ability from the enemy, he himself now moved as fast as the wind. In a blink, his massive form stood squarely in the way of the 5 Buster Call vice admirals. This path is closed, Jozu declared, his voice booming. A hush fell. The 5 vice admirals of the Buster Call all looked wary and tense. Even Sengoku, positioned at the far rear, lifted his binoculars to focus on Jozu. Jozu, he's one of the Whitebeard pirates' top fighters. I want to see for myself if this man possesses some fearsome power as rumored. If Jozu is that formidable, even the 3 admirals might have to step in, Sengoku said gravely, his lips trembling ever so slightly. Vice Admiral Doberman ran a scarred hand over his face, his expression twisting with menace. Jozu, no matter how powerful you are, do you really think you can hold back all 5 of us? Without further hesitation, Doberman drew his sword and was the first to launch his attack against Jozu. In a burst of speed, a fearsome figure hurtled straight at Jozu's head, swinging down in a heavy arc. A shower of sparks erupted, and Doberman's blow struck Jozu squarely on the head with a thunderous crash. Yet, to everyone's shock, not a single mark was left on Jozu's body. What? Doberman was stunned. Was Jozu made of stone or something? What are you all standing around for? Attack! He shouted. Upon receiving the order, the 5 vice admirals unleashed their assaults in unison. Their weapons, cloaked in armament hockey, glinted with an uncanny black sheen in the sunlight. But as Slash after fierce Slash struck Jozu, now shimmering with his diamond ability, none of the attacks left even the slightest scratch on him. Gazing at Jozu's formidable figure, the 5 vice admirals of the Navy headquarters grew frantic and uneasy. That's the diamond fruit. Damn it. Our physical attacks are completely useless against this guy. Vice admirals like Mole and the others spoke up, one after another, their voices filled with shock. Jozu's lips curled into a slight smile. I thought, being vice admirals of Navy headquarters, you would at least put up a decent fight. But looking at you now, you're just pathetically weak, he mocked, his tone dripping with scorn. Yet just as Jozu was basking in his triumph, Enigmo launched a sudden assault. With a swift movement, a set of sea-stone handcuffs clamped down on Jozu. A strange sensation, like a deep, resonant hum, flooded Jozu's body. In that instant, the shimmering diamond armor covering him vanished completely. Jozu's face froze in utter disbelief, realizing, not without a measure of respect, that among the 5, Enigmo's strength was truly formidable. He had managed a sneak attack while Jozu was off guard. So this is due to your devil fruit power? I'll give you that, Enigmo. Your ambush skills aren't half bad. Whether it was a sneak attack or not doesn't matter, Jozu. Now you're stripped of your devil fruit powers and shackled with sea stone. Let's see how you plan to escape our grip. Enigmo responded, excitement thick in his voice. The other vice admirals, too, began to show their satisfaction. Excellent work, Enigmo. Now that Jozu's diamond powers have disappeared, he won't be able to withstand our attacks any longer. Doberman said, pride gleaming in his eyes. Ha! Weren't you acting so tough just a moment ago? Now let's see how long you can keep that swagger. Burning Mountain added, his expression fierce and menacing. That's right. Let's strike while we have the advantage. Mole urged, pressing forward. After all, Jozu was still extremely powerful. Giving him any breathing room might just allow him to break free from even sea-stone shackles. Watching the scene unfold, the previously tense Navy soldiers finally let out sighs of relief. Yes, that's it. Take them down. I can't believe Lord Enigmo managed to shackle Jozu in sea stone. Amazing. Diamond, Jozu's finished now. The Marines cheered with delight. From the back of the battlefield, Sengoku's face broke into a wide smile. Yes, that's right, take Jozu out now. He was visibly thrilled, for this was an unexpected windfall. After all, Jozu was a powerhouse of the Whitebeard pirates, a force not to be underestimated. Taking care of someone like Jozu would, without a doubt, spare the Navy a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, the 5 vice admirals of Navy headquarters each raised their weapons and swung down hard at Jozu. The 3 admirals also witnessed this scene unfold. To further tip the scales in the Navy's favor, Akiji sprang into action, striking without hesitation. Harnessing his immense power, Akiji soared through the air as if walking on moonbeams, swiftly approaching Jozu in an instant. How about another layer of frozen shackles for you, Jozu? This is my moment to freeze. Ice time, Akiji declared triumphantly. An intimidating chill filled the air, and Akiji's whole figure became shrouded in drifting frost. Not ordinary vapor, but the icy mist born from polar cold. The air itself seemed to freeze in place at that moment, heavy and unmoving. No sooner had he spoken than Akiji's formidable attack collided squarely with Jozu. A sharp, crackling cold hissed through the air as sheets of frost spread from Jozu's body. In just a few moments, Jozu was entirely encased, transformed into a massive sculpture of unyielding ice. Vice Admiral Mole and the others couldn't help but turn their heads to stare in disbelief. Were admirals themselves being drawn into the fray now? It seems the Navy really sees Jozu as a formidable threat, and spares nothing to deal with someone of his power. Across the entire battlefield, Navy troops erupted into cheers. Yes, Admiral Akiji. It's Admiral Akiji. Huh, the Whitebeard pirates. Every last one of you may be strong. But don't forget, the 3 admirals of the Navy are monsters in their own right. Sengoku was more excited than ever. Yes, this is it. The time for the admirals to act is now. You must stop the Whitebeard pirates. I want the world to see with their own eyes that Ace cannot be saved. This is the fate that awaits all pirates. Sengoku launched into a fervent speech. Kasaki, unable to restrain himself any longer, rose from his seat step by step as Sengoku spoke. Damn pirates. If I'd been unleashed, those worthless fools would have been wiped out long ago, Akainu said with grim resolve. Meteor volcano. Suddenly, the sky was ablaze as rivers of molten lava burst forth. The heavens themselves glowed red under Akainu's attack, as if the entire sky had been set aflame. Shell after shell rained down upon the Whitebeard pirates, pounding relentlessly. Kizaru gave a lazy yawn. Yeah, given how things stand, the situation isn't looking good. It's about time the top fighters on both sides clashed. He cracked a sly grin. Right now, Jozu's been frozen. Morale in the Navy has never been higher. It's the perfect moment for us to strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light, launching himself straight into the heart of the battle. On the battlefield, after freezing Jozu, Akiji hadn't been idle. Enormous spears of ice materialized on either side of him, glittering coldly in the frozen air. Without hesitation, those icy spears hurtled toward Jozu with bone-chilling force. Meanwhile, the 5 vice admirals were also in action. A sword aura surged around each of them, rising higher and higher. A heartbeat later, wave after wave of sword energy sliced through the sky. Slice, slice, slice. The air was filled with the sharp, cutting sounds. Let's take down Jozu first, one barked. Don't blame us for ganging up on you, Jozu. You really left us no choice. Boom, crash, blast. Every kind of attack landed squarely on Jozu, their combined force roaring through the battlefield. The earth split and cracked under the violent onslaught. The ground fractured and torn. At the center stood Jozu, and in a matter of moments, a massive crater yawned beneath him. When it was done, Akiji and the 5 vice admirals shared triumphant smiles at the corners of their mouths. They'd finally dealt with one of the enemy's titans. Excitement flickered in their eyes. With Jozu defeated, the pressure across the entire battlefield would ease, at least for a moment. You all, just now, did someone say you were going to take me down? Wait, what? The brief sigh of relief was broken by Jozu's voice, cutting back through the chaos. Akiji's eyes went wide in disbelief, frozen in place with shock. No, that's impossible, absolutely impossible. I froze you solid. My ice spear landed directly in your chest. How are you still alive, you stubborn fool? Akiji's voice trembled in disbelief. Frozen, was I? Sorry to disappoint. I got high resistance to magic, and frankly, your ice attacks just can't do me any real harm. Besides, in addition to my tough physical defenses, I have a powerful healing ability as well. Jozu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. But even so, you were hit by our sea stone, And yet you still withstood the attacks of all 5 of us? Said Vice Admiral Dalmatian, his voice heavy with concern. That's right, your sea stone did, in fact, manage to freeze my diamond fruit earlier. But unfortunately for you, the rest of my abilities are beyond the reach of your sea stone. Step by step, Jaws emerged from the vast crater, murmuring as he walked. Seeing Jaws' figure, Mouseman, Akiji, and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. He actually made it out alive. But wait, the sea stone couldn't restrain Jaws' powers? How could that be possible? Sea stone is said to possess the power of the sea itself. It's supposed to suppress any devil fruit in this world. Unless, perhaps, this power had nothing to do with sea stone at all. At that thought, Vice Admiral Mouseman's eyes went suddenly wide in realization. Wait, you mean, you have abilities that aren't from a devil fruit at all? Mouseman's eyes narrowed sharply as a certain idea flashed through his mind. Akiji, having heard Mouseman's deduction, suddenly jolted with understanding. Just moments ago, he'd been puzzling over why Marco seemed to have powers so similar to his own. But now it was all perfectly clear at last. The Whitebeard pirates hadn't obtained numerous devil fruit powers. They had something else entirely. Technology. That word surfaced instantly in Akiji's mind. After all, the Navy headquarters had Dr. Vegapunk, a terrifying genius whose inventions were 5 centuries ahead of this world science. Even pacifistas as powerful as the 7 warlords had been created. So perhaps the Whitebeard pirates had mastered some kind of advanced technology themselves. It wasn't out of the question. And the power you're so curious about, you'll be experiencing it firsthand very soon. Because my abilities have only just begun to truly shine, Jaws said, his voice brimming with pride. What? What does that mean? Jaws' words left Mouseman and the others utterly confused. But the very next second, realization struck. Right in front of their eyes. Suddenly, a barrage of attacks erupted. Wait, what? That's our own slashes. Dodge now! Enigmo's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted the warning. Up above in the sky, several attacks laced with a chilling cold descended upon Akiji, crashing down in a violent burst. Even with their observation hockey, the vice admirals found that these slashes, which had appeared out of thin air, were impossible to evade. Akiji narrowed his eyes in concentration. This is terrifying. Is this the power that Jozu was talking about? I think I'm starting to understand what he meant. Rebound. Jozu, this guy, he can actually reflect his enemy's attacks? That's just too bizarre, isn't it? How can there be such a power in this world? And besides, Jozu is already a devil fruit user. Not only can he reflect enemy attacks, but he's got extraordinary defensive abilities of his own. Ordinary people probably can't do any damage to Jozu at all. On the contrary, their attacks would just bounce back on themselves. At this moment, the nearby Marines still had no understanding of Jozu's abilities. As soon as they saw Jozu appear, unsubdued by Admiral Akiji, they all rushed to launch their attacks. Sparks flew across Jozu's body as a variety of assaults collided, producing bursts of fiery light. But it was clear, none of these attacks so much as scratched Jozu. Instead, thanks to his natural ability, each strike was reflected with tremendous force. Every single blow rebounded straight back, landing smack on the Marines who had unleashed them. In an instant, groups of Marines were hit by their own attacks, all collapsing to the ground. Cries of pain filled the air. Who did this? Why was I hit out of nowhere, with no warning at all? Damn it, look at my wounds. Why do they match my own weapons so perfectly? Marines lay scattered on the ground, voicing their bewildered complaints. Akiji could only sigh helplessly. He had warned them after all. Why wouldn't they listen? Attention, everyone. Jozu's body has reflective powers. From what I've observed, whether it's a physical slash or even an ordinary magical attack, it all gets rebounded. Do not act rashly. Akiji shouted with all his might. Quick-witted as ever, Akiji was the first to deduce the nature of Jozu's abilities. Although his own freezing powers affected Jozu, since Jozu hadn't frozen, his ice spear attacks had still bounced back. Then, Mole's slashing shockwaves had also been reflected. That made Akiji's analysis easy and clear. What? How could something like this be possible? The Marines were left in utter shock, staring in disbelief. Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku in the far rear couldn't keep his calm anymore. At this rate, the only attacks that could really affect Jozu would be other devil fruit powers, anything beyond ordinary means. Why is it that every single member of the Whitebeard Pirates is a powerhouse of hellish caliber? Sengoku was completely thrown into chaos. If this keeps up, Garp will have no choice but to join the battle himself. Akainu, Akiji, you two better not cause more trouble on top of this. Sengoku, panting heavily, spoke out in frustration. On the battlefield, high above in the sky, magma boulders suddenly appeared in dense clusters. One after another, the giant magma stones came crashing down toward the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing this spectacle, Whitebeard's face showed a trace of scorn. Oomph. Nothing more than a kid lighting candles for others. Whitebeard scoffed dismissively. Akainu's eyes narrowed with grave seriousness. Oomph. You're just a relic of the old era, Whitebeard. I'll send you off right now. Akainu declared resolutely, just as Whitebeard was about to unleash his power to shatter the magma rocks raining down from the sky. Marco transformed into a crystalline ice phoenix and soared straight upward. Dad, someone of Sakazuki's level isn't worthy of being your opponent. Leave Akainu to me, Marco called out from above. Seeing Marco's urgency, Whitebeard's expression turned a little helpless. There's just no stopping my sons. Each of them is eager to stand out. Very well, Marco. It's your turn. With those words, Whitebeard unleashed the power of his Tremor fruit, striking the ground with tremendous force. A massive fissure tore open in an instant. A thunderous roar reverberated through the earth. At that moment, the entire land shook violently. Many Navy soldiers were instantly sent tumbling into the enormous cracks that yawned beneath their feet. Damn it! With so many ability users and master swordsmen against us, how is the Navy even supposed to win? At this point, all we can do is rely on the admirals. The cries of the Navy soldiers echoed across the battlefield. Up above, as Marco soared higher, a biting chill began to emanate from his body once again. Sorry about this, Sakazuki. For Ace's rescue, I won't be holding anything back. Glacial storm. In that moment, an intense wave of cold surged into the sky. Where moments ago the heavens burned with crimson, the searing skies were quickly swallowed by darkness under the relentless onslaught of cold. Oh, Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, staring upward. The temperature of his own meteor volcano attack was dropping rapidly before his eyes. Judging from this, Marco's freezing powers didn't seem all that inferior to Akiji after all. A biting wind howled through the heavens. The grunts scattered across the battlefield found themselves unable to open their eyes as the fierce wind battered them. What's going on? Did the weather just change all of a sudden? Confusion flickered across their faces, but before they could make sense of it, a torrential hailstorm erupted, sweeping across 10 kilometers in every direction. With a roar like thunder, the temperature of the world itself plunged in an instant, dozens of degrees below freezing. Every corner touched by the icy deluge was now blanketed in a sea of frost stretching as far as the eye could see. Akiji, still locked in battle, froze in place as he took in the scene, momentarily stunned. No way. You can control freezing abilities like that. Kizaru's eyes flew wide with disbelief. What on earth is the Whitebeard pirates hiding? Just how many deadly trump cards do they still have up their sleeves? On the execution platform, Sengoku slumped down, his eyes empty and dazed. How can this be? Is Marco's freezing power truly this terrifying? Ace, too, felt a chill run up his spine. Was this Marco's true strength? All this time spent fighting alongside him, and he'd never even noticed. Under the numbing cold that filled the heavens, even the torrents of magma raining down from the skies froze in an instant. The searing heat in the air was snuffed out, stamped beneath the weight of winter. What remained, in the end, were nothing more than a few ordinary chunks of ice. Elsewhere in the world, pirates everywhere watched Marco's battle unfold in real time. On a distant island, kids stared wide-eyed at the massive screen before him. First Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco. This freezing power, why does it feel even stronger than Akiji's Ice Age? Does an attack like this really exist in our world? Kid's voice trembled with shock. Behind him, Killer was equally shaken, goosebumps rising beneath his mask. So, this is the true battle between an emperor and the Navy? If we ever found ourselves on that battlefield, one stray shockwave would probably be enough to wipe us out, huh? Just look, Marco's hailstorm sweeps an area 10 kilometers wide. Kid, tell me, how could we possibly defend against something like that? Killer said, his voice tight with awe. Kid swallowed hard, every word ringing in his ears. If I were caught in that, how would I escape? There's just no way. A 10-kilometer radius, packed with both slowing and lethal force. Dodging is pointless. Standing your ground is futile. All you can do is wait for the end. To think that as the most notorious among the supernovas, I'm still so utterly powerless before this strength. Damn it, Akainu let out a furious roar. Never before had he experienced such a humiliating scene. I won't forgive you, Marco. Unleashing the power of magma, surging within his body, Akainu charged toward Marco with the force of a blazing inferno. On the battlefield, it was clear. The the Navy was being pushed back by the pirates. Kizaru, witnessing the shift, wore a look of exaggerated surprise. Oh, each one of these guys is really quite terrifying, aren't they? Well then, I suppose it's time for me to get serious. With that declaration, a blade crafted from pure light, a sword of heavenly brilliance, materialized in Kizaru's hand in an instant. Slicing through the air with a sweeping arc, an immense wave of energy tore across the sky, blotting out the sun and plunging the battlefield into an ominous twilight. Go! Kizaru's lips barely moved as he spoke. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying wave of energy surged toward the Whitebeard pirates. A restless hum filled the air, so swift that no one had time to react. A heartbeat later, the deadly force struck one of Whitebeard's outer squads. The instant it made contact, a series of explosions shook the air. A thunderous rumble echoed through the field. Boom, boom. The ground itself was shattered, large sections blasted apart by the ferocious onslaught. Countless lower-ranked pirates were caught in the blast, knocked out where they stood. Faced with Admiral Kizaru's assault, the pirates could only stare in shock and disbelief. That's Kizaru. The Admiral himself has joined the fray. Damn it, is this the true power of an Admiral? I have to admit, the strength of an Admiral. It's monstrous, the pirates exclaimed, one after another. Damn it, let's fight him with everything we've got. Rallying themselves, scores of pirates charged recklessly toward Kizaru. Watching the wave of Whitebeard's underlings surging forward, Kizaru smirked with condescension. Seriously? You think you can take me down just like that? You're underestimating Admiral Kizaru just a bit, don't you? Let me send you all straight to the next world, Kizaru said smugly. Without warning, another devastating arc of light exploded before the crowd. A piercing vibration filled the air as the attack rocketed toward the incoming pirates with lightning speed. Kizaru, picking on the small fry, what does that prove? Face me instead. High above, Vista appeared out of nowhere, attacking Kizaru with a lightning-fast, merciless slash. Thunder roared and lightning crackled across the sky, bathing the battlefield in an otherworldly light. A fierce slash tore out from Vista's weapon, cutting through the air with deadly precision. It clashed head-on with the light-infused attack that Kizaru had just unleashed, a perfect collision of power. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Kizaru's light slash was instantly forced back. The surging power swept toward Kizaru like a tidal wave. Bolts of lightning, crackling with terrifying energy, shot straight at him. Kizaru's jaw dropped in astonishment. Behind his tea-colored sunglasses reflected flashes of brilliant white light. What a terrifying display! The power of lightning, he exclaimed, awe in his voice. This is the same kind of strength as my hawks. Kizaru mused, deeply impressed. He had not imagined such overwhelming might. Those deadly arcs of electricity zipped toward him with blinding speed. Kizaru dared not let his guard down. He quickly activated his devil fruit power, transforming into pure light in an instant. A tendre explosion. The massive slash struck the ground with earth-shaking intensity. In that moment, a surge of lightning erupted from the ground, writhing like a giant electric serpent, leaping and crackling among the ranks of ordinary naval soldiers. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Under the merciless current, the Navy grunts convulsed, their bodies momentarily revealing their skeletons in flashes of light. Their anguished cries filled the air as, one after another, they succumbed to the electricity and collapsed, unconscious. At the same time, the residual force from that colossal slash carved a vast chasm into the earth. The terrifying fissure stretched across the ground for several kilometers before finally halting. Peering into the giant crack, there was no end in sight. It seemed bottomless. Surveying the devastation Vista's attack had wrought across the field, Kizaru's face froze in utter shock. My word, what a fearsome monster! Kizaru exclaimed, genuinely startled. Vista, too, allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Going after the foot soldiers? That's quite the move, Kizaru, Vista quipped, twirling his mustache with a sly grin. How about it? No objections to letting me be your opponent instead? He challenged, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Hearing Vista's words, Kizaru frowned. Well, if it's like this, then this battle just got a whole lot trickier, he muttered. So many monsters in one place. Despite his words, Kizaru showed not a hint of hesitation. Raising the Amanamura Kumo sword in his hand, he swung it decisively at Vista. Meanwhile, far to the rear, Sengoku could not suppress a sigh of amazement. All three admirals are being held back? Those are supposed to be the Navy's most formidable forces. What's truly terrifying is that Whitebeard himself has barely even joined the fight. How then should this battle be fought? Zhang Guo was growing anxious, scratching his head in distress. Standing nearby on the execution platform, Ace was in a state of utter shock. Mucus ran down from his nose. He was simply stupefied in the face of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing firsthand the overwhelming power they unleashed. Ace couldn't help but stand there, completely dumbfounded. Each and every one of them is just too terrifying, aren't they? And what exactly are those abilities? If it's not lightning, then it's freezing, and he even saw someone wielding tremendous force capable of knocking foes flying. These bizarre powers forced Ace to reevaluate everything he thought he knew. As Ace was still lost in thought, Whitebeard himself strode forward. With no admirals standing in his way, Whitebeard was unstoppable, surging ahead like a battering ram. In his palm, the colossal power of the Tremor fruit gathered. Then, Whitebeard smashed his fist forcefully at the very air before him. Ace, wait for me, son. I'll get you out of here. With a fearless roar that echoed across the battlefield, Whitebeard's mighty strength seemed to fill the entire world. A torrent of raw, destructive power swept in, shaking everything to its core. The shockwaves were so intense that the very ground quaked violently. The Navy soldiers standing on the earth below could finally bear it no longer. One after another, fear crept onto their faces. So this is what it means to be the world's strongest man. There's no way we could stop him. We can't resist at all. This man wields the strongest paramecia power on Earth. There's no way we can possibly defeat a monster like that. The Navy grunts began to shout out in terror. Among them, Kobe couldn't hold back tears streaming down his cheeks. I can feel it. I can feel their pain. Why? Why does it have to be like this? There's just no need for this battle. So many lives, so many sacrifices. Was it ever really worth it? Kobe sobbed, overcome with emotion. Some of the Marines showed expressions of deep unease and, hesitating, began edging slowly backward. Suddenly, they caught the attention of Akainu. With a single, explosive punch, Akainu dispersed Marco's attack, and then, wielding his magma-infused power, he launched a fierce assault straight at the deserters. Cowards! To abandon your post in the Navy, spreading panic among your comrades, death is too good for the likes of you. Akainu said coldly, his voice icy and menacing. As his attack landed, the deserters cried out in agony, one after another. Admiral Sakazuki is ruthless, absolutely ruthless, someone gasped nearby. Not far away, Marco narrowed his eyes, fixing Akainu with a piercing, unblinking stare. Akainu, you bastard, I can't believe you could be so ruthless to your own comrades. Honestly, your Navy acts with less mercy than us pirates do. Marco spoke with undisguised disdain. But Akainu, unfazed, remained indifferent. Humph. People like that, they don't deserve to live. Akainu's voice turned cold and ominous. In the next moment, without another word, Akainu and Marco both lunged at each other, launching directly into battle. Meanwhile, from the direction of the execution platform, the terrible shockwaves unleashed by Whitebeard's power had caused massive cracks to spread outward. The entire execution platform shuddered, tilting precariously from the tremors. Up on the platform, Sengoku looked out at the ferocious fighting below. At last, even his patience reached its limit. Damn it, if this keeps up. He clenched his fists. When are those reinforcements the 5 elders promised going to arrive? Where are the forces they spoke of? Sengoku squinted into the distance, frustration etched on his face. The only reason he'd insisted on pressing forward with this all-out war, even after the Whitebeard pirates showed their full strength, was the 5 elders' assurance of aid from the CP organizations and Seraphim. But now, seeing how things stood, it felt like he'd been played for a fool. Damn it! In anger, Sengoku brought his fist down hard on his own head. At that moment, thunder rolled once more across the sky. A colossal, pitch-black sword slash split through the firmament above Marineford, casting a shadow over the entire Navy headquarters. An overwhelming surge of sword intent instantly drew everyone's gaze. That move. Sengoku looked up, eyes narrowing. Damn! All the high-level combatants were tied up by the Whitebeard pirates' relentless assault. And now, Dracul Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, faced no one in his path. That was how Mihawk had managed to carve his way all the way to the rear lines of the battlefield. People all across the war-torn field now turned their attention toward Mihawk. Vice Admiral Mole gritted his teeth. Damn it, the Navy's strength has been pulled so thin. Mihawk is already at the execution platform. Sakazuki's face contorted in fury as he snarled. Damn it, I warned them. The 7 warlords were always unreliable. Now, all this trouble, it's no one's fault but your own, Sengoku. Reap what you've sown. Akainu shouted in rage. Kizaru and Akiji, seeing the sky-darkening attack surging toward the execution platform, rushed forward, their faces darkened with worry and apprehension. Across the entire battlefield, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had their eyes drawn to one place by the power of Mihawk Strike. Shouts of excitement erupted one after another. Huh, fantastic. Mihawk, that guy, who would have thought he could be so dependable? Whitebeard himself, witnessing Mihawk's display, couldn't hide his own excitement and exhilaration. Kuhaha, who'd have guessed Mihawk would be the first to make a move? But honestly, I still can't wrap my head around it. How did Wang Yu manage to win over such a fearsome monster? Wang Yu, I have to admit, you really know your way around things. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his voice booming across the noise of battle. At that moment, Mihawk looked at the aftermath of his powerful slash and allowed himself a rare smile. If I could put on a good show in this grand war, he said with a laugh, surely Vice Captain Wang Yu will be pleased. And who knows? Maybe, just maybe, I'll have the chance to receive more of his guidance in the future. Mihawk's eyes gleamed with anticipation. That immense shockwave carved through the skies, blotting out the sun, with a single purpose, to reach the execution platform at the far end of the battlefield. Sengoku glared up at the slash in the sky, so furious that his teeth chattered in his mouth. Damn it! Damn you, Mihawk! If you betray the Navy, there'll be no mercy for you. Sengoku growled through gritted teeth. Beside him, Garp took in the scene and his face grew grave. The world's greatest swordsman, is it? He might just be worthy of calling himself my adversary. Perhaps it's time I step in and deal with Mihawk myself, Garp said, flexing his fist. Originally, he had planned to stand watch over the execution platform with Sengoku. But now, the whole Navy situation had fallen into disarray. There was no denying it. Garp narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze on Mihawk, and voiced the thought in his heart. Sengoku, stop hesitating. Let me handle this one. I'll take care of that guy. He spoke with steely resolve. Sengoku, however, wavered, his expression fraught with inner struggle. If Garp were to leave, the crucial defenses at the execution platform would be dangerously weakened. Just as Sengoku wrestled with his decision, Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly stepped forward from his side. Garp, as a hero of the Navy, you have much more important things to handle. Mihawk, leave him to me. Tsuru squinted, her tone stern and unyielding. Hearing her words, both Garp and Sengoku paused, momentarily taken aback. But Little Crane, he's the world's greatest swordsman. If you go, isn't it a bit too dangerous? Sengoku said anxiously. Garp's face, too, showed clear concern. That's right, Little Crane. I think you should stay here. The front lines are simply too perilous. Garp muttered. Vice Admiral Tsuru responded with a gentle smile. You two shouldn't underestimate me. Have you forgotten my abilities? True, in terms of raw combat strength, defeating Mihawk would be a tall order. But if I really set my mind to holding Mihawk back, even if he's the world's top swordsman, I don't think that's beyond my reach. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice brimmed with quiet confidence. Sengoku, his brow furrowing, finally made a difficult decision. If that's the case, Little Crane, then I'll leave it to you. Please, do be careful. No sooner had the words left his lips. In the next instant, Vice Admiral Tsuru was aloft in the sky, her feet supported by billowing clouds of soap bubbles, the embodiment of graceful flight. Cleanse all things. With her command, torrents of foam surged forward, sweeping straight toward Mihawk. On the battlefield, the watching soldiers erupted in cheers. That's Vice Admiral Tsu. She's ranked alongside Garp and Sengoku, one of the famed Vice Admirals. To be honest, this is my first time witnessing Vice Admiral Tsuru's powers firsthand. The Navy men cried out in awe. Under the cleansing waves, Mihawk's earlier attacks, slashes that had once blotted out the sun, were reduced to mere shadows of their former might. When a strike landed on the execution platform, all it left behind was a shallow scar, barely a few meters long. Eagle-eyed Mihawk, seeing Tsuru's abilities for the first time, couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise. His mighty sword strike, so easily neutralized? If that's the case, then Vice Admiral Tsuru's abilities were truly something to be feared. I can't let you pirates do as you please any longer. Even if I have to put my life on the line, Mihawk, I will stop you. Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze sharpened to a steely point. Mihawk, in turn, narrowed his eyes. This time, it seems a truly formidable opponent has appeared. Vice Admiral Tsuru, it's an honor to face you. Show me what you're capable of. Mihawk murmured quietly. And with that, the two of them clashed in the heart of the battlefield, steel and resolve colliding. Only then did Sengoku allow himself the slightest sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Xiaoyi's fighting prowess truly isn't what it was in the old days. With things as they are, at least now, there's a chance to hold back the pirates' assault. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his brow, relief evident in his voice. Beside him, Garp also let out a breath, easing his tension. Indeed, as the world's greatest swordsman, if Dracul Mihawk himself charged in, the consequences would be dire and difficult to contain. That fearsome slash of his, even a single strike at the execution platform, could be disastrous. No sooner had the two just begun to feel relief than they looked up to survey the battlefield, only to find themselves gaping once more in shock. Damn it, someone else is pushing forward. What's more, to their horror, it was that man. Sengoku exclaimed in alarm. On the battlefield, Whitebeard strode forward, wielding his supreme gray blade, step by steady step, heading straight for the execution platform. When Whitebeard saw Mihawk being held at bay, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. A booming laugh burst forth from Whitebeard. Gurura, it seems in the end that I must personally step in if I'm going to save you. Ace, Whitebeard's voice thundered across the field. The moment Whitebeard arrived, shock and panic flickered through the elite Marines. He's already this fast? It hasn't been that long, yet Whitebeard is already this close to the execution platform. This can't happen. Roger's bloodline must be executed. We have to stop Whitebeard. The justice of the Navy must not be trampled. These Marines guarding the rear lines were the cream of the Navy, selected from across the world for their strength and spirit. Their morale and fighting ability stood at the very top, even on the Grand Line. Now, as they saw Whitebeard advance, none showed the faintest hint of fear. Instead, each of them quickened their pace, surging forward, charging straight at Whitebeard. As Whitebeard watched the Marines swarm toward him, the corners of his mouth lifted in a sly grin. Oomph, a bunch of small fry. I have to admit, your morale truly is impressive. But if you want to survive on these seas, relying on spirit alone won't cut it, Whitebeard said with a genial, almost playful tone. With that, his massive blade, Bicentennial, twirled deftly in his hands. With a single sweeping motion, he struck at the crowd ahead. In that instant, an overwhelming aura erupted with earth-shaking force. A deep, resounding tremor filled the air. The crushing might, the sudden surge of force, even the ground beneath Whitebeard's feet split apart in all directions, shattering in the face of his power. Feeling the terrifying power of Whitebeard, the elite Navy soldiers standing before him were left utterly dumbfounded. Damn, is this Whitebeard's true power? The Earth itself, it's been completely shattered at this moment. This is beyond terrifying. Can we really withstand a blow like that? One by one, the Marines saw their previous confidence completely swept away by Whitebeard's devastating strike. Their morale evaporated in an instant. Such overwhelming might. It was no longer something mere mortals could hope to stop. Under this tremendous force, the elite Navy soldiers' eyes rolled back, and in the very next moment, they were sent flying, their fates unknown. Now, directly in front of Whitebeard, only the execution platform remained. Gazing over the fierce battlefield, Whitebeard allowed a faint smile to appear on his face. As their eyes met Whitebeard's, Sengoku felt a rising unease stirring within him. Garp, too, clenched his fist tightly. He never imagined that there would come a day when these old warriors would face each other again, right here after so many years. Seeing his former rivals, Whitebeard's expression took on a note of pride. This is my era, Whitebeard's era. Sengoku, prepare to die. A thunderous roar echoed across all of Marineford. Everyone on the battlefield paused to cast their gaze in his direction. Marco's lips curled into a subtle smile. As expected of the old man, he's already made it to Ace's execution platform so quickly. Nearby, Akainu's face turned grim. He simply couldn't understand how Marco's chilling powers had ended up being so effective against his own. Turning to the execution platform as well, he was visibly shocked. Damn it, how is that old bastard Whitebeard so fast? Sakazuki exclaimed, fear creeping into his voice. At this rate, if things kept going this way, the entire Navy might soon meet with total defeat. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Jozu, Vista, and the others wore expressions of excitement. Many of them were bursting with anticipation and fighting spirit. Ha, that's a pops. Let the Navy taste our fury. Yeah, or else they'll really think we're pushovers. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouted eagerly. Hearing his sons' voices, Whitebeard's face filled with pride. Of course, my sons. Watch closely. See how your old man saves Ace. Whitebeard bellowed with all his might. In the next instant, all of his powers surged forth, unleashed without hesitation or restraint. The terrifying power of the Tremor fruit gathered relentlessly on Whitebeard's massive blade. A deep, ominous vibration reverberated in the air. All around, The unsettling resonance of Whitebeard's quakeability rang out, a sound so distinct it could only belong to him. The very air itself seemed to freeze, locking the moment in a chilling stillness. A strange and intense atmosphere hung over the scene, as if something catastrophic were about to erupt. Sengoku's glasses caught the light, casting a sharp white glare. His brow furrowed deeply in concern. "Damn it, Whitebeard, you bastard!" Garp, too, stood tense and alert, treating Whitebeard's power as the threat it truly was. He remembered, from his youth, what it felt like to face these earth-shattering abilities. Whitebeard was the strongest among pirates. Confronting him demanded the utmost caution. A deep vibration rolled through the place once again, thrumming with menace. Whitebeard's strength swelled, concentrating until every ounce was focused in his mighty fist. Narrowing his eyes, Whitebeard stared straight ahead. Then, he brought his fist crashing forward, slamming it into the very air before him. "Ace, hold on. Your old man is coming to save you." With a thunderous boom, the space before Whitebeard looked as though it was on the verge of shattering to pieces. A terrifying shockwave pulsed outward, rippling through the air, surging straight toward the execution platform. Sengoku's face morphed with shock in an instant. As Whitebeard's old rival, Sengoku understood all too well just how dangerous this attack truly was. If this shockwave reaches us, Ace and the entire execution platform will be obliterated. Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Garp could no longer contain himself. "Sengoku, if we don't act now to stop this, the Navy will truly be finished," Garp roared. Not wasting a second, Garp leapt down from the execution platform, his eyes fixed on Whitebeard. His fists tightened with determination, joints cracking under the force. "Whitebeard, there's no way I'll let you do as you please," Garp muttered, gripping his fist tightly. In the sunlight, his fist gleamed with an eerie, obsidian light. This was Garp's own ultimate armament haki, formidable and unwavering. Now, facing off against Whitebeard, the legendary titan, Garp had no intention of holding back. The devastating power of the Tremor fruit rippled ever outward, its destruction rolling on, echoing through the air. Sensing this terrifying power, Garp didn't hesitate for even a second. He clenched his fist, and with all his might, swung it directly at Whitebeard's earthquake ability. Boom! Two overwhelming forces collided head-on, each refusing to yield to the other. A resonant vibration filled the air, reverberating through the world itself. A thunderous roar exploded across the sky and earth, shaking the heavens. At Navy headquarters, the Marines immediately sensed the commotion and turned, wide-eyed, to watch. One after another, everyone in the headquarters began to nervously swallow, astonishment etched across their faces. My goodness, if my eyes don't deceive me, that's the world's strongest man, Whitebeard, colliding head-to-head with a Navy hero, Garp. No wonder the sound was so fierce. It's Whitebeard and Vice Admiral Garp clashing with their full might. Damn, Vice Admiral Garp, you've got this. Hold strong. The Marines started cheering for Garp, their voices rising in hope. In the hearts of the Navy, Garp's status remained unmatched. He was their pillar of strength. At the same time, the pirates of Whitebeard's crew had also taken note of the scene unfolding behind the execution platform. All of them wore excited, fervent expressions. Dad, take him down. Take down Garp and save Ace. Whitebeard and Garp seemed almost able to hear the calls and encouragements of their allies, each digging deep and unleashing the whole of their strength. Crash! Under Garp's mighty fist, the attack Whitebeard had unleashed was abruptly and forcibly stopped, shattered in an instant. Garp's haki surged and gathered at his iron fist, black as steel. Whitebeard, I can't let you pass. Not here, not now. It's for this uniform, the justice of the Navy that I wear. Garp announced his stance with unwavering clarity. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes, regarding Garp with a tinge of surprise and sadness. He couldn't have imagined that Garp had been so thoroughly indoctrinated by the Navy. So be it. Let's fight, old friend. Whitebeard drew his supreme great blade, the power of the Tremor fruit resonating along its edge, and with a mighty swing, he directed its force at Garp. Whitebeard's earthquake energy gathered to its peak within him. In a flash, he hurled all that power forward with relentless might. Garp, too, balled his fist, channeling every ounce of his haki until it seemed to hum with tension. Damn you, Whitebeard. I swear I'll bring you down. Even before their bodies met, the battlefield crackled with the dread force of their long-range attacks. A fierce clash erupted once again, centered around Whitebeard and Garp as they collided head-on. The entire Marine headquarters was shaking violently from the impact. Thunderous booms echoed through the air. Each time Whitebeard unleashed the power of his Tremor ability, Garp would effortlessly block the attack. However, even with all his strength, Garp's fists began to throb with a faint, nagging pain. This secretly astonished Garp. Explosions continued to resound. After exchanging blows with Whitebeard a few more times, Garp could vaguely feel an intense ache spreading across his body. Whitebeard's mighty Supreme Grade Blade swept toward Garp in a devastating strike. Under this blow, Garp was forced to stumble back several steps. Yet in contrast, Whitebeard seemed to fight with even greater ferocity as the battle raged on. After all, he was the hero of the Marines. His fighting power, without exaggeration, was said to be the greatest in all of the Navy. And yet, as he exchanged punches with Whitebeard, Garp could unmistakably sense Whitebeard's strength growing with every moment. Yes, that's right. It wasn't just the power of the Tremor fruit, but Whitebeard's own formidable physical strength that was swelling. Wasn't Whitebeard supposed to be gravely ill all this time? What on earth was going on now? How had he managed to elevate his physical power to such a terrifying extent? In fact, Garp could say, without the slightest exaggeration, Whitebeard's current physical prowess had already surpassed his own prime. Garp couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion at this revelation. Whitebeard, what's going on with you? Your illness has healed, and your strength is even greater than before. Garp blurted out, completely bewildered. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth curled in a subtle grin. Then he burst out with his hearty, booming laughter. Gururara. Garp, this was a technique taught to me by our vice captain, Wang Yu. It's called the Wrath of Noxus. Whitebeard declared proudly. What? Garp was stunned, left completely at a loss. He had spent many years traversing these seas, but he had never heard of anything called the Wrath of Noxus. Could it be a new martial arts technique, perhaps something comparable to the Marines' Six Powers? If not, he truly couldn't fathom how this so-called Wrath of Noxus could transform a body on the verge of collapse into such a monstrous force. Seeing the baffled look on Garp's face, Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of satisfaction. He laughed heartily. Watching Garp's look of utter confusion brought him a deep, secret delight. Garp, you old rascal. I bet even if I tried to explain, you still wouldn't get it, would you? So, I think I'd better skip the explanation. Let's just keep fighting. Crushing blow. Whitebeard roared furiously. In the next instant, the massive Bicento swept down in a fierce strike toward Garp. Sensing Whitebeard's terrifying strength, Garp no longer dared to hold back. Every muscle in his body tensed and collided against itself with explosive force. Even his clothes, previously snug, suddenly burst apart, the shredded fabric scattering to the ground. Whitebeard, since that's how it is, I suppose it's time we really have ourselves a proper fight. To be honest, it's been ages since I've faced an opponent who gets my blood pumping like this, Garp muttered with a glint in his eye. And that was no lie. Ever since defeating the pirate King Roger, it had been a long, long time since he'd met an adversary who could stir real excitement in him. Whitebeard, of course, was once among those few. Now, seeing Whitebeard wield such monstrous power under so-called King Yu's guidance, Garp couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation inside. In that case, I won't be holding back either. The two clashed once more, unleashing a titanic collision. A thunderous shockwave exploded between them, their fighting spirit soaring skyward. From the force of their collision, the entire sea seemed to boil. Around Marineford, the waters roared with towering waves. Walls of seawater gathered and crashed relentlessly towards Marineford. Even the land itself quaked and shuddered, deep cracks splintering and spreading across the ground, sending a chill up the spine of any who witnessed it. At the same time, the sky overhead was filled with the rumble and roar of their sonic booms. At the heart of their battle, an immense shockwave unfurled, spreading outward in all directions. Pirates and Marines alike, even those stationed several kilometers away, felt the overwhelming force of that aftermath. Staring wide-eyed at the scene before them, they could barely comprehend what they witnessed. Is this what happens when monsters like them collide? We're doomed. Even the aftershocks are beyond anything we could ever withstand. What unbelievable power! Marine after Marine, pirate after pirate, looked on in awe, their mouths agape. Facing the mighty gusts born from the clash, winds reaching hurricane strength, many felt their scalps prickle with terror. A resounding crash followed. The sheer force struck their bodies, slamming into them with unstoppable might. One after another, the shockwaves created by the two of them shot straight up into the sky. The fierce aftershocks even spread all the way to the execution platform. Suddenly, the cracking sound of splitting wood rang out. Several spots on the execution platform fractured instantly. Standing atop the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes narrowed with grave concern. Once again, he carefully surveyed the entire battlefield. Judging by the current situation, things looked exceedingly grim for the Navy. On the battlefield, Jozu had activated his granite powers. The attacks of 5 vice admirals struck him, but to Jozu, it felt like nothing more than a mild tickle. Only Akiji managed to put up any resistance at all, barely holding back Jozu with wave after wave of freezing cold, striking his body over and over. This only served to enrage Jozu further. "I'll deal with you 5 useless weaklings first," he roared. At Jozu's thunderous shout, the 5 vice admirals all twitched in disbelief. Did he just call them useless? Clearly, none of them were ready to accept such humiliation. But in the very next instant, they saw Jozu launch himself skyward. Even Akiji was left stunned. Jozu had gained the power of flight. "Go on, crash together if you want, but I warned you, none of you can take me on at once," Jozu murmured high above, a hint of mockery in his voice. The next instant, boom, in a deafening explosion that shook the heavens. Jozu came crashing down like a colossal tank, smashing straight into the 5 vice admirals. One of them rolled his eyes back and fell unconscious on the spot. Akiji, standing by the sidelines, was left dumbstruck. What kind of move was that? Falling from the sky and knocking people out cold just from the impact? As Jozu landed, he slammed his fist into the ground once more, channeling his granite power into his punch. Thud, 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 each blow rendering a vice admiral completely unresponsive. From his declaration to take down all 5 vice admirals to the moment he actually did, Jozu had taken little more than 2 seconds. "Come on, you've got to be kidding me. Enigma Mole, wake up, will you?" Akiji's lips twitched in disbelief. Yet, no matter how he called out, the men lying on the ground didn't utter a word. "That just leaves you, Akiji. Get ready. This time, Jozu, will make sure you learn what a real lesson feels like." "I honestly don't know why, but ever since this battle began, I've been especially irritated with you, Admiral Akiji," Ja said, narrowing his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku could only collapse to the ground beside Ace, utterly defeated. What on earth are these bizarre powers? Someone was literally knocked out by having a person hurled at them from above. Are such abilities truly supposed to exist in this world? Sengoku's mind was fraught with anxiety. One single power had wiped out 5 of his Marine headquarters vice admirals. Ja's strength seemed unfathomable. "No, this can't be. I've got to check the other fronts. Maybe, just maybe, there's hope for victory elsewhere on the battlefield. Even a partial victory would be something to cling to right now." Sengoku's lips twitched with frustration. He simply couldn't stand watching Jaws fight any longer. Every second only deepened his own sense of panic and helplessness. With a sigh, he lifted his binoculars once more and turned them toward another part of the battleground. Through the lenses, yet another shocking sight unfolded. On the far side of the field, Marco stood before an enormous frozen orb of ice, within which Kasasuke had been completely encased. Without hesitation, Marco delivered a powerful flying kick directly into the massive ice sculpture. All the while, Akainu remained at the mercy of this relentless assault, unable to break free from the freezing effect, forever on the defensive. When Akainu at last struggled to his feet, he stared down in disbelief at the horrifying frost marks now slashed across his chest. Marks so deep and terrible that they refused to heal, no matter how hard his body tried. Sakazuki's eyes went wide with shock. Behind the execution platform, Sengoku wore a face of unprecedented astonishment. Kasasuke, isn't he the one with the power of the magma fruit? By all rights, he should be immune to Marco's ice, shouldn't he? Relying on his magma, he was supposed to be impervious. Instead, Marco froze him like a statue. This is sheer madness. And those frost wounds, what are they? Not only did they breach Akainu's defenses, but even Sakazuki's legendary regeneration can't overcome them. That's it. No more. Akainu is getting absolutely trounced. I need to see how the others are faring instead. With that, Sengoku once again raised his binoculars, desperate to find hope somewhere else. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Vista and Kizuru's battle still raged on. Damn, Vista's ferocity is off the charts. That sword stroke, that's the mark of a true master. This is terrifying. No, I can't watch. Find another fight, hurry. This Whitebeard Pirates crew, every single one of them seems like they're on something. As for those core commanders, forget it. I'll go see how the other commanders are doing in the fight. At first, he assumed that the other commanders would show only average combat ability. But after witnessing the spectacle unfolding on the entire battlefield, Sengoku was absolutely stunned. No way. Flamenco brought his hammer down and sent 10 giant vice admirals flying in a single blow? How is this possible? Can you even believe it? And then there's Namor. What is going on with him? Why is it that no matter what attack comes his way, he slips past every single one? That ability, it's totally overpowered. Thank goodness this bizarre power wasn't bestowed upon a core commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. If any of them had an invincible defense like that, it would be disastrous. Even if I took the field myself, I wouldn't stand a chance. No, this can't go on. Namor's fighting prowess is just too broken. I'd better take a look at some of the other commanders. Wait, really? Atmos, Little Oars, King Du, are they all made of steel? And what's with Haruta and Kiriel? What in the world happened to them? They've actually vanished. My heavens, did I see that right? They really disappeared. Just like that. Right before my eyes, they vanished into thin air, gone without a trace. At this moment, Sengoku felt on the verge of collapse. No, this can't continue. I absolutely cannot allow this to drag on any longer. To make matters worse, the reinforcements the 5 elders promised still haven't arrived. That means I have to act. I must do something now. If not, who knows? Maybe this time, the Navy really will be doomed. Sengoku thought this, feeling all the more frustrated. After that, he said nothing more. The look on Sengoku's face could not have been more exaggerated. A bold idea began to rise within his heart. Executioner, stand by for orders. Sengoku suddenly bellowed. The executioner at his side snapped off a military salute in response. Sweat poured down Sengoku's brow as he spoke, his tone solemn. You see it too. The way things are going on the battlefield is frankly unsatisfactory. If we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid even Navy headquarters could fall to the Whitebeard Pirates. That's why I've made a decision. We will move up the time of Ace's execution. Sengoku declared, his voice grave. What? The executioner was visibly taken aback by Sengoku's words. They actually planned to bring the execution forward? But wasn't the timing of the execution something the 5 elders themselves had set? Noticing the executioner's hesitation, Sengoku pressed on, his determination unwavering. It must be done. The execution will be carried out ahead of schedule. Ace carries the blood of the Pirate King, Roger. This cursed lineage cannot be allowed to remain in this world. If it does, countless more pirates will rise up across the globe. And on top of that, the Whitebeard Pirates' assault is just far too fierce. If we don't proceed with the execution now, I'm afraid Ace will be rescued in the chaos. Don't worry, whatever happens, I, Sengoku, will take full responsibility. Sengoku's eyes narrowed, his tone grave and resolute. The executioner swallowed hard, his nerves straining. Has the situation really spiraled so far out of control? In all my years in the Navy, I've never once seen Fleet Admiral Sengoku in such a desperate state. Yes, sir. With that, the executioner gave Sengoku a crisp military salute. Step by step, he walked toward Ace. Hearing the order for his execution, Ace's eyes grew wide in shock. He couldn't believe the Navy would sink so low, so shamelessly. So this is how it ends for me. Is this really where I, Ace, die? What's even worse is that my execution has dragged Father into this disaster too. Deep inside, Ace was tormented. If only he'd listened to Father from the beginning, then the Whitebeard Pirates would never have been thrown into such turmoil. Ace's heart ached with regret and pain, the feeling nearly unbearable. Moments later, several executioners gathered before Ace, raising their axes high. Sengoku's glasses flashed with a trace of white light. Then, gripping his megaphone, he bellowed his decree to be heard around the world. Listen well, the execution of Ace will begin at once. Sengoku's voice thundered, forceful and raw. Across the battlefield, every single person turned to look, all stunned into stillness, their faces blank with shock and disbelief. The execution, Ace's execution, had been moved ahead of schedule. At that moment, Straw Hat Luffy charged forward. Ace, I'm here to save you. People all around the world took notice of Luffy's daring appearance. On a distant island, kids' eyes went wide in disbelief. Wait, isn't it the guy I ran into back at the Sabaody Archipelago? Straw Hat Luffy. Kid shouted. He actually showed up there. What's his relationship to Ace? That place is unimaginably dangerous. And he's going alone to save Ace? Could it be that Straw Hat Luffy just doesn't care about living anymore? Kid and Killer's lips trembled, speechless from shock. Meanwhile, everyone on the battlefield, too, was focused on Straw Hat Luffy's bold move. What's this? Someone's actually rushed onto the execution platform. Jinbei looked at Luffy and broke into a smile. As expected from you, Straw Hat Luffy. The Okama King, too, wore an expression of amazement, truly never expecting that Straw Hat Luffy could force his way through such peril. Hang in there, little Luffy. As you'd expect from Dragon's son, the Okama King cried out, his face brimming with emotion. Empress Hancock looked positively smitten, her expression dreamy. Luffy-kun, go for it, she cheered. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Luffy dashed on at full speed. Sengoku had, of course, noticed Luffy's presence, but there was a weighty seriousness in his gaze. If the battle was tipping in the Navy's favor, Sengoku, might have let you off the hook out of respect for Garp. Just a little. But now, sorry Garp. I can't allow Luffy to do as he pleases here. On this battlefield, if I knock Luffy out, there won't be a soul in the Navy with a spare hand to deal with him. Right? So forgive me, Garp. This time, no matter who tries, no one will be able to rescue Luffy again. In the next moment, Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form. A colossal golden Buddha loomed in front of Luffy, as imposing as a mountain that could not be crossed. With a thunderous impact, he swung a mighty fist straight at Luffy. Luffy, this is no place for you. Sengoku bellowed, his voice echoing across the chaos. My advice, leave and quickly. But there was no chance Luffy would heed him. Ace, he cried, charging recklessly towards his brother. Without a shred of hesitation, Sengoku raised both enormous fists and hammered them down upon Luffy. Luffy saw the giant fists looming before him. Without delay, he drew upon his gum-gum fruit powers, transforming himself into a massive rubber ball. Sengoku saw through Luffy's trick and simply laughed. Someone who hasn't even mastered Haki. How could he possibly withstand a strike from my Buddha form? With another deafening impact, the massive golden palm slammed directly into Luffy's body. The balloon Luffy had summoned was smashed flat, crushed like a pancake. Luffy shrank back to his normal size, his eyes rolling back in his head, and then fell completely unconscious. Seeing this scene, Sengoku was momentarily stunned. Oh no, did I overdo it? He better not die. If he does, Garp will never, ever forgive me. Luffy's body, still gigantic, was sent flying, landing on the Okama King's side. The Okama King caught the limp Luffy, a look of panic flashing across his face. So this is the strength of the Warring States era? Little Luffy, you still need much more training, don't you? There's nothing we can do. Right now, our only option is to run away, to leave this place. No one can save Ace. The Queen of the Okama wore a look of utter despair. Every member of the Whitebeard Pirates bore the same pained expression. Ace was about to be executed. Was their only hope, Luffy, truly powerless? Damn it. With a thunderous shout, Whitebeard channeled his Noxian rage to its peak and lunged straight at Garp. A deafening crash rocked the air. With a single blow, he managed to leave a deep wound across Garp's chest, blood rapidly welling from the gash. Yet Garp stood his ground, showing not the faintest sign of backing down. There's no way I'll ever let you through, Whitebeard. Garp roared back. At that moment, Garp finally understood, at least in part, why so many Marines who'd suffered wounds from the Whitebeard Pirates found their injuries slow to heal. It was because their attacks inflicted ongoing harm. What a fearsome power, this fruit ability the Whitebeard Pirates had obtained. I will never allow justice to be extinguished from the Marines. 6 powers of the Navy, Oz, shave. The pain of his wounds didn't discourage Garp. If anything, it only made him fiercer as the battle raged on, lending even more weight to his presence. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate Navy technique. Whitebeard himself was struck by a sudden realization. Garp's speed was simply astonishing, fast beyond prediction, leaving him momentarily unable to react. Navy's 6 powers, Spiral Finger Pistol. Appearing directly before Whitebeard, Garp struck again with a powerful finger pistol. At the same moment, Akainu unleashed his Hellhound attack. I might not be able to defeat you, but as long as I can keep you occupied, I'll be doing my part, Akiji declared, withdrawing as he traded blows. Incredible. To think Jozu's become such a monster. Lucky for me, my ice abilities are perfect for restraining people. Kizaru, after being forced back several paces by Vista's blow, glanced down at the streak of lightning scarring his chest. This only made him more cunning. If I can't win head-to-head, I'll just use my ability to fly and harass you from above. As long as I can stop you people, Ace will definitely be executed, Kizaru muttered, eyes narrowing. With that, Kizaru launched himself into the sky, sending volley after volley of lasers raining down from his hands. Vista desperately wanted to rush forward and save Ace, but the relentless barrage of lasers left him no choice but to dodge. The entire battlefield suddenly shifted in a subtle, almost imperceptible way. Witnessing this transformation, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a small wave of relief settle in his heart. At this rate, the Whitebeard Pirates might end up in utter disarray all on their own, he mused quietly. Don't hesitate any longer. Carry out the execution, Sengoku commanded, his face solemn and unwavering. After hearing Sengoku's order, the 2 executioners moved directly in front of Ace without delay. At that moment, every screen around the world was broadcasting the scene in real time. The bloodline of the Pirate King Roger will, at this very moment, be forever wiped away from the annals of history. Sengoku declared, his voice grave. Everyone fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. One after another, all eyes were fixed on what was about to unfold. Ace, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, could barely contain the anguish raging in their hearts. If there was anyone to blame, it could only be themselves, for their own helplessness. They could only stand by, forced to watch their comrade, once a brother, face his execution right before their very eyes. Some of the Marines couldn't help but let a faint smile creep across their lips. The execution of Ace, its significance to the entire world was colossal. No matter how powerful you Whitebeard pirates may be, there's simply no way you can succeed now. At last, the executioner raised his blade and brought it swinging down toward Ace. Ace, wait, what was that? Something was wrong. Why was Ace still unharmed? At that moment, every member of the Whitebeard pirates was left in complete bewilderment. They'd seen it with their own eyes. The massive axe swung down toward Ace's head, and with the sea-stone shackles binding his wrists, he shouldn't have been able to use his devil fruit powers at all. And yet, nothing had happened to him. Even the executioner on the platform stared in disbelief. What in the world was going on? Sengoku was just as dumbfounded, especially with so many eyes watching. Isn't this making the Navy look like fools? What embarrassment, Sengoku thought bitterly. As Fleet Admiral, there was no way he could let such a disgraceful farce happen under his watch. Hey, are you listening? Finish the execution. Sengoku barked once again. The executioners, embarrassed, gave an apologetic smile and prepared to strike again. This time, both men put every ounce of strength they had into it. But even after the axe fell, Ace's head remained right where it was, unharmed. Even Ace himself was left in utter confusion. Why? Why am I still here unscathed? Hey Sengoku, you didn't set this up as some kind of twisted joke for the occasion, did you? Ace complained, bewildered. A joke? Sengoku was furious, his face nearly turning green with anger. If anything, it felt like you're all making a joke out of me. Hurry up and get it done. What are you two stalling for? Sengoku snapped. I've already said it. If something goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility myself. Now, I order you to proceed with the execution immediately. In front of the whole world, Sengoku had suffered such a loss of face that he abandoned all pretense of dignity. Turning angrily toward the two executioners, he shouted his command, his fury unrestrained. The two executioners wore expressions of utter discomfort and distress. Reporting, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It's not that we don't want to execute the sentence, but our attacks are actually having no effect on Ace at all. The Navy's executioners spoke with despair, almost on the verge of tears. What? Their attacks are useless? What on earth are they talking about? The corner of Sengoku's mouth twitched in agitation, dark lines appearing across his forehead as he simmered with irritation. All around the globe, people watching this epic war unfold were just as dumbfounded. The Mad Monk Urge raised an eyebrow, genuine surprise flickering across his face. Their attacks really don't work on Ace? At a time like this? They can't possibly be joking around now. But why? Could it be that Ace possesses some kind of special ability too? Urge was thoroughly at a loss. Kid's eyes went wide with disbelief, staring as if he couldn't accept what he was witnessing. What's going on here? Are the Navy really this ridiculous? In front of so many people, they go to execute him, and this is what happens. On the battlefield, people across the ranks turned to look at the execution platform, unable to tear their eyes away. Members of the Whitebeard pirates let out a breath they hadn't realized they were holding. Although they didn't know the cause, the immediate crisis had, for now, been averted. But the Marines had no such luck. Each of their faces grew impossibly grim. One after another, they gritted their teeth in frustration. After paying such a heavy price to stall the Whitebeard pirates, this is the result? And now, the execution platform is telling them that the execution can't proceed for now. Isn't this absurd? Sengoku, standing atop the execution platform, sensed the bizarre tension spreading across the battlefield and began to panic. If morale broke now, the war would be lost without a doubt. He knew he couldn't allow another delay. The execution had to happen. With that thought, Sengoku didn't hesitate a moment longer. He seized the axe from the executioner's hands. You two are dismissed. I'll do it myself, Sengoku roared. At that, a dark, armed aura slowly crept up and coated his blade. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a chilly glint flashing within them. This ends now. Ace, I will finish you myself, Sengoku declared. Without a second's hesitation, Sengoku raised his weapon high and brought it slashing down toward Ace. Under the force of overwhelming power, the blow landed squarely on Ace's head, yet Ace remained completely unscathed. What was even more frightening, Sengoku's attack hadn't just failed to injure Ace, it hadn't caused any damage whatsoever to anything nearby either. This left Sengoku utterly stunned. It wasn't that Ace's defenses were so strong. Rather, his own attack had somehow been nullified. Who on earth could have done this? Show yourself now, Sengoku shouted, still reeling from shock. He activated his observation haki, but couldn't sense anyone at all. Even if someone were hiding with the powers of the clear fruit, Sengoku, legendary strategist and longtime partner of Garp, was confident he could find them using his haki. But this time, his observation haki found nothing. Not a trace of anyone's presence. Could I really just be overthinking things? Ace 2 looked utterly bewildered. Is there someone nearby? He scanned his surroundings, yet felt no sign of anyone at all. What the hell is going on? If this is truly my own defensive strength, but I didn't even use haki or my devil fruit to defend myself. For a moment, Ace was dumbfounded. Sengoku, meanwhile, steeled his expression, growing more determined than ever. If blades and axes can't bring you down, then fine. I'll throw everything I have into this, Ace. No matter what, the bloodline of Pirate King Roger must be cut off. Without hesitation, Sengoku unleashed his majestic Buddha form once more. With this transformation, Sengoku grew to an incredible size, his presence now utterly overpowering. A fierce fighting spirit flared up, surging inside him. In his huge, golden palm, a mysterious energy began to gather. Wasting not a moment, Sengoku raised his mighty hand and struck toward Ace with all his might. A thunderous crash echoed out. A wave of devastating energy exploded from Sengoku, shaking the world to its core. A massive shockwave of golden light shot forth at blinding speed, causing the very battlefield to tremble with its impact. In Ace's field of vision, the colossal golden energy kept growing, swelling until it filled everything he could see. Ace! Damn you, Sengoku. But joining the fight yourself now. No way, don't hold me back. I have to save Ace. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates let out anguished, desperate shouts, their voices raw with emotion. They all felt deeply frustrated inside for their inability to save Ace. A tremendous shockwave surged directly toward Ace. Yet, just as it was about to reach him, Sengoku's blast was eerily blocked by an unknown force. A deafening explosion érupted. In that instant, the entire execution platform collapsed completely. Ace fell along with the ruins. Despite the ferocious detonation, the powerful force did not harm Ace in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku was stunned. His own shockwave had actually been stopped by someone, but he had sensed no other presence appearing just moments ago. Sengoku stood there, utterly at a loss. Landing on the ground, Sengoku's eyes were wide with astonishment. Then, as Ace hit the ground, a powerful hand reached out and caught him firmly. A young figure appeared before the crowd. At this sight, everyone wore expressions of bewildered surprise. Ace! Someone actually managed to save Ace. Who was that young man? He looked so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. One pirate after another gazed on, completely confounded. Damn it, isn't that the first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates? He showed up with Whitebeard during the earlier fighting, but then disappeared. I see now, all along, he's been here for Ace. I was just wondering where that first mate had gone. Turns out, from the very start, he had his sights set on rescuing Ace. Curses! We've been fooled, the Marines growled, gritting their teeth in anger. No one had expected that the first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates would be such a troublesome force to deal with. The moment Wang Yu appeared, the Whitebeard Pirates erupted in overwhelming excitement, their cheers ringing out in a frenzy of hope. A slight curve appeared on Whitebeard's lips. Kuahaha, that's just like you, Wang Yu. To be honest, you've never once let me down. Whitebeard roared with laughter at the sky. Just moments ago, he'd feared there was no hope left for Ace. That worry had even kept him from focusing on the fight with Garp. But now, with Wang Yu making his move, Whitebeard realized he had nothing more to fear. With Wang Yu here, Sengoku was no longer a concern. And now Ace had been saved. Once those seastone cuffs came off, the Whitebeard Pirates' mission would be complete. Whitebeard's heart soared. He was in the highest of spirits. Nearby, Garp's eyes widened as he saw Ace being seized and carried away. He could hardly believe it. Someone had succeeded in rescuing Ace. To be honest, at that moment, Garp actually felt a secret glimmer of joy. After all, as a Marine, he had already done all he could. And truthfully, seeing Ace saved was something he secretly longed for. With that, Garp felt a pressing weight finally lift from his heart. At the same time, his gaze drifted over to Wang Yu, the young man who always seemed so nonchalant and carefree. He wasn't sure whether to feel grateful or wary. Garp's eyes were filled with a complicated mix of emotions. That guy, is that the vice captain you said made you stronger? Garp murmured, squinting as he spoke to Whitebeard. At that, a faint, spirited grin tugged at the corners of Whitebeard's mouth, a look of pure satisfaction. That's right. He's our vice captain. This time you've lost, Garp. Oh, and there's one more thing I don't mind telling you. Whitebeard's smile turned mysterious. To tell the truth, I still don't know exactly how strong Wang Yu really is. All I'm sure of is this. Wang Yu's power is by no means beneath my own, Whitebeard declared, his face beaming with pride. What? Hearing this, Garp was thrown into utter confusion. A look of disbelief slowly clouded his eyes. Was this some kind of joke? Could it really be that the world's strongest man was saying such a thing? That he had been surpassed? Even more shocking, Whitebeard's current strength was fiercer than ever before. And yet, at a moment like this, Whitebeard still held Wang Yu in such high regard. That alone proved that Wang Yu's true abilities were truly unfathomable. Unless Whitebeard was deliberately saying these things to shake his confidence, trying to put him off his game for what was to come. But Garp knew Whitebeard too well. The old man wasn't that type. Could it be? Could this young man really be as powerful as Whitebeard claimed? Even Garp, the so-called hero of the Navy, couldn't help but look Wang Yu over a few more times. Meanwhile, Sakazuki also stared in the direction of the battlefield, fists clenched, stomping in frustration. Damn it, Ace, that cursed bloodline must not be allowed to survive. Just what is Sengoku thinking? How can mere vice captains so easily make off with Ace? Sakazuki roared, his fury barely contained. Kizaru, too, narrowed his eyes, studying Wang Yu up and down in silence. He really is a frightening little brat. He managed to block Sengoku's attack without anyone noticing, and even saved Ace in the process. Kizaru's face was marked with disbelief. After sending out waves of icy power, Akiji snapped back to his senses and looked over his shoulder, only to witness an utterly shocking scene. Watching Wang Yu's performance on the battlefield, Akiji felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. In terms of attack power, Sengoku could be said to be on par with Senior Garp, and such a terrifying blow was actually blocked by a mere kid. So, this is what they call the Whitebeard Pirates vice captain? I'd heard of his existence before, but seeing him now, he's even more terrifying than the intelligence reports said. Akiji spoke gravely. The elite Marines, one after another, turned their eyes in his direction. They saw what happened. The fleet admiral's attack stopped cold by Wang Yu. One by one, they gaped, their expressions stretched to the limit in astonishment. None of them could have predicted Wang Yu would be the first to reach the battlefield, that even Ace would be struck down. Now the entire battle had taken on an even more bewildering turn. There was no exaggeration in saying that at this moment, Wang Yu was the brightest star of the Marineford War. Over amidst the rubble of the execution platform, Sengoku also fixed a grave stare on the young man before him. It was this young man who had just blocked his attack. And that peculiar vanishing ability, Sengoku's own observation Haki couldn't even pick him up. This kid must have eaten some kind of devil fruit with that special power. What's more infuriating was that his mighty attack had actually been deflected. What an unbearable humiliation. Vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. You actually dare to save Ace. I won't let you walk out of here alive. Sengoku's colossal Buddha form roared. But Wang Yu didn't pay the slightest attention to Sengoku's taunts. Did he think a mere fleet admiral could threaten him? What a joke. Wang Yu just smiled calmly. To be honest, the combination of the clown's invisibility and Teemo's stealth was absolutely perfect. In this state, after using the clown's stealth, he could remain invisible on the spot. Once the cooldown was over, he could instantly move and disappear again, achieving near-infinite stealth. A hint of amusement played at the corner of Wang Yu's mouth as he turned his gaze toward Ace. Hearing Sengoku's words, even Ace, clueless as he sometimes was, quickly understood the situation. Standing before him was the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, a man he'd only occasionally heard about for Pops himself. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he would meet the living legend face to face one day. He had always pictured Wang Yu as a dignified, elderly sage, a man advanced in years and wisdom. The sight that greeted him now, however, was totally unexpected. Wang Yu was astonishingly young. Wang Yu, Vice Captain Wang Yu, thank you for saving me, Ace said, his voice trembling with excitement. Oh, think nothing of it. Just a minor matter, Wang Yu replied, a mysterious smile curving his lips. Then, right in front of Sengoku, Wang Yu reached out, preparing to unlock Ace's sea-stone handcuffs. Be careful, those sea-stone cuffs. They'll explode as soon as they're undone. Ace warned, his tone sharp with fear. He remembered all too clearly, back on level 5 of the prison, witnessing someone get blown to pieces the moment their cuffs were removed. Yet Wang Yu, even as he listened, only smiled playfully. These things are actually quite simple, Wang Yu answered completely calm. All it takes is a bit of advanced armament hockey to destroy them from the inside. Just toss them away immediately. That's all it takes. As he spoke, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No wonder Ace had fallen to Blackbeard, who had just claimed the power of the darkness fruit and had been completely overwhelmed by Akainu. Ace had made a fatal mistake. He relied far too heavily on the powers of his Flame fruit. If you have a truly legendary power, perhaps it's worth the risk. But the Flame fruit, while impressive, was hardly the most formidable Logia around. Ace had spent so much time and effort refining that single power, he had neglected the crucial training in hockey. In the end, he'd chased shadows and missed the substance. After hearing Wang Yu's words, Ace obediently handed him the handcuffs. After all, if Vice Captain Wang Yu could withstand a devastating strike from Sengoku, then Wang Yu's own strength must be truly fearsome. Ace trusted him, without the slightest doubt. But Sengoku, standing by, could barely contain his fury. He was ranting about how Wang Yu would never leave this place alive, and yet Wang Yu wasn't even paying him any mind. Instead, he was casually chatting with Ace. And now, right in front of his face, he was about to free Ace and let him escape? For Sengoku, this was nothing short of a humiliating insult. Fuming with rage, Sengoku raised a fist and smashed it down upon Ace and Wang Yu with thunderous force. Vice Captain Wang Yu, look out! Ace shouted, his voice raw and frantic. Sengoku's attacking. Oh! A trace of disdain flickered at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. In truth, Wang Yu was ready. He'd intended to simply stand his ground without lifting a finger. With over 100 pieces of equipment on me, with these defensive attributes, even if Sengoku landed a blow, it'd probably just tickle. But, on second thought, that wouldn't do either. After all, Ace was here, and if any of the aftermath were to injure Ace, that would be a real problem. So, Wang Yu simply waved his hand gently. In an instant, a colossal iceberg plummeted down from the sky. Behind Wang Yu, Sengoku unleashed a massive punch. No holding back at all. You kid, this ability of yours, it's pretty much on par with Marco, isn't it? Sengoku said, his voice edged with a mix of surprise and disdain. Did you really think that an ordinary iceberg could block my attack? He boasted triumphantly. He gathered even greater power in his fist, letting the force build up further. With a thunderous crash, his punch smashed right into the iceberg. For a split second, the entire land trembled violently under the sheer terror of that blow. A mighty backlash surged up in an instant, sending a shock through Sengoku's body. He felt a sharp, stinging pain shoot down his arm. The pain was so intense that the great Buddha himself couldn't help but leap up on the spot. Ow, 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 that's excruciating. He glanced down at his swollen, inflamed hand, grimacing in pain. Amazingly, the iceberg before him remained utterly untouched. Not a crack, not even a single flake of ice fell to the ground. It still stood there, imposing and unmoved, right in front of Sengoku. Everyone at the scene was left absolutely dumbfounded by what they saw. Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Gu-da-da-da-da. That's our Wang Yu. Even Sengoku can't get his way this time. Pride gleamed in Whitebeard's eyes. With a monster like this on their side, how could he not feel a surge of satisfaction? He turned his gaze toward the Marines, as if to say, if you really have it in you, why don't you go and find yourself such a gifted brat too? Marco, Jaws, Vista, and all the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates were visibly excited, their faces shining with joy. Especially Marco. Vice Captain Wang Yu, that ability, it sure looks a lot like mine, he exclaimed. But, just a moment later, Marco's expression changed in a flash. No, wait, it's not just similar to mine. In fact, this move, Vice Captain Wang Yu had already mastered it long ago, and he was the one who taught it to me in the first place. Marco's eyes widened, his face a picture of disbelief. If his guess was right, then this was truly terrifying. If Vice Captain Wang Yu could use his technique, then it was entirely possible that Wang Yu could use the abilities of others as well. Good heavens! Realizing this, Marco couldn't help but swallow hard. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Vice Captain Wang Yu has far too many abilities at his disposal? And there are so many ways to combine his powers. If he really put them together, wouldn't that be enough to bring about utter destruction? Looking back, I used to wonder at least a little why Wang Yu could be so ruthless toward the Celestial Dragons. Wasn't he afraid of the world government's retaliation? But now, seeing all this, it turns out I was overthinking it. With Wang Yu's sheer power, he never needed to consider those things in the first place. Just Wang Yu's combat prowess alone. Nobody from the world government could handle him, not even if they all came at once. Across the seas, pirates everywhere witnessed Wang Yu's display and could only stare wide-eyed in shock and disbelief. I'm quite familiar with Straw Hat's strength. He's no weakling. Yet in front of Sengoku, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. But this so-called vice captain, at such a young age, he managed to take two of Sengoku's attacks head-on, and came out without a scratch. A monster. He's truly a monster. Don't you think so, Killer? Kid swallowed hard, his voice tinged with amazement as he spoke. But surprisingly, there was not a single sound from Killer. What's going on? Kid frowned and glanced back at Killer, who stood behind him. At that moment, Killer had a blank look on his face, staring silently at the live broadcast screen, unable to speak a word. In Killer's eyes, Kid saw it. A deep, overwhelming fear. Killer, who was always fearless, never intimidated by anything or anyone, now wore an expression of pure terror. Kid was utterly stunned. Right now, inside Killer's young heart, raging waves of emotion crashed and tumbled. He didn't look that old, but his power was overwhelming. How long would it take for him and his brother to ever reach Wang Yu's level? Even as geniuses, even with daily training, would they really be able to surpass Wang Yu in the end? Wang Yu was a pirate, too, which meant as long as he existed, they would never become Pirate King. For Killer, in this moment, Wang Yu was like a towering mountain, utterly insurmountable, terrifying deep inside. It made Killer realize just how ridiculous his and his brother's dream had been all along. When Wang Yu wasn't around, maybe they could still dream of the Pirate King's throne. But with Wang Yu here, Pirate King? Forget it. If they could just become one of the 4 emperors, that would already be more than enough to thank the heavens. Kid, with Wang Yu around, I'm afraid we'll never become so-called Pirate King in this life, Killer said with a heavy sigh. Hearing what Killer said, Kid was just as shocked, frozen in place. That's right. He had completely forgotten about that. The pirate's path ahead suddenly felt unimaginably bleak. At the same time, atop the mysterious island, Yurig's eyes were wide with disbelief. My heavens, are there really such terrifying monsters among pirates? If it weren't for this great war, I would never have known that the Whitebeard pirates harbored such an utterly unstoppable beast. Looking again at Wang Yu's age, Yurig felt his own confidence wane even further. Wang Yu was destined to be someone he could never surpass in his whole life. No, not in 10 lifetimes. While some rejoiced and others despaired, the Marines were, at this very moment, completely dumbfounded. Every single Marine wore a look of utter disbelief. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Buddha himself, was their highest echelon of combat power. Yet twice already, his attacks had been easily parried by Wang Yu. This was a crushing blow to their morale. One after another, they began discussing Wang Yu in hushed, anxious voices. That Wang Yu guy is insanely strong. At his age, he's almost inhuman. We were already overwhelmed by the Whitebeard pirates, and now there's this terrifying prodigy thrown into the mix. We really don't stand a chance anymore. Why? Why didn't the Navy recruit this kind of genius? Akainu also turned his gaze over, glaring. Iceberg, a gigantic iceberg, damn it. Wang Yu, why do you have that ability? Akainu practically roared. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Marco's fearsome ability to create massive defenses of ice. That power, who could know it better than Kizaru? Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Marco responded with a disdainful sneer. Akainu, have you lost your mind? You think I have the ability to teach something like that to our deputy captain, Wang Yu? To tell you the truth, Wang Yu is the one who taught me that technique. Akainu's eyes widened even further at this revelation. Wait a minute. What if the whole Whitebeard crew's newfound strength came from Wang Yu's teaching? That would be truly terrifying. Garp and Saru both turned toward the execution platform at the same time. Garp's heart was a mix of joy and worry. In that case, maybe Ace really could be rescued. Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes slightly. No, she wasn't refusing to help Sengoku. Mihawk was simply too tenacious an opponent. With his overwhelming sword technique, she had no choice but to continually expend her devil fruit powers just to hold him at bay. And now, the power of my own devil fruit truly has little left. At this moment, I'm like a clay bodhisattva fording a river, barely able to save myself, let alone look out for Sengoku's side. Sengoku, you'll have to rely on yourself now. Saru forced a bitter smile. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ace's eyes grew wide with shock. This iceberg, is it really that terrifying? Sengoku the Buddha, in his giant Buddha form, his punch is anything but weak. How is it possible that even with that, this iceberg isn't even scratched? Ace's lips trembled as he spoke, his voice full of disbelief. Wang Yu could only shake his head helplessly. These things, Ace, don't be so surprised. If you hang around those brothers of yours, you'll get used to seeing the impossible happen. Wang Yu sighed. Then, Wang Yu summoned his armament haki, a terrifying power gathering in his fist. With a single, swift motion, he crushed Ace's handcuffs. In an instant, the sea stone cuffs on Ace's wrists shattered, just as Wang Yu had flung them in Sengoku's direction. Sengoku, who had been gritting his teeth in frustration, suddenly found the sea stone cuffs thrown right at his face, leaving him utterly bewildered. For a moment, he was stunned, but then he snapped back to reality. Damn! A bomb! Sengoku cursed furiously, but in the next heartbeat, the sea stone cuffs exploded before him. A tremendous boom echoed. The surge of power erupted, blasting a crater several hundred meters deep into the ground. Even Sengoku, in his giant Buddha form, was flung together with the debris sent flying by the force of the blast. And so Ace was saved. Finally freed, Ace at first was at a loss, but soon realized he truly had been rescued. And the one who rescued him was none other than Wang Yu, the deputy captain, someone Ace knew so little about. I really am saved. After being imprisoned for so long, Ace could finally stretch his limbs in freedom. Just then, a group of vice admirals, handpicked from across the world, noticed the commotion at the execution platform and rushed over. Ace, he's the son of Pirate King Roger. There's no way we can let him escape so easily. One after another, the vice admirals shrouded their blades in armament hockey, muttering to themselves. Hearing this, a flicker of anger rose upon Ace's face. I've already told you all before. My father is not some Roger. My father's name is Whitebeard. Fire Fist. In an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted from Ace's body, overwhelming the battlefield with its scorching power. A colossal fist of flames hurtled toward the advancing vice admirals, crashing down upon them with unstoppable force. With a deafening explosion, the fierce firestorm ignited all around the vice admirals, engulfing them in an inferno. The surging flames swept up everyone nearby, vice admirals caught in the center with no escape. Agonized screams rang out one after another, each cry more desperate than the last. That's Ace's flame fruit. He's fully unleashed his power now, completely unrestrained. All around, the vice admirals shouted in pain and alarm. At the same moment, across the battlefield, both Navy soldiers and pirates saw Ace, finally reappearing amidst the chaos. Cheers erupted once more from the Whitebeard pirates. Ace is saved. Ace has really been rescued. Vice Captain Wang Yu is just unbelievably powerful. Whitebeard turned, watching the scene unfold. Kurorara. Well done, Wang Yu. Ace, at last, you are truly free. And with those words, Whitebeard launched another merciless attack, striking toward Garp with all his might. Garp's face changed dramatically in shock. He couldn't believe it. Had Sengoku really lost control in just a matter of seconds? That wasn't the Sengoku he knew. Gritting his teeth, Garp summoned all his armament hockey, the power swirling within him. A terrifying, jet-black dragon of energy coiled around his iron fist, which he plunged forward, meeting Whitebeard's supreme great blade, Murakamajuri, head-on. An earth-shaking boom followed. Beneath them, the ground fractured and split apart, crumbling in the wake of their clash. The shockwave tore through the ruins, blasting charred debris high into the sky until the very heavens were clouded over with dust and gloom. The tremendous aftershock continued to spread, rippling out in all directions, flinging Marines left and right, knocking them high into the air. Damn it! Sengoku, you idiot! Hold the line. Garp muttered to himself bitterly. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Marco witnessed Ace's rescue, his face breaking out in delighted surprise. Ha! Kasasuke, weren't you always bragging that you Marines are the true lords of the sea? He taunted. So much for your so-called sea supremacy. What a joke. Ace, he's been rescued by us. Marco cried out, unable to hide his excitement, his words biting. Hearing Marco's words, Akainu's eyes widened in shock as he spun to look toward the execution platform. Sure enough, just as Marco had said, Ace had already regained his freedom. How is this possible? Akainu's eyes widened with disbelief. Although he and Sengoku had always had their differences, he was well aware of Sengoku's strength on the battlefield. Yet, a mere vice captain against all odds had managed to rescue Ace right from under Sengoku's nose? Damn it, Ace must not leave here alive. Akainu was now consumed with rage. In this moment, he felt utterly humiliated. And when Marco caught wind of Akainu's furious outburst, a flicker of disdain crossed his face. With a sweeping blast of icy wind, he launched a direct attack on Akainu. Even with his power over magma, Akainu couldn't withstand the assault. He was sent flying back, the biting frost rapidly spreading over his body. It took all of his strength and effort to finally rid himself of the clinging frost. If you can't even beat me, what makes you think you'll have better luck anywhere else? You really are hopeless, Akainu, Marco declared with a proud smirk. Jozu and Vista, too, caught sight of Ace's rescue in that very instant. Elation burst onto their faces, excitement radiating from every expression. Ace! Ace has been saved! At that moment, the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, slowly opened his eyes. All around him, chaos raged, shells exploded across the war-torn field, and the king of the Okama dashed madly, carrying Luffy on his back in a desperate retreat. Overcome with emotion, Luffy broke into loud, heart-wrenching sobs. Why? Why is this happening? Has Ace already been executed? I'm so useless, so completely useless. His cries were raw and desperate, echoing above the cacophony of battle. But the Okama King's face grew solemn. Luffy, Ace isn't dead at all. He was saved by a terrifying man, no less. That man is the first mate of the Whitebeard pirates. His voice carried both seriousness and awe. Inwardly, the Okama King felt a surge of unease as well. The strength Wang Yu had just shown was nothing short of monstrous. So young, yet already able to withstand Sengoku's mighty Buddha palm. His fighting power might even surpass dragons. Upon hearing this, Luffy's face twisted with shock and disbelief before pure hope and joy swept over him. He turned, wiping his nose, to look back. Sure enough, at that very moment, Ace was in full command of his powers, breathtakingly powerful in his element. Ace, that's wonderful, Ace. And that guy called Wang Yu, I really owe him one. I have to thank him myself. Luffy burst out laughing, the relief overwhelming him. And then, completely spent, Luffy collapsed once more. With Ace's daring rescue, the entire battlefield erupted with wave after wave of joyous shouts from the Whitebeard pirates. Their morale soared to new heights, while on the side of the Navy, spirits sank lower than ever. If we can't win, then so be it. But now, even Ace has been rescued. How are we supposed to keep fighting this war? The Whitebeard pirates, each one of them wields some uncanny power. How is that possible? Every captain is just terrifying. They're all simply too powerful. We Marines are no match for them at all. On the battlefield, Sengoku watched the whole tide of battle unfold, clenching his fists tightly. Damn it, no matter what, for the honor of the Marines, I absolutely cannot let you. Wang Yu, Ace, escape. Sengoku's fury erupted to the limit. The Buddha form on his body swelled once again, rapidly growing in size. A devastating shockwave burst forth, roaring straight toward Wang Yu and Ace. Seeing Sengoku's wave coming, a cold sweat broke out on Ace's forehead. This was a threat he'd never faced before. Vice Captain Wang Yu, watch out! Ace cried out in alarm. Wang Yu shot Ace a sidelong glance, exasperated. Ace, you're already safe now. Hurry and go. If you stay here, you'll only hold me back, Wang Yu said, a wry smile on his face. Ace's mouth twisted slightly, caught between embarrassment and helplessness. Originally, he'd only wanted to look out for Vice Captain Wang Yu, never imagining that he would become the one needing protection instead. But then again, it made sense. He'd witnessed Wang Yu's extraordinary abilities firsthand. By all appearances, Wang Yu's strength was easily at a Yonko's level. From that perspective, he, with his mere Shichibuka-level strength, really was something of a burden. Ace let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Meanwhile, the powerful shockwave hurtled toward them. But Wang Yu just smiled faintly. A compressed wind barrier formed instantly. The brutal shockwave vanished without a trace, just as before. This sight left Sengoku utterly dumbfounded. Even as a seasoned admiral, always known for his composure, Sengoku could no longer remain calm. That move, it was his ultimate attack, the true Buddha palm meant to devastate all before it. And yet, in Wang Yu's hands, it was rendered completely powerless, undone in moments. Ace witnessed this, and the truth dawned on him completely. From start to finish, he'd been under Wang Yu's protection all along. Vice Captain Wang Yu, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Ace whispered to himself. Wait, before you go, take this. Just as Ace finished speaking, Wang Yu reached into his pocket and pulled out a peculiar fruit. This will make you even stronger. After Wang Yu finished speaking, he tossed an apple-like fruit to Ace. Ace caught the apple, looking completely bewildered. Could this really make me stronger? Maybe it's something like the adrenaline boost from the king of the Nookamas? If that's the case, it might come in handy, especially now, when almost everyone in the Navy is after my head. Then, without hesitation, Ace tossed the apple into his mouth as he sped along the road. It was only after Ace left that the real battle between Wang Yu and Sengoku truly began. Just moments ago, Sengoku had been utterly confused, but now, he suddenly broke into a sly smile. Kid, I get it now. You're a barrier-type devil fruit user, aren't you? I have to admit, that's quite a formidable fruit. But now that I understand your devil fruit, I'm fairly sure I'll be the one to win in the end. Sengoku said, narrowing his eyes. The Marine headquarters had recorded information on the barrier fruit, including its weaknesses. This knowledge finally settled Sengoku's heart. The barrier fruit's attack power isn't that strong, and it requires hand signs to activate. That's its biggest weakness. All I need to do is keep using small, energy-conserving moves. Eventually, I'll be able to wear Wang Yu down. However, upon hearing these words, Wang Yu merely narrowed his eyes. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu vanished. Sengoku's expression changed dramatically. Such incredible speed. He had sensed the strangeness in Wang Yu's attacks, but his body just couldn't react in time. All he could do was brace himself. Sengoku had intended to slowly wear Wang Yu down in a drawn-out fight. But now, he immediately abandoned that plan. If he held back any longer, he might not make it out alive. He poured all his strength into his armament haki, covering his body in a desperate haze of power. And then, Sengoku unleashed his own devil fruit abilities as well. Ultimate technique, Golden Bell Shield. A gigantic wave of golden energy shimmered around Sengoku, transforming into an enormous bell that enveloped his massive Buddha form. Double-layered defense. Witnessing this, Garp's eyes widened in shock. I never imagined that a mere young vice captain from the Whitebeard Pirates could push you this far, Sengoku. Garp exclaimed. In the next instant, Wang Yu charged straight at Sengoku. Standing before the giant golden Buddha, he raised an enormous palm and struck towards Sengoku's chest. A thunderous crash followed. A tremendous force exploded, blasting straight into the enormous golden Buddha. A tremendous force erupted in an instant, exploding against the chest of the golden Buddha. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. The very next moment, his internal organs heaved tumultuously, and before he could react, Sengoku's entire great Buddha form was sent hurtling backwards through the air. With a guttural gasp, he felt his insides twist and churn, then a mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth, vivid and immediate. Sengoku landed heavily, his body crashing down upon the Navy headquarters building at Marineford. The entire structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. His mighty Buddha form faded at once, giving way to his ordinary self. From amid the gradually shifting rubble, Sengoku's head emerged, half buried, his face stricken with terror. Who am I? He wondered in shock. I am the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Within the ranks, I am a paragon of strength, one of the highest authorities in battle. Yet never in his wildest imagination did he expect that his strongest defense would be shattered by this young man with a single blow. Just one strike, and he hadn't even managed to withstand it. Who are you? Sengoku barely managed to get the words out. Blood was already seeping from his mouth, but still he refused to stop. He had to know the identity of this terrifying figure standing before him. Such overwhelming power, could it rival Roxy? Xebec at his peak? In that brief, shattering instant, Sengoku couldn't help but wonder, was Wang Yu the reincarnation of Rox himself? The first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates, Wang Yu, came the reply. I told you. I'm in a hurry, Wang Yu murmured, his voice cold. Out on the battlefield, as the Navy headquarters crumbled behind them, everyone turned as one. Seeing the devastation, their faces filled with utter shock, mouths agape, frozen in place, many trembling uncontrollably. That's the Navy headquarters, someone cried. The strongest fortress in the world. Not even Whitebeard's repeated quakes could bring it down. Who could possibly have done this? Who could level the whole place in one blow? It was Wang Yu, the first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates. He did it. Not only did he rescue Ace, but even more frightening is the sheer magnitude of his strength. With power like that, isn't he even stronger than Whitebeard himself? First mate Wang Yu, my god, he's a monster. The future of the world will surely belong to him. Kasaski stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched across his face. Marco, is this Wang Yu really the man you spoke of? This guy's devil fruit is more than just sinister. He's pure evil. We must do whatever it takes to kill Wang Yu, right here and now, Sakazuki declared, his voice trembling with shock. Hearing Sakazuki's words, Marco couldn't help but reveal a faint, contemptuous smile. I called you foolish, and honestly, you're just getting more and more foolish, Akainu. Do you really believe you can take down our Vice Captain Wang Yu so easily? Without another word, Marco summoned an enormous iceberg, instantly blocking Akainu's path. With a wave of his hand, he sent a barrage of freezing orbs hurtling toward him. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Jozu watched Wang Yu's display in utter disbelief, frozen in place as he nervously swallowed again and again. So this is the true fighting power of Vice Captain Wang Yu? I have to admit, it's absolutely terrifying. I thought I'd already pictured him as strong as he could possibly be, but now I know. I seriously underestimated him. Jozu exclaimed, visibly shaken. In the very next moment, Akiji's freezing powers wrapped around Jozu, locking him in solid ice. A gentle white mist escaped from Akiji's lips as he let out a slow, chilling breath, relaxing ever so slightly. Wang Yu is just too dangerous. For now, my only option is to deal with Jozu first, then figure out how to go help Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Akiji said, his expression grave. But almost immediately, the ice encasing Jozu began to crack in chunks, and in a flash, Jozu broke free. Akiji stood there, dumbfounded by what he saw. The very next instant, a massive fist came crashing down at Akiji. You think you could take on our Vice Captain Wang Yu? Don't make me laugh. Jozu barked. The younger members of the Whitebeard Pirates all wore faces of utter astonishment. My God, is that really Vice Captain Wang Yu's strength? That's the Fleet Admiral he just took out in a single blow. With power like this, even a Navy's great hero Garp probably isn't a match for him. Such overwhelming strength, and he takes out powerful opponents in an instant. It's unreal, like something from a dream. Long live Vice Captain Wang Yu. Even Whitebeard himself turned to watch in awe. Gururara, you little rascal, looks like you surpassed me years ago, didn't you? No wonder you had the nerve to defy the Celestial Dragons. So this is the monstrous strength you've been hiding all along. Whitebeard said, swallowing hard as astonishment flickered in his eyes. Well, now that Ace is safe, I think it's time for us to make our move. Whitebeard Pirates, listen up. Ace is rescued. We're pulling out. By Ace's side, Ace's eyes were wide open with shock. His lips trembled, as if he were at a loss for words. No way. This can't be real, right? This can't be real. I always knew Vice Captain Wang Yu was powerful, but I never imagined he'd be this strong. To think that even a commander of the Emperor class was taken out in a single blow. Ace kept rubbing his eyes, half convinced he must be dreaming, but reality remained right before him, undeniable. He remembered how he'd refused to listen to his old man's warnings, only to be defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy. He was certain, back then, that he was facing certain death this time. But who could have guessed that their crew would gain a vice captain of such unimaginable strength? And at the very moment of his execution, Vice Captain Wang Yu had rescued him so effortlessly. The whole ordeal nearly gave him the sensation of riding a wild roller coaster. Now, as Ace walked ahead, a group of masked figures suddenly blocked his path. There he is, Ace. Before he could react, the masked men sprang into action, instantly closing the distance between themselves and Ace with blinding speed. Without hesitation, they began to rain heavy punches down upon him. Ace's body was hurled violently backward from the force of their blows. But before he could catch his breath, the masked assailants charged toward him once more. Eliminate Ace. That was the order they had received. Blood spilled from the corner of Ace's lips. In that moment, he thought, so this is the end after all? At least, let me do something for the Whitebeard Pirates before I go. Emperor of Flames. A blazing fireball erupted in his hand, shining like a miniature sun and making the surrounding air sear with sudden heat. Ace hurled the roaring fireball at the masked enemies in front of him. A tremendous explosion followed as the fireball struck one of the tall, thin masked figures. Scorched by the inferno, the CP organization member's clothes were reduced to charred fabric, his body collapsing into unconsciousness under the blazing assault. This was Ace's ultimate move. Wiping out a member of CP0 with one attack was no challenge at all. But the effort left Ace completely drained, exhaustion weighing heavily on him. I suppose, at the very least, I managed to take down one of the CP0 operatives, Ace said with a sigh of resignation. In this moment, he could only berate himself for being so powerless. Ace, I'll avenge my fallen brother. The remaining 4 CP0 members glared at him from behind their masks, eyes smoldering with fury. Just as Ace braced himself for the end, convinced his final moment had arrived. Suddenly, the Emperor of Flames blazed forth once more. Explosions echoed through the air, relentless and thunderous. Scorching heat rose once again, and all that remained were the anguished screams of the CP0 members. Damn it, why? How did that attack appear out of nowhere? And there's just no way to block it. What kind of monstrous ability is this? There's no escape. One after another, the members of CP0 fell, their lives snuffed out completely. Only Ace was left standing, gasping heavily, his face a portrait of exhaustion and utter shock. He stood frozen, utterly stunned where he was. So, is this what Vice Captain Wang Yu was talking about? The thing that could make me instantly stronger? Ace's entire worldview lay shattered at his feet. He simply couldn't comprehend it. It was just an ordinary-looking apple, so how could it cause such a terrifying surge in his combat power? Moreover, Ace could already sense that this apple was far beyond something as simple as adrenaline. He had unleashed such a dramatic and devastating attack, and yet his body didn't feel any negative effects at all. Was this fruit really that powerful? At that moment, several more CP0 operatives appeared in the skies above, accompanied by 7 children, each one a seraphim. The lead CP0 member furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze burning with rage. We planned for the Navy to take the lead, and we'd swoop in afterwards. But now we never expected such a colossal blunder. That vice captain from the Whitebeard Pirates, Wang Yu, his power is simply monstrous. A guy as terrifying as Rox himself has shown up, and the 5 elders have commanded us to act immediately. We're to kill Wang Yu at any cost. Even if Whitebeard escapes, that doesn't matter, said the CP leader grimly. With that, the CP agents and the 7 seraphim moved straight toward Wang Yu. Old man, just go. I'll hold him off. I'd like to see if anyone here can break through my defenses. Wang Yu soared directly into the sky. Seeing Wang Yu's stance, Whitebeard grinned with pride. Gururara, that kind of bold talk. You're the only one in the world who dare say such things, Wang Yu. And I love it. Gururara. Hear me. Everyone, protect Ace and get him out of here. Vice Captain Wang, you will cover our retreat. At Whitebeard's shout, the entire pirate crew erupted in cheers. It meant only one thing. Their mission this time had ended in perfect victory. After issuing his orders, Whitebeard immediately rushed over to Ace. Father. Ace was overcome with emotion. Gururara. Ace, follow your old man. Let's get out of this hellhole together. Whitebeard swung his massive arm, his excitement barely contained. Ace's face, too, brimmed with exhilaration. Dad, it's been so long. Ace's eyes shimmered, tears threatening to fall. But Dad, are we really just leaving like this? Vice Captain Wang Yu, do you think there might be trouble? Ace asked, worry creeping into his voice. Hearing Ace's concern, Whitebeard once again let out a booming laugh that echoed across the sky. You mean that monster? Don't worry about it. Even if all of us were to fall here, there's no way that boy would ever be taken down by the Navy. Gururara. Whitebeard's hearty voice was full of unshakable confidence. When it came to Wang Yu's strength, Whitebeard had absolute, unwavering faith. Hearing these words, the rest of the crew began to withdraw one after another. Jozu slammed forward with a colossal charge, sending Akiji flying despite the snot pouring down his face. Marco, with a casual flick, unleashed a hailstorm, forcing Akainu to dodge or risk severe injury. Kazuru, on the other hand, was far more rational. With his meager government salary, there was no reason to risk his life here. When he spotted Vista, whose sword strike blotted out the sun, Kazuru wisely retreated in a flash of light, using his glint-glint fruit powers to zip to safety. Watching the Whitebeard pirates attempt their escape, Sengoku, battered and coughing blood, was left unwilling to surrender. He seized his loudspeaker and once again addressed the entire Navy in a commanding roar. Ace is the blood of Pirate King Roger. We absolutely cannot allow this criminal lineage to survive. Everyone, hear my command. For now, ignore the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace must be executed at all costs. There was simply no alternative. The eyes of the entire world were fixed on this great war. If the Whitebeard pirates were allowed to simply whisk Ace away so easily, then there would be no stopping anyone from coming and going through Marine headquarters as they pleased. If that happened, the Navy would become the laughingstock of the world, a shame so great it could never be erased. Every single aspect of this had been orchestrated by Sengoku himself. If he failed now, not only would he be blamed and questioned, he might not even get his peaceful retirement. He could be dismissed on the spot. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Sengoku felt his nerves fraying, pushed to the brink of collapse. Capture Ace. We must capture him. If he escapes, we'll be a joke to the entire world. Sengoku roared, sweat pouring down his face. A few stubborn vice admirals, still determined to pursue the Whitebeard pirates, sprang into action. Bramank curled his lips in disdain. They really are a bunch of fools who don't know the value of their lives. Right then, Bramank's massive hammer suddenly burst forth with blinding rays of light. Get out of our way. Don't disturb our king. With Ace and Whitebeard secured, Bramank hefted his hammer high, and with all his might, struck out at the enemies before him. Guardian's judgment. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy swept outward like a tidal wave. Under this mighty force, the very ground itself buckled and split. The advancing Marines, witnessing this display, were struck dumb with awe, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. What kind of bizarre power is this? The Whitebeard pirates always have something up their sleeve. A heartbeat later, the crowd was blasted skyward, hurled through the air as if caught in a hurricane. When those Marines crashed back to Earth, many found themselves dead or severely injured. And what was even more demoralizing, they realized there was still a vast distance separating them from the Whitebeard pirates. There would be no way to catch up. Marco watched the tumbling Marines with a trace of disdain curling at his lips. If we didn't worry about the safety of our own men, even the lowliest among us, do you think we would ever let you off the hook? None of you even seem to know your own limits, and yet you dare put on such a show for us. Without another word, Marco faced the tens of thousands of pursuing soldiers and unleashed a colossal iceberg. The massive block of ice crashed down from the heavens. The Marines, who had been pursuing with great determination, found their path instantly sealed shut. Damn it. Are we just going to let Ace and the rest escape like this? Are we Marines truly so useless? Even with 100,000 men, we can't even succeed in capturing Ace, the simplest of missions. Damn those pirates. They're just slipping right through our fingers. As the Marines grumbled among themselves, another sudden storm broke overhead. A bombardment of hail began to rain down from the sky. A bone-chilling cold spread rapidly through the ranks. Marines, one after another, stared up in horror, their faces blanched with terror. There could be no mistake. This was Marco's ultimate weapon. They had witnessed its devastating power many times on the battlefield. If this stuff hits you, you're doomed to freeze solid, and then be eaten away alive. Marco, just how much power does that guy wield? With such terrifying abilities, even Admiral Aokiji could only unleash 2 or 3 attacks at most, and Marco has already struck 5 or 6 times. Enough talk, run. Run for your lives. Utter fright twisted the Marines' faces. Their bodies shivered uncontrollably. But the pervading, brutal cold gave them little time to react, if any at all. The very next moment, a terrifying chill swept through, and in the blink of an eye, those Marines were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. You could even see the expressions they wore at that instant, their faces forever captured in the frost. Each pair of eyes brimmed with terror, fear, and unwillingness, a look of utter shock, exaggerated to the extreme. Having finished this grim work, Marco dusted off his hands and allowed himself a slight, satisfied smile. Now, let's see how you plan to keep up the chase. If there's anyone else who doesn't fear death, you're welcome to try. With those words, Marco soared into the sky, positioning himself in the rear guard of the Whitebeard pirates. He watched the Marines' every move, ready to strike down any who dared pursue. Yet, a fresh wave of Navy suicide squads pressed onward. After much effort, the Marines finally managed to skirt around the towering peaks, only to find themselves once more treading atop mushrooms beneath their feet. The earth shook with deafening blasts. Thunderous explosions echoed again and again. Countless bombs tore through the advancing Marines, tearing their ranks asunder in a matter of moments. The bodies of fallen Navy soldiers now littered Marineford as far as the eye could see. Each survivor's gaze twisted with horror. The psychological strain had pushed them far past their limits. At that moment on the battlefield, Kobe broke down in tears. I can feel it. I can feel it. This war was never necessary at all. All this bloodshed, just for the Marines' pride? It's not worth so many dying. Please, let this war end soon. Clutching his head, Kobe wept, his cries resonating across the chaos. Meanwhile, from atop the execution platform, the agents of CP-0 surged forward, charging toward Wang Yu's position. Escorted by 7 Seraphim, they finally arrived where Wang Yu stood. Seeing the CP operatives arrive, Sengoku lost his temper and cursed at them. Damn you, CP. Nearly all our navy is dead, and you show up only now? Don't you fear the 5 elders holding you to account? Sengoku roared. The CP chief, however, bore a look of utter indifference. You Marines, you're merely the facade of the world government. I have my own reasons for acting. I take my orders from no one. And speaking of accountability, Admiral Sengoku, perhaps you should consider whether you're the one who ought to answer for all this. After all, this entire war was started by you. The CP member chuckled, a glint of mischief in his tone. His words left Sengoku trembling in frustration, teeth chattering in helpless anger. There was nothing he could say in retort. With Sengoku rendered speechless, the CP agents flashed triumphant smiles. Still, I do have a bit of good news for you, Sengoku. That's right. According to the orders of the 5 elders, the main objective of this war has changed. Considering that Wang Yu is a presence comparable to Rox himself, if you can bring Wang Yu down, you may yet redeem yourself for your failures. You can still retire with honor. The CP chief spoke with utmost gravity. At that moment, the atmosphere fell utterly silent. Every gaze in the room was fixed on Wang Yu. You didn't see this coming, did you, Wang Yu? You thought our target was Ace, that you could slip deep into our rear lines and escort Ace to safety. But you forgot. You were our true target all along. This world cannot withstand the birth of another Rox, the CP chief declared with stern resolve. At the same time, Sengoku's body surged once more into his great Buddha form. Secret art, Buddha Overdrive. Though grievously wounded, Sengoku forced himself back up, the colossal form of the Buddha ablaze, and returned to the fray. Witnessing this, Garp's face turned grave, heavy with concern. Sengoku, you old fool. You're burning up your life force for this. Back when you fought the Golden Lion, not even then did I see you use this move. Garp exclaimed with wide, astonished eyes. There must never be another Rox, Garp. No one understands this better than you. All 3 admirals withdraw from the front line. Ness, focus all fire on Wang Yu. Bring him down. Sengoku issued the command, his voice thunderous. As for the rank-and-file Marines, it was pointless to involve them. Sengoku knew full well they stood no chance of hurting Wang Yu, and he could not bear to see the lives of 100,000 men destroyed by his own hands. Instead, their most useful task was to contain the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who were already fleeing the scene. In a flash, atop the execution platform, Garp, Sengoku, the CP chief and deputy chief, the Seraphim, and the 3 admirals all moved to encircle Wang Yu. A storm of unwavering fighting spirit erupted from each one of them. Sengoku's golden Buddha form bathed the battlefield in a radiant, holy light that reached for miles around. Garp's fists shone as thunderous, kingly dragons wound their way up his arms, coiling around his clenched hands. The CP agents readied their own supreme armament haki, their hands shimmering with dark might as they soared across the air, sealing off every escape route Wang Yu might take. The 3 admirals each wore grim, resolute expressions. They had all witnessed Wang Yu's power. How, with a single blow, he had left Sengoku wrecked and nearly destroyed. That awe-inspiring sight was still seared into their memories, impossible to forget. The 7 Seraphim stood stone-faced, wordless, waiting only for the order to unleash their most terrifying assault on Wang Yu. It was in every sense a battle of no return, a siege from which there could be no escape. Ha! Wang Yu, I hope you won't hold it against us for using numbers to overwhelm the few. After all, your presence on par with Rox. We have to be cautious. The CP commander laughed heartily as he spoke. Even back in the day, Rox was brought down only when Garp and the Pirate King, Roger, joined forces. But now, there are even more powerhouses gathered here than were needed to face Rox then. The CP commander was convinced that Wang Yu was facing certain doom. All around the scene, the audience watched through their giant screens, their eyes glued to the broadcast, stunned into silence by what they saw. My God, what on earth is happening here? Wang Yu has actually been surrounded by so many powerful figures. Weren't their targets supposed to be Ace and Whitebeard? Why had they suddenly turned their sights on him? How could they muster such a grand force just for a mere vice-captain? What are the Marines trying to do? Who are those mysterious new faces in the Navy? It seems even Fleet Admiral Sengoku listened to them, suddenly changing their strategy to focus on Wang Yu. This kind of terrifying combat lineup. I doubt I'll ever witness such a scene again in my lifetime. Look at this. Marine hero Garp, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and so many mysterious figures. Even fighting the Pirate King didn't require such a grand display. Kid stood before the big screen, utterly frozen at the sight. Garp, Sengoku, the 3 admirals, and those must be members of the CP organization, right? They've rallied all of these people just for Wang Yu? Kid was so shocked he could barely form words. Killer's jaw dropped, his face twisted into an expression of absolute disbelief. What is going on? All these people just for Wang Yu? Killer felt as if his entire worldview had shattered into pieces at that moment. Not even the 4 emperors, the most terrifying forces in this world, had ever dispatched so many strong fighters at once to handle a single foe. This Wang Yu, he was unimaginably fearsome. When Urich saw the scene, his weapon slipped from his hand and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Eyes wide, he stammered, his voice trembling. This Wang Yu, Whitebeard's vice-captain, is he really that terrifying? He had thought the focal point of this great war would be Ace, the bloodline of the Pirate King Roger, or perhaps the world's strongest man. But he was utterly mistaken. It was unthinkable that there would be such a monstrous figure hidden within the Whitebeard pirates. Even Hawkins was left in shock by what he witnessed. Hawkins immediately pulled out his divination cards. But when he looked at the outcome of this battle, his eyes flew wide open, bloodshot with shock. No way. This can't be. Beads of sweat began to form on Hawkins' forehead. In a panic, he drew his cards again, trying desperately to divine the result one more time. What kind of monster is this? I really want to see just how powerful he is in a fight. Suddenly, a roaring flame. His entire deck of cards erupted into flames, burning to ash. Staring dumbfounded at the sight, Hawkins was struck motionless, completely rooted in place. His strength, it's off the charts. It's literally off the charts. At this moment, Hawkins felt a tingle running down his scalp, an indescribable fear prickling through him. Not even his own cards could measure Wang Yu's true power. He simply couldn't believe it. Could anyone like this possibly exist in their world? A kid so terrifying that he felt inhuman? Such a fighter gave off an aura, a sensation, as if he didn't belong to this world at all. Meanwhile, somewhere in another country, Law watched the Marine's every move, a look of awe fixed on his face. So this man's called Wang Yu. Judging by his age, he's not that much older than me. If Wang Yu survives this war and makes it out alive, then there's no question. The new era won't belong to anyone else but him. Whoever dares to stand against him will be doomed, without a doubt. Law exclaimed in utter shock. On the battlefield, the tension reached a bizarre, almost palpable peak. Surrounded by enemies, watching the stern faces of Sengoku and the others, all intent on seeing him dead, Wang Yu couldn't help himself. He started to laugh. A sudden sound, light but clear, rang out. Everyone froze. Seeing Wang Yu's laughter, Sengoku and the others felt fury boil up within them, almost beyond control. Bastard, what are you laughing at? No matter how strong you are, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, do you really think you can stand against all of us working together? Sengoku roared. Just moments ago, Sengoku in his great Buddha form had been sent flying by a single blow from Wang Yu. He was already incensed. Now, Wang Yu's mocking laughter wounded his pride further, igniting his anger even more. The chief and deputy chief of CP, hidden behind their mysterious masks, were also visibly annoyed. They were among the most gifted beings in the world. Since childhood, people had treated them like monsters. Using sheer numbers to their advantage this time was already an affront to their pride. Both high-ranking officers felt the sting of humiliation. And now, Wang Yu's laughter only deepened the insult they felt. As Sengoku lashed out in words, Wang Yu simply shook his head, a faint smile lingering at his lips. It looked like this group hadn't figured out the situation at all. With others, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Red Count, even Rocks, with a formation like yours, you might stand a chance of capturing them. But against me, Wang Yu? Sorry, that just won't work. It's nothing. I'd suggest you hurry up and make your move. I'm in a bit of a rush, Wang Yu said with a slight upward curve at the corner of his lips, a trace of disdain in his voice. Attack. Let's see how long you can keep that smile, barked the CP commander, now fully enraged. In the next instant, the 7 Seraphim led the charge. Powerful slashes flew forth, along with the abilities of the String Fruit, the Stone Fruit, and the powers of Shadow, all of them unleashed at Wang Yu. But Wang Yu merely lifted his hand, and a colossal wall of wind appeared. All those attacks vanished mysteriously as if swept away by invisible forces. Then, with another subtle gesture, Wang Yu raised his hand again. Suddenly, a giant sun materialized in an instant. The moment it appeared, radiant light erupted from it, dazzling and intense as a sea of golden rays washed across the entire battlefield. Navy soldiers were bathed in the blinding radiance, unable to keep their eyes open against the intense glare. All around, they began to nervously murmur about the unexpected sun that had appeared out of nowhere. What is that? My God, is it possible? Did someone actually summon the sun itself? What on earth is happening back there? I've no idea, but that's the direction of the execution platform. Could it be Wang Yu, the vice captain from Whitebeard's crew? One after another, the Navy men stared open-mouthed in shock. Ace, still running, caught sight of the enormous sun blazing in the rear. His jaw dropped, eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Isn't that my Flame Emperor? Vice Captain Wang Yu is absolutely terrifying. Ace couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Back on the battlefield, the next moment, the blazing sun roared towards Seraphim Doflamingo. The pounding footsteps thundered across the ground. Despite their Seraphim status and immense power, even they found themselves pushed to their limits. One after another, they soared on moonwalk, desperately trying to evade Wang Yu's attack. But even as they leapt away on those striding steps, the giant sun didn't explode where they'd just been. No, it followed them relentlessly, tracking every move. Nearby, Sengoku, Garp, and the others stood agape in utter astonishment. This power, there's no way to escape it. Before his words had even faded, the giant sun exploded against Seraphim Doflamingo with a deafening detonation. In that terrifying instant, destruction swept out in an unstoppable wave. Seraphim Doflamingo's body was blown to pieces, the inner circuitry laid bare, as the horrifying power dissipated at last. Vegapunk, who was in the laboratory, also witnessed this scene. In that moment, a look of heartbreak crossed his face. Damn it, that was my masterpiece. We had a clear agreement. It was just a loan for you to use, but you destroyed one of them right there on the spot? At the same time, Vegapunk gazed at Wang Yu in astonishment. He knew that each of these weapons was imbued with the bloodline factor of the Lunarian clan. Once they activated their flames, their body's defense was almost invincible. Yet despite such formidable protection, one of them had still been blown to pieces. This reality pained Vegapunk to his core. Sullen and frustrated, Vegapunk turned his attention back to the giant video screen. What happened next surpassed even his expectations. The massive sun did not vanish. Instead, it continued to bounce around beside the Seraphim, radiating intense heat with every leap. With every impact, waves of scorching energy surged into the Seraphim, reducing them to little more than scrap metal. In the end, only the two Seraphim modeled after Mihawk and Kuma managed to rise to their feet, and that only just barely. But upon their bodies, a strange and unsettling energy began to flicker. Within mere seconds, another explosion tore through them. Vegapunk stared, eyes wide, frozen in shock for a long moment before he finally lost all composure, plunging into frenzy. He tore around the laboratory, smashing equipment in a whirlwind of rage. Damn the world government. Those were my precious creations. How could they all be reduced to cannon fodder just like that? Why? How could something like this happen? It makes no scientific sense at all. Wang Yu, on his own, managed to annihilate every last one of my Seraphim. Vegapunk was so furious he nearly fainted. Afterward, a glint of cold cunning flickered in Vegapunk's eyes. He resolved that he must get Wang Yu into his hands, so he could conduct a thorough study. That was, after all, one of the reasons he had agreed to the Five Elders' proposal. Once he had Wang Yu's bloodline factor and converted Wang Yu himself into a cyborg, then he would have created a weapon nearly equal to the powers of the ancient weapons themselves. If he could manufacture a Wang Yu robot, then, and only then, could he truly call himself the greatest scientist of the past several millennia? So now, all that Vegapunk wished for was to see the Navy bring Wang Yu back alive. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Seraphim Seven Warlords, despite having their own restoration mechanisms, were utterly unable to regenerate. Under Landry's torment, combined with Teemo's venom, the sustained damage was relentless, and the shattered parts from before could no longer fuse back together. Piece by piece, the components fell to the ground, occasionally sparking with a sizzling sound of electricity. They were now beyond repair and could not be restarted. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku, Garp, and the others present revealed expressions of sheer disbelief, faces contorted in utter astonishment. Isn't this supposed to be Vegapunk's strongest robot? Just like that, Wang Yu took it down in an instant? Sengoku's eyes blazed red with incredulity as he spoke. I'm starting to think this man is even more terrifying than Rox ever was. Someone this dangerous, he absolutely cannot be allowed to leave. If he escapes, the whole world will be thrown into chaos again. Garp clenched his iron fist tightly, his tone grave. What a horrifying monster. This is beyond imagination. Kizaru exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. The Seraphim, they've all been destroyed? One by one, dark veins appeared on the foreheads of the CP agents. When the Five Elders first lent them these weapons of slaughter, they had promised to never allow harm to befall them. Now looking at this, how could they possibly explain this? Suddenly, realization dawned on Sengoku. Now's the time. Attack him while you can. His wind wall can only defend against attacks from one side. Hearing Sengoku's command, those nearby finally snapped out of their shock from moments before. One by one, they recognized the urgency of the situation and turned their attention to Wang Yu. Garp's iron fist was wreathed in the image of a colossal black dragon, roaring with fury. His entire body suddenly swelled with explosive power. Without warning, Garp hurled his fist at Wang Yu with tremendous force. The air boomed with a bone-rattling roar as the giant dragon bellowed, and the sky above rippled with ominous thunder. Marines on the battlefield, witnessing Garp's move, stood wide-eyed in awe. Garp, it's Garp's dragon fist. Unbelievable, honestly unbelievable. Are all of these forces converging just to face Wang Yu? Sengoku was not idle, either. Rising high into the sky, he brought his massive golden palms together, and in the instant his fingertips met, blinding golden light radiated from the gaps between his fingers. Buddha's radiant light. A torrent of searing, golden light surged forth with deadly force, crashing down upon Wang Yu. Meanwhile, two of the CP agents sprang into action, activating every ounce of their Navy Six-style skills and launching a furious assault at Wang Yu. Blow after blow rained down with thunderous impact, one strike after another. Supreme Armament Haki, Machine Gun Barrage. In an instant, the entire sky was filled to the brim with a hail of bullets, each one forged from top-tier Reiwo Haki, all hurtling toward Wang Yu with explosive force. Thunderous blasts echoed through the air, one after another. All around Wang Yu, a torrent of ferocious attacks erupted simultaneously. All across Marineford, every corner of the island shook with violent tremors. And in that instant, the sea itself seemed to boil, roaring with turmoil. The Navy soldiers chasing after the Whitebeard pirates stared in utter shock. What's happening over by the execution platform? Are they even fighting anymore? It feels like the whole island's about to split apart. No sooner had these words left their lips than a massive fissure, born from the aftershock, cracked open right before their eyes. The earth shuddered again. An enormous tremor swallowed thousands of Marines, pulling them straight down into the gaping chasm below. That monstrous crack then surged onward, racing toward the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, seeing the danger, raised his massive fist. With a single blow, he smashed the giant fissure, forcing it back by sheer force of will. Another earth-shaking impact. Again, thousands of Marines were caught in the shockwave. Witnessing this, Marco's eyes went wide with alarm. "Pops, I'm afraid the Navy is about to go all out against Vice Captain Wang Yu," Marco said, his voice thick with worry. Whitebeard's face was clouded with the same concern. However, Wang Yu had already told him that their presence would only hinder his full strength in battle. Determined, Whitebeard gritted his teeth. "No matter what happens, I choose to believe in Wang Yu. Hurry up and get the young ones back to the ship. If Wang Yu hasn't returned by the time they're all aboard, Marco, you and I will go back for him." Whitebeard narrowed his eyes as he spoke. The other division commanders nodded in agreement upon hearing this. "And me too. I want to go back to help Vice Captain Wang Yu," someone else chimed in. Seeing this, Whitebeard winced in exasperation. "Enough. Our main task now is to get the young ones out safely. Don't let anything delay Wang Yu or get in his way. Fall back," Whitebeard roared. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart. "Wang Yu, you must be the one to seize victory in the end." On the battlefield, as the smoke cleared, Wang Yu's figure emerged in full view before their eyes. Is that even human?" Kizaru stared in disbelief, his shock reaching its peak. This was a blow delivered with the full force of almost all the top combat power of the Navy and even the world government, taking advantage of a fleeting opening in Wang Yu's attack. Yet it had achieved nothing at all. Akiji and Sakazuki stood utterly frozen, speechless for a long while. Before the conscription, people had always called them monsters, but only now, after facing Wang Yu, did they truly understand what that meant. Their so-called title of monster before, looking back, it was nothing less than a joke. In front of Wang Yu, no one would dare call themselves a monster. Garp and Sengoku exchanged a glance, both utterly shocked. Their lips quivered uncontrollably. This guy, his combat strength, is even more terrifying than rocks, they murmured, stunned beyond belief. The two agents from the CP organization were left slack-jawed, their fingers trembling despite themselves. Their ultimate secret weapon, the Gatling gun, boasted to rival the combined power of the four emperors, hadn't even managed to scratch Wang Yu's skin. "I have to say, your attacks really are strong," Wang Yu declared with grave seriousness. "If I hadn't raised my bronze shield just now, I'm afraid you really would have left a mark on my skin." "Yes, very good, very good." His earnest tone made everyone present grit their teeth in silent frustration. "If you hadn't raised your shield, we'd only have been able to scratch you? And that's called very good, very good? Why does it sound like he's mocking us?" But as it happened, Wang Yu truly meant no sarcasm at all. In this world, with more than 100 sets of equipment combined on his body, a single strike powerful enough to scratch his skin was already considered the absolute pinnacle of attack. "As a reward, I'll return the favor and show you my own attack," Wang Yu said brightly, all smiles. In the next instant, a surge of bone-chilling cold swept over the scene. Sakazuki's face fell, and he blurted out, "I know this move." It was none other than Marco's legendary Frozen World technique. In a flash, a hailstorm came crashing down. What's more, the overwhelming chill of this assault was several times more terrifying than Marco's own. All of Marineford's climate seemed to change in an instant. Whether Navy or pirate, all could feel the dramatic drop in temperature. Witnessing this blow, Marco's eyes went wide in amazement. Waves surged within his heart. "Everyone hurry! Get out of the way! Don't interfere with Vice Captain Wang Yu's performance." Of course, Marco knew well, such a drastic and dreadful freeze across all of Marineford, besides himself. Only Vice Captain Wang Yu was capable of this. Run. At the very center of Wang Yu's attack, the temperature plummeted by several hundred degrees in an instant. Everyone's faces unconsciously grew tense. In his Buddha form, Sengoku swiftly grabbed Garp, while Kizaru, taking advantage of his flight abilities, made a rapid escape. The CP organization's chief, relying on Navy's Six Styles and his own ancient Lion Zone powers, moved with astonishing speed, narrowly dodging the danger. But Akiji, the deputy chief of the CP organization, was half a beat too slow. In an instant, he was consumed by a terrifying wave of cold. Even those who managed to flee were not unscathed. Their bodies were quickly encased in patches of ice, sending a chill of fear through everyone who witnessed it. My magma can melt ice and snow. Everyone, stay close to me. From Akainu's fists burst streams of hellish hounds, their heat just strong enough to dispel the frost clinging to their bodies and keep the cold at bay. The whole group turned, shocked and wide-eyed, to the sight of Akiji, frozen solid before their eyes. They couldn't help but gape in disbelief. Akiji, the one with the power of the ice fruit. He was frozen by someone else? Garp exclaimed, veins bulging on his forehead, utterly incredulous. On the battlefield, Vice Admiral Tsaru also looked over, and she was momentarily stunned, rooted in place. I know Akiji's strength. How could he possibly be the one frozen? The boy standing here, his ice powers are even more terrifying than Marco's. Could it be? Did Marco learn his ability from this young man? Vice Admiral Tsaru's eyes went wide in shock as she spoke. Around the battlefield, the Navy soldiers stood with their mouths agape, utterly at a loss. Admiral Akiji. Admiral Akiji himself was frozen by Wang Yu? Isn't that just unbelievable? Who exactly is this Wang Yu? To overpower Akiji with just the power of ice. On the battlefield, inside the frozen prison, Akiji tried to force his way out, using his own ice fruit powers to absorb Wang Yu's ice, only to discover, to his disbelief, it was useless. He could not move, not at all. The next instant, he lost consciousness completely. No matter how the gnawing pain of freeze tormented his body, Akiji found himself incapable of so much as twitching a muscle. Damn it, we can't afford to wait any longer. Garp, let's attack. Sengoku's roar shattered the tension. Garp looked at Sengoku, his face set and grave. After so many years fighting side by side, Garp needed only a single glance to know exactly what Sengoku was thinking. Everyone else, support us. Garp bellowed, rallying the others. In the next moment, Garp and Sengoku, back to back, prepared to unleash their devastating team attack, a punch and a palm, united in power. Noticing this, Akainu and the others quickly summoned their own abilities, ready to join the fray. Hellhound, a colossal magma hound, took the lead, charging straight at Wang Yu. The CP organization's officer transformed in an instant into a fierce primordial lion. With a thunderous roar, torrents of haki, infused with armament and ryuo, erupted from the lion's mouth, thundering toward Wang Yu. Oh, Wang Yu's interest was piqued for a moment. He conjured a massive shield out of thin air. The powerful barrage struck the ground behind Wang Yu, gouging out a crater 1,000 meters deep. Debris and rubble surged skyward in an eruption of force. Yet Wang Yu himself stood there, completely unscathed. Now, go! Akainu roared. Garp and Sengoku unleashed their combination technique without hesitation. Wang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. A gigantic, translucent Buddha's fist hurtled toward him. So this is Garp and Sengoku's joint attack? These old legends. How many formidable opponents must have fallen to this move? At first, Wang Yu considered using his Fishman rolling technique to evade the blow. But, for a moment, curiosity flickered across Wang Yu's face as he wondered about the strike's true power. Could he withstand such an attack without using any of his skills? Without another word, Wang Yu's battle spirit erupted, surging sky-high. A wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki swept outward in an instant. In the surrounding 10 kilometers, Navy officers below the rank of admiral felt as if their minds were reeling. One by one, their faces twisted in terror. An instinctual dread gripped their souls, leaving them unable to even stand upright. Their mouths quivered as they stared, horror-stricken. This is, if I'm not mistaken, isn't this Conqueror's haki? I've never encountered such a terrifying release of Conqueror's haki before. The range, it's consumed the entire marine fort. What a monstrous power. Is this the king of the world? The Navy men collapsed one after another, their senses overwhelmed. Even the Whitebeard pirates, though still on the outer crescent of Marineford, could only rush faster toward the scene, their jaws dropping in awe. Who's unleashing Conqueror's haki? This is outrageous. It's engulfed us all the way out here. Report to Whitebeard. Many of our crew have already fainted under this terrifying pressure. One pirate after another blurted out in panic. Hearing this, Whitebeard narrowed his eyes with a grave intensity. Even I myself couldn't unleash such a terrifying form of Conqueror's Haki. In the entire Marineford, it's likely that only one person is capable of releasing this level of overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. And that person is Wang Yu. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Wang Yu's Conqueror's Haki. I never imagined his Haki could be so fearsome. Whitebeard remarked gravely. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of shock swept through them. So, it's really the vice captain's Conqueror's Haki? That's incredible. Even separated by thousands of miles, I can feel my internal organs boiling and my arms and legs feel like they're weighed down with lead. You're lucky. That's nothing. Those with slightly weaker strength collapsed outright under Vice Captain Wang Yu's Haki. The members of the Whitebeard pirates spoke in utter disbelief. Whitebeard then swung his massive hand. Don't fret, men. This is Wang Yu's Conqueror's Haki. If anyone goes down from the shock, those nearby carry him out. There's no danger to their lives. Hurry up and pick up your pace. Otherwise, Wang Yu's monstrous combat strength might end up affecting us as well. Whitebeard warned sternly. After hearing Whitebeard's command, the pirates of his crew finally felt somewhat reassured. So it was just unintended collateral damage. Still, if blame must be assigned, it's only because their own combat strength was too weak. If they didn't get away soon, they might really end up interfering with Vice Captain Wang Yu. So, one after another, the pirates began to pick up their pace. On the battlefield, a barrage of powerful combined techniques thundered down on Wang Yu with devastating force. As a combination attack, its might was nothing short of extraordinary. Wherever it passed, whole swathes of earth were torn asunder and sent flying. Its speed was pushed to the limit. Arcs of lightning crackled again and again across the enormous Buddha's fist. A ground-shaking boom echoed out. Friction in the air along its path ignited trails of searing fire. In but a heartbeat, the formidable Buddha's fist had already closed in on Wang Yu. Let's see how you defend yourself this time. Garp and Sengoku both roared, their voices raw with exertion. Nearby, the CP officer and both Akainu and Kizuru revealed faint, expectant smiles. It had been a grueling, hard-fought battle. But at last, it seemed victory would be theirs. Suddenly, in less than the blink of an eye, a colossal shockwave came crashing down before Wang Yu. A faint smile curled at the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. He had to admit, their speed was truly impressive. In the next instant, Wang Yu raised his hammer, swinging it with all his might to meet the combined attack head-on. Shock and disbelief spread across the faces of Sengoku and Garp as their observation Haki caught every movement Wang Yu made. Could this kid really have a death wish? Wasn't this a bit too arrogant? This was their joint strike, the strongest attack the two could muster together. Once before, this very combination had been enough to instantly annihilate the likes of Golden Lion in a single blow. Even if Wang Yu's strength surpassed that of the Golden Lion, did he truly believe that a single ordinary blow of his could withstand the full power of their ultimate attack? That was sheer folly. Akainu, Kizuru, and the others were momentarily stunned as well. Maybe this time, they'd finally be able to take Wang Yu down? Without his evasive abilities and resorting to nothing more than a standard punch. Surely, there was no way he could fend off Sengoku and Garp's combined strike through such an unwise move. This was nothing short of courting disaster. Excitement began to flicker in the eyes of everyone around, as if they were witnessing the climax of a long-standing rivalry. At that very moment, Wang Yu's fist collided with the terrifying force of their synchronized assault. A thunderous detonation erupted. Power unlike anything seen before exploded out, shaking the very heavens above Marineford. At the heart of the collision, a massive mushroom cloud billowed upwards, dwarfing everything around it. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through all of Marineford, causing the ground to tremble once again. Dozens of Navy soldiers lost their footing, tumbling to the earth, terror etched across their faces. Is this the clash of a true supreme powerhouse? Marineford is already teetering on the brink of collapse. With such a terrifying strike, surely they can suppress Wang Yu now. That monstrous being, helplessly sprawled on the ground, Marines stared in utter disbelief towards the execution platform, astonished to their core. Back at the scene of the collision, upon the execution platform, after the cataclysmic clash, Wang Yu's figure still stood tall in front of them all. A flash of lightning tore through the aftermath. The shockwave from Wang Yu's punch thundered toward Garp and Sengoku, crashing into them with colossal force. Sengoku and Garp felt their scalps prickle with shock. He blocked it. Wang Yu had actually blocked their attack with ease. Did this mean that, from the very beginning, Wang Yu had always possessed the strength to withstand their strikes? It wasn't his special skills or evasive moves that allowed him to narrowly dodge disaster each time. The truth stood before them. This man was nothing short of a devil incarnate. Black lines etched themselves across Garp and Sengoku's faces. Their most powerful blow had been so easily blocked by Wang Yu. There was no denying it now. In this battle, they truly had lost. With the added force of electrified blades, black-cut sabers, armor-piercing weaponry, and high-impact tools, plus Wang Yu's own granite-strength punches and a hailstorm of biochemical attacks, this barrage struck Garp and Sengoku in a single, breathtaking instant. Damn it, is this the end for us? For the first time, both Garp and Sengoku uttered such a desperate lament. No matter how many formidable foes they had faced before, never had they experienced a crisis like this. And yet, the one who had driven them to such a hopeless corner was just a boy not even 20 years old. Realizing this, both Garp and Sengoku felt their worldview shatter completely, right there on the spot. How could a kid this terrifying exist? Even if he'd started training from birth, he could only have done so for less than 20 years, surely. Yet Garp and Sengoku, hailed as prodigies since childhood and having trained for most of their lives, still could not keep up with Wang Yu's pace. This is almost too crushing to bear. Damn it, it's just so frustrating. Off to the side, Akainu and the CP organization gasped in shock. Could such a devastating strike really be achieved with just a simple punch? Their first instinct was to think. The kid before them couldn't possibly be human. Sengoku, Garp, dodge now. Others hurriedly called out in alarm. But with such blinding speed, dodging was all but impossible. In a moment of desperation, Sengoku and Garp actually managed to devise a tandem defense technique on the spot. A fierce aura surged from Garp's body, and in the next moment, a pitch-black dragon coiled and rose up, winding itself protectively around him. The massive dragon circled Garp endlessly, never standing still. Sengoku, you get out of here. I'll hold him off, Garp said, his face solemn with resolve. This was Garp's most powerful armament Haki, fully unleashed. But Sengoku, upon seeing this, refused to abandon his old friend. Buddha's rebirth. With a thunderous shout, Sengoku's enormous golden Buddha form radiated a surge of brilliant light, stronger than ever before. What is that? Garp's face showed utter astonishment. Sengoku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Funny, isn't it? I've lived all these years, and only now has my paramecia fruit truly awakened. Sengoku exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration. Huh? Even Garp couldn't help but beam with unexpected pride. It was truly unimaginable that this old comrade of his would, at such a critical moment, awaken the power of his devil fruit. This was fortune in the midst of misfortune. Fantastic, Sengoku, Garp exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement. My ability not only bestows me with formidable defense, but also holds another important function. It can restore a significant amount of life to those around me. Within my domain of Buddha's radiance, in a radius of 1 meter, it could be called a zone of immortality, Sengoku declared, barely able to contain his excitement. Hearing Sengoku's words, those around him each gasped in astonishment. No one could have imagined that at this very moment, Sengoku had awakened his power. For the world government, this was truly splendid news. Akainu and Kizaru both wore expressions of utter shock. Ki, if I'm not mistaken, this must be a unique skill only attainable after awakening the human fruit, right? Kizaru said, barely hiding his excitement. Akainu, too, was left gaping in surprise. I never would have thought, Sengoku, that guy, he's actually pretty reliable in this fight. Akainu said, clearly astonished. Up until now, he'd always thought Sengoku was just someone who'd risen above him due to seniority and sheer luck. But judging by what he was seeing now, Sengoku really did have genuine talent and skill. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Vice Admiral Tsuru was using her powers to treat the wounded soldiers. She, too, caught sight of what was happening on the front lines. Amidst the chaos of battle, after erecting his defense, Sengoku was soon joined by Garp, who instinctively moved close to him. In an instant, the power of Garp and Sengoku merged seamlessly. The colossal golden Buddha, entwined with jet black Haki, fused magnificently in that moment, casting an eerie radiance across the field. Oh, even Wang Yu found himself slightly intrigued. With things developing this way, perhaps this battle would prove to be entertaining after all. Boom! A terrifyingly powerful attack exploded against the united defense of Garp and Sengoku. All of Marineford echoed with a massive, thunderous roar, like some towering bell being struck with all its might, reverberating across heaven and earth. As the explosion sounded, a giant mushroom cloud abruptly rose up, looming over the entire sky and land. Such overwhelming force tore a gaping hole through the clouds above, as if the sky itself had been punched through. Under this terrifying power, the ground of all Marineford began to tremble violently. On the surface of Marineford, one Navy officer after another felt their scalps tingling with fear. None of them had ever imagined such terrifying might could exist. The Marines at the scene widened their eyes in shock, swallowing nervously over and over. What was that gigantic mushroom cloud supposed to be? That's coming from the direction of the execution platform. This must be the battle between Sengoku and Wang Yu. Is this really something a human could do? Wang Yu, all on his own, is facing off against so many powerful opponents, and he still isn't showing the slightest sign of weakness. This is unbelievable. Officer after officer, the Marines were shaken to their very core. They simply couldn't comprehend, couldn't even begin to imagine, how just one person's combat power could reach such a level. It truly felt as if the entire world might be brought to ruin. On the battlefield, Carp and Sengoku, for a split second, also felt just how terrifyingly destructive Wang Yu's explosive power was. Their eyes were stretched wide in disbelief. All around them, crackling bolts of lightning danced through the air. Even more terrifying, the very atmosphere surrounding them seemed, for an instant, to be torn apart, subtle but violent changes rippling out, nearly invisible to the naked eye. It was as if the very air itself had caught fire. This is horrifying. My Buddha's radiance can barely reform in time. The force is too overwhelming. Sengoku's heart was filled with despair. Carp's lips trembled uncontrollably. With power like this, even my armament haki won't make a difference. The shock on both their faces could not be concealed. The very next moment, unimaginable force detonated all around their bodies, exploding outward. With that terrifying power, Sengoku's giant Buddha form was simply pulverized on the spot. In his massive Buddha form, Sengoku and Carp both coughed up blood, then were violently hurled backward. Finally, the two slammed heavily into the ground, thud, thud, thud. Their landing shook the earth, and in their wake, a massive crater was blasted into the ground. After that, there was no sign of movement, no sound, not even a breath. Having witnessed everything unfold, Akainu, Kizaru, and the others standing nearby were completely dumbfounded, lost for words. What has happened? How is this possible? That was Carp and Sengoku. Akainu stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he'd seen. Beside him, Kizaru's jaw dropped, and he fell into utter stupefaction. Not far away, the CP0 chief's face was overtaken by a look of absolute shock. At first, he thought that this time, he could finally take down Wang Yu. Yet, to his disbelief, Wang Yu, a vice-captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, turned out to be so unimaginably terrifying. Someone even stronger than Rox had emerged. Vice Admiral Tsuru kept swallowing nervously, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Sengoku, Garp, the two of them represent the very peak of naval power, don't they? And yet, Wang Yu defeated them so effortlessly, in just a single move. If this is true, then it seems our world is about to face a whole new disaster. Tsuru narrowed her eyes, speaking in disbelief. Across the battlefield, every Marine stood dumbstruck, rooted to the spot, their throats dry as they kept swallowing hard. Wang Yu, is he really that fearsome? The Marine hero and the Admiral of the Navy, both brought down in an instant by Wang Yu? If that's really the case, then maybe the Navy truly is doomed this time. Marines everywhere stared ahead, eyes filled with unbridled fear. After all, the ones who fell weren't just ordinary men. They represented the absolute pinnacle of the Navy's fighting strength, especially Garp, who had once defeated even pirates as notorious as Rox. And now, Wang Yu had finished him off with just a single strike. It sounded almost inconceivable, something fit for legends. Every Marine was gripped by shock and terror on the battlefield. Wang Yu stood amid the stunned crowd, a faint smile curling on his lips as he surveyed the scene. When Akainu, Kizaru, and the others saw Wang Yu smile, cold sweat broke out in beads across their foreheads. It was the smile of the devil. That was the first thought that flashed through their minds at the sight of Wang Yu's grin. In the next instant, Wang Yu suddenly shifted his position again. In a blur, he appeared before Akainu. Akainu's eyes widened with fear. Cold sweat began to pour down his forehead, twice as fast as before. This was the man who had defeated both Garp and Sengoku with a single blow. Even Akainu, a man known throughout the Navy for his iron will and toughness, could not hide the terror in his eyes. His gaze was wide and wild with fear, and he pushed his observation haki to its absolute limit. A massive fist came crashing down towards him. He tried to dodge, but found that there was no way to escape this punch. Damn it! Infernal Hound. Driven into a corner, Akainu unleashed his Hellhound attack, surging forward with all his might to strike back at Wang Yu. This is all I can do now. A thunderous crash. Two torrents of power collided in perfect symmetry. In an instant, a terrifying force surged over Akainu's fist. Under this overwhelming force, the dog-shaped magma head Akainu had summoned was shattered on the spot. Molten drops of magma streamed continuously down Akainu's body. His entire arm was broken in an instant, and the force kept driving forward. The punch landed squarely on Akainu's chest. Another deafening boom. At that moment, Akainu's chest was brutally smashed open, leaving a gaping wound. His whole body was flung backwards through the sky, lightning fast. He crashed hard onto the ground. Such was the immense power that the impact created a massive crater in the ground, and even Marineford itself was split by an enormous crack. Akainu was actually defeated in a single blow. Kizaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Among the three admirals, Akainu was widely recognized as the strongest. And yet, under these circumstances, Akainu had been instantly overwhelmed by Wang Yu. There was no question. If he faced Wang Yu himself, his own fate would also be instant defeat. With this thought, Kizaru dared not utter another word. In the next moment, he activated his power and fled. For the pittance he earned each month, was it really worth risking his life for the Navy? On the sidelines, watching all this unfold, the CP agents were completely stupefied by Wang Yu's display. This brat, he's reached a level where he alone could annihilate the entire Navy headquarters, hasn't he? There's no way our CP organization can handle someone like him now. Honestly, I'd better find a way out of here, just to be safe. The only power that stands a chance now is the God's Night Order, the force that has lain dormant for so long, thought the CP commander, his heart pounding with terror. Meanwhile, in the mysterious residence, the five elders, observing the entire situation, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Beads of sweat trickled down their aged brows. Who could have foreseen that Wang Yu would surpass even the likes of Rox? This is a matter of unprecedented gravity. I think we ought to report this to Lord Im as soon as possible. However, after witnessing the Navy end up in this state, our entire fleet beaten so badly, I'm afraid that even when we report to Lord Emu, we won't escape a harsh scolding. No matter what, the lamp that Lord Emu has always feared seems to have been lit. If we try to hide the truth, the punishment we'll face will be far worse, said the five elders, each of them grave and solemn. Without a moment's hesitation, the five elders finally dialed the line to the Room of Blooms. At that moment, in the Room of Blooms, Emu, who looked barely over 20 years old, slowly opened their eyes, a chilling glint flickering within their gaze. To call the mysterious room at such a time, disturbing me with whatever news you have, the five elders must have a death wish, Emu said coldly. Only the five elders were privy to the number for the Room of Blooms, so Emu had no doubt who was calling. She recalled her warning to them. Unless the lamp had been lit, they were not to disturb her rest for any other reason. Could it really be that the lamp was shining again? It seemed almost impossible. Utterly annoyed, Emu answered the call. Reporting to Lord Emu, the outcome of the Navy's battle, stammered the elders, each one wiping the sweat from their brow, voices trembling with fear. Hearing this, Emu's brow knit ever so slightly. A mere defeat for the Navy. Couldn't you have sent other forces as backup? You dare wake me over something so trivial? Her voice was colder than ice. These words sent terror coursing through the five elders. The dread and reverence Lord Emu inspired were carved into their very bones. They'd once witnessed, with their own eyes, Emu erase an entire island from existence with a single attack. The blow had been so overwhelming that cartographers had to redraw the world map, erasing the island forever. That terrifying power had haunted their nightmares for a lifetime. Their lips could not help but tremble. Reporting, Lord Emu, it's not just the Navy's defeat. There's another matter of grave importance, they stammered. It's the lamp. The lamp in this world has been lit again. And this time, the power is even greater than in Rox's era, the five elders exclaimed, each of their faces etched with shock. Hearing this, even Emu could not help but furrow her brow, an unusual flicker of unease crossing her face. Even Garp and Sengoku were instantly defeated. The rest, I doubt they'll last much longer. Each of the five elders wiped the sweat from their brows as they spoke. What? Even Emu was now wide awake, all trace of drowsiness gone. Emu knew better than anyone the extent of Garp's strength. Back in the days of Rox, if it hadn't been for Garp, that crisis might never have been resolved. His strength was more than enough to meet the Knight of God's entry requirements. Yet even a hero of the Navy like him had been finished off in an instant. Emu's face showed real surprise. Could it be true, then, that the rumored person who might one day replace me has truly emerged? Connect me to a live feed from Marine headquarters right now. Imu commanded, raising their voice. At those words, the 5 elders dared not hesitate for a moment. Yes, Lord Imu. No one among them would have dared to take such news lightly. If the Navy was defeated, Imu would hardly care, for the Navy, after all, was little more than a convenient facade for the world at large. But Wang Yu's presence was a genuine and direct threat to Lord Imu's rule, and that was something of dire significance. The 5 elders quickly scrambled to make the connection to Marine headquarters. At once, Imu's eyes locked on the unfolding scene of the battlefield. On the field of battle, Wang Yu was still in the thick of fight. Having watched Kizaru's display, Wang Yu merely smiled. So much for the so-called speed of light. It looks like that's all there is to it. In the next heartbeat, with a gesture's flourish, Wang Yu vanished, and in a flash was suddenly right beside Kizaru. High above, Kizaru's eyes went wide in astonishment. Vanished? Where did he go? He wore a look of pure confusion. Beside him, the CP organization's leader showed the same bewilderment. He tried extending his observation haki, but it was as if Wang Yu had truly disappeared. No matter how he tried, he simply couldn't sense Wang Yu's presence at all. Realizing this, panic flickered in both their eyes. If even our observation haki can't detect him, no wonder Wang Yu was able to sneak alone onto the execution platform. Damn it, the CP leader uttered in shock. Kizaru's eyes widened further. Wang Yu really vanished? Please, don't let him come near me. No way is this pay worth it. Kizaru silently prayed, terror rising within him. And yet, in the very next instant, Wang Yu materialized right in front of Kizaru. Kizaru's mouth hung open to its fullest, utterly shocked. He simply couldn't fathom how Wang Yu could appear right before him so swiftly, and in such complete silent stealth. A chill ran through Kizaru's heart. You? How on earth did you do that? Why were you able to get so close to me? Kizaru asked in disbelief. It was unimaginable. A man of his caliber, possessing observation haki at the very peak as one of the 3 admirals, yet he hadn't even sensed Wang Yu's presence. Wang Yu's lips curved faintly into a hint of a smile. It's called invisibility, he answered. By concealing every trace of myself. Naturally, you wouldn't notice a thing. Wang Yu continued, his voice calm and measured. Invisibility? Kizaru's eyes narrowed, suspicion and awe flickering within them. He never imagined this young man could wield so many astonishing abilities. Panic seized Kizaru. He wasted no time unleashing his own power. Radiant waves of light shot from his body with overwhelming force. Yasakani no Magatama. Kizaru roared. Yet as Wang Yu watched the hail of brilliance before him, a slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Thanks to the battlefield rewards, Wang Yu's own observation haki had been greatly enhanced with every mission. There was no way an attack like this would ever reach him. Like a phantom, Wang Yu weaved his way effortlessly through the barrage of dazzling light. Each radiant bullet whistled by, grazing him but always missing its mark. Then, in the blink of an eye, Wang Yu closed the distance. He was right at Kizaru's side. From his fist surged a terrifying surge of battle spirit, raging and explosive. Damn! A cold sweat broke out in beads across Kizaru's forehead. His powers over light were pushed to their absolute limit. But even so, despite his desperate attempt to escape, Kizaru realized there was nowhere to run. The terrifying pressure pinned him in place, each breath coming short and sharp, sweat streaming down his face in an instant. A moment before, his observation haki had sounded a clear warning. He was locked on, utterly trapped. Wherever he fled, it would make no difference. Escape was impossible. Kizaru's heart was thunderstruck, terror overtaking him. At last, he understood. This was precisely why even top-tier masters like Garp and Sengoku had stood no chance against Wang Yu. And in the next instant, as Kizaru had so feared, it happened. A concussive blast ripped through the air. With a huge, explosive sound, Kizaru was hurled backward, sent flying through the air. He crashed to the ground with earth-shaking force, carving a massive crater into the earth where he landed. When he witnessed this scene, the CP organization's chief was completely stunned. He immediately activated his ancient lion's ultimate running form, fleeing in a desperate, frantic dash. Meanwhile, within the flower chamber, Imu's brows knit together tightly. To think, it only took a single strike to defeat an admiral? And that CP officer, he actually ran? Imu's expression grew exceedingly grave. At the same time, among the 5 elders, the superior in charge of the CP organization began to break out in a cold sweat. His own subordinate really chose to run like that? And right when Lord Imu is conducting a personal inspection, if this is how it is, he himself might get implicated as well. Back in the Chamber of Flowers, Imu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and at last, she slowly let out a long breath. In that case, it seems the Order of the Divine Knights simply must be dispatched. With a sweeping motion of her arm, Imu summoned her strength and issued the command. Order of the Divine Knights, hear my command. Navy Headquarters, execute Wang Yu. With a resonant order deep beneath the holy land of Mary Geos, one after another, mummified knights began to awaken from their slumber. Then, to the astonishment of all, these mysterious figures soared through the air, streaking across the heavens with lightning speed. At this moment, the celestial dragons in Mary Geos looked up in shock at what was unfolding overhead. One by one, faces turned pale with terror and surprise. That's the Order of the Divine Knights, isn't it? Oh my heavens, am I dreaming? That's the order powerful enough to discipline even us celestial dragons. I can't believe they're all being mobilized at once. If that's the case, then something monumental must have happened in this world. A chorus of panic spread among the celestial dragons. Though they didn't yet know exactly what catastrophe had occurred, one thing was now certain. Whatever major event had transpired this time, it could only spell disaster for the celestial dragons. Only when the world faces a threat grave enough to jeopardize the celestial dragon's dominance, something truly earth-shattering, would Lord Imu resort to dispatching the legendary Order of the Divine Knights. Back on the battlefield, seeing the CP chief transform into an ancient giant lion and attempt to escape, Wang Yu's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Shark! In the next instant, a fearsome shark was unleashed from his palm. On the battlefield, a colossal shark materialized, instantly dominating the scene. The fleeing CP chief sensed the looming presence behind him, and in that moment, he was struck dumb with shock. What on earth is that thing? A giant shark? Even for the chief of the CP organization, this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a terrifying technique. Everyone on the battlefield immediately noticed this strange and unexpected strike. Is that a giant shark? At that moment, the five elders also caught sight of the spectacle, their brows tightening with unease. What in the world is that? We have to admit, Wang Yu really does employ the most bizarre techniques. Did he just summon a shark out of thin air? One of the five elders murmured, narrowing his eyes. Imu, too, witnessed the scene, wearing an expression of grave seriousness, remaining silent for a long while. As she watched the attack unfold, her face grew more solemn with each passing second. On the battlefield, the terrifying giant shark, upon colliding with the CP organization's ranks, melted away instantly into a pool of seawater. While the CP commander was still baffled by what had happened, another enormous shark suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. With a thunderous roar, the shark opened its massive jaws, and in the blink of an eye, the CP organization was swallowed whole, vanishing into its cavernous maw. A scream echoed across the field. The commander of the CP organization collapsed, losing consciousness entirely. With that, the encirclement of Wang Yu unraveled in utter defeat. The Marines across the battlefield stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Shock was written in their eyes, and awe filled their faces. So many of us, even with the three admirals, the fleet admiral, and the legendary hero Garp, and yet, against Wang Yu, we've still gained nothing. Wang Yu, he's simply terrifying. Vice Admiral Tsuru, too, furrowed her brows in deep anxiety. Wang Yu, that man is altogether too dangerous. At this rate, a crisis for the whole world may soon be upon us. Vice Admiral Tsuru declared gravely. Within the seat of power, the five elders let out a heavy, collective sigh. All these forces assembled to bring him down, and in the end, they were wiped out by Wang Yu. In hindsight, Wang Yu is an even greater threat than Rox himself. At that moment, Imu rose from her seat, her eyes narrowed in sharp focus as she surveyed the worsening situation. Holy Knights, the task now falls to you. Imu's tone brimmed with shock and urgency. Back on the battlefield, Wang Yu, after defeating the CP organization, was not finished yet. He soared alone into the sky. As your punishment, I have one more move to show you. Prepare to suffer. Wang Yu murmured softly. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes narrowed in alarm, a wave of dread washing over her. What could Wang Yu be planning now? She said with profound worry. Meanwhile, people watching on the giant video screen stared in utter disbelief, every face carved with shock. Kid stared at Wang Yu displayed on the giant screen, his face filled with shock. What is Wang Yu, that guy, planning to do? Kira, too, had a look of curiosity, her gaze locked intensely on the screen. I have no idea, but one thing's for sure. Wang Yu, that monster, must be about to unleash his ultimate move. Urge, Apu, Hawkins, and the others also watched the screen with curiosity written all over their faces. But just at that moment, the feed on the giant screen suddenly cut off. Those who had been following the battle with such great anticipation were all left completely stupefied. It's cut off. Did the Marines do this on purpose? Or did Wang Yu pull off some sort of unbelievable move? Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Vice Admiral Tsuru narrowed her eyes, staring intently up at the sky. No way. Could this really be something that Wang Yu is capable of? The Marines were equally dumbfounded, each and every one of them stunned beyond belief. So much artillery fire. There's terrifying artillery fire everywhere. We're finished. This time, we're really finished. Panic and fear flashed in the Marines' eyes. Up above, massive fireballs began to appear in the sky. One by one, the blazing spheres crashed down with tremendous force onto the ground of Marineford. Thunderous explosions erupted, roaring through the air and shaking the world to its core. All around, terrifying blasts echoed relentlessly, mixed in with the shouts and anguished cries of the Marines. It's horrific, absolutely horrific. Why? Why is the sky suddenly filled with so much artillery fire? Is this Wang Yu's attack? He's a demon. Wang Yu is an absolute demon. Amid the ferocious chain of explosions, the very ground of Marineford began to crack apart. At last, the land itself could no longer withstand the relentless barrage. Right in the middle of the island, an enormous fissure split the earth in two. The rift cut straight through Marineford, shattering the ground and splitting the stronghold in half at that very moment. The ground actually split open. Vice Admiral Tsuru activated her special abilities to dodge the bombs raining down from above, her voice shaking with disbelief. As the earth tore apart, massive craters began to pockmark the battlefield. It was inconceivable. This was Marineford, once so solid and prosperous, now reduced to nothing but devastation, as if the world itself were ending. Wang Yu then quickened his pace, heading directly toward the Whitebeard pirates' territory. At last, he arrived in their domain. Then, Wang Yu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Right before his eyes, in his direct line of sight, the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, had in an instant been reduced to a field of splinters. Up in the sky, 9 figures suddenly appeared. Raising his head, Wang Yu saw that the one at the forefront bore a striking resemblance to red-haired Shanks. The Holy Knights. At this moment, the red-haired pirates had already arrived on the scene. Witnessing what lay before them, they too narrowed their eyes in wary suspicion. "Ronkus!" red-haired Shanks exclaimed, his face a mask of utter shock. Their purpose today had been to come to the Whitebeard pirates' aid. Yet to their surprise, Whitebeard's crew had claimed victory with unexpected ease. And what unsettled them even more was that the Holy Knights, the very ones rumored to have the authority to judge the celestial dragons themselves, had appeared on the battlefield. Ronkus, one of the Holy Knights, immediately took notice of Shanks. "You foolish little brother," Ronkus said with disdain. "After all these years, and all you've managed is to become a mere emperor of the sea?" Upon hearing Ronkus' words, Shanks clenched his teeth tight, not uttering a single word in response. Instead, cold sweat broke out across his forehead. It was clear from this moment that Ronkus' strength far surpassed that of Shanks. "Wang Yu, be careful. This man's fighting power is nothing short of terrifying. You should find a way to get out of here now." Shanks' expression turned grave, the tension in his eyes at its peak. Meanwhile, Wang Yu felt his teeth grinding in frustration. The Holy Knights had committed an unpardonable offense against his own Whitebeard pirates. There was no way he could simply let these men walk away. "Shanks, I'm sorry, but this time I must kill your brother," Wang Yu said, narrowing his eyes. "He's crossed a line that cannot be forgiven." Shanks was dumbfounded, utterly taken aback. "You mean you intend to take down the Holy Knights by yourself? Do you have any idea? Even the weakest among them are emperor level." Shanks stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was hearing. But Wang Yu's gaze only grew colder. "Of course," Wang Yu retorted, his tone icy. The members of the Red Hair Pirates were thrown into absolute disarray. They had heard rumors of Wang Yu's formidable strength, but still, it was almost unthinkable that he'd face the entire Holy Knights on his own. This can't be possible. But just as the red-haired pirates gathered themselves, preparing to stop Wang Yu, suddenly, a terrifying aura of battle spirit erupted all around his body. A terrifying fighting spirit erupted, instantly enveloping everything within a 10-kilometer radius. Sensing the sheer ferocity pouring from Wang Yu, the members of the red-haired pirates widened their eyes in disbelief. This monstrous fighting spirit. My goodness, is this really coming from a human? Red Hair muttered in awe, swallowing hard. Beside him, Beckman's cigarette slipped from his fingers, astonishment written all over his face. Shanks, just now, when I focused with observation hockey, I saw it. Marineford, the entire place completely destroyed, Beckman said, his eyes wide with shock. What? Immediately, every member of the red-haired pirates activated their own observation hockey. It was true, just as Beckman had described. The earth at Marineford was thoroughly fractured, splintering across the world. Even more terrifying, Marineford itself had been utterly torn apart by a single strike. All around, Marines lay sprawled across the ground, their agonized cries echoing. Did you do all this? Shanks managed to ask, his lips trembling. The other crewmates stared at Wang Yu in utter disbelief, their gazes riveted on him. Under everyone's scrutiny, Wang Yu finally spoke. That's right. Those simple words dropped into the silence, causing the atmosphere to become deathly still. Time ticked by. At last, Shanks broke the silence. If you really can defeat my brother, he said slowly, then I'll be deeply grateful. After all, he slaughtered my entire clan with his own hands, all for the sake of power. And as for the Whitebeard pirates, you don't need to worry about them. Leave their rescue to us. We'll make sure you get them out safely. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected this story to echo that of the Uchiha clan. Without further delay, the members of the Red Hair Pirates set out on their rescue mission. Since none of them were affected by devil fruit powers, they didn't fear the sea's dangers. For them, rescuing others amidst the waves was as effortless as breathing. Up above, the Holy Knights watched these events unfold, a look of impatience crossing their faces. You lot really are tiresome, one of them sneered. Shanks, you foolish brother of mine. Do you honestly believe that someone who destroyed Navy headquarters can take on us, the Holy Knights? Ron scoffed, dismissive. Then, without hesitation, he gave his order. The judgment begins. Target, Wang Yu. Sentence, death. In an instant, the Holy Knights, mounted on their steed-like creatures, charged straight at Wang Yu. And Wang Yu wasted no time preparing for the oncoming onslaught. A massive glacial fissure surged forward with unstoppable force. Underneath the enormous icy chasm, the entire sky above was swept into this terrifying storm, frozen into chunks of solid ice. The gigantic glacier crashed down upon the Order of Divine Knights like a falling mountain, with sharp, cutting sounds slicing through the chaos. 9 figures, astonishingly, all managed to evade the onslaught at the exact same moment. Oh! Wang Yu's face registered a flicker of surprise. In the blink of an eye, the 9 knights had already appeared at Wang Yu's side. The next instant, Wang Yu casually swept his hand through the air. Suddenly, a colossal iceberg materialized out of nowhere before them. Facing this towering iceberg, the Knights of the Divine Order wore expressions of disdain, one after another. Do you really think a mere mountain of ice could stop us, the Order of Divine Knights? In the very next heartbeat, 9 surges of overwhelming aura erupted skyward. Their powerful armament hockey flowed onto their weapons, and with a synchronized assault, they struck fiercely at the frozen barrier before them. A thunderous impact resounded. 9 terrifying forces crashed into the mountain of ice. The ground itself shuddered violently, and the ocean churned, sending colossal waves, each hundreds of feet high, roaring across the sea. That's advanced conquerors and armament hockey at its peak. It actually held up against that. Shanks, his red hair gleaming, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Beckman and the others wore somber, grave expressions as well. Their own pirate crew boasted many hockey users, so they understood better than anyone the sheer might of such power. Just a moment ago, the Divine Knights had unleashed hockey, rivaling even Shanks and Beckman. The very lowest among them was still on par with these formidable leaders. For Wang Yu's ice barrier to withstand such a barrage so effortlessly left them all taken aback. The 9 Knights of the Holy Order were themselves stunned, eyes wide, faces frozen with disbelief. Even mountains forged from sea stone, soaked in the sea's strength, they had shattered before. Their confidence in this power was absolute. And yet now, faced with nothing more than an iceberg, they found themselves utterly unable to break through. Barrels of explosives. Just as the knights stood bewildered, a host of explosives appeared at their feet, each barrel packed and ready to blow. What was happening? All members, full armament hockey now. Red Shanks barked the command, and in a flash, every knight was enshrouded, head to toe, in the deepest black of their hockey. The crack of a single shot rang out, and the explosives lining the ground erupted in a series of powerful blasts. The explosions tore through the battlefield, and as the thick smoke dissipated, the once disciplined formation of the knightly order was plunged into utter chaos. Moreover, the 3 members with lower combat strength had already been blasted completely unconscious. A look of utter shock filled Rox's eyes. Wang Yu, that brat, is truly terrifying. Activate Divine Charge. But that's the power Lord Im gave us. If we use it, it might just affect our lifespans, a portly knight exclaimed in surprise. Rox gave a wry, helpless smile. Of course, he was well aware of the side effects, but Wang Yu's performance had far surpassed all his expectations. Right now, if they didn't use this move, claiming final victory would be almost impossible. Advance! Without a moment's hesitation, a dazzling white light suddenly erupted across the whole world. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes ever so slightly. He had to admit, he was very curious about Im's technique. Beside him, Shanks was utterly stunned. It said this power can destroy everything in the world. Back then, Im used this very move to obliterate an entire island. The Knights of God actually know this technique as well. The red-haired man's eyes were heavy with grave seriousness. Nearby, Lucky Roo swallowed hard. So, does that mean Wang Yu might not be able to withstand this attack? Hearing this, red-haired Shanks squinted his own eyes tightly, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. If Wang Yu can withstand this blow, then he truly possesses the strength to confront Im as an equal. As these words fell, the rest of the crew stared, eyes round in astonishment. Who could have imagined that among the Whitebeard pirates, there was a being as fearsome as this? Someone truly at the pinnacle of terror. Whitebeard, just what kind of outrageous luck did he have to stumble upon such a monstrous youth? That was him, after all, the true sovereign of this world. Now, hearing Shanks declare that a young man might actually match him, it was only natural for all of them to be shaken to their core. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures suddenly appeared before Wang Yu. A holy radiance instantly enveloped Wang Yu from head to toe. At that moment, the entire world was flooded with this dreadful white light, shrouding everything in a blinding haze. Behind Wang Yu, on an island near Marineford, under the terrifying flood of light, the isle was utterly erased in an instant. And just then, the Whitebeard pirates' crew slowly began to regain consciousness, only to behold this astonishing scene. Wang Yu, everyone's faces were clouded with concern. At last, the blinding white light faded away. Now Wang Yu stood before them all once again. So that's it. I finally get it. This so-called holy light, it's just true damage, isn't it? No wonder. Even with armament hockey activated, it was completely useless. Incredible. Just incredible. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Wang Yu's lips as he spoke, exhilaration shining in his eyes. He had been in this world for quite some time now, and yet this was the very first time he'd ever been wounded. Thankfully, his stamina was formidable, and with Mundo's powerful regenerative abilities, he was able to recover. Otherwise, even with his extraordinary resistance, he feared he might have been utterly obliterated. Lost in the swirl of battle, Wang Yu reflected quietly to himself. What? He's not dead. The Knights of the Divine Order were thunderstruck, completely thrown into confusion. That was the power Lord Emu had bestowed upon them, an attack meant to annihilate anything in existence. But as Wang Yu reappeared before them, one by one, they sank into despair, their faces twisted in disbelief and shock. How is this possible? Is this kid some kind of demon? Even if he was, no demon could withstand that move. Have you all forgotten what happened to Joy Boy? The knights exchanged gasps of horror, unable to contain their astonishment. Shanks, staring wide-eyed, was perhaps the only one who understood the depths of history, and especially the power of the holy light. Wang Yu, he's even more terrifying than Joy Boy ever was. Beckman, Lucky Roo, and the others gaped in utter astonishment, their expressions stretched to the very limit of shock. He actually did it. He really pulled it off. Members of the Whitebeard pirates were similarly overcome, their faces alight with boundless excitement. It's Wang Yu. Wang Yu survived. This is amazing. Jozu exclaimed, barely holding back his emotion. I knew Wang Yu would pull through, Marco said, a trace of pride in his voice. Kuahaha, that's Wang Yu for you. Every time, this kid manages to defy all expectations. Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim, overflowing with excitement. Back on the battlefield, the wounds on Wang Yu's body healed in an instant, sealing up before everyone's eyes. The Holy Knights, witnessing the extent of Wang Yu's regeneration, recoiled with fear and horror. A demon. Wang Yu had to be a demon in human form. As the onlookers stood, gripped by shock, Wang Yu suddenly disappeared once more, vanishing into thin air. Even their observation hockey couldn't sense where Wang Yu had gone. The Knights of the Divine Order were left dumbfounded and helpless. Damn it. How does he have so many abilities? Could he be a devil fruit user? No, that can't be right. If someone eats a devil fruit, they can only have one power, can't they? But Wang Yu, He has far too many abilities. While everyone was still lost in confusion, Wang Yu suddenly appeared before them. There he is. Attack. Hank's expression changed dramatically. One after another, powerful bursts of haki surged straight toward Wang Yu. A faint smile played at the corner of Wang Yu's lips. Emperor of Flames. In the next instant, a massive sun blazed into existence. The surrounding sea began to shimmer and steam under its intense heat. That scorching wave surged toward the Knights of God. A sun! Dodge! Hanks and the others scrambled to evade, but the blazing sun still found its mark in one of them. Under the searing heat, even a mighty knight was slowly reduced to a shriveled husk, all the life drained from his body. In the end, the poor knight's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. The blazing sun continued to leap from one place to another, weaving among the ranks of the Knights of God. The knights were stricken with terror, sweat pouring down their brows as they desperately tried not to panic. They wanted to dodge, but the relentless sun was always hot on their heels. "There's nowhere to run," one of them shouted, eyes wide with fear. Soon, the enormous sun filled their entire field of vision. Then, a series of deafening explosions tore through the air. The whole stretch of sea boiled with chaos under the barrage, every blast sending shockwaves roaring across the waves. The force even swept across nearby islands, ripping trees from the earth and laying waste to everything in its path, a scene of devastating power. At Marine headquarters, Marineford, cracks splintered through the parched ground. Wave after wave of aftershock struck, plunging the land into deep, violent tremors once again. Countless Navy bodies, already lying in disarray, were hurled up by the force. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes grew wide with alarm. The fighting still isn't over. If this doesn't stop soon, this entire land, Marine headquarters, Marineford, may well be shattered beyond repair, she muttered gravely. Without hesitation, Vice Admiral Tsuru unleashed her powers, barely managing to hold back the overwhelming shockwaves, keeping Marine headquarters from teetering into outright collapse. Back on the battlefield, the Knights of God were battered and broken, their forces now whittled down to just 5, clinging to life by sheer will alone. Wang Yu simply moved his fingers ever so slightly once more. In that instant, the searing heat that previously filled the sky vanished as if swept away. The temperature dropped dramatically. Hailstones tumbled down from the clouds, and the moment they touched the ocean, with a deep vibration, the entire sea was suddenly transformed into a vast sheet of ice beneath the unimaginable power unleashed. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air. A mighty surge of freezing energy swept forth in an instant. What on earth is this monster? First fire, now ice. This is just beyond belief. Feeling the chilling wave of terror, the members of the Knights of the Divine Order wore expressions of utmost dread on their faces. Get out of the way now. But in the blink of an eye, 2 more were caught by the relentless power of the cold, frozen mid-stride into statues of ice. 3 more knights, shock etched onto their faces, turned and fled with all haste. This is too terrifying. That man's power is so great, there's no way we can stand against him. Only Lord Emu might be able to stop him. The members of the Divine Order exclaimed in utter horror. Charge them. Catching sight of the knights, making their desperate escape, a faint smile played across Wang Yu's lips. In the very next instant, Wang Yu launched himself directly at them with crushing force. A thunderous explosion resounded as he collided with them. The 3 knights, who had been sprinting for their lives, were overwhelmed by the devastating impact, falling instantly and losing consciousness. Face the wind's fury. Simultaneously, Wang Yu unleashed his signature ultimate move, compressing his power and swinging at the scattered enemies in a single, blinding moment. The monstrous energy sliced toward every direction, a barrage of slashing waves erupting forth. A mountain, located nearly 100 kilometers away, endured the full force of a terrifying strike, split clean in 2 by the incredible power, sending tons of shattered stone cascading wildly down its slopes. People nearby who witnessed the scene were left rooted in place, stunned, utterly speechless, their faces frozen in an expression of pure shock. A god, only a god, could unleash such destructive power, right? Jozu clapped his thigh in excitement. As expected of Vice Captain Wang Yu, his finishing move is far beyond anything I can manage, Jozu said, completely exhilarated. Mihawk's eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, Wang Yu really is something else. I never imagined that move could be used like this. I've learned something today, truly learned something new. With this unrelenting onslaught, the once arrogant and seemingly unbeatable Knights of the Divine Order were dispatched utterly by Wang Yu, falling to him in just a few rounds, their defeat as swift as it was complete. The members of the red-haired pirates, witnessing the scene before them, each could not help but swallow hard in disbelief. This was the legendary Knights of God, a force said to be capable of destruction on a world-shaking scale. Even Rox, in his heyday, had once been hunted by them. No one could have imagined that Wang Yu had grown to such a terrifying level of power. Wang Yu, this kid might very well be the one from the legends, the one who can change the world itself. Shanks said heavily, his face filled with grave realization. Once upon a time, he had bet his own arm on Luffy, yet now, seeing this with his own eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd made a mistake. The man who truly represented the new world was none other than Wang Yu, standing right before him. On the other side, every member of the Whitebeard Pirates was bursting with excitement and exhilaration. Vice Captain Wang Yu, is this your true strength? Marco's face brimmed with admiration. He couldn't help but be awestruck by the sheer might on display. Jozu, overwhelmed with emotion, could only gape in speechless amazement. Oh my, there's no doubt about it, Vice Captain Wang Yu, Jozu exclaimed. At this rate, the only one in this world who could possibly match him is that fabled king we've all heard of. Only someone like that could test their mettle against our vice captain. Meanwhile, Wang Yu's own system softly chimed within him. Ding! It detected that the host had defeated the Knights of God, triggering an upgrade. The forging furnace had evolved into its final form, and materials for forging the legendary sea-calming needle had been obtained. 10 million gold coins awarded. 100 random skill fruits acquired. Wait, could it be? If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the legendary weapon from Journey to the West, the staff wielded by Sun Wukong? Artifacts of this caliber. None of the captains in my crew could ever hope to wield them. So that means from now on, the system's rewards would mainly focus on enhancing my own abilities. At the same time, the gold coins I held could still be used to purchase equipment for my crew. In other words, whether it's myself or my crew, we'll all keep growing stronger. And crew doesn't just mean my main captains, even the lowliest of my foot soldiers. If I wish, I can elevate them as well, grooming them step by step into kings in their own right. Heavens, what a reward! The Knights of God, after all, lived up to their name. The bounty from their defeat was nothing short of astounding. A wide grin split Wang Yu's face as laughter bubbled up from within. Vice Captain Wang Yu, let's head back and celebrate properly. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates all wore the same expression, faces lit up with irrepressible excitement. Above Marineford, faced with the scene before him, Sengoku fell to the ground, overcome with grief, sobbing uncontrollably. This time, our navy will become the laughingstock of the entire world. Our navy, this disgrace. This is a humiliation beyond measure. Sengoku roared, his whole body trembling with fury. Then, his expression twisted into a look of utter anguish, worse than if he'd swallowed the bitterest poison. I thought I could retire gracefully, but now I'm afraid I might be brought before the International Military Tribunal. Resigned to his fate, Sengoku was consumed with regret and sorrow. If he'd known it would come to this, he never would have advocated for dragging Whitebeard into such a scheme. In the end, the Whitebeard Pirates hadn't been taken down by his plan. Instead, it was his own dreams of retirement that had been crushed. There was no hope for it now. With no other choice, Sengoku made his way to where the five elders resided. Yet, when Sengoku arrived at the quarters of the five elders, he discovered that none of the old men were to be found. He stared in shock, eyes wide with alarm. Could it be that this incident has even disturbed that esteemed one? Sengoku muttered, his face more solemn than ever, his voice trembling in disbelief. Elsewhere, upon the polished wooden floors of the Chamber of Flowers, the five venerable elders, normally exalted and commanding, were all kneeling, utterly silent. Not one dared to so much as breathe too loudly. Terror was etched into every face. Cold sweat beaded on their foreheads and trickled down in thick rivulets. At that moment, from the darkness, a pair of merciless, icy eyes appeared. A slender, elegant figure, like a princess carved from shadow, stepped toward the lofty throne. The five elders' voices shook uncontrollably. Report, Lady Emu. The entire Holy Knights, the gods' cavalry, have all been annihilated by Wang Yu alone. The five elders spoke, each word quivering on their lips. What? Hearing their report, Emu's eyes flew open in astonishment. A chilling aura radiated outward, instantly filling every corner of the Chamber of Flowers. The gods' cavalry, authorized to judge even the celestial dragons, their entire order mobilized, and yet, not a single one could stand against the Whitebeard Pirates. Emu stared in utter disbelief. Could it be that a force as mighty as Rox, such overwhelming power, has returned to the world once more? After a brief and heavy silence, the 5 elders spoke up, each of them wearing a mask of fear and anxiety. Reporting to Lord Imu, the Holy Knights were not wiped out by the Whitebeard pirates as a group, but rather it was their vice captain, acting alone, who destroyed them all. Their voices trembled with dread as they hurried to explain, panic written across their faces. What? Hearing these words, Imu's eyes widened in disbelief, a look of utter incredulity flashing across his face. Wang Yu defeated the entire Holy Knights by himself. Imu found it almost impossible to believe. One must understand, the Holy Knights were handpicked from among the celestial dragons, each one a powerhouse of admiral-level might. Together, the 10 of them commanded enough strength to easily subdue a Yonko crew, no matter how formidable. Yet now, Wang Yu alone had annihilated them. The shock of this forced Imu to rise abruptly from his spectral throne. As the silence lingered, Imu's eyes darkened with somber resolve. He fixed the 5 elders with a piercing gaze, his expression growing ever more inscrutable. In all of history, since that day when Rox was defeated, never again should such a dangerous light have kindled. Yet now, it's flared up once more. 5 elders, since matters have come to this, you will be the ones to deal with Wang Yu. Personally. Just as you did last time, on God Valley, when you disposed of Rox, Imu said quietly, eyes narrowing to slits. The 5 old men knelt down in unison. Yes, Lord Imu. Indeed, even Rox, a legendary force from the annals of history, had ultimately been vanquished by the 5 elders. Of course, to keep this from becoming public knowledge, the world government officially maintained that the 5 elders had always been responsible. With that, Imu's figure faded and vanished from everyone's sight. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates had returned to their own territory. The moment they arrived, a nervous intelligence officer rushed forward to relay all that had happened to Wang Yu. As it turned out, ever since Wang Yu had led the elite of the Whitebeard pirates to Marineford for the battle with the Navy, Kaido and Big Mom, by some unknown means, had managed to break free from their seastone handcuffs. The 2 then led all their slaves in a mass escape. Now, terrified of reprisal from Wang Yu, both of their Yonko crews had retreated, cowering within Wano country, relying on its natural barriers for protection, not daring to take a single step beyond its borders. The maids, however, remained remarkably clear-headed. None of them were willing to leave. Wang Yu patted his own head. That was indeed a lapse on his part. Kaido, that guy, had suffered several defeats in the past, and was practically a regular at the great underwater prison. Yet Kaido was the one who could always manage to break out from the deepest cells of the sea. This proved that Kaido had his own unique method for dealing with seastone restraints. Well, forget it. If he's escaped, then he's escaped. If I really wanted to, someone like Kaido or Big Mom, those minor players, I could capture them at any time. As long as places like Fishman Island remain unharmed, that's all that matters. Send out my orders. Summon people from across the world. I want to build a world-spanning kingdom in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes as he spoke calmly. Now he already had territory and a fortune in compensation gold. Recruiting people would be as easy as a wave of the hand. Yes, sir. With that, the intelligence officer hurried away. Hearing Wang Yu's declaration, Marco's face lit up with excitement. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you mean? Wang Yu looked up at the sky, a gentle smile playing on his lips. I intend to create the greatest nation the world has ever seen. Anyone and everyone will be welcome. And as for us, we will be the kings of this world. The celestial dragons, that kind of trash isn't fit to rule a single soul, Wang Yu said, his tone as placid as calm seas. Upon hearing his words, Marco and the other commanders once again looked at Wang Yu, their eyes filled with admiration. Despite his youth, Wang Yu had become their vice captain, and for some, was even of their uncle's generation. Clearly, there was a reason for his achievements. They were pirates, after all. No matter how much territory or how many berries they had, they only dreamed of feasting, drinking, and celebrating around campfires every night. Today with white sugar buns, tomorrow with brown sugar buns. Even if they pondered for a lifetime, none of them would have considered simply founding a nation and changing the world at its very foundations. Vice Captain Wang Yu, you really are remarkable. If all the people of the world come under our reign, there surely will be peace. Who knows how many have suffered under the celestial dragons and will come to thank you. Wang Yu simply waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the flattery. As I see it, this so-called war at the summit, it was merely our first, minor clash with the world's ruling class. Nothing more. Even if we've won, there's nothing to be smug about. There's an even stronger force backing the world government, Wang Yu said, narrowing his eyes. What? The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates all widened their eyes in alarm at Wang Yu's revelation. There were others behind the world government? Could it be someone might be even stronger than Vice Admiral Wang Yu? That can't possibly be true, can it, Deputy Captain Wang Yu? Marco blurted out, disbelief written all over his face. After all, in order to deal with Wang Yu, the Navy had even dispatched the legendary God Knights, renowned for their overwhelming power. That's right, Deputy Captain Wang Yu. We've stormed Marine headquarters, brought the entire Navy to its knees. They've ceded territory, paid indemnities. How could they possibly have an even more formidable fighting force? Jozu protested, waving his fists, clearly dissatisfied. At that moment, Whitebeard himself spoke up. That reminds me, there's something Roger once said to me. Roger learned from Rox that there's a force behind the Navy, one even more powerful than the God Knights. Even the Celestial Dragons must obey them, Whitebeard revealed, his expression grave and somber. What? Like a bombshell, his words detonated in everyone's hearts, leaving shockwaves in their wake. Even the Celestial Dragons can be ruled by someone else? Vista exclaimed, his voice thick with disbelief. Whitebeard, looking unusually serious, nodded. It's only natural, Vista. Every tribe, every race, has those who rule over them. Even the Celestial Dragons are no exception, Whitebeard declared, voice solemn. Otherwise, do you truly think the Celestial Dragons have ruled the world this long solely because of the Navy's unwavering loyalty and not by some strength of their own? Wang Yu added, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The captain's throats collectively tightened with unease. The realization sobered them immediately. Yes, how could those ordinary, foolish Celestial Dragons rule the world for so long by their own merits? There must be an existence among the Celestial Dragons far stronger, far more terrifying than anyone had imagined. Now that the Whitebeard pirates had toppled Marine headquarters, they were sure to catch the eye of this secret ruler of the Celestial Dragons. Would some force, even mightier than the God Knights, now come to stamp them out? In that instant, as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates came face to face with the truth of the world, unease and apprehension flashed across their faces. Watching the crestfallen faces of his fellow captains, Wang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Still, even so, there's no need for everyone to worry. Right now, I have plenty of fruit and weapon materials in my hands. With these, we can absolutely become even stronger. Wang Yu said calmly. What? Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the captains who were previously weighed down with worry now lit up once again, hope returning to their faces. Vice Captain Wang Yu, give me a fruit. Yeah, Vice Captain Wang Yu, I want to keep getting stronger. All the captains instantly surrounded Wang Yu, crowding in close. Wang Yu let out a wry laugh. If he had known, he wouldn't have revealed the news so soon. Surrounded on all sides by the coarse smell of sweaty men, Wang Yu quickly pushed the captains away. Don't worry, everyone. There's enough for all. However, for you captains, there are no more fruits to be had. This tree limits the number of fruits any one person can eat. The maximum is just 4 per person. What? The moment Wang Yu said this, the captains slumped, instantly deflated like burst balloons. But don't worry, even if you can't have any more fruit, I can still help you upgrade your gear. Wang Yu continued in an even tone. My goal this time is for every one of you to achieve the true level of Super Emperor. A confident smile crossed Wang Yu's face. In fact, the equipment vault, lightning blades, demon blades, and all sorts of weapons had all been newly refined. For example, a mage could now wield a lightning saber with electrifying bursts of power. As for the demon blade, after its enhancements, even heroes like Curiel, with their enormous jaws, could ascend to a whole new tier of combat ability without a hitch. Hearing Wang Yu's words, the captains' faces lit up with excitement again. They looked at one another, unable to hide the thrilled expressions spreading across their faces. Oh my goodness, did I hear that right? Vice Captain Wang Yu actually plans to raise us to Super Emperor level. Buffalo Atmos exclaimed, utterly stunned. For captains like Buffalo Atmos and Aizu, who were not among the strongest, their ambition had only ever been to reach Emperor rank. That was already their highest dream. Never had they imagined that Wang Yu would throw out such a game-changing promise. Straight to Super Emperor? Wasn't that on the same level as the legendary Whitebeard at his peak, or even Pirate King Roger himself? Is this a dream? This happiness came out of nowhere. It's almost too much to handle. I wouldn't even dare to dream about something like this. Vice Captain Wang Yu, are you sure you're not pulling our leg? Even Marco, Jaz, and the other corps captains wore expressions of sheer excitement. Ace, meanwhile, was utterly frozen where he stood, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. What kind of monstrous genius has emerged from the Whitebeard pirates? Raising a dozen or so supreme captains just like that. Are they even human? What is this if not madness? Even though you all can't eat any more devil fruits, my fruits can't possibly go to waste either. I made up my mind. From now on, our Whitebeard pirates will be known as the 100 Emperors Pirates. I plan to select about 100 of our finest from within the crew and directly elevate them to Emperor level. With a faint, confident smile, Wang Yu spoke these words calmly. Given the sheer number of rewards his system had granted him, accomplishing this was entirely within reach. What? Making 100 ordinary pirates into emperors? When the captains of the Whitebeard pirates heard this, they practically exploded with shock. Originally, just the idea that Wang Yu could nurture them, the captains, in an emperor-level powerhouses was already beyond belief. And yet, Wang Yu, true to form, never ceased to amaze. He was actually planning to raise even the regular crew members to emperor level? Was this still within the realm of human possibility? Marco, Jaws, and the others could only stare, their mouths twitching in disbelief. Oh right, my maids as well. They'll have to be raised to emperor level too. Otherwise, having them as my maids would just be a waste of my prestige. Wang Yu continued with a casual tone. No sooner said than done. On the very next beat, Wang Yu strode confidently towards his private domain. As expected, upon arriving, the skill fruit tree in Wang Yu's system had already grown into a lush, flourishing giant. Nothing like before, when just a mere handful of fruits hung from its branches. Just then, an intelligence officer rushed over. Lieutenant General Wang Yu, urgent report. The warlord, Empress Hancock, requests an audience, the officer announced, still catching his breath. Oh, a spark of curiosity flickered across Wang Yu's face. Although Empress Hancock had rebelled against the Navy, hadn't she always been forgiven, no matter what she did? It's not as if she was truly driven to a desperate end. Couldn't she enjoy her own paradise on Amazon Lily? So what business could possibly bring her here? Wang Yu was filled with curiosity, and truth be told, he was rather delighted at the chance to witness the most beautiful woman in this world with his own eyes. Let her in, Wang Yu said with casual calm. Moments later, Empress Hancock herself appeared before Wang Yu, followed by an entourage of elite pirates. Her enchanting beauty, her long, graceful legs, and the supple curve of her waist. She was indeed the renowned Empress Hancock, the #1 beauty of the pirate world. But what caught Wang Yu off guard was that this time, Empress Hancock had brought along her subordinates. He couldn't help but wonder, why had she brought such a large following on this occasion? Upon seeing Wang Yu, even the usually proud and aloof Hancock found herself seized by a rare nervousness. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her pale, shapely legs trembling, as she finally gathered her courage to speak, her voice quivering ever so slightly. Reporting, Lord Wang Yu. I, your humble servant, wish to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Join the Whitebeard Pirates? Wang Yu narrowed his eyes in thoughtful appraisal. Seeing his expression, Hancock grew anxious, fearing that perhaps her sincerity hadn't come across. She hastily continued, to show my utmost sincerity, I am willing to bring all the resources and people of Amazon Lily under the Whitebeard Pirates banner. And your crew boast such formidable strength, I wouldn't dare to aspire to be a captain among you. Lord Wang Yu, I've heard tales of how much you delight in maids, so I've come here with the humble hope of becoming your servant. Hancock admitted shyly, her cheeks tinged with blush. Ever since she'd witnessed Wang Yu's true power at Marineford, Hancock had been thoroughly captivated, as if under a mysterious spell. Day and night, she found herself longing to lay eyes upon a man of such overwhelming strength. After much deliberation, she had finally settled on this course of action. What? On hearing Hancock's bold words, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates looked utterly astonished, eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. So, becoming Vice Captain Wang Yu's maid was this easy? Offering resources and people, all for the chance to serve as a maid. And not just anyone, a woman famed as the most beautiful in the world. If this was truly the way of things, then Runty, Black Maria, and the others should thank their lucky stars. They had all become Wang Yu's maids for free. As Hancock's words sank in, Wang Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in disbelief. So this was his current reputation across the world. A collector of maids? Wang Yu could only sigh in helpless exasperation. However, given that she, the Grand Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, had already set aside her pride and lowered herself this much, Wang Yu was hardly going to refuse her any longer. All right then, Wang Yu said after giving Hancock a quick appraisal, his voice calm and unhurried. As for Hancock putting on a maid outfit, there was really no need to get one custom-made. With that figure, that face, and that barely there attire, what kind of maid costume could possibly add to her charm? Just as she could draw any soul into her grasp. Suddenly, Wang Yu tapped his own forehead, as if remembering something important. Oh, right. Hancock, your timing couldn't be better. There's some great news I wanted to share with you. I've decided to promote all of my maids to Emperor level. Since you're here now, I'll start with you, he added offhandedly, as if mentioning the most casual of matters. What? Raise me to Emperor level? The words seemed to echo in Hancock's mind, her lips twitching in disbelief. Not only her. Wang Yu had said he'd elevate every single maid under his command to Emperor rank. For a moment, Hancock thought she must have misheard. Lord Wang Yu, what did you just say? You're going to raise all your maids to Emperor level. I didn't mishear that, did I? The pirate empress looked at him, utterly incredulous. She could never have imagined that the Whitebeard pirates offered such extraordinary benefits. She was only a maid, yet she could be promoted to Emperor level? Before Wang Yu's arrival, there had only ever been 4 emperors ruling these seas. It was a realm Hancock had dreamed of, a height she never believed she could actually reach. She had always thought her fate was sealed as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, never an emperor. Who could have guessed that now? Lord Wang Yu was telling her that maids had a chance at emperor-level power. He looked at Hancock's stunning features, her beautiful face frozen in shock. Wang Yu couldn't help but reflect. It was true, after all. The pirate empress was, indeed, the most breathtaking woman in the world. Even her confusion was beautiful. Of course, Hancock. Let me show you. This is our Whitebeard pirate's skill fruit tree. Wang Yu introduced, his tone light. Anyone who eats from it will gain powers similar to those of a devil fruit user. This tree itself is a manifestation of my own devil fruit ability, he explained, a faint smile playing at his lips. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Empress Hancock's beautiful face once again showed a look of utter confusion. Possessing abilities akin to those of devil fruit users? Why not just say it outright? This fruit tree of yours, isn't its position essentially the same as the legendary devil fruit tree? Goodness gracious! The fruits from the devil fruit tree are so coveted. For people across the world, getting even one is as difficult as reaching the heavens. In fact, there are many who would willingly risk their very lives for the sake of just a single fruit. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that now someone would tell her that he had awakened an ability akin to that of the devil fruit tree. This is simply unfathomable. No wonder all your Whitebeard pirates commanders each wield such fearsome powers. So this is the secret, this skill fruit tree. Hancock's dazzling eyes were filled with awe as she gazed at the enormous tree standing within Wang Yu's forbidden domain. And as she looked upon Wang Yu, the admiration in her eyes only grew stronger. That's right, Hancock. From now on, I'll be guiding you personally, Wang Yu said with an effortless calm. Then, without hesitation, he plucked a skill fruit from the tree. After all, Hancock herself was known as the pirate empress of the Kuja tribe, and with her ability to turn enemies to stone, she was surely adept at mastering powers suited to a snake enchantress. Why not let Hancock try her hand at Snake Lady's fruit skill? With that thought, Wang Yu simply produced a poison explosion skill fruit and held it out to Hancock. Staring at the fruit in Wang Yu's hand, Hancock's ivory neck moved as she swallowed, her enchanting eyes wide with anticipation. Lord Wang Yu, I'm already a devil fruit user. Am I really allowed to eat this? Hancock asked, her rosy lips trembling ever so slightly as she spoke with compelling charm. Don't worry, Hancock. Go ahead and try it, Wang Yu replied, flashing a reassuring smile. In the next instant, brimming with curiosity, Hancock cradled the fruit in her palms, parted her red lips, and took a bold bite. Once she'd swallowed the fruit, she instantly felt a surge, as though some new power was now coursing through her veins. All right, Lord Wang Yu, how am I supposed to use this fruit's power? Hancock asked, her eyes blinking in curiosity. Wang Yu now slipped smoothly into his role as a teacher. This one here is called the Poison Explosion Skill Fruit. Toxic Explosion. Unleash venom to detonate enemies within an area. If an enemy hero is hit, Cassiopeia gains 30/35/40/45/50% movement speed, which gradually wanes over the course of 3 seconds. Imagine this. You release your serpent venom over an entire area. Enemies are struck by your poisonous magic, and you yourself are blessed with increased speed. Wang Yu patiently explained. What? This was the very first time that Empress Hancock had heard of such a bizarre devil fruit power. Following Wang Yu's instructions, she pictured herself releasing the snake venom from within her own body, and sure enough, a puddle of toxic fluid appeared before her eyes. Filled with surprise, Hancock was genuinely delighted with this new ability. Granted, it did not seem overwhelmingly powerful on the battlefield at first glance, but she now possessed a whole new skill. Whether she wished to attack or make a swift escape, having such an ability could prove extremely useful in battle. As Hancock lost herself in thought, Wang Yu spoke up again. Of course, if there were only this one skill, it would be quite ordinary, really. What I have for you next is the Twin Fang Venom Skill Fruit, meant to synergize with your venom. It allows you to quickly unleash your fangs bite against your foes. As long as an enemy is afflicted with your venom, the damage you inflict will increase exponentially. But that's not all. Most surprisingly, you will gain a healing effect as well. Upon hearing about this second skill, Hancock stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. First, she had never known that these skill fruits operated differently from standard devil fruit laws, and that she could consume multiple fruits from Deputy Captain Wang Yu. Second, she never imagined a fruit that doubled one's damage output. And finally, what truly astonished her was the promise of a healing effect. How could venom possibly be linked to healing injuries? Still, Hancock followed Wang Yu's instructions and swallowed the fruit without hesitation. The very next instant, a wondrous feeling began to swirl gently within her, flowing throughout her body. Soon after, Hancock began testing her new power with her personal attendants. The scars she had left on herself with a small knife, after the application of her Twin Fang venom, revealed their magic. The wounds mysteriously began to heal. Realizing the incredible strength of this devil fruit power, Hancock's eyes widened, and her expression filled with awe and disbelief. I truly couldn't have imagined, Deputy Captain Wang Yu, that everything you said would turn out to be real. Empress Hancock's emotions were written plainly across her face. You could see every feeling in her expression. Then, Yin reached up once again and plucked 2 more fruit from the skill tree. Hancock, here are 2 more fruits for you, Yin said with a cheerful grin. Looking at the plump fruits in his hands, Hancock felt her heart melting, completely and utterly. Lord Yin is just so generous, isn't he? Could it be that he's interested in me? This is our very first meeting, and he's already given me so many wonderful gifts. Lord Yin, could it be that he wants to marry me? Marriage. With that thought, Empress Hancock fell into a dreamy daze, picturing herself walking down the aisle with Yin, losing herself in scenes of their wedding. Hancock, seeing her so absent-minded, Yin quickly called to bring her back to earth. Only then did Hancock snap out of her fantasy and return to reality. Yes, Lord Yin. Hancock responded brightly. Without hesitation, she picked up the fruits and swallowed them both in one big bite. Watching her devour the fruits with such eagerness, Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Slow down, Hancock. Take your time. The 2 fruits you just ate. One is called the Venomous Mist Skill Fruit. When consumed, it grants the ability to release a thick, toxic cloud. Within this area, any enemies caught inside will have their movement restricted. Venomous Mist, when activated, a poisonous spray arcs out, creating a toxic fog that lingers for 5 seconds. Any enemies enveloped in this mist will suffer ongoing weakening poison, along with a progressively slowing effect, up to 40%, 50%, 60%, 70%, even 80% reduction in speed. They'll also be immobilized, unable to use movement abilities. On top of that, enemies inside the mist will take steady magical damage every second. Is that possible? Just from poison alone, you can rob someone of their mobility. Hancock squinted her eyes in curiosity. Still, she thought back to the battlefields of Marineford. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates possessed even stranger abilities. Some could make foes faint outright, if only for a moment. Compared to those outrageous powers, this poisonous mist actually seemed rather reasonable. Although, if only I could possess an ability that could make enemies dizzy as well. That would be perfect. That way, I could combine it with my Love fruit for much greater effect. Though my Love fruit can turn people to stone, against true masters, petrification is almost impossible. This was Empress Hancock's biggest frustration, her main limitation, the reason she was stuck among the Shichibukai and unable to rise all the way to the level of the emperors. If she could overcome this obstacle, then no matter how many people she faced, be they mere underlings or even emperor-level powerhouses, she could leave them all utterly dazed. Just imagining such a scene sent a thrill through her. At the very moment Hancock had this thought, Wang Yu began to speak again. This is the last skill fruit. Whoever uses it, after swallowing, will gain the ability to petrify enemies standing directly before them for 2 seconds. If an enemy is facing you head-on, they'll be petrified. But if the person happens to have their back turned to you, they'll be slowed instead. Wang Yu thoughtfully added that reminder. Petrifying Gaze deals magical damage to all enemies directly in front. Those looking at her will be stunned and petrified for 2 seconds, while those with their backs turned are slowed by 40%. As a wielder of the Love fruit herself, Hancock easily grasped what he meant. It was just like her own power. If someone wasn't looking at her, she couldn't petrify them. But that wasn't the critical point. Wait a second, didn't Vice Captain Wang Yu just say, all enemies in front of me would be petrified. Did that mean everyone in front, regardless of who they were? If that were true, the dazzling scene she'd pictured before, no matter if they were ordinary henchmen or mighty Emperor-level warriors, they could all be petrified by her. Her dream would finally come true. She gulped. Again, she swallowed hard, her slender, pale throat working as she tried to contain her excitement. Empress Hancock's crimson lips quivered. Vice Admiral Wang Yu, the enemies you mentioned just now, does that include Emperor-level powerhouses as well? With utmost respect and a touch of hesitation, Empress Hancock posed her question. Yet before Wang Yu could reply, Marco answered on his behalf. Ha ha, Hancock, we the Whitebeard pirates have asked that very question countless times already. Rest assured, not just Emperor-level powerhouses, but even Pirate King-level figures. You can still petrify them, Marco replied brightly, as if he was the one handing out this power. What? All of them? Even Pirate King Roger isn't immune. Hancock's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her face frozen in disbelief. The other captains, seeing Hancock's shocked expression, couldn't help but laugh among themselves. Seeing Empress Hancock like this brought back memories of when it had been their own turn. Back then, their faces had looked even more comical than hers. That's only natural, Hancock. Otherwise, how could our Whitebeard pirates' elite captain have risen to the Emperor level in such a short time? Wang Yu replied calmly. Hearing Wang Yu's answer, Empress Hancock finally felt a weight lifted from her heart. With this, even facing an Emperor-level powerhouse, she now had the confidence to measure herself against them. What a truly worthwhile maid she's become. Empress Hancock, brimming with excitement, couldn't hide the joy in her words. After swallowing 4 devil fruits in rapid succession, every one of Hancock's serpent woman abilities had finally come together as a complete set. And just as Hancock was brooding over whom she should use these formidable skills on for some practice, a messenger burst in hurriedly. Report, Captain Whitebeard, the Golden Lion. He's broken through our defenses. He says, no matter what, he must have a bout or two with our first mate, Wang Yu, the informant gasped between breaths. Upon hearing it was the Golden Lion, Whitebeard's face immediately darkened with fury. What? That old scoundrel the Golden Lion is getting way too brazen. Let me go put him in his place. But before Whitebeard could act, Wang Yu called out, stopping him. Come on, old man. You're not as young as you used to be. There's no need to get so worked up. It's just the Golden Lion. You're the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It'd be beneath your dignity to go yourself. How about this? Let my new maid, Hancock, teach that Golden Lion jerk a lesson. Wang Yu said, grinning. What? Master Wang Yu, you wanted to take on the Golden Lion? Empress Hancock's crimson lips trembled with shock. No matter how many skill fruits she'd consumed, her obvious combat strength was still right there for all to see. Besides, she'd only just obtained these new powers. How could she possibly have mastered them so quickly? Don't worry. If I say you're fine, you're fine. Wang Yu assured her with an offhand confidence. Hancock's mouth twitched in disbelief. If she couldn't beat the Golden Lion, so be it. After all, she was a Shichibukai. Losing to the Golden Lion was nothing strange. Back then, even without natural disasters tilting the scale, the Golden Lion's might was enough to defeat Pirate King Roger himself. As a Shichibukai, losing to the uncrowned king, the Golden Lion, was only to be expected. What really worried her was losing face for the Whitebeard pirates. So, Empress Hancock cast her gaze directly toward the captains of the Whitebeard pirates standing nearby, only to find that every single one of them was grinning and joking around, with not a soul speaking up in her defense. Utterly speechless, Empress Hancock could only steel herself and press on. Very well then, Lord Wang Yu. Hancock spoke with resolve and a touch of pride. All right, since you're going to face the Golden Lion in battle, it just so happens that I can give you a weapon as well. Come with me, Hancock, Wang Yu said calmly. Hancock was left completely bewildered. A weapon? I, Hancock, have never needed a weapon to fight. Wouldn't using one just hamper my abilities? Yet, since Lord Wang Yu has spoken, I suppose I should at least see what kind of weapon he has in mind. With that, Wang Yu took hold of Hancock's hand and led her toward his forge. As she felt the warmth of Wang Yu's touch, Hancock's heart thumped wildly. She couldn't help picturing a wedding scene with Wang Yu at her side. Her beautiful face flushed a deep shade of red. Hancock? Hancock! Wang Yu's voice rang out beside her ear, snapping Hancock out of her reverie at last. In an instant, she flailed in embarrassment, as if her thoughts had just been laid bare for all to see. Lord Wang Yu, you called for me? What is it? Hancock blurted out quickly. At that moment, Wang Yu was holding a mask in his hands, one that seemed to be weeping. Isn't this your equipment? Take it. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce it. This item is called Landry's Torment, Wang Yu explained in his usual calm manner. A mask? And with such an unusual name. Is this really a weapon? Hancock was utterly puzzled. Still, she reached out her hand without hesitation. The moment Hancock's palm touched the mask, it vanished instantly from her grasp, and an odd sensation surged through her body, spreading everywhere in a flash. It disappeared. It was Hancock's first time experiencing one of Wang Yu's weapons, and she couldn't hide her astonishment. No matter how she searched, she found no trace of the mask she'd just held. Seeing Hancock's reaction, the other captains couldn't help themselves and burst out laughing, one after another. Ha ha! Miss Hancock, this weapon was personally crafted by our Vice Captain Wang Yu. The moment it touches a human body, it instantly fuses into them. Marco explained to Hancock. At the same time, memories of their first visit to Wang Yu's restricted training ground flashed through their minds. Those wonderful days when they received Wang Yu's guidance. Back then, they were all fledglings, but now, each one of them had grown to possess Emperor-level fighting strength. The transformation left them full of emotion and gratitude. All of this, of course, was thanks to Vice Captain Wang Yu. Hearing Marco's explanation, Hancock still looked utterly astonished. Was such a thing even possible in this world? Her gaze shifted towards Wang Yu, who wore a look of absolute confidence. With that, Hancock knew Marco hadn't been lying to her. Amazing, Lord Wang Yu. I never expected you to forge such an extraordinary weapon. Wang Yu gave a slight, knowing smile. This weapon will boost the power of your devil fruit abilities. That single sentence left Hancock completely stunned. She had heard of weapons that could absorb a user's haki, amplifying their attacks. But a weapon that could directly enhance devil fruit abilities, this was the first she'd ever heard of such a thing. If such a weapon truly existed, wouldn't that mean even those with poor innate talent could master their devil fruits with ease? It was almost too overwhelming to imagine. But before Hancock could fully process her shock, Wang Yu continued. Moreover, its main function is that as you injure your foes, it will make them continue to bleed out over time. That fits very well with your continuous damage poison abilities, Wang Yu added by way of explanation. All right, that's all the explanation you need for now. If you don't move to stop the Golden Lion soon, he'll probably break through our lines. Go face him, Hancock. Remember the skill I just taught you. As soon as Hancock was equipped, Wang Yu issued his order for battle. And just then, a shadow fell over the sky, the sudden appearance of a colossal island overhead. It blotted out the sun, plunging the entire sky into a dreadful twilight under its overwhelming shadow. One after another, crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates hurried over to Wang Yu, fear-stricken. This is bad. The Golden Lion, he's broken through. That bastard is inside. The lower-ranked members of the Whitebeard Pirates babbled in panic, one after another. Wang Yu could only shake his head with resignation. He had to admit, although the strength of the captains had been greatly improved under his guidance. Yet despite all this, the fighting power of the Whitebeard Pirates' low-ranking crew members hadn't improved one bit compared to before. With the division captains guarding the ship, it was still manageable. But if the captains all went out to fight at sea, these underlings, any of the four emperors could completely wipe them out. This was a situation Wang Yu absolutely did not want to see. That was why Wang Yu came up with the plan to nurture 100 emperors. By then, even if the Whitebeard Pirates captains were away, if Golden Lion dared set foot here again, it wouldn't turn out like today. These so-called small fry could very well turn the tables and beat Golden Lion black and blue. As Wang Yu pondered, a raspy voice suddenly rang out from the sky above. Kahaha, where's Wang Yu? I heard you're the world's mightiest fighter. Well, I'd like to see just how big the gap between us is. Golden Lion roared at the top of his lungs. As the uncrowned king, back in the day, even Pirate King Roger was someone Golden Lion once tried to recruit as a subordinate. That alone showed just how terrifying Golden Lion's own combat prowess was. Wang Yu looked up, and what he saw above was a bizarre old man with flowing golden hair and a ship's helm stuck on his head, looking for all the world like a bizarre rooster. Beneath his feet were two famous swords, Sakura Ten and Kagurashi. Who else could it be but Golden Lion, the uncrowned king? Hey, Golden Lion, you're still alive, huh? And you actually had the guts to waltz onto my turf. Whitebeard spat the words at Golden Lion, half insult and half banter, as only old rivals would. Seeing it was Whitebeard, Golden Lion's mouth curled with a sly grin. To be honest, I really envy you, Whitebeard. Your own strength is nothing remarkable, and yet you have someone like Wang Yu as such a powerful right hand. If back then Pirate King Roger had agreed to serve as my right hand, I'd have conquered the world long ago. So what do you say, Whitebeard? Why don't you and I have a round first? Golden Lion narrowed his eyes, anticipation lighting up his face. Whitebeard just cracked a wide, mocking grin at Golden Lion's words. You think far too highly of yourself, Golden Lion. Wang Yu's already decided who your opponent will be. Whitebeard taunted him with an unmistakable sneer. Oh, Golden Lion hadn't caught the meaning of Whitebeard's words, and assumed Wang Yu himself would step up to fight him. The look of eager expectation on his face grew even more intense. Is it Wang Yu? That's wonderful. Don't think I don't know. Your pirate crew's strongest fighter isn't you, Whitebeard. It's Wang Yu. To have a fight with Wang Yu. Nothing could be better. Golden Lion licked his lips, his face alight with wild excitement. Originally, he thought he would have to fight Whitebeard just to qualify for a battle with Wang Yu. Only then could he earn the right to challenge him. He never expected fortune to arrive so suddenly. But in the next instant, every single one of the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders burst into hearty laughter. It was as if a bucket of cold water had just been dumped on him, leaving Golden Lion seething with humiliation and anger. You're getting ahead of yourself, Golden Lion. There's no way our Vice Captain Wang Yu would be the one to fight you. The one who's going to face you is Lady Hancock, the Empress. She's the latest maid that our Vice Captain Wang Yu has taken under his wing. Just now, our Vice Captain Wang Yu even gave her a little coaching. You, against her, couldn't be a better match, Marco said, roaring with laughter. What? The moment Marco's words reached his ears, the smile vanished from Golden Lion's face. He barely spared a thought for Whitebeard. The only one he truly had his eyes on was Wang Yu. And now, the one he was supposed to fight was just one of Wang Yu's maids. Even if she used to be a Shichibukai, so what? I am the Golden Lion, a man once qualified to recruit even the Pirate King as his right hand. Anyone fighting me should at least have the strength of an admiral, of an emperor. This is such a goddamn insult. Golden Lion's lip twisted with fury, almost skewed by his irritation. What kind of joke is this? Better to die than be humiliated. Hancock, to think you're worthy of being my opponent? Not a chance. Golden Lion's roar rang out. At that moment, Wang Yu spoke up. Whether she's worthy or not isn't for you to decide, Golden Lion. If you want to fight me, all you have to do is defeat Hancock. If you can't even overcome my maid, then you'd better crawl right back to wherever you came from. I'm in a good mood today, so maybe I won't kill you. Wang Yu's voice was calm, his face expressionless. So this is Wang Yu? Though Golden Lion had already seen images of Wang Yu during the livestream. Seeing Wang Yu in person for the first time, Golden Lion couldn't help but feel beads of cold sweat form on the back of his neck. Is this the pressure he exerts? He had to admit, it was terrifying. No wonder he's the man who single-handedly shattered the entire Navy headquarters. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes sharply. Of course, he never got cocky enough to think he could defeat Wang Yu. The reason he was here today was simply to see how many moves he could withstand against Wang Yu himself. Since defeating Amir Hancock was enough to earn the right to challenge Wang Yu, Golden Lion was only too happy to oblige. Ha 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 ha. You said it yourself, Wang Yu. Beating Hancock, is that all? I'm in, Golden Lion declared, unable to contain his excitement. However, this isn't the place for your showdown. Better pick somewhere else. I don't want my things getting smashed up, Wang Yu remarked calmly. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, that's easy. With my floating float fruit powers, it's a piece of cake. There's an uninhabited island nearby. All of you just stay aboard your ships. I can carry the lot of you right over, Golden Lion said, grinning broadly. In the next instant, he activated his power, and the entire crew, ships and all, began floating up into the sky. They soared straight towards that distant island. Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel to himself. This ability truly was remarkably convenient. Still, it didn't quite measure up to the might of his own conqueror's haki. If he wished, with just his will, Wang Yu could move not only a pirate ship, but an island, an entire nation if he so desired. That was the overwhelming power of Wang Yu's conqueror's haki. Before long, thanks to the floating float fruit, everyone had been transported to the shores of a massive island nearby. They all landed safely. Lord Wang Yu, do you think I could do this? Hancock asked, her nerves showing. Wang Yu was full of confidence. Relax, if I say you can, then you absolutely can. Remember everything I told you, especially how your poison mist can restrict flight. Plus your ultimate move, Petrifying Gaze. And don't forget the gear I gave you, Landry's Torment. With all of that together, I have no doubt you'll be able to handle Golden Lion, Wang Yu said, smiling. Hearing his words, Hancock finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Golden Lion, on the other hand, couldn't help but scoff as he overheard Wang Yu speaking. Wang Yu, I know your strength is terrifying, but Hancock, she's just your average warlord of the sea. You think you can show her a couple of tricks on the fly, and she'll beat me, the Golden Lion? Don't you think you're overestimating yourself? Golden Lion declared, pride in every word. Hearing the Golden Lion's mockery, Hancock's face grew cold as frost. Her disdain for the Golden Lion was so intense that she lifted her chin and pointed defiantly at him, standing tall and proud beneath the sky. I will not allow anyone to show even the slightest disrespect to Lord Wang Yu. Just wait, I'll give you a proper beating. Hancock shouted, her entire being radiating anger. The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow, surprised that a mere Shichibukai dared to speak to him this way. His jaw clenched in barely concealed rage. In 10 seconds, I'll end this fight. The Golden Lion snarled, a thunderous fury in his voice. At that moment, Wang Yu narrowed his eyes, showing not the slightest hesitation. Let the battle begin. With Wang Yu's command, the air grew tense with anticipation. High above in the sky, the Golden Lion seemed to lose his grip on reason, launching himself into a frenzied assault. With 2 katanas tied to his feet, he hurled himself at Hancock with reckless abandon, slashing through the air. Cutting wave, Lion's thousand-slice valley. In the blink of an eye, the very air around them thickened with a suffocating intensity. From the sky, wave after wave of savage, sword energy rained down towards Empress Hancock, each strike more ferocious than the last. Staring up at the terrifying waves of slashes, Hancock felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on her. Beads of sweat broke out on her forehead, trailing down her face. So this is the Golden Lion, a titan of the old era, known as the king without a crown for good reason. Witnessing this display, Whitebeard regarded the scene with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Who would have thought that bastard Golden Lion would strike so ruthlessly at a junior? Marco and the other commanders shared worried glances, concern written on their faces. After all, at his peak, Golden Lion's strength even surpassed Roger's. First Mate Wang Yu, do you think Empress Hancock will be in any real danger? Marco and the other captains asked, their voices tinged with anxiety. Wang Yu remained as calm and composed as ever. Don't worry. With the Serpent Empress template, there could be no better matchup against the Golden Lion. Hancock will be fine, and even if her life were truly in danger, I'd still save her, Wang Yu replied with easy confidence. Relieved by Wang Yu's assurance, Marco and the others finally relaxed. After all, First Mate Wang Yu was the man whose single punch nearly destroyed all of Marineford. The Golden Lion might be formidable, but compared to Wang Yu, he simply couldn't measure up. If rescuing the Empress from the Golden Lion's clutches became necessary, it certainly wouldn't pose much of a challenge. And on the battlefield, sensing the arrival of the Golden Lion, she immediately unleashed her full power, her most formidable battle strength on display. Empress Hancock dared not show the slightest carelessness. Her whole body was heightened to the limits of observation hockey, attuned and alert to every movement. In an instant, armament hockey wrapped swiftly and completely around her form. Standing on the ground, Empress Hancock darted and weaved, narrowly evading the Golden Lion's ferocious onslaught. Boom! Boom! Each formidable, terrifying slash landed, carving deep, menacing scars into the earth wherever it struck. In the face of the Golden Lion's twin legendary swords, the land itself seemed as soft and defenseless as blocks of tofu, sliced apart with the barest effort. Though she managed to dodge the majority of his strikes, the Golden Lion's attacks came at a blistering pace, relentless and unyieldingly dense. Then, before she could regain her bearings, a razor-sharp slash struck Hancock directly. A spatter of blood burst forth. A crimson gash bloomed across Hancock's body, her fresh blood flung into the air. Upon witnessing the Empress's disheveled state, the Golden Lion showed not a hint of mercy. It's over. I told you, I'd finish this within 10 seconds. The next one will be you, Wang Yu. Lion's might, roaring gale. In an instant, fierce winds swept across the entire island. Stones, and even the very earth itself, were wrenched from the ground by the Golden Lion's terrifying power, swirling into the shapes of countless lion heads carried by the raging storm. These countless lion heads closed in on Hancock, sealing off every possible escape route within a 10-kilometer radius. Under such crushing pressure, even Whitebeard's heart skipped a beat. What a terrifying attack. To think, after all these years, time seems to have left no trace on that bastard, the Golden Lion. Whitebeard muttered, his expression grave. Even he, faced with this technique, knew that anything less than his utmost effort would leave him hard-pressed to withstand it. Could Hancock truly overcome such an adversary? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates each swallowed hard, their faces pale with shock at the Golden Lion's overwhelming might. On the battlefield, those roaring lion heads hurtled straight toward Hancock. The earth itself trembled violently, quaking beneath the onslaught. Seconds stretched as the relentless power finally began to ebb. When the smoke cleared, Hancock's body was covered in ghastly wounds, her entire frame trembling with exhaustion, utterly spent. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled from Hancock's lips. High above in the sky, the golden lion observed the scene, an utterly triumphant grin spreading across his face. Then, like a predator descending upon its prey, he dropped from the heavens and soared straight toward his target. Hancock. Ha ha ha. For someone of the younger generation to withstand my strike and live, it's already quite impressive. But if you still refuse to surrender, I'm afraid I'll have to give you the final blow. The golden lion declared, his voice dripping with arrogance. Hancock's face went cold as marble, emotionless and sharp. Was this how she would lose? Would it not be a terrible insult to Lord Wang Yu's guidance? How hateful. Lord Wang Yu had promised she would win. Wait. Suddenly, the pirate Empress Hancock remembered Wang Yu's words to her. The poison mist could limit the golden lion's ability to fly. The twin fangs of poison could heal as well. She was already at the brink of defeat. Why not try it? In that instant, the golden lion raised his famous blade high above, aiming straight for Hancock. So stubborn, aren't you? If you insist on not yielding, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The golden lion sneered, his narrowed eyes flashing dangerously. A sibilant hissing filled the air, the sound of a serpent's tongue flicking. In the next moment, Hancock unleashed her poison mist ability. A pool of venom spattered directly beneath the golden lion's feet. Immediately, the golden lion felt the powerful, corrosive burn of the poison. What's this? The golden lion's brow furrowed in surprise. So this is the trick Wang Yu taught you? But in the end, it's just poison. Hardly anything to be impressed by. Intending to take flight again, the golden lion tried to use his powers, only to discover his legs felt as though they were trapped in a quagmire. He couldn't move at all. What? The golden lion's eyes widened in disbelief. Could she really do this? He remembered, back when he escaped the underwater prison, cutting off his own legs was the price he paid for freedom. Without the power to fly, forced to depend on his two swords to move, he was, truthfully speaking, little more than a cripple. With the poison slowing him further, the golden lion found himself scarcely able to take a single step, completely immobilized. Confined by her own toxin, Hancock was surprised, even shocked by her own success. As it turned out, Lord Wang Yu had been absolutely right. Moreover, this ability seems to be far more useful than I ever expected. Oh right, Lord Wang Yu also said that twin venom fangs would be my main means of attack. Not only could I use it to strike at my enemy, but I could also use it to heal myself. If that's really the case, maybe the injuries on my body can actually heal. In the very next moment, without a hint of hesitation, Hancock aimed directly at the golden lion, who was lost in the poisonous fog, and unleashed volley after volley of venomous fangs. A sizzling sound sliced through the air. Venom darts shot out at breathtaking speed, faster than the eye could follow, rapid as a barrage from a machine gun. Wave after wave of deadly toxin hammered into Golden Lion's body. The venom spread swiftly, coursing through every vein, flooding every corner of Golden Lion's form. Even more astonishing for Hancock was the miraculous transformation she felt. Those shocking wounds she'd suffered at Golden Lion's hands just moments ago were now healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In mere seconds, her body seemed completely restored, as if she had never been hurt at all. With each relentless strike of the twin venom fangs, the tide of battle was utterly overturned for both Hancock and the Golden Lion in an instant. Not long ago, Hancock was frail and teetering. Now, an electrifying excitement surged through her entire being. Honestly, deep down, she'd only hoped to try her luck to see if defeat over Golden Lion might even be possible. She never imagined that the power Lord Wang Yu had granted her would be so devastatingly effective. In just a handful of seconds, the entire struggle was transformed, a total reversal of fate. And, after all, her opponent was none other than Golden Lion himself, a battle-hardened Emperor-level combatant at minimum. Heavens! Does this mean it's really just as Lord Wang Yu said? Could it be that I, Hancock, have become an empress too? Delight lit up Hancock's fair and delicate face, her joy unmistakable. Her adoration for Lord Wang Yu swelled to even greater heights in her heart. I never expected this. Lord Wang Yu isn't just powerful himself. He's even willing to nurture his maid's combat strength. Lord Wang Yu, you're truly remarkable. Lady Hancock could hardly contain her excitement at this realization. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion was seething with frustration inside. What was happening? Seriously, just what on earth was happening here? It should be me with the upper hand. How is it that, from the moment I stepped into that pool of poison, everything is spun around so completely? My life's draining away faster than I can count. And as for Hancock, what sort of mysterious power has that woman gained? The wounds I gave her, putting forth my full strength, are actually healing? Gold Lion looked deeply troubled and completely bewildered, his heart on the verge of collapse. If he couldn't even defeat one of Wang Yu's mates, he honestly wouldn't have the face to so much as boast about challenging Wang Yu ever again. All around, the members of Whitebeard's crew witnessed this scene, and one after another, they couldn't help but call out how blatantly Wang Yu was playing favorites. After all, the Empress Hancock was nothing like them, even though they were all kitted out in full gear. It had seemed that enduring just a bit of Landry's torment, she could deal so much damage in such a short span. What's more, she kept continuously recovering her health. Atmos, wielding the Mundo template, couldn't help but swallow anxiously. At this rate, her recovery speed is almost rivaling mine when I use my ultimate,